As a slacker who regained memories of being an overworked corporate slave in a past life, Lin Chuan's only dream for this lifetime was to be a comfortable farm heir and lie flat until old age. But he never expected that while he wanted to slack off, the spirit pets at home had gone completely insane with ambition. Bang! A leafy spirit, a creature with a little pink flower on its head that could grow fruits tasting like five-spice beef, looked like an angry green potato as it rammed into another one of its kind that grew garlic-flavored lobster fruits. In just half a minute, two groups of 30-centimeter-tall cute creatures were locked in a chaotic brawl right on the ridge of the field. Lin Chuan rushed downstairs with a dark expression, grabbed the ringleader of each side by the scruff of the neck, tied them up with hemp rope, and mercilessly hung them from the farm's street lamp. He thought it was just a normal scuffle among the young, but after checking the surveillance footage, he realized things had gotten serious. "Kid, this is war," his father, a fanatical spirit beast enthusiast, pushed up his black-rimmed glasses looking incredibly excited. "This is clearly the ultimate showdown between the Fruit Clan and the Sakura Clan, all to compete for the position of your consort." Lin Chuan was stunned. 1 week later would be the Star Rock Federation's Unified Beast Tamer Awakening Ceremony. And the natural instinct of the leafy spirits is to give their very first fruit to the person they love the most. These two ringleaders hanging from the street lamp had actually managed to precisely time their fruiting period to the day of his awakening by controlling their fertilizer intake. They were not fighting, they were working themselves to death, all just to become Lin Chuan's one and only starter spirit pet. Looking at the two little pudgy creatures on the street lamp who were gazing at him with eager eyes and whimpering in grievance, Lin Chuan felt his scalp tingle. "It is over. If I cannot keep the peace between them, I am afraid I will never have a good night's sleep again." And the beginning of this absurd war of ambition goes back to that interrupted nap a few hours ago. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the wooden window curtains, landing on the napping teenager. The boy was about 15 or 16, with tousled black hair and wheat-colored skin that exuded a sunny, handsome charm. Yet at this moment he was lounging lazily, emanating an air of world-weary lethargy. Well, calling it elderly might not be quite accurate. To be precise, it was the vibe of a burnout who had spent over a decade grinding in a major city's rat race, only to reach enlightenment after sustaining a body full of aches and pains, ultimately quitting to return to his hometown to work as a security guard, grow vegetables, and walk his dog. That is right. This was the true experience of his past life. Is this a reincarnation? The boy lay back in his rocking chair, covering his eyes with the back of his hand. Countless fragments of memory surged into his mind, causing this thought to pop up just as he woke from his nap. But as his consciousness gradually cleared, he dismissed the idea himself. It was not a reincarnation, but an awakening of past life memories, a glimpse of his previous life through a dream. There were a few reasons for this. First, he only felt the brief disorientation of waking from a long dream without any violent conflict of soul fusion, much less the agonizing stabbing pain in his brain. Second, he clearly remembered who he was and everything around him. Lin Chuan, male, 16 years old. From a wealthy middle-class family. Both parents alive, with an older brother and an older sister. Older brother Lin Linny, older sister Lin Linger. 1-2, so why was he named Lin Chuan instead of 3? Identity, a fresh graduate from the #1 beast-taming middle school in Tiansheng town and also the young master of a farm. He remembered everything about his present life clearly, yet could not even recall his name from his past life. Aside from messy fragments, all that remained in the depths of his soul was a visceral hatred for the corporate grind and a strong obsession with being a laid-back slacker. Third, and this was the most critical piece of evidence confirming his rebirth. His train of thought was interrupted. Noise came from outside the window. Lin Chuan frowned and sat up, picked up the glass on the wooden table to moisten his parched throat, and walked toward the window. He pulled open the curtains and the blazing noon sun poured in, instantly illuminating the room. Lin Chuan squinted, scanning the modern single room. Compared to the past life memories he had just awakened, the modernization of this world clearly had a touch of fantasy. He pulled his gaze back and looked out the window. Neat fields, orchards covering the hillside, and a group of spirit beasts chasing each other. Seeing these spirit beasts, the confusion brought by the memories of his past life surfaced again. But Lin Chuan quickly calmed down as the fundamental knowledge of this world emerged in his mind. This was a world of beast-taming civilization. Everything started with the origin of this planet. The planet was called the Azure Star. Since ancient times, supernatural forces had existed on the Azure Star in the form of beings called magical beasts. Magical beasts, also known as monsters, animals, plants, mountains, lakes, and even words and books could become magical. The weak could shatter stone and split steel, the strong could summon wind and rain, and the legendary mythical beasts could even tear through space and time. In contrast, humans were not native to the Azure Star. Whether their origin was created by gods or an arrival from another world, the earliest humans had a fatal weakness: they were non-magical. Without supernatural power, they would perish at a single touch from a magical beast. To survive, our ancestors could only become vassals, pets, or even reserve rations for powerful magical beasts. To prevent their fragile servants from dying out too easily, some magical beasts shared a portion of their power with humans through contracts. The turning point occurred during the Middle Ages. The dragon and phoenix tribes broke out in a 2,000-year war that ravaged the globe. Humans fought for survival in the cracks, and with the protection of the Kilin tribe, they secretly studied the laws of contracts, finally completing a reversal from dependency and equality to counter-enslavement. Although top-tier magical beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and Killins were difficult to subdue, humans took a different path. Through breeding, training, and command, they raised low-level magical beasts into entities capable of rivaling legends. Humans used this to rise unexpectedly. The wild and untamable are called magical beasts. Those tamed by humans for generations and close to humanity are called spirit beasts, and those that sign contracts with beast tamers to fight and grow together are spirit pets. With this as the foundation, the beast-taming civilization has flourished to this day. Today, humans occupy a quarter of the territory of the Azure Star, becoming the undisputed #1 race. Hundreds of nations and countless beast-taming factions vie for control, among which 3 major nations are the most prosperous. The Sky Dragon Empire, which worships dragons as totems, the Holy Heaven Ancient Kingdom, which has an alliance with the Phoenix Tribe, and the Stellar Rock Federation, which has signed a national destiny contract with the Kilin. And Lin Chuan was just a regular citizen of the Stellar Rock Federation. After sorting through these world views and power structures in his mind, the confusion brought about by the memories of his past life finally dissipated completely. Lin Chuan let out a soft sigh and looked ahead. On the dirt road beside the field, more than 30 spirit beasts were clustered together, causing a ruckus. About 30 centimeters tall, their bodies were as round as large, light green potatoes with short, fat limbs and black bean-like eyes. A lotus-shaped bud bloomed on their heads, and 2 large, long leaves extended from the roots, trailing on the ground. These were the flower leaves, a spirit beast specifically raised by the Lin family farm. Name: flower leaf. Attribute: wood. Race: plant angiosperms, solanaceae. Potential: soldier medium. Skills: rooting growth, photosynthesis. Introduction: a unique plant spirit beast that fruits 3 to 5 times a year. The fruits are rich in nutrients, can have various flavors depending on breeding conditions, and are top-tier ingredients for salads and the perfect weight loss meal replacement. As a top-performing student, Lin Chuan knew his family's farm's specialty like the back of his hand. In the Azure Star system, spirit beast growth potential is divided into 8 tiers from low to high: soldier, general, commander, monarch, king, emperor, saint, and god. Although the flower leaf only had medium soldier tier potential, thanks to special breeding, the fruits they produced were extremely valuable. Especially the 5 unique flavors developed by the Lin family farm: 5-spice beef, garlic lobster, spicy rabbit, spicy bullfrog, and savory chicken. Every time the fruits ripened, they would be bought up instantly by fitness enthusiasts from all over. But right now, the flower leaves on the field path were split into 2 camps. On the left, those with pink flowers and pale leaves were the 5-spice beef flavor. On the right, those with deep red flowers and dark green leaves were the garlic lobster flavor. The 2 groups of little things were screaming at each other, charging under the lead of their respective bosses, and their chubby bodies slammed together, turning into a melee. Lin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. "What are you doing? What is going on?" He slammed his hand on the windowsill and roared. "It is the middle of the day, and instead of photosynthesizing properly and growing hard, you are having a brawl out here." Fine, you are really asking for it. Wait there, if you have the guts, do not run. Let us see if I do not hang you all from the street lamps. Before he finished, Lin Chuan was already heading for the door. Hearing the voice, the flower leaves were so scared they scattered instantly, running back to their field plots with a boom. Jumping into pits, rooting, covering their heads with their leaves, the movements were smooth and swift. Half a minute later, when Lin Chuan came downstairs to the edge of the field, only beautiful flowers swayed in the wind remained in the ground. Lin Chuan chuckled. They looked just like a bunch of mischievous kids caught by their teacher. These flower leaves had just entered their growth phase, growing limbs and being able to walk around, so being a bit active was normal. But this was recognized as a gentle and affectionate spirit beast, and this was the first time he had seen them get into a brawl. The cause of the fight could be investigated later, but the punishment could not be delayed. If you cannot punish everyone, then catch the ringleaders to make an example of them. Lin Chuan's mouth curled up. The flowers in the field trembled in unison. As Lin Chuan approached, one flower leaf finally could not handle the pressure, abruptly pulled itself out of the ground and started sprinting on its short legs. How could short legs outrun long legs? Lin Chuan caught up in a few strides, avoided the flower on its head and snatched its little head. The flower leaf instantly went limp like a kitten held by the scruff of its neck. Lin Chuan picked it up, tied it securely with hemp rope and hung it directly on the nearby street lamp post. A light tap and the flower leaf swayed gently in the scorching sun and heat. Turning and walking toward the other field, Lin Chuan used the same method to grab another ringleader and hung it on the other side of the street lamp. Afterward, he found a fruit tree to lean against and sit in the shade. Seeing that Lin Chuan had walked away, the two flower leaves regained their spirit. Even hanging in the air, they struggled to kick their little legs at each other, cursing in their own language. Lin Chuan watched from afar, finding it somewhat amusing. As long as there was no blood, he could not be bothered to intervene, so he let those two ringleaders hang for 2 hours. While resting, Lin Chuan's thoughts returned to the matter he had been interrupted in, the judgment basis that confirmed he was not a reincarnated person, but had awakened memories of his past life. In this world, after thousands of years of evolution, humans basically possess beast-taming talents related to spirit beasts. Usually, a person reaches adulthood at 16 and can only awaken after going through an awakening ceremony hosted by the Federation. But there are exceptions: natural awakening. Natural awakening has no pattern. It could happen while eating or sleeping, and most people never encounter it in their entire lives. According to Academy teachers, there is an inexplicable throb during natural awakening, accompanied by strange signs, such as dreaming of dragons covering the sky or angels descending. Lin Chuan had indeed felt that throb in his heart just now. So what exactly is my beast-taming talent? Lin Chuan flipped his palms over. Unfortunately, beast-taming talent cannot be seen with the naked eye. It would be easy if he had dreamed of dragons covering the sky. There are precedents, and most are super affinities with the dragon race. Such a talent, if maxed out, is even jokingly referred to as a princess, attracting dragon spirit beasts to obsessively flock to them, sometimes even getting dragged back to dragon nests as a prize. But such a sign as awakening fragments of past life memories had no precedent. Lin Chuan could not figure out exactly what ability he had awakened. Fine, wait another week. Lin Chuan was not in a hurry. In 1 week, there would be the Unified Awakening Ceremony for graduates of the Stellar Rock Federation Beast-Taming Middle School. The Awakening Ceremony can communicate with the laws of the Azure Star and stimulate the human body to awaken potential talents. More importantly, the power of these laws allows one to completely realize the specific effects of their own talent, whether it is in ceremonial awakening or a natural awakening. Sitting in the shade, Lin Chuan stared at the 2 petal leaves hanging from the lamppost. The photosynthesis ability of plant-type spirit beasts requires soil and moisture. Once suspended and exposed to the sun, they rapidly deplete their internal reserves, which can even damage their essence if left too long. He had originally intended to hang the 2 little troublemakers for 2 hours as punishment, but under the blazing noon sun they had barely lasted half an hour before they stopped struggling and hung limp, completely drained of energy. Lin Chuan's heart softened, and he walked over to let them down. See if you dare do that again. Holding a cartoon duck watering can, he watered the 2 petal leaves as they rerouted into the soil, deliberately putting on a stern face. Iya iya. Yang iyang. One petal leaf had a sharp, bright voice while the other was soft-spoken. Both sat upright with their heads bowed, looking as sincere and obedient as well-behaved babies. Then shake hands and make up. You are family, growing up in the same field, so no holding grudges, Lin Chuan urged, coaxing them like little children. Who would have thought that the two little ones, having just apologized, would not give him any face at all? They glared at each other. Iya, Ying. Two angry cries rang out and they simultaneously turned their backs to each other. The soft-voiced one even wrapped itself up with its leaves, curling into a potato-like ball, clearly signaling that it was not listening. Lin Chuan's forehead creased with frustration. He sat down between them and asked patiently, "Why on earth were you fighting?" Ying. The two little ones each threw out a perfunctory single syllable and fell completely silent, adopting an attitude of stubborn defiance. Lin Chuan rubbed his temples in resignation. Fine, guess he would have to investigate it himself. The Lin farm employed plenty of workers to tend to common crops and the hillside orchard, but the cultivation of petal leaves was a core technical secret of the small farm and had always been handled personally by the Lin family. His father, Lin Zudong, led the research, while his mother, Suzai Oxia, was a tutor at the Qingyang Agricultural Spirit Beast University in a neighboring city and rarely came home. The daily maintenance task originally belonged to the three siblings, but with his older brother Lin Linyi out venturing as a beastmaster, and his older sister Lin Linger off working as a beastmaster idol, the practical work had fallen solely on Lin Chuan over the past few years. After greeting the busy farm workers he passed, Lin Chuan made his way back to the small villa at the center of the farm. It served as both the family home and the office where data and records were kept. After a drink of water and a slice of melon for a break, Lin Chuan immediately began his investigation. He first checked the records of fertilizers and daily cultivation supplies provided to the petal leaves over the last 2 weeks, spending half an hour but found nothing wrong. Lin Chuan pulled up the surveillance footage to check their routines. Moving the progress bar to the morning 3 days ago, it was clear that was when the two started having issues. But the cause was not overnutrients, nor was there any provocation. He was completely at a loss. 6:30 in the evening. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man wearing a blue worker's tank top and rolled-up trousers walked in, dripping with sweat. He grabbed an unopened gallon of purified water, tipped his head back, and downed a quarter of it in one go, finally setting the bucket down with a satisfied sigh. Man was Lin Chuan's father, the owner of the Lin farm, Lin Zudong. Though he was just a low-level independent researcher who refused to be constrained by institutions, he had poured half his life into the petal leaves and was a true master when it came to their cultivation. Today, he had gone to a private Beastmaster Association meeting in town to trade for a batch of rare materials. "Third kid, have not eaten dinner yet. Did not I tell you not to wait for me?" Lin Zudong pulled off his sweat-soaked tank top, threw it onto the back of a chair, patted his full belly and glanced at the untouched takeout on the table. "I will eat in a bit," Lin Chuan replied without looking back. Lin Zudong raised an eyebrow. Usually this kid would have gone back to his room to play on his phone by now. He leaned in closer and saw the screen filled with surveillance footage and activity logs. "What are you looking at? Did something happen?" Lin Chuan gave a brief and concise report of the situation. "Group fighting?" Lin Zudong was surprised, then his eyes lit up and his fatigue vanished. He grabbed the documents off the table and flipped through them, pushing Lin Chuan out of the chair with his backside. "You are still a bit green, kid. Go eat and let your old man take a look." Lin Chuan speechlessly gave up his seat, picked up his takeout and watched while he ate. Even though his old man's style was rough, he was indeed the true authority in the field of petal leaves. Lin Zudong stroked his stubble, scanning the footage and data quickly. A moment later, he suddenly switched the screen to show the surveillance footage of the villa's perimeter. He dragged the progress bar rapidly, and his eyes brightened as he adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. "I know the reason." "What is the reason?" Lin Chuan immediately put down his chopsticks. Lin Zudong turned around, looked his son up and down, and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Kid, I am not going to tell you the answer directly. It is a little test to see if you are qualified to inherit your old man's mantle and take over this farm empire." Old man Lin puffed out his chest, full of pride. Lin Chuan curled his lips. "Forget it, old man, I am not interested in your mantle. After the awakening ceremony next week, I will contract a spirit pet, get into a Beastmaster University, and strike out on my own." You rebellious brat." Lin Zudong was so angry his face turned red, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chuan. The oldest one flew off, the second one flew off, and now the third one is planning to fly off too. You guys are all so capable, are not you? Your brother is like that, your sister is like that, and now you. I have built up this family business so we can have financial freedom, so why does it make you guys so reluctant to stay? Or is it beneath you to just cultivate petal leaves? Are not petal leaves cute? Are not they obedient? Do you know that petal leaves are the sky, they are the earth, they are the universe's invincible, eternal number one spirit beasts? Lin Chuan was speechless. Petal leaves were indeed cute, but universe's number one was definitely an overstatement. The best way to deal with a fanatical petal leaf-obsessed old man was the cold treatment. After leaving him hanging for half a minute, Lin Zudong finally sobered up and exited his fanatical mode. Lin Chuan then shrugged. It is not that I will not inherit it, I just want to go to university and gain some experience first. What if I become a professional beastmaster or even a titled heavenly king? If it does not work out, I will come back to take over. He would never have said the second half before. He had always looked up to his siblings as role models, believing a real man should fight for his own success. But ever since he awakened his memories from a past life, the bitterness of being a workaholic had given him a newfound longing to just slack off, and his mindset had changed. In this world, a spirit beast's bloodline only represents the potential ceiling. Actual combat power is determined by the quality and quantity of the energy within. The official classification is usually by stage and rank. For example, if the energy strength is 3 and the energy quantity is 3, it is 3rd stage, 3rd rank. Civilians, finding it troublesome, often use gaming terminology like level 33. But this is not precise. Once you encounter an abnormal spirit beast with off-the-charts energy like 3rd stage, 18th rank, numeric levels become meaningless. It is much the same for beastmasters. Through the feedback from their spirit pet's growth, they can improve their own energy, gaining extended life, eternal youth, or even photographic memory. 7th stage above level 70 is known as a heavenly king. Only those at the pinnacle of level 79 who have made huge contributions to the Star Rock Federation can be awarded the title of Titled Heavenly King. As for those at the 8th stage and above the Emperor level, they exist only in legend. Hearing his son was willing to take over, the old man's face brightened. A professional beastmaster is possible, but a titled Heavenly King, the kid is daydreaming. He ranted wildly in his heart, but before he could burst his son's bubble, Lin Chuan added another line. Oh yeah, old man, I forgot to tell you, I awakened naturally today. Lin Chuan's lips curled, with a hint of pride and playfulness. Lin Zudong immediately choked and coughed violently, and the glasses on the bridge of his nose tilted instantly. Cough cough, naturally awakened, you brat. Lin Chuan nodded. The old man forgot even to fix his glasses, staring straight at his son. There is an unspoken rule in the Beastmaster world. Even between parent and child, unless the person speaks up, one must never pry into the specific signs of a natural awakening. After a long silence, Lin Zudong took a deep breath, patted Lin Chuan's shoulder heavily, his expression extremely solemn and gratified. Since you have naturally awakened, becoming a professional Beastmaster should not be a problem. But a titled Heavenly King, you would better wash your face and go to sleep. If you can become a titled Heavenly King, I will eat all the turf on this farm raw. Before Lin Chuan could reply, Lin Zudong lost his smile and his tone changed. That is enough talk for now. We will discuss it after you finish your ceremony in a week, clarify your Beastmaster talent, and choose your initial spirit pet. Now let us continue talking about why the petal leaves were fighting. 2 hints for you. First, think about when you were 4 or 5 years old, what method did you use to get your mom's attention? Second, it is the innate nature of petal leaves to give the first fruit they yield as adults to the person they are closest to. Speaking of which, Lin Zudong raised an eyebrow smugly. Come to think of it, I have received 237 fruits of true love. My life is truly full of sins. Alright, enough hints, go figure it out yourself. Although the cause of the fight had been found, the changes in psychology and state triggered by the conflict were also worth exploring. The old man grabbed the rest of the takeout, patted Lin Chuan, and rushed off toward the petal leaf fields, tossing a parting sentence over his shoulder. I will be eating and living in the fields for these next few days. I am going to wear them down." Watching the old man hurry off toward the flabebe field, Lin Chuan lowered his head in thought. The hint the old man gave him was, how did he attract his mother's attention when he was 4 or 5 years old? Lin Chuan curled his lip. "You have got to be kidding. He was an incredibly well-behaved kid back then, okay? He never buried firecrackers in the fertilizer storage bin, and he certainly never buried his mother's contracted spirit pet moon puppy's food bowl, leaving it hungry and frantic. That whole farm bear emperor reputation was pure slander." Lin Chuan stroked his chin. Since he was such a good boy, he should look at the troublemakers in the kindergarten next door. To get the pretty teacher to help wash their faces or feed them, fighting and brawling were just standard operating procedures. Summary: the more you act up, the more attention you get. So these flabebes are trying to get his attention, huh? At 7 p.m., as the sky grew dark, the farm's streetlights flickered on. Lin Chuan stood at the window, looking out at the old man under the street lamp at the edge of the field, surrounded by a group of small figures. The flabebe in this field had just passed their infant stage, and he had personally cared for some of them over the last 6 months. Hoeing, fertilizing, weeding, even holding them on his lap to watch Spirit Beast cartoons. It was only natural that the flabebe saw him as their closest companion and would offer him their first fruits. But the problem was, he had received first fruits from the flabebe he raised before, though only 5 of them, nowhere near the exaggerated 237 the old man bragged about, but none of them had ever fought for his favor. Flabebes were naturally gentle, they did not have that obsessive, "you can only give it to me and no one else" possessiveness. So, Lin Chuan frowned deeply, his train of thought hit a wall. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket as a message popped up in the class group chat. "Class teacher Mr. Liu, at everyone, you are all 16 now. This break is for you to recharge and prepare for the upcoming awakening ceremony. It is not for you to play video games all night. Do not joke around with your future." Zhang Yue, teacher, I was not playing games all night. Class teacher Mr. Liu, then who was it that got 28 kills against me yesterday and typed, "You are bad, go practice more." Zhang Yue, Sigma degrees. Zhang Yue, teacher, listen to my defense, it was my mom's spirit pet Fluffball playing on my account last night. Class teacher Mr. Liu, a stuffed doll pinned me down and destroyed me, and it was trash talking at a pro gamer level. I visited your home, why did not I notice your Fluffball was so smart? Zhang Yue. Feng Xiao Feng Doge meme. Lin Chuan Doge +1. Lin Chuan chuckled and joined the bandwagon. Suddenly his fingertips paused as it hit him. The awakening ceremony is in 1 week. When that time comes, he will become a real beast master. As long as his awakened beast talent does not clash with the wood element, he will most likely follow in his brother and sister's footsteps and choose a flabebe as his initial spirit pet. His brother Lin Linyi awakened the strength boost talent, and his sister Lin Linger awakened Heart of Water. Neither of their talents were related to the wood element, yet they both chose the family's flabebes as their initial pets. The reason is simple. The old man in the family holds the master-level strategy for raising flabebes. With that foundation, his brother and sister started ahead of the pack, leaving their peers far behind. As for the talent mismatch, it can be patched up later when they contract a second or third spirit beast. Besides, after a flabebe evolves into a florges, it is already an excellent logistics support. That is it. The flabebes in the farm must have communicated and figured out that he was about to become a beast master, and that he would likely choose one of them as his first spirit pet. Especially the ones he raised himself that are most attached to him. To compete for the chance to be chosen, they would naturally try everything to get his attention. And there is one more crucial piece of evidence. 2 of the flabebes he raised personally are scheduled to produce their first fruit exactly 1 week from now. They can even control the rate at which they absorb fertilizer to sync that date perfectly with the day he comes home to choose his pet after the awakening. And these 2 are the exact culprits who led the fight today and were punished by being hung from the street lamp. In that moment, Lin Chuan understood everything. They were putting on a show specifically to offer their first fruit on the day of the contract. With similar potential, he would definitely choose a flabebe he raised himself, and if he received a first fruit right on the spot, he would be overjoyed. Because of this, they viewed each other as the greatest threat. To fight for the only spot, they refused to reconcile even when he stepped in to mediate. After putting the pieces together, Lin Chuan felt a spark of emotion. He suddenly understood why the old man was such a die-hard Flabébé fan. They are cute, clingy, and secretly strive to improve for the person they love. Who could fail to love a spirit pet like that? Apologies welled up in his heart. They were fighting and ruining their friendship for the sake of becoming his first spirit pet, and he had hung them from a street lamp that was completely inexcusable. He had to go apologize and find a way to help them make up. As for how to soothe the one who is not picked after a week so it does not cry, he would worry about that tomorrow. Tonight he had to comfort the two little ones. How to apologize? Verbal comfort would not work. As the caretaker who raised them, Lin Chuan knew exactly what they wanted. They love being held while watching videos and love rubbing cheeks. It is decided, tonight he would give them both a hug and treat them equally. The Flabébé field. Lin Zudong sat on a small stool, giving each of the 2 rows of Flabébés a checkup. Lin Chuan rushed over, picked up 2 of them and rubbed his face against theirs one by one. Lin Zudong was stunned for a moment, then beamed with the pride of an old father. It looks like you have figured it out. The old man's smile turned teasing and he suddenly raised his voice. How about it? Tell me, are Flabébés not super duper adorable? Come on, repeat after me. Flabébé is the sky, Flabébé is the earth, Flabébé is the invincible and eternal number 1 in the universe. Lin Chuan fell silent immediately. The 2 Flabébés in his arms, who were just giggling, froze, blushing, and wrapping themselves into balls with their leaves. All the surrounding Flabébés followed suit and curled up into a group. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. Lin Chuan ignored the old man's cringeworthy outburst and forced a change of topic. I have figured out why these 2 little ones fought, but I do not get why it turned into a group brawl. A lot of these Flabébés were not raised by me and are not that close to me. Surely they were not also fighting to be my first spirit pet. Lin Zudong smiled, pointing to the Flabébé in Lin Chuan's left hand with deep red flowers and dark green leaves. Third son, what is its name? Gyugyo fruit 79. Gyugyo is the general term for Flabébés that produce garlic lobster-flavored fruit. 79 is its serial number. Human and spirit beast language systems are different. Humans rely on sound while spirit beasts rely on spiritual emotion. This group of Flabébés are all called Gyugyo. Humans cannot tell them apart just by sound, so they are forced to use numbers. But for Flabébés, as long as the caller locks their emotional intent onto a specific one, it can feel that it is being addressed. They have the intelligence of 3 or 4-year-old children, and obviously they only like the name Gyugyo and do not enjoy being slapped with cold, robotic serial numbers. Lin Zudong nodded and pointed to the Flabébé in Lin Chuan's right hand with pink flowers and white-edged leaves. What about this one? Sakura Cherry 67. So still do not get it. Lin Zudong spread his hands. Lin Chuan shook his head. Lin Zudong rolled his eyes with a "my son is so dense I have to explain everything" dramatic look. He scanned the Flabébés, cleared his throat, and suddenly switched to a low, magnetic storyteller tone. The Great Lin dynasty has had 5 major noble families since ancient times. They are Gyugyo, Sakura, Honghong, Lanlin, and Tangtang. Lin Chuan felt a tingling sensation of extreme embarrassment. The so-called Great Lin dynasty is just this farm, and the 5 noble families are 5 types of Flabébés with special flavors. Sakura was named by his mother, Su Xia, but the other 4 clearly came from this delusional old man in front of him. The eldest prince came of age and married the daughter of the Lanlin family. The second princess came of age and became sworn sisters with the eldest daughter of the Tangtang family. And now the third prince is about to come of age. The positions of Lanlin and Tangtang are secure, so the remaining families naturally need to marry into the third prince's house for power. The Honghong family has no suitable ladies and has withdrawn. The remaining Gyugyo family and Sakura family both happen to have daughters who grew up with the third prince. Lin Zudong paused, staring intensely at Lin Chuan, scanning the 2 Flabébés in his hands, then looking at the garlic lobster-flavored Gyugyo and 5-spice beef-flavored Sakura next to them, grinning excitedly. This is war. A war between the Gyugyu family and the Sakura family to compete for the title of the third prince's consort. Lin Chuan was speechless, taking a deep breath to suppress the rising tide of cringe, staring hard at the old man before finally squeezing out a sentence. "Old man, it is a real shame you are not a novelist." Ignoring the old man who was still in the middle of his Chunabiu episode, Lin Chuan carried both flower leafies, one in each arm, and headed back. Because they had just passed their infancy, these two flower leafies could not be away from a soil-based environment for long. Being away for an entire night, about 8 hours or so, would be detrimental to their growth. However, there was a way, and it was quite simple, much like transplanting a plant. You just need to wrap their bodies halfway with a cloth stuffed with some soil. Lin Chuan wrapped the two flower leafies in cloth filled with soil, leaving their short, chubby limbs exposed, as if he had dressed them in little outfits. He even tied a pretty bow on each one to keep the cloth from falling off, then brushed the dirt off his hands. "They are so cute." While Lin Chuan could not bring himself to say the kind of cringy, over-the-top nonsense that the old man used to describe how they were the cutest things in the world, he was perfectly capable of giving a simple yet sincere compliment. Hearing Lin Chuan call them cute, the two flower leafies immediately chirped happily. They hopped around on the table before finally leaping into his arms, clearly overjoyed from the bottom of their hearts. The two flower leafies were purely, blissfully happy, but Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was feeling a bit troubled. "Left side, right side. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sakura. Which one should I choose?" He sighed inwardly and shook his head. Putting those thoughts aside, Lin Chuan washed up and changed into his pajamas, then returned to sit with a flower leafy on each thigh, hugging them as they watched a show about spirit beasts together. It was not until 10 p.m. that Lin Chuan returned to his room, turned off the lights, and went to bed. As for sleeping with a flower leafy in each arm, that was just talk. It was not appropriate, and not for any weird reason. It was simply bad for the flower leafy's health. Humans sleep lying down, and at the very least, Lin Chuan could not sleep standing or sitting up. But flower leafies sleep by planting themselves in the ground, meaning they sleep upright. If they lie down for too long, the flowers on their heads will become misshapen due to the pressure of natural gravity. If they were like his mother's spirit beast, the little moon dog, or the plushies mentioned in the class group chat, a type of spirit beast born from dolls, or even the flower spirits that have a more humanoid appearance like a 3-year-old girl after evolution, then Lin Chuan would definitely be snuggling with them under the covers. Lin Chuan placed the two flower leafies into delicate little pots decorated with cute cartoon patterns and set them on the nightstands on either side of his bed. Lin Chuan lay down and had just closed his eyes. "Iya iya. Yang yang yang." The two flower leafies made soft, ethereal, and long drawn-out sounds, as if whispering to one another or humming a low tune. Some mothers sing lullabies to get their children to sleep, while others light faint, pleasant incense. These are all aids for falling asleep. The whispering hum of the two flower leafies at this moment was also a sleep aid. It was a wood attribute skill called grass whistle, which has the effect of lulling others into a deep sleep. Every flower leafy on the farm knew this skill. In the training program designed by the old man, they would play soothing music for the flower leafies at set times during their infancy. Over time, even if they did not actively study it, they would passively learn it through their natural instincts as wood attribute spirit beasts. Both flower leafies had just finished their infancy and had not undergone specialized skill training yet, so the grass whistle they were performing did not contain any wood attribute energy. It was purely based on their emotions. They could not use this grass whistle for battle. It was only good for helping someone sleep. Well, it was very effective at helping him sleep. In less than half a minute, Lin Chuan, who had closed his eyes, drifted off. Judging by his stable body, the gentle rise and fall of his chest, and his long, rhythmic breathing, it was clearly a high-quality sleep. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Tianshang Town No. 1 Beast Tamer Middle School, Class 7, Year 3. The classroom was noisy and everyone was beaming, unable to suppress their excitement and anticipation. The week-long break had clearly been very effective. When they were busy studying before, they had not only many academic subjects and assignments related to spirit beasts, but also the work of caring for the school's spirit beasts, brushing, trimming claws, shoveling waste, and feeding them, leaving most of the students constantly looking haggard and exhausted. That situation was completely gone now. everyone in the class was vibrant and full of energy. Among them, Lin Chuan, who sat in the second-to-last row by the window on the left, stood out the most. Lin Chuan looked radiant. His originally wheat-colored skin seemed to have a faint glow, looking even better than if he had used expensive skincare products. The reason, naturally, was thanks to the two flower leafies, who brought him joy and good moods during the day and provided him with infant-like sleep quality at night. The classroom was abuzz as everyone discussed the upcoming awakening ceremony. Everyone was daydreaming about what kind of beast-taming talent they would awaken. King's Might, Molten Heart, Immortal Eye, as if powerful talents were just cheap goods on a street stall that you could pick and choose. Many students even let out silly, smitten chuckles as they chatted and fantasized. Just then, a male teacher in his early 30s, with a buzz cut and a slightly stout build, walked slowly into the classroom. He was the homeroom teacher for Class 7, Year 3, the teacher who had sent the message in the class group, Mr. Liu. His full name was Liu Kejang, and he was known in the underworld as Little Fatty Liu. This was a nickname given to him by a few mischievous students in the class, and because it was so fitting it caught on, and even Liu Kejang accepted it himself. The noisy classroom instantly went quiet, and everyone looked at Liu Kejang, who had walked to the podium. "Little Fatty, you look sharp today." Zhang Yue, the king of mischief in the class, whistled and teased. The other students followed suit with a roar of laughter, including Lin Chuan, who was sitting near the window. Usually, he dressed casually, sometimes even sloppily, but today Liu Kejang was wearing a very formal suit and tie and had even gone to get a shave. Honestly, this suit and tie look made him look like quite the handsome little fatty. Unlike usual, he did not banter with the students, nor did he follow his habit of punishing Zhang Yue by making him stand at the door. Liu Kejang tapped the desk and the class went silent instantly. "I have a lot to say, but there is simply too much, so I will leave it out." Liu Kejang began, and there were groans from the crowd, but he just smiled. "In half an hour, the awakening ceremony will begin. At that time, all of you will awaken your beast-taming talents, become honorable beast tamers, and contract your very own spirit beasts. Here, I would like to wish you all the best in awakening powerful beast-taming talents, contracting the spirit beasts you desire, and may your paths as beast tamers be smooth." Before Liu Kejang could finish, the students spontaneously began to applaud, and the applause was loud and passionate. "May everyone have a prosperous future in martial arts." At this point, Liu Kejang finally paused. The applause grew even louder, and Liu Kejang did not stop it immediately because this applause was not just a response to him, it was the students' blessings to themselves and each other. Half a minute later, Liu Kejang finally raised his hand to signal a stop. The applause ceased, and the classroom became quiet once again. "Take those kind words and blessings to heart, of course, they were all sincere," he said with a playful tone, then his expression gradually turned solemn, giving the students a shiver down their spines. Dong dong dong, Liu Kejang tapped the desk, his voice drawn out and low as he continued. But reality often does not go as one wishes. 90% of people will awaken first-tier beast-taming talents, and their capabilities will be very average, even mediocre. I suspect most of you will be like that. As Liu Kejang spoke, many students lowered their heads, biting their lips with complicated expressions. Liu Kejang's eyes flickered. He was not saying this to crush their confidence. This is a rhetorical strategy: suppress first and lift later. The previous words were the suppression, but too much of it is bad, so one must strike the right balance to achieve a better lift. Tapping the desk again, Liu Kejang drew everyone's attention back. "All right, I am going to give you one last lesson here. No textbooks, no note-taking, just a few questions. About beast-taming talents. Who can tell me what beast-taming talent is and how it comes about? Also, is a beast-taming talent immutable? Can it be improved?" Liu Kejang asked in a calm tone. After a quiet moment, the room broke into a murmur of discussion. Students looked at each other, wondering what this fatty Liu was up to. In the end, quite a few students raised their hands. Liu Kejang looked around and chose a female student to answer, a girl with glasses and an average appearance. Huang Shuya, the top student in the class who constantly topped the grades even across the whole school, her written exam scores were in the top 3. Standing up, she gathered her thoughts for a moment, prepared her words, and began. Beast-taming talent is a transcendent ability that humans use to directly or indirectly nurture and assist in commanding spirit beasts. Some can temporarily enhance various abilities of spirit beasts in battle, while others can improve the growth efficiency of spirit beasts during daily training. depending on the type and strength of the beast taming talent. When using it, the beast tamer will consume varying amounts of physical stamina, mental energy, or some other, even more mysterious things. Beast taming talents are tiered similarly to the strength levels of spirit beasts. Low-tier talents will have significantly reduced effects on high-level spirit beasts. For example, Giant Strength is a beast taming talent that can temporarily boost the strength of a spirit beast. Depending on the strength of the talent, Giant Strength comes in first tier, second tier, third tier, and so on. A first-tier Giant Strength used on a first-tier spirit beast can boost its original strength of 1 to 1.5 in a short time. However, the effect of first-tier Giant Strength on a second-tier spirit beast would be much weaker, and the reduction in effect increases exponentially as you go up. Conversely, if a second-tier Giant Strength is used to boost a first-tier spirit beast, it would turn the original strength of 1 into 3 in a short time. The higher the talent tier, the stronger the boost for a lower-tier spirit beast, with specific values also increasing exponentially. But there is a limit to this gain, and that limit is the maximum the spirit beast's body or spirit can withstand. As for the origin of beast taming talents, we must start from the earliest humans. In the beginning, humans had no such thing as beast taming talents. In fact, even their physical constitutions were much weaker than humans of today. From ancient times to the Middle Ages and then to modern times, they experienced the battle of dragons and phoenixes and countless tribulations, trials and tribulations that rocked the foundations of existence. As history progressed, humans refined and perfected the contract. Establishing a contract with spirit beasts, becoming beast tamers, nurturing spirit beasts, living and fighting side by side. During this process, as spirit beasts grew stronger, leveled up, and evolved beyond their bloodline constraints, they would provide a certain degree of feedback to the beast tamer, leaving transcendent factors corresponding to their attributes and racial abilities on the beast tamer. These factors would eventually integrate into the depths of the beast tamer's blood, genes, and even soul. Ultimately, with the reproduction of humanity, magic beasts that originally had reproductive isolation and could not produce offspring, or bloodlines that could not intermingle, saw their attribute powers, racial characteristics, and other transcendent factors collide, merge, and integrate within humans, giving birth to new factors. And these factors were transcendent factors that humans could drive and command. This is the origin of beast taming talents. At this point, Huang Shuya paused. It was hard not to get breathless after saying so much in one go. Taking a short break and swallowing, Huang Shuya continued. Beast taming talents can be improved, just as how the earliest humans went from nothing to something. As long as you choose the right spirit beast to contract and work hard continuously. For example, a beast tamer with a fire attribute-related beast taming talent chooses to contract fire attribute spirit beasts, 1, 2, or even more, and nurtures them persistently. As the spirit beasts grow, break through, and evolve again and again, they provide the beast tamer with a continuous accumulation of fire attribute transcendent factors, reaching the point where quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and the beast taming talent will improve or even transform accordingly. From the first tier to the second, third, fourth. By now, Huang Shuya had answered all of Liu Kezheng's questions, and she had answered them perfectly. Liu Kezheng gave Huang Shuya an appreciative and affirming look at the right moment and signaled that she could sit down. However, perhaps out of vanity or to make one final impression in this last lesson and show off her status as a top student, Huang Shuya hesitated slightly before her lips moved, and she continued, revealing a secret that even ordinary people and average beast tamers did not know. Our Star Rock Federation has 3 sects, 5 families, and 8 academies. The 5 families refer to the 5 great beast-taming families with the surnames Li, Song, Wang, Qian, and Nangong. These 5 beast-taming families were built by nurturing spirit beasts of the same attribute and race, generation after generation, through hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. Anyone who comes out of these 5 great families has an exceptionally powerful beast-taming talent. They are born at the 4th tier at the lowest, averaging the 5th tier with top individuals at the 6th tier. Some are even born with a 7th tier beast-taming talent, comparable to or even surpassing a Heavenly King beast-tamer. Such individuals are the most likely to break through to become 8th tier beast-tamers, and they are called. Before Huang Shuya could finish, Liu Kezheng wiped cold sweat from his forehead and raised his hand to stop her. All right, that is enough, Huang Shuya, you can sit down now. He intended to use the suppress first, uplift later technique to motivate the students, not to further discourage them. If he let Huang Shuya keep talking and let the other students know about the chasm-like difference in talent between them and those from the great beast-taming families, they would surely despair. He used to think Huang Shuya, the model student, was perfect in every way, but now Liu Kejeng felt a headache coming on. There was no way to make Huang Shuya take back what she had already said, and he could not tell the other students to ignore it, as that would only make them more curious. So what to do? Liu Kejeng was not panicked. There was still room to maneuver. Having been a teacher for over a decade, his rhetoric was solid. Now was the time to shift the focus of the conversation. Huang Shuya spoke very well and very correctly, and by saying all that, she has helped everyone review the past to learn the new. I am sure you all are curious why I would ask these questions right before the awakening ceremony. I want to tell you that even if you awaken a low-tier or common beast-taming talent, do not be too disappointed and never give up on yourself or go down the wrong path. If you still have the dream of becoming a professional beast tamer, then keep going. Low talent is fine, it just means you start a bit slower. Believe in the spirit beasts you will contract in the future, love them, nurture them carefully, do not abandon them, do not give up, and I believe that one day the spirit beasts will reward you. Huang Shuya spoke of the 5 great families. The gap in talent between you and them is indeed huge, but that is the result of the efforts of their ancestors and many generations of their predecessors. If you are not as good as them, it only means your ancestors and predecessors were not as hardworking as their ancestors and predecessors, not that you are inferior to them. As long as you work hard and refuse to give up, you might be slower, much slower, and your path as a beast tamer will be more difficult and arduous, but that does not mean you cannot reach that point. It does not mean you cannot become a legendary heavenly king. Maybe, just maybe, you too can become that person who starts a family tree, someone who makes their descendants kneel, kowtow, and offer incense before your portrait, reverently calling out ancestor. Liu Kejeng had turned the situation around. The classroom, which had felt stifled because of Huang Shuya's words, now felt like a pot about to boil over. Liu Kejeng was clearly a qualified, perhaps even excellent teacher. If it were not for his words, many might have become disappointed by their own poor beast-taming talents after the ceremony, or even given up and chosen the wrong path. Now, the students in the class felt like nothing was impossible. Their blood was pumping and they were fired up. So what if the awakened beast-taming talent is inferior? It just means starting a little slower, and it is not like beast-taming talents cannot be improved. As long as you persist, do not give up, do not abandon your goal, one day the spirit beasts will provide a reward. Even a common flower can bloom with peerless color. Clap, 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 the sound of applause rang out. It did not come from the students in the classroom, but from outside. Lin Chuan looked toward the source of the sound, as did the other students and Liu Kejeng, who was standing on the podium. One after another, 2 young men stepped into the classroom. Seeing their attire, all the students in the class could not help but hold their breath, and Lin Chuan was no exception. The academic overachiever Huang Shuya, who was just called upon by Liu Kejeng to answer a question, mentioned that the Star Rock Federation has major powers like the 3 sects, 5 families, and 8 academies, but she did not mention, or perhaps like many others subconsciously forgot, a true behemoth that stands above all beast-taming powers, the Star Rock Federal Government. The Star Rock Federal Government is the true master of this country. The reason why ordinary people rarely feel its presence is that the influence of the federal government does not rely on propaganda. It has already silently seeped into every aspect and corner of the lives of the federal citizens. From school textbooks and daily food and medicine for the public, to tools and materials for cultivating spirit beasts, the invisible hand of the federal government controls and regulates everything behind the scenes. The Star Rock Federation has many agencies and departments responsible for maintaining the stable operation of this nation, including but not limited to law, public welfare, economy, and scientific research. Among these institutions, the one closest to the common people and most widely watched by the world is the Beast Master Association. The Beast Master Association, as the name implies, is the organization that coordinates and manages affairs related to beast masters and spirit beasts. The association provides all-around support for beast masters, including but not limited to material trading, skill instruction, and grade certification. At the same time, the Beast Master Association issues various tasks to beast masters, channeling their power into the places where it is truly needed and suited. Furthermore, the association is responsible for organizing various large-scale public welfare activities. For instance, the awakening ceremony held every graduation season is assisted by branches of the Beast Master Association across the Federation. A long gown with a black and white color scheme, auspicious cloud patterns on the collars and cuffs, and shiny black marten boots. This is the standard attire for Beast Master Association staff. Those with white as the base color and black as the secondary are administrative staff of the Beast Master Association, while those with black as the base and white as the secondary are the association's professional Beast Masters. Right now, the two entering the classroom. The latter is wearing a gown with white as the base color. He is an administrative assistant. The former, wearing a gown with black as the base, is a professional Beast Master. In this day and age, as long as they are not criminals who have committed crimes and been stripped of their beast-taming rights, all normal, law-abiding citizens have the opportunity to awaken their beast-taming talent through the ceremony and contract with a spirit beast to become a Beast Master. However, simply awakening a talent and contracting a spirit pet is far from enough. Such Beast Masters are called Apprentice Beast Masters politely, or Amateur Beast Masters to put it bluntly. Only those who can nurture their spirit pets to be excellent and powerful, stand out in the competition against countless peers, prove their ability and qualifications to walk the path of the Beast Master, and finally pass the secret realm assessment set by the Beast Master Association will be issued professional credentials and become professional Beast Masters. Only after becoming a professional Beast Master can one truly start on the path of beast taming. At that point, the Beast Master Association opens access to purchase or exchange high-level beast taming knowledge and precious materials. Professional Beast Masters usually do not need to work. They only need to focus on nurturing their spirit beasts and getting stronger. If they choose to, they could even just slack off and do nothing to further nurture their beasts, as long as they accept the association's summons when necessary, and the federal government will provide monthly payments to cover their living expenses. Even their family and friends do not need to worry about their lives. The Star Rock federal government has relevant support policies to prioritize helping family and friends of professional Beast Masters find suitable jobs. Becoming a professional Beast Master is like securing an iron rice bowl. It is a case of one person reaching the top and their family rising with them. This path is truly the simplest broad road for ordinary people to achieve class mobility and improve their social status. My name is Zhao Tong. No further introduction is needed. After today, I probably will not see the vast majority of you ever again. The professional Beast Master from the association spoke with a certain tone that was, well, unpleasant to hear. However, no one cared. It was expected for a professional Beast Master to be a bit arrogant, or rather, this was even considered mild. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a square face and a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes, his mere presence created an intense feeling of pressure. Zhao Tong scanned the classroom, his gaze landing on Liu Kezhang, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Liu Kezhang, knowing his place, stepped back 2 paces. Zhao Tong walked forward to the center of the podium, paused for a moment, and spoke in a deep voice. I have toured your school and seen all 10 graduating classes. Your class gives me the best impression. Not because of you, but because of your teacher. You have a good teacher. As he said this, Zhao Tong glanced at Liu Kezhang. Liu Kezhang's slightly chubby face flushed with excitement. Being recognized as a good teacher by a professional Beast Master was more satisfying than any praise or bonus from a principal or leader. He thought to himself that it would be even better if he could be presented with a silk banner. With a slight smile, Zhao Tong withdrew his gaze from Liu Kezhang, looked at the students, and continued. Your teacher was right. Persist, work hard, and do not give up. One day you will be rewarded. However, I must remind you that the path of a Beast Master is not as beautiful as you imagine. It is an arduous, thorn-filled road where countless people fall along the way. I hope that when you encounter difficulties, you will remember the words your teacher said today. And now I will give you a piece of personal advice. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Persistence does not mean being stubborn or rigid. If you want to be a qualified Beast Master, you must persist when you should, but also know when to adapt. Sometimes, knowing your limits, knowing when to stop, and learning when to give up can also be a form of courage. Alright, I will not say any more than that. I am sure you are already impatient, Zhao Yu. Zhao Tong turned his gaze to the administrative assistant beside him. The young man called Xiao Yu, wearing round-rimmed glasses, looked delicate and thin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yu walked down from the podium and distributed small, playing card-like items made of an unknown material to every student in the class. These are mental guidance cards. Those who know what they are do not need me to explain, and those who do not, it is not necessary to know, just follow what I do. Seeing that the cards were distributed, Zhao Tong began to demonstrate. Hold the card between your palms or place it on your body in any way you prefer, like tucking it under your armpit. Just find the most comfortable way for yourself. No one tried to be special. The students all followed Zhao Tong's lead, placing the card between their palms and pressing their hands together to cover it completely. Close your eyes, take deep breaths, clear your mind, and use your spirit to perceive and touch the card. It will lead you into the awakening ceremony. Zhao Tong continued to guide them. All the students followed the instructions, closing their eyes, focusing their attention, and using their spirits to sense and touch the cards. Everyone can awaken beast-taming talent through the ceremony, but some people are always unable to establish a connection with the card due to poor condition or inability to focus, which prevents them from entering the ceremony. This is why the school gave students a week off to rest and adjust their mental state. Lin Chuan had adjusted his state perfectly over this past week, feeling full of energy and vigor. Therefore, Lin Chuan was the first student in class 3 to 7 to establish a mental connection with the card and enter the awakening ceremony, which made the three people on the podium, Zhao Tong, Xiao Yu, and Liu Qizheng, all take an extra look at him. Light began to leak from the gaps between Lin Chuan's closed palms. The awakening ceremony, since it is called a ceremony, naturally has to look like one. It requires choosing a suitable time and place, setting up an altar, placing some offerings, and finally inviting someone to perform the ritual. Well, the specific operation certainly is not that exaggerated, but the process is more or less like that. In any case, the ceremony is very complicated and consumes a massive amount of resources, so it is impossible to set up an altar and hold a ceremony in every city and every school. The awakening ceremony is hosted by the Star Rock federal officials and held regularly once a year, with no exceptions. The Beast Master Association headquarters coordinates with other departments and organizations such as the 3 sects, 5 families, and 8 academies to manage the ceremony. It is held in a specially opened secret realm, and through the mental guidance card, the consciousness of those holding the cards is drawn into the awakening ceremony to trigger the awakening of their beast-taming talent. Lin Chuan felt a tremor, not of his body but of his spirit and soul. Then Lin Chuan felt everything around him become empty. He opened his eyes and there was nothing around him, the classroom, his classmates, the teacher on the podium, everything had vanished. Before he could even react, he was instantly enveloped by a sensation as if he had fallen into water. It felt like sinking into the vast ocean. Sinking, and sinking further, the pressure around him kept increasing. Lin Chuan felt an indescribable discomfort and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Gradually, Lin Chuan stopped moving and stopped resisting, letting his body continue to sink and the pressure grow. Slowly, he forgot the discomfort and then he woke up with a jolt. Lin Chuan found that his consciousness and spirit were incredibly clear at this moment. He could even remember things from before he was 3 years old. The image of him riding his mother Suzai Oxia's spirit pet, the little moon dog, running and playing all over the farm, appeared clearly in his mind. Even the fragments of his past life memories that he had previously awakened, those blurry and unknown scenes from his previous life, became sharp. He saw that planet, that country, the Great Wall, the Yellow River, saw himself working overtime in his past life and saw many other things. Lin Chuan was immersed in his past life memories, viewing everything from the perspective of an observer, his life in another world. Suddenly, a light shone before his eyes, pulling his thoughts, spirit, and consciousness away from the fragments of his past life. It was a point of light, a pale blue point of light. Following the appearance of the first point, a second one soon followed. It was golden. Then a third, a fourth. Points of light of various colors kept appearing. More and more appeared and they surfaced faster and faster. In the end, Lin Chuan's eyes presented an ocean of countless colored lights like a colorful galaxy of stars, incredibly mysterious and infinitely beautiful. Suddenly, Lin Chuan noticed that he was also glowing. Looking down, Lin Chuan saw that his heart was emitting a glowing green light full of life. Fortunately, it was his heart glowing green and not his head. Lin Chuan could not help but think this. Focusing his attention on the green light in his heart, a flash of enlightenment instantly dawned in Lin Chuan's mind. Yeah. Heart of the Spirit Wood, second order, improves the efficiency of cultivating wood and illusion attributes spirit pets, makes it easier for wood and illusion attributes to break through bottlenecks, and slightly increases the power of wood and illusion skills used by spirit beasts. Yeah. So this is his naturally awakened beast-taming talent. Second order Heart of the Spirit Wood. Not bad, the Heart of the Spirit Wood is already a relatively rare and powerful talent, and it is even second order. This already surpasses at least 99% of his peers. Possessing this talent, he has already won at the starting line. As long as he does not slack off and waste this talent but instead follows the path step by step, he is guaranteed to become a professional beast master. Wait. Lin Chuan realized something. Although the Heart of the Spirit Wood is a rare talent, it should not have been his naturally awakened one. If it were, the sign of his awakening should have been a vision of an endless misty forest, not the awakening of his past life memories. So does this mean he awakened a second beast-taming talent? Indeed, having already awakened a talent naturally, there is a chance to awaken a second one through the awakening ceremony, and the probability is not low, about 20%. What luck, Lin Chuan sighed with emotion. However, what Lin Chuan was more curious about right now was his previously awakened natural talent. Where did it go? It was not consumed, was it? That would be urgent. Observing up and down, other than his heart glowing green, Lin Chuan did not find any other parts of his body glowing. Wait. There is a place that he cannot see with his eyes like this. Realizing that he was currently in a state of soul and spirit rather than a physical body, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and used his mental consciousness to check. Immediately, Lin Chuan discovered that the area of his brain was emitting light. Fortunately, it was not green light and it was not a single color. It was a dual-colored light group of intertwined black and white. The little guy is quite unique and special, but being special is exactly how it should be to count as a natural awakening. Focusing his mental consciousness to approach the black and white light group, in the next moment, another flash of enlightenment emerged in his mind. Reincarnation First Order. Inheritance of reincarnation allows a contracted spirit beast to inherit the abilities of other spirit beasts through their remains or other materials, including but not limited to skills, attributes, and combat experience. Rebirth of reincarnation allows a contracted spirit beast to undergo rebirth, returning to its initial form. Rebirth has a high probability of allowing the spirit beast to break through its bloodline limit. At the same time, special materials can be used during rebirth to cause the spirit beast's race to mutate. Opening his eyes and breaking free from the awakening ceremony, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, feeling mentally exhausted and drowsy. However, he could not sleep just yet. Rubbing his temples, Lin Chuan pulled himself together and looked around. By now, quite a few classmates had finished their awakening just like him. The professional beastmaster named Zhao Tong had already left for parts unknown. Now, only Liu Kezhang and the administrative assistant known as Xiao Yu remained in the classroom. Lin Chuan glanced at them briefly, looked away, and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour passed, and the last student of class 3 to 7 finished their awakening. The administrative assistant, Xiao Yu, collected the spirit guiding cards one by one and handed each person a form, asking them to fill in the grade of their beastmaster talent and specific abilities. This was intended to compile this year's data, or well, to be more precise, to collect and record information. If it were before, Lin Chuan might not have thought much of it and would not have understood, but after fully absorbing his previous life's memory fragments through the awakening ceremony's God's eye perspective, he roughly understood why the Beastmaster Association or the federal government did this. In his previous life, the Blue Star lacked supernatural powers, and even then, wars and chaos were constant. But in this life, on the Azure Star, which possesses a beast-taming civilization and supernatural power, individual might can sometimes truly turn the world upside down. In such a supernatural world, building a nation and providing citizens with a stable and safe environment is a difficult task. Therefore, gathering information on every Beastmaster is necessary, or rather, essential. Directly forcing people to hand over information would eventually cause dissatisfaction, and beastmasters with supernatural powers might cook up some trouble. There have been countless precedents, so nowadays the Beastmaster Association uses more subtle ways to collect this information. Take financial incentives, for example. The Beastmaster Association has such a rule. Whether professional or amateur, Beastmasters are required to periodically check in at the association to update their own information and that of their beasts. It is voluntary, you do not have to do it. But if you do update your information, you receive a significant amount of money. The amount varies based on your strength. For an amateur beastmaster who has only contracted one spirit beast, or perhaps has not even trained it and treats it like a normal pet, it is roughly equivalent to 2 months of a normal salary. This is the case here as well. After this, the Beastmaster Association will give everyone a targeted newcomer gift package based on the talent grade they filled in and the initial spirit beast they contract, as a form of support and encouragement for starting their path. The contents are not much, but they are enough to help a newcomer take that first qualified step. Of course, filling it out is voluntary. Students can choose to keep it confidential and not fill it in. Falsifying information. As long as you are willing to bear the consequences, do as you please. Choosing to keep it confidential means giving up the newcomer gift package. Underreporting, filling in a Tier 1 when you are Tier 2, is fine as long as you do not complain that the items in the gift package are not suitable, and do not get jealous of other people's packages. But overreporting, filling in a Tier 2 or 3 when you are Tier 1, carries serious consequences. The Beastmaster Association records whatever ability and grade you fill in. Then, based on this data and the contracted spirit beast, they roughly calculate how much you should be able to train your spirit beast by the time of the entrance exam 3 months later. If the training results do not meet the standard by then, it proves the student lacks the qualifications to pursue the path of a beastmaster. Without any major opportunity or change, it is basically impossible for them to become a professional. And if the gap between the actual results and the standard is too large, the falsification will be spotted immediately. At that point, whether the resources are reclaimed depends on the situation. For example, if you report Tier 5 but are Tier 1, the Tier 5 package is too valuable and will be reclaimed. If you report Tier 2 but are Tier 1, it might not be reclaimed. However, even if it is not, the association will add the person to a blacklist of untrustworthy individuals. Their future life will be subject to various restrictions. Not only will they miss out on benefits, but they will also be limited in using many public facilities, and it may even affect their family and friends. Given the countless tragic precedents, practically no one dares to overreport anymore. It is truly not worth ruining your whole life for a few resources in a newcomer package. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and truthfully filled in his Tier 2, Spirit Woodheart. He hesitated before writing down his second Beastmaster talent, adding Tier 1 Skill Master after it. Its specific effect was to increase the efficiency of a spirit beast in learning skills and improving proficiency, much like a weakened version of Reincarnation Inheritance. As for Reincarnation Rebirth, Lin Chuan decided to keep it a secret. He would not tell anyone, not even his family. It was not that he did not trust them, but sometimes secrets slip out. The more people who know, the easier it is to be exposed. If that happened, he did not know what kind of trouble it would bring, as the effect of Reincarnation Rebirth was truly shocking. Yeah, it is best to keep the fact that I am cheating to myself. I have to hide it. If I show off and get reported and banned, there will be nowhere to cry. Staying low-key while getting rich is the real golden rule. Secretly keeping a low profile and developing, waiting until he is so strong that no one can ban his account. Then he can jump out and be arrogant, beating up the nursing homes and kicking the kindergartens. He finished filling out the form and checked it over to ensure everything was correct. After blowing on the form and flicking it, Lin Chuan placed it into a pre-prepared envelope and handed it to the administrative assistant, Xiao Yu. The other students in the class had also pretty much finished filling out their forms and were handing them in. Then the students began to chat with each other, talking about their awakened talents. Their expressions varied. Some were grinning from ear to ear, others were silent with their heads hung low, and a few girls with poor emotional control were crying. While the top student overachiever Huang Shuya was currently sobbing on her desk. Lin Chuan guessed she must have awakened a Tier 1 talent with useless effects. After talking with a few friends and encouraging each other, Lin Chuan walked over to Liu Kezhang to explain his situation and his plan to go straight home. Have you already decided on your initial spirit beast? Liu Kejang asked and Lin Chuan nodded. Xiao Pang, you know my family situation. Since I did not awaken any talent that conflicts with the wood attribute, I plan to choose the flower leafy grown on our family's farm. A very good choice, congratulations. Knowing Lin Chuan's circumstances, as long as he did not awaken a talent conflicting with wood, the flower leafy was indeed the best choice. Liu Kejang smiled and offered his congratulations. Go on, Liu Kejang patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. I will come back to visit you once I become a professional beastmaster. I will bring you a thank you banner and help you reach the top, Lin Chuan said. Haha, that sounds great, Liu Kejang's smile grew wider. I will be waiting for that banner. At the end of their conversation, Lin Chuan gave Liu Kejang a big hug, then grabbed his shoulder bag and left the classroom, rushing home in a hurry. The other students in the class were also gradually finishing their chats, coming over to say goodbye to Liu Kejang and leaving. Some had already decided on their spirit beasts, while others needed to go home and discuss it further with their families. Students like Lin Chuan, whose families had already prepared a spirit beast, were in the minority. Most students took their graduation certificates and the documents issued by the association to the town's breeding base to collect their beasts. If they went too late, the ones with good aptitude and character would be snatched up by others. Well, if they were not satisfied with the spirit beasts at the town's breeding base, they could go to the next town or an even bigger city's higher-level breeding base. But that would not be free, they would have to pay a significant cross-district sponsorship fee. Even for a middle-class family like Lin Chuan's, that cost would be a bit painful. For an ordinary family, it could mean the savings of over a decade from parents and grandparents. Therefore, barring any unexpected or special circumstances, new beastmasters usually select their initial spirit pets in their registered place of residence. Lin's farm. Just as he returned and before he reached the gate, Lin Chuan saw Lin Zudong from a distance, waiting at the entrance with 2 flower leafies. Seeing Lin Chuan return, Lin Zudong signaled to the 2 flower leafies. The 2 flower leafies seemed nervous but mustered up their courage. They were not fighting or competing anymore, they just ran toward Lin Chuan on their short legs like little sisters greeting their brother. They pounced into Lin Chuan's arms with a thud. They made little chirping and squeaking sounds. Lin Chuan could not understand the flower leafies' language, but having raised them himself, he could sense their emotions and roughly guess what they were trying to express. The 2 flower leafies were not saying, pick me, they were purely welcoming him home and congratulating him on becoming a beastmaster. Ying yang yang. Just as Gyuo was rubbing its little face against Lin Chuan's chest, Sakura made an affectionate sound and used one of its leaves to wipe the sweat off Lin Chuan's forehead. Sakura's action stunned Lin Chuan. It was as if he had heard a cutesy voice saying, "Big brother, you have worked so hard." Lin Chuan stared at Sakura in his right arm, who was partially wrapping itself with its other leaf, acting all shy and bashful. Good grief, where did this little green tea come from? It has already learned how to be manipulative. Lin Chuan glared at old man Lin standing 2 meters away. He was looking everywhere but at Lin Chuan. No need to look for evidence, he was the culprit. He must have taught the flower leafies something weird while he was at school for the awakening ceremony. Still, he loved it. Give me more, do not stop. Lin Chuan decided not to hold a grudge against the old man this time, but this was the only time. No more teaching his flower leafies weird stuff. Seeing Lin Chuan did not intend to pursue it, old man Lin chuckled and approached him. How did it go? Lin Zudong asked. Lin Chuan smiled, nodded, and made an okay sign. Very good, I even awakened a second talent, Tier 2 Spirit Wood Heart. The old man was so shocked his glasses slid down his nose. A natural awakening, and then a second talent on top of that. Tier 2 Spirit Wood Heart. Could it be that my third son is the child of destiny? Spirit Wood Heart, the old man got excited all over again. Even if the family were not in this situation and were just like most ordinary families, Lin Chuan's choice of initial spirit beast should still be the flower leafy. Within the entire range of the Tianshang town breeding bases, and even adding the surrounding towns, you could not find an initial spirit beast more suitable for Lin Chuan than the flower leafy. The effect of Spirit Wood Heart only works on wood and phantom attribute spirit beasts. The flower leafy is wood attribute, and its evolutions, the flower spirit and the three-stage evolution flower celestial, are both wood and phantom attribute. It is a perfect match. Therefore, if Lin Chuan did not choose the flower leafy as his initial beast, it would be unacceptable and unforgivable. Putting it more realistically, if Lin Chuan chose another beast, the Beastmaster Association would definitely mark his file with a negative note. He cannot understand his own talent and cannot choose the right initial pet. How can you not give a bad review? That is right, he, Lin Chuan, is the legendary innate flower leafy holy body. Let us put other things aside for now. Lin Chuan wanted to tell Lin Zudong about his first talent, reincarnation, in the form of Tier 1 Skill Master, but was stopped by a wave of his hand. Come on, choose, is it Gyogyu or Sakura? Lin Zudong was even more impatient than Lin Chuan, showing an expression of curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of wanting to watch a show. He wanted to know which one his foolish son would pick, wanted to see if the unchosen one would burst into tears, and wanted to see how Lin Chuan would comfort the one that was not chosen. Although he felt sorry for the one about to be rejected, this chance to observe extreme emotional changes in flower leafies was rare. The state changes exhibited had high research value. After all, he usually could not bear to perform acts that would hurt the flower leafies just to collect data. Lin Zudong was fully prepared. Today, all farm employees were given paid leave. Other idlers had been cleared out and no entrasigns were placed at the farm's entrance. The area, especially this vicinity, was filled with high-definition cameras and even infrared sensors to collect data. Lin Chuan smiled, a knowing, meaningful smile. He could guess the old man's thoughts and plans, and he let him know that he was about to be disappointed. Only children make choices. As an adult, I want them both. While Lin Zudong was momentarily stunned and unable to react, Lin Chuan lifted both flower leafies high, one in each hand. Then he quickly brought them down and hugged them both tight, just as before. I have decided to contract them both. New Beastmasters usually only select and contract one spirit beast as the starting point for their journey. However, in reality, it is not impossible to contract two or more. There is no upper limit to the number. It is just that restrictions on resources, energy, and other conditions prevent most new Beastmasters from doing so. Otherwise, they would get less than they put in, or even have the beasts drag each other down, hindering the Beastmaster's own growth. The disadvantages for a newcomer contracting too many beasts. First, the initial resources are hard to distribute. Unless you are from an ultra-rich family, average new Beastmasters are not wealthy, and supplying enough for one beast to grow is already the limit. Second, it is impossible to take care of them all, making it difficult to get every beast's training up to scratch. Finally, the most crucial part, emotional bonds are diluted. The emotional bond is the key to the contract between a Beastmaster and their beast. Only if the bond is strong enough can they boost each other. The feedback from a beast's growth and breakthrough will be greater, which is how the Beastmaster improves. Because of these reasons, new Beastmasters usually only choose one initial spirit beast. Conversely, as long as these issues can be solved, contracting 2 or 3 initial beasts is possible and even advantageous. After all, outside of public competitions or exams requiring 1v, a Beastmaster can deploy as many as they like in the wild or in mystical realms. For Lin Chuan, the problem of difficult resource allocation did not exist. On the farm, it is lifestyle cultivation, whereas Beastmasters usually need combat-style cultivation. The two are not in the same league. The flower leafies on the farm just need to be well fed and get plenty of sunlight to ensure quality fruit production, at most assisting in some observational experiments. As a combat pet, however, it requires comprehensive development. Physique, endurance, strength, elemental energy, etc. all need a huge amount of nutritional supplements, and skill training requires various resource materials. The resource consumption between the two is in a completely different category. With his family's middle-class income, training 4 or 5 combat pets at once would disrupt the farm's cash flow and cause problems, potentially leaving the other flower leafies on the farm hungry. But supporting his initial training of 2 flower leafies was completely doable. After all, the family farm specialized in raising flower leafies, so many cultivation resources were easily and cheaply obtained. Then there is the emotional bond that goes without saying. Both flower leafies were raised by him like his own flesh and blood. Finally, there is the problem of skill training, which was the hurdle that had previously blocked Lin Chuan. But now, through the awakening ceremony, Lin Chuan knew the effect of reincarnation. Leaving reincarnation rebirth aside for now, reincarnation inheritance perfectly solved the skill training issue. As long as there were suitable materials like spirit beast remains, he could use the inheritance to let both flower leafies learn relevant skills and quickly increase their proficiency. He could train both flower leafies' skills to meet or even exceed the standard. By then, one deals damage while the other provides heals. How wonderful would that be? If they encountered a troublesome opponent, he could just activate the double healing mode and wear the opponent out. Thus, Lin Chuan met all the conditions to start with too. So, old man, drop the loot. Are you serious? Are you sure? Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Lin Zudong paused, then asked with a serious expression. Are you sure this is a carefully considered decision, and not just because you are soft-hearted or because you did not want any of the Florges to feel sad? Listen to me, kid. As a man, the worst thing you can be is indecisive. When it is time to act, you act. When it is time to make a choice, never hesitate. That is what a real Sigma male does. Being wishy-washy, wanting to take care of everyone, that is not kindness, that is just being a spineless loser. Lin Zudong pulled Lin Chuan aside, lecturing him incessantly. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, honestly, at first it was indeed because I was soft-hearted, but I have given it serious thought since then. Even if I do not sign contracts with both Florges at the same time, I would still contract one now and the other later. Every beast tamer chooses a different path. Some specialize in a single attribute, some focus on raising a specific species, and others build their team around a core skill. As for me, for the sake of the entrance exam 3 months from now and getting into one of the top 8 academies, I have chosen an extreme survival build. A tank and heal sustain route. I want to reach a point where, unless they can kill me in one hit, nobody can outlast me. Lin Chuan replied earnestly, explaining his team-building strategy. Dad, you know our family is middle class. We are doing better than most, but we are still far from the truly wealthy. There are plenty of people with more money and power than us. The starting point for kids from those wealthy families is far higher than mine. Their first beasts are already general or even commander tier. I know I have no chance of competing with them head-on. So, I have thought about it for a long time and decided on a survival build. I need to get into one of the top 8 academies first, and we will talk about the future later. For that, I need 2 Florges, one just is not enough to keep me healed. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, Lin Zudong lowered his head, thinking hard, and realized that Lin Chuan was right. Lin Zudong felt a mix of emotions and even some self-reproach. It was his fault for not being able to provide his children with a better start. If he could have been an intermediate researcher, he could have gotten them general tier starter beasts. As a senior researcher, maybe even commander tier. Lin Linyi and Lin Linger were in that situation. They did not have elite starters, and because they were too proud, they chose to clash directly with the kids from wealthy, powerful families, which led to their defeat in the entrance exams. Although their final scores were good enough to get into reputable beast-taming universities, there was still a huge gap compared to the top 8. Only by getting into the top 8 could one enter the circle of the Xingyan Federation's truly elite beast-tamers. Then Lin Zudong smiled, his gaze filled with gratification as he looked at Lin Chuan. Putting talent aside, just in terms of mindset, Lin Chuan was already much more mature and rigorous than Lin Linyi and Lin Linger were when they graduated. Most importantly, Lin Chuan could see himself clearly. He understood the gap between himself and the wealthy elite and did not act as reckless and stubborn as his older brother and sister. In fact, this change only happened after Lin Chuan recovered the memories of his past life. Before, he might have been as reckless as them, but now Lin Chuan had learned to play it safe. He chose to prioritize maxing out his health bar and recovery capabilities until his healing speed surpassed any damage his enemies could inflict. With self-awareness, a logical mind, and his naturally awakened beast-taming talent, maybe, just maybe, his Lin family could actually produce a true legend. The way Lin Zudong looked at Lin Chuan became exceptionally expectant. As if not noticing, Lin Chuan continued. Even with the same species, there are many different development paths. Take Florges, for example. You have those specialized in grass-type healing skills, those focused on illusions to disrupt opponents, or even the rare and unconventional poison healer path. As for worrying about not being able to manage them, do not you worry about that, old man. My naturally awakened talent is Skill Master. Although it is only Tier 1, it is enough. I can fully manage both Gyugyuo and Yinghua and ensure their skill training does not fall behind anyone else's. With that, Lin Chuan finished. Silence. Lin Zudong was speechless. At that moment he just wanted to shout, "My son is amazing, my third child has the potential to be a great emperor." He was excited inside, but Lin Zudong pretended to be calm and just nodded. Since that is the case and you have thought it through clearly, go ahead and contract them both. Lin Chuan smiled and did not hesitate. He set the two florges down and took out two small, black ping-pong ball-sized spheres from his bag, covered in mysterious carved patterns. In ancient times, humans had to hold ceremonies to sign contracts with beasts. The contract ceremony was not as complicated as the awakening ceremony, but it still required drawing a formation, reciting a long prayer, and then both the human and the spirit beast had to perform an awkward dance within the formation to achieve synchronization of body, mind, and spirit to complete the contract. Yeah, I guess because that dance was too embarrassing, top-tier humans constantly researched ways to modify it. Combined with the explosion of modern beast technology, they eventually developed a simplified method. The contract spheres, the ones Lin Chuan had in his hands right now. The principle behind a contract sphere is that the ritual is essentially encoded into the sphere's patterns like a computer plugin. When you need to bond with a beast, you just crush the sphere. Lin Chuan held a sphere in each hand, not crushing them immediately. Instead, he knelt on one knee, crouching down to look both florges in the eyes. Gyugyuo Yinghua, do you really want to be my contracted pets? I will say it beforehand, the training will be very tough, you might even get hurt, it will be painful, so it is not too late to change your minds. The two florges looked at each other, neither of them backing down. Then Gyugyuo and Yinghua answered Lin Chuan in a way unique to their species. They clenched their tiny fists tightly, the flowers on their heads slowly opened, and a half-ripened fruit fell out which they caught and held up, offering it to Lin Chuan like a treasure. Lin Chuan sniffled. Honestly, he was a tough guy, but he was genuinely moved. Carefully accepting the two fruits and tucking them away, he took a deep breath, composed himself, and decisively crushed both contract spheres at once. With two crisp snaps, two glowing white clusters of energy emerged. The next second they transformed into two silver-white, translucent, circular arrays. Countless star-like runes flowed within them as if alive, hovering silently above Lin Chuan's hands while slowly spinning. The next moment, Lin Chuan pressed his hands onto Gyugyuo and Yinghua's little heads, and the translucent arrays sank from their heads into their bodies. The contract ritual array burst open inside Gyugyuo and Yinghua. A small gust of wind blew out from their bodies, scattering their petals and kicking up dust from the ground. After 2 breaths, the wind subsided as the energy from the ritual was completely absorbed. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt a strange stirring from the depths of his soul. He could sense a connection to Gyugyuo and Yinghua that could not be described in words, deeper, more mysterious, and more profound than any blood bond. The contract was complete. Seeing Lin Chuan successfully bond with Gyugyuo and Yinghua, and now holding both in his arms, Lin Zudong showed the satisfied smile of a father and kept nodding. Then remembering something, Lin Zudong spoke up again. "Kid, there is one situation I need to tell you first." Lin Chuan, who was busy letting Gyugyuo and Yinghua rub against his chest, looked up. Because of the contract, Lin Chuan's connection with the Florges was closer. Like a mental link, Gyugyuo and Yinghua turned their heads to look at Lin Zudong in perfect sync with him. Suddenly being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, Lin Zudong paused for a moment before adjusting his expression to look serious. "The starting capital I gave your brother for his beast training was 1 million Xingyan coins, and the same for your sister. Yeah, I'm keeping things even. I will not give you more just because you are special and decided to contract 2 Florges," Lin Zudong said with a flat tone. Lin Chuan smiled, nodded slightly, and said nothing, or rather this was already within his expectations. 1 million Xingyan coins is a lot, alright. For an ordinary family, being able to support a child with 50,000 or 100,000 coins for their start in beast training is already pretty good. 1 million is more than enough for a beginner beast tamer from an average family to cover all their expenses during the 3-month development period between graduation and the entrance exam. It is plenty. Of course, if you want top-tier results in the exam to get into one of the top 8 academies, 1 million is definitely not enough. 10 million is barely enough to lay a solid foundation for your beasts and compete on par with kids from wealthy families, or to even have a chance at standing on the same stage as descendants of beast-taming families with innate Tier 4 or 5 talents. Well, just having the qualification to compete, you would still likely lose. After all, those from noble beast-taming families are much more brutal than regular wealthy kids. Regular wealthy kids just have money and can buy beasts with general or commander-tier bloodlines as starters. But beast-taming families have even more money. Their starter beasts are even fiercer, with king or even emperor-tier bloodlines. Those are just things you can buy. The real issue is the resources you cannot even get with money, the high-level materials normal people cannot access before becoming professional beast tamers are trivial for these families. Some families even have legendary unique resources that even the Federation government does not have. If Lin Zudong were willing to give him more, Lin Chuan would be happy to take it. More money means better nutrients and resources for Gyugyu and Yinghua. It means less suffering working part-time and more time to focus on training. If you can avoid hardship, why would not you? It is not like you have to seek out suffering, right? But if he did not give more, Lin Chuan would not complain. 1 million is already a lot. Besides, he is an adult and has the ability to work and earn money himself. Seeing that Lin Chuan accepted it without any objections, Lin Zudong smiled. However, Lin Chuan thought the old man was smiling too soon. He had to work anyway, why not work here? Why not bleed the old man for some extra gold? Old man, is your farm hiring? Are you looking for research data providers? Lin Chuan asked, raising the 2 florges he was holding. The florges on the farm were mostly for daily life-type breeding, but his 2 were being raised as battle pets. Their data would be completely different, especially since they were being grown with the support of his wood hearthand cycle of inheritance talents. Lin Chuan knew the old man would not be able to resist that. And it was just as Lin Chuan thought. Hearing this, Lin Zudong's breath hitched and his eyes turned red. You little rascal, you are a genius. To think you would come up with a way to scam your own father for more money. Amazing, you have achieved what your brother and sister never could. The old man wanted to refuse, but he could not find the words. The temptation was too great, he could not turn it down. Taking a deep breath and thinking seriously, Lin Zudong raised his right hand and spread 5 fingers. 50,000, 50,000 a month. Lin Chuan smiled, as long as he accepted that was enough. 50,000 a month, not bad. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Just as Lin Zudong was thinking his son was not all that ruthless, Lin Chuan delivered a heavy blow. So I have 2 florges, are you planning to hire both or just one of them? Lin Zudong. Lin Chuan smiled, reached out, and closed Lin Zudong's hand into a fist. 100,000. For the next 3 months, I will provide you with the growth data for both of them. 3 months totals 300,000. That is for Gyugyu and Yinghua's wages. Then you have to count my wages too, let us say 200,000 for the 3 months. After all, I am a talented beast tamer with 2 beast-raising talents, Tier 2 Wood Heart and Tier 1 Skill Master. With the growth data under these 2 elite talents, you are making a killing here, old man. So 300,000 plus 200,000 equals 500,000. It is a deal. Lin Zudong. What kind of karma did I accrue in my past life to have such a filialiate heartless business genius for a son? Lin Zudong felt like weeping. Lin Chuan leaned in and draped an arm over Lin Zudong's shoulder. Old man, given our relationship, it would not be too much to ask for 3 months' salary in advance, right? 500,000 plus the 1 million you were already giving me, that is a total of 1.5 million Xingyan coins. You know my bank account number, just wire it over later. Make it happen before dinner, thanks. Lin Zudong, get out. Lin Chuan finally managed to squeeze some cash out of his old man. 2 hours after finishing lunch with the old man. Seeing the bank SMS notification confirming a 1.5 million deposit, Lin Chuan broke into a bright smile. Tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows can there be? Since the funds have arrived, there is no need to wait for tomorrow. Official training starts today. What is the first step of professional training? Naturally, it is to be well-fed and rested. Without enough energy, how can one handle special training? However, their food can no longer be the same as that of the florges in the farm. The florges on the farm are raised for production, cultivated to produce more, better, tastier, and more nutritious fruits. But Gyu and Sakura are being raised as battle pets. They do not need to produce delicious fruits, or rather the fruit is secondary. Well, it is a resource nonetheless. Once Gyu and Sakura grow up and increase their level and strength, the fruits they produce will become a precious resource that can sell for a good price. But for now, the focus is on various basic combat attributes: constitution, stamina, agility, energy intensity, skill learning, and training, among others. A tall building rises from the ground. If you want to climb high and become strong, the foundation must be solid. With that, Lin Chuan made a big move. Through a special farm supplier, he ordered 30 pounds of nutrient soil made from the ashes of fallen wood branches of a rank 5 wood attribute spirit beast, mixed with other rare minerals at a bargain price of 10,000 per pound. 10,000 per pound expensive. This is practically the internal cost. It is all thanks to his old man being both a farm owner and a low-level researcher, which gave him some connections to get goods directly from the source. If he bought this at an official beast taming store after passing through several middlemen, the price would be at least 15,000 per pound. However, even so, such spending still made Lin Chuan's teeth ache and his heart bleed. Indeed, once you start raising spirit pets, spending money is like burning paper. But in order to build a better and more solid foundation to stand out among the many new beast tamers and to get into one of the 8 major universities, this money must be spent regardless of the pain. If you do not risk the child, you cannot catch the wolf. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and dialed the supplier's number. Soon, 300,000 of the 1.5 million he had just received grew wings and flew away. Now that he has the soil, he still needs to buy water. Lin Chuan endured the pain and called another water source supplier, buying 100 pounds of specialized water. The nutrient water, formulated primarily from the body fluids of a rank 5 water attribute spirit beast and mixed with water from ancient springs deep in the monster-infested wilderness beyond human territory, cost 2,000 star rock coins per pound. Thus, another 200,000 went flying away. Just like that, the money he had squeezed from his old man, which had not even warmed his pocket and which represented his entire salary for the next 3 months, was burnt to ashes within 2 phone calls lasting 3 minutes. Some might think that resources produced from rank 5 wood attribute and water attribute spirit beasts should be considered high-level resources, right? This price is not too high, right? Anyone with such a thought is definitely a poor student. Spirit beast resources, even if produced from high-rank beasts, depend on the specific circumstances. Take the human body, for example. Things like hair and nail trimmings are obviously incomparable to vital organs like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. If it were vital organs of a rank 5 beast, those would definitely be high-level resources, and such resources would be priceless and unavailable for purchase without professional beast tamer qualifications. However, fallen wood branches are just like shed hair. They bear the title of high-level resources, but in reality they are just that. And for the body fluids of a rank 5 water attribute beast, well, urine is also a body fluid. So raising spirit beasts is definitely burning money, but when it comes to making money, it is also very profitable. For truly high-rank, rare bloodline spirit beasts, just a few loose hairs falling off are worth a fortune. Clenching his fist, Lin Chuan declared that one should not bully a young man for being poor. One day he would reach the peak of spirit beast cultivation and then he could just sell some of his bathwater. He would earn back the money he spent today, doubled, no, tenfold. Back to the point. The delivery service was efficient. Although he got a bargain since he bought a large quantity at once, it counted as a significant order. Just an hour after Lin Chuan placed the order, a professional beast-taming courier riding a flying spirit beast called an iron feather eagle swooped down from the sky and delivered both the nutrient soil and nutrient water to the farm. Inspecting the goods. The nutrient soil was not black like the ordinary soil on the farm. This 10,000 per pound soil was dark silver and had a silky, smooth texture when rubbed. Pouring it out of the bag felt like a waterfall of starlight, dreamy and unreal. Setting aside everything else just for this aesthetic, the money was well spent, Lin Chuan thought. As for the nutrient water, no need to check. If it does not work, he will just file a complaint. The the excellent family tradition of the Lin family, treating everyone fairly. He split the nutrient soil into 2 pots, 15 pounds each, poured 1 pound of nutrient water into each, and noted that he would need to add more later as needed. Then, Lin Chuan planted Gyuho and Sakura in the 2 pots and placed them on the rooftop terrace of the small villa to sunbathe. Why put them on the rooftop terrace instead of the field? First, to avoid affecting the other florages. After all, Gyuho and Sakura are being fed so well that the others would be jealous. This is the difference between a royal feast and a regular family's everyday meal. Second, the terrace is already equipped with light-collecting mirrors that can reflect and focus sunlight, which will significantly increase the efficiency of photosynthesis and help them absorb the nutrients better. Of course, if Gyuho and Sakura's proficiency in the photosynthesis skill is not high enough to process the energy from the sunlight, they could get sunburnt. Skill proficiency is divided into 6 stages: novice, ordinary, proficient, expert, master, and grandmaster. Naturally, high proficiency skills are more effective than low proficiency ones. The old saying that practice makes perfect holds a lot of weight. Gyuho and Sakura's photosynthesis proficiency is only at the ordinary level, even lower than many florages on the farm. That is normal. They have just passed the infancy stage and entered the growth stage. They are only 6 months old at most, while most other florages are adults aged 1 or 2 or even over a decade. Having spent many more years in the sun, their proficiency is obviously higher than the babies. Ordinary level photosynthesis probably will not handle the intense summer afternoon sun magnified by the light-collecting mirrors. However, Lin Chuan had prepared for this long ago. That is his beast-taming talents, Heart of the Spirit Wood and Reincarnation Inheritance. Heart of the Spirit Wood can increase the growth efficiency of wood and psychic-type spirit beasts. To put it in common terms, it is like a double or multifold experience card from a game. Reincarnation Inheritance allows the user to quickly learn skills and improve proficiency using materials like beast remains. It is roughly equivalent to a skill book in some games: instant learning, instant mastery. Well, the effect is not quite that crude, but it still makes training and learning skills much easier for the beasts than usual. He would use Heart of the Spirit Wood first, and if that did not work, he would use Reincarnation Inheritance. This was also the first time he would try using his beast-taming talents. When a beast tamer uses their talent, they consume either physical stamina or mental power depending on the specific ability. Heart of the Spirit Wood consumes physical stamina, while Reincarnation consumes mental power. Starting with Gyuho. Lin Chuan gently placed his hand on Gyuho's small head, operating as he had been taught in Liu Xiaopeng's class, using his mental energy to guide the talent's activation into the spirit beast's body. A pale green light emerged from Lin Chuan's heart, and the next second it flowed down his arm into Gyuho's tiny body. Gyuho's small body trembled slightly, the flower on its head bloomed even more brilliantly, and its whole body was bathed in a misty green glow, looking dreamlike. Heart of the Spirit Wood is rank 2, while Gyuho is rank 1, or rather rank 0. In academic circles, there is no such thing as rank 0. Rank 0 is a private term used by folk beast tamers, usually referring to infant stage pets or growth stage pets that have not yet condensed a spirit core and have basically no combat power. Using a rank 2 talent to assist a rank 0 pet should be quite easy. And it was indeed easy. Lin Chuan currently felt like he had just run 1,000 meters. For a supreme hunk like him, who grew up on a farm doing heavy labor and boasting 8-pack abs, this was a piece of cake. Catching his breath, Lin Chuan immediately moved on to give Sakura the same cultivation speed boost called Heart of the Spirit Wood. The effect of the talent was great. After all, it was rank 2 assisting rank 0. Lin Chuan observed for a while. Visible to the naked eye, the dark silver soil in the flower pot was turning black bit by bit, which meant the nutrients were being absorbed rapidly. Under these circumstances, there should be no need to use the inheritance of reincarnation. Keep absorbing the nutrients until your body's energy is saturated and you feel full. Of course, do not overdo it. If you feel any bloating or pain, stop immediately. Do not force it, got it? Right, then just continue full-force photosynthesis until the sun goes down. After giving the instructions, Lin Chuan checked the time. It was 2:30 p.m., about 4 hours until sunset. During this time, he could slack off and rest. Just kidding. Gyuho and Sakura are working so hard, why would he slack off? sharing joys and sorrows with your spirit beasts is the most basic requirement for a qualified beast tamer. Lin Chuan brought out a small table and chair, sitting in the shade of a wall outside the area where the light mirrors focused the sun. Well, even though one should share in the hardships as a human, there are limits. He had just become a beast master, a fresh account still in the beginner phase, and had not received any feedback from the evolution or transformation of his spirit beasts yet, so he was currently only level 1. Lin Chuan also brought out a laptop. He had already given a general explanation of the cultivation plan for Guoguo and Yinghua when he spoke to Lin Zudong earlier. An extreme survival build, a healer tank attrition build, that is the path Lin Chuan has decided to take for now. All for the school advancement exam in 3 months. The school advancement exam is equivalent to the college entrance exam of his previous life. It is the most direct and effective way to transcend social classes and the best path for a commoner to rise. With the general direction set, it was time to flesh out the details. Since it is a healer tank build, healing and defensive skills are a must. State buff skills should also be included depending on the situation. Offensive or damage over time skills are also needed. Even if it is just chip damage without any offensive means, they would not be a healer tank just sitting ducks. Lin Chuan opened his laptop, logged into the Beast Tamer Association's official website, and accessed the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia to check information about Florges and their related skills. Healing and defensive skills that a wood-type Florges can learn. Healing, photosynthesis, ingrain, aromatherapy, sweet fruit. Photosynthesis and rooting are innate skills Petal Leaf is born with, while the latter two require extra cultivation and training to acquire. Defense, Vine Armor Guard, Thorn Shield, Wood Spirit Shield. State buffs, Flower Dance, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Grass Whistle. Attack or Dot, Bomb Fruit, Poison Powder. 3 hours later, as the sun began to set, Lin Chuan rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh to ease his mental fatigue. After this time of careful thought and research, he had basically completed his skill build. There were 2 sets in total, as both Guoguo and Sakura needed them. The first, photosynthesis, ingrain, growth, aromatherapy, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, vine armor guard. The second, photosynthesis, ingrain, growth, sweet fruit, flower dance, grass whistle, bomb fruit, wood spirit shield. Lin Chuan's build still revolved around substance and energy, in other words, physical and magical. The former is physical, the latter is magical. Of course, these are ideal builds and just preliminary ones, they would be supplemented later. Due to time constraints and the limitation of high-level resources, Lin Chuan predicted that even with the reincarnation inheritance, he might not complete this ideal build by the time of the school exam in 3 months. At most, he would achieve a simplified version, but that would suffice. For any other new beast tamer, just mastering 2 skills would be a feat. Even the children of wealthy families would not be able to match him. Well, families of veteran beast tamers are another story. Centuries of accumulation are not something he can catch up to in just 2 days of cheating. Lin Chuan stood up and stretched. Just then, he heard little chirping sounds from the side. Lin Chuan looked over and saw that Guoguo and Sakura had pulled themselves out of their flower pots and hopped onto the ground. Sun had set and the light mirrors could not gather enough light, so there were no conditions for photosynthesis. Although staying in the pots could allow them to continue absorbing nutrients, it was not necessary. You cannot rush progress too much. Besides, they had been doing high-intensity photosynthesis under the focused sun all afternoon, so they deserved a rest. Work-life balance is the key to success. Hi. Lin Chuan squinted his eyes. He noticed something interesting. He had not noticed earlier, but now that Guoguo and Sakura were running toward him on their short legs, he took a closer look and realized they had both grown fatter by a size. They used to be like small potatoes, now they were like small cantaloupes. Their size was comparable to the adult Florges on the farm. Guoguo and Sakura leaped up and bumped into Lin Chuan's arms as usual. Before this, Lin Chuan could catch them steadily, but this time his body sank, he wobbled twice, and he had to hurriedly adjust his center of gravity to stand firm. Good lord, they must have gained at least 3 pounds. Night falls. Excited, ape-like hoots and hollers erupted from deep within the Lin family farm. That was the sound of the old man. Seeing that Lin Chuan's Guoguo and Yinghua had grown a whole circle larger and gained 3 pounds in just 1 afternoon, Lin Zudong's eyes widened. He skipped dinner, his stomach already full of pure excitement. With his butt wiggling, he circled around Gyugyu and Yinghua, letting out surprised hoots and hollers, and began petting them all over. If you did not know the old man, or if it were anyone else, Lin Chuan would have kicked him over by now, then called the police to have him arrested for indecent assault on a spirit beast. Some spirit beasts have shapes and features close to humans, and some high-tier bloodline ones can even transform into humans. It might be understandable to talk about indecent assault with such human-like beasts, but most spirit beasts have forms vastly different from humans, creating a clear species barrier. However, there are always some weirdos among humans who are into that sort of thing. The bigger the difference, the more they like it, and they are not interested in the human-shaped ones. Well, just within the Federation, several thousand such creeps are caught every year. Holding his takeaway lunchbox and sitting on a small stool, Lin Chuan watched his old man petting Gyugyu and Yinghua while recording data. The two were very cooperative. After all, they were experienced, having often been observed and measured before. By the time Lin Chuan finished his takeaway, Lin Zudong had just about finished collecting and recording the data. At that moment, Lin Zudong felt satisfied, feeling that the money he had been milked of by Lin Chuan was worth it. Ignoring the old man who was busy organizing data, Lin Chuan let him know and headed out with Gyugyu and Yinghua. Lin Chuan rode his bicycle at a relatively slow pace while Gyugyu and Yinghua ran alongside. This was not specialized training, it was just a post-meal stroll. After all, they had eaten very well today and had grown rapidly, so they needed some good exercise to digest. As for him, the Beast Master, is riding a bike not exercise? Do I have to run? It is cold and heartless, please stop with the double standards, hey. When Gyugyu and Yinghua were completely exhausted, Lin Chuan finally picked them up and put them in the front basket of his bike. Then, it was time for business. Lin Chuan stood up and pedaled his bike toward the most magnificent and massive building in the south of Tianshang town. That huge building was the local branch of the Beast Master Association. Lin Chuan was going there to update his information and buy a beast space device. He had originally planned to go tomorrow, but he could not wait. You have to understand the excitement of a new Beast Master. Speaking of which, a beast space device. As a Beast Master, you often have a need to go out, whether to carry out association tasks, collect wild resources, or deal with other personal matters. In such cases, it is fine if the spirit beasts are small and few in number, but it is very troublesome if they are large, numerous, or have strange shapes like poisonous or dragon-type spirit beasts. You cannot just have a huge procession of beasts following behind you every time you go out, right? That looks like a massive security risk no matter how you look at it. Thus, the Beast Space device came into being, created by market demand. The principle of a Beast Space device is to use precious treasures with spatial attributes, combined with mature spirit pattern lithography technology and other extraordinary technologies, to open up a sealed space where spirit beasts can survive, also known as a man-made pocket realm. This space is then anchored to a portable object, allowing the Beast Master to carry their contracted spirit beasts with them. Ugh. It looks right in front of you, yet it remains quite a distance away. In a way, the size of the building represents the power of the organization. You can imagine how immense the power of the Beast Master Association is. This is just a town-level branch and it is already so grand, let alone the city and provincial levels above it. Lin Chuan pedaled hard, the bike swaying slightly from side to side. The two flower leaves sitting in the basket made happy chirping sounds. Leaving the suburban area where the Lin farm was located and riding on the town streets, illuminated by streetlights, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a wave of emotion from his previous life's memories. It was a mix of jealousy and admiration as he watched pedestrians and their spirit beasts walking together, some holding hands, some hugging, some being carried by their beasts, a scene of harmony that filled his heart with overflowingly warm affection. This world is really amazing. Spirit beasts and beast masters are just super cool. Finally, after half an hour of cycling, Lin Chuan arrived at the Beast Master Association in Tianshang town. Parking his bike and standing close in front of the Beast Master Association, he looked up and felt like he was small in a wide world. Without more thoughts, he entered. Gyugyu and Yinghua followed behind on their short little legs, huffing and puffing. Seeing Lin Chuan enter, a female staff member wearing the association's clerical uniform immediately came over to greet him. Beside her was a medium to small canine spirit beast, about half a meter tall, furry, and wearing an association-style uniform. It was a golden sun fluffy dog, and importantly, it had a work badge hanging around its neck. Ugh. Spirit beast name, Golden Sun Fluffy Dog. Name Jindapan. Gender male. Position Deputy Chief of the Security Department, Tian Shang Town Beast Master Association. Attribute Fire. Race Animal Canine. Bloodline Potential, Handsome lower grade. Strength 4th rank 7th level. Skills Confidential. Attention, all beast masters, please behave yourselves. Those with children, keep an eye on them. You are not allowed to pet my head at will, or you will be confined to the security office. Ugh. Lin Chuan's eyelids twitched as he read the information on the badge. He had been here before but had not seen this deputy chief. It seemed Jin Dapan was a new arrival. Can you believe that dogs are now getting government jobs? Well, this dog really was new. As for why spirit beasts can have jobs, that is because of the new Spirit Beast Act updated by the Federation this year. There is a lot of content, so I will not describe the details here. The dog's job here is to intimidate novice beast masters. Since it is graduation season, many new beast masters arrive. Some are overconfident and try to contract beasts with high potential but arrogant personalities, failing to tame them and causing trouble. With a scrutinizing look, the dog examined Lin Chuan and the two little chubby flower leaves shivering behind his legs out of fear of its intimidation. With a low bark, it nodded and turned away, heading to its own special soft bed dog house. Watching the dog leave, the female staff member could not help but feel regret, wondering when she would get to pet her colleague's head. "May I ask, sir, what can I help you with?" she asked, composing herself. "I am here to register and update my beast master information." Lin Chuan answered, turning his gaze away from the dog. "Of course, sir, please follow me." She motioned for him to follow. He was led to a small office about 10 square meters with another male worker. These private offices were designed to ensure information security. Name, age, origin, beast master rank, and the race and strength of your contracted spirit beasts. The man asked in a formal tone, and Lin Chuan answered honestly. Upon hearing that he had 2 initial spirit beasts, the man took an extra look at him, but nothing more. He was not surprised. While contracting 2 initial beasts is rare, it happens every year. Whether Lin Chuan was a true genius or just reckless, the staff did not care, unless he got into one of the top 8 schools or achieved something great, at which point he might show off to colleagues about having registered him. Well, actually, he would not have that authority. "Alright, Mr. Lin Chuan, your information has been updated. According to association rules, you are entitled to a registration bonus. Based on your rank and spirit beasts, you will receive 20,000 Star Rock coins, which will be deposited into your bank account within the next hour. Also, your new Beast Master gift pack will be delivered to your registered address within 1 to 3 working days. You will be contacted by phone, so please watch for it." The man continued formally. Lin Chuan nodded, wondering what was in his gift pack. He had filled in dual talents, so even if he hid the true effect of his reincarnation talent, just claiming to be a skill master should make him enough of a genius to get something good. The man printed a slip and an official ID card made on the spot, handing them to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan checked the slip, put it in his backpack, carefully stored his ID, and left with Guo and Yinghua. It was already 8:00 p.m. He was not in a hurry to return because he still needed to buy a beast space device, which he could only buy after preliminary registration. About 10 minutes walk from the service area was the internal commercial district of the association. There were various shops selling food, nutrition, props, materials, and books, everything a beast master could imagine. Lin Chuan soon found a mid to high-end shop called Bachita. A charming and capable female sales clerk in a business suit approached him enthusiastically. Her attitude was far better than the clerk at the front desk, which was natural. She was just a shop assistant, not a civil servant. She offered him water and led him around the store. She was particularly attentive because, based on his appearance and demeanor, she could tell he was not from an ordinary family. This was a rich young master. He would not be like the poor novices who only looked and bought the cheapest stuff. If she served him well, it would be a big deal and boost her sales for the month. "Sales clerk, may I ask your surname, sir?" "It is Lin. MMHMM, this way, Mr. Lin." She led him straight to the second floor without giving him a glance at the first floor display. Lin Chuan did not mind. He did not care for the low-end stuff on the first floor anyway. Space devices come in many forms: cards, balls, watches, necklaces, rings, but the outer form is not the point. The key is the internal capacity and extra features divided into 5 grades. Grade 1 is the most basic, a small sealed space for rest, costing between 5,000 and 10,000 coins. Grade 2 adds an activity area and toys, costing between 10,000 and 100,000 coins. Grade 3 has more space and healing spirit patterns for injuries, costing between 100,000 and 400,000 coins. Grade 4 is enhanced in every way and allows beasts to cultivate and absorb energy more efficiently, costing between 500,000 and 1 million coins. Grade 5 is a custom-made product starting at 1 million coins, tailored specifically for the beast's growth and environmental needs. Since he had some money, Lin Chuan naturally aimed for a higher grade to avoid constant upgrades. He could not afford a custom design for now, so he set his sights on a grade 4 device. After looking around, he picked 3 options: a watch, a necklace, and a belt priced at 800,000, 500,000, and 650,000 coins respectively, varying by capacity and additional functions. The largest watch had the most features and could hold a spirit beast up to 30 meters tall, which covers 99% of beasts in the world. I like all 3, Gyu Yinghua helped me decide. He let them choose since they were the ones who would be living in it. They pointed to the watch without hesitation, not because they understood the specs, but because they could feel that Lin Chuan liked that watch much more than the others. Realizing this, Lin Chuan blushed. They had figured him out. He really did prefer the watch. First, because it is cool. Second, it is cool, extremely cool, super invincible cool. It had a silver, retro-mechanical sci-fi look and could project a virtual screen with smartphone features integrated. However, the massive space was a bit wasteful for him right now, and if he spent all his money on it, he might struggle to afford the high-quality food Gyu and Yinghua were used to. Gyu and Yinghua, with the intelligence of 3 or 4-year-olds, only knew that Lin Chuan felt very happy about the watch. So they grabbed his legs and started chirping and shaking, making his heart melt. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since you like it, we are buying it. Money can be earned back, but if you miss out on something you love, it is really gone. The sales clerk covered her mouth, her eyes turning into crescents with joy. Big deal done, commission secured. It was certainly a happy moment to get what he wanted, but after spending such a huge sum of money, Lin Chuan felt quite miserable and truly heartbroken. However, it was already bought and the money was already paid, so what else could he do? Lin Chuan happily strapped the watch onto his left wrist, then struck a pose in front of the full-length floor mirror, putting on a cold expression and lifting his hand to partially cover his face with the watch. Cool. Super cool. Damn cool. How can someone in this world be this handsome? Sir, wait a moment. With a smile playing on her lips, the saleswoman called out to Lin Chuan, who was just about to change his pose and keep striking a pose. His body stiffened and Lin Chuan felt instantly awkward. He had almost forgotten there was someone else nearby. What a miscalculation, he really should have gone home and back to his own room to strike poses. Lin Chuan's reaction was swift and decisive. He immediately straightened his expression and then, with the hand that was still covering his face, casually reached up to brush his hair, acting as if his hair had just been messy and he was merely fixing it, not striking a pose. The saleswoman covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Fortunately, she had undergone professional training and had very strong professional standards. After a great inner struggle with a distorted expression and some deep breaths, she managed to suppress her laughter. Well, if she laughed out loud and this big order fell through, what would she do? Although he had already paid, the beast-taming space device had not been bound or activated yet, so if Lin Chuan changed his mind, he could still get a refund. At the very least, she could not laugh until the young master in front of her bound and activated the beast-taming space device. Mr. Lin, please show me your beast tamer ID. I will help you activate this beast-taming space device and guide you through the subsequent settings. The saleswoman sped up the pace and said respectfully. Clearing his throat twice to cover his previous awkwardness, Lin Chuan handed her the beast tamer ID that he had just received and had not even warmed up yet. Taking Lin Chuan's beast tamer ID, The saleswoman performed a series of operations on a specialized machine nearby. Then she picked up a signal gun plugged in next to it and triggered a beep against the watch-style beast-taming space device on Lin Chuan's hand. Just like that, the device was activated. Now, even if Lin Chuan wanted to change his mind and get a refund, it was impossible. Only at this moment did a radiant smile appear on the saleswoman's face. Lin Chuan did not notice the saleswoman's smile. His attention was entirely captured by the activated watch-style beast-taming space device. Combining the functions of a phone, the activated watch-style device projected a virtual screen the size of a tablet in the next second, displaying the beast tamer information that Lin Chuan had just registered at the service area less than half an hour ago. "Please check and confirm the information carefully, Mr. Lin," the saleswoman said with a smile. Lin Chuan glanced at it, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, the information is correct." "Very well, next, please proceed with the facial recognition, fingerprint, iris scan, and most importantly, the transcendental factor energy binding. The first three do not require explanation and one could choose not to bind them, but the last one, the transcendental factor energy binding, is mandatory. The so-called transcendental factor energy is the energy produced when stimulating one's beast-taming talent. Even for the same beast-taming talent, the energy fluctuation frequency of every beast-tamer is different and unique. Only by binding the transcendental factor energy can one ensure that only the owner can use this exclusive beast-taming space. Otherwise, if anyone could use it, would not it be chaotic? Following the saleswoman's instructions, Lin Chuan did not find it troublesome to bind everything possible, maximizing the safety index. "Alright, finally, Mr. Lin, please set the safety distance for the device." The so-called safety distance is the distance at which the beast-taming space device will automatically activate and release all the spirit beasts inside once it leaves the owner's possession. This function is used to prevent certain unexpected situations that might cause the device to suddenly be distanced from the beast-tamer, such as the device being stolen. Regarding this, one must mention a tragedy that occurred about 70 years ago, an event in a small country that shocked almost all human forces, including the three major powers. At that time, when beast-taming space devices were first invented, a heavenly king-level beast-tamer of that small country, who was practically the pillar of the nation, had all his contracted pets stored in the beast-taming space during a rest, and then his device was stolen by one of his mortal enemies. Final result was that this heavenly king was easily taken out. Afterward, several cities in that small country were destroyed by a demon catastrophe because they lost their top guardian and at least 300,000 people were killed. In the end, it was only after the Holy Heaven Ancient Kingdom, one of the three major powers nearby, intervened and sent powerful support that the situation was stabilized. Because of this tragedy, currently all beast-taming space devices can lack all other auxiliary minor functions, and even the internal storage space can be slightly reduced, but this safety distance function must exist, and it must not fail under any circumstances. Lin Chuan set the safety distance to 10 meters, but after thinking about it, changed it to 5 meters. Finally, after thinking for a while, he set the safety distance to 1 meter. Well, that should be enough. Only at this moment was everything considered set up. Then came the trial phase. Lin Chuan used his spiritual power to issue a command to the watch-style beast-taming space device on his wrist, putting Guoguo and Yinghua into the device. Driven by Lin Chuan's will, the watch-style beast-taming space device glowed slightly. Whoosh! Guoguo and Yinghua at his feet suddenly disappeared. Then, according to the saleswoman's previous instructions, Lin Chuan lightly tapped the small button on the side of the watch used for verifying fingerprints. This was a minor auxiliary function of this device. The virtual screen immediately projected and opened, showing the surveillance footage of Guoguo and Yinghua inside the beast-taming space. Because they were suddenly taken inside and could not see Lin Chuan, the two little guys were immediately panicked and kept chirping and squeaking. Lin Chuan chuckled, hurriedly released them, and explained the situation to them truthfully. Then he put them back in and let them out again, repeating the process several times. Once he was sure he had mastered it perfectly, he put the two little ones back in and did not let them out again. The internal space of the watch-style beast-taming space device was very large. Having fully understood the situation and no longer panicked, Guoguo and Yinghua looked around with curiosity, exchanged glances, and began running around exploring. Guoguo played in a ball pit filled with toys specifically for small spirit beasts, while Yinghua touched this and poked that, only to be scared by a small electronic firework that suddenly popped out. In short, the two little ones were having a blast and could not stop. Guoguo tripped and fell down because it was running too fast, but it was very resilient. It climbed up and continued having fun. Watching the exploration of the two little cuties on the virtual screen, Lin Chuan wore a happy, doting smile. With everything finished, Lin Chuan prepared to leave. However, before he could even walk 2 steps, he was called back by the saleswoman. Turning back in confusion, Lin Chuan asked with his eyes. He had already bought the device and paid the bill, so what else could there be? Mr. Lin, do not you think it is a bit monotonous for your cute spirit beasts to enter and exit the beast taming space like that? Should not we add some color, some special effects for their appearance? Look, many celebrity idol beast tamers on TV and powerful beast tamers in the national tournament. Whenever their pets are released from the beast taming space to appear, do not they always come with very magnificent special effects, do not they? Lin Chuan nodded silently. Indeed, he had felt something was missing just now. It turned out to be appearance effects. A smile spread across the saleswoman's face again. Let me introduce you to some next. What do you think of this magic legend aura? No, how about this, the holy light descends effect? It will bring your spirit beasts a noble and sacred air. This one, I personally highly recommend this one. It is very suitable for your 2 flower leaves, void flowers blooming. Pair it with this step-by-step lotus. Please trust me, Mr. Lin, I guarantee that using these 2 effects in combination will be absolutely perfect. Lin Chuan was numb. Did it really have to be like this? However, looking at the void flowers blooming and step-by-step lotus appearance effects displayed on the saleswoman's tablet, Lin Chuan could not resist. He splurged again and spent 20,000 star rock coins to buy both appearance effects. The saleswoman took out 2 data chips the size of a fingernail, handed them to Lin Chuan, and guided him on how to install them into the watch-style beast taming space device. Thus, Lin Chuan tried again. He set the 2 newly bought appearance effects to the on state and released Yinghua. In the next second, beautiful and mysterious flowers bloomed out of thin air in front of Lin Chuan, quickly turning into a sea of flowers. Then, ripples surged in the void. A stretch of lush green grass like a carpet extended from the depths of the void, and Yinghua stepped out slowly from the ripples, walking on the green grass. With every step it took, the green grass under Yinghua's feet followed along, extending forward. Lotus flowers bloomed on the green grass, swaying slightly, as if welcoming Yinghua's appearance. At this moment, the coolness factor was maxed out. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and held it. If it is already this cool in the flower leaf form, then if it evolved into the 3rd stage flower fairy form, with that humanoid flower-like appearance combined with these effects, it would definitely be regarded as the flower goddess descending to the world. No, this is too cool, too showy. If I use this regularly, I will probably get beaten up. I will just wait until I participate in some large-scale public competitions later, or when I am alone in private, to turn on the effects, Lin Chuan thought. Immediately, Lin Chuan silently turned the appearance effects to off. Leaving Baekuita, Lin Chuan looked at the bank SMS notification projected on the watch's virtual screen and fell silent. Only at this moment did he fully snap out of it and sober up. He had spent a total of 820,000 star rock coins. Lin Chuan gasped on the spot, contributing his own bit to the greenhouse effect. Taking a look at his balance, he had only about 230,000 star rock coins left. This number is not right. Should not there only be 180,000 left? 20,000 of it was a reward for registering his information just now, which had just arrived in his account. And the remaining 30,000 or so was money Lin Chuan already had, his pocket money and lucky money saved from when he was 10 years old until now. This crappy ripoff shop, I am never coming back. Taking one last look back at Baekuita, Lin Chuan walked away muttering curses. He did not go home immediately. Instead, he continued to wander around the internal business district of the Beast Tamer Association. Although he had already spent a lot of money, there were still some things that had to be bought. Materials from spirit beast remains. This was a necessary expense to activate his cheat and cooperate with the reincarnation inheritance Seto teach Guoguo and Yinghua skills. Fortunately, these things were not that expensive. To be precise, they were not necessarily expensive. There were expensive ones and cheap ones, and the cheaper ones did not necessarily have worse effects than the expensive ones. For example, to learn the tearing claw skill, one could use the heart of a black claw wolf for inheritance, or one could use the shed nails of a black claw wolf. The inheritance effect of the latter was not necessarily worse than the former, but the price difference between them was huge. The former was dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive than the latter. Lin Chuan did not go to the high-end spirit beast material shops. He chose to enter relatively low-end stores. The materials sold here were from spirit beasts with an average bloodline grade at the mid-soldier level, and an actual strength of level 1 or level 1 to 2 of level 2. Such materials were basically used to make some decorations or small toys, and would not be used as medicine or made into props because their quality was really too low. For other beast tamers it might be so, but for Lin Chuan it was different. Those were books upon books of experience and skill. Lin Chuan browsed through most of the low-level spirit beast material shops here, spending a full 2 hours, and only stopped when Lin Zudong called to ask why he had not come home yet. In the end, Lin Chuan screened and purchased 13 items of material, costing a total of 15,000 star rock coins. Yes, just that much money. After all, they were the most basic and useless materials. However, it was precisely these low-end, basically useless materials that contained the skills he had planned for his 2 skill structures. Of course, they were only a part of them. For example, vines shed by wood attribute spirit beasts could inherit the vine shield skill, or another dark unknown fruit pit, which people usually bought for the elderly to play with in their hands, could actually inherit the fruit bomb skill, which is one of the few damage-focused and powerful skills among wood attribute skills. 13 pieces of material, 3 leaves capable of inheriting photosynthesis, 2 leaves capable of inheriting grass flute, 4 petals capable of inheriting aromatherapy, 2 vines capable of inheriting vine shield, and finally the fruit pit for fruit bomb. Having said that, how did Lin Chuan screen and pick these materials? It is simple. He just needed to touch the material and slightly activate the effect of his reincarnation inheritance beast taming talent. Materials that could not inherit skills would not give Lin Chuan any reaction. But if the material contained a skill that could be inherited, Lin Chuan would be able to perceive blurry intermittent memory fragments coming from the material. These memory fragments consisted of certain monsters or spirit beasts using skills, fighting, or hunting. Through these memory fragments, Lin Chuan could roughly judge what the skill was and what its effects were. Very good, with these things I can start cheating. Tomorrow will be the moment to witness a miracle, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Today, it is already almost 11:00 p.m., so of course it is time to roll back home and sleep. Well, Lin Chuan had just considered simply staying the night in the guest house here at the Beast Tamer Association, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up and head home in the middle of the night. Although the Beast Tamer Association has a specialized training area with all kinds of training grounds and training props, for Gyugyu and Yinghua right now, they are not useful yet. They are only tailored for the flower leaf type of spirit beast, which is not as good as the farm's environmental facilities. Rather than rushing back tomorrow and missing that short period at dawn that is most suitable for absorbing morning light for cultivation, he might as well go back now. He will be tired, but he has to provide his 2 little cuties with better, higher, and more suitable conditions. At this moment, Lin Chuan experienced the feeling of being a father. Presumably, the old man felt the same way about the 3 of them. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Outside the window, the chirping of birds and the rhythmic morning exercise sounds of the flame drifted in one after another. Sparse morning light filtered through the curtains and spilled onto Lin Chuan's face, yet it did not wake him. His snoring continued. Yesterday was packed. The morning awakening ceremony, an afternoon of high-intensity photosynthesis with Gyugyo and Yinghua while constructing skills, and then rushing to the Beastmaster Association in the evening to register and purchase spirit pet storage devices and skill materials. It had been one of the most exhausting days of his life. Are there days even more tiring than this? Of course, over a dozen new Flabe are born every year, and caring for the newborns is the truly exhausting part, not just physically, but mentally. Back to the point. Due to the extreme fatigue from yesterday, Lin Chuan found it hard to get out of bed today. Lin Zudong did not come to call him either, so Lin Chuan did not naturally wake up until just past 8 in the morning. 8 o'clock, that is not that late, is it? Well, for an ordinary person it is not late, it might even be considered early. But for a rookie Beastmaster who has just contracted a spirit pet and is racing to train for the entrance exams in 3 months, this is late as can be. Rookie Beastmasters elsewhere are usually up by 6 a.m. or even earlier before dawn. He opened his eyes groggily, went through the motions of brushing his teeth and washing up in a daze, and then, driven by instinct, shambled back toward his bed, climbed in, and hugged his pillow. Realizing something, Lin Chuan let out a strange sound of confusion. Gradually, his consciousness began to clear bit by bit. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he flipped out of bed and hurriedly looked at the wall clock. After a moment of shock, Lin Chuan scrambled to get dressed and out of bed in a frenzy. He pulled open the window, saw the scene outside, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He saw the flabe in the farm led by old Deng, arranged in 5 neat columns according to their size and name, all performing the 3rd edition of the flabe calisthenics that old Deng had invented. Their chirping and giggling echoed throughout, full of energy and cuteness. The 3rd edition of the flabe calisthenics. This was one of the fruits of Lin Zudong's nearly 30 years of dedicated research into flabe. It was a unique, secret technique. Designed specifically for flabe, it was arguably the most perfectly suited exercise routine for their physical structure in the entire Federation, if not the world. It allowed them to warm up thoroughly and absorb natural energy from the morning sun with maximum efficiency. It was precisely so Guoguo and Yinghua could join this morning exercise that Lin Chuan had rushed home so frantically last night. Fortunately, as soon as he arrived last night, Lin Chuan had released his 2 little darlings from the spirit storage space to return to their friends. If they had stayed inside, they surely would have missed the routine because of his sleeping in. At this moment, Guoguo and Yinghua were in the front row, leading the exercises on either side of Lin Zudong. Usually the flabe leading the exercises next to Lin Zudong were the veterans of the farm. Those flabe were mostly in their teens, some even older than Lin Chuan himself. Their intelligence was comparable to a human 10-year-old or higher, and their personalities were steady and gentle, allowing them to help Lin Zudong manage the younger, more energetic ones. Clearly, this was a special arrangement by Lin Zudong. Being at the front inevitably put them under pressure, making them perform every detail of the calisthenics with greater seriousness, strictness, and precision. Lin Chuan felt grateful that his old man had stepped in to help, otherwise Guoguo and Yinghua would have missed today's group training. He stood on the balcony, watching without making a sound. Having already formed their bond, Guoguo and Yinghua felt Lin Chuan's gaze immediately, along with his feelings of pride, joy, and encouragement. Encouraged, they performed the exercises even more diligently, hopping and stretching to their absolute limits. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan handed breakfast, soy milk, and 2 large steamed buns to Lin Zudong, then squatted down to tell Guoguo and Yinghua to go back to their nutrient-rich flower pots from yesterday. Breakfast was takeout. Whenever his mother Su Zaya Oxia was away working as a university lecturer, none of the 3 children nor the old man cared to cook, so all 3 daily meals were handled by delivery. What kind of delivery place is open so early in the morning? The farm's own canteen, of course. Although the Lin family farm belonged to them, the canteen and the convenience store for daily supplies were run by the relatives of the original staff who had helped Lin Zudong build the farm. Taking the breakfast, Lin Zudong took a bite of the bun and a sip of soy milk, sat down casually on the stone steps and spoke. Be more careful in the future. Do not be too hasty. You need to manage your time reasonably. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Chuan nodded. He had originally planned to register at the association today, but his impatience led him to rush there last night, which led to exhaustion, which led to oversleeping today. He knew he had made a mistake and he was ready to face the consequences. The father and son sat together, eating breakfast and chatting. It looks like you have spent most of your money, have not you? Seeing the watch-like beast space device on Lin Chuan's wrist and knowing about the nutrient soil and water he had bought yesterday, Lin Zudong could roughly guess the situation, even if he did not know the exact price. Unlike his earlier advice, this was not a reprimand, it was just a statement of fact. Raising a battle-ready pet was expensive, and to get into the 8 top universities, this level of spending was still far from enough. Lin Chuan looked helpless, his head aching slightly. Yeah, I have only got 230,000 left. Old man, do you have any ways for me to make money? Newly registered Beastmasters could take tasks from the association. At this time of year, the association specifically released many low-difficulty tasks to help rookies get started. However, the rewards for such tasks were ultimately quite meager. They might be barely enough for a rookie from an ordinary family, and those who were good at saving could even have some left over. But for Lin Chuan, who was raising 2 pets from the start, it was far from enough. His goal was the top 8 universities, not an ordinary Beastmaster college. If he followed the mainstream path, he might become a professional beastmaster in a few years, but getting into those elite schools would be difficult. Ways to make money, let me think. Lin Zudong rubbed his chin. Lin Chuan was an adult now. He would not just hand him more money, he had already given him more starting capital than any other rookie. But guiding him to earn his own money was a different story. Lin Zudong pondered, then his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Noticing the subtle change in his father's expression, Lin Chuan looked at him with expectation. Number 3, you should be aware that there are all kinds of rookie beastmaster competitions held during this time of year, right? Lin Chuan nodded, he was aware of that. This was another path of development provided by the Star Rock Federation for rookies. Every year, during the 3 months before the entrance exams, the Federation partnered with private enterprises and even small shops to hold what were colloquially known as the baby cups. Rookies with average strength would stick to standard tasks, while those with powerful starter pets who were confident in themselves could earn prize money by competing in these tournaments. The path was lucrative but risky. If a pet suffered a serious injury like a bone fracture, a civilian rookie would not have the funds or connections to hire a top-tier veterinary master, which would derail their future development. Compared to the safety of standard tasks, the baby cup was like walking a tightrope. Civilian beastmasters who managed to get into the top 8 universities usually took this path. However, Lin Chuan did not have that ambition, not because he was afraid but because it was not suitable for him. The Baby Cup was a 1v limited competition. His starter pets were Flabe, which were support type. Without a mature skill set, they struggled to contend with naturally powerful animal-type spirit pets. Even if they won, it would be a grueling fight, likely resulting in injury. Seeing Lin Chuan's silence, Lin Zudong chuckled. I know what you are thinking. As an expert in Flabe, do you think I do not know they are not suited for these competitions? What I mean is, I intend to apply to the Federation to host a Baby Cup, a rookie beastmaster competition in the name of the Lin family farm. And you, number 3, as the representative of the farm, will be in charge of coordinating with the Federation staff to host it. I will give you 30 of the farm's total revenue during the event. If you do well and build up the farm's reputation, I will give you more. Lin Zudong finished speaking and looked at his son, who did not agree immediately. Lin Chuan knew how much of a headache hosting a competition was. It was not as simple as just participating, there were so many factors to consider. Logistics, investigating contestant data, scheduling farm resources, and reasonably rigging the matches. That is right, rigging. Reasonable manipulation could make the competition more exciting. For instance, pitting 2 species that were natural enemies against each other would guarantee a fierce fight. That is great entertainment. Or putting 2 rival lovers in a key elimination match, whether they broke up on the spot or staged a dramatic performance of loyalty, that is sure to attract attention. Without such planning, you might get a strong contender facing a weak one in the final, making it boring and hurting ticket sales. After careful consideration, Lin Chuan agreed. If he could pull this off, especially if he could attract reporters or streamers, he could make a fortune, far more than he could earn from standard tasks or prize money. Thinking of something, he looked at his father and asked, "Old man, did you think of this just now, or was it premeditated? What do you think?" The old man paused and asked back with a smile. Lin Chuan understood. This was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, it had been in the works for months or perhaps even years. Lin Zudong had long wanted to transform the farm into a dedicated Flabe breeding base, officially recognized by the Federation, to make it the local go-to spot for new beastmasters to pick their first pet and spread the glory of the Flabe. Gaining Federation recognition was not simple, there were many conditions. From basic infrastructure and funding to the average quality of the spirit pets, they needed to provide at least 10, preferably 30 to 50, suitable pets annually. And then there was reputation or credibility. No matter how good the pets were, you needed proof to back it up. This was the biggest hurdle, as Lin Zudong had spent 30 years meeting all the other requirements. Currently, only his status as a junior researcher gave him any real standing. If Lin Chuan could use Guoguo and Yinghua to get into a top 8 university, that credibility would be secured. Hosting the competition was another way to boost that reputation. The competition hosted by our farm, the Zio Lin Cup, the Flabe Cup, let us go with the Flabe Cup. After weighing his options, Lin Zudong made the call, patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder and looked at him with expectation. The Flabe Cup is in your hands, number 3. If you decide to do it, write a proposal. If it does not pass, I am sorry, but you will have to find another way to earn money for Guoguo and Yinghua. Anyone else in this position would probably be finding it quite difficult. By then, there will be staff from the Star Rock Federation and even professional Beastmasters coming to assist, serving as referees and filling key roles to ensure the fairness and effectiveness of the tournament, while also providing basic medical services and emergency rescue for unexpected situations. However, a significant portion of the burden will still fall on the shoulders of the host representing the event, and such a heavy responsibility is not something an ordinary 16-year-old can handle. Fortunately, Lin Chuan is no ordinary 16-year-old. He has awakened fragmented memories from his past life. If this had happened before, he would be anxious, panicked, and nervous, fearing he would not do a good job. But now, after the awakening ritual, he has browsed through and partially absorbed his past life's memories with a godlike perspective. That is not the main point, though. The main point is that the job he spent over a decade working overtime and burning out for in his past life was exactly event planning. To use a metaphor involving spiritual beasts, Lin Chuan has essentially inherited a skill from his past life, planning, and an expert-level planning skill at that. Writing a qualified tournament proposal is, for Lin Chuan, who has already mastered expert-level planning, an absolute breeze that does not even require much effort. It is much easier than thinking about building skill combos yesterday. It is easy, and he is confident he can write it well, but Lin Chuan does not intend to write it just yet. No rush, the old man has not even gone to apply for the Baby Cup hosting rights yet, and that will take at least a day or two. After the lesson learned yesterday, where staying up late to finish things led to him being unable to get up this morning, nearly causing Guoguo and Yinghua to miss out on a morning workout during their prime growth stage, Lin Chuan is now being very steady. He knows how to prioritize things and do them one by one. The proposal can be written at night. As for the daytime, it is obviously time for the cultivation and training of Guoguo and Yinghua. Yes, today is the day to use his cheat, his Beastmaster talent cycle of inheritance, to add some new skills to Guoguo and Yinghua. Returning to his room and grabbing the pile of materials he bought yesterday, Lin Chuan went to the rooftop and found Guoguo and Yinghua, who had already planted themselves in their nutrient soil pots and even watered themselves. At this moment, Guoguo and Yinghua were resting. They had just finished the third set of the flower leaf radio calisthenics under the morning sun with strict and standard movements. Being in their peak growth phase, their internal energy must have significantly increased and accumulated, requiring about 30 minutes to an hour to settle. The two little ones planted in their pots looked like people soaking in a bathtub after intense exercise, their expressions looking very relaxed and satisfied. Photosynthesis. You have to be efficient in everything you do. Photosynthesis is not very efficient right now. Wait until noon when the sun is at its fiercest, combine it with the light gathering effect of the light reflector, and add the spirit wood heart cultivation buff. That is when the efficiency of photosynthesis will be high. At that time, 1 minute of photosynthesis will be worth more than 10 minutes now. Seeing Lin Chuan arrive, Guoguo and Yinghua chirped and cooed, shaking their chubby little hands at him. They wanted to jump out of their pots and throw themselves into Lin Chuan's arms for a loving hug, but were stopped by Lin Chuan. The two little ones wiggled their melon-like bodies and made dissatisfied chirping sounds. "Just stay right there," Lin Chuan said as he walked over. Spirit Wood Heart had already been used yesterday. Since it was a Tier 2 assistance on a Tier 0 beast and it consumed physical strength, the toll on him was not great. He could handle it with a smile. However, the Cycle Beastmaster talent was only at Tier 1. A Tier 1 inheritance for a Tier 0 beast would inevitably cost more than yesterday. The crucial thing is that it consumes mental energy. Lin Chuan could not help but feel a bit nervous. If something went wrong, it was entirely possible to turn them into little idiots. After all, there had been many precedents of people becoming little idiots or even vegetables due to excessive mental exhaustion. But at this point, how could he back down? From the skill materials he bought yesterday, Lin Chuan picked out 2 leaves capable of inheriting photosynthesis. To be safe, he would test the waters with photosynthesis first, especially since Guoguo and Yinghua already knew it. Innate skills, also called basic skills, require further learning or specific conditions, like having a tier 1 or 2 energy level to be classified as advanced skills. This classification is only for most spiritual beasts. Just as there are geniuses among humans, some spiritual beasts with high bloodline tiers and powerful species might have basic skills that are actually advanced skills other beasts could never learn. Back to the point, Gyugyuo and Yinghua already know photosynthesis, so inheriting it again will simply increase their proficiency. The consumption of using cycle of inheritance will likely be much lower than inheriting an advanced skill like bomb fruit. Starting with Gyugyuo. Lin Chuan first held the leaf in his hand and then activated the effect of his Beastmaster talent, Cycle of Inheritance. A wisp of black and white energy emerged from Lin Chuan's brain. A second later, it flowed down his arm into the leaf, which gradually started to glow. Following that, Lin Chuan pressed the glowing leaf onto Gyugyuo's forehead. The light flowed like ripples, spreading out until it covered Gyugyuo's entire body, slowly seeping in. Thump. Before he could check on Gyugyuo or even pull his hand away from its forehead, Lin Chuan felt as if his brain had been struck hard with a sledgehammer. He became dizzy, his mental state plummeted, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. Staggering, Lin Chuan fell onto his butt, gasping for air. This situation left Yinghua, who was nearby, confused but worried. "No, I am fine." Lin Chuan sat slumped on the ground, one hand supporting his forehead, the other waving off Yinghua, who was chirping anxiously. "This feeling, it is insanely painful," Lin Chuan cursed in his heart. It felt like having taken some weird drug, working overtime through the night in a state of high spirits, only for the effect to wear off the moment you finish work, causing all the accumulated mental fatigue to explode at once. Even though he had just woken up, Lin Chuan felt sleepy again, instinctively wanting to crawl into bed and sleep. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan forcibly maintained his consciousness with sheer willpower. Fortunately, having inherited the skills and experiences of his past life, those dozen years of miserable corporate slavery and overtime provided him with invaluable experience at this very moment. "Is that all you have got, you weakling? You think you can make the legendary king of overtime surrender?" Out of a sense of defiance, Lin Chuan refused to give in. But in reality, Lin Chuan was already wary. This cycle talent's consumption is terrifying, and this was only tier 1 inheriting to tier 0. It was only photosynthesis, a basic skill the flowers already knew. It was only for increasing proficiency through experience. If it were a powerful skill like bomb fruit, learning from scratch, he would have been drained of all mental energy and passed out. Yes, this was Lin Chuan's good fortune, or rather, his caution in choosing photosynthesis as his first attempt at using the cycle of inheritance. If he had used the bomb fruit material to inherit, he would have been drained and knocked out by now, with a high probability of having his mind shattered into that of a little idiot. Fortunately, the rewards were as massive as the sacrifice. Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. There was a noticeable change in Gyugyuo. The 2 leaves on top of its head had grown by a fifth, visible to the naked eye, and the color had shifted from dark green to a vibrant emerald with a crystal-like texture. Gyugyuo's perspective. The moment Lin Chuan pressed the leaf to its forehead, it fell into a lucid daydream. In a daze, Gyugyuo felt itself turn into another spiritual beast, a tree-type spiritual beast whose name it did not know and had never seen before, or more accurately, a monster. This tree monster lived deep in the mountains, far from human activity, basking in the sun every day to perform photosynthesis and ambushing other creatures that passed by. A year, 2 years, who knows how many years passed. By continuously performing photosynthesis, its body grew bigger and bigger until it became a 10-meter-tall tree, not short even in this forest. But at the same time, it felt the shackles of its bloodline. It continued to perform photosynthesis for a year, 2 years, decades, but it could not grow even another centimeter. Finally, it grew old, and when a group of humans arrived, they easily hunted the aged and weak monster to collect its materials, mockingly saying, "Why is it only tier 1? What a waste of this big body." Shocked by the strong sense of unwillingness and resentment, Gyugyuo suddenly woke up, breaking free from the lucid daydream. Those memories belonging to the tree monster faded away in less than a second without leaving a trace, leaving Gyugyuo only with the experience of decades of instinctual use of photosynthesis. Confused, Gyugyuo looked at Lin Chuan with a blank expression. its 3 or 4-year-old intellect made it unable to understand what had just happened. Lin Chuan stared at Gyugyuo, naturally noticing the changes. Gyugyuo, try using photosynthesis. Lin Chuan instructed. Gyugyuo nodded and, following Lin Chuan's orders, began to perform photosynthesis. Lin Chuan did not use the spirit wood heart cultivation buff. It was only 9:30 a.m., not yet noon when the sun is hottest and the light reflector was not turned on, it was just plain sunbathing. Yet even so, Gyugyuo's photosynthesis was absorbing and converting the nutrients in the soil at an efficiency no lower than yesterday's, with the silvery nutrient soil visibly turning black bit by bit. This effect of photosynthesis is at least at the mastery level. It was just an ordinary level skill, yet in less than 10 minutes, it skipped the proficiency level and jumped straight into the mastery level. For anyone else to achieve this effect, they would have to focus on cultivating this skill for at least 2 months, investing various resources rich in solar energy. But who would spend that much time cultivating a basic skill like photosynthesis? Not to mention investing precious solar energy resources into it. They would be dying to spend those on powerful advanced skills. Even those from wealthy families who do not lack resources and have special training techniques would need over half a month, but for him, it is effortless. 10 minutes is enough. Lin Chuan asked Yinghua to use photosynthesis for comparison. Yinghua followed suit. Without the spirit wood heart buff, without noon, and without the light reflector, Yinghua's efficiency was pitifully low. At least with the naked eye, Lin Chuan could not see any changes in its nutrient soil. Tusk, the gap is a bit too wide. At the mastery level, photosynthesis is already enough to be used in tournament combat, at least for the baby cup. Photosynthesis naturally cannot compare to dedicated healing skills like aromatherapy or sweet fruit, which are advanced skills that require a tier 1 energy level. But photosynthesis has its advantages. As long as the ground is not a steel plate and there is sunlight, this skill is zero cost. Actually, let us call it negative cost. It not only does not consume energy, but it also restores physical state, health, energy, and even mental status, all-around recovery. Meanwhile, those dedicated healing skills, while effective, have a relatively narrow range of use and all require the user to expend physical energy. Well, if he could raise Gyugyuo's photosynthesis to expert level or even the final master level, at this stage, I doubt there are many novice beasts that could make a dent in Gyugyuo. Their damage output would not even be a fraction of Gyugyuo's natural recovery. Lin Chuan could not help but daydream about that scene. Gyugyuo stands tall on the ground, faced with a swarm of spiritual beasts. In the next second, those beasts growl and launch their strongest attacks, which rain down on Gyugyuo like raindrops, but Gyugyuo remains unmoved. Eventually, all the beasts are so exhausted they collapse and cannot use any skills. Gyugyuo scratches its head with its chubby little hand, looks down at the exhausted beasts with disdain and says, "Is that it? No strength? Are you guys okay, you weaklings? Does your beastmaster not feed you?" Suddenly, the whole stadium goes silent, and all the spiritual beasts shed tears of humiliation, eating voraciously after they get home, eating their beastmasters into bankruptcy. Such a beautiful fantasy makes Lin Chuan giggle. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuan finally regains his focus. Looking at his palms, his cycle talent, despite the terrifying consumption, is simply too strong. Terrifyingly powerful. Lin Chuan has once again contributed to the cause of the greenhouse effect. This cycle beastmaster talent is just too ridiculous. If such a cheat was not reported or banned, could anyone else even play? Can they even enjoy the game? Wait, what? The cheat is mine. Oh, never mind then. Lin Chuan originally had no intention of entering the baby cup. After all, as a logistics and support type spirit beast, the racial limitations of a bud leaf were clear for all to see. Without a foundational skill build, they simply could not compare to those beast-type spirit beasts with inherently powerful physical strength. But having said that, the past is the past and now is now. Do not drag the past into the present. This world is just so wondrous. In this moment, Lin Chuan decided that he would join the baby cup too. Let us start it right from his own bud leaf cup. Master level photosynthesis first, and then rely on extraordinary talent and unceasing effort to reach expert level, absolutely no cheating involved. Let the other little partners feel true despair. Let them know what an immortal demon king really is. Ga 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 ga. Jai 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 jai. being both the host of the Bud Leaf Cup and a participant at the same time. Getting the salary with one hand and the prize money with the other, having the best of both worlds, is not that wonderful. The old man has already applied to the Xingyan Federation officials to host the newcomer Beast Tamer tournament. I believe there will not be any surprises. After all, the farm's conditions speak for themselves. It is no worse than many corporate shops, especially in terms of environment and venue. With the Xingyan Federation's efficiency, plus the active cooperation of the Lin family farm, the Bud Leaf Cup should run smoothly in as little as a week or at most half a month. Lin Chuan was in a pleasant mood, filled with an indescribable anticipation for the day the Bud Leaf Cup would begin. The time reached 10:00 a.m. The sun was already getting a bit hot by now, almost time to start photosynthesis to cultivate a solid foundation. However, before that, I need to be fair. I cannot just give to Guo and leave Yinghua out. I have to add some skill proficiency to Yinghua's photosynthesis as well. Based on the previous consumption, Lin Chuan estimated that he could likely handle one more instance of photosynthesis inheritance enhancement. But to be safe, Lin Chuan decided to rest for a while first. He set an alarm on the Spirit Beast spatial device on his left wrist, closed his eyes to meditate for 2 hours, and after waking up, he brewed a cup of coffee to drink, recovering a chunk of his mental energy in a short time. With that confirmed and his mental power sufficient, Lin Chuan once again used his beast taming talent, Cycle of Inheritance. Just like before, Lin Chuan activated the Cycle of Inheritance and placed a leaf material containing photosynthesis onto Yinghua's forehead. The light enveloped Yinghua, then slowly seeped into its body, bringing it into a waking dream state to comprehend the memory fragments within the leaf. However, the final result left Lin Chuan somewhat silent. It was a bit different. When Sakura woke up from the inheritance, its physical appearance did not change much, unlike Guo, whose leaves had grown larger and turned a vibrant green with a dreamy crystalline texture. This situation made Lin Chuan hesitate. Could it be that the inheritance failed? That should not be the case. His head definitely felt like it had been hammered hard again, leaving him dizzy for quite a while. The mental energy consumption was real. There is no way my mana got drained while the effect just vanished. If that is the case, I am filing a complaint. Physical appearance does not tell the whole story. The key is to see the actual effect of photosynthesis. Lin Chuan immediately asked Sakura to use photosynthesis to test it out. Sakura complied, and specks of light gathered like stars, converging onto its 2 leaves and gradually sinking into them. Seeing the effect on Sakura, Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Judging by the efficiency of absorbing sunlight, it was much faster than before when it had not been leveled up. Crucially, it was converting sunlight along with the nutrients and water from the soil into stamina and energy. Lin Chuan focused intently on the nutrient soil in the flower pot, observing the color change as the dark silver gradually turned black. Well, overall, the efficiency of photosynthesis has improved, which proves that his cheat is still effective. It just did not reach the same level as Guo. It is not at the basic level or the mastered level, but somewhere in between at the proficient level. Why would this happen? The same inheritance, the same mental energy consumption, and both being flabébé, yet the results are so different. Lin Chuan lowered his head in deep thought. Soon 2 reasons occurred to him. First, the beast species from which each skill material originates is different, so the quantity and quality of the contained memory fragments vary, as does the compatibility of that species with flab, which in turn leads to different levels of skill proficiency gain. For example, if you have 2 skill materials for Iron Claw, one from a tiger-type spiritual beast and another from an eagle type, and you pass these 2 inheritances to 2 identical cat-type spiritual beasts, clearly the one that received the tiger-type material will gain more proficiency and see a greater improvement. Second, there is a difference in the innate tendencies between Guo and Sakura. The talent mentioned here does not refer to specific aptitude. In terms of potential, since both Guo and Sakura have been raised using Master Lin Zudong's advanced flabébé training guide since birth, any difference between them is definitely minimal. Talent inclination here refers to what they are naturally good at. To use humans as an analogy, some are born with a flair for the humanities, some have strong logical and rational thinking skills for science, some are good at painting, and others are good at singing. Perhaps Guo is just naturally better at photosynthesis. Extending this further, it means Gyugyuo is better at absorbing, storing, converting, and controlling energy. By comparison, while Yinghua is not bad, it is not as proficient as Gyugyuo. The facts were exactly as Lin Chuan had suspected. And this second reason carries more weight because the two photosynthesis skill materials came from the same monster, that tree-shaped creature, so the differences between them are virtually non-existent. So what now? There is one piece of photosynthesis skill material left. Should I continue to give it to Sakura to raise her photosynthesis proficiency to the mastery level as well? After a brief moment of thought, Lin Chuan dismissed the idea. He had already upgraded both Gyugyuo and Sakura once, and if the final results were different, so be it. To give it to Sakura now would just be forcing a sense of fairness. In fact, Lin Chuan was more inclined to give the remaining piece of photosynthesis material to Gyugyuo as well. His reasoning was that since Gyugyuo had already proven its talent for manipulating energy, he should focus on strengthening and developing that advantage. He had constructed 2 skill sets yesterday, one physical and one magical. Before this, Lin Chuan was still debating which pet to equip with which skill set, but now it seemed clear that the energy-based magical skill set belonged to Gyugyuo, while Sakura would be developed along the physical path. That said, Lin Chuan's mental energy is nearing its limit now. Even if he wanted to add points to Sakura, he could not do it. If he forced the inheritance, he would likely pass out from mental exhaustion before he even succeeded. Lin Chuan yawned and tried to pull himself together. The sun was high in the sky, and he could already feel the burning heat on his skin. Lin Chuan set up all the light-collecting mirrors to focus the sunlight onto a small area, then arranged for Gyugyuo and Sakura to perform photosynthesis there, naturally with the spirit wood heart cultivation buff applied in advance. Once that was done, Lin Chuan prepared to get a good sleep to restore his mental energy. He brought over a lounge chair and a large parasol. He set up the umbrella and the chair, settling down to rest right there. Why not go back to his room to sleep? Well, that was obviously to stay by Gyugyuo and Yinghua's side and fulfill his responsibilities as a beast master. He closed his eyes, and in less than half a minute, Lin Chuan was fast asleep. Soft snoring began to fill the air. From Gyugyuo and Sakura's perspective, even though they only had the intelligence of 3- or 4-year-olds, and even though Lin Chuan had not said anything explicit, he did not praise Gyugyuo, nor did he criticize Yinghua. The two little ones felt it in their hearts. After all, photosynthesis was their innate basic skill, and when they were with other leaf-type friends, they often did it together. It was easy to tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. Gyugyuo felt a hint of joy, while Sakura felt a growing sense of urgency. Consequently, Yinghua began to photosynthesize with even more desperate intensity than before, putting its all into absorbing nutrients, strengthening its roots, accumulating energy, and striving to grow, wanting to catch up to Gyugyuo. Gyugyuo, of course, would not give up and certainly would not slack off just because it had a slight advantage. It would not let Yinghua catch up so easily. Although they both became Lin Chuan's initial contracted spirit beasts at the same time, there had to be an older sister and a younger sister in this home. From today on, Gyugyuo would be the big sister of the house. The two little ones started competing like this, chasing after each other, using 1,000% of their energy, putting their very best effort into photosynthesis to solidify their foundations. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark silver nutrient soil in the pots where Gyugyuo and Yinghua resided rapidly turned black. Of course, Gyugyuo was still a bit faster, as it had mastered the proficiency-level photosynthesis skill. 1 hour, 2 hours. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon, the hottest and most intense part of the day, and also the moment when the efficiency of photosynthesis was at its peak. It sounded like a muffled vibration caused by something condensing and colliding. Suddenly, Gyugyuo's entire body gave a jolt, and a burst of strong, dazzling light erupted from it. At the same time, Lin Chuan, who was still fast asleep, felt his body tremble inexplicably. It felt as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring, and yet also as if he had sunk into the deep sea. Pressure came from all directions, and trickles of heat were pressed by that pressure into his body. The heat nourished every cell, giving Lin Chuan an indescribable sense of satisfaction, making him murmur in his sleep out of sheer comfort. Suddenly, Lin Chuan opened his eyes, and through his hazy, blurred vision, he just caught the last fading light on Gyugyuo's body. As his eyes widened and his consciousness cleared, Lin Chuan stared intently at Gyugyo. He noticed that it had grown a size larger than it was before he fell asleep, and its skin had become visibly glossier and tougher, its defensive capabilities clearly having improved significantly. The flower pot, which had been a perfect fit, was now riddled with cracks and looked as if it were about to shatter. Taken aback, Lin Chuan realized what had happened. Any magical beast or spirit beast in the natural world, upon reaching adulthood, will condense a transcendent organ known as an energy core within its body. Monsters have demon cores and spirit beasts have spirit cores. They are essentially the same thing. Only with a spirit core can a spirit beast skillfully manipulate elemental energy to use its abilities. Spirit beasts in their infancy or growth stage that have not yet condensed a spirit core are commonly known as Tier 0. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Gyugyo had broken through from Tier 0 to Tier 1 and had successfully formed its spirit core. Furthermore, Gyugyo's breakthrough had provided him with an energy feedback. When a spirit beast grows or, especially, undergoes metamorphosis and evolution, it feeds back a portion of energy to its beast master. This is the only orthodox way for a beast master to improve their own rank and the tier of their beast taming talent. Well, calling it the only way might be too absolute. There are some fringe methods such as rare heavenly treasures, but those are too scarce and count as great strokes of luck. For ordinary beast masters, receiving growth feedback from their spirit beasts is the only proper path to transcendence. As for how much energy can be fed back, it is determined by various factors such as attributes, species, and bonds. Lin Chuan looked at his palms, front and back, and then clenched his fists. He was unsure how much he had improved. After all, this was only the feedback from a breakthrough from rank 0 to rank 1, and Gyugyo was only a spirit beast with a mid-tier soldier rank bloodline, so the boost he received should not be too significant. Since he was not sure, he decided to test it. Although he did not have the professional equipment found at the Tamer Association for measuring the energy intensity within a spirit creature, the farm had medical devices for checking Huyai, including an energy intensity sensor. Lin Chuan quickly ran to get it. The device looked like a flashlight with a small electronic screen. By inputting one's own energy into it, one could get a preliminary reading of their energy intensity and gauge their strength. Lin Chuan tested himself first. Beep, the tester gave a soft chime and the electronic screen displayed level 3, which is rank 0, level 3. Improving from level 1 to level 3 is not bad. Lin Chuan felt neither disappointed nor overly surprised, remaining as calm as he had expected. The energy fed back by a spirit beast provides a beast master with comprehensive improvements. And depending on the type of spirit beast, the boost received by the beastmaster will have different tendencies. For instance, if one contracts a spiritual beast known for its strength and physique, the beastmaster will receive a greater boost in physical constitution and power compared to other attributes like agility or mental capacity during the breakthrough feedback. Some rare spirit beasts can even provide unique feedback to their beastmasters, such as improved memory, eventually leading to a photographic memory. As for Flora, the special boost it brings to its tamer upon breaking through is enhanced self-healing capability. Afterward, Lin Chuan used the tester to check Gyugyo and Yinghua individually. Gyugyo is at level 11, or more scientifically put, Tier 1 level 1, while Yinghua is at level 8, Tier 0 level 8. The tester is not exactly professional grade, but the results should be fairly accurate. Compared to the indifference toward his own improvement just now, the progress of Gyugyo and Yinghua made Lin Chuan show a satisfied smile. Counting yesterday and today, is this 2-day progress a bit exaggerated? Not at all. One could say it is not exaggerated in the slightest. You have to consider that he spent a small fortune on nutrient soil and nutrient water, combined with the intense summer sunlight gathered by the light-reflecting mirror, the cultivation acceleration buff from the second-tier spirit Woodheart, the proficient and skilled level photosynthesis, and the fact that Gyugyo and Sakura are in their prime growth stage, perfectly suited for rapid development. Given all these factors, such progress in just 2 days is quite reasonable, which also indirectly proves that Gyugyo and Sakura have been working hard without a hint of slacking off. Very good, you both worked so hard, simply amazing. Giving them a rewarding pat on their little heads, Lin Chuan wore the kind, loving smile of a proud father. At this moment, the beast space device on Lin Chuan's wrist lit up. It was a call. Lin Chuan answered it. It was the courier calling to deliver his beginner's gift package. Without any small talk, Lin Chuan told him that he was at home, waiting at any moment and already impatient. And so, in less than 10 minutes, a beast tamer riding an iron feather eagle descended from the sky to deliver the parcel. After verifying the recipient's beast tamer ID and confirming the delivery, the courier did not wait for any pleasantries from Lin Chuan and took off again on the iron feather eagle, clearly off to deliver more starter kits. Watching the courier shrink to a tiny dot in the distance, Lin Chuan sighed to himself. These couriers must be working themselves to the bone lately, since every new graduate beast tamer needs their starter kit delivered. Turning his gaze back, Lin Chuan looked at his own starter kit. It was an exquisitely packaged gift box with a greeting card attached to it. A single sentence was written on it in beautiful, elegant calligraphy. "Congratulations to Mr. Lin Chuan on becoming a beast tamer. May your journey as a beast tamer be smooth and your path filled with glory. Compliments of the Beast Tamer Association." He was satisfied. It was exactly this kind of conduct that earned the Beast Tamer Association such high regard from the public. Even if someone failed to make it as a beast tamer and ended up as an ordinary cog in the machine of society, most people would not hold a grudge. Lin Chuan tucked the card away and pulled off the ribbon. Looking at the gift box, now shielded by only a thin layer of paper, he could not help but rub his hands together with a hint of nervousness. He had registered 2 Beastmaster talents, the Tier 2 Spirit Woodheart and the Tier 1 Skill Master. He was considered quite a genius, and he had even contracted 2 flower leaves from the start. Since the Beastmaster Association had all his data on record, he wondered what kind of starter pack they would provide for someone with his profile. Lin Chuan specially went to wash his hands and face, then asked Guoguo and Yinghua to pause their photosynthesis and join him in opening the mystery box. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan lifted one corner of the starter kit, while Guoguo and Yinghua each grabbed a side and pulled upward with all their might. The starter pack was opened. An exquisite glass jar was embedded inside. Inside the jar, hovering in midair, was an exceptionally vibrant, pure white flower shimmering with a hazy, psychedelic glow. "What is this?" Lin Chuan frowned, unable to recognize it at first until he noticed a small slip of paper tucked into the corner of the gift box. He took the paper out and read what was written on it. Lily orchid. Also known as the fairy blossom, it is the most essential bloom shed by a spirit flower fairy upon its natural death. After opening the jar, it has an effective shelf life of 2 months. When worn by Huyai or Huilingaling, it aids their growth and provides a high probability of learning sweet scent, a small chance of learning aromatherapy, and a very small chance of learning mystical fragrance, among other skills. Within the expiration period, crushing the lily orchid and mixing it with other ingredients to make floral fertilizer for the bud leaf to absorb can help it break through and improve its bloodline quality to a certain extent. Note, the effect of improving bloodline quality only applies to flower leaf and is ineffective for flower sprite. End of information. Lily orchid, that is the scientific name used in the spirit beast research community. However, Lin Chuan still feels that the folk name, fairy flower, is more vivid and sounds better. He took out the glass jar containing the fairy flower without opening it. Would not opening it start the clock on its shelf life? Holding it in his hand, Lin Chuan examined it closely. Putting everything else aside, it really is beautiful to look at. Of course, what matters most is its effect. First, it aids growth. Second, it helps in mastering skills. Third, it breaks through the upper limit of bloodline quality. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue, looking somewhat displeased. If any other rookie Beastmaster received a newcomer gift package like this, they would definitely be over the moon. The item is great and worthy of the Beastmaster Association's reputation for generosity, but for Lin Chuan it is just okay because his own situation already covers the 3 functions of the fairy flower. First is aiding growth. Aside from legendary or mythical monsters like dragons, phoenixes, or killins with god-tier bloodlines, the growth speed of ordinary spirit beasts has a limit. Even with the highest Beastmaster talent, whether reaching the 5th, 6th, or even 7th rank and using the best resources, it is impossible to break through this limit. As a medium-grade soldier rank spirit beast with nutritious soil, nutrient water, the heart of spirit wood, and proficient level photosynthesis, Guoguo's growth speed, based on the 30 years of research data from the old man, is already near its limit, and Sakura will surely catch up in the next few days. So the first effect of the fairy flower is useless to him. As for the second effect, mastering skills, that is even less impressive, as his samsara inheritance guarantees a 100% success rate. There is no need to gamble on the spirit beast's comprehension like with the fairy flower. Finally, breaking the bloodline quality limit. Speaking of which, that brings us to the other effect of his samsara. Samsara reincarnation, a talent effect he has not even used yet. If the inheritance is already this exaggerated, how could the reincarnation effect be any worse? After reincarnating, the extent of breaking the bloodline limit will surely be higher than using the lily orchid, but currently, Lin Chuan has no way to use it. First, his mental energy is insufficient. Lin Chuan has a vague intuition that he must reach rank 10 and break through to the first tier before he has enough mental energy to use samsara reincarnation. Secondly, neither Gyugyu nor Sakura have grown to a level suitable for reincarnation. It is like in those transmigration novels. Who achieves more, a master who knows history and science, or a child who just learned to walk? Obviously the former. Without any accumulation, even after reincarnation, the final achievements will be limited. By the same token, while Lin Chuan does not demand they reach their absolute limit, they need to grow to a certain height and have sufficient accumulation before reincarnating. Only then will the effects of reincarnation be significant, allowing them to break through to a much higher bloodline limit, perhaps jumping from medium soldier rank to medium or even high general rank in one go. With such a foundation, evolving into a flower spirit and finally a flower immortal, they probably will not be any weaker than those lord or king level spirit beasts. Back to the point. For Lin Chuan, this fairy flower is actually a bit of a waste. If he could, Lin Chuan would rather trade it for an equivalent amount of star rock coins. Of course, he is just thinking about it. Money can be earned, but the fairy flower is a high-grade resource that money cannot easily buy. Yes, it is exactly the kind of restricted resource that requires a professional beastmaster's permit to purchase. Although the fairy flower is underwhelming, it is not entirely useless for him. Sweet scent, aromatherapy, and mesmerizing fragrance. These three potential skills can likely be taught to Gyugyu and Sakura through his samsara inheritance. In other words, to him, this flower is a skill material, a skill book, and a thick, high-level one at that. At least it contains those three skills. As for others, Lin Chuan has no idea. Lin Chuan put away the glass jar, deciding to wait another 2 days. Once Sakura reaches the first rank, he will see if he can identify her strengths just like Gyugyu's aptitude for energy manipulation, and then adjust the training details accordingly, though the general direction remains unchanged. At the same time, Lin Chuan plans to study the fairy flower over the next 2 days. Since the flower can be crushed into fertilizer, maybe he can separate the petals and isolate the skills contained within, making the inheritance process much easier. If he used the whole flower as material, he feels his current mental energy would not handle the strain, and he would likely end up as a vegetable rather than gaining the skills. The sun set and night began to fall. Following Lin Chuan's signal, Gyugyu and Sakura ended today's training. Lin Chuan carefully checked the status of the two little ones. Because Gyugyu broke through to the first rank, its physical fitness and other aspects had improved comprehensively. Even though Gyugyu has not learned any offensive skills, Lin Chuan cannot beat it just using strength and agility. If Gyugyu went all out, those round little hands could split a brick. That is the nature of spirit beasts. They easily do what humans cannot, even plant-type auxiliary ones, not to mention beast-type ones that tear steel like paper. Then there is Sakura, who has not reached the first rank yet. Lin Chuan can still beat her if he goes all out. That was the end of the physical examination. Based on the progress Lin Chuan contemplated, Gyugyu can start foundational training for power, physique, and agility. As for Sakura, she still needs to eat dirt. Come to think of it, because they were competing today, they gained quite a bit of weight and their density is increasing rapidly. Lin Chuan can hold them today, but probably not tomorrow or the day after. With nothing else to do, Lin Chuan let them go play freely. They immediately disappeared to join the other flower leaves on the farm. The sun had not fully set, and the horizon was bathed in a rosy glow. Before long, Lin Chuan saw a group of pudgy flower leaves, including his own, chasing each other in the sunset. Their long shadows and cheerful spirits made this adorable sight soften his heart, bringing a warm, satisfied smile to his face. Well, time to order some takeout and get to work after dinner. What kind of work? The proposal for the baby cup competition, of course. And if there is any time left, he will study the fairy flower. Just as Lin Chuan sat on a small stool watching them play while eating his fragrant takeout, Lin Zudong rushed back with good news. The old man said he had been running between the town government, the Beastmaster Association, and other departments all day, finally getting all the paperwork for the newcomer competition approved. The application was approved naturally. After all, the farm's environment and facilities are far better than any commercial malls. Lin Zudong handed the documents to Lin Chuan and picked up his own unopened meal box to eat. The newcomer competition hosted by the Lin family farm is called the Flower Leaf Cup. The competition will last for 3 days. The prize for the champion is 400,000, for the runner-up 200,000, and for the third place 100,000, plus each participant receives a gift from the farm worth 10,000 star rock coins. The start date is July 13th. In other words, 10 days from now. A bit tight, but it should be enough time. Lin Chuan murmured, calculating in his head. Currently, neither Gyugyu nor Sakura have any defensive or offensive skills. However, with the terrifying effect of Samsara inheritance over 10 days, they should be able to build a basic skill set and become battle-ready. After quickly finishing his dinner and tidying up a bit, Lin Chuan took a shower and began drafting the proposal for the Hua Ye Cup. It was not difficult. For Lin Chuan, who inherited expert-level planning skills from his past life, writing a solid proposal was a breeze, if not perfectly excellent. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of just half-assing it. The success of the Hua Ye Cup was directly related to how much cash he could pull in, which in turn would determine how much he could invest in raising Gyugyuo and Yinghua. This was vital for his advancement assessment 3 months later. If everything went smoothly, his chances of getting into one of the 8 top academies would increase significantly. During this period, novice Beastmaster tournaments of all sizes were being held throughout the cities and towns of the Xingyan Federation, with some cities hosting several at the same time. Things are valued for their scarcity, and the opposite holds true. The more common something is, the less attention it gets. The same principle applied to the Novice Cups. A tournament hosted by a major corporation or factory naturally had no trouble attracting viewers, raking in a fortune just from ticket sales. However, the Hua Ye Cup applied for by the Lin Farm was nothing more than a small-scale novice Beastmaster tournament. These small tournaments usually did not get much attention, and rarely attracted powerful novice Beastmasters. After all, the prize money was relatively low. Unless you won the championship, the earnings for second or third place were not much better than just grinding novice missions. With only 3 months, any ambitious and confident novice Beastmaster would naturally choose to compete in the larger tournaments that offered significant prize money even for making the top 16. Generally speaking, only those who lived nearby and happened to join on a whim while grinding missions without much extra effort would participate in these small-scale cups. So, what Lin Chuan had to do now was to perfect his proposal as much as possible, draw in as many spectators and contestants as he could, and if he could spark a trending topic that drew in reporters and streamers, that would be even better. Only then could he maximize his earnings. So how should he go about this? Lin Chuan pondered. Before long, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, a smile appeared on his face, and he had an idea. Actually, it did not require anything overly complex. It did not need to compete with those massive tournaments, it just needed to be more eye-catching than other small ones. After all, big tournaments were not happening all the time and usually dragged on for a week or more. He just needed a tiny hook to generate some buzz and grab attention. That said, while the world of Blue Star was technologically advanced, it was significantly behind when it came to entertainment. If this were not a transcendental world of beast-taming civilization where individual power could reach the heavens, and where being a Beastmaster was the only truly promising career, Lin Chuan would have loved to be a content plagiarizer, bringing over things from his past life. He could at least have become an entertainment king. Unfortunately, in this world, being an entertainment king was useless. Even if you could sing, dance, and rap, it would not be worth a single hair on a professional beastmaster. Spending time on that was far worse than honestly raising spirit beasts. Once you become a professional beastmaster, you will have everything. Only those who fail to become beastmasters consider other jobs. Got off track, back to the main point. Regarding the idea Lin Chuan just had, to be precise, it was not his original idea. Rather, it came from certain classic internet buzz topics in his past life's memory fragments. It was not anything profound, but it was eccentric enough to grab eyeballs, which would surely pull in a crowd of curious spectators and contestants. 10th July 2233, according to the Xingyan Federation calendar. There were 3 days left until the official start of the Huaye Cup. The Federation government and Beastmaster Association staff had already visited the Lin farm to mark out areas and set up a competition venue. As the host and organizer, the Lin farm was responsible for all the other logistics, such as preparing the spectator stands, setting up stalls for snacks, drinks, and jelly, and small shops selling the farm's local specialties. However, the most important thing was still attracting spectators and contestants. Specifically, attracting genius novice beastmasters would draw in higher quality audiences and potentially even reporters and streamers. For instance, if a well-known genius from a certain academy participated, it would definitely lead his classmates to join or at least watch, and even his teachers might come. That would attract media coverage, and would not that just drive up sales? Of course, while handling all this, Lin Chuan did not forget the special training for Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Yinghua finally reached Tier 1 4 days ago and was currently at level 12. This brought another wave of energy feedback to Lin Chuan, raising his Beastmaster level to 4. His physical fitness had been enhanced, and he could clearly feel the difference from when he started, especially in his self-healing and recovery. It was not just physical healing, his mental recovery had also improved. Previously, inheriting a basic skill like photosynthesis would have cost Lin Chuan half his life and required a half-hour rest, but now he only needed 10 minutes to recover and go again. Gyugyuo had reached level 14, a progression pace that was almost being caught up by Yinghua. It was not that Gyugyuo was not working hard, but it had already passed its rapid growth phase and had a solid foundation. Moreover, like leveling up in an online game, the higher you go, the harder it gets. To progress further required more training time, more high-level resources, and of course, the tempering of combat. Speaking of skills, it was not just the Beastmaster Association that sold spirit beast materials, it was just that their shops were more official and had richer stock. Aside from that, shops related to beast taming were everywhere. You could find two on just about any street, and low-level spirit beast materials were ubiquitous. Over the past few days, Lin Chuan had visited dozens of beast shops, buying many materials that triggered the response of his cycle inheritance. Most of these were skills that Huaye could use. 2 of the materials were not even in his original plan, and he had not intended for Huaye to learn them, but they possessed very rare skills. Lin Chuan happened to run into them and, fearing he would miss the chance, bought them anyway. The 2 skills were Swaying Punch and Bewitching Words. The former, Swaying Punch, is a light attribute skill. Its effect is to inflict physical damage while confusing the enemy. To put it simply, a little punch to your head. The latter, Bewitching Words, is a spirit attribute skill. Generally, only fox-type spirit beasts or other special creatures can learn it. It works by using words to stir up the opponent's emotions. Depending on the content, it triggers various emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, or delight, thereby breaking down the opponent's reason and defense. With that, Lin Chuan's skill material library was now well-stocked, but you have to eat 1 bite at a time and take 1 step at a time. Lin Chuan would not just use something because it looked good, he followed his planned development strategy, stepping forward steadily. Besides photosynthesis, Huaye had 2 other innate basic skills, rooting and growth. The effect of rooting is to recover stamina and slightly boost defense. The effect of growth is a minor, all-around boost to abilities including attack, defense, agility, and so on. Currently, these were the innate skills Lin Chuan was primarily leveling up for Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Both Gyugyuo and Yinghua had their photosynthesis leveled to the expert level. As for why he did not raise it to master level, it was not that he did not want to, but that Gyugyuo and Yinghua themselves could not reach it. Their soldier tier medium bloodline quality limited their potential. However, expert level photosynthesis was enough. As for rooting and growth, due to a shortage of materials, Gyugyu's rooting was at mastery level while growth was only at proficiency. For Yinghua, it was the opposite, proficient rooting and mastery level growth. But combined with expert-level photosynthesis, he believed no novice beastmaster's spirit beast could take down Gyugyuo or Yinghua. Even those wealthy heirs would probably end up cursing, "What a damn tank." Well, Gyugyuo and Yinghua were not exactly hard yet, since they had not learned any defensive skills, so they could be easily broken through. But their health bars, thanks to the nutrient soil and water and the constant leveling of their 3 innate skills, were growing long and thick, and their self-healing capability was downright terrifying. Finally, the actual offensive consumption method. So far, Yinghua had inherited an introductory-level poison powder and an introductory-level bewitching words. Yes, Lin Chuan never expected Yinghua to actually learn them and have the aptitude for them. Gyugyuo, on the other hand, could not even learn them, did not even have the potential, and could not even activate the ability for the cycle inheritance. So just what kind of weird direction had Yinghua's talent gone in? Gyugyuo still had 0 attack skills. It was not for lack of materials, but they did not match its attributes. It could not learn bewitching words, and others would likely be abandoned eventually anyway. There was no need to force it to expand its skill set like other beastmasters. It was walking the path of an extreme survival tank. As long as it could inflict damage, even just scraping the opponent was fine. Lin Chuan decided to wait. Once it reached level 5, he would have enough mental energy to pass on Fruit Bomb, which matched its energy talent. That would be in a few days anyway. He would do it all at once then. However, Lin Chuan did pass on quite a bit of combat experience to Gyugyuo, derived from a piece of tough horny skin, likely from a fighting attribute beast. There was no skill inheritance, but it still triggered his cycle talent. The memory fragments were of countless fighting sessions in a martial arts training hall, though they were mostly memories of being a punching bag, proving the original owner of that material did not have much talent. These combat skills might not work against spirit beasts that had been raised for a year or two, but they were perfectly fine against other weak-old novices. Well, that was pretty much all of Lin Chuan's training progress over the past week. In short, with his double talent sheet, both Gyugyuo and Yinghua had completed their initial builds and were qualified to compete with any other beast out there. Well, maybe crushing would be a better word. Perhaps only the spirit beasts from wealthy clans could potentially beat Gyugyuo and Yinghua, but any average family's beast would likely find Gyugyuo and Yinghua so disgusting they would want to vomit. So much for the training. Next was the pre-tournament hype for the Novice Cup. Regular promotion was ongoing. Lin Zudong and the farm staff were handing out flyers on every street, and Lin Chuan was busy making a promotional video. He was planning a wild move, something that did not exist in this world. It was that very day, 3 days before the Hua Ye Cup began and 6 hours before the final registration deadline. A promotional video for the Lin Farms Hua Ye Cup was posted on the promotional website of the Tian Shang Town branch of the Beastmaster Association. At first, it showed a beautiful rural landscape, very pleasant. Then, it showed Hua Ye doing morning exercises in the early dawn, lined up like primary school students. The cute chirping sounds and the clumsy movements were explosively adorable, capturing the attention of countless girls, and even some Sigma-tough guys were softened by it. After that, it showed the farm's unique competition venue. Though not as formal or refined as those in major cups, it had its own distinct flavor. And just then, the camera angle suddenly zoomed from far to near, arriving in the middle of the arena where a teenager wearing black suspenders, a middle-part hairstyle, and holding a basketball stood. On either side of him stood a Hua Ye wearing sunglasses, looking extremely arrogant. The teenager grabbed the basketball and spun it on his fingertip. The next moment he made his move. I am Lin Chuan, a novice beastmaster with 2.5 years of training experience, skilled in singing, dancing, and rapping. I am here waiting for your challenge. Gyugyu Yi, if you are a brother, come and hit me. Yinghua using bewitching words, Ying Ying Ying, if you do not come, you are a wimp. The entertainment industry requires a specific environment, just like on Blue Star in my past life. First, you need a stable country and society. Second, you need a group of people who are well-fed and have nothing better to do. Only then can the entertainment industry find the soil to survive and grow. In this world of Kanglin Star, Lin Chuan does not know about other human nations. After all, he's never traveled abroad, and the internet communications of various countries are all walled off, with only a small amount of information trickling through, making the truth hard to discern. However, as far as the Xingyan Federation is concerned, it is quite stable and safe. but the Federation does not exactly have many people who are just sitting around with nothing to do. Or rather, that situation does not really exist in human society here. If people have the spare time and money after a full meal, they generally spend it on training their pet beasts. After all, this is a path of transcendence. If you truly walk it, you can achieve basic life extension and eternal youth, which is incredibly appealing. Therefore, Kanglin Star is destined to never develop a flourishing entertainment industry like the Blue Star of my past, nor will it spawn those strange, incomprehensible subculture circles. Here, the entertainment industry has no future and no fan base. Despite the lack of a future or a fan base when it comes to impact, it does have a little something. At the very least, according to the comments from others, Lin Chuan's promotional video is quite unique, eye-catching, and makes people laugh from the bottom of their hearts. Those overalls, that middle part hairstyle, and those exaggerated dance moves. If you did not laugh, you must have undergone professional training. And then the key part. The key to this video is not Lin Chuan's outfit or his dramatic dancing. The real key is the last two adorable sounds made by Guoguo and Yinghua. To human ears, they sound like cute, chirpy noises, and many girls and tough guys are posting comments saying that their hearts are melting. However, to the ears of their spirit beasts, it is a completely different story. Especially Yinghua, who used the beast tongue skill to shout, "If you do not come, you are a weakling." Even though it was just a video file and separated by a screen, it still left an impression on many baby spirit beasts. Spirit beasts are mostly pure and innocent, except for a tiny few who mingle in human society, like that deputy head of the security department at the Tiansheng Town Beast Master Association branch. Other spirit beasts, especially those in their infancy or growth stages whose intelligence is not fully developed, are truly innocent babies. If you praise them for being cute, handsome, or strong, they will be very happy and excited, especially when their own beast masters praise them. It can make them roll around with joy inside their beast space. Conversely, if you say something bad about them, they will quickly become sad and dejected, shedding tears uncontrollably. And if you taunt them to their face, calling them weaklings, well then. Tiansheng Town, Hubin East Road, Xingxin Residential Complex, Room 707, Building 8. A family surnamed Sun lives here. The parents and elders are nothing worth mentioning, just ordinary folks. It is worth mentioning their child, a young girl named Sun Yinian. She is 16 years old this year, just freshly adult. Her appearance is slightly above average, her skin a healthy pale yellow, wearing her hair in a neat, brisk single ponytail. She is not too tall or short, not too fat or thin. In short, as far as her looks go, she is a very ordinary-looking teenage girl. Appearance aside, Sun Yinian's talent as a beast master is truly extraordinary. During the awakening ceremony, she awakened a Tier 3 beast master talent called Wolf King Blood. Its effect is to increase the growth speed of wolf-type spirit beasts, boost their ferocity in battle, enhance their attack and speed, and allow the spirit beast to resist certain weakening effects. A Tier 3 talent is absolutely top tier and rare among commoners, especially since it is the Wolf King Blood. While the effect is not overwhelmingly powerful, wolf-type spirit beasts generally have very high potential. Because of her exceptional talent, Sun Yinian naturally wanted a higher starting point, a better initial spirit beast, and hoped to save enough money to cross regions to select one. However, due to her family's financial situation, her parents could not raise enough money for the interregional fees, so she had no choice but to go to the Tiansheng Town breeding base to claim one for free. As a result, Sun Yinian arrived late and was only left with a golden silk werewolf that had been rejected by other new beast masters because of its depression. Its appearance was roughly that of a 1-meter-tall humanoid dog-headed husky. With no other choice, Sun Yinian had to contract this golden silk werewolf and named it Dayan. There was no special meaning behind it, she just wanted to establish the Yinklin. Sun Yinian had already decided that her second spirit beast would be named Urien. Back to the main point. When Sun Yinian brought the golden silk werewolf home, after a brief period of getting along and nurturing it, she realized that the reason the wolf was depressed was because it was prodigiously gifted. Dayan had mastered a skill that no other golden silk werewolf could possibly grasp, and it was precisely this skill that frequently caused it to have stomach pains, physical discomfort, and trouble sleeping or eating. This skill was Flame Punch. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a golden silk werewolf to master Flame Punch. Because the Golden Silk Werewolf is a metal attribute spirit beast, while Flame Punch is a fire attribute skill and fire overcomes metal. However, in this world there are always those who are exceptionally gifted or encounter a stroke of fate, managing to do things that are impossible under normal circumstances. Dayin is one such case. Sun Yinian studies at the 5th Beast Master Middle School in Tiancheng Town. The 5th does not refer to the ranking of teaching quality but the order in which the school was founded. If you really look at the quality of teaching, the 5th Beast Master Middle School barely edges out the others. This is because the school's founder was a super big boss who was incredibly wealthy, providing the school with many perks that other institutions did not have, such as Spirit Beast summer camps and exchange programs with large city academies, things the other schools in town lacked. Even in such a school environment, Sun Yinian's theoretical grades were at the top of her grade level, consistently in the top 10. Coupled with her awakened Tier 3 talent, and the fact that she contracted the naturally gifted Dayin, Sun Yinian's path as a beast master could be described as smooth sailing. More importantly, while on a mission for newcomers, Sun Yinian passed by a wasteland, tripped over a stone, and picked it up to discover it was a spirit beast fossil. Although it was not particularly useful, it had significant research value. She turned around and sold it to a research institute specializing in spirit beast fossils, earning 1 million Xingyan coins. The day before yesterday, Sun Yinian also took Dayin to participate in a small baby cup tournament held in the park by the neighborhood supermarket, won the championship, and received a prize of 300,000 Xingyan coins. In short, Sun Yinian's start as a beast master was absolutely perfect, like she was holding the protagonist's script. This led Sun Yinian to start getting a bit full of herself. In a word, she did not know what it meant to have an opponent. The spirit beasts of other peers were like weaklings, wiped out by Dayin in one paw strike. At this very moment, Sun Yinian was browsing the forum on the Beast Master Association website. Because her start was so smooth, Sun Yinian no longer planned to follow the originally intended safe development route, which was grinding through rookie missions. Since she had such a massive advantage, she had to ride the momentum and snowball. She planned to take the route of earning money by competing in baby cups, funding her growth through battles. She would enter the academic entrance examinations in 3 months with an unstoppable air, and then smoothly be admitted into one of the 8 top academies. There are many newcomer Beast Master tournaments lately. Sun Yinian's first choice was those large-scale baby cups with huge prize money, where even reaching the top 16 could yield a decent reward. Unfortunately, not every city hosts large baby cups. At the very least, Tiancheng Town did not have one, requiring her to travel to a higher-level city to participate. The second choice would be small to medium-sized baby cups that were close to home and offered good prize money. Just like that, Sun Yinian scanned the various promotional messages for baby cups on the association's forum, checking event dates, scales, and prize details. Right then, a promotional video for a baby cup caught Sun Yinian's eye. Tiancheng Town Dunk Suburbs Lin's Farm the Flowerleaf Cup. Competition date July 13th. Registration deadline countdown 6 hours. Prize money 400,000 for the champion, 200,000 for runner-up, 100,000 for third place. Every participant also receives a small gift provided by Lin's Farm worth 10,000 Xingyan coins. Sun Yinian nodded slightly. Looking at it this way, the Flowerleaf Cup situation was not bad. It was close to home and the prize money was decent for a small baby cup. She added it to her backup list. So, Sun Yinian clicked on the video to get a closer look at the promotional footage for the Flowerleaf Cup. The video began. First, there were beautiful pastoral scenes. Sun Yinian nodded to herself, thinking it had been a long time since she had seen the countryside, and taking a trip to see the sights for a picnic would not be bad. Then there were flower leaves doing morning exercises in the dawn light, lined up neatly like elementary school students. Those chattering sounds and clumsy actions captivated Sun Yinian. Dayin was developing smoothly, and because of that, Sun Yinian had already started planning to contract an Arian. A typical logistics support type spirit beast like the flower leaf was on her shortlist. There was another reason to attend. She could go see how the flower leaves there were and if possible discuss with the farm owner whether she could contract a suitable flower leaf there. Next, it showed the farm's unique competition venue. While not as formal or refined as the large baby cups, it had a distinct flavor, especially in the competition arena where tall trees had been transplanted at the four corners with branches stretching to cover a good portion of the arena. This inventive environment made Sun Yinian even more excited. Just then, the video perspective suddenly shifted from far to near, arriving in the middle of the arena, where a young boy in black overalls with a middle-part hairstyle was holding a basketball. To his left and right stood two flower leaves wearing sunglasses, looking extremely arrogant. Holding the basketball, the boy spun it on his fingertip. In the next moment, he moved. Watching the boy's awkward dancing in the video and listening to his self-introduction as a rookie beast master with 2.5 years of practice, Sun Yinian froze, then could not help but chuckle. This person really is quite a character. As an opponent, this should be fun. At that exact moment, the two flower leaves beside the boy made chirping, squeaky sounds. It was adorable, a sound that brought Sun Yinian joy, strengthening her desire to have a flower leaf as her Arian. Dayan, what do you think? Sun Yinian wanted to ask Dayan's opinion to see if it took a liking to spirit beasts like flower leaves. She did not want to contract a flower leaf as her second spirit beast only for Dayan to have a conflict with it. Friction between contracted spirit beasts is the last thing any beast master wants to see. However, before Sun Yinian could finish her sentence, thud. Dayan, the golden silk werewolf, jumped onto the table and with a fist burning with flames, punched right through Sun Yinian's computer screen, leaving a hole smoking with black soot. Sun Yinian was dumbfounded, stunned in place. What is going on? What happened? Where am I? Dayan, nobody is allowed to call me a weakling again. Because it did not eat well or sleep well, it was relatively small and thin. Back in the circle of golden silk werewolf peers at the breeding base, Dayan was frequently bullied. After all, wolves are not as gentle as flower leaves. They are generally active, lively, naughty, and prone to mischief, with a very strong sense of competition among their own kind. And while being bullied, Dayan was also teased by other golden silk werewolves who called it a weakling. The word weakling, those two characters were a sore spot and a forbidden zone for Dayan. Woof woof ah woo woof woo. Coming to its senses and seeing the broken computer screen it had caused, Dayan frantically tried to explain itself to Sun Yinian. Although she could not directly understand Dayan's barks and howls, since a contract had been established, she could sense its emotions to a certain degree. That sense of being wronged, that anger, that intense competitive spirit, Sun Yinian could feel it all. Such strong fighting spirit. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Lin Chuan, is it? I hope your strength is as unique as your dancing and that you do not get taken out by my Dayan in one punch. Lin's farm. Lin Chuan was currently adding stat points to Gyugyuo and Yinghua when he suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me behind my back? Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He had an instinctual feeling of being targeted by something strange, but the threat did not feel significant. Lin Chuan shook his head and did not let it bother him. Pulling his focus back, Lin Chuan turned his gaze back to Gyugyuo and Yinghua. He had just taken another stroll through the trade district of the Beast Master Association. Fortunately, he had managed to scrounge up a rooting material and a growth material, perfect for Gyugyuo and Yinghua, using the growth material to top up Gyugyuo's proficiency and the rooting material for Yinghua's. The result was exactly as Lin Chuan expected. Gyugyuo's growth leveled up from proficient to mastered, and Yinghua's rooting did the same, moving from proficient to mastered. Although he expected it, Lin Chuan was still overjoyed. He immediately ordered a bucket of fried chicken to reward himself, then put the leftover bones into a blender, crushed them into powder, and mixed them into the nutritious soil for Gyugyuo and Yinghua so they could get a taste too. In this way, the configuration of Gyugyuo and Yinghua's three natural basic skills, photosynthesis, rooting, and growth, all reached expert, mastered, and mastered levels respectively. Lin Chuan rubbed the heads of Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Because of their growth and evolution, their woody skin had become tight and smooth. The tactile feel was far better than before, so bouncy and springy that it was truly impossible to stop touching them. Lin Chuan pulled his hands away with reluctance. Even though Gyugyuo and Yinghua were chattering and chirping, wanting Lin Chuan to continue head-petting them as a reward, Lin Chuan stopped himself. If he kept petting them, he would not have the heart to do anything else. With a flick of his mind, his watch glowed and Lin Chuan recalled Gyugyuo and Yinghua into the beast space, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Those little bodies of the two cuties had gotten tougher. So I really pour out my sympathies for the opponents in the flower leaf cup. I mean, seriously, do not be like that. even if you are going to cheat, you have to follow the rules of the game. With these tens of thousands of health points, how are the other babies supposed to cope? Are they supposed to fight with their heads? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lin Family Farm's Huiyai Cup officially kicked off. Perhaps the promotional video Lin Chuan made really had something going for it, as it was exceptionally eye-catching, leading to 30% more registrants than expected for the Huiyai Cup. Well, the truth is, what really worked was that line Sakura shouted using the move False Rumors. If you do not come, you are a total weakling. The spirit beasts contracted by novice beast tamers are usually those that have just passed their infancy and are in a period of rapid growth. These spirit beasts are the most suitable for contracting and training. The results vary greatly based on the training method, and often a single detail can make a huge difference in the final outcome, which is the best way to see a beast tamer's skill. However, such spirit beasts generally do not have high intelligence, so how could they withstand the insult of being called a weakling? Even if the beast tamers did not want to participate in the Huiyai Cup because the prize money was low or for other reasons, the spirit beasts who were triggered by that weakling insult would roll on the ground demanding to enter the tournament, determined to beat up that Huiyai that called them weaklings. With many participants and most of them being locals, how could they show up to compete without bringing their friends and family as cheerleaders? Naturally, the number of spectators increased as well. With more spectators, the various revenues for the Lin Chuan farm as the host naturally increased. Just selling tickets, snacks, drinks, melon seeds, bubble tea, and popcorn made a fortune, not to mention Lin Family Farm's star product, Huiyai fruits in 5 special flavors. For the wealthy, it is nothing, but for ordinary people, these special Huiyai fruits are like high-end health supplements, and they would not normally want to buy them. But now that they are already here, they might as well buy a couple for their kids or their baby spirit beasts to have a taste, right? At the temporarily erected specialty kiosk. At this moment, Lin Chuan, wearing the overalls and middle-part hairstyle from the promo video, handed a pre-weighed bag of 5-spice beef-flavored Huiyai fruits to the boy in front of him. Thanks for your purchase, that will be 51,000 star rock coins in total. Well, since we are fellow alumni, I will waive the small change for you. Let us just call it 50,000 star rock coins. Lin Chuan said with a professional, gentle, and polite smile. The boy took the plastic bag, took out one piece to eat himself, and then gave another to a monkey-like spirit beast about 70 centimeters tall beside him. Dressed in simple blue and white sportswear and wearing glasses, the boy looked well-mannered. His name is Ping Kai. Like Lin Chuan, Ping Kai is a student at the first beast-taming middle school in Tianshang Town. However, Ping Kai and Lin Chuan are not in the same class and they did not know each other before. They only found out while chatting during the transaction just now. Lin Chuan is in Class 7 of the 3rd year while Ping Kai is in Class 3. Ping Kai's previous grades were average, hovering in the middle of the cohort, slightly worse than Lin Chuan, who was in the upper middle tier. However, Ping Kai was lucky enough to awaken a Tier 2 beast taming talent. With support from his family, he paid a hefty sponsorship fee to go to a high-level spirit beast breeding base in Qingjiang City, where he contracted a blazing crest gray monkey with superior soldier rank bloodlines, the monkey currently by his side. The blazing crest gray monkey, as the name implies, is a monkey spirit beast with red hair on its head, giving it a bit of a rebellious look. It is fire attributed. Lin Chuan does not know any further details. He does not have the persona of an honors student who memorized all the data on common spirit beasts. Overall, Ping Kai's start as a beast tamer is quite decent. Well, just having the confidence and ability to come compete in this rookie cup shows he is already ahead of most of his peers, since most other newcomers are still busy grinding beginner tasks. There was still some time before the match started, so Ping Kai chatted with Lin Chuan while eating the 5-spice beef-flavored Huiyai fruit he just bought, occasionally helping Lin Chuan tidy up the counter and hand items to other customers. Before this, the two did not know each other, but that might change from here on out. Since Lin Chuan and Ping Kai both awakened Tier 2 beast taming talents, they were among the first to stand out from the crowd. The further they go, the more likely they are to cross paths. They were bound to meet at the entrance exams in 3 months anyway. They would be competitors then, but if they were on good terms, they could help each other out, especially when competing against students from other middle schools in Tianshang Town. So Ping Kai came with the intention of befriending Lin Chuan. He was not looking for a best friend just to get familiar enough to say hello. Lin Chuan understood this naturally, and he was also willing to get familiar with Ping Kai. In fact, Lin Chuan was the one who initiated this networking move first. That is right, by shaving 1,000 Star Rock coins off the price just now. I already gave you a 1,000 coin discount, so if we happen to meet at the entrance exams in 3 months, do not be unreasonable and make things hard for me. Lin Chuan thought to himself. Of course, it was just a joke. Even if Ping Kai were unreasonable, he was confident in defeating him. If he could not even beat this roadside kid, what was the point of having his golden cheat code? How did you come up with this outfit? Honestly, it is very unique. Ping Kai had been watching for a while, but no matter how many times he looked, he still found it strange. There was an indescribable awkwardness. He wanted to laugh but held it back as he spoke. Lin Chuan certainly would not say he learned it from someone in his past life. He just claimed he saw a kid at the nearby kindergarten wearing it and catching the attention of many female teachers, thought it was interesting, and decided to copy it. He had not expected it to work so well in the promotional video. By the way, I wanted to ask, what did your Hyugai say in the promo video? Why did my little red-haired monkey get so angry after hearing it that it almost dismantled my bedroom? A bit resentful but mostly curious, Ping Kai continued to ask. Lin Chuan fell silent, feeling a bit guilty, and looked to the side. How could he tell Ping Kai the truth? Say that he taught Gyugyuo to say, "If you are a brother, come and cut me," and had Sakura use the entry-level false rumors to shout, "If you do not come, you are a weakling." Steadying his expression, Lin Chuan pretended to sigh. I want to know too. You are not the first person to ask me this today. I really do not know what my Hyugai was shouting. I just told them to shout something to attract other spirit beasts to sign up for the Hyugai Cup, just like I said in the promo video. I am here waiting for your challenges. I do not know exactly what words they used. Maybe my Hyugai learned some lines from the gangster-style spirit beast cartoons they love to watch. Sai, those cartoons nowadays, they really lead the young astray. They should all be reported. Lin Chuan muttered, looking full of resentment. Not realizing he had been played, Ping Kai was led astray, thinking about the gangster spirit beast cartoons Lin Chuan mentioned, and nodded in agreement. Before this, Ping Kai actually liked watching those kinds of spirit beast cartoons. But since becoming a novice beast tamer and contracting the blazing crest gray monkey, he let it watch a few episodes of that bear cartoon, and his monkey started acting out, constantly trying to cut down trees. It even secretly cut down 2 decorative trees in the residential complex, which got him fined 30,000. It is a monkey, so why is not it climbing trees properly? Why is it cutting trees? Is that a tree you are cutting? You are cutting money. Ping Kai fell into deep thought, and Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He almost got exposed, but luckily he was one step ahead. He had almost been found out earlier by a girl with a ponytail and a golden wolfman, named Sun Yinian from the 5th Beast Taming Middle School. When she came to buy the special flavored Hyugai fruits, like Ping Kai, she asked what Sakura said in the video that made her golden wolfman so furious that it punched through her computer screen. Lin Chuan was nervous at the time, wondering if Sun Yinian was going to make him pay for the screen. Fortunately, Sun Yinian did not care about the screen. She was purely curious about what Sakura said to make her pet furious, something she needed to understand as a beast tamer. So Lin Chuan used the same excuse. Gyugyuo and Sakura must have watched too many gangster spirit beast cartoons and learned some lines. And so Sun Yinian left deep in thought and conveniently bought 100,000 worth of special Hyugai fruits. Dong dong dong. The melodious sound of a bell rang. It was already 10:00 a.m. With the match about to start, Ping Kai snapped out of his thoughts. He said goodbye to Lin Chuan to go prepare for the match. Lin Chuan did the same, tidied up, and left the shop in the care of the farm employees. Then Lin Chuan changed his clothes and took off those overalls. Well, the outfit was just for promotional purposes. If he wore it all the time, he'd get labeled with a weird persona. Since he was about to participate in his first public match as a beast tamer, he had to look professional. In the end, Lin Chuan changed into a black and white minimalist summer shirt and shorts printed with cartoon Hyugai patterns, looking like a bright and cheerful boy. After changing, Lin Chuan carried a tray and a thermal backpack as he left the temporary kiosk. The tray held snacks like melon seeds, popcorn, dried fish, and tofu, while the backpack held drinks like bubble tea, cola, and soda. Well, even though the competition had started, Lin Chuan was not the first to go. There were no tricks involved, it was a natural draw. Unlike larger, formal competitions where all contestants must wait in the preparation area, the small-scale Rookie Cup is relatively free. Participants just need to show up in time when their name is called to bring their spirit beast onto the field. The rest of the time, they can go where they please. Although it was expected that this Huyai Cup would make a good profit, and there was a final championship prize. But hey, who complains about more money? You have to know that raising spirit beasts is a bottomless pit. Naturally, you earn what you can. Moreover, at the current site of the Huyai Cup Rookie Tamer Tournament on Lin Family Farm, there were only the snack and drink stalls run by the Lin family and some employee families. This is a limited-time monopoly. If you do not make money now, when will you? Melon seeds, cola, popcorn, bubble tea. Lin Chuan shouted. The spectator stands were temporarily built with iron frames and plastic boards, forming a large fan-shaped circle. Lin Chuan wandered among the stands, hawking his goods while watching the match below. The first few matches were not much to see, they were completely amateurish. That is to be expected though, it had only been 2 weeks, 14 days since graduation. How many novice beast tamers can actually train a baby spirit beast properly? Being able to teach them one attack skill is already quite good. As time passed, Lin Chuan sold most of his snacks and drinks, finally waiting for a match of relatively higher quality. The two contestants were Ping Kai and Sun Yinian. The referee was a staff member from the Beast Tamer Association, and another referee along with a professional beast tamer sat in the spectator stand closest to the competition field. The other referee was there for rotation, as even small competitions had dozens of matches which one referee could not host alone. At the same time, he acted as a supervisor to prevent the active referee from making mistakes or showing bias. The professional beast tamer was there to keep an eye on things in case of emergencies, because even in a rookie cup, no matter how small the probability, emergencies could still happen. I am Shijai, a professional referee from the Beast Tamer Association. I will be hosting this match. The referee on the field was a slightly plump middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline. He raised a small flag and spoke. Then Shijai began to recite the rules out of habit. He had to say them for every single match. The rules are for an open restricted match. Beast tamers are not allowed to join the combat. Each tamer can only send one spirit beast and no items are allowed during the match. Anyone caught doing so will be automatically disqualified. In each battle, a beast tamer is allowed to use their beast taming talent only once to buff their spirit beast. The rules are as stated. Do both sides have any questions? Shijai looked at Ping Kai and Sun Yinian, and both shook their heads silently to indicate they had no questions. Alright, please be sure to follow the competition standards and do not commit any fouls. Before the match starts, please pay respect to each other. Shijai said. Ping Kai, 1st Beast Taming Middle School, Class 3, Year 3, Ping Kai, looking forward to your guidance. Sun Yinian, 5th Beast Taming Middle School, Class 1, Year 3, Sun Yinian, please go easy on me. The two spoke one after another, offering a polite greeting. The next second, the boy and girl moved at the same time. On Ping Kai's side, Ping Kai held a low-key, elegant, and cool red and black card between his index and middle fingers. This was his space storage device. Then Ping Kai turned his finger to face the card forward. Light patterns of a magic array emerged on the card, and simultaneously a larger magic array appeared in the void before him. Flames ignited out of thin air, and the next moment the blazing crest gray monkey rushed out of the fire. On Sun Yinian's side, Sun Yinian wore a ring on her left index finger. She spread her fingers and reached forward. The ring erupted with a brilliant golden light that shot straight up into the sky. The golden light turned into rain, drifting down, and a majestic golden wolfman slowly appeared on the field following the rain of light. Regardless of combat strength, every beast tamer and every spirit beast had their entrance effects dialed up to the max. Seeing that both spirit beasts had taken their places in their respective preparatory zones, Shijai nodded slightly and lowered his small flag. Match start. As he spoke, both spirit beasts moved and charged at each other. The Golden Wolfman is a soldier rank mid-tier spirit beast, while the Blazing Crest Gray Monkey is soldier rank high tier. However, in reality, Sun Yinian's wolfman De Yin was faster and more agile. Dodging a punch from the monkey, De Yin turned around and hammered its chest with a paw. De Yin Awu. From today on, I will not allow any spirit beast to call me a weakling again. Sun Yinian De Yin used Flame Punch. With another howl, flames wrapped around the fist, and the golden wolfman lunged unceremoniously at the blazing crest gray monkey's face. Matches between rookie beast tamers are often quite dull. Especially the rookie beast tamer tournaments held within the first month of graduation after awakening their initial contracted beasts. They are basically just a bunch of beginners pecking at each other. After all, not many rookie beast tamers can actually get their initial contracted beasts properly trained within just 1 month of graduating. Well, truthfully, most rookie beast tamers do not see much training progress in that first month. They often struggle to even master a standard-level advanced skill, reaching at most a beginner's level. Therefore, the battles in these rookie tournaments during this period are mostly like kids brawling in the streets in a turn-based fashion. You grab my neck, I press down on your head, and then the two beasts roll around together. The beast tamers stand in the command area shouting things like stand up, hang in there, or quickly dodge, giving commands with very little substance. Such battles often end in less than half a minute as the bodies of these baby beasts are relatively weak, and they usually run out of health after taking 2 solid hits from their opponent. That is the general situation, but this world is never lacking in excellent individuals or even true geniuses. Whether gifted with talent or blessed with extraordinary opportunities, they all have one thing in common. Excellent beast tamers will always efficiently convert their own talents and various resources into nourishment for their beast's growth, building a solid foundation for their path. Truly exceptional genius beast tamers, even at the rookie stage and with less than 2 weeks of training, can mold their beasts into impressive fighters with genuine combat capability. Battles between such excellent rookie beast tamers are worth watching. Clearly, Ping Kai and Sun Yinian are exactly that type. It is hard to say if they are geniuses, but they are definitely very excellent beast tamers. These two not only awaken beast taming talents far stronger than those around them, but more importantly, their strategies for raising their beasts are very clear and focused. In contrast, most rookie beast tamers lack a solid development plan, or they start with one but fail to carry it through, jumping from one idea to another and letting their beasts practice whatever skill seems strong at the moment. As a result, they achieve nothing and fail to even establish a basic foundation. Back to the point, Sun Yinian follows a fast-paced, aggressive style. In the 2 weeks since she awakened, Sun Yinian has focused on the speed and reaction time of her golden silk werewolf De Yin, and the flaming fist skill it learned by chance. This is the fundamental reason why Sun Yinian and De Yin were able to win the rookie tournament at another supermarket park before. None of her previous opponents could withstand a single claw swipe from her dog. As for Ping Kai, his training strategy is defense and counterattack. Ping Kai believes that a rookie beast tamer's initial beast cannot possibly have overwhelming attack power, at least not in a small place like Tianshang Town. It is impossible for a monster rookie or a cheated beast to appear and secure a one-hit kill. Therefore, it is perfectly viable to take one hit, then seize the absolute gap where the opponent has exhausted their momentum and has not yet regained strength, taking them out with a smooth little combo. Unlike Sun Yinian, who has already won a rookie championship, Ping Kai has only managed to get a runner-up title so far. That was because in the final of the previous tournament, he faced an opponent using a relatively rare ghost-type beast. Yeah, that type of beast naturally ignores physical damage. His Cindertop Gray Monkey, Xiao Hongmao, has not learned any fire attribute skills yet and only had its innate straight punch and claw strike. The smooth little combo made of those two moves could not deal any damage to the ghost-type beast, so he had to lose regretfully. The golden silk werewolf De Yin landed a flaming fist squarely on the face of the Cindertop Gray Monkey, Xiao Hongmao. There was a loud bang, a sound that made the audience wince in sympathy. Yet, after taking such a heavy blow, the cinder-crested gray monkey merely twisted its mouth, grit its teeth, and let out two low, growling squeaks through clenched teeth, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, enduring the impact without even stepping back half a pace. Ping Kai immediately ordered, "Grab it." Sun Yinian's expression changed suddenly, De Yin run. However, it was too late. Even before Ping Kai issued the command, the Cindertop Gray Monkey's claws had already climbed onto the golden silk werewolf De Yin's shoulders, gripping tightly. The next second, the monkey used the momentum to flip over behind the werewolf. Throat lock, climbing on, leg clamp, just like that, it smoothly mounted the wolf in a wrestling-style hold. De Yin kept howling and struggled violently, but could not break free for the moment. And so, an amusing scene of a monkey riding a wolf appeared in the arena. The audience watched with delight, cheering them on, while the two beast tamers, Ping Kai and Sun Yinian, were sweating bullets, constantly commanding their respective beasts. Even the referee and the professional beastmasters on the side revealed smiles. While there were still many flaws, seeing such a scene in the Rookie Cup was quite rare. Lin Chuan watched with great focus, having released Guo and Yinghua from his watch storage space to watch along with him. "How does it look?" Lin Chuan asked. Guo and Yinghua looked into the arena at the savage and wild fighting monkey and wolf. Yeah. Jing yang. Guo and Yinghua made sounds at the same time. Yinghua shook its head repeatedly, lifting its little chubby hands to push away in a gesture of rejection. But Guo jumped twice, lifting its chubby hands and waving them as if eager to try. Though he could not understand the language of the beasts, Lin Chuan could feel the emotions of the two little cuties and infer what they were expressing. Yinghua meant it could not win, that it could not win because the combat was too brutal and not elegant at all. However, that monkey and dog could not hope to beat Miss Yinghua either. With their level of attack damage and the current sunlight intensity, as long as it activated photosynthesis, its natural healing efficiency would be far higher than the damage they caused. To sum up, that monkey is a soft monkey, and the wolf is a soft dog. Guo's meaning was simpler. Before this, Lin Chuan had passed on some combat training experience from a fighting-type beast to Guo, the experience of being a punching bag in a martial arts gym. It was not vast, but the crucial part was the spirit behind it. That fighting-type beast lacked talent, but it had a burning desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with powerful beasts. This fighting spirit influenced Guo, making it more battle-hungry than ordinary leaf spirits, especially for close-quarters brawling. Lin Chuan frowned and felt speechless internally, wishing he had not passed on that combat experience. A guy he had already planned to follow an energy spell-based route was spending all day thinking about shouting fighting cries and getting into fisticuffs. So if it comes to facing them, who plans to go? Lin Chuan pushed aside his inner complaints and asked more seriously. Unless the situation was critical, he preferred to respect the beast's wishes for participating in regular matches. Guo and Yinghua looked at each other, then at the monkey and the big dog, werewolf, down in the arena. Yang. Yeah. Yinghua pointed at the monkey, and Guo pointed at the werewolf. It meant that whoever among them won would be the opponent they would face next. If the monkey won, Yinghua would take it on. If the dog won, Guo would take it on. As for other opponents, Lin Chuan had looked around and had not found anyone else besides Ping Kai and Sun Yinian worth fighting. He felt that whether Yinghua or Guo went up, it would be a total crush. They would not even need to use photosynthesis, rooting, or growth, the three little health tank moves. Based on the solid foundation built from 2 weeks of nutritional soil, water, and photosynthesis, they could flat-out steamroll the competition using just their base stats. Just as Lin Chuan was whispering with Guo and Yinghua, the battle in the arena reached a white-hot stage where the winner was about to be decided. The golden silk werewolf De Yin and the cinder-top gray monkey Xiao Hongmao did not actually have much difference in strength. Both beast tamers had done a good job training them, developing their abilities well, and their respective skills were at a beginner-level prototype stage. At this point, it came down to the competitive drive of the beast tamers and their beasts, who was stronger and who could grit their teeth and endure. Ping Kai and Sun Yinian's competitive drive was not actually that strong. They felt that this small rookie cup was not worth going all out for. If things went smoothly, fine, but if an accident happened, winning would still be a huge loss. A critical injury would put them in bed for a week or two, which would be disastrous, affecting their subsequent daily training and the promotion exam 3 months away. Unless they spent a lot of money to hire a professional beast therapist, and even then it would waste at least a day or two. With the beast tamers being that way, as for the two beasts were panting, clearly at their limits. The cinder-top gray monkey did not have a very strong desire to win. By now, its head was empty. It felt like it would keep fighting if it could, but if it could not hold on, it would just lie down. The golden silk werewolf was different. Right now, De Yin's wolf eyes seemed to be burning, full of malice, and its teeth were chattering. It wanted to win. It absolutely must win. Awu. From now on, I will not allow any beast to call me a soft dog. Werewolves can stand on two legs like humans, but their more agile way of moving is to get down and run on all fours like a true wolf. De Yin lowered itself, pressed its body low, and fixed its malice-filled eyes on the monkey in front of it. Carrying the conviction of not being a soft dog, De Yin howled and lunged forward. The match is over, contestant Sun Yinian wins. Referee Shi Jai waved his small flag. Sun Yinian and Ping Kai rushed into the arena to check their beasts' injuries. After a careful inspection, they found no life-threatening accidents and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, just some slightly heavy superficial wounds. If they let the therapist sent by the Beast Tamer Association take a look and apply some medicine, then put them into the beast space to rest for 2 hours, they should basically recover. By then, they would be ready for the next match without any problems. At the referee's signal, Ping Kai and Sun Yinian saluted each other and left the arena. Ping Kai lost. Returning to the seats with his friends and family, he clenched his fists, appearing disappointed and unwilling, but quickly cheered up under their encouragement. Sun Yinian won and smiled broadly as she accepted congratulations from her parents, friends, classmates, and teachers. Some of her friends were already celebrating, popping champagne and declaring that Sun Yinian was the pride of school number 5, believing no other contestants could stand a chance against her. The professional beast tamer sitting in the special stand closest to the arena took note of Ping Kai and Sun Yinian's names and wrote a 300-word summary describing the battle. Well, the Beast Tamer Association naturally pays more attention to excellent rookie beast tamers and even sets up independent files, not only to provide better growth support but also to monitor them and keep them from straying off the right path. The matches after Ping Kai and Sun Yinian's felt somewhat dull, the standard style of beginners pecking at each other. 1 match 2 3 4. As the tournament progressed, it reached 2 in the afternoon, the 13th match, which was Lin Chuan's. Hearing the loudspeaker call his name, Lin Chuan immediately put down the tray and backpack he was selling, handed them to the old man next to him, and strode toward the arena. When Lin Chuan arrived at the arena, his opponent was already there. Lin Chuan's opponent was a sturdy teenager, nothing special in appearance, certainly not as handsome as Lin Chuan. The referee this time was someone other than Shi Jai, named Zhuang Lan, a young woman who looked to be 27 or 28. Zhuang Lan recited the match rules as usual. After confirming that Lin Chuan and the sturdy youth both understood, she waved her flag and whistled, signaling them to salute and release their beasts. The sturdy youth, 3rd Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3 Class 9, Wang Lu, you must be the son of the owner of this Lin's farm, right? The promotional video was well made, the clothes were good, very interesting. I specifically came to compete after watching your video. Lin Chuan, 1st Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3 Class 7, Lin Chuan, thanks for the compliment and support. Haha, my leaf spirit is very delicate, it only knows how to squeak, please go easy on us. After the polite greetings, Lin Chuan and Wang Lu acted simultaneously. Wang Lu raised his hand, and a string of glazed beads on his right wrist lit up. The sound of waves suddenly roared. In the void, huge waves surged, conjuring the scene of a stormy sea. Then, a wave as huge as a tsunami rose, with a giant blue tortoise sitting atop it. Riding the waves, breaking through the void, the giant blue tortoise landed in the arena. Azure Water Tortoise, Bloodline Rank, Soldier Rank Medium. On Lin Chuan's side, Lin Chuan had not originally planned to activate any entrance effects. It was just a tiny rookie tournament after all. However, other contestants basically used effects or shouted loudly to boost their aura, like "Come out, my treasure so-and-so." Loving entrance effects is just a rookie characteristic. After all, who is not a bit Chunabiu at 16? Especially for rookie beast tamers who have not long since awakened their talent and contracted a beast, who does not dream of being a crowned heavenly king? Some bold ones are even daydreaming that they are emperors, calling themselves emperor this or that when no one is around. That said, a considerable portion of the audience comes to the rookie tournament just to see the entrance effects of the beasts. It is much better than watching beginners peck at each other. Well, if everyone else is using effects and he does not, he will look very out of place. If others are being dramatic and he is not, he will stand out way too much. So Lin Chuan struck the pose he had practiced before. He raised his left hand, half masking his face, showing off that super cool mechanical sci-fi beast-taming watch device. The next moment, the mechanical sci-fi patterns on the watch lit up one by one, spreading outwards. In front of Lin Chuan, flowers bloomed in the void, and with every step, lotus flowers appeared as Ying Hua walked out of the void. Zhuanglan match start. There is no rule that says a host must be modest and polite. This is a competition. Although it is a junior-level tournament, it is still an official event recognized by the Xingyan Federation. The moment the referee waved the flag, Lin Chuan issued his command with a calm and natural expression. Root down. Sakura responded immediately. Root down. This is a basic skill that many wood-type spirit beasts are born with, and even some non-wood-type spirit beasts with special lineages can learn and use it. The specific application of root down falls into two categories, using florges as an example. One is the root down used in everyday life. This does not require high skill proficiency, just knowing how to do it at an entry level is sufficient. In daily scenarios, after florges plants itself into the soil, the part of its body underground extends physical roots to anchor itself, while also absorbing nutrients and water from the soil over a larger area. The other scenario is usage during combat. This requires a higher level of proficiency in the root down skill. At least a skilled level is needed, as the basic level will not suffice. In this case, florges only extends mimic root networks simulated by wood-type energy from its two little chubby legs and the soles of its feet. These mimic root networks penetrate the ground at an extremely fast speed. As long as the field is not made of steel plates or certain special alloy materials, these energy-based roots can drill right in, almost ravenously stripping the nutrients from the small patch of soil they have rooted into. Furthermore, because the roots are formed by wood-type energy mimicry, they can be retracted or generated at will, which hardly affects the spirit beast's mobility. These are the two scenarios for root down. The higher the proficiency, the faster and more abundant the mimic roots, and the more efficient they are at absorbing soil nutrients. Generally speaking, only by training root down to the skilled level is it feasible to use it in a match. Otherwise, at a basic level or lower, the speed and quantity of the energy roots are insufficient. Not only would it fail to absorb enough nutrients to convert into stamina, but it would also disrupt the rhythm of the battle, making it very easy for the opponent to exploit the openings. Sitting in the spectator stand closest to the arena was a professional beastmaster wearing the black and white robes of the Beastmaster Association. He was an energetic-looking young man in his early 30s with a buzz cut named Tang Hessian. At this moment, Tang Hessian could not help but let out a sound of surprise because he saw that the root down of Lin Chuan's florges was not just at the skilled level but had reached the proficient level. It has only been 2 weeks since graduation and awakening, and he has already cultivated a skill to the proficient level. Even if it is a basic skill innate to florges, that is still quite exaggerated. Unless this florges has extraordinary natural talent, otherwise, given Lin Chuan's training ability and level, he could be called a genius even in those large cities and prefectures. Tang Hessian could spot a proficient level root down at a glance, but ordinary spectators did not have that kind of insight, otherwise, they would not just be ordinary spectators. Most of these spectators did not know the details of the basic skill root down and were not clear about the nuances, so they did not have much of a reaction after Lin Chuan issued his command. But that obviously did not include Sun Yinian. Although she did not have the professional eye of Tang Hessian, she was well aware that root down needed at least a skilled level to be used in a match. After all, she was a top-tier honor student who consistently ranked in the top 10 of the 5th Beastmaster High School. Just from this one skill, Sun Yinian realized that the young master of Lin's farm who was standing on the field was probably not someone simple. Otherwise, how could he have trained root down to at least the skilled level in such a short time? Even if this young master of a farm specializing in florges received some assistance, it would not be easy to achieve. At the very least, if Sun Yinian put herself in Lin Chuan's shoes, even with his background and starting conditions, she could not imagine herself cultivating the root down skill to the skilled level in just 2 weeks. It seems this Lin Chuan is another opponent no weaker than Ping Kai. Sun Yinian whispered to herself, her eyes lighting up with an excited glint. This opponent is worth fighting. Sun Yinian murmured, then looked at the dog, or rather, the werewolf she had released beside her. Do not you think, Da Yin? As soon as she asked, Sun Yinian was suddenly taken aback. She saw her dog's eyes wide open, its pupils vertical and shrinking rapidly, staring with intense malice at the Hua Ye in the arena, Lin Chuan's Sakura. That is right. It is it. It is that Florges. It was the one that called it a skinny dog in that promotional video. I must beat it to a pulp. Prove that it is not a skinny dog. Ow! Suddenly howling, De Yin was about to pounce and rush into the arena. Fortunately, the moment she saw the dog's abnormal reaction, Sun Yinian had prepared in advance. Now reacting quickly and timely in the nick of time, Sun Yinian pulled the dog back into her ring-based spirit beast storage device. The spectator stand here was far from the arena, so the situation was noticed only by a few people like Sun Yinian's relatives and classmates. Although they were curious why De Yin suddenly howled, no one asked at this moment. In the arena, Sakura's two round, chubby feet glowed with a pale green light, which were the countless root networks formed by wood-type energy. These energy roots instantly drilled into the ground. The next moment, specks of green energy light were absorbed from all directions into Sakura's body along the energy roots, and then a misty glow began to ripple around Sakura's body. As the opponent, Wang Lu certainly was not just going to watch. He immediately issued a command to his blue giant turtle, his water spirit turtle. Gui Gui, use water gun. The water spirit turtle's beady eyes suddenly tightened. It opened its turtle mouth wide, and a jet of water as thick as an adult's arm shot toward Sakura. Bang! The water jet hit Sakura squarely, bursting into a cloud of water mist. Seeing this, Wang Lu could not help but secretly clench his fist in excitement, thinking the victory was his. On Lin Chuan's side, seeing the situation on the field, he first breathed a sigh of relief and then became composed again. Although Lin Chuan was full of confidence before the match started, believing he could easily win, after all, he was using a cheat. But at the end of the day, this was his first real battle as a Beastmaster, so how could he not be worried? What if his cheat was fake? He was afraid that the opponent would take out his little cute one with a single skill. After all, his two little cute ones were slender, delicate, and easy to push over, at least they were in his hands. With those soft, springy bodies, what kind of damage could they handle? However, reality told Lin Chuan that he had completely overthought things and his worries were unnecessary. His cheat was real. It was a super premium VIP cheat, permanently active. Not every Beastmaster is a cheater like Lin Chuan, who can add points to skills like using a skill book in an online game, and can make their Spirit Beast upgrade 3 basic skills to the Expert, Proficient, and Proficient levels in just 2 weeks through sheer talent and hard work. And not every Beastmaster is as talented or lucky as Ping Kai and Sun Yinian. In fact, the vast majority of novice Beastmasters at this current stage are real noobs. Take this Wang Lu and his blue giant turtle, the water spirit turtle, for example. Every spirit beast has a suitable way of being cultivated, and it may vary due to the Beastmaster's family conditions, background, and talent. In short, there is no best cultivation method, only the most suitable one. Lin Chuan did not know what Wang Lu's approach to cultivating the water spirit turtle was. But if it were him, he would definitely focus the water spirit turtle's training on basic physical fitness and strength, just practice biting for an attack skill, rather than starting with a water gun energy skill. Wang Lu obviously spent these past 2 weeks making his water spirit turtle practice the water gun skill bitterly. You can see it from the speed of the skill release. How should I put it? The water gun skill or energy damage skills like this will not show much power until the spirit beast reaches the first rank and condenses a spirit core. Well, this theory only applies to ordinary spirit beasts. Certain spirit beasts with special talents or top-tier bloodline quality are an exception. For ordinary spirit beasts before reaching the first rank, the power of using energy damage skills is generally not great. Take this water spirit turtle as an example. It clearly has not reached the first rank. As for the exact level, Lin Chuan cannot tell just by the naked eye. It is probably between level 7 and 9. And the water gun it used is at most as forceful as a garden water spray gun used by humans, which is evident from how Sakura did not even take a half step back when it hit her. As for the damage caused, Lin Chuan says sorry. Although the water gun it spat out hit Sakura and even splashed water on her, it did cause some water-type damage, but that little damage was instantly healed by the nutrients Sakura was absorbing from the soil through root down. Both Sakura and Gyugyu have 3 stages of a tank mode. The first stage is root down. The second stage is performing photosynthesis on the basis of root down. The third stage is growing on the basis of the first 2. It is a pity that this giant turtle in front could not even break through Sakura's first tank mode. The HP it dealt was not even a tenth of what Sakura was healing from root down at the moment. From Sakura's perspective, the little one blinked, feeling confused. That water jet was so thick and big, it thought it would be powerful, it thought it would be unbearable, but that is it. The force of this water gun was not even as strong as what Gyugyu used when they were wrestling and brawling behind Lin Chuan's back for the title of the big sister. To summarize Skinny Turtle, it is just too skinny. How could there be such a skinny turtle? Could it be the turtle guy that its own Beastmaster occasionally mentioned? Sakura completely gave up on resisting, narrowed its eyes slightly, and started enjoying the spray of the water gun. This feeling is like being watered in daily life. However, it is even more comfortable, just like a massage. Okay, not bad. Sakura gave a thumbs up to the blue giant turtle on the opposite side in its heart, indicating that if this turtle and its owner are unemployed in the future, they can come to Lin's farm to be waterers and it can help introduce them for the job. Sakura, stop enjoying it, end this battle. Seeing that Sakura started enjoying it, Lin Chuan said hurriedly. Sakura looked back at Lin Chuan and asked with its eyes how to end it. Use. Lin Chuan stopped just as he started speaking. Currently, the only damage-dealing skill Sakura has is a poison powder with continuous damage, an entry-level poison powder. Lin Chuan originally wanted Sakura to use it, but thought better of it. The opponent right now does not need to be dealt with using poison powder. Although this turtle is not great in other aspects, it at least has high defense and thick HP, that is the natural attribute of turtle-type spirit beasts. If poison powder were used with the scraping damage of an entry-level poison powder, he would not know when it would end. So let us try a different way. Finish the match early so he can go sell sunflower seeds, milk tea, and cola to earn his little money. After thinking for a while, a flash of inspiration hit Lin Chuan, and he made a gesture of flipping his hand from bottom to top to Sakura. Sakura understood instantly. Then, taking advantage of the moment, the water spirit turtle was tired from spraying water and was taking a break to catch its breath, Sakura hurried over with its short legs. Sakura did not run fast, at least much slower than the previous dog and monkey. However, it was faster than this water spirit turtle. Well, the water spirit turtle was not running at all. It was still panting and catching its breath because of the continuous water gun earlier. By the time the water spirit turtle had caught its breath, Sakura had already reached its side. Before the water spirit turtle could react, Sakura grabbed the edge of its shell with its chubby hands, and then, just like the gesture Lin Chuan had demonstrated, flipped it up with a sudden burst of force. Thumped roll. Very smoothly, Sakura flipped the water spirit turtle over like a turtle shell monument. The water spirit turtle struggled hard, kicking its 4 legs and desperately shaking its shell, trying to use the shift in its center of gravity to flip itself over. However, after many attempts, the water spirit turtle still failed and could not flip over at all. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue, thinking to himself as expected. As a turtle-type spirit beast, without focusing on cultivating the base of its strength during the early stages, and without practicing the technique of shifting its center of gravity properly, this is the consequence. Once flipped, it cannot get back up without outside help. Wang Lu was speechless. He originally wanted to use a roar of rejuvenation toe cheer for his turtle, but now he did not know what to shout, let alone how to command it. The audience was silent, and the next second there was a roar of laughter, waves upon waves of laughter. Many spectators took out their phones to record this scene. Even the referee, Zhuang Lan, had a distorted expression at this moment. As a referee, especially a referee who is currently presiding over a match, she could not laugh, but this was really a bit hard to bear. Fortunately, Zhuang Lan was professionally trained. She swallowed, momentarily swallowing her amusement. With a heavy breath, Zhuang Lan refocused her attention on the match. Zhuang Lan waved the flag in her hand a few times, which was a reminder to Wang Lu that if he did not give a command and continued to let the water spirit turtle stay flipped like a monument, the countdown for passive play would begin. Wang Lu's expression stiffened, wanting to cry without tears. How to command this, you tell me how to command this. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The 30-second limit for passive play had finally expired, and Zhuang Lan immediately waved the flag representing Lin Chuan's victory. Match over, Lin Chuan wins. The match is over. But before leaving the arena, the contestants still need to pay tribute to each other. Well, if it were a private sparring session, there would be no need for such tedious formalities. However, since this is a public competition, even if it is just a small amateur cup, these procedures must be followed. Do not find it troublesome. Although these protocols are a bit cumbersome, they are quite necessary. It is precisely because of these complex procedures, etiquette norms, and various subtle details that every beast master is subtly taught from the very beginning to establish a moral bottom line, to respect others, even those who have defeated you. And it is because of this moral baseline that when beast masters face choices between good and evil in the future, they are more likely to hold onto their moral principles and not harm others or threaten society just for temporary gains or personal advancement. It is also due to such detailed norms that the Star Rock Federation enjoys its current stable environment. To use an old saying from my past life on Blue Star, where there is etiquette, there is peace, where there is none, there is chaos. At the signal of the referee, Zhuang Lan, Lin Chuan, and Wang Lu came to the center of the arena to pay their respects to each other. There are many ways to pay respect. Some people are used to shaking hands, some prefer a hug, others high-five, or offer a fist and palm salute with a polite bow. In short, contestants can choose any way they like, as long as it expresses respect and allows both sides to feel each other's goodwill. Do not taunt the opponent after winning. While such things may happen in private, they are constrained in public. After all, beast masters are people who wield extraordinary power. If you mock them, you might not have to wait for the tables to turn in 30 years, they could just kill you the next morning when they wake up. By convention, the tribute is usually initiated by the winner of the match. Lin Chuan chose the fist bump, a gesture that feels a bit edgy but is very popular among teenagers of this age group. He held out his right fist. Wang Lu smiled and held out his right fist as well, gently bumping it against Lin Chuan's. Just as they bumped fists, the audience burst into applause. This is also a detail, even in an amateur cup, even if the match was ugly or the participants were rookies, and even if someone did not like it, they would keep it to themselves. Publicly, applause is still given to encourage the newcomers, which helps boost their confidence. In fact, many professional beast masters were incredibly clumsy when they were just starting out, so bad that they lost all their confidence. Often, it was the applause after an amateur match like this that helped them build their confidence, leading them to start their professional journey. The effect was clear. Even though he knew many were clapping to mock him for fun, Wang Lu still felt warm inside and no longer felt awkward about his defeat after having his turtle monument flipped. "Your flower leaf is truly strong," Wang Lu said with genuine admiration. "I have fought other new beast masters before, and basically none of their pets could withstand my turtle's water gun. Yours not only held its ground but used rooting to take 0 damage throughout." As he spoke, Wang Lu looked at the little flower by Lin Chuan's feet. At this moment, the flower leaf looked like a shy little girl, timidly holding onto Lin Chuan's leg while hiding behind him, peeking out with half its little head. It gave off a cute, harmless, and very weak impression. Wang Lu's mouth twitched, thinking that if he had not just fought it, he would have definitely been fooled by the flower leaf's act of being weak, helpless, and pitiful. It was clearly a guy who could withstand his turtle's rapid-fire water gun without a scratch, so durable. How dare it act so cute? Giving a polite but forced smile, Wang Lu asked Lin Chuan, "Can I ask you something in private? It is fine if you do not want to tell me, I know the rules." "How on earth did you train it? A support-type pet like the flower leaf can be trained to be this tough. Did you feed it any special nutritional supplements to improve its defense? What brand is it? Could you introduce it to me? I would like to buy some and try it out." Lin Chuan smiled and shook his head, not that he did not want to share his breeding tips. His current breeding situation, aside from his cheat-like talent, was not really a big deal. There was not much he could not say. It was just a matter of having a clear plan, staying calm, and taking it one step at a time, plus maybe a lot of money. "It is nothing special, but the supplements my Sakura eats are not suitable for your green water turtle." Number 73 Mooncold Wood Ash Nutrient Soil, and number 399 Black Abyss Dragon Snake Fluid Nutrient Water. If you give these to your turtle, it will also build a solid foundation and become this tough. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was speechless. Alright, so they were high-end supplements he had never heard of, but the names alone told him they must be shockingly expensive, not something a normal family like his could afford. And with both nutrient soil and fluid, water is fine, but as for the soil, his turtle really could not eat that. It would get diarrhea. Without chatting further, Lin Chuan put Sakura into his pet space and both he and Wang Lu left the arena. Soon enough, the next match began. As for Lin Chuan, after leaving the arena, he picked up his small tray and put on his insulated backpack, starting to sell sunflower seeds, milk tea, popcorn, and soda. By now, Lin Chuan had already made a small profit of 30,000 star rock coins. Do not look down on 30,000 coins. In the world of raising pets, it does not go very far, but it is still a month's salary for an average office worker. It was only because of the Amateur Cup and the organizers' limited monopoly that the money was so easy to earn. Of course, while selling snacks and drinks, Lin Chuan was also watching the matches, observing his opponents and all sorts of different pets. At the same time, Lin Chuan was reviewing his own match in his head. Some might ask, what was there to review in Lin Chuan's match? To summarize, it was just a quick root down, tanking the water gun blast as if it were just daily watering, and then a quick flip of the turtle tombstone. His opponent barely had any room to resist. That is true. From that perspective, there really was not much to reflect on. But reviewing and reflecting is not limited to that perspective. One can also review it from the perspective of the Beast Master. The use of the pet's combat skills was fine, but in terms of his command and Sakura's feedback, there were still issues. When he asked Sakura to finish off the opponent, its reaction was to look back at him in confusion, asking with its eyes how to proceed. If he had been fighting a different opponent, like Ping Kai or Sun Yinian, they might have seized that moment of hesitation to land a smooth combo on Sakura. If it were a professional Beast Master's pet, there would be no such action of looking back at the master. The moment the command was given, the pet would intuitively know what to do. Actually, Lin Chuan's situation is quite common, or rather, most newcomer Beast Masters are like this. Looking at the contestants so far, the communication and coordination between most of them and their pets are very poor. Even Sun Yinian and Ping Kai have major flaws. Their commands are too wordy. Often, before they finish talking, the situation on the field has already changed. One could also say the tempo of the dog and monkey fight was too fast, and their commands could not keep up. While most Beast Masters are like this, a very small number of contestants performed brilliantly in communication and command. A female contestant named Tianqi stood out to Lin Chuan. Her commands were often just a few words or even no words at all, just a look, and her pet, a little snow rabbit, could make extremely complex responses, moving like an acrobat, darting around in ways that dazzled the audience. Unfortunately, due to a lack of raw power, the little snow rabbit was not tough enough and was knocked unconscious by its opponent, a rock attribute spotted mouse. Winning or losing was not the point. The point was the communication ability Tianqi demonstrated. She could make her pet understand what to do without verbal communication. This was the oversight Lin Chuan realized after his review. Lin Chuan understood the principles behind this type of communication and command. First, Tianqi must have some kind of Beast Master talent like telepathy. Well, she definitely has one, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve non-verbal communication in just 2 weeks. Second, it relies on the contract between the master and the pet. Every Beast Master can achieve this, but it takes time. As master and pet spend their daily lives together, training, fighting, and adventuring, their bond deepens, and with the help of the contract, they will eventually reach a state of mutual understanding. As for Beast Master talents, Lin Chuan could not help it. His talents were already cheat-like, but they did not include telepathy, and no amount of hard work could change that. So he had to start from the contract side. Besides the accumulation of time, there are some special methods for this. Some dojo, ancient schools, Beast Master clubs, or families pass down special training methods, such as meditation or the collaborative dance. Meditation, as the name implies, is easy to understand. The collaborative dance refers to the awkward dances that ancient Beast Masters had to perform within the contract circle when signing a pact. which allowed the master and pet to synchronize their bodies, minds, and wills. These methods can quickly improve the rapport between master and pet, and even slightly increase the quality of energy feedback the beast master receives as the pet grows, helping the master level up faster. Lacking such meditation techniques or knowledge of the collaborative dance, Lin Chuan had to think of some old-fashioned, simple methods. Time flew by while Lin Chuan was making money selling snacks and drinks, and it was 4 p.m. Today's competition has officially ended. There were 46 total contestants, 23 were eliminated, and 11 gave up on the remaining matches because they realized they had no hope of winning. Finally, 12 contestants remained to participate in tomorrow's matches. Most of the contestants and audience members gradually left the Lin farm. Some chose to book rooms in nearby inns, wanting to stay for a while and enjoy the countryside. Several eliminated contestants requested to rent the farm's grounds for training. Ping Kai was the first to make the request, and after seeing this, a few other contestants followed suit. According to Ping Kai, he was already eliminated and under no pressure. He wanted to give his little red monkey a break after the match and start new training tomorrow. The Lin farm's environment, especially the orchards spread across the hillside, was the best environment for ape-type pets to grow. Old man Lin thought for a moment and agreed to the field rental requests from Ping Kai and the others. It was not for the small rental fees but to build good relationships and boost the farm's reputation and credibility. Who knew which of these beast masters would become professionals in the future? When the farm applied to become a breeding base for flower leaves, they might be able to help out. Of course, these beast masters were forbidden from entering the flower leaf breeding zone. And Lin Chuan's private training area was off-limits without his permission. This is a common rule in the beast master civilization. You cannot spy on other beast masters' training methods without consent. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment from the Beast Master Association, including but not limited to fines and a black mark on your record. Everyone understood the rules, so no one had any complaints, and Lin Zudong did not say anything else, letting them go about their business. As for Lin Chuan, he never believed in procrastinating until tomorrow. Since he had found his shortcomings through review, he immediately started arranging a plan, cramming through the night and starting intensive training. Well, calling it intensive training is more like playing games with Gyugyuo and Sakura. Gyugyuo and Sakura were very happy and said they loved it, asking for more of this kind of training, saying they could go on forever. Specific training details. Lin Chuan found many building blocks from his childhood and 3 decks of cards in the storage room. First, the card game. Lin Chuan randomly drew a card, kept it to himself, and communicated the card's info to Gyugyuo and Sakura via his thoughts through the contract, letting them pick the matching card from their own decks. As for why he did not just have them guess the cards, it is because they were not smart enough to recognize all the cards in a poker deck yet. Then the building block game. Lin Chuan started by randomly stacking something with the blocks. Then Gyugyuo and Sakura had to stack blocks without looking or thinking, relying entirely on their intuition. Finally, he would check to see how much their creation resembled his. The more similar, the higher the rapport between him and them. There were many such small games for building rapport. However, Lin Chuan only set up these 2 for now, but that was enough for Gyugyuo and Sakura to play with alongside their daily training. Building blocks are obviously much more fun than card games, so naturally Gyugyuo and Yinghua prefer them. Plus, they are at that age where they are energetic, playful, and easily distracted, making it hard for them to exercise self-control. Once they find a game they like, it is very easy for them to get addicted. And so, one thing led to another, and Lin Chuan's special training session of building blocks with Gyugyuo and Yinghua lasted from 9 p.m. all the way until midnight. As for the results of the special training, Lin Chuan felt nothing, which is perfectly normal. After all, synergy is a mysterious thing. It cannot be quickly improved in just a few hours of playing a small game at the last minute, and Lin Chuan's cheat does not support that feature either. Synergy, the kind that allows spirit beasts to act in perfect harmony with your thoughts during battle, requires time and accumulation. Maybe in a month we will start to see some results. Anyway, it is not a big problem or anything too troublesome. Today was a bit much, but if we spend an hour or 2 playing these synergy games with Gyugyuo and Yinghua every day, our coordination will change sooner or later, right? Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. The priority now is to get to sleep immediately. If I do not sleep, I am going to die from overwork, just kidding. But if we do not rest, Gyugyuo and Yinghua's regular schedule will be disrupted, which will affect tomorrow's training and even their performance in the competition. As for Lin Chuan himself, says he can handle this level of exhaustion just fine, as long as he's not doing what he did before, waking up early, grinding points in the afternoon, and shopping at night. He will not crash or struggle to get out of bed. The key is Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Although they have passed their rapid growth phase, they are still in the developmental stage and must strictly follow their schedule. Every bit of mental and physical energy must be calculated precisely to ensure efficient growth and transformation. One step ahead means being ahead at every step. Only by maintaining this advantage without slacking off can they stand out in the promotion exam 3 months from now, make that 2.5 months and get into one of the 8 great academies. Come on, my little cuties, Big Brother's acceptance letter to the 8 great academies depends on you. Lin Chuan shouted in his heart. But on the surface, Lin Chuan remained expressionless, even looking a bit stern as he strictly ordered the 2 little ones to go to sleep. They still wanted to act cute and begged to keep playing, but upon seeing Lin Chuan's fierce and serious look, Gyugyuo and Yinghua instantly turned into well-behaved babies and did as they were told. The 2 large leaves on top of their heads, which looked like hair, curled around to wrap them up into big watermelons. The flowers on their heads, which had been blooming in excitement, gradually folded back into buds. Iya. Ying yang. Time to sleep, the good babies are going to sleep now. The 2 little ones made sounds that were like trying to hide their own antics. Lin Chuan could not help but chuckle. Come to think of it, a thought occurred to Lin Chuan. Should he add the sleep skill to their training? If they learned it, they could fall asleep instantly whenever they wanted. It would be a great recovery skill for both daily cultivation and combat. After all, skills like rooting and photosynthesis are influenced by the terrain and environment. If they are on a steel floor or it is a cloudy, rainy day without sun, those skills become useless. Yes, it must be arranged. Lin Chuan mentally adjusted his skill development outline. Unfortunately, he had not yet come across materials that could impart the sleep skill. It is not particularly rare, but the spirit beasts or monsters in Tianshang town and the surrounding areas that naturally know it, and thus are likely to yield sleep skill materials, simply were not there. It looks like I will have to find time to visit other big cities, Lin Chuan thought. With that thought settled, Lin Chuan put Gyugyuo and Yinghua back into his spirit beast space. Why not let them rest outside like before? It is because of the baby cup. Currently, there are many outsiders at the Lin farm, competitors, families, and spectators staying at nearby inns, and others renting the fruit tree fields for training. Even now, Lin Chuan could hear the monkey-like screeches coming from the fruit forest. Although the Spirit Beast Master Association strictly prohibits certain behaviors, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if some rookie master loses control of their spirit beast? It is a common issue, and every year there are incidents of novices failing to constrain their beasts, leading to injuries. What if Gyugyuo or Yinghua got hurt? So it is better to keep them in the containment device. It is only for these 2 days anyway. With the speed of an average teenage boy, Lin Chuan washed up, changed into pajamas, and was in bed in just 3 minutes. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he remembered something and picked up the watch-style containment device from his bedside table. With a light tap on the side button, a tablet-sized virtual screen instantly unfolded in front of him. He tapped and swiped at the interface and quickly finished his adjustments. What is this for? Nothing much. Lin Chuan just enabled one of the auxiliary features of the device, Bed Check. Bed Check. This is an advanced auxiliary program derived from the monitoring feature, which many ordinary or low-level devices do not have. Well, expensive things only have one drawback, the price. The function of Bed Check is to supervise those restless spirit beasts that like to wake up and party in the middle of the night when their master is resting. It is specifically aimed at young, lively, or mischievous beasts, and it is the absolute nemesis of those late-night partiers. It replaces the master in monitoring them. If a spirit beast inside the device is supposed to be resting but starts messing around at night, the program automatically kicks in and plays pre-recorded audio or video of the master. Hardly any spirit beast can stand up to it, and many baby beasts absolutely hate the Bed Check. Normally, Lin Chuan would not have thought twice. Gyugyuo and Yinghua are well-behaved and would surely sleep soundly. Well, what Lin Chuan does not know is that Gyugyuo and Yinghua often sneak out of their pods when he is asleep to party and wrestle, competing for the title of the team's big sister. Because they have self-control and do not actually fight at full force, he never noticed. Back to the point, today, after playing blocks for so long, Lin Chuan felt the little ones were likely still hyped up and might try to party tonight, which is why he enabled the feature. After setting it up, Lin Chuan laid back and closed his eyes contentedly. The next morning, Lin Chuan's biological clock woke him up at 5:30 sharp. First, he put on his watch-style containment device and checked the activation record of the bed check program from the night before. Lin Chuan's eyes flickered, just as he expected. The bed check program was activated once. This means Guoguo and Yinghua really did try to party while he was asleep, but they were successfully scared back to sleep by the program. Since there was only one record, it shows they were mostly obedient, so he decided to let it slide. Washing up and changing again, a lightning-fast 3 minutes, Lin Chuan left the room in high spirits. Outside the small villa in the courtyard, Lin Chuan released Guoguo and Yinghua from the device. When first released, Guoguo and Yinghua were still wrapped in their leaves, seemingly fast asleep. Feeling the change in temperature and humidity, they soon woke up. Their watermelon-shaped bodies shivered slightly, their leaves slowly unfurled, and the buds on their heads gradually bloomed into beautiful flowers. Come to think of it, due to their specialized combat pet training, the color and texture of the flowers on Guoguo and Yinghua's heads were already different from the other florges on the farm. Guoguo's flower texture had become increasingly crystal-like, feeling firmer to the touch with a cool and smooth sensation like crystal, and the color was shifting toward a wholly pure white. Yinghua's flower texture was becoming more delicate, feeling incredibly soft like a young girl's skin, and the color was shifting toward an increasingly deep, cute, and captivating shade of pink. Yeah. Ying. Waking up, Guoguo and Yinghua greeted Lin Chuan with a good morning. Then the two cuties hopped around Lin Chuan. They were self-consciously warming up for their morning exercises. Usually, Lin Zudong led the exercises, but for the past while, and for the next 3 months until the promotion exam, Lin Chuan would be the one leading them. Lin Chuan also did a quick warm-up and took Guoguo and Yinghua for 2 laps around the villa courtyard. By 6 o'clock, Lin Chuan took the spray gun to the Florges field, watering them section by section, waking all the flowers on the farm from their slumber. The Florges field. The buds swaying in the wind slowly opened under the rain spray. Iya and Ying sounds echoed across the field. Like a kindergarten, the Florges woke up one by one, shook the water off their heads, and then used their chubby hands to pull themselves out of the soil. They jumped a few times to shake off the dirt. Afterward, the Florges ran toward a small square in the field. Within a few moments, the Florges arranged themselves into 5 neat rows on the square, sorted by height and the type of fruit they preferred. By this time, Lin Chuan was already waiting on the slightly elevated platform with Guoguo and Yinghua by his sides. Good morning, everyone. Looks like everyone slept well last night. You are all so energetic, no one stayed up being naughty, right? With a leader-like demeanor, Lin Chuan smiled as he spoke. A chorus of Iya and Ying responses rose from below, though Guoguo and Yinghua, standing by his sides, broke into cold sweat, looking guilty. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. Even if he did not hold it against them, a little warning was needed. Yup, that should do it. Now get ready for today's morning exercises. Switching from joking to serious, Lin Chuan spoke in a low voice. As the dawn light fell, casting the morning sun onto every Florges on the square, kid-friendly music with a rhythmic beat began to play. The third set of Florges radio gymnastics starting now. 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4. Jump up, lift your hands. 3 2 3 4 4 2 3 4. Turn around, raise your leaves up. In the morning glow, Lin Chuan led the group of Florges in their daily radio gymnastics. Invisible to the naked eye, only detectable by professional energy testing equipment. Threads of warm, dawn sun energy, thinner than a strand of hair, slowly and continuously seeped into each Florge's body, especially in Guoguo and Yinghua, who were performing the exercises with the most focus and effort. Faint, fresh green light emerged on their bodies. An hour later, the exercises ended, and Lin Chuan wiped off the sweat with a towel. Just then he had a strange sensation. Energy seemed to flow into his body from the void, making him feel warm and comfortable. The stamina and mental energy he had consumed during the exercises recovered in an instant. Energy feedback. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then gasped in surprise. He had not expected his master rank to increase at this moment. It was now level 5. This also meant that Gyugyu or Yinghua or both had leveled up, which was the only way he could receive feedback. Lin Chuan hurried to take an energy tester. He was now rank 0, level 5. Gyugyu was rank 1, level 6, level 16. Yinghua was rank 1, level 5, level 15. Great, really great, both Gyugyu and Yinghua leveled up. Lin Chuan's mood brightened. With them leveled up, he was even more confident about the competition later. Well, he went from 100 confidence to 200. Come to think of it, since they leveled up and he leveled up, maybe it was time to add some more points. Lin Chuan checked the time. It was 7:12 a.m., and the competition started at 10:00 a.m., just like yesterday. Plenty of time to add points. Lin Chuan ran back to his room, took out the skill materials he had been collecting from various shops and began selecting them. Yinghua already had an offensive skill. Although it was just an entry-level poison powder and the damage was pitiful, it was still an offensive skill. It might be weak, but as long as she could keep it up, she would eventually whittle down the opponent. Gyugyu, on the other hand, had previously only inherited fighting-type defensive experience and had no true offensive skills. Now it was time to give Gyugyu an active damage skill. Lin Chuan's gaze fell on a black fruit pit. Previously, he had put it aside due to lack of mental energy. Now that his level was 5, his mental energy had increased significantly, and he was confident he could pass this skill to Gyugyu. Rare and powerful grass-type damage skill. Bomb Fruit. Bomb Fruit. This is an advanced wood-type skill. A spirit beast must reach at least the first rank and condense an energy core within its body before it can learn it. The principle behind this skill is actually quite simple. The spirit beast gathers the wood-type energy within its body, compresses it, and keeps compressing it. Eventually, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative one, turning the energy into a physical fruit. Then it is thrown at the opponent to blast their little cutie into oblivion. The principle is simple, but actually learning it is very troublesome and comes with certain risks. The difficulties include, but are not limited to, energy absorption, channeling, compression, the degree of compression, and the timing and accuracy of the throw. Well, although any monster or spirit beast that has reached the first rank and possesses the wood attribute or can use wood-type energy can master this skill through learning and constant practice. In reality, given the total energy capacity of an ordinary first-rank spirit beast, it usually runs out of energy after just a few attempts at the bomb fruit. Looking at the average data for leafy leaves collected from Lin Zudong's 30 years of research. If you do not use especially precious energy recovery potions and rely solely on natural recovery through photosynthesis, a 15th level leafy leaf can only use the bomb fruit about 3 times in 24 hours. Any more, and it would affect the leafy leaf's healthy growth. Most importantly, this skill is particularly dangerous during the learning process. Especially when one is unskilled, it is common to fail to suppress the energy or miss the timing for the throw, leading to an early explosion that injures the user. Because of that, how should I put it regarding the bomb fruit skill? Although it can be learned at the first rank, beast masters often wait until their spirit beast reaches the second or even third rank before teaching it. Plus, when learning this skill, you have to prepare a ton of precious resources like energy recovery potions and physical injury medicine in advance, which would cost at least 5 million star rock coins. That covers the normal circumstances. Where there are normal situations, this world naturally contains abnormal ones, be it due to fate, exceptional aptitude, or even special family heirloom resources or secret cultivation manuals. I will skip the rest for now. Right now, the owner of this black fruit kernel Lin Chuan is fiddling with is one such anomaly. This black kernel is merely a first-rank spirit beast material, yet it can impart the bomb fruit skill. This means that the first-rank spirit beast this black kernel came from naturally mastered the bomb fruit skill. Generally speaking, this is fundamentally impossible. A wild, ownerless first-rank spirit beast mastering a high-danger skill like bomb fruit. Well, that does not matter. What matters is that this super powerful and dangerous skill with its sky-high cultivation difficulty is about to be mine. I mean it is going to be my Gyugyu's, same thing. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself, flicking the fruit kernel into the air like a coin, then catching it firmly with a backhand grip, striking a cool pose. To avoid being seen while cheating, Lin Chuan returned to the backyard of his small villa. There are high walls here and surveillance equipment outside. It is basically impossible for anyone to barge in randomly. Even old man Lin would have to use the only entrance where he would be noticed by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan summoned Gyugyo to his side. It was not its first time receiving a skill inheritance. It would be fair to say it is experienced. Gyugyo rubbed its chubby little hands together, slightly excited, waving them up and down. It had a look of "I'm ready, big brother, take me on an adventure" on its face. Through the beast-taming contract, Lin Chuan clearly sensed the overflow of excitement and anticipation coming from Gyugyo. Yeah, in Gyugyo's immature mind, the skill inheritance Lin Chuan gave it was like entering the memories of another spirit beast in a dream, a thrilling adventure. Although it would not remember the dream after waking up, something would still remain in its body, the skill, or perhaps the lingering wishes of the original spirit beast. For example, after inheriting the combat experience from that fighting-type spirit beast before, even though it was mostly experience gained from being a human punching bag, it left a subconscious instinct in Gyugyo to challenge the strong and engage in intense, bare-knuckle brawls. So much so that now Gyugyo craved battle far more than Sakura or any of the other flower leaves on the farm. It craved the feeling of heavy blows and intense, exhilarating combat. It also craved the sense of improvement gained after diligent training. And of course, the glory of finally defeating a powerful foe. All these things are what Gyugyo craves now, and it is completely captivated by them. Clutching the black fruit core tightly in his hand, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Chuan knew his brain was going to get a massive jolt again, so he had to prepare himself mentally. After a few more deep breaths, Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he activated the reincarnation inheritance with his consciousness. A strand of invisible, black and white intertwined energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, branched out from the deep reaches of his soul and mental sea. It traveled along the meridians of his body and finally flowed through his arm into the black kernel he held. The very next second, the black fruit core began to glow with a faint, dark red light. It was so dim, like a flickering candle in the wind, looking as if it might go out at any moment. But despite its weakness, it exuded a sense of lethal danger, as if the fruit were about to explode, emanating a powerful, raw emotion of rage, destruction, and a desire to perish together. Lin Chuan realized this was the influence of the memory fragments remaining within the black pit. From this, one could infer that the spirit beast this pit originated from must have been through a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a surge of angry, destructive, and suicidal emotion to manifest. His body shivered involuntarily and his hair stood on end. Lin Chuan felt a bit panicked and hesitant. Should he really give such dangerous skill material to Gyugyo, who was still mentally immature? Would it leave behind some dangerous subconsciousness? Ultimately, after about 10 seconds of hesitation, Lin Chuan made up his mind. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything has already been priced by fate. If you want to cheat the system, you have to be prepared to bear the danger. Lin Chuan pressed the glowing black-red pit against Gyugyo's forehead. Thud. The anticipated hammer blow to his soul arrived right on schedule. Lin Chuan felt as if his head had been smashed by a 10-ton storm hammer. He was left dizzy, seeing stars and feeling as though his soul were being torn apart. Lin Chuan had been mentally prepared for this. He immediately began to circulate the energy within his body. The wood attribute energy fed back to him from Gyugyo and Sakura's advancement, and pushed his own self-healing and recovery abilities to the absolute limit. Gradually, his head felt much better, but a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Fortunately, the drowsiness was not too overwhelming and could be resisted. Drawing on his experience from his past life of over a decade of pulling all-nighters and grinding away, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, rubbed his temples, and used his sheer willpower to keep his spirit alert. In his current state, well, as long as there is no further massive drain on his energy, finishing today's competition should be no problem at all. From Gyugyo's perspective, the moment Lin Chuan pressed the black core radiating a black and red glow against its forehead, it entered a state of lucid daydreaming, its consciousness slipping into the memory fragments of the spirit beast the core had originated from. In a daze, Gyugyo felt as though it had transformed into a spirit beast about 10 centimeters tall. looking remarkably like a peach. A peach, a low-tier soldier-grade spirit beast. By nature, they are gentle, kind, and lively. Because they look like cute little pink heart-shaped peaches, they are incredibly popular among some humans and even tough guys, making them one of the best choices for a companion pet. However, due to their habits, they must live in a natural environment with a peach tree forest. Therefore, very few civilian beast tamers can afford to contract and raise a peachy. Peachlings generally live in peach orchards specifically cultivated at human breeding bases or in natural peach forests deep in the mountains. Those living in human-cultivated orchards rarely encounter danger, but those living in the wild are usually hunted by other monsters and spirit beasts due to their low combat capability, especially ape-type spirit beasts which love to prey on them. The peachy that Gyugyuo transformed into lived with its clan in a wild, remote mountain peach forest, living carefree and peaceful lives, happy and joyous every single day for who knows how many years. As time went on, the peachy Gyugyuo was elected as the leader of the clan. In truth, it did not make much difference. Compared to the other peachies, it just meant being the first to drink water, occupying the best spot to sunbathe, and settling the minor disputes that arose in daily life. In short, everything was so simple and so happy. However, suddenly, one day, the nightmare of the Peach tribe arrived. A group of ape monsters appeared from out of nowhere in the peach forest, capturing the peach and its entire colony in an instant, and every day 4 or 5 of them were eaten. Watching with its own eyes as its good friends and clansmen were eaten one by one, an infinite surge of rage rose in the heart of the leader, Peach. When all the other clansmen had been eaten, leaving nothing but peach pits scattered all over the ground. The leader, the largest and presumably the tastiest one, was finally caught by the monsters, and the moment it was about to be eaten, it exploded with power. It gathered every ounce of its energy, its entire spirit, and unleashed a full-blown blast against the monkey beast that had caught it. It succeeded. The clan leader Tao Xiaoatao severely wounded the monkey monster, but at the same time it suffered heavy injuries itself. Then it was picked up by another ape monster, and with a crisp crunch, it was eaten in one bite. The only thing left behind was this single black peach pit. It contained its rage, its unwillingness to give up, its love for the Tao Xiaoatao clan, and the fruit bomb formed by concentrating every bit of its energy and soul, a strike that could only happen once in a lifetime. Her body is trembling like a twig in a cold wind, as if she is enduring great pain, unlike any of her usual adventures. At this moment, Gyugyuo was experiencing the memory fragments of Chief Tao Xiaoatao being devoured by the ape monster. Rage, despair, and the instant convergence of all its energy and spirit. Boom! A tremendously powerful explosion floods and shatters Gyugyuo's dreamscape. The shock of this overwhelming will snapped Gyugyuo back to reality, and all of Peach's memory fragments faded away like a receding tide. Only the memory of that final explosion, forged from all her spirit and energy, was instinctively imprinted into Gyugyuo's body. Bomb fruit learned. Seeing Gyugyuo wake up and recover, Lin Chuan hurried over to ask what happened. However, before Lin Chuan can even speak, Gyugyuo begins to experiment on its own, holding its little chubby hands out in front, as threads of wood attribute energy gather from within its body. Essence, energy, and spirit aligned in an instant, and Gyugyuo let out a shout, pushing with all her might to compress the wood attribute energy to its absolute limit. The next second, a small, jade-like emerald green energy peach appeared in front of Gyugyuo, right between her chubby little hands. Gyugyuo's eyes flashed, as if fueled by boundless anger toward a certain monkey, and she thrust her chubby little hands forward. Whoosh! The emerald green energy peach traced an arc through the air and landed on the courtyard wall ahead. Boom! The sound of the explosion rolled through, sending dust flying. The blast wave bent and even snapped the plants and trees in the courtyard while gravel scattered everywhere. When the dust settled, only a scene of utter devastation remained. A huge hole had been blown into the courtyard wall, and as rubble fell, another loud boom followed as the entire wall collapsed. Yes. Lin Chuan took a sharp gasp of air, intending to make a contribution to the cause of environmental protection against global warming. Unfortunately, his contribution did not go toward reducing the greenhouse effect this time, though it did successfully help with smog control, He inhaled a massive mouthful of dust which sent him into a fit of violent coughing. Patting his chest to catch his breath, Lin Chuan stared at the scene before him in disbelief. He had expected the bomb fruit to be powerful, but he did not realize it would be this powerful. He had only just inherited and learned the skill. Was it supposed to be novice level? No, that could not be right. This had to be at least the standard level for a bomb fruit. Only that could explain how it so easily blew a wall to pieces. You have to realize this wall was built from solid bluestone. While not as tough as a steel alloy of the same thickness, it is much sturdier than an ordinary wall. Most Tier 1 spirit beasts would struggle to destroy it, and even beasts with immense physical strength would have to chip away at it for over 10 minutes just to dig a hole. My goodness, this is truly incredible. With this bomb fruit, who would still dare to call Hua Ye a support-type spirit beast? Even speed attack, power attack, burst damage, or hit-and-run types might not be able to match this kind of outrageous damage. At least within the limits of Lin Chuan's current knowledge, he had never seen a Tier 1 spirit beast capable of unleashing such destructive power. Amazing, my little Gyugyu has the potential to become a great emperor. Having said that, Lin Chuan suddenly fell into deep thought, feeling something was a bit strange. He used the mobile phone function of his watch-style beast taming space device to search for videos regarding the skill bomb fruit. The first ones to appear were videos of bomb fruit being used in creative ways during matches. One bomb fruit blowing up half the arena, or a bomb fruit exploding to spawn countless smaller ones focusing on a cluster bomb effect. These were all advanced techniques for using the skill. Lin Chuan did not click on any of these videos, he just scanned the titles and scrolled past. At this moment, Lin Chuan was more interested in instructional videos about bomb fruit. He wanted to know the principles behind it, the danger level of practicing it, and the specific performance differences at each proficiency level. Soon, Lin Chuan found relevant videos and watched them carefully. He confirmed his previous suspicion. The proficiency level of the bomb fruit used by Gyugyu was definitely not at the entry level, but at the common level, and it was already very close to the proficient level. This situation was something Lin Chuan had not expected. No such thing had happened during previous skill inheritances. Sakura's previous inheritances of poison powder and bewitching words had only barely reached the entry level. How did Gyugyu start straight away with a common level bomb fruit? Could it be that Gyugyu is truly a supreme genius destined for greatness, blessed by fortune? Alright, all joking aside. Lin Chuan toyed with the black fruit core in his hand, which had already lost its skill inheritance effect, while lowering his eyes to think deeply. He compared it with previous situations to find the differences. With a dark glimmer in his eyes, Lin Chuan stared at the black core in his hand. When he had activated the reincarnation inheritance to touch the memory fragments within this core, he could feel a lethal danger. More importantly, the intense emotions of anger, resentment, and the urge to explode and go down together made him shiver involuntarily. These intense emotions must be what distinguishes this skill material from others, and the reason why Gyugyu received a common-level bomb fruit right from the start. Furthermore, Gyugyu's own superb talent in energy is likely another reason why the bomb fruit skipped the entry level and went straight to common. His thoughts stopped there, and Lin Chuan stopped overthinking it. He could not confirm if his guess was right for now. He would just have to look for other beast skill materials with similarly strong emotional fluctuations later and test it out a few more times. As for now, he had to carefully check Gyugyu's condition to see if she was exhausted after using that bomb fruit. After a thorough check, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Gyugyu was perfectly fine, and in fact her state was exceptionally good. Since you are in such good shape, I will be counting on you for today's match, Gyugyu. Lin Chuan rubbed Gyugyu's little head as he spoke. That bouncy and cool texture was truly addictive. Upon hearing Lin Chuan, Gyugyu's little bead-like eyes seemed to burn with fire, and she became entirely excited. Her two chubby hands mimicked punching motions with a playful sound, as if she could not wait to get on stage and go blow for blow with her opponent. Ying ying ying, small-minded girl. Sakura next to her let out a cute sound, muttering softly, thinking Gyugyu could not hear. Unfortunately, they were so close that Gyugyu heard every word and immediately let out a cry of dissatisfaction. Then the two little cuties started chasing each other and play fighting. Using Lin Chuan as a pillar, they circled him, with Yinghua fleeing and Gyugyuo in hot pursuit. The scene was warm and harmonious, making Lin Chuan beam with a fatherly smile. Just then the old guy arrived. Well, the loud bang from the garden wall collapsing had eventually drawn attention. Thinking something had happened, Lin Zudong rushed over. Seeing that Lin Chuan was not hurt and that Gyugyuo and Sakura were just chasing each other and completely fine, he finally relaxed. Looking around, Lin Zudong stayed silent. He could tell things from the traces at the scene. Based on his study and understanding of flower leaf leaves, he could roughly guess that Lin Chuan was doing some special cultivation, and he could even guess the specific skill, feeling utterly shocked inside. However, Lin Zudong did not say much and did not pry further. This was the tacit understanding between father and son, and also a customary rule in the beast-taming civilization to date. You do not need to worry about this wall, kid. I will have the staff fix it later. Lin Zudong patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, his eyes suddenly lighting up like flashlights in the night. Remember to bring Gyugyuo and Sakura to me for a detailed physical checkup after today's match. I want the latest data on Gyugyuo and Sakura. Well, he could refrain from asking what kind of trick Lin Chuan pulled to blow up a bluestone wall, but he had to get his hands on the latest data for Gyugyuo and Sakura. Lin Chuan naturally agreed, as they had already made a deal. He had already squeezed 500,000 Star Rock coins out of the old guy under the guise of providing data, so he could not break his word. Basic integrity still had to be maintained. Leaving the cleanup to the old guy, Lin Chuan went back to prepare for today's flower leaf cup. Well, first a quick 1-hour nap to recover his spirit, then prepare some goods for today like melon seeds, popcorn, milk tea, and cola. No matter how busy or tired, the grand plan of making extra money could not be dropped. Lin Chuan planned to strike it big over these 3 days of the flower leaf cup, earning enough cultivation funds for at least the next month or even longer, striving to ensure his spending never stopped. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10:00 a.m. The second day of the flower leaf cup started on schedule without any surprises. Yesterday, 11 contestants who felt they had no hope of winning the top 3 prizes withdrew, leaving a total of 12 contestants today. Today, every contestant will play 2 matches, a round of 12-6, then 6-3 to determine the final 3. These final 3 will compete in a round-robin tournament tomorrow where everyone plays each other once. The one with 2 wins takes the championship, and the remaining spots for second and third place will be determined by the outcome of their head-to-head match. As for what happens if all 3 end up with 1 win and 1 loss, that is quite common. In that case, the rankings for first, second, and third place will be determined by a comprehensive assessment of their performance, command skills, the rapport between master and beast, and the timing and speed of skill activation. This will be scored by the 2 referees and the professional beast trainer on duty. Do not worry, there will not be any bias or shady dealings. Both referees and the professional tamer will release the basis and reasons for their scoring simultaneously. Yesterday, Lin Chuan was in the later group and did not step into the arena until the afternoon. Today, however, he had an early start. In the second match of the day at 10:12 a.m., his name was called over the broadcast. It was his turn to compete. His opponent was a girl between lowly and adolescent age, with a bob cut, large round glasses, and a delicate, pleasing appearance named Ying Qingqing. Ying Qingqing's beast was a vine leaf frog about 40 centimeters tall, a head shorter than Sakura and Gyugyuo. Overall, it looked like a rounded and silly little dumpling frog, somewhat cute, with tiny vines and leaves growing from its 4 frog feet. It was a wood element beast, soldier tier intermediate. How should I put it? I cannot say Ying Qingqing is a real noob, that would be impolite. I can only say that hers is the strength of a typical beginner civilian beast tamer. The foundation has not been built solidly yet. Well, perhaps I should say she has not spent enough on pay-to-win items, failing to provide her vine leaf frog with the best and most appropriate nutritional supplements, which led to it not growing fast or sturdy enough. And her own beast taming talent likely is not the type that assists in boosting a beast's growth efficiency. Secondly, the skills are not trained well either. As a wood element beast, photosynthesis and rooting are innate, but one is entry-level and the other common level. They are okay for daily life but have no real combat value in a match. The only one worth mentioning is power jump. This is a unique skill for frog-type beasts, allowing them to jump very high and then use the gravity of the fall and their own weight to crash into or stomp on the opponent. It was by relying on this power jump that Ying Qingqing beat her opponent yesterday, another little noob. Well, as I said earlier, I let Gyugyu fight today, and I naturally would not break my word. Lin Chuan did not have Gyugyu use any skills, relying entirely on the solid foundation built through spending money. With an easy step back, she dodged the vine leaf frog's jumping stomp, and then Gyugyu gave it a slap backhand, instantly knocking the frog out cold. Combat duration 17 seconds. This little fellow is different from yesterday's flower leaf. Did he start with 2? Regardless of whether it is yesterday's or today's, they are both raised really well. The foundations are very solid. A bit interesting. In the spectator stand closest to the match, Tang Heshen, the professional beast tamer dispatched by the Beast Tamer Association, nodded in appreciation. Tang Heshen then picked up his work log phone issued by the association, took a photo of Lin Chuan and Ying Qingqing shaking hands after the match, and wrote a 100-word summary of the fight. He did not exaggerate or show personal bias, he simply stated the facts very objectively. After the match, as soon as Lin Chuan left the stage, he pushed his newly made wooden cart to sell melon seeds, popcorn, milk tea, and cola. There were far fewer spectators today than yesterday. After all, many spectators were friends and family coming to cheer for specific contestants. Once those contestants were eliminated, the spectators left too. However, Lin Chuan's business today was not much worse than yesterday. Mainly, he was already a familiar face, and curious spectators considered him one of the 2 top seeds to win the Flower Leaf Cup. His Flower Leaf and Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf were visibly much stronger than others, with much more solid foundations. It was 2:00 p.m. time for Lin Chuan's second match, which was also the match many spectators were looking forward to. Because the 2 top-seeded contestants met here. On the left is Lin Chuan, and on the right is Sun Yinian. In the stands, Sun Yinian's classmates and friends from the 5th Beast Taming High School were all cheering for her. Lin Chuan's side was not weak either. After all, he was the host. This farm was his turf. The employees, their children, and other students from the 1st Beast Taming High School led by Pan Kai all cheered loudly for Lin Chuan. For a moment, the cheering for Lin Chuan drowned out the momentum of Sun Yinian's fan club. Both sides competed secretly, comparing whose voices were louder and whose momentum was stronger. If they had had more time, they probably would have organized a whole cheerleader troupe. Compared to the hostility in the stands, the atmosphere between Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian on the field was much more amicable. However, the fighting spirit on both sides was extremely high. Whether it was Lin Chuan or Sun Yinian, after watching yesterday's matches, they both had a grasp of the other contestants' strength and knew none of the others were a match for them, only each other was worth fighting. Beating the opponent was effectively pre-ordering the championship. The 400,000 championship prize money would be in hand. This was a final ahead of schedule. Not only did the contestants know this, the judges watching knew it too and felt this would be a relatively high-quality battle. Therefore, they took this match more seriously. Even the professional beast tamer Tang Heshen opened the recording function on his phone for the first time to record the battle instead of just writing a few hundred words about it. The referee for this match was Shijai. First came the standard rules explanation. After confirming that both contestants had heard clearly and responded, he waved his flag, letting both sides release their beasts and salute each other. Lin Chuan, 1st Beast Taming High School. Lin Chuan, please enlighten me. Sun Yinian, 5th Beast Taming High School. Sun Yinian, my Dayan has been eyeing your flower leaf for a long time. As she spoke, Lin Chuan's watch and Sun Yinian's ring shone simultaneously. Under the effects of flowers blooming from the void and golden light rain, both beasts appeared at once. On the left was Gyugyu, on the right was the Golden Silk Werewolf Dayan. The 2 beasts stared at each other. At the same time, on the giant screen outside the arena, under Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian's portraits, cartoon avatars of the Flower Leaf and the Golden Silk Werewolf appeared, with an electric V's collision effect in the middle. Flower Leaf vs Golden Silk Werewolf. Dayan Awo, why is it you? Where is that Flower Leaf from yesterday? Dayan Awo, forget it, you are all in the same boat. I will defeat you first, then beat that flower leaf from yesterday to prove that I, Dayan, am no weakling." Dayan clenched its claws, crawled low, all 4 feet on the ground, baring its teeth and growling, sounding like a starving beast with red eyes, giving off a strong sense of threat. Intimidation, entry-level intimidation. Its effect is to scare the opponent and lower their attack power to a certain extent. Gyugyuo, iya, what do you mean? Are you saying I, Gyugyuo, am not as good as that little green tea Sakura? Clenching her chubby hands into fists, a dark light flashed in Gyugyuo's bead-like eyes. Dog, you have chosen a narrow path. Who is a weakling? Today I am going to slap the weakling label right on your forehead. Humans cannot understand the language of spirit beasts. At the very least, neither Lin Chuan nor Sun Yinian possessed the telepathic beast-taming talent to directly comprehend their speech. They only felt that both spirit beasts were filled with intense fighting spirit at this moment. The referee, Shijai, stared at each spirit beast to ensure they were unharmed, then swung the small flag that signaled the start of the match. In an instant, both spirit beasts moved. Lin Chuan root down. A standard opening move, rooting to activate tank mode and prevent being taken out in one hit. Well, based on yesterday's matches, Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf De Yin was definitely above rank 1. Lin Chuan estimated its level to be around 12 or 13. If he had not been cautious and activated tank mode immediately, there was a real possibility Gyugyuo could have been one-shot. From Gyugyuo's chubby little legs, many root-like tendrils made of wood attribute energy instantly spread, drilling into the ground, and specks of green light were absorbed into Gyugyuo's body along those roots. Sun Yinian was not in a hurry to attack. She narrowed her eyes slightly, warm up, run around it, stay focused and keep an eye on the opponent's reactions. Warming up is not a skill, it is more of a combat tactic. Any creature of flesh and blood, whether human or spirit beast, benefits from a light warm-up before intense physical activity. It loosens the muscles and bones, accelerates blood flow, heightens energy activity, and boosts adrenaline, which puts the body in a state of excitement conducive to fighting. Reliable data shows that a warmed-up spirit beast performs about 10% better in all aspects than one that has not. Of course, certain mineral or inorganic spirit beasts do not need this trick. They can fight at full power without any warm-up. Lin Chuan chase it. Sun Yinian paused, surprised by Lin Chuan's order. She had expected him to wait for the opponent to move first. You have to realize that the speed of a Golden Silk Werewolf is incomparable to a Leafy, and there is no way for it to be caught. The only consequence of this move would be getting kited. An experienced professional beast tamer might have already guessed Lin Chuan's intention. For instance, Tang Heshen was already nodding slightly, approving of the instruction. But Sun Yinian was not such a person. Although she was an excellent newcomer, her experience was still lacking. She could not immediately grasp the meaning behind Lin Chuan's order. However, that did not stop her from responding. Sun Yinian, string it along, keep your speed just slightly faster than its own. Since it offered itself up, how could she miss the chance to kite it? In the observation deck closest to the arena, Tang Heshen stroked his chin. As of now, Sun Yinian had fallen into the rhythm set by Lin Chuan. However, it was hard to say who would win. A Leafy is a typical support-type spirit beast, and there is a huge gap between it and an agile, attack-oriented Golden Silk Werewolf. This gap is especially obvious during the rookie stage and cannot be overcome by simple tactical commands. Speaking of commands, Tang Heshen could not help but look at Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian separately. The difference in their command styles was already very apparent. Lin Chuan kept his language as concise as possible. If 2 words sufficed, he would not use 3. Sun Yinian, on the other hand, tried to speak as fast as possible to provide as detailed instructions as she could. Tang Heshen remained silent, non-committal. He did not pass judgment on whose style was better or worse. It would be too rash to do so based on this alone. Real results had to be judged by the reality of the situation. As beast tamers progress further on their path, their battlefield commands inevitably trend toward greater conciseness. Beast tamers who focus on elite cultivation invest their emotions and energy into their spirit beasts, fostering a deeper bond. With the help of the contract's power, this can eventually evolve into telepathy, allowing them to command their beasts with a mere thought without needing words. On the other hand, beast tamers who raise large units cannot focus their emotional energy on individuals and struggle to achieve telepathy. Therefore, they choose to cultivate the independent combat capability of their spirit beasts, giving instructions only for the broad direction of the battle and coordinating the macro tactics of many contracted beasts, leaving specific details for the beasts to decide. Ultimately, this is also a way of simplifying commands. Therefore, the general direction of Lin Chuan's simplified commands was not wrong. As for Sun Yinian's situation, while her instructions were overly detailed, one could not say it was wrong, at least not at this stage as a rookie. The rapport between rookie beast tamers and their beasts is often low, and infant-stage beasts have lower intelligence. Detailed commands help maintain control during combat and greatly avoid situations where the beast might get overexcited or panic during sudden events. As the rapport improves and the spirit beast grows in intelligence, commands can naturally become more concise. Well, in short, it still comes back to the idea that the situation must be judged by the facts at hand. With massive spending, the accelerated growth buff from the Heart of Spirit Wood, the light-gathering arena on the farm, and expert-level photosynthesis, the growth efficiency of Gyugyo and Sakura was maximized. While one could not say their foundations were absolutely unprecedented, they were extremely solid and firm. However, there are inherent differences in aptitude between species. No matter how solid the foundation of a Leafy is, it cannot surpass a Golden Silk werewolf in terms of strength and agility. Unless the werewolf's tamer is lazy and trains it poorly, the speed and reaction ability of the Golden Silk werewolf will always be faster than a Leafy. Do not waste your effort, your Leafy cannot keep up with De Yin's speed. Sun Yinian chuckled, watching Gyugyo, who was being perfectly kited by De Yin. Lin Chuan's mouth curved slightly into a non-committal smile. Of course, I know that, but if I do not let Gyugyo run, chasing your Golden Silk werewolf and following your tactical plan, how could your werewolf run any faster? And besides, running non-stop like that must be draining a lot of energy, right? Close enough? Lin Chuan did not intend to hide his thoughts further and said it directly. It was also a form of verbal harassment to disrupt his opponent's state of mind. Sun Yinian's expression changed slightly. Only at this moment did she realize that Lin Chuan intended to engage in a war of attrition. However, after a moment of contemplation, Sun Yinian did not feel surprised. Because in a matchup between a Leafy and a Golden Silk werewolf, it was normal to conclude that only a war of attrition was possible. Unless the Leafy cheated and learned some incredible skill, there was absolutely no possibility of it facing a Golden Silk werewolf head-on. Lin Chuan was indeed fighting a war of attrition, and he was succeeding in tiring her out. But at the same time, she was not just draining his stamina, she was draining his focus. While Lin Chuan was exhausting De Yin's physical strength, she was exhausting the Leafy's attention. A Leafy-type spirit beast leans toward support. Its strength, agility, and reaction speed are not excellent. Therefore, as long as she kept it running, preventing it from resting and countering, the Leafy would inevitably reveal openings where it could not defend in time. That would be De Yin's chance. Stay focused and time it right. Suddenly, Sun Yinian's eyes flashed as she spotted an opportunity. Gyugyo was being kited, led in circles by De Yin. Near the corner of a giant rock used as an obstacle in the arena, Gyugyo did not manage to brake in time to turn. Its center of gravity shifted, and it looked like it was about to fall. This was the opening Sun Yinian had been waiting for. Now Flame Fist. At the same time, Sun Yinian did not hesitate to use her beast-taming talent, which was limited to once per match by the Baby Cup rules. Third-rank beast-taming talent, Wolf King's Blood. Sun Yinian opened her palm forward and crimson energy condensed within it, turning into a dark glow that instantly covered the Golden Silk werewolf, De Yin. De Yin's presence turned wild and its energy intensity surged by at least twofold. Suddenly turning around, bolstered by the third-rank Wolf King's Blood talent, De Yin's speed exploded to its limit, transforming into a blur as it lunged at Gyugyo, its flaming fist slamming hard into the Leafy's body. Gyugyo had not adjusted its center of gravity and could not dodge or defend, forced to expose its most vulnerable side to De Yin. Boom! A dull thud sounded as Gyugyo was sent flying, the fire spreading from the werewolf's claws blasting into the Leafy. Gyugyo flew high and slammed into the giant rock, bouncing off it like a rubber ball before falling heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the spectators, including Sun Yinian's family cheering section and students from the 5th Beast Taming Middle School, shouted and cheered excitedly. Even Sun Yinian herself smiled. She had scored the first point, the advantage was hers. However, the next moment, Sun Yinian froze. Across the field in the commander's zone, Lin Chuan's expression had not changed at all. There was no sign of the tension or worry she had expected, only a composed calmness. Sun Yinian frowned, sensing something was wrong. As the dust settled, Gyugyuo, with half its body scorched black, struggled to climb back up. That last hit had indeed caused heavy damage, and its entire body was screaming in pain. Fortunately, it had activated its first stage of tank mode, otherwise it would have been finished in one blow. Root down photosynthesis. Lin Chuan commanded, still concise. Since the first stage of tank mode could not quite take it, he would just open the second stage. There were a third stage in the trump card, the bomb fruit, waiting in the wings. But looking at the current form, there was no need to expose the third stage or the trump card. Better to hide them as long as possible, preferably until the entrance exam in 2.5 months, to give the other candidates a big surprise. Gyugyuo let out a squeak, its two chubby hands clenching into fists as it braced itself, looking like it was holding its breath. More roots made of wood attribute energy sprouted from its chubby legs and the ground, drilling into the soil to absorb nutrients, with green sparks of light being pulled into Gyugyuo's body along the roots. Meanwhile, the two green leaves beneath the white flower on Gyugyuo's head were glowing, radiating a brilliant crystalline light. It was 2:10 p.m., the time of day when the sun was fiercest. Countless green specks of light converged from all sides, absorbed by the two leaves and merging into Gyugyuo's body. The nutrients and water quickly absorbed by the roots along with the sunlight were converted into stamina and energy at an astonishing rate under the effect of the expert-level photosynthesis. The scorched patches on Gyugyuo's body faded at a visible speed, returning to their original color. Within just 2 breaths, Gyugyuo had fully recovered, looking refreshed and spirited. Seeing this, Sun Yinian stood gaping, completely stunned. Tang Heshen stood up abruptly, his expression one of pure disbelief. This efficiency in absorbing and converting sunlight, this rate of injury recovery, it was definitely expert-level photosynthesis. How is that even possible? How did this kid train it? Tang Heshen muttered. He did not know about Lin Chuan's beast-taming talent. Although the Beast Taming Association had records that Lin Chuan claimed to have dual talents, Tang Heshen's clearance level did not allow him to access other tamers' detailed files without special authorization. That was why he was so shocked. Sun Yinian was no longer as calm or confident as before. She was getting desperate. By now, De Yin's stamina had been significantly drained, and the explosive attack it had timed so carefully had been healed back in an instant by the opponent. How could there be such an annoying spirit beast? De Yin lunged at it directly, get into melee and use continuous flame fists. Calming her heart, Sun Yinian forced herself to compose herself. If one explosive attack gets healed away, then she would just use continuous, rapid-fire attacks. She refused to believe that this leafy, also just an infant-stage beast, could have such an bottomless pool of healing power. Fight it! Lin Chuan smiled slightly, offering only those 2 words. Gyugyuo was instantly excited, its tiny eyes sparking with intensity. Great, it had been longing for some up-close, fisticuff-style combat. That big dog had just been running around the whole time, never giving it a chance for a real scrap. And so, a scene unfolded that was completely unexpected, even world-shattering. The Golden Silk Werewolf, De Yin, following Sun Yinian's command, lunged at Gyugyuo and threw a right-hook flame fist. Gyugyuo dodged most of the damage with a slight lean, suffering only a scratch which was healed away by photosynthesis in a single breath. Without retreating, De Yin followed with a left hook. However, this time Gyugyuo shifted its center of gravity downward, lowering its body to evade the left hook flame fist entirely. Simultaneously, Gyugyuo's 2 chubby hands reached up and grabbed the werewolf's claws. With a quick pivot and a forceful tug, it gave De Yin a massive shoulder throw. Boom! Another dull thud and Gyugyuo slammed De Yin hard against the ground. This shoulder throw dealt no less damage than De Yin's punch earlier, largely because it had leveraged the werewolf's own weight. De Yin was stunned by the throw, as were the referee and Tang Heshen. The audience was baffled, but the most confused of all was Sun Yinian. What the heck? A support-type spirit beast just gave an agility type a shoulder throw. Where on earth did it get grappling experience? Sun Yinian was numb, she was totally done. What kind of world is this where her Da Yin, a golden silk werewolf, cannot beat a Leafy in a brawl? It cannot beat a support-type spirit beast. Is her Da Yin just trash, or is this Leafy defying the laws of nature? Create distance, resume the previous tactics. Again, Sun Yinian took a deep breath, forcing herself to be calm. Without further hesitation and not wasting time wondering why she lost in melee, Sun Yinian decisively ordered a switch to assassin-style hit-and-run tactics. Retreat immediately after every attack. Following Sun Yinian's order, Da Yin endured the full-body pain from the shoulder throw, scrambled to its feet, and fled frantically on all fours. Gyugyo chirped anxiously, wanting to continue the brawl. Keep fighting, you scrawny dog, do not run. Chase it down and keep draining it. Lin Chuan immediately granted Gyugyo's wish. Gyugyo trotted forward on its chubby little legs, puffing as it gave chase. Earlier, Da Yin could easily kite Gyugyo. However, with its stamina drained and having been brutally shoulder-thrown, Da Yin's mindset had shattered, its breathing rhythm was gone, and its speed had visibly decreased. With Gyugyo waving its tiny fists and chasing it closely, Da Yin could not even manage to focus, let alone execute Sun Yinian's assassin tactics. It was forced into a pathetic scramble. As time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The more stamina Da Yin lost, the slower it ran, while Gyugyo, constantly recovering through rooting and the second stage of photosynthesis tank mode, became more energetic, radiant, and spirited. Numb, Sun Yinian was completely numb, her spirit utterly broken. Stamina, she could not outlast it. Attack, her damage did not heal as fast as the opponent's self-regeneration. Melee, she could not win in a fight, now she could not even run fast enough to escape. How is she supposed to fight? With her head. This is ridiculous. How can a Leafy be so unscientific and disgusting? Da Yin collapsed from exhaustion. It could not run anymore and was caught by the leisurely, waddling Gyugyo. Gyugyo jumped up and slapped Da Yin hard on the head, knocking the werewolf flat against the ground. To prevent Da Yin from running again, Gyugyo climbed onto its neck, its chubby little hands tugging at the fur under Da Yin's chin. Yeah. Get up, scrawny dog, stand up and keep fighting me, scrawny dog. Do not fall asleep, scrawny dog, do not pass out, scrawny dog. Scrawny dog, scrawny dog, scrawny dog. Ow. With one final howl, Da Yin let out its last breath of fight, passing out from sheer irritation at being called a scrawny dog over and over. Shijai stood in silence, not having reacted for a moment until the other referee, Zhuang Lan, gave a gentle cough to remind him. Only then did he snap out of it and quickly swing the small flag. The match is over, contestant Lin Chuan is the winner. Lin Chuan won the match. Sun Yinian, however, wore a complex, pained expression, much like someone struggling with constipation. She kept wanting to say something, then stopping, then wanting to speak again. Finally, when shaking hands with Lin Chuan after the match to show respect, she asked, "Your flabe, is it even legal?" Lin Chuan, are you trying to say my flabe is full of stimulants and not a single drop of real effort? Lin Chuan asked with a smile. No. Sun Yinian shook her head, her expression serious and earnest. I want to say your flabe is full of milk. Did you use all sorts of dairy products as supplements when you raised it? How can there be a flabe with such disgusting and overpowered recovery abilities? Gritting her teeth and sounding quite sarcastic, Sun Yinian said. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan showed a bright, proud, and confident smile, and gave Sun Yinian a sidelong glance with a soft chuckle. What are you talking about? How is that disgusting? It is clearly adorable. Sun Yinian shot him a look that clearly said, I believe you, you devious kid with no sense of sportsmanship. Immediately after, Sun Yinian composed herself, dropping the joking tone. Lin Chuan, do you have any more flabe at your farm suitable for bonding? Well, I was already planning to bond with a second spirit beast, and after fighting against you, I feel even more that a flabe is a great choice. So I want to ask, does your Lin family farm have a suitable flabe? Would you allow me to bond with one at your farm? Do not worry, I will handle all the necessary procedures and paperwork. It will be completely legal and compliant. Also, I will apply to bond with it at a 50% premium over the standard price for a soldier tier intermediate spirit beast at a breeding facility. Lin Chuan was stunned. He had not expected Sun Yinian to want to bond with a Flabe as her second spirit beast. Was the advertising effect of this match really that good? Collecting his thoughts, Lin Chuan nodded slightly, feeling happy for his old man deep down. If more beast tamers like Sun Yinian came looking to bond with Flabe from the Lin family farm, it would be very easy for the farm to upgrade into a Flabe breeding base. They would not even need to actively apply. The Xingyan Federation officials would come to negotiate with his dad, offering various perks and funding to persuade him to upgrade the farm. After all, in this world, beast taming industries are the truly valuable ones, and a Flabe breeding base is far more useful to the country than a regular farm. A Flabe suitable for bonding, huh? Lin Chuan pondered. He was only responsible for taking care of a small portion of the Flabe while his old man handled most of them. Still, from the occasional look, he knew the situation. There are not any available right now, but wait another half a month, and there will be about 3 Flabe that have finished their infancy and entered the high-growth stage suitable for bonding and training. As for whether you are allowed to bond with them, you will have to discuss that with my old man. Well, as long as your application process is in order and you have the certified stamp from the Beast Tamer Association, I am sure my old man would be happy to have you bond with a Flabe here at the Lin family farm. Hearing this, Sun Yinian nodded slightly and revealed an expectant smile, even beginning to fantasize that the Flabe she would bond with, her Yin, could be just as supersized as Lin Chuan's. She imagined it being just like this match, where the opponent's attacks could not even keep up with the healing, grinding the opponent to death in absolute frustration. Thinking of that scene, the corners of Sun Yinian's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Yeah, honestly, how can a spirit beast like Flabe be so adorable? Half a month, huh? Okay, then I will wait half a month. Originally, Sun Yinian had planned to move to King's City, the administrative hub above Tianshang Town, after this Flabe Cup to develop further. The resources there would be richer, and she could compete in larger junior cups to earn more money to further train Dayin. Now, she decided to stay and develop in Tianshang Town for another half month, waiting until she bonded with her Yin before heading to King's City. As for Dayin, there was no rush. She had enough funds for its training during this period. The brief chat came to an end. Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian left the arena separately. The next match began shortly after. However, quite a few audience members left their seats because the following matches were essentially lacking in excitement. With the 2 top-seeded players, Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian, having already finished their early final, the rest was just small fry pecking at each other. There was nothing worth watching in tomorrow's matches either. Even Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf could not dent Lin Chuan's Flabe, so let alone the spirit beasts of the other contestants. Even if Lin Chuan's Flabe just stood still and used the rooting skill, it could exhaust any other trainer's spirit beast until it collapsed. The champion of this junior cup had been decided the moment that match ended. The facts, as expected, played out exactly as everyone had predicted. The third day of the Flabe Cup. The remaining 3 contestants drew lots on site to decide the order of the round-robin matches: 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, and 1 versus 3. Lin Chuan drew number 2. Since there were 2 matches, Lin Chuan did not favor one over the other. He had Gyuho and Sakura take turns competing against the contestants who drew numbers 1 and 3. The contestant who drew number 1 was a tall boy named Zheng Yaheng from the 3rd Tamer Middle School. His spirit beast was a fuzzy ox, a calf about a meter tall covered in fluffy fur with exceptionally thick legs. It was an Earth Element spirit beast, Soldier Tier Intermediate. The contestant who drew number 3 was a girl with delicate features who gave off a refined, gentle impression. Her name was Mengya from the 4th Tamer Middle School. Her spirit beast was a spotted mouse, a very cute creature that looked like a large hamster 30 centimeters tall with round spots on its body. It was a rock element spirit beast, a special high-tier version of the earth element, with soldier-tier advanced bloodline potential. Lin Chuan had some recollection of Mengya, not because she was pretty, but because of her spotted mouse. The day before yesterday, that girl Tianqi, whose ability to communicate with and command her spirit beast was very impressive, had lost to Mengya. Tianqi's little snow rabbit had performed all sorts of fancy maneuvers and dodges, but unfortunately it was a bit soft-headed and was simply knocked unconscious by a single headbutt from Mengya's spotted mouse. Both Zheng Yaheng and Mengya were relatively outstanding among novice beast tamers. However, they were still a bit worse than Sun Yinian and even Ping Kai, let alone compared to Lin Chuan. 2 battles. Lin Chuan just had Gyuho and Sakura use the rooting skill, entering full-blown tank mode. That experience took Zheng Yaheng and Meng Ye through an indescribable emotional journey. At first, they were still secretly unconvinced, not believing they were inferior to Sun Yinian. If Sun Yinian's golden silk werewolf could not beat it, that did not necessarily mean their spirit beasts could not. Then their emotions cycled from excitement to worry, to numbness, to disgust, and finally to despair. Watching their spirit beasts attack no matter what, even if they knocked the flabe flying or flipped it over, Lin Chuan's flabe would just get up as if nothing happened, dust itself off, take a deep breath, and instantly top off its health. Their spirit beasts grew more exhausted and strained with every attack, eventually collapsing with tongues lolling and eyes rolling back. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's flabe looked more refreshed and energized than ever. In the end, Zheng Yaheng and Meng Ye both gritted their teeth and said, "How can there be such a disgustingly overpowered spirit beast as Flabe?" before simply giving up and admitting defeat. Lin Chuan easily won the championship. The competition between the runner-up and the third-place finisher was fierce. It seemed like they were venting the frustration caused by Lin Chuan's flabe onto each other, and Zheng Yaheng and Meng Ye fought quite intensely. In the end, Meng Ye's spotted mouse, not yet having reached the first level, lacked the pure physical power compared to the fuzzy ox and was battered into submission by brute force. Crucially, the spotted mouse suffered significant injuries that required 3 or 4 days of careful recovery. For Meng Ye, even with the third-place prize of 100,000, it was hard to say whether it was a gain or a loss. Well, that was none of Lin Chuan's concern. As the sun set, Lin Chuan survived the closing speeches of the Flabe Cup and finally received his championship prize money. The championship prize of 400,000 Xingyan coins was transferred directly into Lin Chuan's Beast Tamer account. Additionally, there was a pennant and a small glass figurine trophy. The pennant read Lin Family Farm Flabe Cup Champion, and the glass trophy was in the shape of a flabe. Well, none of that was the key point. The key point was his old man's previous promise. If the Flabe Cup was held successfully, he would get 30% of the farm's total revenue from the 3 days, and if it went very well, he would get a bigger share. Unfortunately, while the Flabe Cup was more attractive than other small junior cups, it did not attract reporters or streamers, so it could only be called good, not excellent, and Lin Chuan only got 30%. His old man did not go back on his word and simply transferred 1.8 million to Lin Chuan's account. 30% equaled 1.8 million. Oh boy. That means in just the 3 days of hosting the Flabe Cup, the Lin family farm earned a total of 6 million. Is money really that easy to make? Lin Chuan could not help but want to host a few more Junior Cup Tamer competitions. Unfortunately, individuals could not host Junior Cups, and each eligible unit could only host one per year. Without letting his mind wander, Lin Chuan checked the funds in his Beast Tamer account. 400,000 in prize money, 1.8 million in dividends, plus what he already had rounding off the odd amounts, a total of 2.33 million Xingyan coins. Correct? 2.33 million Xingyan coins. Lin Chuan pondered how to spend this money and where to invest it for the best value. If he went for the most extreme. But if he just bought slightly less expensive resources, given the situation with Gyuo and Sakura, burning through them for a month would be more than enough. He could spend the remaining month and a half participating in other junior cups or finding other ways to make money, so there was no need to rush. Well, there was no need to go down the most extreme spending path anyway. Even if he did, the cost-to-benefit ratio was not great. With Flabe's intermediate soldier tier bloodline, even with the best resources, it might compare to a low-tier general class spirit beast, but it definitely would not surpass those naturally bred for high-tier general class potential. Besides, he had a cheat code, reincarnation. He did not plan to use it until his school entrance assessment. Although he could not be sure of the exact effect of the reincarnation, judging by the name, it was highly likely that it would reset their levels to 0. After the school entrance assessment, regardless of whether he got into one of the 8 major universities, he would arrange for Gyuo and Sakura to undergo reincarnation to break through their bloodline limits. Once they reincarnated, he could give them even better resources. He believed that by then he would have even more money in his account. Lin Chuan's room. Lin Chuan placed 2 large red envelopes in front of Gyuo and Sakura respectively. It was thanks to your hard work that we were able to win the championship and the prize money so smoothly. Both of you did not slack off in daily training and pushed yourselves to the limit as requested. That is excellent. I, Lin Chuan, believe in rewarding merit and punishing faults. These 2 red envelopes contain 10,000 Xingyan coins each as a reward for you. You can buy anything you like with them. Lin Chuan handed the 2 envelopes to Guo and Sakura. The 2 little ones were stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed, hugging the envelopes and chirping and squeaking with excitement, rubbing against him and acting so cute that Lin Chuan's heart felt like it was melting. However, Lin Chuan held back his expression, and his face suddenly turned serious. Well, considering you are still young and do not know any better, to prevent you from wasting money, I will keep the envelopes for you for now, and I will return them when you grow up. As he spoke, Lin Chuan extended his open hand toward Guo and Sakura, as if expecting them to hand them over voluntarily. Guo and Sakura. Looking at each other, Guo and Sakura were filled with question marks. Even though their intelligence was still low and they did not understand much, their instincts told them something was not right. What, you do not trust me? Lin Chuan's expression hardened, and he spoke in a low voice. Do you suspect I would covet your little bit of money? Am I that kind of beast tamer? I am doing this for your own good. You do not know how many unscrupulous merchants and bad guys are out there waiting to trick money out of little creatures like you. I am keeping them safe for you and will return them when you are a bit older. Guo and Sakura continued to stare at each other. Although what their master said sounded perfectly logical, still it just did not feel right. It felt at least 90% wrong. Seeing that Guo and Sakura were still hesitating, Lin Chuan knew he had to pull out his trump card, otherwise he would not be able to. With a flash in his eyes, Lin Chuan took out 2 small red flowers cut from red paper from his pocket. After all, I am not a bad guy, right? If you are willing to let me keep the envelopes for you, I will give you each one of these small red flowers. The red envelopes are still yours, I am just keeping them for you temporarily. And the small red flowers are yours too. Look, this is a win-win, you win twice. Seeing the small red flowers Lin Chuan produced, the eyes of the 2 little ones were immediately drawn in. Compared to the envelopes, the flowers seemed even prettier and more attractive. After listening to Lin Chuan, Guo and Sakura chirped and squeaked at each other. Win. Win-win. Win twice. The 2 little ones were suddenly excited. Yeah. Yang. The 2 little ones held their red envelopes high up with their chubby hands, unable to wait to trade them for Lin Chuan's red flowers. Very good, you are such good girls. Come, give me the envelopes and let me put the red flowers on you. After taking the money from the red envelopes and tucking it into his pocket, Lin Chuan handed the empty, exquisite red envelope shells to the 2 little ones. Watching the 2 little ones wearing their little red flowers, holding the empty envelopes and making excited baby noises, Lin Chuan wore the satisfied smile of a proud father. Clear rewards and punishments, plus a reasonable way to recoup his funds. How could there be such an excellent beastmaster as him? Looking at how the 2 little ones are now, their enthusiasm has been fully ignited. Surely, when they train in the future, just thinking about those potential red envelopes and looking at the little red flowers on their chests will make them work even harder and more desperately. They will show more persistence in battles and have a stronger will to fight, all for the sake of helping him get that admission letter to one of the 8 top universities. After rewarding the 2 little ones, it is time to reward himself. As a beastmaster, Lin Chuan declared that he is the greatest contributor. Without his cheat, there would be no victory today. Alright, as for the reward, Lin Chuan did not intend to do anything weird or special. Those who have dirty minds should go stand in the corner. Lin Chuan simply used the money in his pocket to order a fried chicken and cola family bucket, then put on his loungewear and enjoyed a relaxing evening. Yes, the reward was just that simple, and the laziness was strictly for tonight only. Starting tomorrow, it is time to work hard again. While eating the fried chicken and drinking cola, Lin Chuan lay down and read a novel on the virtual screen projected by his beast space device. He felt that this was incredibly satisfying and as comfortable as it could get. Suddenly, Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. While scrolling through novels, he found one that caught his eye. It was not because he was drawn in by the plot summary. Lin Chuan had not even clicked on it yet. The reason he was attracted was because Lin Chuan saw the word spirit beast written in parentheses next to the author's name. In other words, this novel was actually written by a spirit beast. Lin Chuan remarked that this was his first time seeing such a situation. Could a spirit beast actually be an author? However, on second thought, Lin Chuan felt it was normal. This year, the Star Rock Federation passed a new Spirit Beast Act, further guaranteeing the rights of spirit beasts and allowing those with high intelligence to hold jobs in human society. Take the Beastmaster Association in Tianshang Town, for example. They even have a golden sun fluffy dog serving as the deputy head of the security department. So, is not it normal for a spirit beast to register as an author and write novels online? That said, does anyone really read novels written by spirit beasts? With curiosity and a bit of anticipation, Lin Chuan clicked into the novel and began to read it carefully. Then, Lin Chuan discovered that although it used the current popular novel templates, it was actually written quite well, and the writing style was much better than many failed writers. For instance, the author he just saw earlier with the pen name Pig on a Tree, whose writing was utter trash. About the information on this novel. Author Wan Spirit Beast. The novel is titled Books Like Smoke. The protagonist is a spirit beast named Ruyan, a spirit beast whose academic name is Book Immortal. Book Immortal. This is a special spirit beast born from a book after it has weathered the long passage of time, at least 30 years, and through the influence of emotions, spirit, and natural energy among other conditions, accidentally gains a life form. Unlike monsters in the wild or spirit beasts that have been domesticated by humans for thousands of years, book immortals are spirit beasts that rely entirely on human civilization to be born. After all, there are books only because there are humans. Other high-intelligence spirit beasts such as the dragon or phoenix tribes have their own ways of heritage like dragon pearls or phoenix fire seeds. Books are the accumulation of human history, the continuation of culture, the collection of wisdom, and the heritage of knowledge. And book immortals are conceived from these very things of human civilization. Because they are born alongside human civilization, book immortals have a shape very close to humans, and they are basically all in the form of very exquisite, beautiful, and cute girls, making them deeply loved by beastmasters, especially those with strange hobbies. It is a pity they are too small, otherwise they would be even more liked. The smallness here refers to their physical size. Book immortals are usually only as big as a figurine and appear on the book that is their original body. Well, the general image is like the fairy sprites sitting on magic books in some fantasy animations from his past life. Because they are spirit beasts born from books, book immortals are born with intelligence not weaker than humans, and their acquired learning ability is no worse than humans, especially in rote memorization. In terms of purely accumulating knowledge, book immortals completely crush human academic high achievers. Probably only those known as geniuses among humans can defeat them. The pity is that book immortals lack human creative thinking. Their thoughts are basically confined to the framework of known knowledge, and they will not have any wild, imaginative inspirations. However, even just like this, it is quite enough. So coming back to the point, since book immortals are so excellent and have such high IQs, are they very powerful? The truth is the exact opposite. The biggest flaw of a book immortal lies in its ability as a spirit beast. The bloodline grade of a book immortal is often very low, basically only at the soldier level. Moreover, unlike ordinary spirit beasts such as Flower Leafy, which can evolve and break through bloodline limits, a book immortal is what it is from birth, with no possibility of breakthrough or evolution. Regarding this, countless scientific experts have painstakingly studied it for hundreds of years, yet they have still been unable to find any possibility of evolution for book immortals. In the end, they could only confirm the book immortal as a rare non-evolving spirit beast. The specific bloodline grade of a book immortal is determined by the material of the book that conceived them, the content recorded, the passage of time, and many other factors. For example, a book immortal born from a book made of legendary spirit beast leather will have a higher bloodline grade than one born from an ordinary paper book. And a book immortal born from a book containing precious knowledge will be more excellent than one born from an ordinary novel or diary. A book treasured by a family for 1,000 years and well-maintained will have a higher potential limit than a book immortal born from a tattered book dug out of some ruin. However, a treasure book made of high-quality materials containing precious secret realm knowledge and treasured for 1,000 years does not necessarily guarantee the birth of a book immortal. The birth of a book immortal, while satisfying the conditions of time, spirit, emotion, and natural ability, is still unpredictable and depends entirely on fate. Basically, 99.999% of book immortals are born from all sorts of weird books like miscellanies, novels, or diaries. Therefore, the bloodline qualifications of book immortals are generally very poor, usually at the lower end of the soldier level. Well, it should be put this way. Lower soldier level is the bottom limit of the spirit beast bloodline grades classified by humans, but it is not the bottom limit for a book immortal. If there were a lower bloodline grade classification, the book immortal would definitely strive to dash toward it. In general, the combat power growth of a book immortal is at most level 1. Even if you train them and invest many resources, they cannot break through to level 2. Comparing them horizontally with other ordinary spirit beasts, just like Flower Leafy. Lin Chuan has only had them for 2 weeks and he has already raised Guoguo and Sakura to level 16 and level 15 respectively. They will definitely break through to level 2 before the entrance exam. The gap between them is self-evident. Back to the point, let us return to this novel. The heroine of the novel is Ruyan, and the hero is Jai Bacheng. The story goes that this book immortal named Ruyan was born from a book on strange dark cuisine knowledge, so she was naturally skilled in bizarre culinary arts. Relying on these strange skills, Ruyan encountered and won over a newcomer beastmaster, Jai Bacheng, who had an unusual sense of taste, and he contracted her as his initial spirit beast. The key is, this beastmaster, Jai Bacheng, was born with the bearing of a great emperor, possessing terrifying level 8 beastmaster talent, and his family also inherited a legendary secret treasure of the Phoenix tribe, a flame of nirvana which can allow a spirit beast to be reborn through fire and rebuild its foundation. Then, as for the rest of the plot, you can guess it even without reading it. After all, it is a template novel. Jai Bacheng used the Phoenix tribe's secret treasure to have Book Ruyan reborn in the flames, rebuilding her bloodline foundation, and at once she became an imperial-level bloodline, accompanying Jai Bacheng as he stepped toward the pinnacle, one step at a time. At the end of the story, Ruyan broke through to level 8, could transform into a human form at will, and lived happily ever after with Jai Bacheng. Comment section. Shenong Blue Road, appraisal complete. I have died from poison. Riding a pig watching the moonlight, so weird, let me read it again. The beast reversed the master, let go of Bacheng, come at me instead. 8837, Great Emperor Ruyan is here to overcome a love trial again. Is it the pure love route today? Great Emperor Ruyan actually did not betray Bacheng. Good stuff, love to read it, give us another one. 1-1, author, car, get on the car fast, no time to explain, there is stuff everyone loves to see in the car. Fan 999, beep children's ticket. Sage time beep baby ticket. Compared to the content of the novel, the comment section is truly much more interesting. Lin Chuan laughed while reading, eating fried chicken and fries and drinking cola. At the same time, an idea could not help but pop up in Lin Chuan's mind, an idea spawned by the influence of this novel. The bloodline grade of a book immortal is generally poor and they have no evolution form. Without legendary level items like the Nirvana Flame from the novel, they are basically useless and can never break through to level 2 in their lifetime. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts which can break through to level 2 just by being raised seriously and can evolve to become even stronger, no one would basically use items like the Nirvana Flame on a book immortal, as there are other spirit beasts with higher talent and potential. Then what if it were his cheat, cycle of reincarnation? Could it help a book immortal break through its bloodline grade, just like in this novel? If possible, a book immortal born with human intelligence, explosive learning ability, and a bloodline reaching the king level or even further to the imperial level, would probably be no worse than those from the dragon, phoenix, or Kilin tribes, and might even be able to gaze at the backs of those legendary mythical spirit beasts. You have to know that book immortals have dual attributes, immortal and illusion. Immortal and illusion, these two attributes are already rare and powerful among high-level special attributes, and combining them makes it even more incredible. For a moment, Lin Chuan could not help but feel tempted and had the idea of contracting a book immortal. However, after a while, Lin Chuan silently shook his head, negating the thought in his heart. Fine, he would put the idea on hold for now and see later if there is an opportunity. Although the bloodline grade of a book immortal is generally rubbish due to the rarity and specialty of their birth, they are not spirit beasts that you can just find and contract randomly, unlike ordinary ones. For ordinary spirit beasts, you just need to find a related breeding base, have a certificate of a Beastmaster's identity and proof of no criminal record issued by the Beastmaster Association, and then pay a sum of money to the breeding base to apply for a contract. But if you want to contract a book immortal, it is too troublesome. You must have enough luck, strength, and financial resources. Excluding the scenario of a protagonist whose book at home accidentally gives birth to a book immortal, basically, there are no wild book immortals in existence. After all, book immortals are born with human-like intelligence. If they do not have a human they are particularly close to, specifically the author of the book they were born from and their direct first-degree blood relatives, they will find the Beastmaster Association to register themselves immediately after birth, securing an iron rice bowl, eating from the government, and receiving multiple layers of protection from the federal government and the Beastmaster Association. Then, the book immortals will be assigned to important file locations such as libraries, archives, and secret skill storage rooms to perform maintenance and management work. Almost all book immortals are like this, registered in the Beastmaster Association. So if you want to contract them, first, you have to get past the Star Rock federal government and the Beastmaster Association, much like dealing with father-in-law and mother-in-law. From the federal government side, you need enough federal contribution points. This requires responding to recruitment missions from the Star Rock federal government, such as guarding a certain city or repelling some powerful monsters, tasks with great danger, or getting admitted into one of the 8 top universities, which can also earn a significant amount of federal contribution points. From the Beastmaster Association side, you need to pay a sum of points. Points are obtained by completing tasks for the Beastmaster Association. There are no restrictions on tasks. Even finding a cat or catching a dog will do as long as you have enough points. Once the first 2 hurdles of the father-in-law and mother-in-law are cleared, only the last hurdle remains, which is the book immortal itself. Book immortals are born with intelligence not lower than humans. Although their own strength is poor and they have almost no growth potential as war pets, their eye for picking beastmasters is not ordinary at all. After being contracted, what a book immortal can do for a beastmaster is basically handling miscellaneous chores, helping the beastmaster record all kinds of messy information and other logistics work. Simply put, it is a full-time secretary. The key is, this secretary, after being contracted, is a secretary whom the Beastmaster can trust unconditionally and completely, unless the Beastmaster actively abuses the book immortal, violating the contract. Otherwise, following the laws of the contract, the book immortal will never do anything to betray the Beastmaster. A Beastmaster can hand over any personal and private matters to the book immortal to handle. Certain things that are inconvenient to speak about can all be told to the book immortal. The book immortal is absolutely the best listener and keeper of secrets, and can share a lot of mental stress for the Beastmaster. However, book immortals will not just be secretaries for ordinary Beastmasters. At least they have to be Beastmasters with the bearing of a Heaven King to catch their eye. Or they must have other special traits that can attract book immortals, such as an extremely high level of attractiveness. Book immortals, up until now without a single exception, are all ultimate appearance worshippers. The awarded time for lazing around is limited to just one night. The next morning, as soon as Lin Chuan was awakened by his internal clock at 5:30, he immediately switched back into full-on go-getter mode. As per the usual routine, first take Gyugyuo and Yinghua for a warm-up run around the courtyard to get their muscles moving. Then at 6:00 sharp, water the other flabes in the farm to wake them up. After that, as the lead, he joins Gyugyuo and Yinghua to guide all the flabes through the third set of flabed morning exercises, continuing until 7:00. After this, there is a 30-minute break. This half hour is Lin Chuan's time for breakfast. Gyugyuo and Yinghua do the same, consciously planting themselves in their nutrient-rich soil pots and watering themselves with nutrient solution. Generally, once Lin Chuan finishes his breakfast and rest, he selects suitable skill materials and uses his Beastmaster talent, Cycle of Inheritance, to perform an inheritance boost on Gyugyuo or Yinghua to increase their skill proficiency. He consumes a certain but not excessive amount of mental power. To be specific, if he starts with 100 points, he consumes it down to about 40, which allows him to maintain normal daytime activities and ensures he will fully recover after sleeping the next day. However, today, Lin Chuan does not plan to boost Guoguo or Yinghua. He needs to maintain his mental state. Because he is preparing to leave Lin's farm and head to Qinghe City, the higher-level city overseeing Tianshang Town, to pursue further development. As the saying goes, people climb to higher places just as water flows to lower ones. Qinghe City has far more resources for nurturing spirit beasts and a much larger pool of talented young beastmasters like Sun Yinian. Only by competing with excellent people can one become excellent themselves. Staying among the mediocre will only lead to mediocrity. Moreover, for Lin Chuan there is an even more important and meaningful reason: spirit beast materials that can pass on skills. He has already scoured almost all the Beastmaster shops in Tianshang Town. Setting aside the exorbitantly expensive materials he cannot afford yet, even with his 2.33 million savings, he has basically bought up all the affordable ones that offer skill inheritance. He believes that for the foreseeable future, at least until the entrance exams in 2.5 months, there will not be any good stock appearing, and even if there were, it would not be worth his time to hunt for them. Therefore, if he wants to continue hacking his way to rapidly increase Guoguo and Yinghua's skill proficiency, he has to go to Qinghe City and scavenge for more affordable skill materials there. That said, there is one thing that must be mentioned. So far, Lin Chuan still has a special skill material he cannot yet handle due to the massive mental drain required for inheritance: the Fairy Flower, a gift from the Beast Tamer Association as part of the newbie pack. Lin Chuan's initial idea for the Fairy Flower was to split it up to see if he could separate the memory fragments of the different skills contained within, which would make the inheritance easier. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan failed. After studying it for 2 nights, he tried to pluck one of the petals of the Fairy Flower and cut it into smaller pieces. Even so, the memory fragments contained within the small pieces remained vast and chaotic, still packed with information for multiple skills like sweet scent, aromatherapy, and magical mirage. I suppose it lives up to its name as a restricted high-level spirit beast material, does not it? Coming from the final evolution of a flower leaf, the flower spirit immortal, this fairy flower truly concentrates the most vital energy. It really is a skill material he can only gaze at but currently cannot use. Back to the point. After finishing breakfast, he packed his bags, just 2 sets of clothes, less than 2 pounds of remaining nutrient soil, and 4 pounds of nutrient water. He tossed everything into his beast taming space. That is right, the beast space also acts as a storage unit, though one must be careful not to put anything too valuable in there or warn the pets beforehand. Otherwise, you would be in trouble if a playful pet accidentally broke something. With everything packed, Lin Chuan was ready to set off. Old man Lin stood at the gate of the farm with teary eyes, seeing Lin Chuan off. The truth is, he was not sad to see Lin Chuan go, he was just sad to lose Guoguo and Sakura. With Lin Chuan leaving, Guoguo and Sakura had to go too. So his precious source of data was flying away. And to think he had already bled him for resources and promised to provide 3 months of data. You unfilial son, is this your promise? Of course, this was just old man Lin joking to himself. He would not actually confront Lin Chuan about it. Lin Chuan winning the Petal Cup Championship and having such a rapid start had completely exceeded Lin Zudong's expectations. As a proud father, he was overjoyed. Why would he say anything to dampen the mood? This youngest son of his was turning out to be much more promising than the eldest and the second one. When Lin Chuan's older brother and sister became rookie beast tamers, it had taken them a full month and a half to outgrow Tianshang Town and head to Qinghe City to further their paths. But for Lin Chuan, it had only been half a month. The little pond that is Tianshang Town can no longer contain him. Well now, could it be that my third son truly has the makings of an emperor? Lin Zudong could not help but feel a little excited. Soon, however, Lin Zudong reigned in his daydreaming. His requirement for Lin Chuan has not changed a bit. Succeeding as a professional beast tamer is enough. Anything beyond that, any further achievements would just be a pleasant surprise. If he could become a heavenly king, it would mean our ancestors were smiling down on us. If he cannot even become a professional beast tamer, Lin Zudong would still be very happy, because then Lin Chuan would have to obediently come back to inherit the family business, meaning his Lin's farm and future Flabebe breeding base would have a successor. Anyway, setting aside all these random thoughts, the bottom line is that Lin Zudong is genuinely happy and proud of Lin Chuan. As for the physical data of Gyugyu and Yinghua, although Lin Chuan is not a researcher, he's been helping out on the side for 3 years now, so performing simple physical checkups on Florges is no problem at all. He can just send the data online later. The only regret for the old man is that he cannot observe and measure it personally. For a Florges fanatic like him, that is practically killing him. After saying goodbye to the old man, Lin Chuan set off on his bicycle. A bicycle. That is right, a bicycle. It is all about promoting environmental friendliness. Alright, the truth is that riding a bike allows him to do some cultivation training along the way, and Tiansheng town is not that far from King's City. It is not necessary to take a vehicle. He can get there in about 6 hours of riding, so if he leaves now, he can still make it to King's City in time for dinner. After leaving the farm and cycling a short distance, Lin Chuan let Gyugyu and Yinghua out of their beast space and had them run alongside the bike. This time, it was not a casual post-meal stroll. He intended to push them to their absolute limits. Although Flabebe are support-type beasts and their strength, speed, and reaction time are not as high as combat-oriented ones like Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf, both Gyugyu and Yinghua have yet to reach their current potential, meaning there is still room for further growth. So in one word, train. This running training session forbids the use of any skills. Rely purely on your basic physical fitness. Once your stamina hits the limit, wait for my command before using photosynthesis. Lin Chuan held his bike steady with one foot and gave his instructions to Gyugyu and Yinghua, who were positioned on either side of the bicycle. The two little ones had no idea how serious things were today. They happily chirped and squeaked in response, signaling that they would definitely complete the training mission. Sensing their determination through the contract, Lin Chuan curled his lips into a smile. He was very satisfied with that response. Excellent, such high spirits, now let us begin. With that, Lin Chuan started pedaling. The two little ones immediately started moving their short, chubby legs, sprinting hard to keep up with the bike. Pick up the pace. Faster, even faster, give it everything you have got. If you can catch up to my bike, I will give you a reward. Lin Chuan kept encouraging the two little ones with his words. Although their foundation was very solid, they were ultimately support-type spirit beasts. Without using photosynthesis, their stamina was quickly running out. Lin Chuan kept his bike just a little faster than them, maintaining a distance that forced them to keep pushing hard. After only 10 minutes, the two were panting for breath. Gyugyu was holding up better, but Yinghua was already leaning on the ground with its little chubby hands. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. He knew that Gyugyu and Sakura had reached their limits. However, thanks to all that heavy investment, feeding them luxury nutritional soil and water daily, using the light-gathering mirror and the expert-level photosynthesis boosted by the heart of the spirit wood, the two little ones had plenty of stored energy inside them to break through this current limit. All that was needed now was to ignite their fighting spirit and get them to actively tap into that hidden energy within their bodies. Lin Chuan took a breath and then shouted, "Think about the red envelopes you got yesterday, do not you want even bigger ones? And think about the little red flowers, do not you want even more and prettier little red flowers as rewards? Come on, get up, catch up to my bike, and I will give you bigger red envelopes and another little red star." Hearing this, the two little ones, who were already so exhausted they were about to faint without activating photosynthesis, were suddenly jolted with energy. The thought of red envelopes and little red flowers made strength surge through their bodies. They were just that easy to coax. Lin Chuan had managed to ignite their fighting spirit with just a few simple words. Yeah. Yang. They hit their limit break and were fully fired up. The solid foundation built by high-grade nutrient soil and nutrient water containing all the nutrients in their bodies was being rapidly broken down, converted and reabsorbed at this moment, turning into physical strength and energy. Seeing this, Lin Chuan pressed his advantage and continued to pour on the motivational talk. Remember one thing. When your physical strength reaches its limit, your will shall lead you to break through the encirclement. The two little ones did not understand the words as their intelligence was not quite there yet, but through their contract with Lin Chuan, they could feel that intense emotion which kept stimulating their hidden potential. Keep going, only by pushing through can you break past your limits. Come on, catch up, the red envelopes and little red flowers are right here with me, come and win them. As he spoke, Lin Chuan stood up and pedaled his bike, racing off like a flash of lightning. Guoguo and Yinghua let out excited cries, breaking their limits as they gave chase. At this moment, the speed erupted by the two little ones was actually no slower than the speed Sun Yinian's golden silk werewolf had shown during the competition. Passers-by who happened to witness this scene were stunned. Among those passers-by was Sun Yinian. She had already received approval from Old Man Lin and had chosen her Huyai for a contract in half a month, her Yin. She would be visiting Lin's farm today and in the following days to build a bond with Yin before the official contract. Seeing Lin Chuan standing up and pedaling away, leaving a trail of dust, while two Huyafs chased frantically behind him at a speed no slower than her own Yin, Sun Yinian stared wide-eyed. A Beastmaster's training methods are usually confidential and cannot be spied on without permission. However, if a Beastmaster trains their beasts in a public space rather than a dedicated facility, it is implicitly understood that they allow others to observe and learn. That was exactly the case with Lin Chuan right now. Lin Chuan was not worried about his methods being exposed at all. He was only showing a part of them anyway. The real core was the morale boosted by the red envelopes, flowers, and his constant motivational pep talks. Besides, his true trump card was his Beastmaster talent, reincarnation. Is this really how you train a flower leaf? Sun Yinian muttered, her head full of questions. But this is indeed a great way to train speed and endurance. The Yin, get ready, tomorrow no today we are going to try this too. Since you are an agility-based spirit beast, I imagine you will catch up to a bicycle quite easily. Well, I am going to go rent a motorcycle. After I visit Second Yin today, we are going to start doing laps around Lin's farm. Day in what? For half an hour, running continuously at an explosive, extreme speed, even with Lin Chuan by their side constantly pouring out pep talks and encouragement, Guoguo and Yinghua had reached their limit. A true limit, not just physical but mental as well. They were on the verge of passing out. Only then did Lin Chuan finally plant the two little ones into flower pots filled with nutrient-rich soil and water, letting them use photosynthesis to recover their strength. At the same time, Lin Chuan arrived at his destination. He was not in King's City, but at the Beastmaster Association in Tiansheng Town. He did not have any other business, he was mainly here to pick up a few tasks. Every year during graduation season, the period leading up to the advancement exams, the Beastmaster Association intentionally releases many tasks suitable for rookie Beastmasters. This allows them to earn money for raising their beasts and provides a pathway for improvement. These rookie tasks are usually simple chores like finding lost pets, delivering letters, or clearing out small pests. The hardest ones involve acting as low-level sparring partners at breeding centers or within the association's own training areas. Since Lin Chuan was about to leave Tiansheng Town for King's City, how could he not take the opportunity to pick up some delivery tasks heading that way? Money is money, right? Besides, he could also earn some Beastmaster Association points along the way. Association points are actually quite valuable. Many things, especially knowledge, cannot be bought with money alone, you have to have points as well. Take knowledge about evolution, for example. Take the leafy flower as an example, it can evolve naturally. Once its strength breaks through to the second tier, barring any accidents, it should naturally evolve into a spirit flower. However, besides natural evolution, there are other methods to let a Florelaf evolve into a Florisprit early while still at the first tier. You could also use special materials to assist in the evolution, allowing the Florelaf to achieve a higher bloodline breakthrough and greater potential after evolving. This kind of specialized knowledge must be purchased by redeeming Beastmaster Association points. Or you could be accepted into an organization qualified to teach, such as one of the 8 major universities, certain dojos, or beast tamer clubs. As for getting it from other Beastmasters who already have a spirit blossom, unless it is a master-apprentice relationship certified by the Beast Tamer Association, Beast Tamers are not allowed to privately pass on this knowledge. Of course, if the knowledge was researched by oneself, one can share it with whoever they want. However, so far, no one has been generous or selfless enough to share precious knowledge with anyone other than blood relatives or chosen successors. When a Beastmaster buys knowledge from the association, they are required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If they violate it by privately leaking the association's patented knowledge, they will face penalties corresponding to the value of that knowledge. Illegally passing on high-level knowledge is considered a crime. Privately leaking relatively low-level knowledge will result in a deduction of the Beastmaster's reputation points. Although it does not constitute a crime, it will affect your future eligibility to purchase and exchange for more advanced knowledge from the Beastmaster Association. The Level 4 Beast Taming Space device can absorb and slightly purify natural energy from the environment, providing a minor boost to the growth rate of spirit beasts kept within the space. However, for certain types of spirit beasts, this small boost is still far inferior to the natural environment. This is especially true for most wood attribute spirit beasts, which includes Lin Chuan's two little ones. Unlike beast-type spirit beasts that only need good food, drink, and sufficient natural energy to thrive, the growth of wood attribute spirit beasts is affected by more than just energy. They need soil, nutrients, and moisture. But most crucially, they need natural sunlight. Natural sunlight contains a thread of solar energy that artificial simulations simply cannot replicate, which is an essential requirement for the development of many wood attribute spirit beasts. Without this solar energy, although wood attribute spirit beasts can still grow, they will likely be underdeveloped, typically manifesting as smaller sizes compared to their peers and possessing weaker fundamental attributes and physical constitutions. Of course, if you happen to own a custom-made Level 5 beast taming space device, that would be a different story. By installing a restricted item solar energy gem inside the beast taming space and building a dedicated sunroom, you could successfully replace natural sunlight. But back to the point. After half an hour of intense, explosive training, Lin Chuan's Guoguo and Yinghua were completely exhausted, to the point where they could barely even move. Right now, they did not need growth and development, they needed a good rest to recover their stamina. In that regard, the beast taming space would not actually be much less effective than the natural environment. So Lin Chuan stowed the two little ones away in his beast taming space and entered the Tianshang Town Beast Tamer Association alone. The deputy chief of the security department, a golden sunshine fluffy dog named Jin Dapen, seemed to recognize Lin Chuan. It just glanced at him from afar without bothering to come over for a thorough inspection, then continued napping in its doghouse. This was clearly a dereliction of duty. Lin Chuan could not help but think to himself that even spirit beasts knew how to slack off. Well, it was just a passing thought. Lin Chuan had no intention of causing any trouble while the deputy chief was slacking. He walked straight through the lobby and headed toward the working service area of the association. Reaching the mission reception area, which consisted of 30 small cubicles arranged in 3 rows and 10 columns, Lin Chuan went to the nearest vacant desk and consulted the staff member behind the counter. "Hello, excuse me, are there any delivery missions for new tamers heading to King's City?" Lin Chuan got straight to the point. The staff member behind the counter was a young woman in her 20s, wearing large round glasses, giving off a somewhat dazed and adorable vibe. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's request, she could not help but take a second look at him. This time of year was the graduation season for students. New beast tamers who participated in beginner tournaments to sharpen their skills through actual combat were few and far between. Most newcomers chose to play it safe, taking on rookie tasks to earn initial funds for raising their spirit beasts. There were many types of novice missions, ranging from looking for lost cats and dogs to catching mice, while slightly more difficult ones involved working as temporary sparring partners in the association's training area. Among all the novice missions, one type was the most popular, often snatched up by eager newcomers the moment they were posted: the courier and delivery missions. Because these missions were the simplest and most brainless, even if you did not know the way, you could just open a navigation app, enter the address, and follow the directions. Although the reward for a single delivery mission was quite low, by planning a route efficiently and accepting 3 or 4 at once, the total profit was not lower than other novice missions. Furthermore, the tamer points earned were actually higher, as even the lowest level task granted at least 1 point, meaning one trip could earn 3 or 4 points. As for missions like finding cats, dogs, or catching mice, while they were simple enough, if the cat hid too well and the new tamer and their contracted beast were too slow, and I mean literally slow, like failing to see a cat hiding on a beam right above their heads, they could end up wasting an entire day without completing the task. Well, although delivery quests are the favorite of novice beastmasters and get snatched up quickly, they are usually limited to the local area. Those in Tiansheng Town would generally only take delivery tasks within Tiansheng Town. Crossing regions for a delivery would be counterproductive, as the effort of a round trip would not be worth the reward. That is why the staff member took an extra look at Lin Chuan when he asked for delivery tasks heading to Qinghe City. Unless he had some urgent personal business in Qinghe City, like a relative falling ill. Then, he must be a true genius beast master who has outgrown the small pond of Tiansheng Town and is heading to Qinghe City for better opportunities, taking on the tasks as a bonus. She wondered which one Lin Chuan was. Though curious, her professional etiquette kept her from asking any extra questions. She simply followed procedure, asked for Lin Chuan's Beast Tamer ID, verified that he was indeed a rookie who had graduated this year, and began operating her computer. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. 10 seconds later, 4 rookie delivery tasks to Qinghe City were filtered out. 1 was a letter for an individual. 2 were parcels for a pet supply shop in Qinghe City. The last one was a sealed box destined for the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association, labeled as an important document. Well, these so-called important documents were never actually that significant. How could they possibly trust a rookie with anything truly critical? This so-called important document is just a way to add a little difficulty to the mission, telling the rookie that the sealed box must not be touched, and if there is any damage or bumps, the mission will be considered a failure. Lin Chuan took a quick glance and accepted all 4 missions. Soon, a staff member brought over the 4 items Lin Chuan was to deliver. A letter, 2 black courier packages, and lastly the important document in an insulated box. Could this important document just be some frozen food? Lin Chuan wondered to himself. After confirmation, Lin Chuan stowed all 4 items into his beast taming space and used voice commands to warn Guoguo and Yinghua, who were resting and recovering inside, not to touch them, especially the important document. Then Lin Chuan left the Tiansheng Town Beast Tamer Association, hopped on his beloved bicycle and set off for Qinghe City. Along the way, Lin Chuan kept a close eye on the 2 little ones in his beast space. Whenever they had recovered enough, he would let them out to run alongside his bike, filling them with motivational pep talks to push them to their limits. Once they were exhausted, he would return them to the beast space to rest and recover slightly before letting them out again. Like this, Guoguo and Yinghua were put through their paces for a full 6 rounds. In the end, Yinghua successfully leveled up from 15 to 16, or more accurately, to Tier 1 Level 6, catching up to Guoguo. Guoguo was still a little bit away from reaching level 17. With Yinghua leveling up, Lin Chuan naturally received a feedback of energy. However, Lin Chuan did not level up, he remained at level 5. Still, the energy feedback refreshed his spirit and helped him recover from the exhaustion of cycling for so long. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Chuan arrived in Qinghe City. Qinghe City did not seem particularly special in terms of architectural style. There were just a few more skyscrapers, a few more vehicles on the road, more foot traffic, and a wider variety of spirit beasts. Well, okay, the difference is actually quite significant. Compared to Qinghe City, Tiansheng Town really felt like the difference between the countryside and the city. It was getting close to evening, so he needed to find a place to stay quickly. Lin Chuan thought that as for the delivery mission, there was no rush, he could do it tomorrow. But where should he stay? A regular hotel, a high-end hotel, or perhaps a small villa apartment rented out by the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. Ultimately, Lin Chuan decided to stay at the Beastmaster Association's rented villa apartments. If nothing else, just the fact that it was close to the Beastmaster Association and equipped with all kinds of basic training facilities made it incomparable to a regular hotel. More importantly, the association had professional beastmasters who moonlighted as coaches, as well as sparring partners of various levels. As long as you were willing to spend money and points, you could get professional guidance and enjoy a premium experience. At the same time, it is very convenient to buy nutritional supplements and cultivation items. The commercial area within the Beastmaster Association has all sorts of pet supply stores, and you can even have a concierge purchase and deliver them for you with just a phone call. With so many advantages, are there any drawbacks? Of course there are. There is only one drawback, which is that it is expensive, and it requires spending Beastmaster Association points. The rent is about 50 times that of a regular hotel, 300,000 star rock coins per month, plus 1 point per day. 300,000. Is not that a bit exaggerated? That monthly rent is almost catching up to the prize money for a small rookie tournament. It is not an exaggeration, this price is actually nothing much. 300,000 star rock coins is a huge fortune for a rookie beastmaster who just graduated, but for someone who has truly embarked on the path of beast taming and has hopes of becoming a professional, it is really nothing. You can earn that just by doing a couple of missions in your spare time. Many beast masters who want to go further on this path and are aiming to become professionals basically rent an apartment long-term at their local beast master association. Some sign leases for a year or even 10. There are only 2.5 months left until the entrance exam. Since Gyugyu and Sakura have already laid a solid foundation, it is time for specialized intensive training. Specialized training requires specific nutritional supplements, various training equipment, and even sparring services. Therefore, renting a small apartment at the Beastmaster Association is a must. Otherwise, renting outside would be too troublesome since I would have to travel here every single day. Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account currently has a total of 2.33 million star rock coins. As for Beastmaster points, there are rewards for participating in novice Beastmaster competitions, 50 points for the champion, 30 for the runner-up, and 10 for the third place. Lin Chuan currently has 50 points in his account. Considering the future consumption of nutritional supplements and other needs for his intensive training, Lin Chuan plans to rent for 1 month first and see how it goes from there. Once the decision was made, Lin Chuan did not hesitate anymore, nor did he linger to gawk at King's City like a country bumpkin. Turning on the navigation on his watch, Lin Chuan prepared to cycle toward the King City Beastmaster Association. Then Lin Chuan suddenly gasped. He realized he had miscalculated. Lin Chuan had assumed that the 6-hour bike ride from Tiancheng Town to King City would be smooth, and he did indeed arrive. But the key was that he had forgotten that King City is more than 10 times the size of Tiancheng Town, nearly 30 times larger. The distance from the outskirts of King City to the Beast Tamer Association in the city center is no shorter than the distance from Tiancheng Town to King City. Helpless, Lin Chuan had to store his bike in his beast space and called Blue Feather Air Taxi. Blue Feather Air Shuttle. This is a municipal enterprise in King City, an aerial transport company founded by the Star Rock Federation and joint ventures from relevant breeding bases. King City has many specialty magical beasts not found elsewhere, including one called the Blue Feather Eagle. The Blue Feather Air Shuttle is an aerial transport company built around these eagles, providing convenience for local residents and, more importantly, for visitors who are unfamiliar with King City. Simply put, it is the Spirit Beast version of an aerial ride-hailing service. Name Blue Feather Eagle. Attributes Wind Water. Race Animal Bird. Race Potential General Grade Low. Skills Wind Riding Rending Claws Water Wings Exclusive. Description: among hawk-type spirit beasts it is one of the few with a gentle temperament. With an average wingspan of 10 meters, it is a spirit beast very well suited for aerial riding. Lin Chuan logged into the relevant app and booked a blue-feathered eagle flight service. After waiting in place for about 5 minutes, Lin Chuan heard the screech of an eagle from the sky. A massive raptor, mainly blue with black accents and a wingspan of about 10 meters with crystal-clear sapphire-colored feathers on its head, began circling above. Lin Chuan waved at it, and the blue-feathered eagle quickly dove down. The hawk stopped abruptly about 3 meters in front of Lin Chuan, its massive wings stirring up a gust of wind that forced Lin Chuan to take 2 steps back. Screech, screech. The landed blue feather eagle chirped at Lin Chuan twice, then lowered its head to peck at the small tag hanging on its chest, which was its staff ID badge. Name Lanzai Oju. ID number QHLYKC 188. Years of service 3 years. Passenger instructions. 1. Passengers must fasten their seatbelts. 2. Passengers must keep their contracted spirit beasts inside their spirit beast space. Do not release them during flight, even if the spirit beast has its own flying abilities. 3. During the flight, it is recommended to hold onto the handrails. If you wish to take photos or videos from high altitudes, please inform the blue-feathered eagle beforehand. It will slow down accordingly to facilitate your photography. Special note: do not attempt to pluck the feathers of the blue-feathered eagle during the flight. Otherwise, should any incident occur involving falling, you will be solely responsible for the consequences. After carefully reading the staff badge of the blue-feathered eagle named Lan Xiaojiu twice, especially the precautions listed above, Lin Chuan spoke to confirm with Lan Xiaojiu. I have read everything clearly. I will pay attention to the relevant points. Hearing Lin Chuan's reply, the blue-feathered hawk chirped twice in response and lowered its body slightly, allowing Lin Chuan to climb onto its back. On the back of the blue-feathered eagle there was a high-tech riding mount installed, resembling both a saddle and a car seat, with two circular handrails near its neck. With a light jump, Lin Chuan mounted the blue-feathered eagle and fastened the seatbelt as required. The fastening method was complex, not as simple as the shoulder strap design in a car. It required securing buckles across both shoulders and the waist, and additional small safety straps had to be fastened around the calves and knees. Alright, let us head out to the Beastmaster Association. By the way, you can fly a little slower and lower. I want to take some photos and videos later so that my bonded pet can also see the scenery from high above. Lin Chuan said. Chirp chirp. The blue-feathered eagle nodded. Then it spread its wings and flapped them slowly, kicking up a gust of wind that swirled in all directions. Slowly, the blue-winged eagle lifted off, carrying Lin Chuan into the sky. Blue Feather Air Services and other beast-related amenities are restricted exclusively to Beastmasters, adults who have reached the age of 16 and successfully passed their awakening ceremony. Human children under 16 who have not awakened their Beastmaster talent are not permitted to use these services, with the rare exception of those with guaranteed absolute safety. This is because only after becoming a Beastmaster does one's physical constitution receive an extraordinary enhancement through the feedback from a beast contract. In the event of an accident, such as a blue feather air crash, even a level 1 Beastmaster would have much higher vitality than an unawakened child. Even if injured, they would have a much better chance of holding on until medical help arrives and being successfully saved. As for Lin Chuan, despite having leapt out of the small pond that is Tiansheng Town, he has only been a registered Beastmaster for just over 2 weeks. Without a doubt, this is the very first time in Lin Chuan's life that he has ridden a flying beast. Flight has been a dream of humanity since ancient times. This holds true whether in his previous life on Blue Star or in his current one on Azure Star. In his past life, humans invented hot air balloons, paragliders, airplanes, and other vehicles to achieve flight. But on Azure Star, it is far simpler and more convenient. Those who cannot go very far on the path of the Beastmaster and eventually return to everyday life rely on services like Blue Feather Air to take to the skies. And those with the capability to go further on the Beastmaster path will essentially, at some suitable point, contract a beast that can carry them through the air. I would not say everyone, but at least 99% of Beastmasters do this. The remaining 1% are those with severe acrophobia, so bad that they faint as soon as they go airborne, a condition that is completely untreatable. In the community, such Beastmasters are often jokingly called ground rats. Lin Chuan is no ground rat. He does not have the slightest fear of heights. In fact, he enjoys the sky more than the average person. Sitting on the back of the blue feather eagle, feeling the air currents brushing past his cheeks and hair, Lin Chuan could not help but want to let out a loud shout. However, Lin Chuan held it in. After all, he was in a big city. Making a scene would be unseemly, and more importantly, with people down below, he'd surely be mocked or even photographed and posted on social media by pedestrians. Besides, this blue feather eagle is not his own beast. Asking it to fly a bit slower is one thing, but changing the flight path is absolutely out of the question. Once he contracts his own flying beast in the future, he can scream and cheer to his heart's content somewhere empty. While he resisted the urge to shout, Lin Chuan could not resist the urge to take photos and record video. He raised his left hand, gently touched the fingerprint button on his wrist-mounted beast space device, and a virtual screen projected outward. He tapped it twice to start recording, capturing the view from above. As for the blue feather eagle he was riding, named Blue 9, it was likely a seasoned veteran. Noticing that Lin Chuan had started filming, Blue 9 consciously slowed down and even circled a few times to help Lin Chuan get a 360-degree panoramic shot. This prompted Lin Chuan to give it a mental thumbs up and promise a 5-star review later. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan arrived at the King City Beastmaster Association. Well, he would have made it in 15 minutes max if he had not spent the time filming. The King City Beastmaster Association. It was even larger than the one in Tiansheng Town, looking like a fortress. There was a beast airport here specifically for the takeoff and landing of flying beasts. Just from what Lin Chuan could see, there were no fewer than 50 flying beasts taking off and landing. Most of them were blue feather eagles, belonging to the Blue Feather Air Service. A small number, however, were flying beasts contracted by individual beastmasters. To be able to contract a flying beast, pass the flight assessment, and hold a permit to fly in the airspace of a major city, one must be a formidable powerhouse, even if not a professional beastmaster. Some show-off beastmasters were there, controlling their beasts to dive and land. There were also a few others wearing flight goggles but lacking the stiff, secure safety harnesses, who triggered some unknown skill to launch like cannonballs, exploding into the sky. With a wild scream, they shot toward the horizon like meteors. This made Lin Chuan think of the street racing youths back in his previous life on Blue Star. Speaking of which, King City is known for several unique events, the two most famous of which are: one is the surfing and fishing tournament, the King He Cup. The other is the Flying Beast Rally, the Clear Skies Cup. These two events are highlights of King City and the biggest draws for tourists, attracting countless spectators whenever they are held. Naturally, they also attract countless fishing enthusiasts and flying hobbyists from across the Star Rock Federation. Club teams composed of hobbyists also enter, competing for generous cash prizes. Most importantly, winners earn a special title for a year. This is what the participants covet most. The fishing champion gets the title of King Ha Overlord, while the flying champion becomes the King of Clear Skies. Though they have no practical use, you cannot exchange them for points at the Beastmaster Association. These titles are the lifelong dream for many enthusiasts. Back to the point. The Blue Feather Eagle would not perform any showy dives. It descended slowly and steadily with Lin Chuan. There were many Beastmaster Association staff waiting around the Beast Airport. Seeing a new face like Lin Chuan, a staff member immediately walked up. It was a boy about Lin Chuan's age with a decent, handsome face, though he had dyed his hair a strange, non-mainstream purple. He was not wearing the standard association uniform, just casual clothes, with a work badge around his neck and black and white armbands denoting him as a temporary worker. Lin Chuan guessed this was a rookie beastmaster taking on a starter quest. And the boy's opening line confirmed Lin Chuan's guess. The boy, being overly familiar, said enthusiastically, "Hey, I am Tan Yan. Are you a rookie beastmaster too? Just got to King He, visiting from another big city or from one of our local townships?" If he were a regular staff member, professional ethics would have kept him quiet, but temp workers are always digging for details. Even if this was not secret information, being interrogated like this upon arrival was still slightly annoying. Unless the person being asked is also a social butterfly who loves this kind of casual chatter. Lin Chuan was not socially anxious, but he was not a chatterbox either, so he felt a bit uncomfortable. However, he did not show it and just nodded slightly. "Lin Chuan from Tiansheng Town." Lin Chuan replied quietly. Tan Yan's eyes lit up suddenly. "That is impressive, friend. It has only been half a month since graduation, right? Tiansheng Town was not enough to contain you. Did you crush the rookie cup there and decide to come develop in King?" Tan Yan did not look down on Lin Chuan at all for coming from a small town. On the contrary, he seemed a bit excited. If it were other ordinary rookie beastmasters in King's City or some judgmental middle-aged women, they might have looked down on Lin Chuan as a country bumpkin, but not Tan Yan. This had everything to do with Tan Yan's family background. Tan Yan did not come from a wealthy family. He was far less well-off than Lin Chuan's middle-class background. He was just an average kid whose parents worked in media, not famous journalists, just photographers and archivists, but it was enough for him to be better informed than the average King He resident. Actually, for entry-level beastmasters, whether they are from the provincial capital, the city, a small town, or the countryside, there is really little difference. No one group is inherently superior, and those from the countryside can certainly defeat those from the capital. Everyone is struggling the same way. low-potential spirit beasts with inferior bloodlines, starting funds of less than a few tens of thousands of star rocks, fear of entering the rookie leagues, and the daily grind of camping out for newbie tasks. High-level materials and rare resources are entirely out of reach. In the end, most get washed out, unable to walk the true path of the Beastmaster and return to being humble cogs in society. The real gaps only show up among the true geniuses. Especially someone like Lin Chuan, who broke out of Tiansheng town in just 2 weeks to come to Qinghe, is definitely superior to 99% of Qinghe's rookies, including Tan Yan himself. He is the type who can compete with the local geniuses. Even if he eventually loses to the local top tier, he is certainly not someone a random local rookie who is destined to be washed away can casually look down upon. Lin Chuan, are you headed to the service area or the shopping district? The association here is huge, with over a dozen underground levels. It is probably 10 times larger than the one in Tiansheng, so you will definitely get lost if it is your first time. Let me show you the way if you need it. Do not worry, it is free. This is part of my rookie tasks. Tan Yan was very enthusiastic. It seemed he was just a social butterfly, not someone looking to put on airs, which made Lin Chuan feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Chuan nodded, accepting the offer. Tan Yan became even more eager. If Lin Chuan had not stepped back, he would have tried to throw an arm around his shoulder. Let us go to the service area first. I need to turn in a delivery quest and register for housing. Lin Chuan said, not overthinking it. Upon hearing this, Tan Yan's eyes lit up even more. Just registering for quests is one thing, a genius might do it or maybe not, it is a toss-up. But registering for housing. A rookie trainer renting space at the association at this time, they definitely are not ordinary. The chances of them being a true genius just skyrocketed. Why was Tan Yan so enthusiastic? It all comes down to the various rookie tournaments in King's City. Small and medium ones are not even worth mentioning. The keys are the big rookie cups, especially the 2 major ones sponsored by the city government every year. Unlike standard big tournaments that might pop up just because a wealthy company wants some advertising, these are different. In Qinghe, the media calls these the Super Rookie Cups. The Little Qinghe Cup and the Little Clear Skies Cup. They are the junior events for the main King Cup and Clear Skies Cup, sponsored by the local fishing and racing clubs respectively. These events draw reporters from across the city and nation, and observers from major universities, even the Elite 8 academies. Because of this, they come with things that mid-level tournaments do not: intelligence brokers. If you can scout out information on the top contenders' beasts and tactics and sell it to other participants or gambling syndicates, the profit is way better than grinding starter tasks. Well, being an intelligence broker is just a side hustle, a crooked path. The real highway to success is networking. If you are lucky enough to encounter the eventual champion of a Super Rookie Cup and manage to build a connection, add them on Blue Penguin, maybe just get on familiar terms, that is the most crucial path to both money and prestige. Follow them from the start, record their journey, maybe even livestream it. If you are capable enough, you become their exclusive reporter like Tan Yan, who has that talent. That is the real chance for success. Even if you do not encounter a champion, befriending a FEW Chinese letter geniuses and getting into their inner circle is still highly rewarding. With enough wealth and the friendship of genius beastmasters, even if they are behind now, they might eventually take off and become professional beastmasters. The local geniuses in Qinghe, the ones who dominate, are already surrounded by people like Tan Yan trying to network. He could never get a spot, so he looked for outsiders instead. Only outside geniuses do not have random hangers-on yet, giving Tan Yan a chance to stake his claim. Tan Yan did not know if Lin Chuan could win the Super Rookie Cup. He figured it was unlikely. But that did not change the fact that Lin Chuan was likely a genius, given he broke out of Tiansheng at this stage. If he could just get on good terms with a genius like this, add them as a contact, and stay in touch, that is the wisdom his parents taught him, and he took it to heart. Thanks to this principle, despite his average talent and background, he is actually doing quite well for himself at his school. Well, in this world, there is never any passion without a reason. Tan Yan just desperately wants to get ahead. Lin Chuan did not realize that as soon as he arrived in King's City, he had already been targeted by a strange guy who actually wanted to hit on him. If Lin Chuan had known, he probably would have said, "Damn, you really have a good eye, seeing through the truth at a single glance. That is right, I am a genius. And not just your average genius, but the kind who bought a permanent Supreme VIP cheat code." Alright, all joking aside, Lin Chuan followed the purple-haired youth, Tan Yan, through a long corridor from the Spirit Beast Airport and took an internal elevator, finally reaching the main lobby of the King City Beastmaster Association. Yes, just the main lobby. It was not the actual service area or commercial district, and as for the training area, that was even deeper and further away. The lobby is a free communication area for Beastmasters. Some bring their spirit beasts here for a stroll, some chat and socialize, but most are like Lin Chuan right now, hurrying through. I have to say, the interior space of the King City Beastmaster Association is frighteningly huge. It is basically a labyrinth. If a newcomer did not have a familiar local leading them and just followed the signs, they would most likely get lost on their first visit. Lin Chuan felt lucky to have met such an enthusiastic tour guide like Tan Yan as soon as he arrived. Although his purple hair is strange, he seems like a good guy. Well, maybe, it is hard to judge after just meeting him, but for now, he seems like a pretty friendly fellow. Following Tan Yan, Lin Chuan walked along, looking at the high-end facilities that the Tiesheng Town Association did not have, and chatting with Tan Yan from time to time. Lin Chuan found Tan Yan to be very talkative. To call him a chatterbox, well, that is not quite right. A chatterbox is someone who babbles one-sidedly, annoying others by ignoring the listener's feelings. But Tan Yan is different. His chattiness is the kind that makes you want to join in and interact, and if he happens to touch on an uncomfortable topic, he senses it immediately and changes the subject. Just like that, without realizing it, Lin Chuan was pulled in. When he came to his senses, the virtual screen projected by his wristwatch Beast Space device showed a notification from the Blue Penguin chat app, informing him that he had added King Information Desk as a friend, which was Tan Yan's nickname. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He felt something was off. 9 out of 10 chances it was wrong. Could this purple-haired guy have ulterior motives? Although they talked a lot, Lin Chuan had not mentioned a word about key information like his Beastmaster rank, talent, or his contracted spirit beast. He was very cautious about that, even though the probability of something going wrong was small, as they say in his previous life, better safe than sorry. Having no idea, Lin Chuan stopped thinking about it. The service area is right ahead. At this point, Tan Yan stopped and pointed ahead. Lin Chuan looked in the direction Tan Yan was pointing. There was a massive crowd with 50 service counters arranged in 5 rows and 10 columns. You could barely see any empty spots, and even if one became free, it was immediately filled. Desk Lin Chuan could not help but click his tongue. He thought to himself that the task service area of the Tiesheng Town Association could not even compare. As expected of a big city, if nothing else, the sheer number of people is overwhelming. Having brought Lin Chuan here, Tan Yan prepared to leave. Although he wanted to keep chatting and building rapport to make a deeper impression. He still had his own newcomer tasks to handle, and if he slacked off, he would have his rewards deducted. If there is anything you are unfamiliar with in King's City, you can ask me on Blue Penguin. After taking a few steps, Tan Yan stopped again and said. Lin Chuan nodded, and Tan Yan continued. If you need help, I cannot handle big things, but for small favors, feel free to ask me. Well, just a tiny commission, about the same as a newcomer task, and I am sure you are not short on cash, Lin Chuan. As he said this, Tan Yan pinched his thumb and index finger together, leaving a tiny gap, and chuckled heartily. Haha, do not mind me, just kidding. Well, I need to go assist others, so that is that. If there is nothing else, I will be off. He waved his hand, and without waiting for Lin Chuan to say goodbye, Tan Yan turned and walked away without looking back. Once he was further away and blended into the crowd where Lin Chuan could not see him, Tan Yan pulled out his phone, looked at Lin Chuan's name on his contact list, Lin's third young master 3, and pumped his fist in excitement. He did not know what kind of genius Lin Chuan was, top tier who could make it to the 8 great academies, first class who could become a professional beastmaster, or just an average one. But he was definitely better than a common rookie, and that was enough. He, Tan Yan, had taken a solid first step on his path to building connections. As Tan Yan left, Lin Chuan was still lost in thought. He felt that this purple-haired youth was inexplicable, but never mind, he did not see any harm in it for now, so he did not dwell on it. How does the saying go? More friends, more paths, right? Pulling himself together, Lin Chuan looked at the crowded service area in front of him. Wondering how long the queue would be, he went to a kiosk, used his Beast Tamer ID to get a number, and sat in the waiting area. Pretty lucky, or rather, the receptionist's efficiency was just incredibly high. In just 10 minutes, it was Lin Chuan's turn. Hearing his number called, Lin Chuan went to the corresponding counter. There was no polite small talk. Making polite chatter with these overworked receptionists would be truly impolite, as it would disrupt their efficiency. Straight to the point, Lin Chuan stated his two goals, handing in his delivery task and registering for housing. The man behind the counter looked to be about 30, with a buzz cut. He should have looked energetic, but he had such dark circles under his eyes that Lin Chuan felt he might drop dead from exhaustion at any second. Lin Chuan quickly glanced at the badge on the side. 27 years old, named Yu Fuking, Beastmaster Association Task Receptionist. In his badge photo, the man looked full of vigor. Despite being nearly 30, he was quite a handsome guy. Looking at him now, even though his clothes and hair were neat and tidy, his dull eyes betrayed him. Based on his own experience of 10 years of hard work, Lin Chuan judged he had been working overtime for at least a week, with less than 3 hours of sleep a night. Lin Chuan took another look at Yu Fuking, who did not even look up. He reflexively took Lin Chuan's ID and with a beep, swiped it through the card reader. Identity confirmed, Beastmaster Lin Chuan. Task confirmed, ID TS 1785, ready to receive task items. That was not Yu Fuking speaking, but the sound from the card reader connected to the computer. Write a letter task. You can take the items out and place them directly on the counter. Someone will come to collect them shortly. Yu Fuking said, sounding listless. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and took the insulated box containing the valuable documents out of his beast space and placed it on the counter. The next second, Lin Chuan saw Yu Fuking freeze. Then those tired, dark-circled eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he became focused. Even before confirming the task, Yu Fuking immediately started tearing open the insulated box. Inside were small bottles filled with something like a beverage. Right in front of Lin Chuan, Yu Fuking grabbed one, inserted the straw, and gulped it down in one go. He immediately grabbed another and did the same. I am alive again. That really saved my life. Shedding his exhausted state from moments ago, Yu Fuking sighed with deep relief, like someone dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly finds rain. Lin Chuan. Coming back to his senses and realizing his lapse in professional conduct, Yu Fuking offered an awkward smile. Sorry. Yu Fuking joked, ignoring it at first, but now he quickly glanced at Lin Chuan's basic information on the screen. So you are Mr. Lin Chuan. Since you are from Tieshang Town, you should know this. It is a Tieshang specialty, Red Orange Nutrition Express. It is great for refreshing the mind. Yu Fuking said. Lin Chuan nodded, of course he knew. Red Orange Nutrition Express is a product of an old local workshop called Hazaizi in Tieshang Town. Part of the raw red oranges they use is supplied by the Lin family farm, making them part of the farm's downstream supply chain. That is right, 40% of the trees in the Lin family orchard on the mountainside were red-orange trees. The drink really is effective for mental focus. Lin Chuan had drunk it before when he was exhausted from powering up Guo and Ying Hua's skills, but not too much. Because the drink only stimulates the cerebral cortex to improve mental activity, it does not actually replenish stamina. Even if you drink it to force yourself awake, you will still have a splitting headache the next day. Well, maybe not entirely absolute. It can replenish spirit power, but only a tiny bit, barely anything. To put it in numbers, if you have 100 points of spirit power, one bottle restores about 1 point. And every time Lin Chuan adds points to Guo and Ying Hua's skills using his reincarnation inheritance, it consumes at least 40 points, meaning he would have to drink 40 bottles to make it back. Even if the bottles are small, 40 bottles is a massive amount. If he really did that, he figured he'd be stuck in bed with diarrhea the next day. Red Orange Nutrition Express is best used for daily life. Drinking one while working overtime is better and more effective than any coffee. But for cultivating spirit beasts, especially for combat pets, it is far from sufficient. Seeing that Lin Chuan did not seem to be in a hurry, Yu Fuqing decided to use this opportunity to slack off and take a break. While pretending to talk about tasks, he diverted the conversation. Every year, the Beastmaster Association deliberately arranges many newcomer tasks for you to grind. But real, qualified tasks do not just appear out of nowhere. If they are too simple, no one posts them. In fact, most so-called newcomer tasks are fabricated, and the main people creating these are us, the task receptionists. Because of this time of year is the busiest for us. Unless we are seriously ill, we have to pull all-nighters for 3 months until your assessment. Working normally during the day and fabricating various tasks in the evening or when it is slow. As he spoke, Yu Fuqing downed another bottle and immediately grabbed another one from the box without hesitation. Taking a big gulp, he continued. Of course, there are overtime benefits. If there are expenses in creating these tasks, the association reimburses them provided they are not excessive like this stuff here. What Yu Fuqing was saying was not particularly enlightening. Even knowing it, it was not useful, nor did it bring any benefit. However, Lin Chuan was not in a hurry and did not mind letting him take a break. Because Lin Chuan knew how hard this kind of constant overtime work was, especially for 3 months straight. Every year during graduation season, registering Beastmaster info, filing talent records, distributing starter kits, and creating tasks, all these people work hard behind the scenes. It is safe to say that because of them, the path for new Beastmasters is much smoother. So that is the origin of these valuable documents. Well, these valuable documents are... Just then, a short-haired beauty in her late 20s, wearing the same receptionist uniform, walked over quickly. Brother Yu, I just got a notification that my shipment of Nutrition Express arrived at your counter. Hola. Seeing that Yu Fuqing had already finished 3 bottles, the woman stood stunned for a moment, then let out a squeal like a gopher. The situation attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Some noticed the box and the empty bottles on Lin Chuan's counter, wearing knowing, subtle smiles. Well, this kind of thing is not common, but it is not unheard of. At this time of year, these receptionists work so hard they suffer from hormonal imbalances, sometimes doing silly, laughable things. What are you doing? Put it down, give back my Nutrition Express. The short-haired woman hurried over, and Yu Fuqing quickly shoved the box under the counter. What do you mean yours? This is a task we all created together, and it is all reimbursed by the association. According to the rules, since it appeared during my shift at my counter, it is mine. You just happened to receive the notification. All right, I am working now, please do not bother me. I have to process Mr. Lin Chuan's task completion. By the way, Mr. Lin Chuan, you wanted to rent a room, right? Let me check that for you and find a good location. As he spoke, Yu Fuqing immediately entered work mode, no longer listless but the energetic, spirited, handsome man from his badge. The corners of his mouth turned up, clearly in a good mood. The short-haired beauty, knowing she could not disturb her colleague while he was working, slumped into a chair nearby, eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling like a dying fish, babbling. Before long, a colleague brought her another type of refreshing drink, similar to the red-orange Nutrition Express. After one sip, she was fully recharged, spirited, and skipped away. The scene made everyone around, even Lin Chuan, laugh. Lin Chuan had thought the association staff were all serious and strict. Looks like that is not always the case. Sometimes they are quite cute and full of human warmth. This is the Beastmaster Association, an organization that silently works to provide logistical support and management for all Beastmasters in the Xingyan Federation. No wonder Beastmasters support and love it so much. Beep, Beastmaster Lin Chuan, ID TS 1785, task items received, confirmed correct, task complete. With Yu Fuqing's operation, the computer made a sound. At the same time, a virtual window popped up on Lin Chuan's watch device, showing a text notification from the association. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chuan, for completing the task ID TS 1785 issued by the King City Beastmaster Association. Task details: safely transport the valuable documents from the Tiashang Town Association to the Qinghe City Association. Task rating 5 stars. Task reward 5,000 Xingyan coins, 3 points. The reward has been credited to your Beastmaster account. Please confirm receipt. If there are any errors, please contact a task receptionist. After settling the mission for the valuable letters, Lin Chuan still had 3 mail delivery tasks left. 1 personal letter and 2 store packages, none with delivery deadlines. They were surely just made-up tasks by the receptionists. Therefore, Lin Chuan was not in a rush and planned to deliver them tomorrow. Yu Fuqing followed Lin Chuan's other request and helped him register for housing rental, Apartment A in the Beastmaster Association's villa complex. According to Yu, this villa had a relatively good location. Lin Chuan, knowing nothing about it, simply nodded slightly and thanked Yu Fuqing. The lease was for 1 month. The rent was 300,000 Star Rock coins plus 30 Beastmaster Association points. As a result, Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account now had 2.03 million left, along with 23 association points. The Star Rock coins go without saying. As for the points, 3 had just been credited from the valuable letter mission, plus the original 50 from winning the Flower Leaf Cup. 53 minus 30 is 23, the math checks out. Confirming everything was in order and having no plans to take on any rookie missions for now, Lin Chuan walked straight out of the service area. He did not go straight to the newly rented Villa A. Although he had been riding his bike for nearly 6 hours, Lin Chuan felt he was fine. As long as he avoided energy-intensive tasks like leveling up skills, he could easily hold out until the small hours of the morning. Lin Chuan checked on the 2 little ones inside his beast space via his watch's monitoring system. At this moment, they were curled up like watermelon balls with their leaves tucked in, buried in the nutrient-rich soil of their pots. It seemed that today's non-stop, ultra-long-distance run had completely exhausted both their physical stamina and mental energy. Seeing that they were fine, Lin Chuan did not disturb them, letting them rest well before planning their training for tomorrow. Lin Chuan checked the time. It was 5:13 p.m. It was earlier than his usual dinner time, but eating early today was no problem. Lin Chuan had dinner at the Beastmaster Association's internal restaurant, then called the old guy to check in, informing him that the day's data was lost and that both Guoguo and Sakura needed rest. Ignoring the grumbling on the other end, Lin Chuan hung up the phone. Afterward, Lin Chuan went to the trade and shopping district. Finding beast materials with hereditary skills was a time-consuming task. Besides, the material bag he kept in his beast space still had plenty of skill materials that Guoguo and Sakura could use. For instance, grass flute and vine shield. These were exactly the skills Lin Chuan planned to upgrade now that Guoguo and Yinghua's foundations were solid enough, marking the beginning of their specialized capability training. Rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, those 3 basic skills were the priorities for building a rock-solid foundation. Otherwise, without expert-level photosynthesis, it would have taken at least another half-month to establish the foundation they had now. And then, to avoid becoming mere target practice in battle, both of them already had their own offensive skills. Guoguo had the combat-tested slap and its trump card, Fruit Bomb, while Sakura had the persistent damage overtime skill, Poison Powder. Now it was time for defensive and control skills. Once the defensive and control skills are leveled up, the basic version of the skill combo Lin Chuan originally envisioned will be complete. At that point, they will start every match by casting a shield and stacking up their armor. Then activate the tank mode to max out the self-healing. Finally, sprinkle some poison powder and toss out a fruit bomb. Just thinking about it, Lin Chuan can already picture the look of despair, breakdown, and pure agony on his opponent's face. After the initial skill set is built, we can fill in the gaps and make refinements, then let Guoguo and Sakura develop in the directions they excel at. Guoguo is definitely heading toward energy-based spells. It is still hard to tell where Sakura's strengths lie. I have given the old guy so much data over this period that he should be able to analyze something. When the time comes, I will ask him if he can find Sakura's forte. For now, let us just tentatively aim for physical combat. As for patching up the gaps, take the tank mode for healing and status recovery, for instance. It has some major flaws. Photosynthesis requires sunny weather, rooting needs proper soil rather than steel plates, and growth depends on both, otherwise the effect is significantly weaker. Although in the Rookie Cup, it is basically impossible to run into such restrictions. After all, it is just the Rookie Cup, matches are held in the daytime and the arenas are not made of special steel plates. But what about later? For example, the promotion exams will take place in specialized secret realms, so the situation might not be so certain. So once the basic version of the skill set is done, I still need to find other healing skill materials to patch up their tank mode. Lin Chuan already thought of a skill that almost every spirit beast can learn, sleep, which would be perfect as a patch for their tank mode. Back to the main point. Lin Chuan did not intend to go around to every beast taming shop right now, hunting down spirit beast materials for inherited skills. Just like before, he will just drop by a few shops occasionally while relaxing outside of his daily training routine. The reason Lin Chuan came to the trade zone now is to buy the cultivation materials for Gyugyuho and Sakura starting tomorrow. That is, the supplements for advanced cultivation. So-called advanced cultivation refers to further development built upon the foundation. Let us use human fitness as an analogy. General fitness can improve your body and keep you healthy. However, it is extremely difficult to develop rock-hard muscles and immense, terrifying strength. Besides having natural talent, you also need to use specialized protein powder and other supplements to possibly achieve that kind of stone-like muscle definition. It might not be the most perfect analogy, but the supplements for Spirit Beast Advanced Cultivation are roughly the same concept. After walking around the trade zone for a while, Lin Chuan found the store he was looking for. The shop was named Flourishing, and it specialized in cultivation supplies for wood attribute spirit beasts, ranging from basic daily care products and various nutrient soils and waters to advanced cultivation supplements. Basic supplies go without saying, but Lin Chuan did not plan on buying those here. He would call the old man later and have him order them through the farm's supply channels directly from the source, which would be much cheaper. What Lin Chuan needed to buy, naturally, were the advanced training supplements, which were not available through the farm's channels. The shop Flourishing certainly lived up to its reputation as a specialist in wood attribute spirit beast supplies. The interior design was nothing like the modern, high-tech style of other shops. It looked like an ancient pharmacy. The air was filled with a faint, lingering scent of rare herbs. Despite being in the busy trade district, it felt like a serene forest, instantly relaxing the customers. Seeing Lin Chuan enter, a sales assistant in a flowing, traditional-style silk dress immediately walked over. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with today?" "Yes, I need supplements for advanced cultivation," Lin Chuan replied. Hearing this, the assistant's eyes brightened, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. Well, all salespeople are like that. They get excited when they land a big order. The clerk poured Lin Chuan a cup of tea infused with some kind of botanical spice. It did not have any special effects, but it tasted mildly sweet with a long-lasting aftertaste. Soon after, she led Lin Chuan to the second floor. The second floor was filled with antique wooden cabinets. Every cabinet was divided into 5 tiers from top to bottom, with each tier further partitioned into small compartments by wooden boards. Inside each compartment sat black ceramic jars sealed with clay and wrapped in vines. They came in various sizes, ranging from as large as a watermelon down to the size of a fist. These black porcelain jars contain the advancement supplements. May I ask what type of advanced nutritional supplements you need? Also, could you please disclose some information about your spirit beast? What kind of spirit beast is it, and what stage is it at? Rest assured, I will not disclose your information to anyone else. If any leak occurs, you can report me to the Beast Tamer Association. The saleswoman asked softly, her attitude earnest and serious. Running a shop in the Spirit Beast Master Association trading zone, especially a well-established specialty store, meant that confidentiality was the absolute basic requirement. Lin Chuan did not have the slightest doubt and replied directly. A leafy rank 1. A first-stage petal leaf. Are you a novice Spirit Beast Master? Oh, apologies, I spoke out of turn. Please follow me this way. After a brief moment of thought, the saleswoman led Lin Chuan to a wooden cabinet, where fist-sized black porcelain jars were displayed in small compartments. These are all advanced cultivation supplements suitable for first-rank spirit beasts that are wood attribute, support-oriented, and have relatively fragile and soft bodies. This one. The saleswoman picked up one of the bottles, and the label on the black porcelain jar read Primary Woodleaf Tough Skin Cream. It is an advanced cultivation supplement that can make the skin tougher. Simply put, it can improve basic defensive capabilities, but it has a slight side effect. It will slightly reduce the spirit beast's movement agility. However, for spirit beasts that basically use a wait-and-see tactic, agility is not a key attribute, so it is not a big problem. It seemed the saleswoman knew quite a bit about spirit beast battles. She spoke with great authority. Then she picked up 2 more bottles. This one is an advanced growth supplement geared towards strength. It has no side effects, but it probably would not be suitable for a support-type spirit beast like a flower leafy. And this one? This is an advanced nutritional supplement for metal attribute resistance. If you want to develop your petal leaf toward long-term field presence and battlefield healing, you have to increase its resistance against its counter attribute. If you use this supplement, you will need to adjust your daily watering accordingly. Lin Chuan was stunned. He was truly stunned. He knew about advanced growth nutrients, but he never expected there to be so many varieties and so many different paths of cultivation. And there are side effects and additional watering requirements. At that moment, Lin Chuan realized his cultivation plan would likely need a massive overhaul and expansion. Advanced training paths require trade-offs, and you have to consider side effects and additional cultivation costs, not just in money, but in time, energy, and mental effort, all of which must be accounted for to maximize daily training results. Lin Chuan just wanted to let out a string of curses. However, in the end, Lin Chuan swallowed those words back down. You have to take things one bite at a time. You have to walk your path one step at a time. Even when it comes to advanced cultivation, you have to start with the basics. Give me the basics for defense, like that primary bark balm, and the advanced cultivation supplements for energy adaptability. Defense goes without saying, armor up and pile it on thick. As for agility, today's burst run was only to push past their limits. Lin Chuan did not actually intend to train them for that specifically, just to have the 2 little ones race against other agility-type spirit beasts. But energy adaptability, that is the priority. Energy adaptability affects the casting speed and power intensity of various skills. For example, with Gyugyuo's Fruit Bomb, if we boost Gyugyuo's own energy adaptability, the casting speed and power of the Fruit Bomb will increase accordingly, and skills like rooting and photosynthesis, which involve energy usage, will also see improved effects. Give me a 2-month supply of both. A 2-month supply if both Gyugyuo and Yinghua use it, that is a 1-month supply for each. The saleswoman was slightly surprised. She did not expect Lin Chuan to buy a 2-month supply all at once. That is not the style of a typical rookie beastmaster. Most rookie beastmasters are hesitant and stingy, even when buying a 1-week supply. However, the saleswoman did not think too much of it. The more Lin Chuan bought, the higher her commission and the happier she was. All right, please wait a moment. I will contact the warehouse and get the items for you right away. As for the total, let me see. I will round down the total for you to 2 million Star Rock coins. Plus, our shop offers a 20% discount for new Beastmasters, so that brings it to 1.6 million Star Rock coins. Lin Chuan, even though he had mentally prepared himself for a massive financial blow, hearing the figure of 1.6 million still left him breathless. He gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of the cost, gasping for air. Under the saleswoman's bright and radiant smile, Lin Chuan opened his Beastmaster account QR code and held it out. The saleswoman picked up the scanner and was about to scan it when she noticed Lin Chuan actually took half a step back. Understanding what was going through his mind, as all new Beastmasters felt the same way, she knew it was time for her to offer a little nudge. Beaming with a smile, the saleswoman took a step forward. Sir, if you have any regrets and decide not to buy, please put your QR code away. Lin Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, extended his wrist wearing the watch, and displayed the Beastmaster account QR code projected from the virtual screen. The saleswoman held his hand steady, and in an instant the payment was processed. Beep transaction amount 1.6 million. The sound came from the scanner, accompanied by the feeling of Lin Chuan's heart bleeding. At that moment, Lin Chuan was desperately telling himself deep down, "You have to spend money to make money. How can you get stronger without spending money? If you do not spend money, you will be crushed by other big spenders." Without spending money, how will I ever get an admission letter from one of the 8 major universities? There's no other way. So I have to spend big. Half an hour later. Leaving the Xingxin Xiangrong shop, Lin Chuan looked at the virtual screen projected by his wrist-mounted beast space device. Seeing the remaining balance of 350,000 Star Rock coins in his Beastmaster account, he fell into silence, the wound in his heart still throbbing. Hi. Should not it be 430,000? That is right, if I had only bought the advanced cultivation supplements, there should have been 430,000 left. The thing is, Lin Chuan could not help himself and also bought some stamina and spirit recovery supplements for his own use. Unfortunately, human constitution is limited. At least, Lin Chuan's level 5 physical strength still cannot compare to that of a spirit beast. There is a limit to how many supplements I can take daily or it will damage my body. If I were at the first rank, I would have bought even more. If that were the case, he could add points 10 times a day and get all his skills to expert or even master level. That would be insane. Well, even if he could add points 10 times, he would not have enough suitable materials anyway. Now with 350,000 left, he still needs old Deng to help order the daily rations, the nutrient soil and nutrient water. The foundation laying phase is over, so he can reduce it slightly and replace part of it with advanced supplements, but it will still cost at least 100,000. Geez, raising battle pets really is a bottomless pit for money. I have not even had this money in my pocket for a full day, and in the blink of an eye, it is almost all gone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yinghua. Look at how good your Beastmaster is to you, willing to spend so much money on you and even give you cheat codes. So you guys have to make me proud. You must help me, your master, get those admission letters from the 8 prestigious academies. Like a nagging old lady, Lin Chuan muttered and grumbled at the beast-taming space device on his watch. Of course, it was just some soft grumbling, nothing serious. Lin Chuan would not actually use that kind of moral blackmail to pressure Gyugyuo and Yinghua by holding his sacrifices over their heads. Lin Chuan only felt sorry for his 2 little ones. He just gives them rewards and praise, and then feeds them even more pep talks to motivate them to go all out. Having bought everything he needed and with nothing else to do for the moment, Lin Chuan prepared to head home. Well, back to the small villa apartment he just rented from the Beastmaster Association. He pulled up the navigation map, logged into his Beastmaster account with one click, and opened the voice navigation app. Soon, following the directions, Lin Chuan made a few turns and passed through several underground pedestrian walkways, finally arriving at his rented small villa apartment, number A. Not going in immediately, Lin Chuan examined the place from the outside, comparing it with the neighboring villas. It looked no different from the outside. It was a modern 2-story building covered in white tiles featuring a small walled yard. There were security cameras at the entrance, around the corners, and even on the roof. In terms of both visual appeal and security, it was excellent. As for that so-called prime location mentioned by the mission receptionist, Yu Fuking. In truth, it was just relatively close to the underground corridor leading to the battle training grounds. Well, with conditions like these, it really is a prime location. Nowadays, it is graduation season, and everyone who has a dream and wants to embark on the path of extraordinary beast taming is going all out, pushing themselves to the limit and competing fiercely. The independent training rooms at the Beastmaster Association, equipped with specialized gear and facilities, are often in short supply. As soon as one becomes vacant, it is immediately occupied by new Beastmasters in need. Therefore, rookie Beastmasters must scramble early every day to find a training ground with the equipment and conditions suited to their contracted spirits. For example, those with wood attribute spirits have to head to the Sun Room. Otherwise, they are stuck with generic training rooms. If they wake up late or get delayed for any reason, they might not even get a spot in the generic rooms and would be forced to use open-access public training areas or go train in the wild. The former risks exposing their unique cultivation methods, while the latter inevitably lacks the effectiveness of professional training rooms. Some might ask, why not hog a room all night, or hire someone to save a spot? Training all night is impossible. First of all, aside from ghost type and a few other spirits with nocturnal instincts, most domesticated spirits follow a routine highly consistent with humans. They are active during the day and sleep at night. This is especially true for spirits in their infancy, where sleep is crucial. Therefore, rookie Beastmasters basically all choose to conduct their cultivation and training during the day. Training while exhausted at night is not only bad for the growth of infant spirits but could even be counterproductive, leading to issues like poor focus or accidental self-injury. Secondly, the training rooms also require maintenance. If they were used continuously, even the highest quality training room would be wrecked in less than half a month, which would not be worth it. Thus, the Beastmaster Association has strict regulations. From 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. the next morning, the association's battle training rooms are all closed. Of course, if there are special circumstances, like a contracted spirit being a ghost type or a nocturnal creature like a bat, one can apply to use the training rooms at night. However, such cases are extremely rare for rookie Beastmasters. Bat-type spirits are one thing, while rare they are still somewhat plausible. But as for ghost-type spirits, the novice tamers who manage to contract them are almost always from incredibly wealthy or influential backgrounds, unless they are the protagonist types who hit the jackpot by sheer luck. Those rookie tamers who can contract ghost-type spirit beasts probably have more professional and advanced training rooms at home, or even if they do not, they can easily find other facilities without having to compete with average rookie tamers for space at the Beast Tamer Association. As for scalpers holding spots, the Beastmaster Association has strict rules against that as well. To ensure fair opportunities for commoner rookies, any scalping behavior is prohibited. If you do not get caught, fine, but the first offense brings a fine, the second results in a deduction of points, and the third will cost you your Beastmaster reputation score, which would have a huge impact on your future development. Up until now, Guoguo and Sakura have mainly been building their foundations, so Lin Chuan did not need the association's training rooms. The farm's environment, especially the Sun Mirror area, was just as effective as the association's sun rooms. But from now on, starting tomorrow, Lin Chuan will start their specialized advanced cultivation, which requires various tools and more professional training rooms. So starting tomorrow, Lin Chuan will have to wake up early to compete for rooms like the other rookies. And Apartment A, being so close to the entrance of the underground battle corridor, provides the ultimate convenience. As long as Lin Chuan does not oversleep, he has a nearly 100% chance of grabbing a room suitable for the two little ones. Entering the small villa, Lin Chuan took a brief tour. It had everything: TV, computer, fridge, washing machine, and other furniture. Everything was high-end and luxurious, and there was even a small swimming pool. It might not be a presidential suite, but it was certainly on par with a top-tier room in a 5-star hotel. Lin Chuan felt the monthly rent of 300,000 star rock coins plus 30 points was well worth it. Lin Chuan took a shower. He did not soak in the pool. Now was not the time to relax. He had to keep grinding, keep striving. Once he achieved more, then he could lay back and enjoy the rewards. He just washed up quickly, cleaning himself off and feeling refreshed. After changing into comfortable pajamas, Lin Chuan went to the small study, where a computer and some office supplies were set up. He began to check and organize the nutritional supplements he had purchased earlier. Primary floral bark paste, enough for 2 months, 62 bottles in total. Based on a 30-day month, the extra one was a buy 30 get 1 free deal. Primary floral meridian booster, same as above, also 62 bottles. The former is for topical use. The latter is for oral use. Since the mouth of a flower leaf is just a thin black line, it cannot actually open to eat, so the latter needs to be injected. The shop Xingxin Xiangrong provided a free professional injection kit. Once finished and confirmed, Lin Chuan rested for a bit and had a glass of water. Then he sat at the computer desk and began to modify and expand his cultivation plan. Previously, he had not considered the finer details of advanced cultivation, such as side effects or factors like increasing watering and light exposure, but now he had to factor everything in. Time slipped by. It was not until 1:23 a.m. that Lin Chuan finally completed the cultivation schedule for the coming week. Yes, just a weekly schedule, because spirits grow, and as they do, the cultivation methods need to be updated and adapted accordingly. If Guoguo and Sakura grew faster than expected, this schedule might need changing in less than 5 days. He uploaded the plan to his Watch is Beast Space device and also printed a paper copy using the nearby printer. Holding the paper plan, Lin Chuan examined it closely. 5:00 a.m. wake up. 5:0 to 5:10, morning grooming and preparation. 5:10 to 5:40, running laps in the yard for a warm-up. 5:40 to 5:50, rest briefly, play 2 rounds of building blocks to boost synergy. 5:50, head out to the Beastmaster Association's battle grounds to grab a professional training room for wood-type spirits. 6:0 to 7:0, the third set of the flower leaf calisthenics. 7:0 to 7:30, rest, eat breakfast and play a card game to improve synergy. 7:30 to 8:0, team combat practice. Although skill proficiency can be raised via heritage points, unused skills get rusty and real combat experience is essential. 8:0, begin specialized advanced cultivation. The schedule was packed until 9 p.m., right up until the training rooms closed with barely a moment to spare. Even as the one who created it, Lin Chuan could not help but gasp. This training intensity, even during my senior year in my past life, we did not grind this hard. Of course, it was not just for Gyugyuo and Sakura. Lin Chuan had also scheduled his own plan. Based on his half-month of experience using the inheritance of reincarnation, Lin Chuan quantified his mental energy. Max capacity 100 points. Passing down skills like photosynthesis, which Gyugyuo and Sakura already mastered well, cost 40 mental points. Passing down new skills like poison powder cost 60 points. For special materials with strong emotional resonance like bomb fruits, it required 80 points. During the day, without strenuous activity, mental energy recovers at 10 points per hour. Strenuous exercise like weight training costs 5 points per hour. 4 hours of sleep at night recovers 60 points. Lin Chuan arranged everything. When to rest, when to drink supplements, when to work out, everything was planned to the limit of his mental capacity. He prepared to boost Gyugyuo and Sakura's skills once a day while managing his own physical training. In the Baby Cup and other televised tournaments, Beastmasters are not allowed to join the field. However, in the wild or secret realms, the Beastmaster often has to participate in combat. If you do not have a good body, not only can you not fight, but you will be a drag on your spirit. If you encounter an unwinnable situation without physical fitness, you will not even have a chance to run away. After checking the plan twice to ensure nothing was missing, Lin Chuan finally went to bed. The next day, according to Lin Chuan's biological clock, he would normally wake up at 5:30 a.m. However, following his plan, he set his alarm and got up at 5:00. Releasing the 2 little ones from the beast space, Lin Chuan checked their condition to see if they had recovered from yesterday's endurance run. He collected some physical data and sent it off to the old guy. They were in great shape. Both their status and data showed a significant boost in stats compared to before, thanks to yesterday's intense exertion. It seemed the nutrients left over from their foundation building had been fully converted. Well then, time to start today's cultivation. But before beginning, Lin Chuan decided to give them a little chicken soup for the soul to boost their motivation. Lin Chuan took out a red envelope and a small red flower sticker. Seeing the envelope and the new flower, Gyugyuo and Sakura's beady little eyes lit up with longing. They stared intently at Lin Chuan, but since he did not give them out, they stayed put, behaving themselves. Lin Chuan chuckled and ruffled their heads one by one. Gyugyuo's head was cool, smooth, and springy, while Sakura's felt soft and warm. They both felt amazing. Only then did Lin Chuan speak slowly. Yesterday's endurance training, it is a pity, but you two failed to catch up to my bike the entire time. Upon hearing this, Gyugyuo and Sakura were stunned, then immediately looked crestfallen, wilting like frosted eggplants. However, Lin Chuan shifted his tone, drawing their attention back. The fact that you were able to persist throughout the whole thing is still very impressive. You deserve credit and praise. Therefore, I will give you half a reward. Since you could not catch my bike, there is no red envelope. Saying this, he tucked the envelope into his pocket. In truth, it was empty just for show. But as a reward for persisting, you each get a new red flower. With that, he stuck the red flowers onto their chests and gave their heads another ruffle. Seeing the red flowers on their chests, the two immediately snapped out of their gloom. They hopped around chirping and squeaking with joy, hugging Lin Chuan's legs and rubbing against him, nearly melting his heart. After their intimate moment with Lin Chuan, Gyugyuo pumped its little fists, looking pumped and ready to go. Sakura was squeaking excitedly on the side. In short, both were full of fighting spirit. Lin Chuan could not understand exactly what they were saying, but he could feel their resolve. They seemed to be saying that next time, they would definitely reach the goal and claim the red envelopes and the flowers. A wide, bright smile spread across his face. Excellent, with the pep talk out of the way, it is time to train. He took out the printed schedule from last night to show them. This is your training plan for the coming week. Keep it up, the envelopes and flowers are waiting for you. Gyugyu and Sakura. Although they could not read human writing, the sheer density of characters on the paper made them dizzy and anxious. A strong, ominous premonition. Wait, you were just full of spirit, are you backing down now? Seeing them get scared off, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed. He knew he had to pivot his strategy. If straightforward encouragement was getting stale, it was time for a feint. Lin Chuan sighed melodramatically and pulled out an exquisite little box. Opening it, he revealed a paper flower folded from pink, fragrant paper and said with feigned regret, "Sigh, in that case, this custom-made pink flower will have to go to another spirit. Oh right, Sun Yinian is going to contract a flower leaf on the farm soon. I will give this to her flower leaf as a welcome gift." Immediately, Gyugyu and Sakura's beady eyes locked onto the flower. No. Ying, master, you cannot give flowers to other flower leaves, even if they are farm friends. Just a moment ago, they looked completely intimidated by the dense training schedule. But now they are brimming with fighting spirit. Watching Gyugyu and Yinghua looking like they were ready to burn with intensity, eager to start special training immediately, Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. Who is not a little sly sometimes? With just a tiny bit of psychological manipulation, he easily had the two little ones wrapped around his finger. Really, how could this world have a beastmaster as excellent as him? Could other beastmasters do this, could they? Lin Chuan let himself be smug for a brief moment before pulling himself together. The time was right to start today's cultivation and special training as planned. The first item, warm-up. Well, Lin Chuan had just made a last-minute change to the project, not skipping the warm-up but changing how it was to be executed. According to the plan, between now and 5:40 they were supposed to be jogging in the courtyard. But Lin Chuan made a slight adjustment because he suddenly remembered he still had unfinished errands. Aside from the important documents he handed to the Beastmaster Association yesterday, he still had 3 letters left to deliver. 2 packages for different pet supply shops and 1 letter for a private individual. Lin Chuan planned to deliver 1 a day over the next 3 days. His change to the plan was based on this. Lin Chuan decided to make good use of the jogging time. Besides, jogging is not some secret training method that needs to be kept under wraps. Almost every Beastmaster does it, even the kids of wealthy families. At most, they just run on high-tech treadmills with specialized instruments to track their heart rate and energy efficiency. It is all pretty much the same. So whether it is in the courtyard, on the road outside, or on a high-tech treadmill, a run is a run, right? It is settled, they will jog and deliver mail at the same time. Well, to be precise, Gyugyu and Yinghua will run and he, Lin Chuan, will ride his bike. Action speaks louder than words, so Lin Chuan immediately set out with Gyugyu and Yinghua. It was not fully light out yet, but there were already quite a few people on the street, mostly rookie beastmasters around Lin Chuan's age. Yeah, these guys were mostly here early to line up and wait for the association's battle training grounds to open. To avoid missing out on a spot, Lin Chuan grabbed a ticket from the dispenser, number 23. Other rookies were doing the same, grabbing numbers and heading to the nearby open ground to train. Some were running, some were doing frog jumps, and the more active ones were looking for friendly practice matches with other rookies. Lin Chuan even spotted a flash of purple hair in the crowd. Although they had added each other on Blue Penguin, they were not really close yet. Lin Chuan did not go out of his way to greet Tan Yan, just gave a slight nod when their eyes met, and then rode off to deliver the mail. Gyugyu and Yinghua jogged along steadily on both sides of Lin Chuan's bike. Thanks to yesterday's explosive ultra-long-distance run, Gyugyu and Yinghua had metabolized the nutrients stored from their foundation-building period, and their bodies had improved significantly in every aspect. Right now, even at a normal speed, the 2 little ones were faintly starting to keep up with his bicycle. Oh no, you do not. If they catch up like that, does not that mean he will have to give them a reward? Giving a reward is a small issue. Lin Chuan was not short on that kind of money. The key is that you cannot let them get rewards too easily. The harder it is to obtain something, the more you cherish it and the better the motivational effect of the reward will be. So Lin Chuan stood up and started pedaling hard. Putting his all into it, Lin Chuan made his bike fly like the wind, leaving a blur in his wake. Though his base speed increased, it was clear that Guo Guo and Yinghua still could not catch up to him while he was pedaling standing up. Or rather, it was impossible for them to catch up. Because of the mid-tier soldier-level bloodline quality of their leaf spirit race and their support-oriented innate talents, no matter how much they cheated or how many precious resources were fed to them, they could never compare in speed and agility to an agility-type spirit beast, like Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf. Of course, if we are talking endurance, that might be a different story. Just by using rooting and photosynthesis, Guo Guo and Yinghua could outlast the starter spirit beasts of almost every novice beast tamer at this stage, even those from wealthy and powerful families. Of course, those from the ancient Beastmaster families, the Li, Song, Wang, Kaiyan, and Nangong families, are a different matter. With Lin Chuan's current level of cheating, he is still far from catching up to the centuries of accumulation those clans possess. However, people from those ancient families would not be here competing with ordinary civilians anyway. They have their own tracks. Ordinary rookie Beastmasters only earn the right to compete on the same stage as those from noble families after fighting their way up from the masses to prove they are one-in-a-million geniuses. Back to the point. Thanks to the improvements in Guo Guo and Yinghua, Lin Chuan rode his bike like a whirlwind. He originally planned to deliver only one letter, but he ended up overachieving and delivered two. The 2 packages for the pet shops were delivered, and now he only had the 1 personal letter left. Time was running out. It was almost 6 o'clock, the time the Beastmaster Association's training ground opened. So the last letter would have to wait until tomorrow. As for the 2 completed letter delivery tasks, the rewards were the same, 3,000 star rock coins and 2 points each. So Lin Chuan banked 6,000 star rock coins and 4 points. Without wasting another second, he recalled the 2 little ones to his Beastmaster space and pedaled faster than before, heading for the entrance of the association's battle training ground. At this moment, the entrance was already crowded with rookie Beastmasters, everyone bustling and chatting. Although crowded, it was not exactly a sea of people. Besides, Lin Chuan had already taken a number, 023, meaning he was the 23rd in line. He was confident he could easily snag a suitable training room. Without any surprises, when the ground opened at 6:00 sharp and the 22 people ahead of him went in, it was his turn, and he easily secured a day's use of a sunlit room which was best for wood-type spirit beast cultivation. The rent for the lowest-level professional training room suitable for first-order spirit beasts and below is 10,000 star rock coins and 1 point per day. However, graduating rookie Beastmasters get a limited-time discount, only 3,000 star rock coins per day with points waived. The sunlit room. Lin Chuan did not go in right away. He stood at the entrance, carefully reading the instruction manual posted on the door. The manual was quite long, so he summarized the basics. The sunlight in the room is artificially simulated using precious artifacts, shining from every direction to ensure the room is completely shadowless. The temperature is adjustable from 0 to 40 degrees. Humidity is adjustable and so on. All facilities in the room can be used, but please be careful not to damage them or you will have to pay for repairs. It is recommended that Beastmasters put on the provided goggles as soon as they enter, then turn on the sunlight mode and adjust the intensity, temperature, and humidity. That was the gist of the manual. After reading it twice and memorizing the content, Lin Chuan swiped his ID card and entered. The room was a rectangle, 600 square meters in area and 8 meters high. In the center, there was a patch of soil and an automatic fountain for wood-type beasts to rest during training. In the corner, there was a closed-off rest area like a security booth. Once the sunlit room was active, the light would be all-encompassing, which was hard for low-level rookies to endure for long, so they needed this area to recover. To the right was a row of shelves containing special training tools, weighted packs, energy detectors, skill impact pillars, treadmills, jump pads, and automatic ball launchers for reaction training. Everything needed for basic training was here. The controls and the goggles were inside the rest area. Lin Chuan went in, put on the goggles as instructed, and flipped the main switch. With 3 beeps, the artificial sunlight flared up from every corner and the floor. The room was instantly filled with bright light, leaving not a single shadow, a true shadowless room. Lin Chuan set the light to morning glow mode and the temperature to 19 degrees, the comfort zone for flower leaf, according to the research data. After that, he stepped out of the rest area. Even with the goggles on, the all-encompassing light felt a bit dazzling at first. Fortunately, he got used to it quickly, though he could feel his skin starting to warm up. While Lin Chuan felt that way, Guo Guo and Yinghua, whom he released from their space, looked absolutely comfortable and pleased. Bathed in such comfortable conditions and flooded with light from all sides, they both instinctively activated photosynthesis at an expert level. A steady stream of solar energy converged from all directions, coating the 2 already cute creatures in a faint, dreamy green glow that made them look ethereal. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue, thinking the effect of the sunlit room was just too insane. Well, in fact, it was not much different from the farm's light collection mirrors during the summer sun. However, the shadowless sunlit room allowed for intensity adjustments, which did not make much difference during foundation building, but were much more effective for advanced cultivation. Without wasting more time, Lin Chuan immediately began training according to his plan. The 3rd set of the flower leaf aerobics. Generally, Lin Chuan could do an hour of this without breaking a sweat. It was just a warm-up for him. But here, under the omnidirectional sunlight, he was drenched in sweat after just half an hour, as if he had just been dunked in water. When the hour was up, Lin Chuan was panting like a dying dog. Still, he stuck it out well. If not for the sake of setting an example for Guo Guo and Yinghua, he would have run back to the rest area ages ago. Back in the rest area, he chugged half a bottle of water before he started feeling better. I miscalculated, Lin Chuan thought. For wood-type beasts this room is perfect, but for humans it is a bit too harsh. Fortunately, it was time for breakfast and a half-hour rest. He had ordered takeout, which had arrived half an hour ago. While eating, he played a card game with Guo Guo and Yinghua, who were planted in their nutrient pots to subtly improve their rapport. 7:30 came around. The 2 little ones started a friendly sparring match as requested. A friendly match, of course. Guo Guo could not use bomb fruit, and Yinghua could not use poison powder. Well, how should I put it? Calling it a pathetic noob fight would not be quite right. Their sparring was strangely entertaining. At first, they actually bowed to each other like pro beastmasters, no idea where they learned that. Then they started firing off skills. Rooting, photosynthesis, growth, the 3-stage tank mode was fully engaged. And then, well, there was no then. With their tank modes maxed out, neither could break through the other's defense. It ended up like a street brawl, the 2 of them rolling around on the floor wrestling, which made Lin Chuan laugh and quickly start recording with his watch's camera. Guo Guo's brawling experience eventually paid off, and it managed to pin Yinghua down. After a bit of struggling, Yinghua managed to crawl out. Then, Yinghua got smart. Knowing it could not win in a brawl, it started running away, yapping something while looking back, presumably swearing in beast speak. Lin Chuan could not understand, but he could tell Guo Guo was getting red with anger. Consequently, Guo Guo tripped, not paying attention to its feet because it was so angry, and fell flat on its face. Yinghua instantly saw the opening, ran over and pinned Guo Guo down. With Yinghua's experience, it could not hold Guo Guo down for long. But it did not need to, it just needed that one moment. Because it noticed Lin Chuan was recording. As it pinned Guo Guo, Yinghua waved its little chubby hand at Lin Chuan and posed, capturing a shot of itself defeating Guo Guo. Then before Guo Guo could stand up, Yinghua sprinted away. Lin Chuan was left speechless and amused. I thought Guo Guo, with its brawling experience, would win. Who knew Yinghua was smarter and playing it like a pro? The 30 minutes were up. The final count, Guo Guo pinned Yinghua 3 times, Yinghua pinned Guo Guo 5 times, Yinghua wins. Guo Guo was not happy, it wanted a rematch, it wanted to pay it back. Lin Chuan stopped it. It was time for the advanced cultivation phase, so the rematch would have to wait for tomorrow. Though unhappy, Guo Guo was convinced. It prepared itself to go all out for the next phase, determined to settle the score tomorrow. Just then, as Lin Chuan was taking out the advanced cultivation nutrients, he got a call from old Deng. He had checked in yesterday, and he had just sent over the latest physical data for the two little ones. So logically, old Deng would not call so suddenly. But since he was calling, something must be up. Old Deng, what is up? Lin Chuan skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. On the other end, Lin Zudong's voice sounded excited. It is about Yinghua. Hearing that, Lin Chuan immediately straightened up. You asked me to help look for any special talents for Yinghua, like how Guo has a knack for energy manipulation. Before, the data was not enough to see anything. But with the data you sent me this morning, well, you would not understand the research details, so I will just give you the conclusion. Keep in mind it is still just a hypothesis, not 100% sure. Yinghua might have an extraordinary talent for floral scents. Without anything else to add, Lin Zudong hung up after reminding Lin Chuan once more not to forget to send Guo and Yinghua's physical data every day. Floral scent odor. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. That talent direction is truly quite strange. Guo's high talent in energy is easy to understand. For any skill related to energy, Guo gains more proficiency through inheritance, and when used in reality, the release speed and power will also be slightly improved. As for a floral scent, what kind of talent category does that fall into? Lin Chuan admitted he really could not tell. Since he could not tell, he might as well do a physical checkup on the spot. At this moment, Yinghua was playing in the water under the small fountain in the center of the sunroom. Having beaten Guo 5 times in their sparring matches, it was chirping happily and feeling quite ecstatic. Yinghua, come over here for a second. Lin Chuan called out. Yinghua felt puzzled but did not think much of it and trotted over to Lin Chuan on its short, chubby legs. Ying, Yinghua let out an affectionate, inquisitive sound. Nothing much, just giving you a checkup. A checkup? Is this for collecting data? Did not he already check it when we woke up this morning? Puzzled, but Yinghua did not ask. Well, even if it wanted to, it could not speak human language anyway. Yinghua obediently stood still in front of Lin Chuan and relaxed its body. The next moment, amidst Yinghua's confused little expression, Lin Chuan picked it up and remarked that it felt a bit heavy. By now, Guo and Yinghua already weighed 20 kilograms, far exceeding regular flower leafs in the farm. This was normal, after all, they were being cultivated as battle pets. Lin Chuan lifted Yinghua up high. Then he looked left and right but could not see anything. Next, Lin Chuan leaned his face in and sniffed around, but did not smell any special floral scent either. Finally, Lin Chuan simply buried his face in Yinghua's little tummy and took a deep, fierce sniff. Yinghua. The previous 2 actions were fine, but what is going on with this last one? Yinghua, having its tummy sniffed intensely by Lin Chuan, shivered all over. It was incredibly ticklish and let out shy, excited ying cries. This sound caught the attention of Guo, who was drawing circles in the dirt, still upset about losing the spar just now. Seeing the situation, Guo froze for a moment, then began hopping up and down, yelping in protest. Guo was green with envy. It had only turned away for a second to draw circles, and that little green tea Yinghua was actually letting their master sniff her tummy. Such an intimate, cuddly act, and it had never even enjoyed that. I am so angry I am shaking, it is freezing. Guo felt like throwing a bomb fruit at that little green tea Yinghua right then and there. However, Guo eventually held back. After all, the spar was fair, it had lost and Yinghua had won, so it was only natural for Yinghua to enjoy the fruits of victory. Guo clenched its chubby little fists and stomped hard. At this moment it made a vow, in the next round of special training it would give 1,000% effort. If it did not kill it, it would train until it was dead. In future sparring matches, it will never lose again. Lin Chuan had no idea that his actions were essentially feeding Guo another massive bowl of high-concentration chicken soup for the soul. He was just trying to verify the old guy's words. After sniffing Yinghua's tummy intensely for a while, Lin Chuan smacked his lips. He did not detect any special scent, just the smell of dirt. After all, when Yinghua and Guo were not training, they spent their time planted in their nutrient pots. Then, Lin Chuan took a big sniff of the pink flower on Yinghua's head. It had a faint, slightly sweet floral scent, which really did not seem any different from the ordinary flower leaves bred for agriculture in the farm. So where did the old guy see that Yinghua had a talent for floral scents? Lin Chuan suspected the old man might be wrong. After all, even on the phone, the old man admitted it was just a guess and might not be correct. However, Lin Chuan decided to trust the old man one last time. After all, he had focused on studying flower leaves for 30 years. Even if it was just a guess, there must be a lot of evidence and data supporting it, which is definitely more accurate than him fumbling around blindly. There was only one last possibility left, the last one Lin Chuan could think of with his current level of knowledge. The reason Yinghua was not showing anything now might be because it had not learned any skills related to floral scents yet. Skills related to floral scents. Among the skill materials Lin Chuan currently held, there was one that fit. Not the fairy flower, that is an advanced skill book containing memory fragments of numerous skills which he is not ready to inherit or use yet. Lin Chuan was referring to healing aroma. Skills related to healing. Rooting, photosynthesis, sweet fruit, and healing aroma were all healing skills that a flower leaf could learn. Rooting and photosynthesis were only for self-healing. Sweet scent is a divergent skill branched from seed bomb. It is a powerful single-target healing skill that can be used on oneself or others, and it can also remove all status conditions. Though it is said to clear all, there is actually an upper limit. Whether it can truly remove a status ailment depends on the skill proficiency, what kind of elemental ability caused the status ailment, and most importantly, the levels of both parties. Taking Gyugyu as an example, if the 16-level Gyugyu mastered sweet fruit and reached expert-level proficiency, it could clear abnormal status effects caused by spirit beasts up to level 29, provided the skill proficiency was below expert level. However, for a bleeding/laceration status caused by a metal attribute skill, it could only clear skills from level 19 spirit beasts or below, also provided they were below expert level. Finally, regarding healing aroma, just in terms of pure healing volume, it is far inferior to sweet fruit, and its self-healing effect is not as good as rooting plus photosynthesis. However, it is an area of effect healing skill. When the proficiency reaches master level, it gains a new effect. It can clear certain abnormal status effects. The certain her specifically refers to mental status ailments like confusion or loss of control and does not include physical ones like poison or paralysis, unlike sweet fruit which can clear them all. Any baby cup tournament, whether small, medium, or large, uses 1v restricted rules. Even if a beast tamer has contracted multiple pets, they can only choose to send out one during a match, which makes healing aroma quite useless. Its self-healing is worse than rooting plus photosynthesis, and it might even heal the opponent due to its area of effect nature. The only benefit is the status clearing effect at master level, but few beast tamers in the baby cup play status control styles. Well, mainly because 3 months of cultivation time is too little to build a sufficiently effective status control skill set. Lin Chuan could easily withstand low proficiency status attacks with pure healing power. Other tamers could even tank them with rejuvenating roar. Because of this, Lin Chuan had placed healing aroma very late in his inheritance schedule. He only planned to teach it after the basic skill set was completed and refined. According to his estimated timeline, he would only add points to healing aroma during the final 1-week sprint before the promotion exams. But now, in order to test if Yinghua's talent really lay in floral scents, Lin Chuan decided to bring forward the inheritance of healing aroma. The relevant material pack was kept in his beast space. The inheritance for healing aroma was contained within 2 petals and Lin Chuan picked one out. The petal was shriveled, yet one could still see a faint purple tint. If Lin Chuan guessed correctly, this should be a petal of a purple moon rose. A purple moon rose is a purely healing type spirit beast with a bloodline rank of soldier class, upper grade, shaped like a purple rose. They are quite rare and basically impossible to find in the wild. Usually, they are only found in specialized medical-type spirit beast breeding centers. Unless they are determined to pursue a medical route, rookie beast tamers generally do not choose a purple moon rose as their initial spirit beast. Although Flowerleaf Leaf is also a logistics and support-type spirit beast, it can learn quite a few attack, control, and damage-dealing skills. But a purple moon rose is a truly full-fledged healing spirit beast. Besides healing, it can do nothing else. Before reaching the 3rd rank, apart from the 2 innate basic skills, rooting and photosynthesis, a purple moon rose has only one skill, healing aroma, which it learns automatically upon reaching adulthood. Of course, exceptions for those with dull talent do not count. While not suitable as an initial spirit beast, it is an excellent choice for a third or fourth contracted spirit beast. Why not the second one? Because the second one is usually chosen to make up for the combat weaknesses of the first one. Only when it comes to the third spirit beast do most tamers consider support or logistics pets. Well, let us not discuss that for now. The important thing is the inheritance. Seeing Lin Chuan take out the skill material, Yinghua understood. It clenched its chubby little fists, looking eager and ready to try. Just like Gyugyu before, Yinghua treated the skill inheritance as a dream adventure where it turns into another spirit beast. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan used his beast taming talent, Cycle Inheritance. A strand of invisible black and white energy emerged from his mental sea, flowed through his meridians down his arm, and entered the shriveled purple petal in his hand. Instantly, the shriveled purple petal seemed to come back to life, becoming plump and full of vitality. A not too strong but incredibly pleasant, sweet floral scent emanated from it. Upon smelling it, Lin Chuan immediately felt his body relax. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan pressed the purple petal onto Yinghua's forehead. The mental hammer struck as expected. Lin Chuan was already used to it and endured it without a sound. Purple light slowly enveloped Yinghua's entire body. It carried Yinghua into the skill inheritance state of a daytime lucid dream, where it experienced the memory fragments within the petal. Just as Lin Chuan expected in the dream, Yinghua transformed into a purple moon rose, a cute, delicate, and charming beast, barely 20 centimeters tall with a purple rose on its head. There was no grand memory like that of Gyuo's bomb fruit inheritance. This purple moon rose had lived in a breeding base since its birth. It developed normally and grew up regularly. However, unfortunately, this purple moon rose was not outstanding. Its natural talent was not high, placing it at the bottom among its peers. Therefore, it was not chosen by any rookie beast tamer and ended up becoming an assistant spirit beast at a spirit beast medical center. Since it was not trained as a battle pet, ordinary daily cultivation was not enough for it to reach the second rank. It could not break its limits and thus could not extend its lifespan. So after 10 peaceful years, this purple moon rose passed away naturally. Its body was buried with great care by the hospital staff. The 2 remaining essence petals were sent to the medical center's pharmacy, originally intended to be ground into powder to create healing potions. Unfortunately, due to improper storage by a staff member, the petals lost their medicinal potency and ended up being sold to a beast tamer shop as ordinary materials, right alongside other clinical waste like fingernails, hair, or broken bones left over from surgeries. And then Lin Chuan picked it up. 10 minutes later, the purple glow on Yinghua faded. It opened its eyes, looking dazed as if it had just woken up from a dream. It was not until it saw Lin Chuan that Yinghua gradually became clear-headed. Ying ying yang. Yinghua let out a happy cry. Although it could not remember exactly what happened in the dream adventure, it could instinctively feel that it had been a very heartwarming journey. Vaguely sensing Yinghua's joy, Lin Chuan affectionately rubbed its little head. Immediately after, Lin Chuan asked Yinghua about its learning progress for healing aroma and had it attempt to use the skill on him. Yinghua nodded and clenched its chubby hands, as if exerting effort. The next second, the pink flower on Yinghua's head glowed faintly, and a sweet, natural, and intoxicatingly dreamy scent began to spread. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, instantly feeling relaxed all over. Even the fatigue from doing an hour of aerobics had largely recovered. At the same time, Lin Chuan felt a sense of haziness and confusion, as if he had forgotten everything, as if he were falling into a world of softness, enveloped by the sweet scent. Yeah. Suddenly, Gyugyu was tugging at Lin Chuan's pants and shouting with all its might. Lin Chuan jolted awake. He had definitely felt the healing effect. But what shocked him was the hazy, blurred consciousness he had experienced afterward. This is a hallucination. Lin Chuan was stunned. Illusion attribute. This is an attribute that Flower Leaf Leaf only gets after evolving into a flower spirit. And it is not like having an illusion attribute means you can necessarily learn illusion attribute skills. At least for a spirit beast like the flower spirit, which is not rare and does not have a strong bloodline, even though it comes with the illusion attribute, it generally will not naturally awaken illusion attribute skills. Only a flower spirit with a special talent would awaken the mesmerizing illusionary scent. As for other illusion attribute skills, either you trade for an illusion attribute skill manual at the Beast Tamer Association, even the lowest level ones cost at least 1,000 points, and then study it yourself, or you hire someone from the association to teach you, which costs star rock coins and points, another huge expense. Or you get admitted to an elite beast taming academy among the 8 great universities, where tutors provide guidance. Or you apprentice at a specialized dojo and become a trusted high-level disciple, and then they will teach you. Though the old man's guess was not entirely correct. Yinghua's talent was not just a floral scent, but the hallucinogenic effect triggered and carried by that floral scent. My Yinghua has the makings of an emperor, no, a god of illusions. Sakura's talent lies in the illusion attribute. In that case, the previously planned physical cultivation route will have to be revised. Well, actually, it should be scrapped entirely, and a new mental-oriented cultivation plan needs to be drafted. Fortunately, whether it is Gyugyu's energy-based spellcasting direction or Sakura's future mental illusion path, the initial cultivation plan is common to both. Defense and energy adaptability, these two advanced cultivation directions are always the right choices regardless. It is now 8:10 a.m. According to the cultivation schedule set yesterday, it is time to start the advanced training now. However, plans rarely keep up with changes. Lin Chuan made a last-minute decision to push the advanced training back a little bit, planning to start in another hour. As for this current time slot, Lin Chuan intends to further test the hallucinogenic effect of Sakura's floral scent and see just how potent it is. Just now, he, a human and a level 5 beast tamer, would not have broken free from the floral hallucinations so easily if Gyugyo had not pulled hard on his pant leg to wake him up. First, Lin Chuan will test it on himself again. Unlike the previous time when he was unprepared, this time Lin Chuan is mentally prepared to resist the illusion, constantly reminding himself not to be influenced or get lost in it. Then, he commands Sakura to use healing aroma on him. Sakura obediently complies and releases healing aroma once more. Lin Chuan takes a deep breath just like before and immediately feels a sense of comfort all over as the healing effect takes place. That same light, warm, and soft sensation washes over him again. This time, however, Lin Chuan remains alert. He immediately steels his mind and engages in subjective resistance, preventing himself from sinking into it right away. Healing aroma is a continuous skill, and without a stop command from Lin Chuan, Sakura continues to release it. Time passes quietly, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. It was not until the 45-second mark that Lin Chuan felt he could no longer hold on. The intense mental fuzziness and fatigue dragged him back into that soft, dreamy world. Gyugyo, having been instructed by Lin Chuan beforehand, notices him gradually closing his eyes and lets out a cry to Sakura. Sakura immediately stops the healing aroma. Another 10 seconds pass before Lin Chuan opens his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. Without jumping to conclusions, Lin Chuan has Gyugyo become the test subject and instructs Sakura to use healing aroma on her. The first time, Lin Chuan tells Gyugyo to relax completely without any resistance. She becomes hallucinated and entranced after 3 minutes, waking up instantly at Lin Chuan's soft call. The second time, Lin Chuan tells Gyugyo to stay alert, focusing her energy and mind to resist. Sakura keeps releasing healing aroma until her energy is completely drained. Even after half an hour, Gyugyo never falls into a state of hallucinogenic trance. The test is not exhaustive, but with Lin Chuan's current conditions, this is all he can manage. At this point, a conclusion can be drawn. Sakura's floral hallucinogenic ability is, well, barely better than nothing. It might be effective against humans with low beast tamer levels, but for spirit beasts it is not very useful. At this current stage, it does not have much tactical value, at least in the Baby Cup 1v tournament. Even if the opponent's beast falls into a trance, the opposing tamer just has to shout once to wake them up. Some might think that falling into a trance would at least create a 1 or 2 second window of vulnerability, right? One could take advantage of that opening to pull off a silky smooth combo. The idea is good but unrealistic. For Lin Chuan, it is simply not practical. If it were Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf or Ping Kai's Blazing Crest Gray Monkey, they could probably do it because their speed is high and their explosive power is not weak. But Gyugyu and Sakura cannot. They lack the speed and reaction time to burst into extreme speed within a second and charge at the opponent. They are completely incapable of playing an aggressive rush strategy. As for Gyugyu's Bomb Fruit, that also requires time to gather and compress energy. However, for the time being, Sakura's healing aroma is only at the beginner level. Lin Chuan suspects that perhaps increasing the proficiency will strengthen the hallucinogenic effect. But today that is definitely out of the question, no more tests for now. Lin Chuan's mental power consumption from passing on new skills to Sakura has reached the warning threshold. If he adds more points, he will not be able to fully recover by tomorrow, and it might even affect the rest of today's cultivation. Well, once he is fully recovered tomorrow, he will pass on the remaining healing aroma petal and then test it again. The test of Sakura's talent is finished. As for the adjustments to the mental illusion cultivation plan, he will deal with that tonight. The advanced training has already been delayed by an hour, so it is time to start. Lin Chuan takes out the 2 jars of primary floral bark paste he had prepared and opens the black porcelain lids. Suddenly, a pungent, mint-like scent hits him in the face. Minty scents are usually fresh and pleasant, but when too strong, they become quite irritating. At this moment, the irritation makes Lin Chuan's nose run, and tears fall involuntarily. Seeing his condition, the 2 little ones get worried and start panicking, thinking something went wrong. Lin Chuan says nothing, afraid to let the smell get into his mouth. He just shakes his head and raises a hand to stop them, signaling for them to stay still and stand properly. Putting on gloves and holding his breath, Lin Chuan carefully applies the light green paste from the jar onto Gyugyu and Sakura, spreading it evenly and meticulously over every inch of their skin. 5 minutes later, he finishes the task. In between, he had to gasp for air twice, nearly suffocating himself. At this moment, Lin Chuan feels it is absolutely necessary to get a gas mask, otherwise it is just too much suffering. But speaking of which, is this defense reinforcement even necessary? Gyugyu and Sakura are both destined for the path of spellcasters, one for energy spells, the other for mental illusions. So is not improving physical defense pointless? Is not it a waste? That is not the case at all. Whether energy or spirit, both rely on the physical body. There is a saying, only a strong body can nurture a tough spirit and firm willpower. In more rigorous scientific terms regarding spirit beasts, energy is not created out of thin air, nor is it outputted from nothing. Energy is formed when spirit beasts absorb nutrients, water, and natural energy, further converting them into attribute-based energy within their bodies and compressing it into their spirit cores. Then, when a skill is used, it starts from the spirit core, travels through the meridians, is outputted from the body, and eventually manifests as various skills. Since there is output, there naturally must be an output terminal. For example, fire-type spirit beasts often breathe fire from their mouths. In that case, the mouth or throat is the energy output terminal. For certain punching or wing-based attack skills, flaming fist or water wings, the output terminals are the fist and wings respectively. It is easy to understand it that way. Strengthening the energy output terminal naturally enhances the power of the skills. Take Flaming Fist, for instance, on Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf. With the same amount and quality of energy, is a Flaming Fist more powerful if thrown by a fist whose fire attribute adaptability has been nurtured and improved by various nutrients? Or is it more powerful when thrown by a completely unmaintained fist? Naturally, it is the former. The latter might not even be able to withstand the backlash of the fire attribute energy. That is why Sun Yinian's Golden Silk Werewolf looked frail initially and was ostracized by its peers at the breeding base. It was born with a talent that allowed it to accidentally learn Flaming Fist, a skill it should not have been able to learn, but the fire energy conflicted with its innate metal attribute, causing constant meridian pain and loss of appetite, which made it depressed and thin. The same logic applies to defensive skills. Many defensive skills are released using the skin as the energy output terminal. Well, for one thing, the wood-type vine armor shield is released using the skin as the output terminal. Using the same energy, a vine armor shield released through tough skin will be more effective and provide a thicker, sturdier shield than one released through fragile skin. At this moment, covered in primary floral bark paste, Gyugyuo and Sakura feel as if countless ants are crawling over them, an unbearable, maddening itch. Do not move, hold on, focus your attention. Lin Chuan's voice keeps the two, who were about to roll on the ground to relieve the intense itching, in place. They manage to hold on, though their bodies tremble like branches in midwinter. Do not rush, do not panic, stay calm. Lin Chuan stays calm and composed, guiding them on what to do with his words. Use the rooting skill to absorb the nutrients bit by bit, and use photosynthesis to digest these nutrients with all your might. Finally, use growth to channel all the medicinal effects into your skin. Regarding the primary floral bark paste, according to the instructions, spirit beasts can absorb it naturally just by having it applied and lying still. If they cannot endure the sensation, knocking them out is also an option. However, the absorption efficiency of such a passive method is very low. It might take 24 hours to absorb a whole jar. Moreover, with such a passive approach, the utilization of nutrients in the paste is low because many of them evaporate and break down over time while just lying there. The instructions provide another way to absorb it, which is exactly the method Lin Chuan is guiding Gyugyuo and Sakura through. Using rooting to absorb. Using photosynthesis to convert and utilize. And using growth to supply all the efficacy to the skin to accelerate the molting process. Sakura cannot focus yet, her little body trembling constantly. Gyugyuo, however, gradually calms down. Even with the maddening itch, her body stops shaking. She thinks of her loss during their spar, being pinned down by Sakura 5 times. She thinks of Sakura being rewarded by Lin Chuan with affectionate nuzzles, and the vow she just made a moment ago, the vow never to lose again. Gyugyuo's little black-bean eyes seem to ignite. Yeah. Gyugyuo growls, using her immense willpower to completely suppress the sensation of the intense itching. Thin roots simulated from wood attribute energy spread out from every part of her body, wrapping her into a misty green sphere. Gyugyuo controls the energy roots, carefully absorbing the nutrients from the primary floral bark paste applied to her skin. How to describe these nutrients? If the previous nutrient soil and water were like a grand feast, then the nutrients in this paste are like dry, sour, moldy steamed buns, not only hard to eat but difficult to digest. Fortunately, Gyugyuo's rooting, growth, and photosynthesis are all at proficient, and expert levels respectively. Sakura is the same, but unfortunately, she still cannot focus enough to release her skills. The proficient level rooting allows Gyugyuo to successfully and heartily consume it. The expert level photosynthesis allows Gyugyuo to digest the nutrients in time. The proficient level growth allows Gyugyuo to squeeze and stack almost all the medicinal effects into her skin layer, making it change from light green to dark green at a visible rate, then crack, revealing new light green skin beneath. Seeing that Gyugyuo has started absorbing, digesting, and accelerating the molting process, Lin Chuan rushes to fetch a hose from the fountain in the center of the sunlight room and sprays water on Gyugyuo to assist with the molting and growth. As for Sakura, Lin Chuan cannot do much for her at this moment other than cheering her on from time to time. Perhaps seeing Gyugyuo's rapid progress, Sakura's competitive spirit helps her settle her mind and suppress the itch, finally releasing her rooting and photosynthesis skills. However, her pace is still a beat slower than Gyugyuo's. Even with the same 3 basic skills, Sakura's results are slightly lower than Gyugyuo's, which only shows that Sakura's willpower is slightly less than Gyugyuo's. Lin Chuan does not blame Sakura at all, nor does he tell her she is falling behind Gyugyuo. Being able to release skills while having a body crawling with ants and feeling unbearable itching is already highly remarkable. It is something most ordinary spirit beasts could not endure. 2 hours later, Gyugyuo is the first to complete the absorption. With the cancellation of the rooting skill, the misty green sphere dissipates and Gyugyuo collapses to the ground, utterly exhausted with barely enough strength to get up. However, it is visible to the naked eye that Gyugyuo's skin is far more lustrous and shiny than before, as if it had been coated with a protective film. Since this is the first time using the primary floral bark paste, the obvious effect is inevitable. Future use will see diminishing returns as the skin's toughness increases. Another hour passes. Sakura also finishes her absorption. She likewise collapses to the ground, or rather, she faints directly. Sakura's molting effect is also quite obvious but slightly different from Gyugyuo's. Instead of becoming shiny and lustrous, Sakura's skin becomes more supple, smooth, and full of elasticity, so much so that a gentle poke leaves an indentation. So why do identical spirit beasts, cultivated in the same way with the same cheats and pointatting, yield different results? Perhaps that is just how spirit beasts are. As long as you cultivate them truly, meticulously, seriously, and wholeheartedly, laying a solid foundation and further digging into their potential, you will find that every spirit beast, even within the same species, is unique. Sakura has fainted from exhaustion. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chuan would definitely have put it back into the beast space to let it rest properly and recover its physical and mental strength naturally. But not now, absolutely not. Although all the nutrients in the jar of primary bark paste had been fully absorbed, and the expert-level photosynthesis and proficient-level growth skills had pushed the medicinal components into the dermis, causing the skin to undergo a visible transformation, the old skin cracking and falling off as new skin rapidly grew in, the process was not quite complete. In fact, the medicinal effects had not been fully utilized yet. Or rather, after the skin transformation, it had not stabilized yet, and the new dermal layer was still in a tender, newborn state. What needs to be done now is to strike while the iron is hot, further aging the new skin and quickly hardening the wood fiber dermal layer. Though he felt reluctant, Lin Chuan hardened his heart and used a water gun connected to the small fountain to spray Sakura awake. Sakura woke up groggily, its consciousness still muddled. Lin Chuan spoke at the right moment, saying, "Gyugyuo has already started making progress. Are you still going to sleep, Sakura? If you do not pull yourself together and put in more effort, you will be completely suppressed by Gyugyuo in tomorrow's spar." Lin Chuan paused here, looking at Sakura with an ambiguous gaze. "Sakura, you do not want to be suppressed by Gyugyuo forever from now on, do you?" Lin Chuan's voice and his words, especially the last sentence about being suppressed by Gyugyuo from now on, jolted Sakura wide awake, its consciousness instantly clear. It looked around subconsciously. Then, Sakura saw Gyugyuo's figure in the training facility area on the other side of the solarium. How can the new skin be aged quickly after transformation? How can the wood fiber skin layer be hardened rapidly? Actually, the method is simple. That is to get beaten hard. By constantly getting injured and recovering, the medicinal effects accumulated in the skin are further activated. Between each injury and recovery, the wood fiber dermal layer becomes thicker and tougher. At this very moment, Gyugyuo was standing inside the automatic ball launcher, which was meant for practicing reflexes and evasion. It stood perfectly still, not using any skills and purely taking the hits from the balls with its body. Furthermore, Lin Chuan had cranked the launcher's speed and power to the absolute maximum. 3 balls per second, with an average force of 150 kilograms per ball. It was almost equivalent to a normal punch from Sun Yinian's golden silk werewolf. Well, it was a continuous torrential barrage of attacks. 1 minute later, Gyugyuo collapsed, its body covered in bruises and dark marks from the balls. The launcher's sensor detected that the beast had fallen and stopped firing. Meanwhile, the display showed a score of 10. Since it was a training device for reaction and evasion, and Lin Chuan was using it as an automatic punching machine, scoring 10 points while just standing there and taking the hits was actually quite impressive. Gyugyuo endured the intense pain, struggled to climb up on its chubby little hands, and used photosynthesis. Half a minute later, Gyugyuo had fully recovered, and the bruises and dark marks on its body had all vanished. Gyugyuo let out a spirited cry at the launcher. Detecting a beast in the zone, the voice-activated system was triggered and the balls began firing again. Thud 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 thud. The balls rained down on Gyugyuo like a storm, forcing it to retreat repeatedly, and soon its skin was once again covered in bruises. Seeing this, Sakura was instinctively afraid, but soon it summoned its courage. Because of Lin Chuan's words, if it did not pull itself together, it would be suppressed by Gyugyuo tomorrow. The thought of being suppressed by Gyugyuo forever from now on was something Miss Sakura absolutely would not allow. Earlier, when absorbing the primary bark paste, it had lost to Gyugyu in willpower, falling behind in the absorption progress by an hour. Now how could it fall behind again? Whatever that violent little spirit girl Gyugyu can do, the elegant Miss Sakura can do just as well. Ying yang yang. Sakura was fired up, full of fighting spirit. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to speak, Sakura trotted on its chubby little legs into the ball zone where Gyugyu was. Well, since there was only one such machine in the solarium, Sakura had no choice but to share it with Gyugyu. Lin Chuan had already cranked the machine's power and speed to the max. Originally, it was just right for Gyugyu alone. Now that Sakura had joined in, the number of balls hitting each of them was naturally halved. Halved meant the results of the beating would be less effective, the wood fiber layer would not harden as fast, and it would not digest the accumulated medicine as quickly. Well, actually, an hour or two does not make that much difference. Even with it halved, extending the hardening time by half, it was still within Lin Chuan's planned timeline. However, the two little ones were simply competing and fighting for it. Standing there and taking hits passively meant some would always miss. Now, Gyugyu and Sakura were actively rushing forward to take the hits with their bodies, and they had to compete over who took more hits and who had more bruises. So even though the machine was meant for reaction and evasion, how did it turn out like this? Fine, is not this also a form of reflex training? Time passed quietly. At noon, 12 o'clock, it was the scheduled time for a break. Lin Chuan told the two to stop for a bit so he could have lunch. However, the two did not want to stop, they both demanded to keep training. With rooting and photosynthesis, they were not afraid of this level of training. As long as Lin Chuan used the water gun to spray them regularly, they were fine. As for other nutrients, while the primary bark paste tasted much worse than the number 73 moon cold wood ash soil, it was still nutritious enough to serve as a complete substitute. Lin Chuan was naturally happy to see them so motivated. Sometimes the presence of a competitor really does push progress more effectively than just giving them motivational talks. Lunch break. Lin Chuan would occasionally glance at the two playing their game of stealing hits in the ball zone, as the machine kept pinging 0 points. This meant that with their full competition and cooperation, they were body-blocking every single ball the machine shot out. It is meant to be a reflex and evasion trainer. If the developer saw this, they would definitely be speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan ate his delivered lunch while scrolling on his phone. The training plan was only mapped out for a week, but the expenses for the next month were mostly accounted for. As long as no unexpected events occurred, the remaining money would be enough. He had originally planned to ask old Deng to buy more of the number 73 moon cold wood ash soil and number 399 black abyss dragon snake fluid, but it seems he can save that money now. Well, he should still buy a bit just in case, but he could save at least half, roughly 100,000 star rock coins. That would be enough to pick up some low-tier but legacy skill-bearing beast materials at the pet store later. However, this was only an arrangement for 1 month. After that, he would be running out of supplies. While he was not in a rush to earn money immediately, he had to plan ahead to find a way to make money. Ideally, at the 1-month mark when he had burned through all his resources, he could seamlessly transition that into Gyugyu and Sakura's growth. As for how to earn that money, why, by participating in the Rookie Cups, of course. Other rookie missions were tedious, time-consuming, and paid poorly, not even enough for a single jar of primary bark paste. Exclude the small Rookie Cups, those are not worth it. Lin Chuan searched for information on medium and large Rookie Cups happening 1 month from now. Then, information about the Little King Kong Cup appeared on his virtual screen. Lin Chuan knew about the Little King Kong Cup and the Little Qinghe Cup, the annual fixed tournaments in King's City. After all, Tiansheng Town is a subordinate town district of King's City. These two tournaments are fundamentally different from ordinary Rookie Cups. Ordinary Rookie Cups are usually held by private companies, factories, shops, or individual units like the Lin family farm. The federal government and the Beastmaster Association only send a few staff members to assist and guide. All logistics like the venue are handled by the organizers, who use the opportunity to advertise or sell local goods. However, the Little King Kong Cup and the Little Qinghe Cup are hosted by the Qinghe City federal government and the Beastmaster Association, with financial support from the Anglers Club and the Speed Flyer Club. All facilities, personnel, and regulations are strictly aligned with the highest professional Beastmaster competition standards. Given such high standards, it would be a complete eyesore if subpar contestants were allowed to compete. If it were filmed by reporters and broadcast to other cities, people might think that King Kong City's Beast Masters are just not up to the task. Therefore, the Little King Kong Cup and the Little King He Cup have entry restrictions to ensure the quality of the tournament. You cannot just be any rookie Beastmaster who holds a Beastmaster ID card to sign up. To enter the Little King Kong Cup or the Little King He Cup, you must have achieved results in any rookie cup within King Kong City or its 10 towns and hundreds of townships. Champions of small rookie cups. Champions or runners-up of medium rookie cups. Top 3 winners of large rookie cups. Only then are you qualified to sign up for the Little King Kong and Little King He Cups. Naturally, the quality of these 2 cups is unmatched. Not to mention the prize money. While other large rookie cups only pay out starting from the top 16, the Little King Kong and King He cups pay out from the top 32 with points as well. Other participants, while not receiving prize money or points, still get consolation prizes of significant value. Top 32, 200,000, top 16, 400,000, top 8, 1 million, top 4, 3 million, third place, 5 million, second place, 7 million, champion, 10 million. As long as you can reach the top 3, you basically do not have to worry about cultivation funds before the advancement exams. Unless you have contracted a beast of the Dragon, Phoenix, or Killin clan with innate king-level bloodlines, where 10 million star rock coins is like tossing a pebble into the ocean, makes a sound but has little effect. However, rookie Beastmasters who can contract such creatures do not follow the same path as ordinary ones, they have their own track. Lin Chuan browsed through the information on the 2 events. Oh, one more thing to mention. The Little King Kong Cup and the Little King He Cup are fixed to be held every year during the 2-week period at the middle and end of the 2nd month of the graduation season. The specific order of which comes first varies. Reason is that if held too early, rookie Beastmasters have not had time to cultivate their beasts, and even the most talented ones cannot display much combat power. Like the Flower Leaf Cup held by Lin's farm, because it was held too early, the participants were truly just beginners. Given another month of growth, many would have surely leveled up, and at least would not have been defeated by a simple and funny turtle-flipping trophy. And if held later in the 3rd month, it loses the purpose of providing rookies a chance to grow. Even if they win money, the advancement exams are right around the corner, and they would not have time to turn that money into resources or beast growth, rendering it useless. The situation this year. The Little King Kong Cup is held first, exactly 1 month from now, lasting for 1 week. The Little King He Cup immediately follows the end of the Little King Kong Cup, also lasting 1 week. Why not merge the 2? Would not holding them together save effort? There are many reasons, mainly the sheer number of rookie Beastmasters every year. If only one was held, many talented Beastmasters might lose due to bad luck, losing their chance to progress further. 2 consecutive competitions keep advertisers happy, increase King He City's national exposure, and give people a second chance. If they lose again and cannot earn money for beast cultivation, that is on them. Without thinking twice, since the timing was perfect, Lin Chuan decided to join the Little King Kong Cup. Right then and there, Lin Chuan hit the registration button. He pressed it, but no confirmation popped up immediately. It took 2 minutes before a notification appeared. Dear Beastmaster Mr. Lin Chuan, upon verification, you have won the Flower Leaf Cup, a rookie Beastmaster tournament at the Lin's farm in Tiansheng Town. Your participation qualifications are confirmed. Congratulations on successfully registering for the large rookie Beastmaster competition in King He City, the Little King Kong Cup. There are 27 days, 9 hours, and 32 minutes left until the start of the Little King Kong Cup. Please make all necessary preparations in advance and train your beasts diligently. Looking forward to your performance. Wishing you great results in the Little King Kong Cup. Xiao Qing's cup registration was complete, and Lin Chuan had finished his lunch. He glanced at the 2 little ones who were still busy catching balls. Seeing everything was running smoothly, Lin Chuan decided to take a nap. Hi. Taking a nap. Is this the daily training schedule Lin Chuan set for himself? Did not he say he wanted to go all out? Why is there a nap in there? Everything's fine. Lin Chuan's original training schedule did not actually include a nap. However, plans cannot always keep up with changes. Using his cheat to inherit and add new skills consumed more mental energy than simply leveling up proficiency. The healing aroma he just added to Sakura was a brand new skill that she did not know yet, and it drained his mental energy down to the danger zone. If he did not temporarily adjust his plan and nap to recover, his physical training in the afternoon would be much less effective, even if he managed to carry it out. Spend half an hour for a nap or have his afternoon workout lose half its effectiveness? Lin Chuan knew exactly which was more important. He returned to the Beastmaster's lounge. In the sunroom, apart from the two little ones, there was no one else and certainly no surveillance equipment, making it a completely private personal space. So Lin Chuan simply took off his shirt, revealing his toned upper body with defined abs, and lay back on the lounge chair in just his boxers before closing his eyes. Half an hour slipped by, and Lin Chuan was woken up right on time by his alarm. He washed his face at the small fountain in the center of the sunroom, shook off the grogginess, and prepared to start his afternoon plan. First, he checked on Gyugyu and Sakura. Gyugyu and Sakura were still in the automatic ball launcher area playing the catching game. Well, after nearly 2 hours of high-intensity, non-stop physical catching and continuous injury recovery, the new wood fiber lipid layer on Gyugyu and Sakura had pretty much consolidated and hardened. At first, the balls hitting them would leave them covered in bruises and knock them down within a minute, forcing them to use rooting and photosynthesis to heal themselves. But now, at the same ball speed and intensity, Gyugyu could hold on for nearly 5 minutes without being knocked down, while Sakura had reached a limit of 4 minutes. The difference between them came from the fact that when Gyugyu first absorbed the primary floral bark ointment, its willpower was stronger, and it used skills like rooting more efficiently, finishing absorption an hour earlier than Sakura. Naturally, Gyugyu started the automatic ball training an hour before Sakura. There is a gap, but it is acceptable, good enough, no need to force a balance. Besides, this was only the first day of their advanced cultivation, and just the first jar of the primary ointment. It would continue after tomorrow. If Sakura does not want to lose, she can just catch up slowly. Whether she can catch up depends entirely on Sakura's own persistence and effort. As for Lin Chuan, he could encourage her with some chicken soup for the soul, but he would not give her special treatment by providing extra ointment to force her to catch up to Gyugyu. For today, this was enough for the defensive attribute cultivation. Next, it was time for the advanced energy adaptability cultivation. The supplement for energy adaptability was called Primary Floral Meridian Enhancer, and it had to be taken orally. However, the petal leaf species has mouths that are just thin black lines. They can make sounds but cannot truly open their mouths to eat, so the medication must be injected into them. Seeing Lin Chuan take out a large syringe only slightly thinner than his arm, both Gyugyu and Sakura trembled in unison. Even spirit beasts are afraid of getting shots when they see those sharp, cold needles. Fortunately, Gyugyu and Sakura are wood-type plant spirit beasts. Their pain threshold is much higher than that of animal-type spirit beasts. For sensitive animal-type spirit beasts, getting a shot would be a real ordeal, and unless it was administered by someone they trusted deeply, they would absolutely lash out in defense. Under Lin Chuan's firm and non-negotiable gaze, Gyugyu and Yinghua stepped forward. Usually, they would scramble to see who could reach Lin Chuan first, but at this moment the two little ones were being incredibly polite, both trying to push the other to the front. Well, Lin Chuan did not overthink it. Following the principle of convenience, he simply grabbed Sakura, who was closer. Snap! Before Yinghua could even react, the syringe was plunged in. Ying yang yang. Yinghua let out a miserable wail, and Gyugyu's expression changed slightly as it took half a step back. However, there was no way Lin Chuan would let it off. Not giving Gyugyu a chance to flee, Lin Chuan took a couple of quick steps, grabbed it in an instant, and then another pop. Both little ones were down for the count. The primary floral meridian enhancer had been successfully injected into the two little ones. Gradually, as if being blown up like balloons, Gyugyu and Yinghua's already chubby bodies swelled up, looking quite round. For a moment, Gyugyu and Yinghua could not quite get up. In the end, Lin Chuan had to lend a hand to help them upright. Lin Chuan checked the instruction manual, which he had already read dozens of times, while asking the two to describe how they were feeling. Well, Lin Chuan could not actually understand their spirit beast language. However, through their bond as well as their body language and the emotions in their cries, Lin Chuan could judge the situation relatively accurately. First of all, the primary floral meridian enhancer did not have the irritating usage experience that the primary floral bark paste had. Lin Chuan did not know the exact taste since he did not try it, nor would he dare to. It is better for humans to stay away from spirit beast advancement supplements. The consequences are more than just a simple upset stomach. Judging by their cries and satisfied expressions, it must have tasted quite good. Next, Lin Chuan asked if they felt any discomfort. Gyugyuo and Sakura both shook their heads slightly and patted their rounded bellies with their little chubby hands, signaling that they felt bloated but also warm and very comfortable. Receiving this feedback, Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, as it was exactly what was written in the manual. Absorption was not an issue, so the next step was digestion. The digestion method for the primary wood-type meridian enhancer was not like using the primary wood-type bark balm, which required root-taking, photosynthesis, and growth to strengthen absorption by accumulating nutritional substances in the cortex and digesting them through constant injury and recovery. Instead, it required the constant use of various energy skills to allow the potion to flow through the body's energy and nourish every meridian. In short, it means continuously using energy skills. Keep using them until the body is no longer bloated and returns to its original shape. As for Gyugyuo, her energy-related skills include the three basic ones: root-taking, photosynthesis, and growth, as well as seed bomb. The first three were stable but relatively low in efficiency, so Lin Chuan ultimately had Gyugyuo use bomb fruit. The bomb fruit skill requires complete mental and physical focus, instantly mobilizing and compressing all the energy in the body. Its efficiency and intensity of energy usage are far higher than other skills, making it perfect for digesting the elementary floral meridian enhancer. More importantly, it also helps grind skill proficiency. Lin Chuan was not sure when he might stumble upon another inheritance material for bomb fruit to boost Gyugyuo's proficiency. Otherwise, he would have to look into high-level spirit beast materials, which would be incredibly expensive. As for Yinghua, if this were earlier, Lin Chuan would certainly have had her go into three-stage tank mode using rooting, photosynthesis, and growth. But now he had a better option: aromatherapy. This skill is also an energy-based skill. Its energy usage efficiency and intensity are no lower than combining the three basic skills, and what matters most is that aromatherapy is only at the beginner level, so using it frequently can also grind proficiency. Although he still has a piece of aromatherapy legacy material on hand that could boost proficiency through direct infusion. But still, he cannot rely on his cheat code forever, right? What if there is a super powerful skill in the future that has no inheritance materials, only a manual? Would he have his spirit beast learn it or not? At that point, would not he have to study it step by step just like other beast tamers? Therefore, the cheat should be used, but not relied upon too heavily. He should not stop training skills just because he lacked inheritance materials. And so, Gyugyuo and Sakura began their respective training. Since the bomb fruit consumes a massive amount of energy, even for Gyugyuo, 10 times a day is its absolute limit. So Lin Chuan told it to use its initiative and tap into its exceptional talent for energy manipulation. In short, its comprehension. He wanted it to use as little energy as possible to conjure the bomb fruit, keeping it condensed without detonating it, gathering the energy together until it simply could not hold it anymore before throwing it. Gyugyuo's superior talent in energy manipulation did not let Lin Chuan down. Its insight was astonishing. After only 3 attempts, Gyugyuo managed to condense a mini bomb fruit no bigger than a thumb. Lin Chuan had once come across an advanced technique for using the bomb fruit. One of them was the cluster bomb, where a single bomb fruit splits into countless miniature ones to carry out carpet bombing. The prerequisite for learning the cluster bomb is the ability to condense these mini-sized bomb fruits. Meanwhile, Sakura was using aromatherapy continuously, and the air within a 2-meter radius of it had already been tinted a faint shade of bluish-pink. Lin Chuan was certain that if he were to step into that cyan-pink area now, he would immediately be lulled into a psychedelic trance. With both little ones settled and the second-tier spirit wood heart training buff applied to them, Lin Chuan began his own fitness training according to his schedule. For a Beastmaster, especially a novice one, what is the most important thing? Which aspect of physical fitness? Is it strength, reflexes, observational skills, or the control and technique for the meager energy inside the body? None of those. The primary attribute for a novice Beastmaster is agility. And the second is endurance. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. When a novice Beastmaster encounters obvious danger, do not be stubborn and rush in. Unless you are absolutely sure of yourself and decide to face the challenge with courage, the smartest choice is to run away as fast as you can. Agility allows a beast tamer to run fast when it is time to flee. And endurance allows them to keep running for a long time. Even though he has his cheats and both Gyugyu and Sakura are growing rapidly with endless shields and double-layered buffs, what might be a danger to other rookies might seem manageable to Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan does not want to bet on that might. In the unlikely event that he runs into an unsolvable situation, he wants the choice of whether to run away or not. That is why Lin Chuan's current fitness regimen focuses mainly on running, followed by jump rope and frog jumps, basically training his leg muscles so he can run fast and run long. Sprinting on the treadmill. Running with full weighted gear, weighted jump rope and weighted frog jumps. When he can no longer move, he drinks the stamina potion he bought earlier, rests for a bit, and continues training. Time slipped away quietly. A week passed. Aside from the first day where plans did not quite keep up with the changes, things went smoothly. Lin Chuan trained strictly according to his planned schedule. First, the remaining letter was delivered on the second day, earning 3,000 star coins and 2 points. Next was Yinghua's illusion talent. On the second day, Lin Chuan used another aromatherapy petal on Sakura, raising her proficiency in aromatherapy from novice to intermediate. After testing, there was no actual change in the hallucination effect, or rather, the change was so minimal it was barely noticeable. Could it be that this way of improving is wrong? Well, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, aromatherapy is a healing skill, not a true illusion-type skill. It seems that to boost illusion-related energy, I need to learn actual illusion-type skills or have Sakura evolve into a flower spirit to gain the dual grass and illusion attributes. Perhaps then there will be a significant change. Back to the topic at hand, let us look at what happened over the remaining 6 days. Lin Chuan added attribute points to both Gyugyu and Sakura once every day. As of now, here is the skill progress for Gyugyu and Sakura. Gyugyu, Rooting Expert, Photosynthesis Expert, Growth Master, Grass Whistle Proficient, Vine Armor Shield Basic, Spirit Wood Shield Novice, Bomb Fruit Proficient. Yinghua, Rooting Expert, Photosynthesis Expert, Growth Master, Grass Whistle Proficient, Vine Armor Shield Proficient, Healing Aroma Novice, Poison Powder Novice, Babble Beginner. It is worth mentioning the 2 shield skills here, Vine Armor Shield and Wood Spirit Shield. Wood Spirit Shield was a skill material Lin Chuan found while browsing beast taming shops during his spare time this past week. Vine Armor Shield was one I already had, and I recently managed to snag 2 more. The Wood Spirit Shield is a pure energy defensive barrier. Compared to the Vine Armor Shield, its deployment speed is faster, but its defensive power is relatively low, and it is easily shattered when hit by opposing elemental energy. The Vine Armor Shield, on the other hand, is a physical-type shield. It creates a tangible barrier. Once cast, the skin of the spirit beast briefly turns into vines as if wearing armor. It casts relatively slowly but provides high defense. So why is it called Vine Armor Shield instead of Vine Armor? The reason is that once the proficiency of Vine Armor Shield reaches the proficient level, the beast can actively shed the woody vine-like skin and reshape it into any form they desire. A shield, a wall, or a dome. It can be used for self-defense, cast on others, or even applied as an area of effect buff. In terms of skills, thanks to his cheat, Lin Chuan is very satisfied with the progress of Gyugyu and Yinghua. However, he is not quite happy with their levels. Even though he provides them with the Spirit Wood Heart training buff every day, their progress remains very slow. Well, it is not Gyugyu and Sakura's fault. They have been working very hard. The core issue is their beast bloodline. Being at the mid-soldier level, their bloodline potential has now started to significantly limit their growth speed. Gyugyu has leveled up to 17, and Yinghua has reached level 17 as well. Receiving the feedback from their level-ups, Lin Chuan's own Beastmaster level also rose from 5 to 6. It took a whole week to go from level 16 to 17, and Lin Chuan felt it was too slow. Since level 16 to 17 took a week, would not 17 to 18 take 2 weeks or even half a month? And what about 18 to 19, would not that take a month or more? And 19 to 20? Well, to use a more rigorous scientific description, what about level 10 of the first tier or even level 11? Lin Chuan had originally planned to evolve both Gyugyuo and Sakura into flower spirits before the entrance assessment. With flower spirits' average mid-tier general bloodline aptitude combined with his cheat-like skill points, he could basically sweep the entrance assessment and secure admission letters from the top 8 universities. However, it seems a bit unrealistic now. But still, Lin Chuan's situation is already good enough. Compared to the other 99.999% of rookie Beastmasters, Lin Chuan's leveling speed is essentially moving at supersonic flight. As of now, the average level of a rookie Beastmaster's initial pet is only level 9, not even reaching the first tier, and they usually only have 1 pet. And what about Lin Chuan? He has 2, and both have reached level 17. Undoubtedly, Lin Chuan is currently in the top tier of rookie Beastmasters, or arguably even at a peak level. This is thanks to Lin Chuan's willingness to spend money and invest in his pets. Of course, the most crucial part is having a cheat. From the very beginning, Lin Chuan pushed the proficiency of rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, the basic skills that assist wood-type pets in growth and cultivation, to a level that is essentially impossible for rookie Beastmasters to achieve. Naturally, his other Beastmaster talent, the Tier 2 Spirit Woodheart, also helped by increasing growth and cultivation efficiency by about 50%. Time flew by, and 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Qinghe City Beastmaster Association, Combat Training Area. B Tier 1 Sunlight Room. To ensure their training would not interfere with each other, Lin Chuan had Gyugyuo and Sakura move slightly apart to practice in opposite corners of the room. Right now, they were absorbing and digesting the primary Flowerwood Meridian Enhancer, which is equivalent to practicing their skills. Sakura mostly focused on using the Healing Aroma skill, occasionally using rooting and photosynthesis to replenish its stamina and energy. As for Gyugyuo, it had temporarily stopped training the Bomb Fruit skill. The main reason was that the Bomb Fruit is too difficult to master and consumes too much energy. Even the consumption of a mini bomb fruit is significantly higher than other skills, more than even the expert-level combination of rooting and photosynthesis could replenish. If this continued, it would not make much progress in the short term, perhaps showing no real improvement even after 1 or 2 months, which would not be very useful for the entrance assessment. Lin Chuan decided to wait until he could find new bomb fruit inheritance materials to directly level it up with his cheat. At the same time, there was another key reason. There was a skill with higher priority than Bomb Fruit waiting for Gyugyuo to practice, Vine Armor Shield. The materials for Vine Armor Shield were not too hard to find. Between what he scavenged in Tiansheng Town and what he picked up while browsing the Beastmaster shops in Qinghe City over the past week, he had a total of 7 pieces of pet material. However, both Gyugyuo and Sakura needed this skill. Because this shield is just too good, incredibly thick and durable. Having used the primary Flowerwood Tough Skin Ointment for a week, Gyugyuo and Sakura's base defense had improved at least 3-fold. Now, although their wood fiber coats look similar on the outside, the toughness, hardness, and density of the fibers were completely different from before. Using this wood fiber coat as an energy output source for the Vine Armor Shield, once activated, it could basically render the attacks of other rookie Beastmasters' pets useless. For example, if you were to fight Sun Yinian's Golden Thread Wolf again, if Gyugyuo just activated the Vine Armor Shield and stood still, letting her hit it, she would not be able to break Gyugyuo's defense even if she tried for a whole day and night. Of course, Sun Yinian and her Golden Thread Wolf would also grow and improve. Maybe they could break the defense. Lin Chuan was not worried. If they could break the defense, he would just have it activate the rooting skill. Back to the point. Lin Chuan was running back and forth between Gyugyuo and Sakura doing weighted sprints and frog jumps. It was both a workout for him and a way to pour some motivational chicken soup into the 2 little ones. Over at Gyugyuo's side, Lin Chuan wore a passionate and urgent expression as he said, Come on, Gyugyuo. Sakura is about to catch up to you. Keep going, put in the effort. You do not want to be surpassed by Sakura, do you? Gyugyuo, yeah. Gyugyuo successfully entered a super burst state. Over at Sakura's side, Lin Chuan changed his demeanor. His expression was supportive, but his eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment as he said, "Well, Sakura, you're doing quite well. I see the effort you're putting in. It is just that, well, never mind. In the future, I will just let Gyugyuo protect you and me." Upon hearing this, Sakura remained silent. However, in its little black bean eyes, a flame of unwillingness ignited, and its little chubby fists tightened. Turning around, Sakura continued to practice the healing aroma, visibly putting in much more effort than before. Sakura enters a super burst state. Just like that, under Lin Chuan's masterful manipulation, playing both sides and using psychological tactics to motivate them, the two little ones became even more dedicated and desperate in their practice and potion digestion. Watching this, Lin Chuan felt quite smug. He really is something, is not he? How could anyone else in this world be as excellent a beastmaster as him? 2 more days passed. Qinghe City Beastmaster Association, Combat Training Area. B Tier 1 Sunlight Room. It has been almost 2 weeks. Has the training been bitter and exhausting? Do you want a break? Do you want to relax? If you do, then show me your courage and break through the current obstacle. As a reward, I will give you a day off. We will spend the day having fun together. You cannot just keep pouring chicken soup, and you cannot force a breakthrough every single day. Occasional breaks are necessary to combine work and rest for better progress. Well, Lin Chuan told himself it was not because he was exhausted from 2 weeks of high-intensity training rhythm. He was doing it entirely for the sake of the two little ones. Lin Chuan planned to arrange a day off for them. However, he did not want to just give it to them, he wanted to present it as a reward. If Gyugyuo and Sakura believed the holiday was a reward for their hard work, they would naturally work even harder in the future. At that moment, Lin Chuan set a small goal for each of them. Reaching it would earn them a day off. These past few days, perhaps out of bad luck, Lin Chuan had not managed to scavenge any skill materials suitable for Flower Leaf. He only found water-type or fire-type materials. He bought the cheap ones but skipped the slightly more expensive ones. He ended up with 2 sets of water gun materials and 1 set of small fireball materials, but nothing for the wood type. Back to the point, since there were no suitable materials, Gyugyuo and Sakura could not use the cheat to level up and had to improve their proficiency by practicing on their own. Gyugyuo's Vine Armor Shield proficiency was now infinitely close to the skilled level. As for Sakura, its Healing Aroma proficiency had reached the peak of normal level, and with a bit more effort it could reach the skilled level. So Lin Chuan told them if they could break through today, they would get tomorrow off. Well, more accurately, from the moment they broke through, they would have the rest of the day off to go and play. Gyugyuo and Sakura were still very young and immature. After 2 weeks of high-intensity, crazy training and constant motivational coaching from Lin Chuan, their subconscious instincts were reaching a breaking point. Their patience was almost worn thin. Now, upon hearing Lin Chuan's promise of a day off and playing together, their enthusiasm was rekindled to the max. Their training motivation was fully restored. Gyugyuo pushed the Vine Armor Shield to its limit, with wood attribute energy coursing through its skin. A second later, the wood fiber layer on its skin began to pulsate, proliferating continuously as tiny vines grew out, eventually forming armor that wrapped around Gyugyuo. But that was not enough. Wrapping itself up for protection was only the normal level of Vine Armor Shield. Gyugyuo continued injecting wood attribute energy into its skin, constantly stimulating the small vines that had grown out. Focus on activating the vitality within the wood attribute energy. Lin Chuan reminded, the key to the Vine Armor Shield moving from normal to skilled is the vitality within the wood attribute energy. Regarding that, Gyugyuo understood it is just the healing effect of the wood attribute energy. After smelling Sakura's little green tea-like aroma, healing aroma, all these days Gyugyuo felt like it was going to throw up. It was already very familiar with the principle of converting wood attribute energy into a healing effect. It thought that if it had to smell that skill for a few more days, it could probably figure out the trick itself. However, Gyugyuo kept it to itself, planning to surprise Lin Chuan the day it finally mastered it. This would prove that Gyugyuo was more talented than that little green tea, Sakura. Gyugyuo concentrated, activating the vitality in the wood attribute energy injected into its skin. Snap snap, a faint cracking sound that you would not hear if you were not listening carefully. The surface wood fiber skin on Gyugyuo's chest began to peel off on its own. However, the shed skin did not lose its vitality. It continued to grow frantically, sprouting tiny vine shoots that intertwined. And the key point is, this piece of shed skin was still under Gyugyuo's conscious control. Gyugyuo concentrated its will. The vines on the detached wood skin accelerated their growth. 3 seconds later, it had expanded into a 30-centimeter long, crooked, and ugly-looking vine wooden shield, held firmly in Gyugyuo's little hand. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled. Although the activation time was a bit long, it was undoubtedly a skilled-level vine armor shield. Mission accomplished. With more practice, the activation time should be compressed to under a second. On the other side, Sakura was also desperately using Healing Aroma. The key to reaching the skilled level for Healing Aroma is balance. Activating the vitality within the wood attribute energy is not simply the more the better. The more you activate the vitality, the more energy it consumes. You need to find that balance point. Achieving the highest possible healing effect with the least energy consumption, maximizing both the range and the healing power. Sakura's energy talent is indeed not as good as Gyugyuo's, but its effort is unmatched. Healing Aroma is not an overly complex skill, and energy talent or comprehension does not create a massive gap as long as you are willing to work hard. Centered on Sakura, a faint blue-pink mist filled the surrounding 1-meter space. The next second, the blue-pink mist expanded to a 3-meter space around Sakura, and the blue color became more vibrant and crystalline, looking like countless tiny particles of stardust. Sakura has reached skilled level Healing Aroma. Done. Very good, you both worked hard, so tomorrow you get a day off. Wait, forget it, from this moment on you get a break. Lin Chuan said. Gyugyuo yeah, happy cheering. Sakura ying yang, happy cheering. The two little ones cheered and danced. They ran to Lin Chuan and with a soft thud hugged his legs, one on each side. Since it was a holiday, since it was time for a break, and since they were supposed to play, it had to start with cuddles. The two little ones rubbed frantically against Lin Chuan's legs, then raised their chubby little hands, jumping around and asking him to pick them up and hold them high, completely melting Lin Chuan's heart. So what is a guy to do? Obviously give them what they want. Now, Gyugyuo and Sakura had grown to 60 centimeters in height. Gyugyuo was slightly taller by 2 centimeters and weighed 50 pounds, so they were not as light to lift as they used to be. However, for Lin Chuan, it was not a problem. As the pets grew, he was growing too. His Beastmaster level had reached level 6. Although his combat power was negligible compared to the pets, his strength and physique had definitely improved, and plus, he had been working out very seriously these past few days. Lifting the two little ones was easy, light, and effortless. Heave-ho, Lin Chuan picked them up and held them high. Rest and play were not just about cuddling. Since they were in a big city like Qinghe and had been in closed-door training for 2 weeks, it was time to go out and have a proper day of fun. Lin Chuan sent a message via the Penguin chat app to a purple-haired youth nicknamed Qinghe City no Atoll. He asked for fun places near the Beastmaster Association, like amusement parks, food streets, or circus performances. In real life, Tan Yan was already a very talkative person. But when chatting online, he was 10 times more talkative than in person. Barely 3 seconds after Lin Chuan sent the inquiry, a barrage of replies flooded his screen. Qinghe City no Atoll, Tan Yan. Whoa, boss, you are out of closed-door training. You are the craziest cultivator I have ever known. I bow to you. During this period, even though Lin Chuan was doing intense training, he would still use his phone during breaks to chat with former classmates, the old man, his mom, older brother and sisters, and his new acquaintance, Tan Yan. Ever since he found out Lin Chuan had been in rigorous closed-door training, Tan Yan became even more enthusiastic toward him. After all, the ability to undergo such intense training was not just a sign of persistence and willpower, but also of wealth. Tan Yan's assessment of Lin Chuan's value as a Thaito Kling to had moved from slightly thick, meaning an ordinary genius, to super thick, meaning a top-tier genius capable of becoming a professional beastmaster. Naturally, Tan Yan wanted to cling on tighter. Insider Tan Yan, looking for fun places? You have asked the right person. There is not a single interesting spot in King City that I do not know about. Insider Tan Yan, nothing like a circus, but there is a flight performance competition coming up. Want to check it out? Insider Tan Yan. Speaking of which, Li Zeu, the young master of Blue Feather Airlines, will be participating in this performance. Insider Tan Yan, you have not heard of Li Zeu? He is also a rookie beastmaster who graduated this year. King City has countless geniuses, but Li Zeu is firmly in the top 3 and likely the number 1. His starter beast is a mutant blue feather eagle with a general high bloodline, and it has already been trained to level 15. Beastmaster information is kept confidential, but if they frequently appear in public, participate in various rookie cups, and spar with others often, then it is inevitable that others will be able to observe their specific situation. Li Zeu, the young master of Blue Feather Airlines that Tan Yan mentioned, is one such person. His status alone is enough to garner attention, and on top of that, he easily sliced through a major rookie cup to win the championship. His beast information was long ago figured out by others. Insider Tan Yan, level 15, even with the backing of Blue Feather Airlines, this leveling speed is outrageous. And it is a general high bloodline too. How are we commoner beastmasters supposed to compete? Level 15, a mutant blue feather eagle with a general high bloodline. A beast's bloodline rank determines its growth potential and final limit, but it does not represent actual combat power. Actual combat power usually depends on the beast's real level, attributes, mastered skills, and proficiency, etc. Bloodline rank does have an impact, but it is relatively minor compared to other factors. Of course, if there is a huge gap in bloodline rank, such as a king rank bloodline versus a soldier rank bloodline, then even at the same level, the soldier rank beast would be crushed. However, as far as a general high bloodline is concerned, it is not strong to an absurd, irresistible degree. It provides an advantage, but it is basically impossible to suppress and crush a soldier rank bloodline beast of the same level. Lin Chuan squinted slightly. Could Guoguo and Yinghua put up a fight? After all, the skill proficiency for both little ones has been maxed out, and the simplified version of their skill build is nearly complete. Shielding plus triple tank mode. Judging from various beast battle videos he has watched, Lin Chuan inferred that the opponent likely would not be able to break through Guoguo and Yinghua's shield and triple tank setup. Yeah, as long as they can endure the damage, then no matter who the opponent is, Lin Chuan is confident he can wear them down. Insider Tan Yan, I heard he even contracted a second beast 2 days ago. I do not know exactly what it is, but there is a rumor that its bloodline rank is commander level. Commander rank bloodline. Lin Chuan grew serious, clearly feeling the pressure. If it is a commander rank bloodline, and if it is at the same level as Guoguo and Yinghua, it should be able to break through their current shield heal system. It seems the shields are not thick enough, I need to keep stacking. The healing is not strong enough, I need to keep buffing. The hardcore training cannot stop. Once I am rested tomorrow, I will resume high-intensity grinding the day after. Yeah, that training matter can wait for later. Since he promised the 2 little ones that they would get a break as soon as they met their goal, Lin Chuan naturally would not go back on his word. It was 2:00 p.m., so Lin Chuan checked out of the sunshine room and took the 2 little ones back to their rented villa apartment. After resting a bit and changing into some fresh clothes, Lin Chuan took the 2 little ones out. The flight performance Tan Yan mentioned on Blue Penguin app is tomorrow morning in the 3rd district of Qinghe Business Park. It is about a 2-hour bike ride from the Beast Master Association, though calling a Blue Feather shuttle would be much faster. Well, that is the plan for tomorrow morning. As for now, Lin Chuan mainly wanted to take the 2 little ones out to play pure, simple fun. And while we are at it, I will look around the shops to see if I can pick up any good skill materials. First up, Lin Chuan took the 2 little ones to the children's amusement park. They tried almost every ride, from the carousel and bumper cars to the Ferris wheel. It was a pity that Guoguo and Yinghua's mouths were just thin black lines and could not open to eat anything. If they could evolve into flower sprites, they would be more humanoid and have mouths that could open to eat. Back then, getting them a couple of soft-serve ice cream cones or some cotton candy would have really set the mood for the amusement park. That is, after all, the ultimate winning combination for any child. The visit to the amusement park ended. Lin Chuan then took the two little ones to the cinema next door to catch a movie. The Phantom Thief Gem Cat. The movie is about a gem cat that goes around stealing gold, jewelry, and precious beast artifacts. The police could not catch it despite many attempts, but in the end, with the help of a professional detective beast tamer sent by the Beast Tamer Association and his guardian dog Beast, the police succeeded in capturing the cat. After some interrogation and investigation, they discovered that the gem cat was stealing money to save its beast tamer, who was lying bedridden with a serious illness. The plot was truly cliché. Lin Chuan found it so boring he started to feel sleepy, so he just took a nap. While Lin Chuan was like that, Gyugyuo and Sakura were completely immersed, watching with teary eyes and overflowing emotions. The movie ended, and Lin Chuan woke up from his nap. He found Gyugyuo and Yinghua clutching his leg, making chirping sounds, looking extremely anxious and eager with their little beady eyes shining brightly at him. What is going on? Lin Chuan carefully observed the two little ones' body language and sensed their emotions through the contract, trying to deduce what they were trying to say. A moment later, Lin Chuan's eyelids twitched wildly. He hoped he had misjudged and had not interpreted their intentions correctly. However, after Lin Chuan observed them more closely and asked them to confirm, both Gyugyuo and Yinghua nodded, indicating he was right. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. What Gyugyuo and Yinghua had just said was, "When you get sick, brother master, we will steal things to make money to pay for your treatment." So, brother master, when are you going to get sick? Lin Chuan. Oh my god. What is wrong with kids these days? Are these really my spirit beasts? I should not have brought the two little ones to see this lousy movie. Corrupting children, I am reporting this. Action speaks louder than words. Lin Chuan immediately left a 1-star review for the crappy movie Phantom Thief Gem Cat on the review platform. After the movie, it was already 6 p.m., so Lin Chuan grabbed dinner nearby. Then it was time for Lin Chuan's favorite part. Time to see how his luck was today. He washed his face several times and even used facial cleanser before leaving the house, so his luck should be absolutely golden now. So today, he should definitely be able to find some good deals. Taking Gyugyuo and Yinghua with him, Lin Chuan began to browse through various nearby beast-taming shops. Whether they were big or small, new or old, as long as they sold those low-end, decorative junk spirit beast materials, Lin Chuan would go in and look around. Occasionally, curious shop assistants would ask him why he was buying such junk instead of practical beast-taming gear, and Lin Chuan would always say it was just toys and decorations for his two little cuties. Though they did not quite understand why Lin Chuan said that, were not they supposed to use these things for dream adventures to learn new skills? Still, they were always happy during their dream adventures and even happier when learning new skills or leveling them up, so Gyugyuo and Yinghua chirped joyfully, acting as if they really loved these little decorative junk items. The time reached 8 p.m. Just when Lin Chuan thought he had failed to find any good deals today and that it was yet another day of rotten luck. In a very old, private pet beast shop that looked like a roadside general store, Lin Chuan discovered a skill material that moved him so much he almost jumped for joy. It was a grayish-black bow tie. Oh, this thing that was left behind by my grandfather's little raccoon. The shop assistant was a petite little girl with twin tails wearing a floral dress. She was clearly not even 16, looking less than 10 years old, likely still in elementary school. Well, she was probably just minding the shop for her parents. Seeing the gray-black bow tie in Lin Chuan's hand, the little girl paused for a moment before recognizing it. Hearing this, Lin Chuan became nervous immediately. Left behind by her grandfather's little raccoon bear. Could this be a memento? If she refused to sell it, the thought of missing out on the inherited skill within it would make it hard for him to sleep tonight. Seeming to notice Lin Chuan's nervousness, the little girl shook her head. It is not a keepsake, and it is not worth much. Maybe you do not know, big brother, but raccoon bears are spirit beasts that love all kinds of small ties, especially those made from their own naturally shed fur. Lin Chuan certainly knew about the panda raccoon. After all, they were a fairly common type of spirit beast, though not something an average family could afford to keep. The raccoon bear is an earth attribute spirit beast with a mid-tier general bloodline. They are very cute, looking like a cross between a panda and a raccoon, leaning more towards the raccoon, and are highly sought after by beast tamers. With well-rounded abilities and no obvious weaknesses, they can learn a huge variety of skills and cover a wide range of combat scenarios. They are renowned as one of the best starter spirit beasts for commoners. Lin Chuan knew all these basics. However, bear raccoons liking little neckties, especially those woven from their own shed fur. Lin Chuan had not heard of that. Perhaps the raccoon bear belonging to the little girl's grandfather was just unique. At the very least, Lin Chuan had never heard of other raccoon bears having such a hobby. Just like how my mom likes to buy all kinds of high heels, my grandpa's raccoon bear collects its fallen fur every year and has made hundreds of little ties. This must be one of them. I wonder how it ended up here. The little girl continued. She looked again at the gray-black bow tie necktie in Lin Chuan's hand. If your flower leaf likes it, big brother, just take it. It is not worth much. Also, big brother, could I please hold your fluff leaf? The little girl poked her fingers together, looking a bit shy. When it comes to cuteness, Flabebe is no less adorable than a raccoon bear. Lin Chuan smiled and nodded. How could he refuse such a small request? He signaled to Gyugyu and Sakura. The two little ones were very smart at this moment. They ran over immediately and started nuzzling and rubbing against the little girl, making her laugh uncontrollably as she felt ticklish. And so, Lin Chuan successfully obtained the bow tie that carried an inherited skill. 2 minutes later, the little girl had had enough and reluctantly let go of Gyugyu and Sakura. Even though she said she did not want any money and only wanted a hug, Lin Chuan insisted on paying. After all, the price tag was only 10-star rock coins, and he saw no reason to be stingy over such a small amount. The little girl firmly refused, saying that her word is her bond and she cannot go back on it. If the other kids found out, they would look down on her as their leader. Big sister. Lin Chuan was confused, while the girl's eyes darted around as if she had thought of something. How about this, big brother? You do me one more favor as part of the trade, and this little bow tie will be the traded item. It is a very simple and easy favor, something you can finish in just a few seconds. The little girl said, looking as if she were terrified that Lin Chuan might refuse. Lin Chuan glanced at the little bow tie still in his hand, but he did not agree immediately. Even if it was a simple favor, it could potentially go against his principles or something similar, so it would not be appropriate to just agree right away. Seeing Lin Chuan stay silent, the little girl immediately pouted. Tell me what the favor is first. If it is appropriate, I will help you, Lin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face instantly lit up with a happy smile. Then, she suddenly looked around sneakily, especially toward the back of the shop. Finding that her parents were still busy organizing the warehouse and not paying attention to them, she hurriedly took an exam paper out of the little cartoon school bag beside her. Big brother, please sign this for me, I am begging you. The little girl secretly handed the test paper to Lin Chuan and said coaxingly. A signature. Lin Chuan was puzzled. He was not exactly a famous figure, so what use would his signature have? Could it be that his feat of winning the Flower Leaf Cup and his reputation as the Milk Tyrant had already reached King's City? Milk Tyrant. That was the nickname given to Lin Chuan by Sun Yinian and a few other troublemakers, and currently, not many people should know about it. After all, the Huyai Cup was just a small-scale junior tournament. It should not have attracted any attention in King's City. Even if someone knew about it, it would be the recorders at the Beast Tamer Association, not a grade schooler helping out in a shop. Then, when Lin Chuan saw the details on the test paper, he suddenly understood everything. Name Suzaioking. Score 30 points failed. Good grief, this cute and well-behaved little girl is actually a terrible student. Well, forging a parent's signature is immoral. However, it is not a big deal. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Perhaps by signing this today, he could save this little girl, Su Zioking, from a good beating, or maybe it might make her get beaten even harder. Interesting. What do I need to sign? Lin Chuan thought for a while and eventually decided to help. Otherwise, if this student Su Zioking decided to go back on her word and refuse to sell to him, he would not be able to sleep tonight. Just sign your name, big brother. The teacher only asked for a guardian's signature and did not specify that it had to be my mom or dad. I will just tell them you are my distant cousin who stopped by for a visit. Good grief, is she exploiting a loophole here? If you are this clever, how did you manage to get a 30? Are not elementary school tests supposed to be easy? Whatever, forget it. It is not signing for someone else's parents but signing my own name, so that is perfectly fine. If it all comes out in the end, it will be Su Zioking getting a spanking from her parents, which has nothing to do with me. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan used his handwriting from his previous life to sign the name Lin Chuan in exquisite, beautiful regular script. Seeing his handwriting, Su Zioking was even more satisfied. She was worried that if Lin Chuan's handwriting was too messy, the teacher would think she had signed it herself. Just like that, Lin Chuan and this Su Zioking reached a shady deal. Lin Chuan obtained the bow tie with the legacy skill. And Su Zioking also got the test paper with Lin Chuan's signature, which, if handled well, could save her from a good spanking. Back at his small villa apartment, Lin Chuan hurriedly took out the small bow tie. If he had not misjudged the memory fragments he saw earlier through the cycle of inheritance. This skill is Assist. Skill name Assist. Skill attribute non-attribute universal skill. Effect. Basic allows the user to transfer their own elemental energy to a spirit beast of the same attribute. If the target is of the same species, energy loss is negligible. Extended, when proficiency reaches mastery, you can transfer buff enhancements to other spirit beasts. Ultimate, when proficiency reaches Grandmaster, can synchronously spread one's own buff effects to a certain number of surrounding spirit beasts. Let us take Li Zeu, the young master of Blue Feather Airways whom Tan Yan mentioned in the Blue Penguin chat, as an example. Where does the gap between Lin Chuan and him lie? First of all, it is undoubtedly in terms of financial resources. Although the Lin family is middle class, they are ultimately not as good as the rich but better than the poor. Li Zeu, the young master of Blue Feather Airways, clearly represents the former. Although Lin Chuan used his family's help to get a starting fund of 1 million, it would be enough if his goal were just to step onto the path of a beast master and get into a decent university to become a qualified one. But if he wants to get into the top 8 universities and become a heavenly king, or even a titled one, that is far from enough. He still needs to make money and compete in rookie cups to afford advanced training supplements and undergo long-term, intensive training in the Beast Master Association's combat zones. Only then will he have a chance to enter the top 8. And what about Li Zeu? Lin Chuan does not know exactly how much his family gave him as a starting fund, but it must be at least 10 million, plus other rare nutritional supplements. With these, Li Zeu does not need to compete in rookie cups like an ordinary beast master at all. Lin Chuan thinks if he had that kind of capital and resources, he would absolutely stay in seclusion for 3 months until the promotion exam to emerge and stun everyone instantly. This would avoid exposing his own information and being targeted for his weaknesses during the exam. Forget about the invincible mindset that only exists in fantasy novels. Being cautious and taking every step steadily is what a new beast master should do. Lin Chuan does not really understand why Li Zeu is out here competing in rookie cups and even killing it in a large-scale tournament. Is not that just exposing his weaknesses prematurely? Maybe he is just showing off. However, Lin Chuan suspects it is more likely for advertising purposes. After all, the long-standing reputation of Blue Feather Airways does not come for free, it needs to be maintained constantly. Anyway, back to the point. There is a gap between Lin Chuan and Li Zeu in terms of money and resources, but Lin Chuan has basically leveled the playing field through his persistence, hard work, and a little bit of a cheat. Take Gyugyuo and Yinghua's current situation. Even if given the best top-tier resources, their efficiency in upgrading and growing stronger would not see much of an improvement. So where does the real gap between Lin Chuan and Li Zeu lie? Actually, it is quite obvious. It lies in the bloodline potential of their contracted spirit beasts. Although it is unpleasant to say. The truth is, the mid-soldier tier bloodline of Gyugyuo and Yinghua truly has a massive gap compared to Li Zeu's mutated blue feather eagle with its high general tier bloodline. Not to mention the rumored second spirit beast he just contracted, which supposedly has commander tier bloodline. At this current moment, perhaps there is not a huge difference between Lin Chuan and Li Zeu in terms of actual combat power. Lin Chuan is even confident he could defeat Li Ziyu right now and even beat him to the championship in the Zhaoking Kong Cup. There is a better than 50% chance, and Lin Chuan is just that confident. The shield, heal, and poison system he has preliminarily built gives him this confidence. As of now, practically no rookie Beast Master's spirit beasts can penetrate his setup. They would all be worn down to defeat. But so what if he wins the Zhaoking Kong Cup? Lin Chuan's goal is the promotion exam. It is the admission letter from the top 8 universities. One must not put the cart before the horse and needs to look at the big picture. Guoguo and Yinghua are both level 17, while Li Ziyu's initial beast, the mutated blue feather eagle, is only at level 15. However, the mid-soldier tier bloodline is clearly starting to limit the growth speed of Guoguo and Yinghua. Reaching the second tier will consume a lot of time. Lin Chuan is not very confident that they can break through before the promotion exam. But Li Ziyu's mutated blue feather eagle will not have this problem. With a high general grade bloodline, as long as the resources are sufficient and the training is proper, without resorting to anything weird or slacking off, there will not be any limitations or bottlenecks in its leveling speed before Tier 3. Lin Chuan estimates that Li Ziyu's mutated blue feather eagle will reach the second tier by the time of the promotion exam. Not to mention the second beast Li Ziyu contracted, which is rumored to have commander tier bloodline. Even though it is only 2 months until the exam and starting training now is a bit late, it is highly likely it will reach levels 17 or 18 even without massive resources. A commander tier beast of that level would likely have more combat power than a second tier soldier tier 1. There is a high probability that such a situation could shatter his heal, shield, and poison system. So how can this gap in bloodline tier be bridged? Before this, Lin Chuan had absolutely no idea. He could only rely on his initially planned dual tank heal mode to hold out. After all, the promotion exam has no 1v limitation. Guoguo and Yinghua can double stack shields and heal each other. This way, he can annoy Li Ziyu and every other competitor to the point where they find it not worth the effort to chew through his double tank heal wall and give up targeting him. But now things are different. The legacy skill inherited from the bow tie he just obtained. Resistance. It has given Lin Chuan the possibility to close or even surpass the bloodline gap. At the end of the day, so-called bloodline tier, potential, and growth level are fundamentally about the quality of energy that a spirit beast can contain and control. Quality refers to energy intensity. Quantity refers to the literal amount. If it were just Guoguo or Yinghua alone, the energy inside would clearly be inferior, but when their energy is combined, the quality cannot break through, but the quantity will directly double. Then they might not be inferior to that mutated blue feather eagle with high general tier bloodline, or even that rumored commander tier beast. So who should get this assistance skill material? Guoguo or Yinghua? No thinking required, Yinghua. This is not favoritism. Giving it to Yinghua will maximize its effect. Because the bomb fruit skill is on Guoguo. If Yinghua learns assistance, it can transfer its own wood attribute energy to its kin, Guoguo. In this scenario, the energy bar doubles, and when Guoguo uses bomb fruit, its power will increase dramatically. Played well, this trump card could instantly defeat anything, including Li Ziyu's mutated blue feather eagle. If given to Guoguo, it could transfer energy to Yinghua, but other than making the healing more persistent, it will not have much utility, at least not until Yinghua learns a true illusion attribute skill. And Lin Chuan has not scavenged a single illusion attribute skill yet, which makes sense, as how could low-level garbage materials contain such legacies? Under normal circumstances, Lin Chuan would wait until tomorrow to carry out the skill inheritance, sleep tonight, and do it tomorrow when he is fully refreshed. However, today is a special situation. Lin Chuan intends to carry out the inheritance of assistance right now. First, to avoid any long-delayed complications, if he did not do it now, he would not sleep peacefully tonight. Second, the critical reason. Tomorrow morning is still within the holiday break for Guoguo and Yinghua. He does not have to wake up before dawn and grind like the past 2 weeks, as he is going to see the air show in the business park. He can sleep in a bit, which will help restore more mental energy. Lin Chuan washed his face and drank another energy potion he had bought, spending 10 minutes adjusting his mental state to the best it could possibly be. He put the bow tie on Yinghua and activated the Samsara inheritance. The intertwining black and white void energy traveled from Lin Chuan's arm into the bow tie around Yinghua's neck. In an instant, the bow tie erupted in a warm white glow, enveloping Yinghua. Dream adventure begin tilde. Yinghua closed its eyes with anticipation. In a trance, it felt as if it had become another spirit beast. It turned into a strange little bear about 50 centimeters tall, more like a giant plush toy than a bear. It had brown and gray fur, was chubby, and had a long, thick, round tail. A bear raccoon. Then, from the perspective of the bear raccoon, Yinghua saw a lush, dense forest shrouded in clouds and mist, with insects and birds flying everywhere, nothing like human society. Yes, it was neither a human breeding base nor any corner of human society. This bear raccoon was born in deep, old forests far from human society. It was a wild monster that had never been tamed by humans. Time passed quietly. 1 year, 2 years, the bear raccoon grew up day by day among its tribe, spending every day wrestling with other little bears, rolling around, living a peaceful and leisurely life. This bear raccoon was smarter than the others in its tribe. It thought that while life was fine, it was also boring. It did not know when it would ever end. Just then, a bird monster migrating over the forest told it something. Far away from the forest, there was a more exciting world with towering buildings, desserts tastier than honey, and games more fun than rolling and wrestling. That day, the bear raccoon felt it had found its purpose. A few years later, the bear raccoon grew up, left its tribe, and embarked on a journey to find that exciting world. It crossed mountains, forded rivers, and traveled through forests, fighting powerful monsters and finding itself in life-or-death situations several times. Finally, it reached the exciting world the bird monster had described. It was night when it stood on a hillside and looked at the colorful scenery below. The bear raccoon was obsessed, knowing that this world must be more interesting and fun than the forest. Then it broke in, and after that it was captured. It was caught by a group of people who seemed to be from the Beast Master Association and locked in a place called a monster taming base. It did not understand why it had been caught. However, other monsters in the taming base soon gave it the answer. Because it was a monster from the forest, not a spirit beast that had been tamed by humans for thousands of years and fully integrated into human society. Monster, spirit, beast. Is there a difference? The bear raccoon had questions, but it did not care. It just wanted to enjoy this exciting world, live in high-rise buildings, eat desserts better than honey, and play with toys more fun than rolling around. Eventually, after 2 years of taming, the bear raccoon was allowed to live in human society because it had behaved perfectly and had no record of harming anyone. However, it had to find a beast master willing to contract and adopt it first. It went smoothly. The bear raccoon contracted with one of the keepers who had been feeding and training it and went to live in that keeper's home. Finally, the bear raccoon lived the life it had dreamed of. It lived in high-rise buildings, ate desserts and cakes tastier than honey, and had aromatic burgers, fried chicken, roasted honey chicken, and various balls, toys, and toy cars that were more fun than wrestling. The human world is just amazing. Gradually, the bear raccoon became addicted to human food and entertainment culture. It began to realize something. In the human world, the moon is rounder and the air is sweeter than in the forest. It even had the thought of wanting to become a human. But in the end, the bear raccoon discovered it could not. Since it could not physically become a human, it became more like one in its heart. So, in its spare time, the bear raccoon started consuming human culture, watching spirit beast animations, detective stories, and stories about butlers and maids. The bear raccoon especially loved a spirit beast animation called The Butler and the Young Lady. Because the butler in it was a bear raccoon, and the young lady was a high humanoid spirit beast. So, imitating the bear raccoon in the animation, it also started wearing a bow tie. And so, as days turned into weeks, months, and years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Finally, the keeper who had contracted and adopted it moved from middle age into old age. And the bear raccoon's lifespan was also coming to an end. In its final years, the bear raccoon did not eat cake or play with balls as it had before, but spent every day tending to the little ties it made from its own shed fur, changing one every day. At the very last moment, the bear raccoon looked back on its life without any regrets. It had only one thought. If there was an afterlife, it wanted to be born directly in human society and be a spirit beast. It wanted to embark on the path of a true transcendental beast master with the person who contracted and raised it, help that untalented master win battles, overcome strong enemies in the promotion exams, get into the top 8 universities, and help him stand on the championship podium of the national tournament. For this, it was willing to sacrifice everything. In that moment, it understood. Resistance. A skill that almost every spirit beast can comprehend and learn, yet almost none do. Because the condition for comprehending this skill is selfless devotion. This inheritance took a bit long. For a full half hour, Lin Chuan waited with growing anxiety, wondering if something had gone wrong. Fortunately, everything went well. The warm white glow slowly faded, and Yinghua gradually regained consciousness. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. In a daze, he saw a hint of confusion and infinite longing in Yinghua's small, bead-like eyes. Before Lin Chuan could ask, Yinghua leaped up, jumped directly into his arms with a thud, pressed its face against his chest, and rubbed fiercely. Ying Yang Yang. What is going on? Lin Chuan was puzzled. Yinghua continued to act coquettishly, rubbing away. Ying Yang Yang. Yinghua did not know either. All it knew was that it just wanted to rub against its master's chest. Yu-Gi-Oh was still there on the side. Seeing Yinghua suddenly dash into Lin Chuan's arms, nuzzling and rubbing against him like crazy, it instantly got jealous. You shameless little green tea. Yi cursed under its breath, and Gyugyu immediately followed suit, running to Lin Chuan's side, jumping up to beg for hugs, nuzzles, and to be lifted up high. So what else could he do? Lin Chuan felt helpless. Faced with such cute requests for affection from the two little ones, who could possibly resist? At least Lin Chuan admitted he could not. He satisfied the two little ones, letting them nuzzle and rub against him to their heart's content. Afterward, he lifted them up high, and then proceeded to use his Storm Spiral 180-style rubbing technique. Well, in reality, it was just a special massage technique researched by Old Man Lin specifically for petal leaves, which could quickly relax the body and mind and relieve fatigue. After rubbing the two little ones until they were limp and humming with comfort, Lin Chuan finally recalled them into his beast-taming space. Emma, why not let Yinghua test the assist skill it had just learned through inheritance? Lin Chuan thought about it, but they were still in the villa apartment, which was not a suitable place for testing. He would have to let Yinghua use assist to transfer its own energy to Gyugyu. Then, as the next step of the test, what skill should Gyugyu use to verify the results? Undoubtedly, it would have to be Bomb Fruit. That is the skill best suited to verify the effect. However, Lin Chuan noted that he could not afford the damages of using Bomb Fruit in his villa apartment. More importantly, it would expose his information. After all, if he blew up the villa apartment, people from the Beast Tamer Association would surely investigate, and there would be plenty of curious onlookers as well. By then, the fact that Gyugyu knows Bomb Fruit and Yinghua knows Assist, his trump cards and secrets, would no longer be safe. These were the trump cards he had prepared for the advancement assessment and to secure admission to the 8 top universities. The Beast Tamer Association might keep things confidential, but those curious onlookers might not. For instance, certain information brokers. Especially professional beast tamers among them, the vision and knowledge reserves of professional beast tamers are far beyond what a newcomer could match. Perhaps by just looking at the traces on the scene, a professional beast tamer could deduce the truth with 80 or 90% accuracy, and then sell the information to make some quick money. If that happened, Lin Chuan would be in a difficult spot. A tank heal poison style or even a double shield style focused on attrition would just make people feel disgusted and annoyed. Even if someone could win, they likely would not want to bother, as the cost-to-benefit ratio would not be worth it. But if those two Huyai were known to use Bomb Fruit and assist each other, that would put everyone on high alert. Back to the main point. After recalling the two little ones to the beast taming space and letting them rest early via the monitoring system, Lin Chuan began formulating a follow-up cultivation plan. Even though it is a break, it only means putting the high-intensity cultivation and physical drills on hold for a day to strike a balance between work and rest. The daily planning and drafting of training schemes still have to be done. Now, after 2 weeks of high-intensity seclusion, where they were forced to grow through his various motivational pep talks and rigorous training every day, The primary bark shield ointment and primary meridian reinforcement agent, these two advanced nutritional supplements, have been absorbed and processed by Gyugyuo and Yinghua to the point where they are starting to develop a slight resistance. Their base defensive capabilities have improved by at least 5 times, and their energy adaptability has nearly quadrupled, marking a small milestone. As for skills, the Heal Tank Poison system had initially taken shape, and the proficiency of the related skills was at least at the competent level. For other beast tamers, getting a beast to reach a competent level in a skill by this stage would already be considered excellent. But Lin Chuan just shrugged and thought, my little cheat is not really a cheat, this is entirely the result of hard work. Based on the current situation, Lin Chuan adjusted the training plan for the next half-month leading up to the small King Kong Cup. The use of advanced supplements remained as usual. Although they had developed a slight resistance, it had not reached the point of being completely ineffective and there was still room for improvement, so they would continue to use them. The key was the subsequent training content. In particular, Vine Armor Shield, Bomb Fruit, Healing Aroma, and Assist, all these skills needed to be scheduled. While skill proficiency can be boosted by cheating, the actual application relies heavily on experience. For instance, with Vine Armor Shield, knowing when to activate it, which direction to deploy it to block the most damage, whether to create a small shield to defend a specific spot or a massive one to protect the whole body, or even setting up a shield wall, different situations require varying amounts of energy. These require judgment from the Beast Tamer and the Spirit Beast, which is not something that can be simply covered by skill proficiency. As for Yinghua, since it has an illusion talent, it should also be cultivated in that direction. The Healing Aroma skill must be kept up. The reason is that just as wood fiber skin is the output for the Vine Armor Shield, the floral scent is the output for Yinghua's illusions. At the same time, daily mental training must be arranged for Yinghua. Mental power is the determining factor for psychic energy, and psychic energy is the foundation of illusions. Without relevant meditation techniques, Lin Chuan could only use a clumsy method. He ordered 10 full sets of math exam papers online. Yinghua, come feel the pain of the world. Inside the beast taming space, wrapping itself in 2 giant hair-like leaves and sleeping in a flower pot, Yinghua suddenly shuddered. It felt a sense of malice coming toward it. Who is it? Who's trying to harm Miss Yinghua? It must be you, the psycho girl Gyugyuo. Miss Yinghua will never surrender. During this period, it had lost every daily spar. Having been pinned down by Gyugyuo countless times, Yinghua's internal grudge notebook was already filled with Gyugyuo's name. The next day, Lin Chuan woke up at 7:00 in the morning. After washing up and doing half an hour of radio gymnastics with the 2 little ones in the backyard, they had breakfast and Lin Chuan set off. Calling a Blue Feather Air Shuttle service, Lin Chuan arrived at the 3rd zone of the King City Commercial Park. Before this, Lin Chuan could not understand why Tan Yan would dye his hair such a strange, mainstream-defying purple. His personality was social and talkative, but not the type to be that unconventional, right? Until now, just by one glance, Lin Chuan found Tan Yan in the crowd, and he finally began to understand the situation. Big brother, it is really rare to see you. You are harder to encounter than legendary monsters. Tan Yan came up and teased jokingly. It is all right, I have no choice for the advancement assessment. By sweating and training hard now, maybe I can get a better ranking in the assessment. Lin Chuan shrugged and replied with a light laugh. Tan Yan nodded, thinking that a big shot is indeed a big shot. Lin Chuan asked back, how have you been lately? Not good, I participated in 2 baby cups, one small and one medium, but did not get any results. I am not qualified to sign up for the small King Kong Cup or small King He Cup. It is too hard, I will just honestly refresh my beginner tasks. Tan Yan shook his head and said dejectedly. Lin Chuan handed him a fruit that Gyugyuo had recently produced. Petal leaves normally produce fruit 3 to 5 times a year, but if they have excess energy and nutrients, they will produce fruit more frequently. This is a way for them to self-adjust their physical state. Because he had not focused on cultivating them for this purpose, it was just an ordinary petal leaf fruit. The taste was average, a bit astringent and slightly peppermint-tinged, due to Gyugyuo frequently using the primary flowerwood tough skin ointment recently. Tan Yan took a bite, and his face instantly twisted. However, he did not spit it out. It was not just a matter of etiquette, the key was that he knew petal leaf fruits were not cheap. Perhaps the fruit Lin Chuan gave had an indescribable taste, but its restorative effect on the human body was very strong. People who exercise and lose weight love this. One bite and they do not have to eat for the whole day. If you had to pay for this, it would cost at least 2,000 star rock coins. Yeah, this is the benefit of networking and hugging a big thigh. Things the big shot casually gives away are such good treasures. Lin Chuan, of course, was not just giving it away impulsively. During this time, he often chatted with Tan Yan on Blue Penguin, and from him, he had gained a lot of intelligence about King's City and the various genius beast tamers in the current batch. For example, this air show. If one were not a local of King's City and well-informed, they would not know about this show because it was not advertised much, certainly not as famous as the Small King Kong Cup or Small King Cup. Of course, the most critical thing was that Li Zeu, the young master of Blue Feather Air Shuttle, would participate, which was a great opportunity to observe a competitor. 2 months later, the destiny-defining advancement assessment would take place, split into 2 parts. For the first half, rookie beast tamers returned to their respective alma maters. For instance, Lin Chuan had to go back to Tianshang Town No. 1 Beast Taming High School to participate. The assessment content mainly tests the results of the past 3 months of cultivation, the Spirit Beast's foundation, skill proficiency, power, and so on. Beast Tamer Association makes an initial estimated standard line based on data like the rookie beast tamer's talent, family background, and the species, quantity, and bloodline rank of their contracted spirit beast. For example, a commoner with average talent, average background, and an average spirit beast might get a standard line of 60, while one with an excellent family background and talent might get 80. In the first half of the test, if the spirit beast cultivated by the rookie beast tamer reaches this standard, they pass and are qualified for the second half. If they fail to reach it, it proves they are not qualified to embark on the extraordinary path of beast taming and should return to society as an ordinary person. At the same time, they would not be qualified for the second half and could directly start applying to vocational universities for spirit beast agriculture, industry, taming, or research to become a cog in the beast taming civilization. The biggest problem for rookie beast tamers is that they do not know themselves, do not understand the capabilities of their contracted beasts, and refuse to build a solid foundation. Often, they see a strong skill and just force their beasts to learn it, or they have wild fantasies like trying to cultivate a defensive spirit beast into an assassin. In short, as long as a rookie beast tamer can see themselves clearly, have the right attitude, find the correct direction, and are willing to work hard and persevere, they can basically pass the first half of the test. But in reality, only 10% of people achieve this every year. Then those who pass the first half gather for the second. Using the city as a unit, they undergo a secret realm assessment. For instance, King City would serve as the main unit, including dozens of subordinate towns and hundreds of rural areas. All rookies who pass the first half are assessed in one unified secret realm. This is also why Lin Chuan is paying attention to Li Zeu. If nothing goes wrong, they will run into each other in the second half of the secret realm assessment. Li Zeu does not know him, Lin Chuan. But he, Lin Chuan, is already secretly studying how to deal with Li Zeu. That is his advantage. At 9:00 a.m. the air show officially began. This show was a commercial flying performance organized by Blue Feather Air Shuttle and Blue Feather Flying Club. The content and rules of the show. Various colored balloon rings rise randomly in the area among and above high-rise buildings. Sky Knights, this is the elegant term the flight enthusiasts call themselves. Within a 2-minute time limit, the Sky Knights ride their flying spirit beasts to pass through the randomly rising balloon rings, gaining points based on the color of the rings. It tests the Sky Knights' riding ability in handling their flying beasts, as well as their judgment and planning in choosing flight paths. Whoever gains the most points within the 2-minute limit wins the championship. The championship reward is a free, non-transferable lifetime service card provided by Blue Feather Air Shuttle. The losers can also receive some small gifts. Tan Yan brought Lin Chuan to the backstage of the venue, chatted with a staff member for a while, and soon brought back an uninflated golden ring balloon. Lin Chuan looked confused and Tan Yan explained with a smile. Most of the random balloons in the show are released by staff, but a small portion is provided to spectators like us. As long as we release them at the designated time and in any valid location, such as on a roof or between wide buildings, it works. See, this makes it more random, does not it? Lin Chuan nodded and followed Tan Yan to choose the rooftop of a commercial building where there were relatively fewer spectators, or rather, the audience for the air show was already quite small. Lin Chuan released Guoguo and Yinghua so they could watch the show together. Tan Yan also released his spirit beast, a small electric lizard. The electric lizard bloodline quality, soldier class intermediate. It looked like a 30-centimeter long lizard, yellow and black striped, with eyes slightly protruding like light bulbs and a tail that split like an antenna. To be honest, it looked a bit ugly, but Tan Yan liked it, saying it was ugly cute. Well, everyone has different aesthetic tastes, Lin Chuan expressed respect. The electric lizard coiled around Tan Yan's shoulder and neck. The competition began soon. A group of young men and women wearing suits similar to racing gear from his previous life stood at a takeoff point on the roof of another building. 3 people per group participating in the performance competition. Various colored balloon rings slowly rose between the buildings, and when it was their turn, the 3 Sky Knights would mount their flying spirit beasts and soar into the sky. Sky Knights determine their flight path in their minds the moment they see the balloons, colors, and positions, then pilot their spirit beasts to follow the route, pass through the rings, and score. Of course, it could happen that 2 or even 3 Sky Knights choose the same path and the same balloon ring. In that case, it depends on who passes through first, whoever does scores. During this time, small skills and techniques can be used to interfere with opponents, but direct attacks are forbidden, or it would be too dangerous. Lin Chuan and Tan Yan did not inflate or release their golden ring balloon at this time. Both had the same plan, they were there for Li Zeu. It is just that Lin Chuan was observing his opponent, while Tan Yan was collecting information to see if he could find anything others did not know and sell it for some pocket money. After all, he could not hug Li Zeu's thigh, so if he could not, he might as well sell the intelligence for resources. 20 minutes later, a mutant blue feather eagle, purple-blue all over, soared from the takeoff point. Lin Chuan and Tan Yan looked at each other. Using the inflation device provided by the venue, they instantly inflated the golden ring balloon. The golden ring balloon was the one with the highest score among all of them. Undoubtedly, this balloon attracted the attention of the 3 Sky Knights in that round. The 3 Sky Knights charged toward it immediately. The mutant blue feather eagle's speed was faster, its wings shrouded in water mist. The next moment, the mist expanded and spread, interfering with the sight of the other 2 Sky Knights, forcing them to suddenly slow down their flight speed. In contrast, the mutant blue feather eagle's huge wings flapped together violently like an arrow, turning into a water blue streak of light, passing through the golden ring balloon that Lin Chuan and Tan Yan had just released above their heads. At that instant, Lin Chuan saw the Sky Knight on the mutant blue feather eagle's back. Wearing a tight flight suit like the others and goggles, he was a young man with a relatively youthful face but sporting long, ponytail hair with a vagabond temperament. Seeming to sense Lin Chuan's gaze, the boy also looked at Lin Chuan out of the corner of his eye. Their eyes met and separated instantly. Li Zeu did not care about Lin Chuan, who was just a random guy who happened to be slightly handsome. As for Lin Chuan, he stroked his chin and fell into thought. "Big brother, what is your take?" Tan Yan poked Lin Chuan with his elbow. Lin Chuan continued to stroke his chin and replied, "Very strong. The physical quality of that mutant blue feather eagle and its skill proficiency must be perfectly cultivated. The key is his flying technique. In the secret realm assessment, with this level of skill, he will be the most terrifying hunter." At this, Lin Chuan laughed softly. "However, even a hunter will have prey he cannot take down." Hearing this, Tan Yan's eyes lit up. "Big brother, are you confident enough to fight him? Can you win?" If Lin Chuan could beat Li Zeu, that would mean his traitorous luckled him to hug an epic-sized thigh. Lin Chuan pursed his lips with a subtle smile and replied, "Cannot win." Tan Yan, "I cannot win." Because Lin Chuan had no intention of winning right now. There was a saying in my past life, only the one who has the last laugh is the true winner. 2 months from now, the second half of the entrance assessment, the secret realm trial, is the current end goal. Only by winning the entrance assessment and securing an admission letter from one of the 8 great academies can one be considered a true winner. Everything won before that is fake. So what if you win every championship in the amateur cups? So what if you win the Zio King Kong Cup or the Zio King Cup? If you end up being studied by everyone because of it, only to be specifically countered and eliminated early in the entrance assessment, then that victory and that trophy will only become a laughingstock. There have been countless such examples in the past. Yeah, Lin Chuan will try his best to win. But if he faces an opponent who is clearly formidable, like Li Ziyu, where there is practically no hope of winning unless he reveals his hidden cards, then he will choose to lose. Lin Chuan wants to keep Guoguo's bomb fruit and Yinghua's assist as his hidden cards until the entrance assessment. Of course, even if he chooses to lose, he cannot just give up carelessly. That would make his intent to hide his skills too obvious. Lin Chuan will use his Healer Shield Poison strategy to disgust his opponents thoroughly. He will make the match last for hours, fighting from daylight until sunset, until photosynthesis is basically ineffective, and then concede. By using such a disgusting combat style, he will reinforce the impression on the opposing Beastmasters and the audience that he is a healing powerhouse. Ideally, he will leave a mental mark on everyone, making them subconsciously believe he is only good at healing, shielding, and poisoning, and lacks any other stronger offensive means. He wants to reach a point where opponents feel nauseated just seeing him in the entrance assessment, losing all interest in fighting and just walking away. Then, as they turn to leave, he will deliver a ruthless backstab. He will whisper in their ears, "Hey, gotcha." That is what you call taking one step and planning three. The flight performance was short, ending in just 2 hours. After that was the opening ceremony for Blue Sky Equipment, a subsidiary of Blue Feather Airlines in the 3rd Business Park, basically a factory store selling riding and flight gear. Lin Chuan and Tan Yan had no interest in watching that. The two chatted for a while about Li Ziyu and other genius beastmasters who had recently popped up in King City, clearly demonstrating strength a cut above the rest while slaughtering everyone in various amateur cups. Surprisingly, Lin Chuan heard the name Sun Yinian from Tan Yan. He had learned from the old man that Sun Yinian had only contracted her second spirit beast 3 days ago, the flower leafling that had just finished its infancy on the farm. She had only been in King's City for a few days, and she had already made a name for herself. She just arrived and swept through a medium-sized amateur cup, taking the championship. According to Tan Yan, Sun Yinian was being hailed by many media reporters and spectators as the strongest rookie in Tiansheng town this year, and had even been dubbed the Wolf Girl. Those media types and spectators sure love giving out nicknames. Lin Chuan did not feel much about it, just finding it interesting. He wondered if the nickname he would get after performing in the Zio King Kong Cup would still be Healing Overlord, or if they would change it. Yeah, Lin Chuan thought healing did not sound very good. 11:30 a.m. Lin Chuan and Tan Yan parted ways after having lunch together. Tan Yan had to go do some rookie missions. Lin Chuan, meanwhile, called a Blue Feather shuttle to head to the Beastmaster Association. It had been about a day since his break started yesterday at 2 p.m., so the time was up. Time to get back to his normal training routine. He believed that after spending yesterday at the amusement park, movie theater, shopping in the evening, and watching the flight show just now, Guoguo and Yinghua had played enough and released all their stress. This time, Lin Chuan did not choose a level 1 sunlight room. Since he arrived at this hour, all the level 1 rooms were already taken by other rookie beastmasters. Even the common rooms were full, only the public rooms were left, and he definitely would not pick those. So Lin Chuan had to settle for a level 2 common training room. Level 2 common training rooms are generally intended for Tier 2 to Tier 3 spirit beasts. Moreover, they did not offer the discounts or free point time incentives that level 1 training rooms provided to newcomers. The rental fee for a level 2 common training room was 1 point per 2,000 star rock coins. Lin Chuan rented it for 5 hours. The common room did not have the sunlight simulation effect specifically for plant-type beasts. It just used regular incandescent bulbs which allowed for photosynthesis, but the effect was very, very poor. An expert-level photosynthesis would only function at about the same rate as a beginner one. However, the room itself was much more spacious, and the training equipment was both more numerous and of higher quality. For instance, the automatic pitching machine was larger than the one in the level 1 room, with adjustable force and frequency, peaking at 10 balls per second with a force of up to 500 kg. After looking around, Lin Chuan released the two little ones from his beast space, ready to warm up and start training. First naturally was testing the assist skill. 2 minutes later, looking at the number 2138 on the power testing instrument, Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, his face full of surprise. The skill power testing instrument. It is essentially a row of dummies made from some unknown alloy. You throw offensive skills at them directly to test the power range. A power rating under 100 is typically the damage output for spirit beasts between levels 0 and 9 that have not formed a spirit core. 100 to 1,500 is the normal damage range for Tier 1 spirit beasts. Between 1,500 and 2,000 is the range for Tier 1 beasts that specialize in high damage bursts, provided the skill itself is strong and mastered to at least the proficient level. Anything over 2,000 is the normal damage range for Tier 2 spirit beasts. Gyugyu and Yinghua are both level 17 now. Yinghua used assist to transfer its energy to Gyugyu, and Gyugyu compressed all that energy into a proficient bomb fruit strike. Combining the two, the damage actually hit 2,138. This means their combo strike is already equivalent to a normal blow from a Tier 2 spirit beast, a strike that punches above their weight class. Truly terrifyingly impressive. After testing the assist, they began regular training. First, he prepped the beginner Woodflower Tough Skin Ointment and threw them into the pitching machine to practice physical impact resistance. Then, he prepared the beginner Woodflower Meridian Enhancer and started training various energy-based skills. Lin Chuan himself also started his own fitness routine. Just like that, Lin Chuan returned to a high-intensity, secluded cultivation mode. Time flew by silently. In a blink, another half-month passed. There was only a month and a half left until the entrance assessment. And just 2 hours remained until the opening ceremony of the Zio King Kong Cup. During this half-month, Gyugyu reached level 18, and Yinghua was just a hair's breadth away from level 18. With Lin Chuan's cheating attribute boosts and the two little ones' diligent training, their skills were currently as follows. Gyugyu, Rooting Expert, Photosynthesis Expert, Growth Expert, Grass Flute Proficient, Vine Armor Shield Proficient, Wood Spirit Shield Skilled, Healing Aroma Beginner, Bomb Fruit Skilled, Sleep Skilled. Yinghua, Rooting Expert, Photosynthesis Expert, Growth Expert, Grass Flute Proficient, Vine Armor Shield Expert, Healing Aroma Proficient, Poison Powder Proficient, Fairy Speak Beginner, Sleep Skilled, Assist Beginner. It is worth mentioning that much to Lin Chuan's surprise, Gyugyu managed to learn Healing Aroma itself after smelling Yinghua's healing aroma for a while. Gyugyu is worthy of the name, truly possessing the potential of an emperor. Its energy talent is just that strong. Lin Chuan rewarded Gyugyu handsomely on the spot with a 500-star rock coin red envelope and a small blue flower. He also fulfilled Gyugyu's strong demand to be rubbed on the belly. Lin Chuan found it odd but ultimately satisfied the request. Next, the generic sleep skill. A week ago, Lin Chuan had incredible luck and snagged a large bag of 30 balls of yarn, all of which were materials from spirit beasts with the sleep inheritance skill. It seemed like a batch of materials sold off by some sloth cat breeding facility. Sloth cats are tier soldier mid-bloodline beasts, similar to a mix between a sloth and a ragdoll cat. For these beasts, only their defense is worth noting while all other stats are mediocre. Plus, they are naturally lazy, expecting them to wake up early and train hard is more painful to them than death. Even if you want a defensive beast, there are much better choices. Therefore, almost no beastmaster would contract a sloth cat unless they had given up on their career and were just keeping one as a house pet. Sloth cats spend all day eating and sleeping. Their only benefit is that they grow a lot of fur, which is fluffy, soft, and has a great texture, one of the best materials for making plush toys. At the same time, crucially, it can be used to create special advanced cultivation products for dolls-turned-spirit beasts like the fluffball, enhancing their defensive stats. The sloth cat yarn balls Lin Chuan bought were, of course, of the lowest quality. Such low-grade yarn is usually only used to make small toys for children or young spirit beasts. Lin Chuan spent only 6,000 star rock coins for the bag of 30. Both he and the shop owner felt like they had made a killing. Yeah, if Lin Chuan did not lack the spirit power, he would have loved to instantly boost Guoguo and Yinghua's sleep skill to master level. This skill is not limited by the spirit beast's bloodline tier. Once mastered, they could just drop and sleep to recover HP instantly, effectively patching up the issue of being unable to use photosynthesis at night. That concludes the review. Lin Chuan changed into more formal attire and headed out. He wore a casual shirt and jeans, the picture of a sunny, vibrant boy. The Xiao King Kong Cup, as well as the later Xiao King Cup. Both competitions are held at the largest combat center in Qinghe City, home to the city's top gym, the Azure Water Flow, the Blue Sky and Clear Water Arena. The competition arena is divided into 4 sections arranged in a square, with each section as large as a soccer field. In the early stages, when there are many contestants, 4 matches can be held simultaneously. In the later stages, when the number of contestants decreases, these areas can be combined and expanded, giving stronger players a larger stage to perform. As for the material of the arena itself, it is not steel plate. Instead, it is a platform suspended over a massive man-made lake composed of countless large and small reefs full of puddles, moss, and short bushes. Such a huge and complex arena. Beastmasters must wear specialized headsets and microphones to relay instructions to their beasts, unless the Beastmaster has telepathic Beastmaster talents, in which case they do not need them. Of course, if the rapport between Beastmaster and Spirit Beast has reached the level of mental synchronization, they can also choose not to wear the headset. In short, it is optional, as long as the Beastmaster can command their beast effectively. There are 232 contestants in the Xiao King Kong Cup. One has to admit, in this world, geniuses really are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Even with such strict entry requirements, there were still so many participants. You have to realize that not everyone qualified signed up for the Xiao King Kong Cup. A huge portion are setting their sights on the later Xiao King Cup. These contestants are all champions of small amateur cups or champions and runners-up of medium cups or top 3 finishers of large cups. Every single one is much stronger than the average rookie Beastmaster. Lin Chuan spotted Sun Yinian and Ping Kai among the participants in the waiting area, 2 familiar faces. And Li Zhou too. Why is this guy here? Does he need the measly prize money from the Xiao King Kong Cup, or is he just here to show off? Even if he wins, is not he worried about being studied and targeted heavily during the entrance assessment? The Little King Kong Cup has officially begun. You have to say, it really lives up to its reputation as one of the 2 premier tournaments for rookies in Qinghe City. The stands are packed with people, with almost no empty seats left. Reporters, media, and streamers from all walks of life are in position, and the array of cameras they have set up covers every single angle. Well, except for the angle looking up from underneath a skirt, that is. Those with specific interests might be a little disappointed. Lin Chuan drew contestant number 20. Since the matches are being held simultaneously across 4 zones, it will be his turn on stage very soon. In the contestant lounge, Lin Chuan is chatting with Ping Kai, Sun Yinian, and 2 other contestants from Tiansheng Town. Most others are doing the same, except for a few who are either aloof or introverted and keeping to themselves. Everyone is basically socializing with people from their own hometowns. How have you been lately? I have not seen any posts from you on the forums. Ping Kai asked, curious that with Lin Chuan's strength, he should have made a name for himself by now and cleared a few rookie tournaments. If that were the case, there should have been news about Lin Chuan on the Qinghe City Beast Master Forum, but he had not seen a single mention of him. Lin Chuan answered honestly, explaining that he earned enough money from the Huyai Cup, so he spent the last month in closed-door training and did not enter any other tournaments. He only came out this time because he had run out of cash. This left both Ping Kai and Sun Yinian looking envious. It must be nice to have a family that can host rookie tournaments. The prize money from a small tournament plus the revenue from hosting is comparable to winning a large-scale event, allowing him to stay in training indefinitely. I am looking forward to facing you in this tournament. My Dayan has been preparing for a long time. It says it must wash away the humiliation of being called a skinny dog. Sun Yinian said. At first, Sun Yinian did not understand why her golden silk werewolf was so agitated, why it punched a hole through the computer screen. or why it became so furious upon seeing Lin Chuan's Hyugai, especially the one named Sakura. However, as their intimacy and synergy grew and through their constant communication during this time, she gradually understood the situation. She understood why her Dayan was being called a skinny dog. Miss Werewolf, is that really what you think? In that case, I am looking forward to meeting you soon. Lin Chuan smiled meaningfully, teasing her using the nickname the King City media had given Sun Yinian. Being teased as the wolf girl, Sun Yinian rolled her eyes at Lin Chuan but stayed silent. Thinking of Lin Chuan's 2 Hyugais and his month of closed-door training, she frowned. After a long moment, she said irritably, "Let us make it later, I do not want to meet you before the Final Four." Sun Yinian's comment made Lin Chuan, Ping Kai, and the other 2 contestants from Tiansheng Town burst into laughter. Even Sun Yinian herself laughed after realizing what she had said. The atmosphere was very harmonious and relaxed. Time passed quickly and it was soon time for Lin Chuan to compete. The broadcast was already calling him to the contestant preparation area. Ping Kai, good luck. Sun Yinian, good luck. The other 2 contestants from Tiansheng Town, show them the spirit of Tiansheng Town, let these locals see what we are made of. Lin Chuan did not speak. He replied with a bright smile and a thumbs up, then walked toward the preparation area without looking back. In the 3rd competition zone, another match has come to an end. The audience gave both contestants their warmest applause, regardless of who won or lost. As the 2 contestants left the arena, at the commentary desk, the well-known tournament commentator and professional beast master, teacher Lu Qingquan, said aloud, "Thanks to both contestants for the spectacular match they have provided. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the next match to the stage. First up, our red corner contestant. From Qinghe City, representing the 7th Beast Master Academy, Wang Jixian. Wang Jixian has previously won the Qinghe Cup, a small-scale rookie tournament, the Bailima Cup, a medium-scale rookie tournament, and placed 3rd in the Tianhong Cup, a large-scale rookie tournament. He has earned the nickname the Vicious Fox. Everyone, please give contestant Wang Jixian a warm round of applause as we welcome him to the stage." The applause was thunderous, mingled with the screams of female fans. It seems he is quite the handsome guy. The electronic gate of the contestant preparation area opened automatically. A young man wearing a black and red leather jacket with cold, slanted bangs walked out slowly, exuding an aura of someone you do not want to mess with. Alright, next let us look at the blue corner contestant. From Tiansheng Town, representing the 1st Beast Master Middle School, Lin Chuan. Contestant Lin Chuan previously won the Hyugai Cup, a small-scale rookie tournament, and is nicknamed the Milk Tyrant. Lu Qingquan introduced him, looking at the profile in his hand with some hesitation. This introduction of Lin Chuan made the audience stifle a laugh. The Milk Tyrant. What on earth, why would he have such a title? The audience erupted into laughter. However, Lu Qingquan himself frowned slightly. He was a professional beast master, not one of the oblivious audience members. To earn a title just from a small-scale tournament is not ordinary. And that Milk Tyrant title was earned after completely overpowering the wolf girl Sun Yinian. Even if it does not sound very dignified, its substance is definitely not low. The contestants are in position. There are 3 referees in the arena, 1 head referee and 2 assistant referees. The head referee is in charge of overall command, while the 2 assistant referees are each assigned to a contestant to facilitate communication and check for any issues. The head referee raised the referee flag. The 2 assistant referees explained the rules to Lin Chuan and Wang Jixian and confirmed their understanding. After confirming that Lin Chuan and Wang Jixian understood the rules and were fully prepared, the head referee crossed his arms, with the small red and blue flags crossing as well. This was the signal for both sides to release their beast. Lin Chuan did not use any flashy entrance effects and simply released Sakura from his beast space. In a high-profile tournament like this, unlike small rookie matches where nobody is really watching, using effects without overwhelming, godlike strength would just be embarrassing. If nothing goes wrong, Sakura will carry through the entire Little King Kong Cup. Because Gyuo's meager combat experience is useless in this kind of tournament, and the bomb fruit is his trump card. If he sent Gyuo out, it would just become a stationary punching bag. The opponent's beast would not be able to hurt Gyugyuo, but Gyugyuo would not be able to hurt them either. Wang Jixian also released his beast, a fox with a dark red body and flames burning at the tips of its ears and tail. Little Flame Fox. Low-rank General Bloodline. Fire Attribute. Lin Chuan knew only that much, that was the extent of his knowledge. The head referee confirmed with the two assistant referees. The assistants stepped forward, carefully inspecting both beasts to confirm they were not carrying any items or drugs, then gave the go-ahead to the head referee. The head referee immediately raised his crossed hands above his head, then swung them down sharply, accompanied by a shrill whistle. The match begins. Above the arena, a massive electronic screen. The Q-version avatars of Hu Yai and the Little Flame Fox appeared beneath the portraits of Lin Chuan and Wang Jixian. A moment later, electric currents crackled between the two, and a massive V's logo appeared. High-speed movement rending claws. Wang Jixian gave the first order, choosing a fast-paced, aggressive strategy. The speed boost from high-speed movement paired with the metal-type rending claws was meant for a strong attack against the wood-type Sakura. Root. Lin Chuan said coldly and casually, starting with root as always. However, unlike before, Sakura did not just use wood-type energy to mimic roots but generated real, solid roots that dug deep and tight into the ground. This was not because Sakura misunderstood Lin Chuan's command, rather, it was a sign that it had truly understood it. After a month of persistent practice with various synergy games, the synergy between Lin Chuan and his two little ones had improved significantly. They were still far from reaching mental synchronization or telepathy, but at this moment, by using just the tone, volume, and inflection of his voice for the word root, Gyugyuo and Sakura could subconsciously understand whether to use mimic roots to maintain mobility or solid roots to sacrifice it. With the solid roots anchored, Sakura completely fixed itself in place and could no longer move freely. But there is always a trade-off. By completely anchoring itself, it gained resistance to impact. After all, Sakura only weighs about 27 kilograms, so it is easy to get knocked into the air in a match like this. The Little Flame Fox continued to accelerate with the help of high-speed movement. At first, one could clearly see its figure, but soon, all that remained was an orange-red streak closing in on Sakura. Finally, the Little Flame Fox's fox claws, shimmering with a metallic glow, slammed into Sakura. The whole audience was about to erupt in cheers. However, it felt as if they had been strangled, and the cheers ceased after less than a second. In the arena, Sakura did not budge, taking the Little Flame Fox's rending claws head-on. The fox's claws were pressed against Sakura's body, and it pushed with all its might, yet it could not push them any further, leaving only a white scratch about 2 millimeters long on Sakura's skin. Well, the defense was breached, but it dealt no damage. The Little Flame Fox's cute, handsome face was full of astonishment. It has fought over 20 formal matches to date and countless private spars. But never once had it encountered a situation like this. Wang Jixian's expression was also one of astonishment, but he soon forced himself to calm down and whispered to himself. Is it specially trained for defense? Even for those turtle-type beasts known for their defense, it would be extremely difficult to reach a level of defense that almost completely ignores his Little Flame Fox's rending claws. Not to mention a logistic support type Hu Yai. He could not imagine how a Hu Yai could train its defense to this extent had it completely abandoned its support capabilities, or was it? Wang Jixian had a bad feeling. Sakura's base defense is all thanks to Lin Chuan using hacks to push root, photosynthesis, and growth to levels impossible for a rookie beast master, allowing it to fully absorb the medicine of the tough skin ointment. Of course, the perseverance and persistence of the two little ones were also key. Being able to sustain injuries and recover over and over in the auto-beating ball machine Lin Chuan set up, the torture and pain endured were not something a normal, not fully intelligent baby-stage beast could handle. Many beasts would shrink back after a few severe injuries, and it was only through Lin Chuan's constant motivational talk and encouraging them to compete against each other that they persisted. Even with this 1 month of extreme closed-door training, other beast masters would need at least another month of hard work to reach the current base defense levels of Gyugyuo and Sakura. Yang. Is that all, little fox? Did not you eat today? Use more force, you skinny fox. Without any orders from Lin Chuan and not needing any, Sakura used its confusion ability instinctively. The effect of the confusion skill is to cause disorder and lower the opponent's energy defense to a certain extent. Upon hearing Sakura's words, the little flame fox's eyes visibly turned red. However, Wang Xixian did not notice, as the arena was too large and the distance too great, and he continued to command as usual. Retreat and increase the distance, then use bead fireball. The little flame fox did not follow Wang Xixian's orders but instead used rending claws once more. It wanted to show this Huyai whether it was a skinny fox or not. "I'm thick enough to scare you." Seeing this, Wang Xixian was astonished again, stunned, and then suddenly reacted. "Wake up, get back now." Wang Xixian used a restorative shout, but it was already too late. Lin Chuan poison powder. Contestant preparation area. Sun Yinian looked at the big screen. Watching the match only half a minute in, Wang Xixian already had a nervous, sweaty expression. Watching the pink flower on top of Sakura's head spray a purple-red powder, covering the little flame fox's face. Sun Yinian's mouth twitched, feeling sorry for her own golden silk werewolf. "Dayan, I am afraid your skinny dog nickname will not be cleared anytime soon. But do not worry, there should be more and more skinny foxes, skinny monkeys, skinny turtles, and skinny birds to keep you company later." With Wang Xixian's constant roar of rejuvenation, the little flame fox finally broke free from its confusion and anger, regaining its sanity and calm. However, by this time, it had already inhaled a large amount of toxic powder. Right now, Sakura's toxic powder skill has been leveled up to mastery by Lin Chuan using his cheat, and its continuous damage cannot be ignored. More importantly, that torture to both the mind and body. Every step it takes, its whole body feels excruciating pain. Every breath it takes, weakness and intermittent pain well up inside its body. Without a tenacious and firm will, it is simply impossible to fight normally in this situation. And willpower is often the weakest point of baby-stage spirit beasts. At this moment, the little flame fox is in exactly that state. Although it has sobered up and is following the instructions of its beastmaster Wang Xixian to stay away from Sakura. Every step it takes, every breath it draws, and especially every time it mobilizes the energy in its body, it is accompanied by sharp pain all over. This makes its attacks even weaker, and its movements have become messy and full of openings. Lin Chuan did not let Sakura pursue it, he simply had her root herself in place as usual, just watching the opponent quietly. Wang Xixian was already covered in cold sweat. From the little flame fox's gait and the pain constantly transmitted to him through their bond, he was clear on the situation. He knew that he would most likely lose this match. However, just surrendering so easily was not his style. Subconsciously clenching his fist, Wang Xixian let out a heavy breath. He was going to make a final counterattack. Baby Cup Tournament rules. In each match, Beastmasters are limited to one use of their Beastmaster talent to buff their spirit beast. His thoughts were transmitted to the little flame fox through the bond. Wang Xixian opened his right hand and fiery red energy gathered. He clenched his fist tightly as if holding the energy in his palm, then slammed it forcefully against his chest. Thump, the sound was not loud, but it spread across the entire arena through the microphone. The fiery red energy burst open, turning into scattered starlight. Through the invisible connection of their bond, the fiery red energy appeared out of thin air around the little flame fox and merged into its body. The flames on the tips of the little flame fox's ears and tail flared up instantly, burning intensely. Art of Blazing Flame. Little flame fox, go all out, use all your strength and use Crimson Lotus Breath. Art of Blazing Flame is Wang Xixian's Beastmaster talent. Because he often participates in the Baby Cup and fights publicly, his spirit beast's information and his talent were already known by interested parties. Therefore, he had no intention of hiding it and shouted it out to build momentum and suppress the little flame fox's poor state. Crimson Lotus Breath is a high-damage fire attribute skill, roughly equivalent to the status of a bomb fruit among wood attribute skills. This is not a skill that can be easily learned. It requires the spirit beast to have very high control over fire attribute energy. It is only because Wang Xixian possesses the Heart of Blazing Flame talent that the little flame fox was able to learn it at this time. Crimson Lotus Breath is also Wang Xixian's biggest trump card. However, he has revealed his trump card now. Is it worth it? Lin Chuan thought that if it were him, he would rather lose this match than reveal his trump card. He would save it for the most critical moment, which is the entrance examination. As for Wang Jixian, one can only say that everyone has their own ambitions and choices. The little flame fox leaped up, and with the boost of flames and heat waves all over its body, it even hovered in midair for a brief moment. It opened its mouth, inhaled deeply, and then fiercely breathed out towards Sakura. Whoosh roar! A surging torrent of fire was breathed out by the little flame fox. A red lotus flower rode the torrent, spinning as it flew towards Sakura. Lin Chuan's face was calm, vine armor shield. Sakura acted immediately. A piece of vine armor like the bark of an ancient tree dropped from Sakura's chubby little hand. It moved according to Sakura's will. In a blink of an eye, thin vines spread and grew, intertwining with each other. About 2 meters in front of Sakura, a fan-shaped, slightly curved vine shield wall rose from the ground. The crimson lotus flower collided with the vine shield wall. Boom! Fire flared and heat surged. The vine shield wall was shattered, but at the same time, at least 80 of the fire's power was blocked. The remaining less than 20 hit Sakura, still burning most of her body to a charred state. Lin Chuan looked solemn, secretly feeling relieved that he played it safe and opened the shield in time. If he had not and she had just stood there taking the hit head-on, Sakura would probably have been wiped out by that single attack. From this, one can see how strong the contestants in the small King Kong Cup are. To encounter such an opponent in the very first round. Sakura did not fall, but most of her body was charred, looking quite miserable. Seeing this, the little flame fox showed a regretful but satisfied expression. Wang Jixian felt the same, thinking that although it was a pity he could not defeat Lin Chuan even after revealing his trump card, he had pushed Lin Chuan to his limit and left him on low health. He had done his best. However, just when Wang Jixian and the little flame fox were consoling themselves like this, the next moment Lin Chuan said, "Photosynthesis." Ying yang yang. Sakura's 2 leaves emitted a hazy green light. It is 10:33 in the morning. The sunlight is not at its strongest midday intensity, but it was already enough. The expert-level photosynthesis took effect, combined with the rooting skill she had already cast. The competition stage is composed of countless reefs of varying sizes, floating on a huge artificial lake where there is an absolute abundance of water and soil. Sakura's physical roots continuously extracted nutrients and water from the soil, absorbing them into her body. Under the expert-level photosynthesis, these nutrients were converted into physical strength and energy with surprising efficiency. Sakura's injuries recovered at a visible speed. In just 2 breaths, the char on most of Sakura's body faded away. The charred skin peeled off, replaced by new, supple and tender skin. Wang Jixian and the little flame fox were stunned. The audience was also dumbfounded for a moment. At this moment, everyone remembered Teacher Lu's introduction of Lin Chuan at the beginning. The healer overlord. So that is what it meant. Ying yang yang. Sakura seized the opportunity to use flatter. So strong, I was almost wiped out by you. Luckily, Miss Sakura is more skilled. Hearing this, the little flame fox wanted to retort but could not, its fox face twisting in an interesting display. In the end, overcome with anger and under the continuous damage of the toxic powder and the torture of pain, the little flame fox finally blacked out and fainted. Match over, contestant Lin Chuan is the winner. The head referee raised the blue flag representing Lin Chuan and announced the result. It was not until Lin Chuan's portrait remained on the giant electronic screen that the audience reacted. After a bizarre silence of 10 seconds or so, thunderous applause broke out. At the commentary desk, Teacher Lu Qingquan began his post-match analysis. Contestant Wang Jixian's trump card was certainly powerful. At least a Tier 2 Heart of Blazing Flame talent plus what should be a basic-level Crimson Lotus Breath. The power of such a skill is enough to cause damage to Tier 2 Spirit Beasts. Under normal circumstances, it should not be a problem for Wang Jixian to reach the top 8 of this small King Kong Cup. It is a pity he ran into Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's petal leaf not only has a basic defense capacity comparable to defensive specialist turtle-type spirit beasts, but also has at least a proficient-level vine armor shield and at least mastery-level rooting and photosynthesis. And also at least mastery-level toxic powder. Presumably, Lin Chuan's Beastmaster talent is likely related to improving skill training efficiency. As he spoke and analyzed, Teacher Lu's expression became strange. This skill build, why the more I look at it, the dirtier it gets. The more I think about it, the more disgusting it is. Even in the professional Beastmaster circle, this is rarely seen. How did such a dirty thing appear among the novice Beastmasters? You cannot say the skill build is invincible. But if you cannot break through its defense, if your output cannot keep up with its recovery, or if you do not have other means to restrict its defense and healing, you will be disgusted to death. This Healer Shield poison system is definitely an opponent that any Beastmaster would not want to face. It is not that you cannot win, but rather it is exhausting and disgusting to fight against. In Beastmaster matches, referring specifically to professional ones, an average match lasts about half an hour, maybe an hour at most. But if you encounter this kind of Healer Shield system, it is possible for a match to last all day. This is the situation that not only contestants, but also commentators and hosts hate the most. Such matches are usually nightmare-level endurance tests. It was not just discussions among the commentators and the audience. Even on the King City Beastmaster forum, the novice section became instantly lively as soon as this match ended. The name Healer Overlord spread rapidly. However, it was quickly updated to Poisonous Healer Overlord. There were also contestants in the small King Kong Cup who posted on the spot, saying they would rather fight the young master of the Blue Feather Airways, Li Zheyu, than fight Lin Chuan. Fighting Li Zheyu you might lose, perhaps losing quite cleanly like a bottom feeder. But fighting Lin Chuan is pure torture. A day passed and it was 6 o'clock in the evening. After the last group of contestants finished their match, a media reporter interviewed the winner, a spirited girl with short hair and a headband. Reporter, congratulations to Miss Hu Yue for winning this first-round match of the small King Kong Cup. May I ask what your thoughts are on the future matches? Is there any opponent you most want to face, or one you least want to face? Hu Yue from another town under King City, Bayan Town. Thoughts on the subsequent matches? I hope to reach the top 8. If I can reach the top 4, that would be the best. The opponent I want to face most. The wolf girl from Tian Shang Town, Sun Yinian. I lost to her in the Full Moon Cup before and this time I want revenge. The opponent I least want to face is Lin Chuan from Tian Shang Town. I hope Lin Chuan runs into Li Zheyu quickly. Monsters should go fight monsters, do not come and torture us ordinary normal people. The reporter was clearly good at picking up on things. If Miss Hu Yue, what if you really happen to draw Lin Chuan in the next round? Then you. Hearing this, Hu Yue looked up at the sky and said, then, I hope tomorrow is a cloudy day, overcast and dark, the kind of weather where you cannot see the sun at all. Or could we suggest to the organizers to let my match against him wait until after the sun goes down? The reporter was silent. Mourning for Hu Yue, or rather, for the contestants who will face Lin Chuan next. Because according to the weather forecast, for the next half-month, Qinghe City will have cloudless, beautiful sunny weather. And playing matches at night is even less likely. Almost all the contestants in the Little Clear Cup are praying, hoping they will not run into Lin Chuan before the top 8. Losing is one thing, but being tortured is just too miserable, especially when he mocks you as skinny using that confusing babble. Well, the whole skinny comment actually started with Wang Jixian, who fought Lin Chuan in the first round. Wang Jixian's little flame fox was so depressed after the match that it did not eat for a whole day. In the end, Wang Jixian only understood the situation and got it cured after consulting a spirit beast psychologist with telepathic talent. The root cause of the ailment was Lin Chuan's Leafy being used to mock it as a skinny fox with that confusing babble. Almost all the contestants are hoping that Lin Chuan will run into Li Zheyu soon, so the big shot Li Zheyu can eliminate this annoying pest. Meanwhile, the other person at the center of the rumors, the young master of Blue Feather Airlines Li Zheyu, has been uncharacteristically silent. According to his usual habits, this young master is quite active online. Wherever there is a chance to show off, he is there, and wherever there is excitement, he is sure to appear. So does this mean Li Zheyu also lacks the confidence to break Lin Chuan's healer tank poison setup? Many people are whispering about it in private. Unfortunately, fate had other plans and Lin Chuan did not get matched with Li Ziyu in the first few rounds. Until the top 32. In the top 32, they stopped using random draws and switched to bracket-based matches. Once the bracket was set, Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu were put in different halves, meaning they would not meet unless they both reached the finals. This result led some to shout about foul play, saying it left no room for anyone else to survive. If it were before, contestants placed in Li Ziyu's half would have felt despair and helplessness. However, at this moment, these people were feeling relieved. Being in the same half as Li Ziyu is not a big deal. At worst, you just get steamrolled like a small fry. But being in the same half as Lin Chuan, your spirit beast might end up labeled skinny or even end up with clinical depression. Everyone else from Tianshang town has been eliminated, leaving only Lin Chuan and Sun Yinian, and unfortunately they were both placed in the same half. If all goes well, the two of them will meet in the top 16. Resting after a match, Sun Yinian jokingly said to Lin Chuan, "I contracted a leafy from your family's farm, my Yin. According to my Yin, it is from the same lineage as your Sakura, both from the 5-spice beef-flavored Sakura family, so it is basically your Sakura's junior. So how about we make a deal, do not use your shields when you fight me. At least let me land some damage." To this, Lin Chuan gave her a look that basically said, "Keep dreaming, girl." Sun Yinian sighed helplessly, thinking, maybe I should just send out Yin when I fight Lin Chuan. Although her Yin has not reached the first tier yet, maybe Lin Chuan's Sakura would show some mercy for the sake of its junior. Of course, that was just a passing thought. The Spirit Beast Master Association does not explicitly talk about passive play, but they do make a note of it in the post-match reports. And that would lead to point deductions in the first half of the advancement assessments. King City Spirit Beast Master Forum Newbie Section. The topic of the Poison Heal Bully Lin Chuan has become the hottest and most discussed topic in recent days. The Healer Tank Poison System. Even though it is disgusting as an opponent, making you want to fight the master in real life right there on the spot. But if it is on your own side, it feels great, it looks cute no matter how you look at it. As a result, many people are discussing whether this path is the most suitable training route for new Spirit Beast Masters. Even professional masters and several professors from the 8 major universities have joined the debate. The final conclusion of the discussion is, it does not work. The Healer Tank Poison System. Although it does not require high resources or high-tier Spirit Beast bloodlines and looks very accessible, this path is extremely dependent on skill proficiency. If a master's talent does not provide a bonus to skill progression, or if they do not have other ways to quickly level up their skills, this path is basically a dead end for a beginner. It is better to focus on nurturing your spirit beasts based on their individual traits and strengths. In a healer tank poison setup, the poison part can be set aside. You can replace it with any damage over time skill, even a beginner level one is fine as long as it deals damage. The key is the shield and the heals. The corresponding skills for shields and healing must at least be practiced to the skilled level, and proficiency is only considered safe. Otherwise, the system is meaningless, and others only need to focus on practicing one attack skill to break through the defense. Although professional masters and certified professors from the 8 major universities say so, some people are just stubborn and will not admit it until they trip over their own feet and face failure. They think that if Lin Chuan can do it, there is no reason they cannot. As a result, many new masters started changing their training routes, or if they did not have a spirit beast suitable for the healer tank poison system, they even contracted a second one specifically for it. Professional masters and professors do not care, and neither does the Spirit Beast Master Association. Newbies who just follow trends without their own training logic or whose focus is easily swayed are not worth watching. They basically will not pass the first half of the assessment and are not qualified to step onto the true path of transcendence. They will likely just return to the workforce as a cog in the machine. Back to Lin Chuan. He easily handled Sun Yinian in the top 16, and Sun Yinian's Dayan had its defense broken once again. Fortunately, although Dayan was angry, it was not depressed. It had been called a skinny dog since it was young, so it was used to it. Lin Chuan advanced to the top 8, meaning the 1 million star rock coins were already in his pocket. Even if he gave up the remaining matches, the money would be wired to his account as soon as the Little Clear Cup ended. Now he just needs one more win to reach the top 4. Lin Chuan would have fully met his goal for participating in the Little Clear Cup. The 3 million Star Rock coin prize for the top 4 is enough to cover all his expenses before the advancement assessments. Of course, Lin Chuan will not just give up on the remaining matches. He will do his best, go as far as he can, and keep his aces hidden. He will not reveal his trump cards just for the sake of vanity or a little extra cash. Lin Chuan is happy because no one left in this half can break his healer tank poison system, so there is a high probability he will take second place. As for the championship, he probably cannot win against Li Ziyu without revealing his trump cards because his mutated blue feather eagle also has a recovery skill, Bubble Bath. Well, Lin Chuan is happy, and quite a few others are happy too. Aside from the family elders who heard the news, the purple-haired youth Tan Yan is incredibly happy too. He realized he had some insane beginner's luck and managed to latch onto a legendary powerhouse. Apart from Tan Yan, someone else is happy too. Su Zioking, the daughter of the shopkeeper at that roadside grocery store where Lin Chuan found the assist skill, the little girl in the twin tails and floral dress. The reason Su Zioking was in trouble: her failing exam score of 30, and the fact that she asked a random customer to sign it for her had been discovered. Right now, Su Zioking was being chased by both her parents. To be precise, her dad was blocking the door while her mom grabbed a broom and chased her around. Just then, the TV was playing the Little Clear Cup coverage, showing Lin Chuan's post-match interview after making the top 8. Why, yeah, it is him. It was this big brother who signed it for me. Su Zioking cried as she pointed a shaky finger at the TV. Her mom raised the broom, about to continue the scolding, wanting to say, "Who do you think you are, getting a genius spirit beast master who made the top 8 of the Little Clear Cup to sign your paper? There is a limit to lying." However, before she could swing it, Su Zioking's dad stopped her. "Wait a minute, honey." Su Zioking's dad, a tall, sturdy middle-aged man, held the failing test paper with the very elegant Lin Chuan signature, then looked at the boy on TV who was being called Lin Chuan be the host, and asked, "Is it really him?" With tears and snot streaming down her face, Su Zioking nodded vigorously. Su's dad exhaled, looked once more at the test paper with the Lin Chuan signature, and then at Lin Chuan on TV, thinking to himself that this boy's future was at least that of a professional master. After all, up until now, there were very few people who made the top 8 of the Little Clear Cup and did not become professional masters. A professional master is a big shot, even more famous than some celebrities or company bosses. Maybe this signature on the test paper was the first one this future pro master ever gave. Quietly, Su's dad folded the test paper and tucked it away safely. If Lin Chuan really became a professional master, this signed test paper could sell for at least 100,000 Star Rock coins, which could count as starting capital for Su Zioking when she turns 16. And if Lin Chuan advanced further to become an elite master or even a heavenly king, then the value of this signed test paper would be even higher. On the other side, Lin Chuan was accepting his top 8 advancement interview. The reporter seemed quite excited, asking Lin Chuan, "Mr. Lin Chuan, may I ask why you chose this training method? Is not the leafy generally cultivated for logistics and support?" For other contestants, the reporter generally used "you like a peer," but with Lin Chuan, she subconsciously used a respectful form, out of respect for the strength Lin Chuan displayed. Regarding that, I can only say do not limit your imagination. No one says Leafy can only walk the support route. I will just say this, there are no weak spirit beasts, only stupid masters. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. These are just polite words for the occasion. Normal people just laugh it off and do not take it seriously. If someone really believed that and lacked Lin Chuan's innate talent, well, let us just say they are indeed being quite foolish. Reporter, Mr. Lin Chuan, may I ask you a few more questions? Lin Chuan nodded. Reporter, many viewers are curious between you and Li Ziyu, the young master of Blue Feather Airlines. Who do you think is stronger? May I ask, Mr. Lin Chuan, are you looking forward to competing against Li Ziyu? Is there anything you would like to say to Mr. Li Ziyu before you fight? Lin Chuan paused for a moment to weigh his words before speaking. Who is stronger, me or Li Ziyu? I think Li Zeu is probably a bit stronger. His mutated blue feather eagle is very strong and powerful enough to break my Sakura's vine armor shield. However, it would not be easy for him to beat me. It would require a lot of effort and time. The match duration might be very long. As for what I would like to say, let me think. As he spoke, Lin Chuan looked straight into the camera and grinned. Li Zeu, you are probably watching this interview, right? I hope that when we face each other, you had better be prepared beforehand. Prepare some food and water, because it is going to be a battle of attrition you have never seen before. In the contestant prep area, in a luxury single compartment. Li Zeu, the young-looking teenager with long ponytail hair and a cavalier temperament. Just as Lin Chuan predicted, Li Zeu was watching his interview. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Li Zeu's expression contorted as if he would just eaten something disgusting. He was speechless, wanting to say something yet stopping himself. Eventually, his lips twitched and he distorted his face to spit out one word, "Damn it." If it comes to the quarterfinals or even the semifinals, if they really cannot win, or if they encounter a healing, shield, and poison stall tactic that they cannot break and simply do not want to play anymore, they can always choose to surrender and forfeit the match. But the finals, to this day there has never been a surrender, and neither the contestants nor the organizers want to set such a precedent. Because this has become much more than just a simple competition between two rookie beast masters. It involves the reputation of King He City, as well as many aspects of commercial advertising and urban promotion. So, under the current circumstances, it would be fine if Lin Chuan fell in the quarterfinals or semifinals. But if Lin Chuan makes it out of the upper bracket and enters the final, then, given that neither side can willingly surrender, there is a very high probability of a super long, grueling endurance match. Just as Lin Chuan said to Li Zeu during the post-match interview after qualifying for the top 8, telling him to prepare food and water in advance. In fact, it is not just Li Zeu. If it really develops into that situation, even the commentators and the audience in the venue will have to prepare food and water. That would be a destined torture match. For the contestants, the commentators, and even the live audience. As spectators, especially those who bought tickets to watch in person, everyone wants to see a thrilling, back-and-forth, action-packed, and spectacular match. However, with the healing, shield, and poison style under the Rookie Beast Master rules, that is destined to be impossible. All that remains is chronic torture lasting 4 or 5 hours or even an entire day. I ask you which audience member could stand that. Thus, on the night the quarterfinal qualification interview concluded, Lin Chuan had just returned to the small villa apartment he had extended for 3 days for the tournament when he received an official call from the Zio King Kong Cup organizers, the King City Beast Master Association. They did not explain the specific reason over the phone, only asking Lin Chuan to stay at home, as someone would visit him shortly to discuss an urgent matter. A special person, a visit, an urgent matter. Less than 3 minutes after hanging up, while Lin Chuan was still puzzled, the doorbell rang. Through the door camera, Lin Chuan saw a middle-aged man standing outside, wearing the professional uniform of the Beast Master Association, black with white accents and auspicious cloud patterns on the cuffs and collar. He had a small mustache and wore black-framed wooden glasses, giving off a cultured yet somewhat imposing vibe. Stunned for a moment, Lin Chuan recognized the man. He was far too famous. His portrait and basic information were prominently displayed on the homepage of the Qinghe City Beast Master Association website. Liang Lu, 40 years old, level 52 Beast Master, Vice President of the Qinghe City Beast Master Association and Director of the Activities Department. Undoubtedly, he is one of the most influential figures in King City. In my previous life on Blue Star, this would be equivalent to a city party secretary. This is the first time I have seen such a big shot in both my past and present lives. Feeling both confused and a bit nervous, Lin Chuan quickly opened the door, invited the big shot in, and served him a cup of hot water, remaining polite without being overly humble. Liang Lu nodded inwardly at Lin Chuan's poised behavior, thinking that it was rare for a young person to have such composure. Most other rookies would be shaking with nerves or unable to speak the moment they recognized him. Without much small talk, Liang Lu began. I assume you know who I am, Lin Chuan, so I will not bore you with a formal introduction. I want to say that I am the overall head of this Xiao King Kong Cup and the upcoming Xiao King Cup. At this point, Liang Lu paused, slowed his speech and adopted a more serious tone. There is something I would like to discuss with you, Lin Chuan. Rest assured, this is not some shady backroom deal, nor am I asking you to forfeit the match. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly, sensing what was coming, but he did not react, remaining quiet to continue listening. Lin Chuan, I am sure you are aware that your healing, shield, and poison combat style. It is very powerful and practically unsolvable for rookie beast masters, but the match quality and the spectator experience it provides are terrible. Liang Lu took a sip of water and looked at Lin Chuan with a faint, unreadable smile. Lin Chuan remained silent. Immediately after, Liang Lu opened his work phone and showed Lin Chuan some backend data. These are the ticket sales for the Xiao King Kong Cup finals. Originally, these tickets had sold out before the tournament even started. However, as of now, 30 of the audience has chosen to return their tickets. And the number of refunds is still rising. At this rate, by the day of the finals, I estimate at least half the seats in the stadium will be empty. If nothing unexpected happens, this Xiao King Kong Cup final will be the ugliest one in the 100 years we have held it. Liang Lu's voice was indifferent, but the content of his words was hard to swallow. Lin Chuan was silent. He wanted to defend himself, but he really could not. He had to take responsibility for this. This combination of skills had appeared before, but no one had ever cheated like him, elevating every single skill to at least proficient level, with most being at master or even expert level. At the rookie stage, this is nearly unstoppable. But the resulting match quality is truly hard to describe. Lin Chuan admitted that even he would not want to watch such matches. Watching it on TV or via a live stream is one thing, but buying a ticket to go to the venue, forget it. So Director Liang, what exactly do you mean? With a bad premonition, Lin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Noticing the change in Lin Chuan's expression, his face darkening slightly, Liang Lu chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, no matter how much a young person tries to act, their mentality is not steady or calm enough. Letting feelings show on one's face is not a good habit for a beast master. Lin Chuan, please relax. Did not I just say there would be no shady business? The Xiao King Kong Cup and the Xiao King He Cup are important. They involve the face of King's City, but at the end of the day, they are just competitions for rookie beast masters. Our association is not going to pull dirty tricks in such a small event just to annoy someone who will be at least a professional beast master in the future. Liang Lu offered his consolation and explained sincerely. Hearing this, Lin Chuan immediately exhaled in relief. At the same time, he reflected on his own lack of composure. To express dissatisfaction to a big shot through his facial expression, it would be troublesome if he left a bad impression. Lin Chuan sneaked a look at Liang Lu and saw that he was not angry at all, but rather had the expression of someone watching a child's antics. Only then did he feel at ease. Our organizers researched the situation overnight and have brought a suggestion for you. I must clarify that you are free to decline this suggestion, and it will have absolutely no impact on your future. However, if you accept, I will personally provide you with financial compensation. Liang Lu took another sip of water. Lin Chuan neither nodded nor shook his head. He had completely calmed down by now. He remained silent, waiting for Liang Lu to continue. Seeing his younger self in Lin Chuan, Liang Lu chuckled and continued. Based on our analysis of the tournament and the contestants, there is a 90% chance that you and Li Ziyu will face each other in the finals. However, if we follow the standard rookie rules, it is bound to become an agonizingly long match, leading to poor spectator quality. Therefore, after an internal meeting, the organizers have decided to propose a suggestion, a proposal to you and Li Ziyu. The premise of this proposal is that you make it to the finals. If you fall in the quarter or semifinals, this proposal is void. But if you succeed in reaching the finals, the proposal takes effect. Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu, provided both of you agree, the final will change from the 1v limited rookie rules to the 2+1 format used in professional beast master matches. In this way, even with your healing, shield, and poison style, even if it results in a very long match, the battle process will be spectacular, ensuring high match quality. According to our analysis, the 2+1 mode is less favorable to you than the rookie rules, and more favorable to Li Ziyu. So, as long as you make it to the finals and agree to the proposal, I will personally provide you with 3 million Star Rock coins and 300 Beast Master Association points as compensation. Of course, you can also choose to decline. As long as either you or Li Zeu refuses, the final will proceed according to the original rookie rules. With that, Liang Lu finished. He was not in a hurry. He sipped his water leisurely, occasionally snacking on the oranges and biscuits on the table, quietly waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. Lin Chuan remained silent, his eyes flickering as he carefully weighed his options. To be honest, Lin Chuan's initial goal was just the top 4. The prize money for that would be enough for all his subsequent expenses. As for what happened after that, he did not care. He would just go as far as he could. Now Liang Lu's proposal. Finals 2+1 mode. The 2+1 mode is the most standard rule for professional Beast Master competitions. So-called 2+1 refers to a mode with 2 spirit beasts plus the Beast Master themselves. Yes, the Beast Master will personally participate in the battle. Instead of just giving verbal commands from outside the arena like in the Rookie 1v Limited competition. Under these rules, apart from limitations on the number of items based on the event, other restrictions are basically lifted. For example, the number of times a Beast Master can use their innate Beast Master talents will not be restricted. Or take the way to win. In addition to defeating all of the opponent's spirit beasts, one can also directly knock out the opponent Beast Master. That is right, spirit beasts are allowed to attack the opposing Beast Master. This is the point Liang Lu mentioned that was unfavorable to him. It is quite possible that just as the match starts, before he can have Gyugyuo and Sakura cast shields on him, he could be rushed and decapitated instantly by Li Zeu's mutant blue feather hawk. Such a match is inherently high risk. But at the same time, this kind of match is bound to be spectacular. Even with the healing, shield, and poison style, one could produce a very exciting match under these rules. Of course, there will be special protective measures, and professional Beast Masters will be invited to act as referees to ensure the contestants' safety. However, that only guarantees survival. Such matches often have accidents, minor scrapes can be ignored, but things like fractures are quite common. Lin Chuan thought seriously for 10 minutes and finally nodded in agreement. The 2+1 mode is undoubtedly dangerous. If he ends up with a fracture, it will surely affect the secret trial for his school promotion exam in a month. However, with drawbacks come benefits. The drawback is that it might affect the subsequent secret trial, but the benefit is also in the secret trial. The secret trial is a survival-oriented exploration trial in the wild. Without a doubt, the Beast Master will have to participate in it. And Lin Chuan has never truly participated in a wild battle. What he needs most right now is experience. The suggestion Liang Lu put forward, the Xiao King Kong Cup final with 2+1 mode. This is clearly a very good opportunity for real-life combat practice. You will not find a group of professional Beast Masters standing by to guard and rescue you anywhere else. Of course, there's another reason. As the final straw that tipped the scales of Lin Chuan's mental balancing act. Well, it is the compensation Liang Lu mentioned. 3 million Star Rock coins and 300 Beast Master Association points. It is not that I do not have persistence, but he is offering just too much. Seeing Lin Chuan nod in agreement, Liang Lu revealed a kindly smile. With this settled, there should be no problem with the Xiao King Kong Cup finals. Although it was just said that the Xiao King Kong Cup is ultimately just a novice tournament and nothing major, that is true. However, for Liang Lu personally, it would still have some impact, meaning it would not look good for his reputation. After all, this is a tournament project he is presiding over as the general manager. If it turns into a boring, dragged-out final that has not been seen in decades, he would be teased by a few old friends behind his back. Having no other matters, Liang Lu left, and Lin Chuan politely stood up to see him out. Well, there is one thing that needs to be mentioned. This time, Liang Lu did not send a subordinate but came personally to discuss this matter with Lin Chuan. The main reason was that he happened to be free. Secondly, Liang Lu also wanted to see this genius of humble origins with his own eyes. To be able to train and master a healing shield poison beast system shortly after becoming a beast master is not something a normal genius could do, and it is worth a small investment from him. Yes, the 3 million Star Rock coins and 300 Beastmaster points given to Lin Chuan were a small friendly investment from Liang Lu personally. The insider information that Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu would have a 2+1 format match in the Zio King Kong Cup Finals was posted in the newcomer section of the Beastmaster Association forum. Yes, it was spread in the form of gossip, not an official announcement. After all, Lin Chuan has not reached the finals yet. There are still the quarterfinals and semifinals to play. If it were released as an official announcement, what would the other contestants in the same half as Lin Chuan think? Well, nobody knows what those few contestants in the top half with Lin Chuan think, and not many people care either. Right now, the newcomer section of the Beastmaster Association forum is already buzzing with this topic. With Lin Chuan's Healing Shield poison system, as long as there are no accidents, reaching the finals is a certainty. And in the bottom half, it is basically impossible for anyone to stop Li Ziyu. Therefore, the probability of Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu meeting in the finals is no longer a probability. In the eyes of the followers, this is almost a 100% certainty. Finals 2+1 mode. This is much more exciting than the 1v restricted matches of the Novice Beastmaster tournament. If the Healing Shield poison system is too OP and cannot be broken, then just find a way to bypass the beasts and attack the Beastmaster directly. The calculations, mind games, and confrontations involved in this are simply incomparable to the restricted match rules of a toddler tournament. For a time, those who had previously returned their final tickets were full of regret. It was too late to buy or grab them again, and in the end, they could only buy them from others privately at a high price. The situation, just as the followers expected, happened without any surprises. Quarterfinals, semifinals, Lin Chuan passed through smoothly. Every one of Lin Chuan's opponents was tortured to the point of collapse. With shields on the front end and healing on the back, Lin Chuan really frustrated his opponents to no end. Lin Chuan's semi-final opponent had a fiery temper. He did not want to admit defeat and insisted on fighting Lin Chuan for an hour. He used all his strength and in the end was even so angry that he revealed his trump card, which he originally intended to use for the entrance examination, and finally dismantled the cherry blossom's shield and blew it into the sky, covering it with wounds. Even with this trump card, I am afraid that even Li Ziyu's mutant blue feather eagle would be defeated if it were careless. However, he was ultimately one move short and failed to take out the cherry blossom in one hit. So with rooting, photosynthesis, and a healing fragrance in less than 10 seconds, the cherry blossom was restored to its original state, full of energy. And his beast passed out from exhaustion and was even tagged with a weak label by the cherry blossom before fainting. Just like that, Lin Chuan successfully advanced to the finals. And the one who stood out from the bottom half was exactly the young master of Blue Feather Aviation, Li Ziyu, as everyone expected. During the post-victory interview after advancing to the finals, seemingly in response to what Lin Chuan said in the interview when he advanced to the quarterfinals, Li Ziyu openly declared that he would not bring any water or food to tomorrow's final. Even if he were thirsty, exhausted, or starving, he would not eat a bite or drink a sip of water. Do not even think about a dragged-out game. He stated that he would defeat Lin Chuan as quickly as possible in the 2+1 mode of the finals. Lin Chuan, who was watching the video interview in the contestant lounge, clicked his tongue. Young people, they just do not listen to advice. Do you think a 2+1 match means it will not be a dragged-out game? Do you think you can bypass the beasts and attack him directly? What a joke! It is not just the cherry blossom that can open shields, Gyugyo can too. And Gyugyo can not only open the vine armor shield but also the wood spirit shield. When the time comes, I will show you what a double skin milk is, what a 9-layered shield is, what it means to have 3 shields left after breaking one, and let you feel what despair is. Just like that. Amidst the endless discussions of forum users and the great anticipation of the audience, the Zio King Kong Cup finally reached its last day and welcomed the finals. In the audience, when Lin Chuan reached the semifinals, Old Man Lin had already rushed from Tian Shang Town overnight to cheer for Lin Chuan in person. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan's other family members could not attend. His mother, Su Zioxia, was a tutor at the Beast Agricultural University in the neighboring Qingyang City. If it were any other time, she could take leave, but this was the end of the semester and a crucial time for final exams, so she could not get away. She could only watch Lin Chuan's competition through a live stream and then call to congratulate Lin Chuan after the match. His eldest brother, Lin Linyi, started a small wilderness exploration team. He is currently carrying out an exploration mission in the wild. He can be reached, but it is unrealistic for him to rush back now. His second sister, Lin Linger, is a junior majoring in a well-known Beast Music and Art Academy in another prefecture. She has been busy filming a low-budget Beast idol web drama recently, and no one can even reach her. There was only the old man in the family, but Lin Chuan still had quite a few cheerleaders. Some contestants who came out of Tian Shang Town, Pan Kai and Sun Yinian, and even some locals from King's City, were organized by Tan Yan into a fan group called Sanctuary for Believers of the Healing Shield Poison System. Of course, the number and form of Lin Chuan's fan cheerleading squad are incomparable to the local young master, Li Zheyu. Blue Feather Aviation directly arranged 100 Blue Feather Eagles above the competition venue, pulling huge Zheyu must-win cheer banners, and various streamers and confetti were constantly falling. It was just like that in the auditorium, and the commentary stand was not quiet either. There were 3 commentators and hosts on the commentary stand at this moment, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were professional beastmasters. The 2 male commentators were Teacher Lu Qingquan and Teacher Fang Yuan. The female commentator was Teacher Qian Beiyu. Teacher Lu and Teacher Fang were serious commentators. And Teacher Qian Beiyu was, well, I cannot say she was not serious. Teacher Qian's commentary ability and professional level were very commendable. She was absolutely a professional and qualified commentator. The problem is that when encountering certain situations where low-probability events are almost impossible to happen, the development of reality often goes against Teacher Qian's commentary. For example, in a certain game, one side already had a big advantage, having defeated all the opponent's beasts. But with Teacher Qian's words, must win, winning for sure, how can this lose? If this can lose, I will eat the table on the spot. Then, at the very moment Teacher Qian said those words, the player with the big advantage was successfully backstabbed by the opponent's last beast, which only had half a breath left. The result of the game was set. Well, that is it. Teacher Qian is also known in the industry as a toxic commentator, a master of causality, and the mastermind behind the game. There is such a joke on online forums. When Teacher Qian Beiyu is hosting, once you get a big advantage in the game, the first thing to do is not to defeat the opponent, but to quickly find a way to cover Teacher Qian's mouth and do not let her speak, otherwise, a big advantage could instantly turn into a big disadvantage. Teacher Qian, I wonder what you think of this game. Teacher Lu asked with a smile. Me? Ask me? I favor Li Zheyu. In this 2+1 mode, and Li Zheyu is good at flying riding, I have broken my brain and do not know how he could lose. An 18-year-old girl, beautiful as a peach and elegant, wearing a tight wine-red evening dress with a ponytail and wearing golden crescent earrings, spoke freely. Teacher Fang Yuan looked sideways with a subtle look and joked. Teacher Qian, your intentions are not pure. Tell me, do you want to harm our little friend Li Zheyu? What kind of talk is that? Qian Beiyu was in a hurry and patted the table angrily. Teacher Fang, do not slander me. You say it yourself. Looking at these paper data, just in this 2+1 game mode, does Lin Chuan have any possibility of winning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lin Chuan can win, I will eat the table on the spot. Saying that, Qian Beiyu patted the table heavily twice more. Seemingly waiting for this moment, Teacher Lu quickly took out paper and pen, and the cameraman next to him immediately pointed the camera at them. Come on, sign the pledge. Qian Beiyu joked, lean back tactically. Qian Beiyu did not want to help Lin Chuan use her toxic commentary on Li Zheyu. She just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Using toxic commentary on Lin Chuan, how could it be as popular as using it on the little prince of King's City, Li Zheyu, right? Look, the live stream room has already seen consecutive rockets from Blue Feather Aviation requesting not to use toxic commentary. Discovering that her little trick had been exposed, Qian Beiyu was slightly embarrassed. However, she said that her face was thick enough. The next moment, I saw Qian Beiyu's dark golden eyes flicker, her eyeballs rolled around, and she immediately covered her face with her hands. Woo 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 woo, you only know how to bully me. I want to tell my sister, I want to tell my mom, I want to tell the teacher that you are bullying me, I want to make things difficult for you. Qian Beiyu used fake crying and threats and finally made harsh words. Lu Qingquan and Fang Yuan surrendered on the spot with their hands raised. The live stream room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the live stream room was no longer noisy because the start time for the finals had arrived. The three commentators tidied their clothes and adjusted back to their dignified attitude for the official commentary. Lu Qingquan started the show. First to appear is, from Tianshang Town, the #1 Beast Middle School contestant Lin Chuan. Contestant Lin Chuan and his flower leaf must have left a very, very deep impression on everyone. Qian Beiyu took over the conversation. Healing shield poison, no one has been able to break it so far. So does anyone know what Lin Chuan's other beast will be? Perhaps some people already know, but most of the audience should not know yet. Here, please allow us to keep it a secret for a while, and please ask those audience members who know the situation to keep it a secret for a moment. Let us all witness it with our own eyes. Fang Yuan said the last words, his voice loud. Let us welcome contestant Lin Chuan with our warmest applause. I look forward to contestant Lin Chuan giving us an exciting game. There was thunderous applause in the auditorium. The lights at the competition venue suddenly went out at this time. At the same time, dazzling spotlights shone on the huge gate engraved with profound spiritual patterns. The spiritual patterns lit up one by one, finally forming a mysterious circular pattern. The circular pattern slowly rotated. Creak creak. The huge gate was opened bit by bit. A ray of light shone through the cracks in the gate, and as the cracks became larger, the light became brighter. In the light, a figure stood there. Even Lin Chuan could not help but feel a little nervous at this moment. He kept his expression unchanged, looking calm and confident. But secretly, Lin Chuan used his peripheral vision to scan himself from head to toe. He carefully checked his attire, and only after confirming that everything was in order did he feel a little more at ease. Immediately, Lin Chuan withdrew his attention completely, focused on the match, and looked straight ahead. At this point, it was already time for Li Zeyu's entrance show. With a long opening speech from the host, Teacher Lu Qingquan, the screams of Teacher Qian Beiyu feigning the excitement of a little fangirl, and the exclamation of Teacher Fang Yuan. High in the sky, from the distant horizon, moving from far to near. A flock of blue-feathered eagles flew slowly towards this side in a V-shaped formation. When the V formation reached the space directly above the arena. At the tip of the V formation, that blue-feathered eagle, larger than the others and purple-blue in color, let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings violently, sending sprays of mist exploding outward, changed direction, and dived downwards. The mist, pushed by the air currents, formed visible sonic rings. High in the sky, a figure dressed in a blue-black flight suit came speeding like lightning. The young man's face looked slightly youthful, but the eyes beneath his flight goggles were as sharp and confident as an eagle's. He also wore a small black cape, giving him an indescribably dashing and cool air. Accompanied by a sudden gust of wind, Li Zeyou landed gracefully in his designated entrance area. In the instant he landed, he skillfully waved his hand, and the mutant blue-feathered eagle was retracted into the beast-taming device, which was the same watch model as Lin Chuan's. The whole process was smooth and done in one go. Disc show off. Just wait and see how I torture you later. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue, muttering and cursing under his breath. But Lin Chuan's body was honest. His eyes were filled with unmistakable envy. Young people, especially boys, who would not like such a flashy, cool, handsome, and dashing entrance. Both contestants had taken their positions in the preparation area. Two assistant referees stepped forward to confirm the situation and handed Lin Chuan and Li Zeyou a card made of unknown metal, engraved with mysterious spiritual patterns. This is an energy amulet with 2 layers in total. The first layer is the match shield, representing your health points, and the second layer is the insurance layer. When you take any attack damage during the match, the amulet will automatically activate. Once the first layer is broken and the second layer is activated, that counts as a defeat. The 2 assistant referees explained the situation to Lin Chuan and Li Zeyou respectively. Lin Chuan and Li Zeyou both listened carefully, finally nodding to confirm they understood and tucked the cards away close to their bodies. With that, everything was ready. The two assistant referees signaled to the main referee, who was hovering in midair on a floating mechanical platform. The main referee then waved his small flag. The next moment, the match field split open from the middle. Accompanied by the clanking sound of mechanical gears, a platform as large as 4 football fields rose from beneath the blue sky and clear water arena. Yes, the arena terrain is randomized. Before the start of the match, neither Lin Chuan nor Li Ziyu knew what kind of terrain it would be. It could be an urban street fight, a grassland, hills, a basin, or even a lake. This is to simulate the wild as much as possible. After all, when beast tamers are out in the wild, no one knows when or where they might encounter danger or enemies. Seeing the terrain of the random arena, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The ground was not steel alloy or a lake, but a bamboo forest, a hilly terrain with a small bare hill in the middle. Such terrain was acceptable to him. Unlike the restricted baby cup, the 2+1 mode did not have that many restrictions. It only limited the number of spirit beasts, the number of items carried and used, and certain overly dangerous weapons that could not be used. For example, thermal weapons made with spirit pattern technology. Otherwise, it would be dangerous and the hidden guardian beast tamers might not be able to intervene in time. After 3 electronic beeps, the match entered the official countdown. 30, 29, 28. Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu both took a deep breath, their bodies tensed, and their expressions were extremely solemn. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the 30-second countdown reached 0, the main referee waved his flag and blew a whistle. The shrill, ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the blue sky and clear water arena through the amplifiers. Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu both moved almost simultaneously. They sprinted from the entry preparation area at the edge of the field toward the arena. At this moment, the wild childhood physique Lin Chuan developed growing up on a farm, his recent improvements, including the overall physical boost from reaching level 6 as a beast tamer and his relentless specialized agility and endurance training, all paid off. Lin Chuan sprinted into the arena area with a speed noticeably faster than Li Ziyu's. The moment he stepped into the arena, Lin Chuan lifted his left hand to his chest, and with a thought, released Gyugyuo and Sakura from his beast-taming space simultaneously. Sakura stood slightly to his left, while Gyugyuo appeared right beside his right foot. One for close-range protection and tactical support. The other to actively engage and confront the enemy. This was the most common tactical distribution for the 2+1 mode, especially since the beast tamer himself did not have strong combat or self-preservation capabilities. Although this was his first time participating in a beast tamer combat match, Lin Chuan had spent this time cramming knowledge by watching videos and reading materials, so he would not make any basic, laughable mistakes. Seeing that Lin Chuan's second spirit beast was also a leafy, the audience was in an uproar with heated discussions. After all, very few beast tamers would bond with spirit beasts of the same species, especially as novices. Some keen viewers with extensive knowledge of beasts sensed something unusual, such as the 3 teachers in the commentary booth. To Leafy's Li Ziyu is in a bit of trouble this match. Teacher Fang Yuan murmured. Kaiyan Beiyu next to him nodded in agreement. As a spectator, I am happy to see this. But as a fellow beast tamer, I mourn for Li Ziyu. He is going to have a hard time this round. I hope he stays safe. After saying that, Kaiyan Beiyu jokingly pressed her hands together, praying for Li Ziyu. One could not tell if it was a real prayer or a malicious jinx. Lin Chuan entered the arena slightly ahead of Li Ziyu. However, the distance from both sides' starting areas to the arena was only 20 meters, so it did not make much of a difference. Just a breath later, Li Ziyu also sprinted from his starting point into the arena. He also released his 2 spirit beasts immediately. One was the mutant blue-feathered eagle everyone already knew, Commander level Superior Bloodline, level 15. Well, it should be level 16 now, but since Li Ziyu had not appeared in public since the flight performance, few people knew that. And the other one, the rumored General level Bloodline Spirit Beast. Cameras covering every corner of the arena instantly zoomed in, focusing on the palm-sized spirit beast appearing on Li Ziyu's right shoulder. A bat primarily dark black with golden lightning pattern markings. Abyssal lightning bat. General level inferior. Dark and lightning dual type. The audience could not stop talking, as most did not recognize this spirit beast. At the commentary desk, Teacher Lu immediately began educating the audience on the creature. The abyssal lightning bat, most viewers might not be familiar with it. This spirit beast is not from our Xingyan Federation but is native to the Platin Kingdom, located on the other side of the Azure Star, very far from us. Platin is a very unusual country. The entire nation exists underground. The abyssal lightning bat was born and lives in underground caverns with special electromagnetic fields. I must say, Li Zeu is truly talented to have successfully bonded with such a spirit beast. However, the abyssal lightning bat, its innate intelligence is relatively low, not even as high as many soldier-level beasts, and it has a bloodthirsty and violent temperament, so it is not easy to raise. While Teacher Lu Qingquan was introducing the abyssal lightning bat, Li Zeu had already leaped onto the back of the mutant blue-feathered eagle, circling at a low altitude of about 20 meters above the arena. Looking around, Li Zeu paused for a moment because he did not immediately see Lin Chuan. This caused the tactical strategy he had planned, a swift, decapitating strike before Lin Chuan could activate his shield, to be completely ruined. Li Zeu failed to spot Lin Chuan right away. However, the network of hidden cameras covering every corner of the arena recorded every move Lin Chuan made, displaying it clearly for all the viewers to see. The second after releasing his two leafies, Lin Chuan had ducked into the bamboo forest with them. While moving slowly and stealthily through the bamboo, Lin Chuan also took out a large greenish-brown camouflage tarp he had prepared and draped it over himself, effectively blending into the surroundings as best he could. Seeing this, Teacher Fang Yuan nodded in approval. Novice beast tamers, well, actually not just novices, even some professional beast tamers make this mistake. In a match or an encounter in the wild, they rush in at the start, wanting to find their opponent and have a head-on, manly fight. To this, I can only say it is very, very unwise. Teacher Fang Yuan wanted to say it was stupid, but since it was a live broadcast, he used a more polite term, though the meaning was the same. Unless you have absolute power or the terrain is completely in your favor. Otherwise, using the terrain to hide yourself is the safest and most correct way to respond. It seems Lin Chuan has made sufficient preparations for this match. Just as Teacher Fang Yuan was still rambling on, Caiyan Beiyu, sitting next to him, suddenly lit up. On the giant electronic screen, there was a close-up shot of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was wearing a respirator mask, rubber gloves, and had taken out several prepared small stones. He let Sakura apply her expert-level poison powder to them, coating them thoroughly. A single tap would shake off a layer of toxic dust. The originally dark gray stones were now dyed deep purple-red, shining like crystals in the sunlight. Just by the look of them, they could be worth a lot if sold. Well, guns are restricted in this match. And as for crossbows, Lin Chuan is not skilled with them. But a slingshot, Lin Chuan says, is something he has played with since he was a kid. It is the signature weapon of the most handsome guy at Lin's farm, the farm's bear emperor. Lin Chuan did not really care much about whether he won or lost this match. Winning would be ideal. Even if he lost, it would not be a big problem. He would not feel resentful or anything, as the upcoming entrance assessment was what truly mattered. Besides, even if he lost, the 7 million Starrock coin prize for the runner-up would be enough to cover all his subsequent training costs, not to mention the compensation from Liang Lu. At this moment, what Lin Chuan was thinking about was gaining as much real combat experience as possible in this Zio King Kong Cup final, treating it as a dress rehearsal for the Secret Realm trial in the later entrance assessment. For this match, Lin Chuan had gone 2 days without adding points to Guoguo and Yinghua. He spent his mental energy staying up late to cram knowledge about field combat and watching videos of beast tamers participating in battles. He had done a lot of preparation in advance. For instance, the greenish-brown camouflage cloth he was currently using to hide his figure and tracks. In fact, Lin Chuan had not just prepared that, he also had earthy dark brown ones for wastelands and even full camouflage gear. This was a countermeasure specifically designed for someone like Li Zeu, who liked to fly high and observe from an overlooking perspective. This preparation of Lin Chuan's was clearly very effective. It allowed Lin Chuan to successfully avoid Li Ziyu's initial high-speed decapitation tactic. Without this, if his position had been discovered immediately and he had been rushed, things would have been very difficult. And now Lin Chuan had gained enough time to set up his shield and prepare his toxins. Gyugyu activated its shield at full power. First was the skilled level Vine Armor Shield. Pieces of vine-like wood fiber skin fell off Gyugyu's body and under its conscious control, adhered to Lin Chuan's body. Subsequently, these vine-like wood fiber fragments grew rapidly under the stimulation of wood element energy, intertwining to form arm guards, a chest piece, leg guards, and a helmet, a simple and ugly set of armor that protected Lin Chuan's vital parts. Next was the wood spirit shield. Unfortunately, the wood spirit shield could only be cast on oneself. Unlike the vine armor shield, it could not be applied to others even after reaching the skilled level. Gyugyu had no choice but to stand as close to Lin Chuan as possible. Then it erected a pale green, transparent umbrella-shaped energy shield to cover both itself and Lin Chuan. As for Yinghua, it first used mimic rooting and photosynthesis, then began dusting small stones with poison, ensuring each one was coated with a sufficient amount of toxic powder. The shields were stacked well enough. There were also nearly 20 toxic powder-coated stones. The ammunition was sufficient. Ready to go, Lin Chuan launched his attack first. Lin Chuan loaded a toxic powder stone into his slingshot and aimed at the mutated blue feather hawk that was looking left and right in midair, searching for his tracks. An average blue feather hawk has a wingspan of about 10 meters. But Li Ziyu's mutated blue feather hawk had a wingspan of a full 13 meters, giving off an incredibly impactful impression even while flying in the air. This size also made it easy for Lin Chuan to hit it with his slingshot. Thwack! With just this soft sound, the purplish-red stone coated in toxic powder was fired explosively at the mutated blue feather hawk. It was not that Lin Chuan did not want to attack Li Ziyu directly, but Li Ziyu was on the back of the blue feather hawk, and he did not have a good angle for an attack at the moment. The sound of Lin Chuan's attack immediately alerted Li Ziyu. He turned his head sharply to look at the position where Lin Chuan was hiding. Li Ziyu focused his eyes and spotted the subtle anomaly of the camouflage cloth compared to the surrounding environment. However, before Li Ziyu could react, Lin Chuan's toxic powder stone had already landed on the mutated blue feather hawk. The force of Lin Chuan's slingshot was not great, at least it was very weak compared to a spirit beast's attack, and the damage caused to the mutated blue feather hawk was like a scratch. But the focus of the attack was not the physical damage of the stone, but the toxic powder coated on it. As the stone bounced off the mutated blue feather hawk, a cloud of purplish-red dust rose up instantly. Mastery-level toxic powder. Li Ziyu had watched Lin Chuan's matches several times already, so he naturally recognized Lin Chuan's only method of attack. Just as Lin Chuan had been prepared, using camouflage cloth to evade overhead reconnaissance. Li Ziyu had also prepared for Lin Chuan. Li Ziyu admitted that he liked to show off and be cool. But he was not some brainless rich kid who would ignore his opponent's intel and fail to prepare a counter. Li Ziyu quickly took out a gas mask and put it on, while simultaneously commanding the mutated blue feather hawk to flap its wings. Yes, he did not use any skills, he just flapped its wings to stir up the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew. With the gust of wind, most of the toxic powder was blown away. Only a tiny amount stuck to the blue feather hawk, which was no longer enough to poison it. Li Ziyu let out an enigmatic chuckle, then tapped the back of the mutated blue feather hawk lightly. The next instant, the mutated blue feather hawk dived toward the direction where Lin Chuan was located. At the same time, wisps of water mist began to rise slowly from the eagle's wide and powerful wings. The mist grew thicker and denser, quickly gathering together in the blink of an eye and condensing into thin streams of water. The water flowed like silver threads down the eagle's wings, enveloping them entirely. From Lin Chuan's perspective, looking from afar, it appeared as if a crystal-clear film was gently draped over the wings, shimmering with a dreamlike light. Then, the crystalline film shifts and distorts, morphing into a pure water energy mimicry that resembles razor-sharp wing blades. They were incredibly sharp and gleamed with a cold light, making one feel their immense power and lethal potential at a single glance. Water wings. the signature skill of the blue-feathered eagle. Can you imagine the sight of two 7-meter-long blades slashing toward you? That was the situation Lin Chuan was facing at this very moment. However, Lin Chuan did not panic in the slightest, or rather, the presence of Guo and Yinghua by his side gave him more than enough confidence. Shield. Lin Chuan's lips moved as he uttered this single word. Yinghua and Guo, one behind the other, raised their chubby little hands, let out chirps and squeaks, and activated their shields simultaneously. It was still the Vine Armor shield. However, Yinghua opened a massive shield wall with energy that was relatively dispersed and lower in defensive capability. Meanwhile, Guo concentrated its energy to open a small round shield that could only cover one direction. The shield wall was sliced open by the water wings first, but it managed to block the initial and most terrifying momentum. Subsequently, the massive blades of the water wings were held back by the umbrella-shaped wood spirit shield Guo had erected. Unfortunately, the wood spirit shield lasted less than 2 seconds before being pierced through. Finally, the small shield Guo had just concentrated its energy to form stood across the path of the water wings, which had only its remaining force left. It completely blocked the move. Only a few small water droplets passed through the gaps in the vine shield and landed on Lin Chuan's face, which he wiped away casually with his thumb. However, Li Ziyu's attack did not end there. As the mutated blue feather hawk turned and spun to pull away, he backhanded a crossbow and pulled the trigger mercilessly at Lin Chuan's face, firing 2 consecutive arrows at him. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had been prepared. While dodging to the side, he raised his arm to block the 2 arrows with the vine armor on it. Their eyes met and Lin Chuan retaliated just as bluntly with his slingshot, firing a toxic powder stone at Li Ziyu. However, Li Ziyu steered the mutated blue feather hawk to sway slightly and dodged it. In the audience, thunderous cheers erupted. Many viewers found the brief skirmish they had just witnessed blood pumping. The terrifyingly huge water wings. The power of this move was enough to surpass many other contestants' trump cards. It was roughly on par with the attack of a Tier 2 spirit beast. And this was not even Li Ziyu's full power. Li Ziyu's beast taming talent was already well known. Tier 1 Acceleration. Acceleration is a very powerful combat-exclusive talent. A spirit beast under this talent will become faster and faster as the battle progresses until it reaches the limit of what its body can handle. And with a massive increase in speed, the power of various collision or slashing skills that rely on speed will also be elevated. Lin Chuan's side was equally astonishing. Shield after shield, triple shields. Lin Chuan had actually taken that terrifying strike without a scratch. Keep in mind, Lin Chuan had not even started healing yet. Then there was the subsequent exchange of crossbow bolts and slingshot stones. Is this what the top-tier new beast tamers in Qinghe City look like this year? Who among the other contestants could do this? Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu exchanged several rounds in a close-quarters skirmish. Between the two, neither could do anything to the other. Li Ziyu clicked his tongue in regret. At this moment he was certain. Before the beast-taming talent acceleration fully took effect and before the mutated blue feather hawk's speed was pushed to the limit, there was no way he could break through the multiple shields combined by Lin Chuan's 2 leafy leaves. It was truly disgusting. Break one shield and more would be generated immediately. The shields seemed to multiply as he broke them. How could there be such an annoying combat style? One leafy leaf was not enough, he had 2. Stacking so many shields, are you that afraid of dying, that afraid of pain? Li Ziyu complained in his heart. However, he knew this could not go on. If it continued like this, let alone beating Lin Chuan, he would not even be able to force Lin Chuan to heal. And he had thought he could easily take down Lin Chuan, fulfilling his boast from yesterday's post-match interview about a quick victory. Li Ziyu did not linger in the fight, tapping the mutated blue feather hawk lightly. The mutated blue feather hawk immediately traced an arc in the air and moved away quickly. Staying in low-altitude combat with 2 leafy leaves meant there was simply no space or opportunity to accelerate. Often, just as it started to speed up, it would be dragged back down. Therefore, it needed to withdraw from the engagement first to maintain continuous flight acceleration and reach its maximum speed and skill potency as soon as possible. Lin Chuan naturally would not let it get away so easily. During the few rounds of skirmishing with Li Ziyu just now. Although it looked like an even back and forth, in reality it was not. In truth, from start to finish, Lin Chuan, had been the one being suppressed. His attacks could be easily dodged by Li Zeu. A slight shift of the blue feather hawk was enough to evade them. But he could not dodge most of Li Zeu's crossbow attacks, having to take them head-on with the vine armor on his body. This is the frustration of lacking air superiority. If he allowed Li Zeu to accelerate easily, he would really be reduced to a passive target. He was wearing vine armor, but it was not seamless after all. If he were hit by one of Li Zeu's arrows in an area not covered by the armor, it would be counted as an effective injury. By then, after a few arrows, he would likely lose. And more importantly, that bat spirit beast that had been crouching on Li Zeu's shoulder the whole time. With Lin Chuan's level of knowledge, he did not recognize the Dark Thunder Bat, a spirit beast native to a far-off foreign land. As a contestant, he could not hear the commentary from the three experts giving the audience an introduction to it. However, Lin Chuan could vaguely sense that the spirit beast was unusual. It was likely the legendary spirit beast with a commander-rank bloodline, and he had to be wary of it. Lin Chuan pulled his slingshot to the max, loading 3 toxic stones into the pouch. Taking advantage of the fact that the mutated blue feather hawk had not flown far and had not ramped up its speed yet, Lin Chuan fired the toxic stones rapidly. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 sounds of breaking air. 2 of the stones missed, but 1 hit the blue feather hawk successfully, and a large amount of toxic powder dispersed. It looked like he was about to successfully land the poisoning debuff on the mutated blue feather hawk. Just then, the bat spirit beast on Li Zeu's shoulder, which had been closing its eyes as if sleeping since the start, suddenly spread its wings and flapped them gently. A cloud of black mist flickering with wisps of electricity surged out, swallowing all the dispersed toxic powder. Lin Chuan did not know the bat, but he recognized the skill that created the electric black mist. Dark Thunder Curtain. This was a true high-level skill that only certain special spirit beasts with sufficiently high bloodline grades could learn. It dealt wide-range electrical damage and carried blinding and paralysis effects. Unfortunately, no matter how strong a skill is, it needs sufficient rank and energy to sustain it. The bat spirit beast's rank clearly had not reached Tier 1, so the Dark Thunder Curtain could not unleash its full power and could only be used as a blocking skill. Even so, Lin Chuan's expression remained grave. This bat spirit beast had not reached Tier 1, so it could not pose a threat to Guoguo and Yinghua. However, it was enough to cause damage to him, the beast tamer. Seeing that Li Zeu was about to break away from the battle while riding the mutant blue-feathered eagle, Guoguo, who had a rather impatient temper, screeched and danced about, no longer able to hold back. It wanted to hit that annoying big bird with a bomb fruit. If it could dodge Lin Chuan's poison powder pebbles, could it also dodge a bomb fruit? Never mind a direct hit, even the aftermath of the explosion would be enough to flip that annoying big bird over and send the guy riding it, the one who dared to shoot at its master, plummeting to the ground. Through their contract, Lin Chuan sensed Guoguo's restless impatience. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Chuan sent a thought to Guoguo: stay calm, do not be impulsive, and do not do anything reckless. Taking advantage of the gap while Li Zeu was distracted, he reached out and ruffled Guoguo's little head. Through this emotional connection and the soothing act of head patting, Lin Chuan finally calmed Guoguo down, suppressing its urge to deliver an artistic sanction to Li Zeu with a bomb fruit. Compared to Guoguo's impatience, Yinghua was much calmer, though it also felt some fluctuations. It did not show them as obviously. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Chuan stared into the air about 200 meters away. At that moment, Li Zeu was going all out, using his beast-taming talent, acceleration. Wisps of subtle, pale cyan light flowed continuously from his palms like agile streams of water, quickly merging into the body of the mutant blue-feathered eagle. The cyan light, like a soft veil, gradually covered the entire body of the eagle, exuding a mysterious aura. The mutant blue-feathered eagle circled in the air. With every circle, its speed surged visibly. Lin Chuan certainly would not just sit and wait for his doom. Li Zeu had a beast-taming talent, but did that mean he did not? Not to mention reincarnation, which was basically a cheat, though unusable in combat. What he meant here was the second-order spirit Woodheart. Although its main use was in daily cultivation, it could also provide some benefits in battle by strengthening wood and illusion-type skills. At this moment, Lin Chuan did not spare any stamina, buffing both Guoguo and Yinghua with the second-order Spirit Wood Heart. Under the infusion of the Spirit Wood Heart, Guoguo and Yinghua joined forces to set up their shields. Yinghua's expert-level Vine Armor Shield. Rows of umbrella-shaped vine armor walls rose from the ground, intersecting and connecting to form a net-like dome that covered the 10-meter radius around Lin Chuan. Guoguo's proficient-level vine armor shield layered behind the walls, filling in the gaps. Before long, a massive, intricate vine armor shield formation had been formed, dense and orderly despite the chaotic situation, centered around Lin Chuan. The shield formation was not completely sealed. It left enough gaps for Lin Chuan to move, dodge, and attack with his slingshot. But for something the size of the mutant blue-feathered eagle, it was impossible to get in. By the time Lin Chuan finished building the shield, Li Ziyu had also used acceleration to push the eagle's speed to its physical limit. Lin Chuan could no longer track it with the naked eye. He would just focus on it in one spot, and in the blink of an eye, it would appear on the other side. Even Li Ziyu, riding on its back, was having a hard time. Far from being able to counterattack with crossbow bolts like before, he could not even sit upright now, having to press himself flat against the eagle's back, gripping the riding harness tightly just to avoid being thrown off by the extreme speed. Diving skimming at low altitude. Water wings. The eagle's wings were covered in blades of flowing water that shimmered like crystalline light. The water blades seemed alive, constantly flowing and flickering, radiating a chilling, terrifying cold light. With a sharp, piercing sound, the wings cut through the dense bamboo forest like a streak of blue light, carrying incomparable speed and power. In an instant, the sound of snapping bamboo echoed endlessly as swaths of stalks fell like harvested wheat. They were either snapped at the waist or ripped out by the roots, kicking up clouds of dust and bamboo leaves. Even more shockingly, when the water blades brushed the ground, they carved out a deep, bottomless trench. This gash in the earth was like a gaping wound, utterly startling. Soil and debris sprayed from the edges of the trench, forming a mini-storm of earth and rock. Lin Chuan steeled himself, pushing the Spirit Wood Heart to its maximum effect. Using the Spirit Wood Heart consumed significant stamina. Right now, Lin Chuan's stamina was draining away like a breached dam. Just these few seconds of effort felt like running a 3,000-meter race. A wave of exhaustion and weakness washed over him. Of course, for Lin Chuan, this was just a minor hurdle. The grueling training sessions he had been pushing himself through daily were far more strenuous. With one deep breath, he steadied himself. Guoguo and Yinghua worked in tandem, concentrating their minds to draw upon their internal wood-type energy, fully supporting the effects of Lin Chuan's Spirit Wood Heart. With their precise control, the misty green light of the Spirit Wood Heart combined with their energy, transforming into an even purer, life-richer force that surged close to the second-order level. This energy flowed like a green flood, surging toward the vine armor shield formation. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a layer of misty green light. The green glow, like a soft veil or ethereal mist, rose slowly, making one feel as if they were in a green world filled with life and hope. Hidden cameras captured every detail and displayed them on the giant electronic screens. On screen, under the green mist, countless tiny dark vine tendrils grew and intertwined, making the shield formation denser and thicker. The spear on the shield. Ultimate attack versus ultimate defense. Colliding in this very moment. The audience held their breath. Even the three commentators fell silent, watching the collision with grave expressions. The blue water blade struck the green shield wall. The shield wall shattered at the first contact. However, before it could completely collapse, another wall rose from the ground behind it. It blocked it but not entirely. Residual waves from the water blades still landed on Yinghua and Guoguo. The immense impact and slashing force dealt visible damage to the two little ones. However, with the self-healing of rooting and photosynthesis combined with the mutually beneficial heal bell, the wounds vanished before a single breath could pass. The audience erupted in cheers. At the same time, there were groans of disappointment from Li Ziyu's fans, as it was clear that Lin Chuan's shield formation had won that exchange. If this continued and Li Ziyu had no more tricks up his sleeve, he would likely be worn down by Lin Chuan. Yet at the moment people began to doubt Li Ziyu, the situation on the field shifted drastically. The tide turned. Li Ziyu threw a smoke bomb into Lin Chuan's shield formation. Dense smoke erupted instantly, blinding Lin Chuan to his surroundings. Simultaneously, a black-gold streak of light shot out from Li Ziyu's position at high speed, diving into the smoke and the shield formation. The audience held their breath. In the commentary booth, Lu Qingquan realized what was happening and shouted excitedly. It is the Underworld Thunderbat, Li Ziyu's Underworld Thunderbat. It used the smoke to break right into Lin Chuan's shield formation. The gaps in the shield formation could not accommodate the massive frame of the mutant blue-feathered eagle. To break through, the eagle had no choice but to attack head-on and shatter the layers of shields. However, Li Ziyu's Underworld Thunderbat was only the size of a palm. For the bat, the gaps in the shield wall were massive. It slipped through with ease and lunged straight for Lin Chuan. Danger! Lin Chuan is in danger. His vision was already blocked by smoke, and now he is being rushed by the Underworld Thunderbat. Even if it has not reached the First Order yet, the Underworld Thunderbat still possesses a commander-level bloodline. It can absolutely deal effective damage to a beast tamer. Lu Qingquan continued shouting. Next was Qian Beiyu, clearly stimulated by the fierce battle, her voice trembling with excitement. It hit! The Underworld Thunderbat's electric attack successfully landed on Lin Chuan, dealing effective damage. He is in trouble. Lin Chuan's two leafy flowers are currently pinned down by constant attacks from Li Ziyu's mutant blue-feathered eagle and cannot spare a moment to protect him. If either one comes to assist, the shield wall will be broken. Is the match about to end? Is Li Ziyu going to win? He won, it is over, there is no way he can lose now. Qian Beiyu slapped the desk in excitement. Seeing Lin Chuan take two more electric hits and a bite with clear cracks appearing on his automatic shield, she stood up, neck craned, and shouted, "Let us congratulate." Yet at that very instant, just as she finished saying the word congratulate, as if seeing something shocking, she lost her voice, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bang Yuan took over, shouting excitedly. What is going on? The Underworld Thunderbat actually. Why is it flying so erratically? Did it drink fake booze? Inside the shield formation, shielded by the smoke, the Underworld Thunderbat had successfully ambushed Lin Chuan. While the two little ones were tied up by the eagle, it had indeed used electric and bite to cause damage, breaking Lin Chuan's automatic shield. With just two more hits, it would shatter and he would lose. However, the situation had reversed. The smoke began to clear. Meanwhile, the bat's attacks kept missing, easily dodged by Lin Chuan. Even if Lin Chuan stood still, its electric attacks drifted off target, and finally it struggled to even fly straight, just as Fang Yuan had said, as if it had drank fake booze. The reason for this was the Heal Bell essence permeating the shield formation from Yinghua. By now, Yinghua had mastered the control of the hallucinogenic effects within its Heal Bell. It could act as pure healing for its allies, while intensifying the hallucinations for enemies. The hallucinogenic effect was not overwhelming. At least against a beast like the mutant blue-feathered eagle, it was practically useless. But for an Underworld Thunderbat that had not reached the First Order and was caught completely off guard, the effect was significant. Watching the bat sway and descend into hallucinations, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, though his palms and forehead were slick with cold sweat. He had truly been incredibly tense. Sure enough, among three people, there is always a teacher. His wild combat experience was still shallow. A smoke bomb was something he had not prepared for. Good tactic lesson learned. He would be carrying smoke bombs in future battles and secret realm trials too. But setting that aside, he had to finish off this bat beast first. If he did not disable it now, the next time it coordinated with a smoke bomb, he would surely lose. Lin Chuan picked up a brick-like stone from the ground and pressed some poison powder pebbles onto it to coat it. Then, wielding this poisoned brick, he proceeded to violently bash the skull of the hallucinating, stumbling Underworld Thunderbat. When the bat fell to the ground, Lin Chuan did not stop. He ran over, pinned one of its wings with his foot, and continued his brutal smashing with the brick. Li Zeu was furious, wanting to rescue the bat, shouting with his rejuvenating roar to try and call it back. However, the eagle was pinned by Gyugyuho and Yinghua, and the bat had inhaled a lethal dose of hallucinogenic powder. Although awakened by Li Zeu, it was quickly resedated through the combination of constant physical blows and the infiltrating poison. Just like that, Lin Chuan bludgeoned the underworld thunder bat until it let out a whine and passed out. What? Cayenne Beiyu seemed to recover. She switched sides with astonishing speed, slamming the table and screaming with flushed excitement. What is going on? What happened? What did I just witness? Lin Chuan actually solo-killed the underworld thunder bat without relying on his 2 leafy flowers. It is simply incredible, a human solo-killing a commander-level beast. I told you, Lin Chuan is guaranteed to win. The audience present, especially those supporting Lin Chuan, all hoped that Cayenne Beiyu would shut her mouth immediately. With just one congratulations, she had instantly jinxed the great situation Li Zeu had. And now she wants to jinx Lin Chuan too. You really are a wicked woman who thrives on chaos. The commentators could not hear the audience's chatter, and Cayenne Beiyu simply ignored the scrolling comments on the screen. At this moment, her attention was entirely on the match, delivering her commentary with flushed, excited energy. The Nether Thunder Bat was knocked unconscious, which meant it was completely out of the match. Even if it recovered, it could not fight again. At this, Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Picking up the palm-sized Nether Thunder Bat, Lin Chuan inspected it carefully, curious about what was so special about this so-called commander-level bloodline. However, after a full look, Lin Chuan did not find anything unusual. Just one thought. This spirit beast looks rather ugly, nowhere near as cute as Hu Yai. Curling his lip, Lin Chuan tossed the Nether Thunder Bat through a gap in the shield wall toward Li Zeu. Li Zeu instantly recalled it back to his beast space. At the same time, Li Zeu was still puzzled. How could Lin Chuan solo the Nether Thunder Bat? Even if his Nether Thunder Bat was only level 8, it should not be something a human beast master could solo. Why did the bat act like it had drunk fake liquor earlier? He had many doubts, but reality left Li Zeu no more time to think. Sakura's poisonous powder had taken this opportunity to drift toward him and his mutant blue feathered eagle. So Li Zeu tapped the eagle, which flapped its wings and blew the powder away with a gust of wind. Focusing his mind and clearing away irrelevant thoughts, Li Zeu began to weigh the current situation. The Nether Thunder Bat had been defeated, meaning he had lost his trump card and could not break through Lin Chuan's shield formation to execute a decapitation strike. So he could only rely on the mutant blue feathered eagle to dismantle the shield's head-on. However, seeing the shield walls that kept springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain right after he tore one down. Even if the aftermath of the attacks injured the 2 Hu Yais, they could instantly heal themselves and each other back to full health. In such a situation, Li Zeu felt agitated and utterly disgusted. How could there be such a disgusting tactic? Actually, Li Zeu was not the type of stubborn person who absolutely had to win. If it were the top 8 or a semifinal, he might have just surrendered, but this was the final. Until now, there had never been a precedent of surrendering in a final of the Xiao King Kong Cup or Xiao King Cup. He did not want to be the one to start such a trend, so no matter how disgusting it was, he had to see this match through to the end, even if he loses. Moreover, it was not like he had no chance at all. Right now, the shields and healing from the 2 Hu Yais under the boost of Lin Chuan's Beast Master talent could resist the onslaught of the mutant blue feathered eagle boosted by his own acceleration talent. But in truth, the Hu Yai's response was not effortless. They were actually a bit flustered. So as long as he, Li Zeu, could last longer than Lin Chuan. When Lin Chuan exhausted his stamina and could not provide the talent boost to the 2 Hu Yais, while he still had the energy to keep boosting the mutant blue feathered eagle. Then the situation would flip in an instant. That would be the moment for Li Zeu's victory. What if he could not outlast his stamina? Do not be ridiculous. Lin Chuan had to boost 2 Hu Yais while he only needed to boost 1 spirit beast, the mutant blue feathered eagle. Under these conditions, how could Lin Chuan possibly outlast him? Furthermore, he controlled the skies. The initiative of this match had always been in his hands. He could stop the talent boost from time to time to recover his stamina. But as the defender, did Lin Chuan dare to stop his talent output? Did he dare to relax even a little? Once Lin Chuan relaxed, that would be his chance to break through. And if the battle turned against him, he could fly away to reset, adjust his state, and come back to attack. He would just wear him down by force. Thinking this, Li Ziyu acted accordingly. Everything developed just as Li Ziyu had planned. Lin Chuan consumes more stamina by casting Heart of the Spirit Wood on both Guoguo and the Sakura Fairy, compared to Li Ziyu, who only buffs his mutant blue-feathered hawk with speed. As time passed, dense sweat appeared visibly on Lin Chuan's forehead, his complexion turned pale, and while Li Ziyu was also struggling, he was in much better shape than Lin Chuan. Just as Li Ziyu estimated that Lin Chuan could hold on for at most another 10 minutes. At that moment, Lin Chuan actually took a recliner out of his beast space and leaned back on it. Then he pulled out a case of mineral water and a bag of biscuits, snacks, and fruit, and started eating and drinking quite openly. Li Ziyu. Audience. 3 commentators. Referee. The referee hesitated. According to the rules, there was a limit to the amount of medicine a contestant could carry, but what Lin Chuan brought out was not healing medicine, just ordinary water and food which did not violate the rules. Eventually, the 3 referees discussed it privately and confirmed that Lin Chuan had not broken any rules. Lin Chuan lay on the recliner, swinging his leg, drinking water and eating snacks and fruit while looking at Li Ziyu. Did not I tell you over the air during my interview after qualifying for the top 8 to have water and food ready? What did not bring any? Oh, I remember your interview from yesterday. You seem to have said that even if you were thirsty to death, tired to death, or hungry to death, you would not eat a bite or drink a drop. As if he were not in a match, Lin Chuan chatted with Li Ziyu in a playful and leisurely manner. Li Ziyu's lips twitched, his expression complex. In fact, he did have a little emergency food and water stashed in his beast space. But after Lin Chuan said that, especially bringing up his public declaration from yesterday's interview, he could not bring himself to take them out. Well, young people can be quite thin-skinned. With the replenishment of food and water along with the comfortable lying position, Lin Chuan's complexion visibly improved rapidly, and he recovered much of his stamina. Seeing this, Li Ziyu's face turned even blacker. He thought Lin Chuan's heal-shield poison combo was annoying enough to mess with his mentality, but he had not expected Lin Chuan himself to be even more annoying. How can there be such a detestable beast, master? Looks like you really did not bring any food or water. Want me to share some with you? As Lin Chuan spoke, he picked up a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits, waving them at him. Li Ziyu gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that the mutant blue-feathered eagle was flying too fast right now, preventing him from sitting upright, he would have definitely given Lin Chuan a few crossbow bolts. He would smash that smug face. Li Ziyu did not answer. Lin Chuan seemed unhappy and clicked his tongue. Fine, fine, do not look so grim, let us just be friends. Lin Chuan laughed and threw the water and biscuits out of the shield formation near Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu was suspicious. Was Lin Chuan really that kind? He instinctively glanced at the water and food tossed over, and then his complexion turned even darker. The mineral water bottle was actually purple-red. The bag of biscuits had a small tear, and the biscuits inside were also purple-red. Li Ziyu, damn it. Li Ziyu knew that just like his own tactic of forcing the exhaustion of Lin Chuan's stamina, at this moment, Lin Chuan had used a psychological warfare tactic on him. He knew it, yet he still fell for it, his mentality broken by the poisoned water and biscuits Lin Chuan had tossed over. When one's mentality is unstable, one is prone to making mistakes. It was not the time to continue this entanglement. Li Ziyu immediately tapped the back of the mutant blue-feathered eagle. Go. The mutant blue-feathered eagle immediately carried Li Ziyu away from Lin Chuan's shield formation. They did not land until they were 300 meters away, almost across the entire arena, at a distance where they would not be surprised by a sudden attack from Lin Chuan. He had hoped to defeat Lin Chuan quickly, but he had not expected to end up in a stalemate. Long-term flight and riding was also a considerable drain on his stamina. Li Ziyu climbed off the mutant blue-feathered eagle and let it use its water attribute recovery skill, Bubble Bath, to recuperate. At the same time, he gave the eagle a bottle of antidote, fighting until now. Although he had been on guard and had blown away the poisonous powder, every encounter still resulted in a little powder getting on them, and over time, the mutant blue-feathered eagle had eventually been poisoned. Fortunately, the 2+1 match mode allowed for the carrying and usage of spirit beast items, though there were quantity limits. The limit this time was 10, meaning he could carry any combination of spirit beast items as long as the total did not exceed 10, and he had chosen to bring 10 bottles of antidote. Across most of the arena, Li Ziyu locked eyes with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan smiled, appearing composed, drinking water and eating fruit. Li Ziyu's face remained dark, but through deep breathing and telling himself to stay steady, he gradually regained his calm. Both tacitly used their own ways to recover stamina. In the 2+1 mode rules, there was no such thing as negative play. Avoiding battle, resting, surprise attacks, ambushes, setting traps, or even verbal mockery and provocation, all of these were legitimate tactics. Of course, to avoid situations where both parties avoided battle. If both sides avoided fighting for too long, upon confirmation by the chief referee, the arena boundaries would continuously shrink, and anyone stepping out would be judged as losing, forcing both players to engage. 5 minutes later, Li Ziyu had rested enough. He once again boosted the mutant blue-feathered eagle with his acceleration talent, maxing out its speed before having it attack Lin Chuan's shield formation. This time, he did not ride the mutant blue-feathered eagle as before, but walked alone on the bamboo forest floor. Li Ziyu stopped about 20 meters from the shield formation. From a distance, he aimed his crossbow at Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan dared to lie on his recliner and drink or eat without vigilance like before, he would definitely shoot him with a couple of arrows. He could not lie down to rest, but drinking and eating were still fine. And so Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu kept on draining each other. From time to time, both sides stopped to rest, adjusted their states, and then resumed the fight. The match continued in this manner. At first, the audience watched with boiling blood, but as the excitement died down, they cooled off. The three commentators were the same, starting with passionate fervor but gradually becoming dull as time dragged on. Fortunately, this was a 2+1 match. No matter what, there was still something to see. The coordination between spirit beasts and the psychological warfare between the beast masters. Li Ziyu would occasionally feign weakness before suddenly launching a violent surprise attack. Lin Chuan, after blocking it, would strike back. He even made bamboo spears on the spot and delivered a heavy blow to the mutant blue-feathered eagle. Crossbow bolts, poison-tipped stones, the skirmishes happened from time to time. The match, which started at 10 a.m., dragged on until 6 p.m. The three commentators were completely burned out. Mainly because they could not stop talking. Every time Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu exchanged blows, they had to commentate. By now, they felt their throats were smoking and their voices had turned hoarse. Qian Beiyu simply gave up and laid down on the desk, mumbling weakly. On the field, Li Ziyu looked bloodless, with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Chuan was not doing well either. His face was deathly pale. As the sun set and the twilight faded, a smile finally appeared on Li Ziyu's bloodless face. Forcing the last bit of stamina from his body, Li Ziyu turned it into the acceleration talent and boosted the mutant blue-feathered eagle, which was now bristling with feathers, bloodshot-eyed, and unstable. The mutant blue-feathered eagle let out a dry, struggling cry, and its water wings, clearly much weaker than at the start, fluttered weakly toward the shield formation. Lin Chuan could actually still fight. Although he himself was drained, Sakura and Gyugyua were in decent shape as this arena was not lacking in soil or water, meaning Sakura and Gyugyua were essentially standing on a mountain of food, able to replenish while fighting. Furthermore, the two little ones still had the sleep skill, which could recover them even after sunset. However, Lin Chuan did not intend to continue. At this point, even Lin Chuan felt like he was about to vomit from the fighting. He had already accumulated plenty of wilderness combat experience during this excessively long battle. That was enough. The rest could serve as his trump cards. Lin Chuan passed his thoughts to Gyugyuo and Sakura through their bond, and the two little ones stopped shielding and pretended to be weak and powerless. The acting was poor, but at this stage of the match, few people would expect those two Huyais to be able to keep going. Without the replenishment from Gyugyuo and Sakura, the shield formation was destroyed by the last water wings of the mutant blue-feathered eagle, and the two little ones were swept into the sky by the aftermath and the watery gale. The mutant blue-feathered eagle dove toward Lin Chuan. The final strike of the water wings landed on Lin Chuan. The first layer of his automatic shield shattered, and the second layer of insurance shield was activated. The electronic screen zoomed in on Lin Chuan. Standing there, Lin Chuan was silent for a long time before sighing lightly, "I lost." As if waiting for Lin Chuan's words. The moment Lin Chuan said them, the mutant blue-feathered eagle tumbled from the sky and fell, fainting. Li Zeu did the same. His vision went dark and he collapsed straight down. Lin Chuan looked at the fainted Li Zeu and his eagle, his eyes filled with respect. Not just a rich kid, although Li Zeu had a penchant for showing off and playing cool, he had undeniable strengths. To hold on until now, that willpower is worthy of praise. Good, very rare indeed. I acknowledge your will. The championship, I will award it to you. The match was truly agonizing to watch. It was not just the two competitors, the commentators and the audience were all put through the ringer. But agony aside, the match was overall quite spectacular and of very high quality. It is hard to believe this was a battle between two novice beast tamers. Lin Chuan's performance goes without saying. On paper, it was nearly impossible for him to win. He might even have been taken out by a lightning-fast rush right at the start. However, Lin Chuan beat Li Zeu to the arena area, then used a simple piece of camouflage cloth to buy himself time to set up shields at the very beginning. From there, his steady playstyle, his seemingly endless supply of shield walls, his terrifying recovery ability, his solo kill of the underworld Thunderbat, and his hilarious yet surprisingly effective psychological tactics nearly won him the match. Li Zeu's performance was also noteworthy. From beginning to end, he never panicked or lost his composure. Even when Lin Chuan tried to mess with his head, he was able to calm down immediately. At the same time, he kept his greatest advantage in mind and held on to it firmly: air superiority. Whenever the battle turned against him, he would not linger, choosing instead to decisively disengage, retreat, and wait until he had adjusted his condition before coming back to re-engage. Lastly, and most importantly, Li Zeu's willpower was acknowledged by both the audience and even professional beast tamers. Facing Lin Chuan's turtle tank poison strategy and such disgusting, agonizing combat, he was still able to engage in a war of attrition and hold on until sunset to win the match. That kind of willpower is beyond ordinary people. The match is over, but the buzz has not died down immediately. The King He City Beast Tamer forum is on fire, with threads discussing the match popping up like mushrooms after rain. In the video section of the forum, a post-match breakdown stream is currently underway. A professional data analyst and two professional beast tamers are providing a frame-by-frame analysis. The analyst is Wang Xiang, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses. The two professional beast tamers, a man named Jin Siyuan and a woman named Lu Xiaoyan, are both coaches from the Tianshui Style Dojo, King He City's top dojo, and are professional beast tamers themselves. By examining every detail of the match, the trio analyzed the levels, skill proficiencies, and even the innate beast-taming talents of both participants' creatures. Li Zeu's situation needs no introduction. Everyone is already familiar with his background. So let us take a detailed look at Lin Chuan. Wang Xiang spoke up, opening video analysis software and displaying images of Gyugyu and Sakura on screen. According to various data analyses, Lin Chuan's two leafy fairies are level 18 and level 17 respectively. Going frame by frame, Wang Xiang pulled up screenshots of match details while using another professional machine for data analysis on the side. He analyzed details ranging from the color of the wood attribute energy released by Gyugyu and Sakura, the flicker frequency of the energy light waves, their subtle impact on the surrounding environment, to their height and physical characteristics, eventually determining their exact levels. It was well-reasoned and convincing. Level 17 and level 18. Although they were mostly there to play the supporting roles, the two professional beast tamers present, Jin Siyuan and LV Xiaoyan, were truly astonished. You have to realize it has only been a month and a half. Lin Chuan has raised two level 17 and 18 leafy fairies, while even Li Zeu, who has access to countless resources, only has a level 16 mutated blue-feathered hawk. Young people these days are truly incredible. Back when I was a rookie, it took me this long just to get my first bonded beast to the first rank. Jin Siyuan sighed with emotion and Lu Xiaoyan nodded. Her situation was slightly better than Jin's, but she was not as freakish as Lin Chuan. After setting the stage, Wang Xiang continued his analysis, tapping on the small blackboard. But that level is not even the key point. The key is how Lin Chuan nurtured the various skills of those two leafy fairies. The live commentator, Mr. Liu, mentioned that Lin Chuan's leafy fairies have at least mastery-level proficiency in their three basic skills: rooting, photosynthesis, and growth. I would like to say Mr. Liu's assessment was actually conservative based on my analysis. Lin Chuan's two leafy fairies have expert-level proficiency in all three basic skills. Yes, they have reached the maximum cap for a creature of the leafy fairy race with soldier tier medium bloodlines. And there is more: vine armor shield, wood spirit shield, poison powder, and aromatherapy. Not one of these skills has a proficiency level lower than proficient. How is that not terrifying? If other novice beast tamers can get even one skill to proficiency level at this stage, they are already considered excellent. But for Lin Chuan, his two leafy fairy skills, I can only say that these newcomers are monsters. From this, we can boldly infer that Lin Chuan's beast taming talent is skill master. But that is not all. Take a look at this footage. Wang Xiang opened a clip where Lin Chuan channeled the heart of the wood spirit into Guo and Sakura. The focus was on the green mist glowing in Lin Chuan's hand as it seeped into the two creatures. Wang Xiang dragged the progress bar repeatedly, playing that segment 3 times. If I am not mistaken and my analysis is correct, the beast taming talent Lin Chuan is displaying here is Heart of the Wood Spirit. So Lin Chuan is a dual talent beast tamer, natural awakening plus ritual awakening. Heart of the Wood Spirit and skill master. Once Wang Xiang finished, Jin Siyuan and Lu Xiaoyan were completely silenced. Dual talents plus skill master and Heart of the Wood Spirit. With talents like these, even if he does not get into the top 8 universities, countless dojos would be fighting over him. While everyone was still in shock, Wang Xiang added, "Do you think that is all? Lin Chuan has terrifying talent, and his two leafy fairies are not simple either. The one named Guo releases skills noticeably faster and more effectively than the other. This proves that this leafy fairy has an innate talent for wood attribute energy that normal ones lack. In other words, it is a genius." And the other one named Sakura. Do you know why Lin Chuan was able to solo the Underworld Thunder Bat? Why was the Underworld Thunder Bat wobbling around like it had been drinking fake booze after entering the shield formation? Wang Xiang pulled up another image, a full-body close-up. It was Sakura, the leafy fairy with the pink flower on its head. This leafy fairy has a rare illusion attribute talent. Its aromatherapy has hallucinogenic effects. This is everything about Lin Chuan. This illusion-capable leafy fairy is his ace in the hole. Wang Xiang grew more excited as he spoke. He felt he was witnessing the rise of a future heavenly king. The two professional beast tamers were absolutely stunned. Dual beast taming talents, Heart of the Wood Spirit and Skill Master, plus 2 genius-level starter beasts, whose protagonist script is this. At the end of the analysis, Wang Xiang said, "Next, here is my advice to all you novice beast tamers. If you encounter Lin Chuan in the Secret Realm trials during the advancement exams, just turn around and walk away. There is no shame in that. He is not someone a novice tamer can resist. Unless you group up with dozens of people to surround and attack him, he can wear down almost every other tamer at this level." What about Li Zeu? If it were not for the arena boundary restrictions, if there were terrain that could restrict air superiority and prevent easy retreats like dense jungles or narrow alleys, Li Zeu would not have lasted half an hour against Lin Chuan. And narrow terrain is almost guaranteed to exist in the Secret Realm trials. Of course, Lin Chuan is not without weaknesses. His vulnerability lies in his lack of high-burst damage skills and effective pursuit methods. So as long as you avoid him, there is not much he can do to you. Unlike Li Zeu, whose flying skills allow him to easily hunt others down. Lin Chuan was watching the analysis stream as well. I have to admit, this analyst Wang Xiang really knows his stuff. He practically stripped all my secrets bare. However, Lin Chuan is not panicked, or rather this was all within his expectations. After such a battle in this post-match breakdown, I believe I have planted a mental seal on all the novice beast tamers in this batch, convincing them that I specialize in a Tankan poison system, that my ace is illusion magic, and that I have no other tricks up my sleeve. With that, I will not be easily targeted or ganged up on in the early stages of the Secret Realm trials. After all, to target me, you would need at least a dozen people. That is not very cost-effective, and you would easily leave yourself open to be picked off by someone else while trying to surround me. Besides, the analysis video mentioned it. I do not have burst damage or pursuit capabilities, which means I am not a major threat to most people. Unlike Li Zeu, who excels at attacking and has flying skills, once he locks onto you, you are basically trapped. So instead of targeting me, people would be better off targeting Li Zeu. As long as you limit his flight, he is actually easy to defeat. Beep. Just then, Lin Chuan's watch-style beast space device chimed, and a virtual window popped up with a text message. Congratulations to Beast Tamer Lin Chuan. You have won the runner-up title of the 89th Xiao King Kong Cup. A prize of 7 million star rock coins and 700 Beast Tamer points has been deposited into your account. Please verify receipt immediately. If there is any error, please contact the Beast Tamer Association's tournament staff. Lin Chuan smiled after reading the text. It finally arrived. He had been waiting for this money for 2 hours. Do you know how agonizing those 2 hours were? It was just as bad as the match itself. Closing the message, Lin Chuan immediately opened his Beast Tamer account. Inside, there were 10.05 million star rock coins and 1013 Beast Tamer points. The 50,000 coins and 13 points were the leftover balance, while the 10 million and 1,000 points were the newly arrived funds. Of that, 7 million coins and 700 points were the prize for the Xiao King Kong Cup runner-up. The remaining 3 million coins and 300 points were the private compensation from Lianglu. Plenty of cultivation funds. For the remaining month and a week, I can burn through this cash and go into seclusion. Well, time to start planning the follow-up training. Also, regarding the Secret Realm trials for the advancement exam, after a whole day of fighting, I have gained a good amount of field combat experience. At least I am not blind anymore. It is time to devise tactics and prepare supplies in advance. Furthermore, my secrets were mostly exposed by Wang Xiang's analysis video. Now all that is left is Gyugyuo's seed bomb, Sakura's assistance, and sleep, which they both know. Logically, these aces should be enough. However, it is better to be safe than sorry, especially with another month to go. Li Zeu will improve too. At the very least, his mutated blue-feathered hawk will likely reach rank 2 in a month, and that underworld thunder bat will at least match the strength of his current hawk. And besides Li Zeu, there are plenty of hidden silver-tongue players. Every year in the Secret Realm trials, there are always those who are terrifyingly strong but unknown until they pop out and make a name for themselves. Since I have the funds, it is time to prepare new aces. His eyes glinted. In fact, Lin Chuan already had ideas for his subsequent arrangements and new cards. Lin Chuan opened the Beast Tamer Association's confidential knowledge website. He soon found the dossier on leafy fairies evolving into flower spirits before reaching rank 2. Spring Flower Ritual, Leafy Fairy Edition. Price 1 million star rock coins, 300 points. The Xiao King Kong Cup has come to an end, and immediately following it is the Xiao King Cup. Those strong contenders who were unlucky enough to be eliminated early in the Xiao King Kong Cup, such as Wang Jixian, who ran into Lin Chuan in the first round, have signed up for the Xiao King Cup once again. As for Lin Chuan, having achieved a satisfying result and received prize money and points far exceeding his expectations, he naturally would not waste time competing in the Xiao King Cup. Just like when he won the Huijai Cup before. Lin Chuan gave red envelopes and little red flowers to both Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Of course, since Yinghua participated from the beginning to the end, her red envelope was even more generous, and she also got an extra pink flower, which made her so happy she did not know what to do with herself. Gyugyuo was certainly jealous, but it did not say anything. After all, it only fought in today's match, the final. The previous battles, the top 8 and top 4, were all won by Yinghua. Gyugyuo clenched its chubby little fists and made a secret resolve in its heart. In the next month and a week, it must work even harder and harder. When it comes to willpower, it is stronger than Yinghua. It is going to outwork Yinghua completely. If Lin Chuan can obtain materials for a dream adventure related to the bomb fruit, that would be best. But if not, it will strive to rely on itself and its high natural talent for energy to train the bomb fruit to the expert level or even master an advanced version of it, the mother-child bomb fruit. Then, in the school entrance assessment secret trial that its master cares about most, it will slaughter the competition. It will be Gyugyuo who secures the ultimate victory for its master. The master's path to becoming a legendary beast master will be paved by these chubby little hands of Gyugyuo. From now on, that little green tea Yinghua will only be fit to act as its support, serving tea and water and chanting cheers for Sister Gyugyuo. After rewarding the two little ones, it was time for Lin Chuan to reward himself. Just like before, it is time to lay flat and relax. Wearing a cartoon duck swim ring and a pair of large trunks, Lin Chuan splashed around in the villa's small pool. A variety of delicious foods were laid out around the edge of the small pool. Fried chicken, fries, cola, skewers, beer, little cakes, and various fruits, everything you could imagine. This is a true festival for a couch potato. And so, Lin Chuan watched videos and read novels on a giant projector screen while soaking in the pool, eating whatever he grabbed. This is true enjoyment, happiness without limits. Reward time is limited to this night only. The next day, Lin Chuan returned to his grueling training routine, waking up early and beginning his secluded practice according to the plan he had set. By now, Lin Chuan could barely be considered wealthy. Without even looking at the level 1 training rooms which offer limited time discounts for new beast masters, Lin Chuan went straight to renting a level 2 sunlight room from the Beast Master Association. The rent is 3,000 star coins and 2 beast master points per hour. The level 2 sunlight room is specially designed for the intensive training of level 2 to level 3 wood attribute spirit beasts. The simulated sunlight here contains even more solar energy than natural sunlight in most places, comparable only to certain special terrains. An average level 1 wood attribute spirit beast would likely suffer from excess, unable to withstand the solar radiation here, and might even get burned. However, Gyugyuo and Yinghua's basic 3 skills, rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, have all reached the expert level, which is their bloodline limit, and they have the added boost of his level 2 spirit woodheart beast master talent. They can barely withstand the solar energy, which is excessive for level 1 wood attribute spirit beasts, and can relatively smoothly absorb and convert it into their own physical strength and wood attribute energy. If the maximum conversion speed of wood attribute energy for Gyugyuo and Yinghua in a level 1 sunlight room is 5. Then here the maximum conversion speed is 20, the efficiency is directly 4 times higher than before. In this level 2 sunlight room, energy replenishment keeps up with consumption, and Gyugyuo can finally use the mini version of the bomb fruit almost infinitely. Yinghua can also use healing aroma without restraint, maximizing its range, strengthening its healing effect, and exercising its proficiency and control over the hallucinogenic effects without any need to worry about wood attribute energy consumption. While the two little ones are doing well, Lin Chuan is having a tougher time. Even the sunlight in the level 1 room was a bit much for him as a human, let alone the level 2 room. Often, Lin Chuan would be sweating profusely after less than 10 minutes of physical training, and he would have to run to the rest area to chug down mineral water, resting for at least 15 minutes before he could start working out again. It is tough, but the growth results are quite obvious. It feels as if the ENERGY Chinese letter feedback from Gyugyuo and Yinghua's leveling up has been activated within his own body. Lin Chuan's physical condition has improved visibly in every way. He even grew 2 centimeters in just 4 days, reaching 172 centimeters, a pretty good height for a 16-year-old. Of course, height and appearance are just side effects. The most critical thing is the improvement in his self-recovery ability. Lin Chuan conducted a small injury test. He entered the automatic ball-throwing device and got hit by a few balls, causing a bruise on his arm. He used no ointment and just left it alone, and in just half an hour, 32 minutes to be precise, the bruise disappeared completely. Lin Chuan then used a small knife to cut his skin slightly, enough to make it bleed. Leaving it alone again, the wound healed completely after 2 hours without leaving a single scar. He cannot compare to spirit beasts, especially wood attribute ones like Gyugyuo and Yinghua. But compared to other new beast masters, Lin Chuan's self-healing ability can already be considered to have 1 foot in the realm of the extraordinary. That is about how the training is going. On the other hand, while undergoing high-intensity closed-door training, Lin Chuan has also been keeping an eye on the situation of the Zioking Cup. Unable to watch the matches in person, he could only learn the details through Tan Yan. He kept in touch with Tan Yan, asking him to help collect intelligence on opponents worthy of his attention. Tan Yan had become completely devoted to Lin Chuan, convinced that Lin Chuan was a legendary golden thigh to hug, and he fulfilled every request Lin Chuan made. Lin Chuan made the request in the morning, and just after lunch, Tan Yan had already sorted out the files for all the Zioking Cup contestants, especially highlighting the intelligence on threats to Lin Chuan. And there really was one contestant worth Lin Chuan's attention. Her name is Tao Mingmeng from Fengshan Village, one of the 100 townships under King He City. Judging by the name, she should be a sweet and adorable girl. In fact, she is a girl, but her style is not cute at all. She is more of a cold and aloof beauty, always keeping a straight face as if everyone owes her millions. Basically, the first impression is that while she is somewhat pretty, she feels very difficult to get along with. Of course, looks and impressions do not matter. What matters is Tao Mingmeng's strength as a beast master. Media reporters and onlookers nicknamed her the Little Poison King. Tao Mingmeng has only one spirit beast, the Wild Poison Spider. Poison attribute, superior soldier level bloodline, level 15. Tao Mingmeng was eliminated in the round of 8 in the Zioking Cup. It seems she is not that strong. Well, not too strong for others. But for him, Lin Chuan, she is a counter. Tao Mingmeng's Wild Poison Spider has mastered expert level poison and proficient level web spinning, which is almost a total counter to his healer shield poison style. Expert level poison can effectively restrict the self-healing abilities of Gyugyuo and Yinghua. And the Wild Poison Spider itself has a very high resistance to poison, meaning it is basically impossible to poison it, effectively nullifying Yinghua's poison powder. Furthermore, the Wild Poison Spider is a mobile, agile spirit beast, and combined with its small 40-centimeter size, it can relatively easily bypass defensive shields. Its webbing, though only at a proficient level, is enough to restrict the actions and other moves of Gyugyuo and Yinghua. Lin Chuan fell silent. If Tao Mingmeng had entered the Zioking Cup instead of the Zioking Cup, and he had the misfortune of running into her, perhaps he would not have even made it to the finals. Under the current circumstances, Yinghua would have basically had no chance of defeating Tao Mingmeng's Wild Poison Spider. As for Gyugyuo, it might have had a chance if it revealed its trump card, the bomb fruit, and managed to one-shot the spider since the opponent did not have high defense or health. However, he could not possibly reveal his trump card for the sake of a measly Zioking Cup. Even if he lost, he could always enter other beginner cups. The process would just be a bit more troublesome. Fortunately, none of that happened. Tao Mingmeng competed in the Zioking Cup, not the Zioking Cup. And now, he had discovered this intelligence in advance. If Tao Mingmeng had neither competed in the Zioking Cup nor the Zioking Cup, but instead stayed hidden like a cunning old fox, only to jump out during the entrance exam's secret trial. If she had blindsided him while he was busy blindsiding someone else, that would have been truly depressing. Indeed, one must never underestimate the heroes of this world. There is no absolute invincibility. Even a healer shield poison system has its counters. To deal with Tao Mingmeng in the secret assessment, he must prepare a defense in advance, specifically an antidote skill. Which skill would be best? After just a moment of thought, Lin Chuan had an idea. Sweet fruit. Powerful single-target healing, cures all abnormal status effects. Branch mutation skill of the bomb fruit. As long as the bomb fruit reaches at least a proficient level, well, the higher the proficiency, the better, and the spirit beast has mastered a healing skill, there is a chance for the beast to self-awaken it. Lin Chuan called Gyugyuo over and spoke to it with utmost gravity. Gyugyuo, the organization has a very important mission for you. Gyugyuo, yes. Seeing Lin Chuan's serious expression and grave tone, Gyugyuo immediately got excited. That little green tea Yinghua is not reliable. the master still has to count on it Gyugyuo in the end. See, the master is giving a very important mission to Gyugyuo. This is trust. Rubbing its little hands in excitement and jumping around, Gyugyuo signaled that it would definitely complete the mission. Sweet fruit. It is a branched mutation skill of the bomb fruit. You already meet all the basic requirements to learn it, Gyugyuo. You must master it within a month and train it to at least the proficient level. If you can do it, there will be big red envelopes and lots of little flowers. You can choose any color you want. Gyugyuo did not let Lin Chuan down, fully living up to its superb energy, talent, and comprehension. While maintaining quality and quantity, it even secretly pushed itself to do extra training beyond the daily tasks Lin Chuan set. Gyugyuo was also researching and grasping all sorts of things regarding the bomb fruit and sweet fruit. In just 3 days, Gyugyuo successfully mastered the sweet fruit. The principle was actually very simple. The bomb fruit is a highly compressed wood attribute energy condensed through essence, energy, and spirit. And the sweet fruit uses essence, energy, and spirit as a trigger to activate the life force within this highly compressed wood attribute energy, much like the principle of aromatherapy. With the sweet fruit, a single target powerful healing and status clearing skill, Lin Chuan no longer had anything to fear from that Tao Mingmeng and her wilderness poison spider. There was one more piece of good news. Skills often have a ripple effect where learning one helps you understand others. Especially since the sweet fruit is an alien branch skill of the bomb fruit. While mastering the sweet fruit, Gyugyuo's proficiency with the bomb fruit also skyrocketed. It jumped directly from the proficient level to the mastered level. It also pushed the progress of mastering the mother-child bomb fruit forward, meaning it would likely be fully grasped before the entrance examination. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Finally, the moment arrived that Lin Chuan and all other graduating rookie Beastmasters had been waiting for. The crucial moment that would determine everyone's destiny. The entrance examination. Lin Chuan returned to Tianshang Town, as the first half of the examination required students to return to their respective alma maters. Originally, Lin Chuan was just a student at school with above-average grades who was not particularly eye-catching, other than being slightly handsome. Well, he never bragged or talked much about his family situation. Because of this, most of his classmates did not know that Lin Chuan's family was actually middle class and quite well off. So Lin Chuan did not get much attention back then and was essentially invisible. But now you could say Lin Chuan is the most famous figure at the #1 Beastmaster Middle School in Tianshang Town. Who does not know that Lin Chuan won the runner-up position in the Xiao King Kong Cup? And he fought 800 rounds against that young master of the Blue Feather family. Yes, it was truly 800 rounds. The battle started at 10 a.m. and went on until sunset, so it probably lasted even longer than 800 rounds. Then there was the post-match analysis by the professional analyst Wang Xiang. He basically laid bare Lin Chuan's Beastmaster talents, spirit beast levels, and skill proficiencies. Now who does not know that Lin Chuan is a dual Beastmaster talent holder? One is Spirit Woodheart and the other is Skill Master. Furthermore, both of Lin Chuan's flower leaves were geniuses within their species, each with its own unique traits. One has superb energy talent and the other has already shown a knack for illusions. Once they evolve into flower spirits, their futures will be limitless. You could say it is a sure thing that Lin Chuan will become a professional Beastmaster in the future. In fact, professional level is just the bare minimum for Lin Chuan. Higher achievements like Elite Professional or even Heavenly King are well within expectations. The school did not hang up banners to flaunt Lin Chuan's situation. But all the relevant teachers, his homeroom teacher Liu Kezhang and even the grade director, all come over to greet him whenever they see him. Even the principal would occasionally pass by class 3 to 7 where Lin Chuan was, watching him with a kind and amiable gaze, smiling so constantly that the classmates who were surrounding Lin Chuan to ask about secret training tips quickly scattered away. Enough with the trivialities, the main focus now is the entrance examination. The first half of the examination. Its purpose is to check the results of the past 3 months of training, and it does not require actual combat. The examination is divided into 2 parts. First is the physical examination, checking the basic attributes of the spirit beast, their physical development, health status, and whether there are any hidden injuries from overtraining. Second is the skill demonstration. You only need to demonstrate a skill that represents your training focus. For example, an attack-type spirit beast uses an attack skill on a dummy, or an agility-type spirit beast runs a circle on an obstacle course to test its speed. For most other students, they must treat this first half of the exam seriously, keeping their spirit beasts in peak condition. Some even resort to last-minute cramming, feeding them expensive supplements overnight to boost their state. Such cases are quite common. But for Lin Chuan, it is just a mere formality. When it was Lin Chuan's turn, he let Guoguo out, and the two breeding experts conducting the exam, along with the nurses and doctors nearby, immediately gasped in surprise. They crowded around Guoguo, inspecting it thoroughly and kept marveling, never having expected a rookie beastmaster to be able to raise such a perfect spirit beast. All basic attributes except for strength and agility were nearly maxed out, and for a flower leaf, strength and agility are largely redundant anyway. Especially its defense and energy adaptability. It had been bred to the absolute limit of the flower leaf species. For other students, the judges still had to discuss among themselves before giving a score. But for Lin Chuan, they just exchanged glances and unanimously gave him a 100, the full mark, without any hesitation. It should be said that 100 was the limit of the scoring, not the limit of Lin Chuan's potential. In the skill demonstration stage, Lin Chuan had Sakura come out and release an aromatherapy. A dream-like emerald mist instantly filled the entire room, making everyone feel refreshed, relaxed, and invigorated, as if they had just finished a top-tier spa treatment. Expert-level aromatherapy. Everyone knew Lin Chuan's flower leaves were not just for logistical support. Their true training focus was a mix of healing, defense, and poison. However, even if scored based on the normal logistical support criteria, this was undoubtedly a perfect score. Again, 100 was the limit of the score, not the limit of Lin Chuan's capability. If they could, the examiners would have wanted to give Lin Chuan 200 points. That was it. Without any surprises, Lin Chuan went through the motions and easily passed the first half of the examination, achieving a perfect score of 200. As for the others, well, it was no different from previous years. The passing rate was only about 10%. Those who failed were already buried in their hands, weeping or wallowing in self-pity. Some even complained that their contracted spirit beasts were not working hard enough or were being lazy, letting them down. Those who passed were beaming and congratulating each other. For a moment in the classroom, their joys and sorrows were not shared. Lin Chuan watched this quietly, having nothing to say or evaluate. The first half of the exam really is not difficult. As long as you know yourself, have the right attitude, find the right path, are willing to work hard and persevere, you should pass without issue. As for failing, that is purely your own fault. Blaming the spirit beast for not training hard. Spirit beasts in their infancy are generally like that. Their intelligence is not high, their willpower is not firm, and they retreat easily when facing difficulties. This is when the Beastmaster needs to soothe, guide, and motivate them. If you do not do that, it is the Beastmaster who is failing. To put it bluntly, these people really are not qualified to walk the true path of the extraordinary Beastmaster. Lin Chuan quickly turned his attention back. Staff from the Beastmaster Association separated the students who passed from those who did not. For those who did not, professional psychological counselors and teachers would help them adjust, and then they could begin filling out applications for things like spirit beast agriculture, industry, research, architecture, or breeding. Society needs them in all these areas. Those who passed were gathered in another large classroom. They were briefed directly by a professional beastmaster from the association. This professional beastmaster was named Liu Yuan, standing about 190 cm tall, a bit lean, with an extremely fierce look in his eyes, giving off the feeling of a lone wolf. The large classroom fell silent under Liu Yuan's gaze. Liu Yuan nodded slightly, then began to speak. The second half of the entrance examination is the Secret Realm Trial. It starts promptly at 10 a.m. 3 days from now. Assemble at the Qinghai City Beastmaster Association. Specially assigned personnel will lead you to the trial location. Do not be late, As for the actual location and what it is like, no one knows. Pausing slightly, Liu Yuan lowered his voice, sounding unusually grave. The Secret Realm trial is very difficult and carries a certain degree of danger. Even with dedicated protective personnel, unexpected accidents are hard to avoid. Every year, nationwide, several thousand unfortunate souls die in the Secret Realm trial due to all sorts of strange and bizarre reasons. So, I advise everyone here to think very carefully before deciding. Consider your own circumstances, whether your contracted beast is suitable for combat, whether you have enough wilderness survival experience, and decide after careful reflection whether you should participate. Sometimes giving up is also a wise choice. Those who choose to give up can receive a guaranteed 300 points for the trial. I can tell you all clearly, 300 points is not a low score. It is below average but much higher than the score of someone who enters the realm only to be eliminated after a few hours. After Liu Yuan finished speaking, the room became noisy as everyone started discussing. In the end, about half the students chose not to participate in the trial, opting for the guaranteed 300 points. Those students who withdrew were led away by staff and were already free to apply to their desired Beastmaster universities. The remaining students were those who chose to participate. Including Lin Chuan, only 33 students remained, making up the entire group from the #1 middle school this year. Liu Yuan scanned the 33 students, his eyes lingering on Lin Chuan for a moment, but only for an instant. Since you have chosen to participate, I have nothing more to say. I can only wish you all good results in advance. However, before that, you must sign a death liability waiver. As he spoke, Liu Yuan signaled to the staff. The staff handed out a pre-prepared document to everyone present. Holding the waiver in his hand, Lin Chuan read it in detail twice. The content goes without saying, the trial is dangerous, the association will do its best to ensure safety, but accidents are inevitable, and in such cases the Beastmaster bears all consequences. The true path of the extraordinary Beastmaster is never a safe one. Schools and the association cannot protect everyone as if they were coddling babies forever. Without the courage to face danger or the willpower to push through difficulties, you cannot go far even if you embark on this path. The content of this waiver is not important, what matters is its significance. This is the first danger warning the Beastmaster Association gives to rookie Beastmasters. At the same time, it is the first moment a rookie Beastmaster takes their destiny into their own hands. Hesitation is never a good personality trait. While others were still hesitating and struggling, Lin Chuan took a deep breath. The extraordinary path of a Beastmaster. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, do not think for a second I will back down. Once I step on this road, I will never regret it. Lin Chuan was the first among everyone to sign his name and place his thumbprint on the waiver. Lin Chuan was the first to hand in his death disclaimer. With Lin Chuan taking the lead as an example, the others who were still hesitating eventually signed theirs one after another. Well, 3 students ultimately did not sign. Facing this death disclaimer, these 3 people eventually backed down and chose to give up on participating in the Secret Realm trial. Liu Yuan did not say anything. Or rather, he actually quite appreciated these 3 students for knowing when to quit. Being afraid of death has never been a character flaw. Being arrogant and overestimating one's own abilities is the truly fatal problem. Backing down now might invite mockery, but at least it proves they can see themselves clearly and know their own limits. It is much better than those who do not know their place now, only to enter the trial, encounter danger, and then retreat in panic, or even get so scared that they cry or wet their pants. There are countless people like that every year. After handing in his death disclaimer and with nothing else to do, Lin Chuan informed his homeroom teacher, Liu Kezhang, and was the first to leave the school. He returned to the farm. That evening, Lin Chuan enjoyed a hearty dinner with Lin Zudong, and the father and son had a very frank and pleasant conversation. There was a lot discussed which I will not repeat here, but to summarize it briefly. In short, Lin Zudong has confirmed it. A true dragon has indeed emerged from the Lin family. The future of the 3rd young Master Lin is definitely far beyond that of just a professional Beastmaster. Others might not know, but he knows clearly that the defensive shield and poison skills are not all the 3rd young master has. Lin Chuan still has an ace up his sleeve, the skill he used back at the Flower Leaf Cup that even blew down the bluestone wall. And it was obvious that Li Zei had already exhausted everything, ending up with both himself and his spirit beast knocked unconscious. If Lin Chuan had used that skill at the Zioking Kong Cup, then Li Zei would have undoubtedly been defeated. So the championship of the Zioking Kong Cup was just something Lin Chuan intentionally gave up to Li Zei. Forget Tianshang Town, even Qinghe City is just a small pond for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's future lies in a place much higher and further away. In the 8 great academies in the entire Xingyan Federation, and even in the grander circle of human beastmaster civilization on the Kanglan Star. As a father, Lin Zudong is very proud. But at the same time, he also feels regret and a sense of apology. Because he is completely unable to help Lin Chuan with anything now, all he can do is cheer him on. As for Lin Chuan, without saying anything overly sentimental or dramatic, he simply stated that he would help Lin Zudong fulfill his dream of developing the Lin family farm into a flower leaf cultivation base. Well, this dream has already been more than half realized. After the Zioking Kong Cup ended, many new beastmasters from Tianshang Town and even Qinghe City flocked to the Lin family farm, wanting to contract a flower leaf just like Lin Chuan's. However, Lin Zudong did not agree, and he turned most of them away. Because many of these newcomers were just following the trend. They only wanted to contract one because they saw how strong Lin Chuan's 2 flower leaves were. They did not genuinely love them. Lin Zudong would only agree when he confirmed that the other party truly liked the flower leaf and would take good care of it. For example, Sun Yinian. Although she also decided to contract a flower leaf as her second spirit beast only after losing to Lin Chuan. She was sincere about wanting the contract and would be dedicated to raising the flower leaf afterward. Confirming this, Lin Zudong agreed to let Sun Yinian contract one from the farm. By the way, old man, you might want to consider having a 4th child with mom. Otherwise, even if the farm really does become a flower leaf cultivation base, there will not be anyone to inherit it, unless you are planning to take on an apprentice and leave it to an outsider. At the end of the dinner, Lin Chuan joked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Zudong rolled his eyes and started grumbling. But at the same time, a different thought could not help but cross his mind. He was not thinking about a 4th child. He was already getting on in years at 48. He did not have the energy to raise another kid and might as well pour all his effort into the Huyai. If it cannot be passed down to his son, he will pass it to his grandchild. His eldest is 25 this year, so it is about time he found a wife and had a baby. Starting today, starting right now, the pressure to get married begins. Lin Chuan had no idea that because of his casual joke, his big brother Lin Linyi would be facing a living hell of marriage pressure and blind dates for the next half year. However, that is none of his business. Even if he knew, Lin Chuan would just watch the show and say, well played. 3 days later, Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. Right now, it is packed with people. There are 5,235 fresh graduate rookie beastmasters from Qinghe City and all its subordinate towns and districts, all here to participate in the Secret Realm trials. Back at the #1 Beastmaster High School in Tianshang Town, there were only 30 students qualified and willing to participate, so Lin Chuan did not feel much. But now there were 5,235 people in total. Lin Chuan could not help but sigh at how the world's talents are truly as numerous as carp crossing a river. And this is just one Qinghe City. You have to realize that in the entire Xingyan Federation there are 478 cities just like Qinghe. Above the cities there are even prefectural capitals, 24 in total. Excluding the provincial capitals, Qinghe City only ranks in the upper middle tier among all cities, roughly around 40th place. From this, one can see that so-called geniuses are actually just one of many among the masses. Anyway, enough talk. The assessment number assigned to Lin Chuan is 1074, and he has a corresponding badge. This number does not have any special meaning. It is purely for the convenience of calculating scores later. The ID tag is the same type of energy charm used in the previous Zioking Cup finals. It has 2 layers. The first is a shield representing life and the second is a safety shield. When the first life shield is shattered and the second safety layer is activated, it means the candidate has been eliminated. Subsequently, staff from the Beastmaster Association distributed a small pouch to everyone. Inside the pouch were 6 beads made of unknown materials, 1 blue, 2 green, and 3 white. There is a manual inside the pouch, and the staff is also explaining the details on the side. White beads are worth 10 points, green beads 20, and blue beads 30. Furthermore, within the actual Secret Realm trial grounds, there are even higher-tier red, purple, and gold beads. Red beads are worth 50 points, purple beads 100, and gold beads 500. The objective of the Secret Realm trial is to enter the trial space and survive as long as possible for 2 days. During this 48-hour time limit, you may use any means necessary to collect as many beads as possible and earn more points. The final grade for the Secret Realm trial is divided into 2 parts, a survival score and the bonus score from the beads. Survival points are calculated based on the duration of survival, and the extra points from the beads are self-explanatory. One thing to mention is that these score beads have been specially treated so they cannot be stored in your beast taming space, they must be kept in the small pouch. This pouch is a type of small spatial container, but it has no locks, meaning anyone can take what is inside. This is to make it easier for candidates to plunder from one another. It prevents certain candidates from hiding their beads in their pet space and then stubbornly refusing to hand them over after being defeated. The rules are that simple and straightforward, once the situation had been clearly explained. A total of 5,235 novice Beastmasters were brought to the front courtyard plaza of the King City Beastmaster Association. Shiquanshan, a handsome middle-aged man with a square face, the president of the King City Beast Tamer Association. Along with Liang Lu, the vice president of the association. They were accompanied by many other professional beast tamers and staff members from the association, as the group slowly approached. Yeah, it was just the usual leadership speech before a trial, mostly empty encouraging words, so Lin Chuan did not really pay attention. Half an hour later, the leader's speech finally ended. Shiquanshan used a mysterious technique that none of the novice beast tamers could fathom. Without summoning any beasts, or perhaps his beasts were hidden somewhere unknown, he simply reached out and grabbed the empty air before him, clenching his fist. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch like a mirror. The ground turned pitch black and a vortex wormhole formed. The next second, standing in the main square of the Beastmaster Association, every recent graduate participating in the Secret Realm assessment who carried an ID tag felt a terrifying suction force pulling from beneath their feet. Before anyone could react or put up any resistance, a total of 5,235 people all fell down as if they had dropped into an abyss. They were sucked into the swirling wormhole and teleported into the trial realm. A moment later, the surroundings gradually returned to normal. Liang Lu glanced at Shiquanshan with a look of disdain. Could you not just teleport them properly? You are decades old, yet you still love to show off and be dramatic. Shiquanshan laughed heartily, claiming that this was not showing off but just standard procedure. The trial realm. Its principle is similar to that of a beast space, which is an alternate dimension created using rare and special spatial items. However, it is much larger and more stable than a beast space, and it is almost indistinguishable from the outside world. With a flash of chaotic dim light, the teleportation was complete. It felt just like stepping off a speeding racing car. Lin Chuan felt as if he were floating, and he stumbled twice before he could steady himself. Well, first things first. After confirming there was no danger around, Lin Chuan immediately released Guoguo and Yinghua from his beast taming space. There was no need for Lin Chuan to give instructions, or rather, he had already made everything clear before they started. The moment they emerged from the beast taming space, Guoguo and Yinghua worked in tandem to frantically cast protective shields on Lin Chuan. Within half a minute, Lin Chuan was covered in a suit of vine armor. Its overall design looked much better than the one he wore during the King Kong Cup finals. Well, that was all thanks to Yinghua. Perhaps it was not as naturally gifted in energy as Guoguo, nor was its willpower quite as strong. But when it comes to aesthetics, Yinghua definitely beats Guoguo by a long shot. Back then, it had thought the shield Guoguo cast for Lin Chuan was too ugly, so it had secretly studied the matter on its own. Now that it was in charge of shielding Lin Chuan and designing the look, the result was quite impressive. At this moment, Lin Chuan looked just like one of those handsome elven characters from the movies of his past life. With his shields up and feeling more confident, Lin Chuan finally began to carefully observe his surroundings. It was 10:0 am in the outside world. The sun, moon, and weather in this secret realm were simulated using rare items, and judging by the position of the sun, the simulated time matched the outside world perfectly. It is not as scorching as a late summer or early autumn day outside, but it is decent enough. It is a slightly cloudy, sunny day with mild, sparse sunlight, though it might turn overcast within the next 48 hours. Looking around, this is an ancient and dilapidated small town. The architectural style is quite strange. Overall, it has a touch of the European style from his past life on Blue Star, but many of the details are different. The houses are built with massive black stones and have conical roofs. In any case, this style does not belong to the Star Rock Federation. It must be from some small nation he is unfamiliar with. Click 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 lag click click lag. Just as Lin Chuan was observing his surroundings, a very strange sound came from his front left, like something made of wood struggling to walk. Lin Chuan held his breath and instantly darted backward, retreating into the shadow of a nearby building corner. The two little ones also followed Lin Chuan's pace, staying close to guard him. Only after they were well hidden did Lin Chuan warily gaze in the direction of the sound. After half a minute, the source of the sound finally appeared. A terrifying, grotesque humanoid puppet, looking as if it were broken, was stumbling in this direction. A puppet? Is it a spirit beast born from essence? A wood type? Lin Chuan could not identify the spirit beast by its appearance, so he could only make such a simple deduction. It was not that Lin Chuan was unlearned. While he was not a top student, his grades were definitely above average. Moreover, during this period, he had not just been training his body. He had been pulling all-nighters studying, especially about the various common spirit beasts in the Xingyan Federation. However, Lin Chuan was certain that this puppet humanoid was definitely not a native spirit beast of the Star Rock Federation. It must be a spirit beast from another country, just like Li Zeyu's underworld thunder bat. Lin Chuan did not act rashly, choosing instead to continue observing from the shadows. Just then, from a distance about 2 streets and 4 buildings away, the sounds of a fight broke out. The puppet suddenly stopped in its tracks, its head snapping around with a clicking sound to face the direction of the noise. Immediately, its terrifying, hollow eyes suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. Like a machine being activated, the puppet crouched down. Shifting from its previous shambling walk to moving on all fours, the horrifying creature began to crawl rapidly toward the source of the fighting at a shocking and gruesome speed, even scaling walls and crossing over rooftops. Before long, the sounds of fighting in the distance turned into terrified screams. Judging by the voice, it was a girl. The screams soon turned into cries for help. Then it devolved into weeping pleas, sobbing, "It is so scary, so scary. Mom, I do not want to play anymore, I want to quit." The next moment, the girl's voice was cut off abruptly. Lin Chuan let out a long breath, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. This place, this secret trial space, this nameless little town. This is no joke. The Secret Realm Trial. As the most critical part of the school entrance examination, it separates the countless candidates, determining each person's future and fate. Given how pivotal it is, what exactly is the core of this assessment? Is it combat power? Not exactly, or rather, combat power is only a part of it, a foundational part. The Secret Realm Trial assesses a Beastmaster's comprehensive ability to handle dangers and difficulties, especially within an unknown environment. Every year, the organizers of the Secret Realm Trial rack their brains to set up a scenario that is virtually unknown to all rookie Beastmasters, and even to many professional ones. This scenario could be a foreign land, a lonely island overseas, a dense wilderness, or even a secret underground laboratory base belonging to an international criminal organization. Furthermore, the spirit beasts in the trial scenario could also be monsters or magical beasts. They are mostly rare types that no one recognizes, or perhaps newly discovered mutated types that have not been officially named yet. There are tens of thousands of spirit beast and monster species on Azure Star, and they are constantly changing and increasing due to differences in living environments and other conditions. Even spirit beasts that were originally from the same kin might evolve into two or more distinct species over time as their environments change. If known, familiar spirit beasts were used for the trial, it might be fine for average students who cannot even pass the first round. But for those top-tier students who qualify for the Secret Realm trial, it would be no different from an open-book exam. Everyone knows their weaknesses and how to handle the dangers, so how would that distinguish the truly talented? Therefore, only by using unknown, unfamiliar spirit beasts and monsters can it be considered a closed-book exam. This is the only way to reveal the real gap between geniuses. The Secret Realm. Lin Chuan did not immediately emerge from the shadows of the corner. Instead, he kept his body hunched and remained hidden for 10 minutes. Only when he was certain he could no longer hear the clicking footsteps of the puppet did he slowly and cautiously emerge, moving toward the spot where the girl had made the noise. When Lin Chuan reached the spot, it was deserted. Everything was gone. No terrifying puppet, no screaming girl, only the remnants of a struggle. This is good. Lin Chuan carefully inspected the traces. There were traces of blood left, still warm. It was not human blood but that of a spirit beast, and the air still carried a scorched scent. The girl's spirit beast must have been a fire attribute one. Furthermore, that spirit beast had suffered serious wounds and bled during the fight. Lin Chuan rubbed the dust in his hand and examined the surrounding area even more thoroughly. The girl's chaotic footprints were concentrated in one area, showing she was panicked and terrified. Since the footprints did not extend in any direction, it meant she had not escaped. There was only one answer: her life shield must have been shattered and she was eliminated and teleported away. The facts were exactly as Lin Chuan had judged. Qinghai City Beastmaster Association, Front Plaza. Flashes of teleportation appeared one after another, and panicked teenagers were returned here. Watching these people who had been eliminated less than half an hour in, Shi Quanchen and his team remained expressionless, saying nothing and barely glancing at them. This scene happens every year. They are just a group that had just started their journey as Beastmasters but were destined not to go far. Staff members stepped forward to guide the eliminated candidates away from their state of panic to the realization of their defeat. About 1,000 people had been eliminated in total. Receiving the report, Shi Quanchen nodded slightly in a good mood. Those eliminated within the first half hour accounted for about 1/5 of the total. This result was quite good compared to previous years, which usually saw about 1/4. Keep in mind that this year's Secret Realm exam difficulty was slightly higher than usual. This meant that the quality of Beastmaster education in Qinghai City was improving, and the average level of new graduates was rising year by year. This was his own political achievement as the president of the Qinghai City Beastmaster Association. It was also the best reward for the countless staff members who had been working tirelessly behind the scenes to provide logistical support for these newcomers. In the Secret Realm, back to Lin Chuan. He was still investigating the traces on the scene. As wood attribute spirit beasts, Gyugyuo and Sakura were very sensitive to wood-type energy. Yet, after searching the area again and again, they could not find a trace of wood-type energy. No wood-type energy residue in the environment. Lin Chuan frowned. That terrifying puppet seemed wood-attributed in every way, did not it? Not knowing its real name, Lin Chuan tentatively called it the Terror Puppet. So that puppet might not be a wood attribute spirit beast. Lin Chuan pondered, rubbing his chin as he looked down in thought. Well, perhaps wood is not its main attribute but a secondary one. The skills it used could be of other attributes. Lin Chuan continued to speculate. Lin Chuan was quite confident in his own strength now. In the 5 weeks since the Zioking Cup ended, both Gyugyuo and Sakura had reached level 19, and the energy feedback from their leveling up had raised his own Beastmaster level to level 7. As for skills, he had maxed them all out using his cheating points. They were basically all at the expert level, including Gyugyuo's bomb fruit. Gyugyuo had even successfully learned the advanced version, cluster bomb fruit, which allowed for carpet bombing in a large area. While Sakura's assist was still only at the ordinary level. Inheritance materials for assist were extremely rare and Lin Chuan had not seen another one yet. Sakura had to practice on her own. Moreover, the proficiency of a skill like assist relies more on comprehension and a selfless, devoted state of mind. And here is the point. The sleep skill for both Gyugyuo and Sakura had been boosted by his cheating points to the master level. Master level sleep did not just recover energy as efficiently as expert level rooting combined with photosynthesis. More importantly, master level sleep allows them to sleep with their eyes open. Sleeping with eyes open is a layman's term. A more accurate description is that the primary consciousness is in deep sleep, letting the subconscious take control of the body, something like sleepwalking. Ordinary daily actions are not affected, and when combat is required, the primary consciousness can wake up instantly. This means that as long as they are not in high-intensity combat requiring full alertness, Gyugyuo and Sakura can sleep with their eyes open anytime and anywhere to recover. In short, Lin Chuan is very confident in his own strength. But even then, he would not rashly challenge an unknown opponent. The exam instructions were clear: survive here for 48 hours. Since that was explicitly stated, it meant that over these 48 hours, something would definitely happen in this unknown town to make it hard for candidates to survive, forcing them to be eliminated. Survival is the key point of the exam. It is the must-complete main quest. The score beads are just side quest bonus tasks. Lin Chuan planned to play it safe and let others test the waters first. Once he observed the situation clearly and ensured he could successfully complete the main mission, surviving the 48 hours, he would take action as he saw fit. As for the score beads, Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. The trial does not restrict the methods used to obtain them. Then it is very simple. Suda, a graduating student from the 3rd Beastmaster High School of Qinghe City. Not in the top tier, but Suda considered himself a first-class talent, and the facts were not far off. In the Zhaoqingkong Cup, he had bad luck. He encountered Li Zhayu in the second round and was eliminated instantly. In the subsequent Zhaoqing Cup, he successfully reached the top 16. If he had a bit more luck, he might have made the top 4. Suda thought that with his strength, as long as his luck was not terrible, he could squeeze into the first tier in the Secret Realm trial. Even if he could not get into one of the 8 major academies, he could still get into a first-rate Beastmaster University, and a future career level was within reach. However, sometimes when a person is unlucky, even drinking water can cause them to choke. His luck backstabbed him once again. Just after teleporting in, he was extremely unfortunate to land among 3 terror puppets and was suddenly surrounded and attacked. Fortunately, Suda's strength was decent, and his 2 contracted spirit beasts managed to hold off the attack. Had it been most other candidates, they would have been eliminated instantly. However, even after holding out, Suda did not end up with a good outcome. One of his 2 contracted beasts was severely injured and lost its combat capability. The remaining one, although it successfully carried him out of the encirclement, was exhausted and had nearly 0 combat power left. And here comes the fatal problem. The trial allows each candidate to carry up to 3 spirit beast items. Most candidates choose a configuration like 2 healing potions and 1 anti-abnormal status potion. However, he was among the minority. He decided to bet it all on winning, choosing to carry 3 explosive potions. Potions that decrease defense in the short term while increasing attack and agility. Therefore, he had no healing methods at all. This meant he had no combat ability left and could only hide and scramble, surviving by luck. If he managed to hold out for 48 hours until the exam ended, he would at least secure the minimum survival points. However, God seemed to be playing a joke on him. As if the goddess of fate kicking him was not enough, she had to come back and trample on him. At his lowest point, he met the person he least wanted to see. Seeing the handsome boy walking out of the building's shadows, accompanied by 2 flower leaves and adorned in vine armor like an elf, Suda's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but could not. If his main beast still had fighting strength, he could have completely evaded Lin Chuan. After all, that well-known analyst, Wang Xiang, said that Lin Chuan had no explosive skills and no strong pursuit ability. However, the problem now was that his main force was incapacitated, and the other one was exhausted from carrying him away. Now, even if Lin Chuan did not have strong pursuit ability, he would not be able to escape. And once caught in Lin Chuan's healing shield poison attrition battle, not only him, but even Li Zhayu would have to kneel. Resigned to his fate, Suda took out his small bag and handed the score beads to Lin Chuan so he could have a dignified exit. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Chuan did take the bag, but he only took the blue 30-point bead, tossing the remaining 2 green and 3 white beads along with the bag back to him. Suda. Lin Chuan toyed with the blue bead, putting on a harmless expression and chuckling. You should know me. Having seen Wang Xiang's analysis, you know I have no explosive skills and am not good at pursuit, so I am destined not to be able to hunt everywhere like Li Zeu. So, I decided to find a different way to earn beads. I see both your spirit beasts are heavily injured. How about this? Let your beasts out and I will heal them for you. This blue bead will serve as the treatment fee. Suda. Stunned, Suda doubted his ears, his mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. What is going on? Healing. Lin Chuan wants to heal him. Forcing himself to breathe deeply and stay calm, Suda recalled what Lin Chuan had just said. No explosive skills, not good at pursuit. Indeed, it would be impossible for Lin Chuan to hunt like Li Zeu. The efficiency is too low. So Lin Chuan's claim of a new way to earn beads makes sense. And even if Lin Chuan was just teasing him, lying to him, or playing games, he had no power to resist anyway, right? Desperate, Suda released his severely injured primary beast, the shadow leopard, and had his Yanlight dog, which was guarding him, come forward too. Lin Chuan had Sakura step forward to release the healing Araman, Suda's beasts. A lush, green, pleasantly fragrant mist instantly enveloped Suda's beasts. Visible to the naked eye, their wounds were healing, and their weak spirits began to perk up. Expert-level healing aroma. That I am also quite injured and tired, could I get some too? Suda blushed, feeling embarrassed. Lin Chuan laughed, nodding slightly as Sakura spread the aroma toward Suda, enveloping him as well. It felt like being immersed in the boundless nature, surrounded by birdsong and flowers. Suda felt completely refreshed. 10 minutes later, Suda and his spirit beasts were fully recovered and high-spirited. At this moment, Suda was too moved to speak. He had been in despair, thinking his trial was over, that he had been eliminated, unable to get into his dream university and facing a failed life. Never expected that. Meeting Lin Chuan was not despair but hope. Lin Chuan was like his benefactor, essentially giving him another chance to challenge the secret realm trial. After the goddess of luck kicked him over, she was not trampling on him, she was rewarding him with her grace. Suda was tearfully grateful and took out the 2 green beads, forcefully shoving them into Lin Chuan's hand. Boss. Thank you so much, you really saved my life. Take these 2 green beads too, you have to. If you do not accept them, you are looking down on me. I will keep 3 white ones and I will go earn more elsewhere. As he spoke, Suda suddenly gnashed his teeth. Those 3 puppets daring to sneak attack and gang up on me, just wait, I am going to tear you all apart right now. Suda left in excitement, taking his 2 spirit beasts with him to take revenge. Lin Chuan chuckled, playing with the score orbs in his hand, 1 blue and 2 green, totaling 70 points. It seems this method of earning score orbs is truly feasible. You can get score orbs just by healing other Beastmaster's spirit beasts. Is not this much easier than fighting to the death with others? Being a battlefield medic in this secret realm is such a promising career. Come to think of it, did I charge Suda too little for the treatment? Seeing how he looked just now, I probably could have asked for more. Lin Chuan mused, thinking he should raise his treatment fees later. Raise it to a level where it stings, but is still barely acceptable to others. As for Suda, just consider it a grand opening discount. Once Suda was completely gone, Lin Chuan also left. He needed to find others in need of treatment to earn more score orbs. Of course, that was a secondary goal. His primary goal was to continue lurking in the shadows and observing the situation. He wanted to watch the battles between other candidates and those horrific puppets to gather intelligence. As for the horrific puppets, Lin Chuan still had not figured out what kind of spirit beasts or monsters they actually were. Almost 3 hours had passed since entering the trial space. In these 3 hours, Lin Chuan had witnessed 3 battles from the shadows. That girl who screamed at the beginning did not count. One of the battles was an encounter between 2 candidates which had no real value. The winner got the score orbs and the loser was eliminated. Even the winner would not last a single round against him, so it was not worth mentioning. The remaining two were battles between candidates and the horrific puppets. One of them was Suda, who escaped after being besieged by 3 puppets, making him the first customer for Lin Chuan's business. The other was a female candidate. She encountered a horrific puppet, and with the help of her 2 contracted spirit beasts, the puppet was defeated. It was this very battle that revealed so many questions to the lurking Lin Chuan. So many things that baffled him. The more he looked, the stranger it became. The behavior of the horrific puppets. It does not look like normal spirit beasts or monsters at all. First, the puppets do not use any skills. Yes, their attacks are purely brute force bludgeoning, with absolutely no energy fluctuations. Secondly, the puppets seem to have no pain sensation whatsoever. Even when suffering heavy blows with their bodies half destroyed or battered into pieces, they continue to attack as if nothing happened. Other spiritual-type spirit beasts, such as the plushie born from doll spirits, might have a lower pain threshold compared to animal-type spirit beasts, but it still exists. If they take significant damage, they would feel pain and lose combat effectiveness. But that horrific puppet, it was not until the female candidate's 2 spirit beasts smashed it into a pile of wooden fragments that it finally lost its ability to resist. Well, it is worth noting that a blue score orb dropped after the puppet was smashed. However, the blue orb was not its core. It was just an external item it was carrying because these score orbs had no energy fluctuations, unlike the spirit cores of spirit beasts or magic cores of monsters that have intense energy. Finally, there were the smashed wooden pieces. There was not a trace of spirit beast or monster aura. They were just plain, ordinary wood fragments. Could it be? Was it a ghost-type spirit beast or monster possessing the wood? That does not fit either. If it were a ghost type, there would be residual ghost attribute energy on the wood after possession, and it would have a cold, chilling sensation. But there was not. So what kind of existence is this horrific puppet? To this day, Lin Chuan still does not understand what they are. He cannot even figure out their attribute or what kind of monster they are. However, Lin Chuan did gain some insights from his observation. The horrific puppets are most sensitive to sound. Any loud noise will attract all nearby puppets, so when encountering them, you either use skills with minimal noise or finish the fight quickly and leave, otherwise more will swarm in. That was the case for Suda. His spirit beast skills were too loud and he failed to end the battle immediately, leading to being surrounded by 2 other arriving puppets. Secondly, those hollow, eye-like sockets they have possess vision, but it is extremely poor. Unless you walk very close, they cannot see you. Finally, the puppets have extremely low intelligence, or perhaps no intelligence at all. As long as the color of your clothes matches the greenish-brown of the wood or the grayish-black of the rocks nearby, and you do not make loud noises, they will simply ignore you. This is why Lin Chuan can run around and lurk in the shadows, as he is wearing a greenish-brown vine armor. That covers all the intelligence Lin Chuan has gathered and analyzed so far. Useful but not critical information. Anyway, back to lurking and observing. And in the meantime, if I see any candidate's spirit beast get heavily injured and lose combat capability, I will set up shop and earn some score orbs. King City Beastmaster Association. At this moment, Shi Quanshan and the others were no longer waiting in the main plaza. They had returned inside the association. In a special room. It was filled with monitoring equipment, with thousands, even tens of thousands of video screens running simultaneously, broadcasting live footage from the secret realm. Numerous staff members were walking back and forth, recording the actions of every candidate. Just then, one of the staff members hurried over to Shi Quanshan to report the situation. Candidate 1074 Lin Chuan is earning score orbs by healing other candidates' injured spirit beasts. President, is this? The staff member hesitated. Lin Chuan's methods were not against the rules. The main issue was that by healing others, Lin Chuan was giving them more chances, keeping candidates who should have been eliminated in the game and boosting their scores to an unearned height. Shi Quanshan was silent, his brow furrowed. He had never encountered a situation like this. Liang Lu, standing nearby, chuckled. Is there any written regulation stating this cannot be done? If not, then there is no problem. On the path of the Beastmaster, luck is sometimes more important than strength. It is their luck and their opportunity to encounter Lin Chuan during this assessment. we certainly cannot forcibly strip them of their good fortune, can we? Speaking of which, Liang Lu paused, adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and wore a subtle smile. Besides, even with luck without strength or sufficient caution, one will not go far in the end. Those who are meant to be eliminated will be eliminated anyway. There will be an impact, but it will not be significant. Even if people are sent from above to investigate, they ultimately will not say anything. Liang Lu finished speaking. Shi Quanshan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He glanced at the wall clock. 11 hours had passed since the secret realm assessment began. In 1 more hour, at the 12-hour mark, the first major hurdle of the trial would descend. When that time comes, those who cannot make it will simply fail. They will not make it just because Lin Chuan helped them heal. In the secret realm, Lin Chuan had Gyugyuo and Sakura weave 2 signs using their vine armor shield that read, "Professional healing, honest business." Gyugyuo held the professional healing sign. Sakura held the honest business sign. The 2 little ones stood on either side of Lin Chuan. In front of Lin Chuan were 2 candidates, a man and a woman who appeared to be a couple. The man was named Wu Fei and the woman was Jin Keek. Expert-level healing fragrance, everyone who uses it says it is great, on par with city-level Spirit Beast Hospital results. 1 Spirit Beast, 2 green orbs per minute, half price for Beastmasters. Buy 2 get 1 free, plus free healing for the Beastmaster. Lin Chuan said with a bright smile, putting on the face of a professional merchant. This price was the most perfect and reasonable one after many adjustments. Wu Fei and Jin Keek both looked troubled. Especially Jin Keek. Before meeting her boyfriend, she had already run into 3 other candidates. One was her rival who defeated her and stole all her score orbs, leaving her with none. It was only because her boyfriend Wu Fei arrived in time that she was not eliminated. Now all 3 of her spirit beasts were heavily injured, requiring at least 20 minutes of treatment. Wu Fei gritted his teeth and checked his small bag. It contained 2 red, 3 blue, 7 green, and 8 white score orbs, totaling 410 points. According to Lin Chuan's pricing, 1 spirit beast for 1 minute costs 2 green orbs, which is 40 points. With the buy 2 get 1 free offer, treating 3 spirit beasts for 1 minute costs 80 points. Jin Keek's 3 spirit beasts needed at least 20 minutes of treatment, totaling 1,600 points, which he simply could not afford. Moreover, aside from Jin Keek's beasts, his own 2 spirit beasts needed treatment too, though their injuries were not as severe. Seeing their awkwardness and noting their low-key but luxurious brand-name clothing, Lin Chuan realized they were likely wealthy and smiled politely. If you do not have score orbs, I also accept Xingyan coins. 10,000 Xingyan coins equals 1 white orb. Hearing this, Wu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He could not afford it in score orbs, but he could pay in Xingyan coins. Both he and Jin Keek came from quite wealthy families in the upper middle class. They were not only childhood sweethearts, but also engaged through a family marriage arrangement. Otherwise, he would not be helping her during such an important school entrance assessment. Wu Fei transferred 3 million Xingyan coins to Lin Chuan, equivalent to 3,000 points worth of healing, to cover all 5 of their beasts, telling him to keep the rest as a tip. Look at that, scarcity makes things valuable. As long as you find the right opportunity, money is really easy to make. Back in the little King Kong Cup, I had to fight so hard for 10 million, but now I just cast a skill and earn 3 million easily. Facing such generous customers, Lin Chuan was also quite generous, having Sakura treat all their spirit beasts at once. As for Gyugyuo, it stood guard. After all, one must be cautious. If anyone tried to backstab him after being healed, it would immediately get a bomb fruit. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan had not encountered such a patient scammer yet. A bit of a pity, no chance for Gyugyuo to perform a killing spree. Sakura uses healing aromatherapy. They provided healing to Wu Fei and Jin Keek's 5 spirit beasts in total, as well as to the 2 beast tamers themselves to restore their stamina. After about 10 minutes of treatment, Wu Fei's 2 spirit beasts were fully recovered, and Jin Keek's 3 were halfway there. Just then Lin Chuan's brow suddenly furrowed. It was not because Wu Fei was suddenly causing trouble. Rather, Lin Chuan had an indescribable premonition, sensing something odd in the air. This was an instinctual reaction Lin Chuan had developed from helping out on the farm since childhood. He He was always more sensitive than others to impending rain or significant changes in temperature, air pressure, and humidity. Ever since he became a beast tamer and reached level 7, these senses had become even sharper. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt the air become stagnant, heavy with an inexplicable low pressure. An invisible force was gathering here, filling his heart with unease. Gyugyu seemed to sense it too. It moved closer to Lin Chuan, its little chubby hands clenched, guarding the surroundings. Lin Chuan let out a breath and ordered Sakura to stop the healing aromatherapy. Wu Fei and Jin Keek clearly did not perceive the crisis as well as Lin Chuan, and they looked puzzled. What happened? Why stop halfway through the treatment? Before they could even ask, they saw Lin Chuan command Gyugyu at his side. Sweet fruit. The next second, Gyugyu focused its energy and rolled a miniature peach between its chubby little hands. While the bomb fruit was emerald green, the sweet fruit was a glowing, powdery pink. Just looking at it gave one a sense of comfort and peace. Gyugyu pushed the miniature sweet fruit toward one of Jin Keek's 3 spirit beasts. In an instant, the beast was enveloped in powdery pink energy, and the wood-type energy fully activated its vitality, quickly permeating and soothing its entire body. After just 10 seconds, the injuries on its body were completely healed. This was the effect of a high-potency single-target healing skill, Sweet Fruit. If he had continued with healing aromatherapy, it would have taken at least another 10 minutes to achieve the same result. Gyugyu did not stop. It tossed a sweet fruit to each of Jin Keek's other 2 spirit beasts. Again, in less than 10 seconds, both beasts were completely recovered. With that, Wu Fei, Jin Keek, and their 5 spirit beasts were all fully healed. Well, in business, you have to be honest. Since he had taken their money, Lin Chuan would naturally provide full service. All right, treatment's over, Lin Chuan said. Without waiting for their reaction, Lin Chuan turned and left with Gyugyu and Sakura. With a brisk pace, Lin Chuan ducked into a dark alley between 2 old buildings and quickly vanished from sight. Only then did Wu Fei and Jin Keek come to their senses. Sweet fruit, Jin Keek whispered in shock. Rookie beast tamers qualified for the secret realm assessment are at the very least top students at their schools. They generally know about any knowledge that is not too obscure. They were also well aware that the sweet fruit is a branched variant ability of the bomb fruit. Since Lin Chuan's floral leafy could use sweet fruit, it meant it had mastered the bomb fruit, and its proficiency was at least at the skilled level. The bomb fruit is one of the few burst damage skills among wood-type abilities. Jin Keek and Wu Fei exchanged a look, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They never expected Lin Chuan's floral leafy to have a burst skill, and even less that he had kept it hidden until now. But why would Lin Chuan reveal it at a time like this? Should not such a trump card be saved for someone like Li Zeu? Even though it was a bit hurtful to their pride to say so. Wu Fei felt that even if he and Jin Keek combined all 5 of their spirit beasts to fight Lin Chuan, they would be easily worn down by his tank and heal tactics. They simply were not worth Lin Chuan revealing his trump card. So was it just to save a few minutes of healing time? Or did Lin Chuan sense something, detect some danger, and decide to leave early? Or perhaps he felt that since they had already reached the secret realm assessment, there was no need to hide his hand anymore and he was just showing off. Wu Fei thought it was the former. Lin Chuan must have sensed some danger. As for the latter, it was also possible. After all, for a teenager, being able to hide one's trump cards until now shows great composure, and it is quite normal to flex a little when the opportunity arises. Regardless, they had to act on the assumption of the former. Since even Lin Chuan sensed danger and chose to retreat, they had to follow suit. Then Jin Keek and I need to run even faster. Finishing his thought, Wu Fei grabbed Jin Keek's hand, intending to follow Lin Chuan's lead. You can never go wrong by following a big shot. However, Jin Keek tugged on his sleeve, signaling him to look around. Fei, we are surrounded. Jin Keek's voice trembled, filled with an indescribable fear. Wu Fei suddenly jolted to his senses, discovering that on the surrounding rooftops and street corners, horror puppets were appearing one after another. At a glance, there were at least 30, including 2 that were 5 meters tall, like small giants, encircling him, Jin Keek, and their 5 spirit beasts. Click, 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 click. The sound of gears grinding came from within the two 5-meter-tall puppets, and then their mouths slowly opened, releasing a foul, moldy stench of rotting wood. Roar! A rough, raspy low roar issued from the mouths of the two towering puppets. The surrounding air seemed to turn to mud, instantly filled with pressure. This was not just a description, it was a literal sensation. This was a skill. Intimidation. Ordinary puppets could not use skills, but these 5-meter-tall ones could. Wu Fei and Jin Keek stood stiff and immobile, and their 5 spirit beasts were much the same, though they managed to move slightly better, cooperating to protect the 2 tamers behind them. Roar! One of the giant puppets let out another low growl. Instantly, every puppet in the area dropped to all fours, moving in a bizarre, crawling gait as they lunged at Wu Fei and Jin Keek. In less than half a minute, Wu Fei and Jin Keek were letting out shrill, terrified screams. 2 streets away. In the courtyard of a residential house, there were several withered, dead old trees. Lin Chuan had Gyugyuo and Sakura weave their vine armor shield into the shape of one of the dead trees, and he hid inside the trunk, blending into the environment. Looking through a small, cat-eye-like hole he had left behind, Lin Chuan carefully observed the situation outside. Terrifying puppets were appearing from all directions, seemingly endless like a tide. Everywhere he could hear the panic cries of other candidates. There were the sounds of various skills being used in combat, and the scuttling noise of puppets crawling across roads, roofs, and walls. Lin Chuan sensed a group of puppets entering the courtyard and searching around. He immediately stopped watching through the hole and focused on slowing and suppressing his breathing. Click, click, click. The puppet's footsteps echoed in the yard, stopping right in front of the dead tree he had camouflaged. Lin Chuan held his breath. After a long while, the puppet standing by the tree finally left and resumed searching the courtyard. This was like a horror game. Lin Chuan let out a breath, but he did not dare lower his guard and continued to wait quietly. Finally, 2 hours later, the sound of footsteps and the oppressive low pressure from the intimidation skill slowly faded away. Lin Chuan checked through the hole again, looking left and right for a long time to confirm that no puppets remained in the yard. After waiting another quiet half hour, Lin Chuan finally let Gyugyuo and Sakura dismantle the vine armor shield and they stepped out. Lin Chuan looked around the street. The surroundings looked as if they had been ravaged by a storm, leaving everything in complete ruins. Walls had collapsed and the street was cratered by various skills. There were traces of scorch marks from fire. There were horrific claw marks from beasts. And there were fragments of wood everywhere, in which Lin Chuan could even see score orbs lying silently. Candidates must have defeated some puppets but been forced to retreat from the assessment space before they could collect their spoils. One could only imagine the fierce battle that had taken place here over the last 2 hours. Lin Chuan checked the scene while scavenging for score orbs among the wood fragments. Good grief, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan had collected 320 points worth of score orbs in various colors. While happily scavenging, Lin Chuan also thought back with lingering fear, what exactly were these puppets? If he did not figure it out, he might not be able to escape the next encirclement. Even if he were confident in his strength, he could not handle such a wave of puppets. Just as Lin Chuan was scavenging and investigating the scene, a sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out from high in the sky. Lin Chuan suddenly looked up and saw a giant purple-blue eagle swooping down toward him. Li Zhao. Targeting him. No, it did not look like an attack. Lin Chuan raised a hand to stop Gyugyuo, who was preparing to condense a bomb fruit and fire it at the swooping mutant blue-feathered eagle. As Lin Chuan had judged, the eagle did not intend to attack. It hovered rapidly 10 meters in front of him and slowly landed. Li Zhao jumped off the eagle first. There was another person on the eagle's back, a girl with braided hair, glasses, a gray-white sailor uniform, and sneakers, a classic nerdy girl image. She was passably pretty, and there were no intimate signs between her and Li Zhao, unlike Wu Fei and Jin Keek. So they were not a couple but teammates. Lin Chuan secretly guessed. Following Li Zhao, the braided girl jumped down as well. However, she seemed a bit clumsy with poor balance. She landed on the ground, lost her footing, and fell on her backside. The girl blushed in embarrassment. Lin Chuan quickly looked away, pretending not to see, and turned to Li Zhao. Lin Chuan did not speak, waiting quietly for Li Zeu to start since he was the one who had come looking. I heard you are offering paid healing. Li Zeu hesitated and asked. Lin Chuan nodded, and Li Zeu continued. Then can you help me heal my spirit beast? Lin Chuan squinted, looking at the mutant blue-feathered eagle. It looked healthy, its tier 2 aura unmistakable. It had used up a lot of stamina, but it was not injured. So was the injured one the Nether Thunder Bat? Regardless, Lin Chuan did not intend to fight Li Zeu at this moment. The secret realm assessment lasted 48 hours and only 14 had passed. There was no need to clash now. If the two of them fought, no matter who was eliminated, the other would be left vulnerable to being finished off by someone else. In a battle between kings, better to clear out the small fry first. I can, but I do not take star rock coins from you, only score orbs. Lin Chuan said. Li Zeu nodded and tossed a small bag to Lin Chuan. Inside were 8 red orbs and 20 blue ones, equaling 1,000 points. Good grief, 1,000 points just like that. This guy must have had a successful hunt, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Li Zeu released his Nether Thunder Bat. Before, it had been palm-sized, but now it was the size of a human head with exposed fangs, making it look uglier and more vicious. Its aura was intimidating, but it was badly hurt, its left wing still bleeding. Lin Chuan had Sakura go over and use healing aromatherapy on it. Seeing Lin Chuan healing his bat, Li Zeu felt slightly relieved. He hesitated again and said to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, let us cooperate. Otherwise, I am afraid it will be very hard for us to safely survive these 48 hours. Lin Chuan raised his gaze but did not speak, just stared calmly at Li Zeu, waiting for him to explain. Li Zeu pointed to the braided girl beside him. You probably do not know her, so let me introduce her. She is a special recruit from my school, Blue Sky Private Beast Taming Academy, Chen Yulu. Her actual combat strength is average, far behind yours or mine, but she is the most famous scholar among this year's graduates in Qinghe City, consistently topping all written exams. Her knowledge base is better than even some college students in the Spirit Beast Research Department. She knows what is going on with those puppets. According to her prediction, in another 12 hours, a Tier 3 or possibly Tier 4 monster will appear in this secret realm and hunt down all candidates indiscriminately. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression became solemn. He turned his attention to Chen Yulu. Chen Yulu seemed a bit timid, embarrassed by her earlier fall, but she did not show much stage fright now. She stepped forward and explained calmly. Classmate Lin Chuan, do you know what a Gestalt-type monster is? Lin Chuan Gestalt. Lin Chuan frowned, noting he had heard the term somewhere but did not know what it meant. What about a hive-type monster? Chen Yulu asked. A collective will monster composed of a queen as the core and countless worker drones. This time Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Hive-type monsters, he knew those. Lin Chuan, are you saying these puppets are also hive-type? Chen Yulu nodded. Yes, while I do not know the actual scientific name for these puppets, they are likely a newly discovered or freshly born monster. I can be certain that it is a Gestalt-type monster. In fact, in this entire assessment space, this nameless foreign town, there is only one monster. The puppet tied from earlier was just an extension of that monster's will. The attribute of this Gestalt monster is magic. The magic attribute is a pure psychological energy, unlike natural elements, making it difficult to perceive. It uses negative emotions like fear as a source of energy. Inside a small cubicle in the monitoring room of the Qinghe City Beast Master Association, Shi Quanshan and Liang Lu are chatting over tea while watching 3D footage projected by special technology. The footage shows Lin Chuan, Li Zeu, and Chen Yulu in the middle of their discussion about cooperation. Liang Lu sips his tea, twirling his teacup, and smiles to himself. Humans have been able to thrive in this extraordinary world, develop a beast-taming civilization, and become the most powerful force occupying a quarter of this planet and the vastest, most habitable lands, not by relying on individual heroism, but by sticking together. As beast masters, we may compete with each other, fight over opportunities, or even harbor grudges and kill one another. But when facing a major disaster that threatens everyone in our homeland, we must also unite and cooperate. Shi Quanshan glances at Liang Lu and scoffs. I just hate how you always have to sound so sophisticated and preach these big lessons. Cannot you just talk normally? Although he says this, Shi Quanchen does not deny the truth of Liang Lu's words. Of course, he would not say it in public, but in private, he would express it in much more straightforward terms. In the end, it all comes down to interests, whether it is individual gain or the collective good. Why does the school teach basic beast taming knowledge? And why does the Beast Master Association work so hard to provide logistical support to new graduates? Why partner with businesses and factories to host various rookie competitions, constantly finding ways to hand out early-stage funding to new Beast Masters? And for those average commoner students who cannot win these competitions, why do they deliberately design novice tasks that are so simple they are essentially free gifts for them to grind? There is no such thing as unconditional love in this world. Everything the Star Rock Federation invests is for the sake of the collective good. As new Beast Masters set foot on the path of transcendence, they are expected to contribute to this country and collective as much as they can, to protect it during crises, and to maintain the stability of society during peaceful times, making the nation more prosperous. Compared to those egocentric Beast Masters who, during major disasters, ignore others and fight internally to snatch resources. Beast Masters who know how to set aside personal interests in the face of disaster and work together to secure the collective benefit. Clearly, the latter is the kind of talent the Star Rock Federation truly needs, the only ones who are truly qualified. And the Secret Realm trial for school entrance is exactly designed to select such qualified individuals. Strength is the foundation. Wisdom is also a requirement. You do not need to be a scholar who has memorized every book, nor do you need to be a genius who can see 10 steps ahead, but you must at least understand the situation before you, know when to advance or retreat, and act with caution in unknown environments. Beyond that, it comes down to the choice between individual and collective interests. It does not require someone to necessarily sacrifice their life or anything like that. That is too extreme. But one must know how to contribute to the collective effort and cooperate at critical moments rather than acting as a lone wolf, unless that lone wolf has the ability to solve every disaster single-handedly. Such talents are the ones the Star Rock Federation truly needs. Teamwork is precisely one of the hidden assessment criteria of the Secret Realm trial. While all other candidates are competing to snatch score beads, those who possess sufficient strength, wisdom, and caution, and who can clearly judge the situation and proactively cooperate to overcome obstacles, will receive extra points. These points will not be displayed on the final score. Instead, when the organizers finish the trial and write up the evaluations for the candidates, they will simply add a note saying this person is capable of great things. Only candidates with such an evaluation will receive true attention from the Star Rock Federation, gain access to prioritized resources, and potentially receive admission letters from the 8 elite universities. Otherwise, what would be the point of cultivating a selfish beast master who, when disaster strikes, disregards the country's safety and flees alone? What would be the point of training them? What good would they be? Would not that be a total waste of resources? In the Secret Realm. After listening to Chen Yulu's explanation, Lin Chuan thought for a moment and agreed to cooperate. Since we already know the race and attributes of the horror puppets, do you have any plan to deal with them? Lin Chuan asks Chen Yulu. Knowing that she is the genius student who understands the current trial situation better than him, Lin Chuan would not do something as foolish as trying to seize command. As long as her plan is reasonable and feasible and there is no suspicion of her trying to set him up, Lin Chuan is willing to listen and cooperate actively. Horror puppets. Chen Yulu mutters, then realizes this is the name Lin Chuan has temporarily given those puppets. Not bad, quite a vivid name, let us use that. Chen Yulu nods slightly, but then asks Lin Chuan a question. Lin Chuan, do you know how one gets a high score or even first place in an exam? Lin Chuan rolls his eyes. If he knew that, his grades would not just be average. Chen Yulu adjusts her glasses, sounding a bit pretentious. Sufficient knowledge is essential. That is the foundation for solving problems. But then, if you want a high score, you have to guess the examiner's logic, guess what they want to test, and what kind of answer they want to see. Well, I should not say too much. If you can grasp it, great. If not, it does not matter. At least you are already on the right path to solving this. At this point, Chen Yulu pauses. Lin Chuan wears a thoughtful expression. The examiner, what do they want to assess and what kind of answer do they want to see? If we treat this secret realm trial as an exam paper, then what is it that they want to assess? The high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster Association, who must be watching these candidates through some means right now, what kind of performance do they want to see from them? Seeing that Lin Chuan is thoughtful and seems to have understood something, Chen Yulu nods slightly, thinking that this Lin Chuan is not too stupid, at least much smarter than Li Zeu. She had to expend a lot of effort explaining things to get Li Zeu to join her, let her take the lead, and avoid the puppet wave from earlier. As for why she went out of her way to remind Lin Chuan of all this, it is not that she has any particular affection for him. They are, after all, total strangers. The reason she reminded him, by letting Lin Chuan realize the correct way to solve this secret realm assessment. Because then, Lin Chuan will be much more active and willing to participate in team building. Lin Chuan, as a great healer, is the foundation for building this boss rating team. In this assessment space, the place is crawling with damage dealers. Even Li Zeu is replaceable. But for healing, Lin Chuan is the only qualified one. Other candidates might have some healing skills, but their output is too low. They can barely heal themselves, let alone others, so they cannot support a boss rating team. Time is tight, so without letting Lin Chuan ponder any longer, Chen Yulu formally answers his question. Based on the information and conditions known now, the solution is actually quite clear. Right now, the core consciousness of the horror puppet has not yet awakened. This is likely due to the seals and restrictions placed on it by the examiners. Every 12 hours, that is my estimate, it might be shorter, once the set time is reached, the seal will be partially lifted until it is completely removed and it awakens. The final combat strength of the horror puppet will depend on the amount of fear and other negative emotions it absorbs during this time. To put it simply, it is either in a full power state after being well fed, or a weakened state after starving. What we need to do is to intervene before the seals are completely broken and before it fully awakens. We must minimize the amount of fear and negative emotions it can absorb so that when it wakes up, it is in a weakened, energy-starved state. Then we gather other capable candidates to form a team and work together to defeat it. As she says this, Chen Yulu subconsciously waves her small fist, making a gesture as if she wants to beat the horror puppet to a pulp after it wakes up. Realizing what she is doing and feeling embarrassed, she quickly pulls back her fist and changes the subject. Once we defeat it and ensure we can survive until the end of the trial, we can resume competing against each other for the remaining time. And with that, Chen Yulu concludes her explanation. Lin Chuan stares at Chen Yulu intensely. It is not because she is good-looking. Lin Chuan is feeling admiration and a bit of envy. His grades at school are above average, making him an excellent student, but compared to this genius, he is like a failing student. Sometimes the gap between people is larger than the gap between humans and dogs. Some people can slack off and play around without studying much, yet their grades remain excellent, coming first in every exam. While others, even if they work hard, stay up late every night, can only manage to stay in the middle of the pack. There is no comparing them, truly there is no comparing. Fortunately, I have a cheat. My learning ability and IQ might not match yours, but my beast taming talent is superior. Lin Chuan thinks to himself, filled with a mix of envy and jealousy. At the same time, Lin Chuan decides that his next beast must be a book spirit. Even if his reincarnation talent does not work on a book spirit and cannot recast its bloodline. He does not care about the combat power of a book spirit, just the fact that it can memorize things almost instantly is enough. A book spirit can only memorize knowledge. Without sufficient imagination and inspiration, it cannot utilize existing knowledge in the creative ways a true human genius can. It might not be a real genius, but it is at least a fake one. In an unknown environment facing unknown monsters, it could provide information and suggestions based on the massive amount of knowledge it has stored. As someone who is not a genius, he really needs a portable pocket dictionary of a companion. Back to business. Since the plan is decided, it is time to take action. Time is tight, and according to Chen Yulu's estimates, in 12 hours, or rather less than 10 hours, the main consciousness of the sealed puppet will awaken. So how do we reduce the amount of fear and negative emotions it absorbs? Chen Yulu does not even need to explain. Lin Chuan sees it clearly, and even Li Zeu understands. By hunting those scattered, wandering horror puppets and eliminating other candidates, the former cuts off one source of fear energy for the puppet. The latter directly removes the root cause. As long as candidates who are unstable and prone to panic are eliminated, no one will be left to provide fear to the horror puppet. In short, Lin Chuan and Li Zeu will act as the muscle, hunting puppets and candidates, hitting whatever they encounter. As for Chen Yulu, she will find a place to hide or handle her own business. Neither Lin Chuan nor Li Zeu can look after her. If she gets eliminated by other candidates, it just proves she lacks even the minimum self-preservation strength, rendering her useless as a genius anyway. A beast master with knowledge but no power has no future. Of course, not all candidates are targets for elimination. Those who are clearly strong, calm-minded, and will not panic or scream in fear when facing the horror puppets are valuable partners for cooperation. When the puppet's main consciousness eventually awakens, they will serve as additional combat strength. After all, even if Chen Yulu's plan succeeds and the puppet wakes up in a weakened state, it will still be at least a Tier 3 monster, not to mention it is a demon attribute monster. Demon attribute, pure negative mental energy. A powerful demon attribute monster can cause mental contamination to humans and beasts just through a look, a sound, or even by releasing its aura. Mild symptoms cause stiffness and the loss of will to fight, while severe cases can cause total madness and loss of control. The discussion on the action plan has concluded. Lin Chuan, Li Zeu, and Chen Yulu then went their separate ways. This time, having learned the detailed intel about the terror puppets, Lin Chuan no longer hid his tracks cautiously as before. Instead, he took the initiative to face the enemy. Lin Chuan even intentionally made quite loud noises to attract and gather the wandering terror puppets from the surroundings. Knowing the opponent is of the demonic attribute, things become much easier. Superior attributes do not have the balanced cycle of mutual promotion and restraint found in the basic 5 elements. Whether there is restraint between superior attributes usually depends on the disparity in their energy levels, or it might be more accurate to use the word resistance. Take the demonic attribute, for instance. It is a pure psychological attribute, and it stands in a relationship of mutual resistance with the illusory attribute, which is a pure spiritual attribute. When the demonic energy is stronger, it is almost impossible to fall under an illusion, as a powerful mind can resist all falsehoods. Conversely, when the illusory energy is stronger, it is like a person looking at the sun through sunglasses, capable of blocking nearly 100% of the mental corruption brought by the demonic attribute. The main consciousness of the terror puppet is still sealed and has not yet awakened. The demonic energy possessed by these subconsciousnesses is very low and weak in both intensity and quantity, even lower and weaker than the illusory energy Yinghua currently commands. Therefore, Lin Chuan found them exceptionally easy to handle. By simply having Yinghua shroud him in healing aroma, Lin Chuan could completely ignore the instinctual fear caused by the demonic attribute. At this moment, as Lin Chuan looked at the terror puppet, he only felt it was awkwardly cute, and the way it crawled strangely on all fours seemed weird and funny. It was not nearly as scary as it originally seemed. As for its combat effectiveness, with the influence of mental fear removed, and since it could not use skills and only fought blindly with rigid movements, Lin Chuan figured he could take one down solo using the baseball bat he carried as a melee weapon. Rip off the limbs, smash the head, add a couple of stomps, and that is one terror puppet down. Not to mention he still had Gyugyuo. A small mini bomb fruit could instantly wipe out one terror puppet, and if they encountered a swarm, a cluster bomb fruit would carpet bomb them. Well, since things had reached this point, Lin Chuan did not intend to hide his trump cards anymore. Even if other candidates saw him using burst damage skills now, at this stage in the game, they would not have the time or the opportunity to study how to specifically counter him. Lin Chuan, along with Gyugyuo and Yinghua, continued to clear out the terror puppets. At the same time, Lin Chuan was pondering Chen Yulu's words from earlier. What is the logic behind the questions in this secret realm trial? What kind of answers do the examiners hope to see? Or rather, what kind of talent does the Star Rock Federation want to select through this trial? The answer is actually not complicated. As long as one can think of this, it is easy to understand. Just treat this secret realm trial as a real disaster and crisis. When facing a real disaster or crisis, what kind of beast master does the Star Rock Federation want to see, and what kind of actions do they hope the beast master takes? The answer is obvious. The Star Rock Federation wants to see beast masters who can cooperate and work together to overcome difficulties in times of crisis, not those who, despite having the strength, only look out for themselves, avoid responsibility, or even make things worse. Want to compete? Compete all you want after the crisis is over. Though I have already told you the situation. Your strength as a trio is quite good. Do you not plan to cooperate with me and Li Zeu to face the subsequent boss together? Lin Chuan looked at the three candidates, 2 men and 1 woman in front of him, and spoke in a calm tone. 20 minutes ago, Lin Chuan encountered these 3 and a wild fight broke out, mainly initiated by their side. One of the boys Lin Chuan did not recognize, but he did recognize the other boy and girl. First was Wang Jixian, who was eliminated by him in the first round of the Little Clear Cup, and whose spirit beast, the Little Flame Fox, had been scared into a depression by Yinghua. The other girl was Tao Mengmeng, who had made him vigilant before with a wild poison spider that countered his healing shield poison system. Because of her, Lin Chuan had even specifically had Gyugyu learn the sweet fruit skill. Lin Chuan was puzzled. He had already established his persona as a super disgusting, troublesome, and hard-to-crack nut. The cost-effectiveness of attacking him was extremely low. Why was someone still targeting him instead of going after Li Zeu? What is more, he was not hiding his use of bomb fruits at all now. There was no reason for these 3 to be blind and not see it. And if they could not see, they could at least hear the explosions, right? Targeting him clearly carried a higher risk, and the cost-effectiveness of risk versus reward was much lower. Is this a grudge or what? Lin Chuan thought to himself that he had been minding his own business and had not made any enemies. After fighting Lin Chuan for nearly 20 minutes and cornering him in a blind alley of the town, feeling like victory was within their grasp, the 3 finally had the inclination to talk to him. Wang Jixian stood out and said, "Lin Chuan, we are very grateful that you told us this information, letting us know that we will be facing at least a Tier 3 demonic monster next. But that does not change our minds. In fact, it has only strengthened our resolve. Rather than trying to fight a Tier 3 demonic boss that is basically impossible to defeat, it is better to defeat and eliminate you right here. We have already studied you thoroughly, and our combination was specifically designed to counter you. Initially, we did not intend to target you so early. We planned to save it for the very end of the secret realm assessment. After all, you are such a hard nut to crack that it is not worth it to take you on too early. But we heard that you, Lin Chuan, have been acting as a doctor in this secret realm, healing other candidates' spirit beasts, and collecting score orbs as payment. Then you must have accumulated many score orbs. Let me guess how many? 3,000, 4,000, or maybe even 10,000. Alright, hearing that, Lin Chuan understood why he was being targeted. It was a classic case of possessing a treasure leading to a crime. It turns out that with his continuous paid medical services, he had unknowingly become a big, fat sheep. The cost-effectiveness of cracking this hard nut had indeed increased. Among the 3, the other boy spoke up. As long as we defeat and eliminate you, Lin Chuan, and take the score orbs you have on you, it will definitely be enough for the 3 of us to share and obtain scores far beyond our own standard levels. As for the Tier 3 demonic monster you mentioned, it is impossible for us to resist it anyway. Instead of facing it head-on, it is better to avoid it. This town is not that big, but it is not small either. We can play hide-and-seek with it later. Even if it is a Tier 3 demonic monster, it cannot catch everyone, right? Maybe we will get lucky and just survive until the remaining time runs out. If we manage that, we will have a bright future." Hearing this, Lin Chuan fell silent, then scoffed. "A bright future? The moment you chose this path, you sealed a dark future for yourselves." Staring at Wang Jixian, then glancing at Tao Mengmeng, finally, Lin Chuan looked at the candidate he did not know. "I cannot say that the choice made by these 3 was wrong. This is also one of the solutions to this secret realm trial. If you follow their method, truly defeat me, take all the score orbs on me, then find a place to hide and avoid the Tier 3 demonic monster that wakes up later. It is indeed possible to survive the 48 hours, pass the trial, and obtain a high score that exceeds their normal capabilities. But this is clearly not the answer the examiners who designed this paper and built this secret realm trial space want to see. Are you sure you have me beat? Facing the encirclement, Lin Chuan was calm and asked back with a light laugh. Wang Zixian's eyelids twitched. Lin Chuan's composure made him uneasy. However, Wang Zixian quickly calmed down, dismissing Lin Chuan's composure as mere posturing. It is late at night. Your two flower leaves photosynthesis is basically ineffective, and their recovery ability is reduced by at least 50%. Tao Mingmeng's wild poison spider can effectively limit your recovery, and my little flame fox has enough burst damage to break your shield wall. And this classmate Wang Li has a spirit beast with a purification skill which might counter your poison powder. Your trump card, the bomb fruit, did surprise us, but we have a total of 7 spirit beasts. Even with a burst skill like the bomb fruit, you cannot cope with us. What do you have to win against us? Wang Zixian said, speaking of the very coordination strategy the three of them had just used. It had taken them only 20 minutes to force Lin Chuan into a blind alley in the town and surround him. At this moment, Tao Mingmeng, the cold imperial sister who had been silent since the start, as if everyone owed her millions, finally spoke. Lin Chuan, we are not greedy people, and we do not want to make enemies with a genius like you. If you voluntarily hand over your score orbs, no need to hand over all of them, just 1,000 points from each of us is enough, and I believe that as a field medic you certainly have that much on you. Then we will back off. Having said this, Tao Mingmeng paused briefly before adding, Lin Chuan, do not hold it against us, that is just how secret realm trials are. People who reveal their trump cards early and are strong will be targeted by everyone. I hope you understand that we are targeting you only for our own future. I come from a small mountain village, and I hope to become a professional beast master to improve my village's conditions and bring it more resources for beast taming. Lin Chuan remained silent after hearing this. He knew that what Tao Mingmeng said was true. Tan Yan had already investigated Tao Mingmeng thoroughly for him, so he knew she was the hope of her entire village. But who is not doing this for their own future and their own dreams? Just as Tao Mingmeng said, these are the rules of the secret realm trial. Lin Chuan smiled. You really think you have me cornered? You think that by forcing me into a dead end I cannot escape, but have you ever thought that this might have been intentional on my part? By forcing me into a corner, you have also cornered yourselves. By surrounding me, have not you also been surrounded by me? I do not have much ability to chase enemies, so I was actually worried you would run away. That is why keeping your trump cards hidden is really, really important. If he had exposed his trump card earlier, it probably would not have been just these 3 people surrounding him, and they certainly would have developed even tighter, more specific tactics to counter him. But now, unfortunately for them, he had hidden his trump card, and this card was enough to cause their target plan to collapse. Well, I understand, that is just the rule of the secret realm trial. But when you target others, please be prepared for the failure of your targeting and for them to counterattack and eliminate you. Classmate Tao Mingmeng, I return your words to you. I hope you will not hold it against me either. You have your dreams, you want a better future, and I understand why you targeted me. However, I also have my ideals. We are all competing and striving for our own futures. I will be honest with you. This path of mine is one you cannot traverse, so please pick a different path to achieve your dreams. Lin Chuan said indifferently. Immediately, his lips moved slightly as Lin Chuan uttered 2 cold syllables. Clear out. The reason Lin Chuan let these 3 force him into this dead end was also because he did not want other candidates to see the scene that was about to unfold. Gyugyo jumped up instantly, and Yinghua moved to the side. Like a building block combo, a human pyramid, Gyugyo stood on top of Yinghua's head, bending the flower on top of her head. At the same time, Yinghua raised her 2 little chubby hands upward. Zist. Light green wood attribute energy surged crazily from Yinghua into Gyugyo's body. Gyugyo focused all of his energy and spirit, letting out a little cry. Between his little chubby hands, a jade green, peach-shaped energy ball suddenly appeared. Under Gyugyo's concentration, it grew larger and larger. Finally, Gyugyo could only balance it on his head. The basketball-sized jade green peach radiated a terrifying, suffocating brilliance. At this moment, the three people surrounding Lin Chuan and their 7 spirit beasts were all dumbfounded. Gulp. Wang Jixian swallowed hard. Classmate Lin Chuan, I was just joking with you. We are willing to join your team to work together against the boss. Lin Chuan did not speak and took a step back. At the same time, the vine armor on his body spread rapidly. Under Yinghua's conscious control, it transformed from a half armor for easy movement into a full-body armor with maximum defense and shock-absorbing capabilities. Afterward, Lin Chuan made a firing gesture toward the front. Gyugyo immediately pushed the assist-strengthened bomb fruit forward. The basketball-sized, jade-green peach energy ball landed right in the middle of the three people and their 7 spirit beasts. Boom! The earth shook and rocks flew into the air. A surging, overwhelming explosion of energy swept across everything in the vicinity. The emerald light illuminated the dark night. Luckily, this was a dead end in town and not many people saw it. Half a minute later, everything returned to calm. Lin Chuan looked at the pit at least 3 meters in radius in front of him. There was nothing left inside. Presumably, the three were transported out of the secret realm before the damage from the strengthened bomb fruit could take full effect. This meant that their secret realm assessment was over, and they were eliminated. They had chosen an incorrect solution, at least one the examiners did not want to see. Not cooperation to fight the disaster, but evasion and cowardice. Fortunately, this was just a trial, merely an exam, so the Beast Master Association would not hold them accountable, but they would not get any bonus hidden points for good performance either. If they acted like this when facing a real crisis or disaster. Knowing the danger but not helping and making things worse, just wait and see if the Beast Master Association would settle the score later. But that is besides the point. The key is, they actually considered him a big, fat sheep and chose to target him. With that mindset, they still think they can have a bright future. In their dreams. Qinghe City Beastmaster Association Monitoring Center. Even though it was late at night, the place was still brightly lit. Staff members were busy, keeping a constant watch on the situation inside the secret realm trial space. Ji Quanshan and Liang Lu continued to drink their tea. Well, it has only been 48 hours, 2 days. For people like them with Beastmaster levels around 50, it is really nothing. They could easily pull all-nighters for a month or even longer. The special 3D monitoring equipment in front of them was currently cycling through footage of various candidates who were receiving special attention. There was footage of Li Zheyu riding a Tier 2 blue feather eagle, swooping down from the sky to eliminate other candidates. There was also footage of Lin Chuan wearing vine armor, swinging a baseball bat to smash terrifying puppets under the protection of healing aroma. There was footage of Chen Yulu lobbying other capable candidates to form a team. Finally, the screen froze on the battle where Lin Chuan faced 3 candidates who had teamed up to target him. Yinghua used assist to transfer her energy to Gyuguo, and Gyuguo used an enhanced version of the bomb fruit to wipe out all 3 people and their 7 spirit beasts in one go. Regarding Li Zheyu, Shi Quanshan's evaluation was average, lacking a bit. Because of his family background, he should have done better, but he did not. For Chen Yulu, Shi Quanshan nodded slightly, appreciating her wisdom. She had almost guessed the difficulty of this secret realm assessment and provided a reasonable strategy. Following her plan, it was possible to defeat the final boss. However, Shi Quanshan did not give Chen Yulu a practical evaluation because she was not worthy. It was not about status but her strength. She lacked the basic qualifications of a Beastmaster. Chen Yulu's strength was truly too low. Not to mention compared to top geniuses like Lin Chuan and Li Zheyu, even Tao Mengmeng, who was eliminated by Lin Chuan, was stronger than Chen Yulu. You could call Chen Yulu a top scholar, as her knowledge level certainly qualified. However, Chen Yulu had not efficiently and fully converted the knowledge she possessed into resources for her spirit beast's growth, turning it into their actual levels and combat power. Why was that? As the president of the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association and a level 57 Beastmaster, Shi Quanshan said he had seen this situation too many times. This situation happened especially often with female Beastmasters. Spirit beasts in the baby stage usually have weak willpower. They are not firm enough, and when they encounter difficulties or get injured repeatedly, they easily become afraid and back down or slack off and become lazy during training. At this time, the Beastmaster needs to provide effective comfort and guidance. By motivating the spirit beast in various ways and helping them persist through arduous training, they can maximize their growth. Once a spirit beast passes the baby stage, the cost of time, energy, and resources required to catch up increases exponentially, and sometimes the spirit beast can never bridge that gap in its entire life. Compared to male beastmasters, female beastmasters often struggle to be strict, as they find it easy to be soft-hearted. Seeing their spirit beasts injured or looking exhausted and disheveled, and hearing their teary-eyed pleas, many female beastmasters would soften their hearts. They would repeatedly revise the well-planned cultivation training programs, reducing the training volume and intensity, and constantly spoiling and indulging their spirit beasts. In the end, the spirit beast's strength could only just barely pass, and it could not be compared to those spirit beasts that had truly survived arduous training. Clearly, Chen Yulu was in exactly this situation. One could tell just by the fact that she would periodically hold her Yuan rat in her arms instead of letting it stay alert to its surroundings. This was a beastmaster who overindulged her spirit beast. Sincerely liking one's spirit beast is a necessary quality for a beastmaster, but excessive coddling, even being unwilling to put it through hard training, is taking things too far. Lin Chuan and Li Zheyu did well in this regard. They loved their spirit beasts too, but they were not soft-hearted when it came time for training. From their spirit beasts' base attributes, development, and skill proficiency, you could see that both of their beasts had survived arduous training and the inhumane torture of using advanced nutritional supplements. For Chen Yulu, Shi Quanchen had no comment, which meant he categorized her as a student who was a pity. As for Lin Chuan, Shi Quanchen's evaluation was good rare. Was that evaluation a bit low? Not at all, this evaluation was actually already very, very high. Because Shi Quanchen's evaluation was not based on the standards of commoners, but on the standards of elite family-backed beastmasters. Lin Chuan, as well as Li Zheyu, were already qualified to compete with those from major beastmaster families. He had seen too many beastmasters from such families. If you gave those family descendants 3 months, they could even cultivate a Tier 3 spirit beast. In terms of skills, they had secret techniques passed down through centuries of research. In the eyes of elite family beastmasters, things like bomb fruit, water wing, or crimson lotus breath were actually just basic skills that did not require much study or training. Spirit beasts could often comprehend them on their own. There was no difficulty at all. Compared to those family descendants, Lin Chuan was just good. This goodmanly referred to the assist skill. Assist is a skill that requires the spirit beast to have a selfless heart, and even among elite family beastmasters, few could get their beasts to learn it. Just as Shi Quanchen and Liang Lu were writing their comments for the candidates who were receiving special attention during the assessment, a staff member ran in to report the situation. President, there are currently 457 candidates left in the Secret Realm space. It had been 20 hours since the Secret Realm assessment began. It started at 10:00 am yesterday, and now it was a little past 6:00 am on the second day. From the initial 5,235 candidates, there were only 457 left, about 1/10. Shi Quanchen nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. He was quite satisfied with this result. He could brag about it to his old friends in the neighboring city. You have to know that in previous years, it was very rare for 300 people to remain in the assessment realm by this point. And this year's assessment difficulty was even higher than in previous years, yet 457 candidates had still persisted without being eliminated. That is about enough. Unseal that thing and let it out, Shi Quanchen ordered. The staff member nodded and immediately stepped back to operate the secret realm space from the dedicated control console. In the secret realm space, Lin Chuan continued to slaughter terrifying puppets. He had lost track of how many he had killed. In short, he had killed his way from the eastern corner of the town to the western corner, going straight through it. Well, although Lin Chuan had already revealed his trump card, the bomb fruit, and exposed his ability to produce high-damage bursts, his ability to chase down enemies was ultimately lacking. Therefore, Lin Chuan was mainly responsible for clearing out the terrifying puppets. As for the candidates, Lin Chuan would not actively seek them out, but if they came knocking on his door, he would handle it according to the situation. If they came to him for healing, he would provide it as a normal business unless they wanted to stir up medical trouble, in which case Lin Chuan would not hesitate to attack. During this period, 2 such medical trouble incidents actually occurred. Lin Chuan would heal the other person's spirit beast, and the next moment they would attack him, trying to rob him, this big fat sheep. Fortunately, Gyugyo had been on guard and had already condensed a mini bomb fruit. The moment the other party launched their attack, she hit them with a mini bomb on the spot, followed by a full version bomb fruit, sending them back to a state even worse than they were before seeking treatment. If they were not here for medical help but had specifically laid an ambush to slaughter this fat sheep. Lin Chuan would first fire a normal bomb fruit to test the waters. If they could handle it, they could talk about teaming up. If they were willing to cooperate to fight the boss, he would let them go for now, and they could compete and settle accounts after the boss was defeated. If they were not willing, he would use an enhanced assist bomb fruit to send them packing. As for the weaklings who could not even take a regular bomb fruit, they were eliminated. If you do not have the strength, why come after me? Is not that just asking for death? On the other hand, unlike Lin Chuan, who lacked the ability to pursue enemies, Li Ziyu's pursuit capability was fully maxed out. Relying on his flying skills, Li Ziyu rode his level 2, Tier 1 Blue Feather Eagle high in the sky, mainly looking for remaining candidates. As for the terrifying puppets, if they were gathered in large groups, he would use an accelerated dive water wing attack, but he would ignore small numbers. For candidates, if they were strong enough to withstand his diving water wing attack, Li Ziyu would stop and invite them to form a team to fight the boss. If the other party agreed, great, Li Ziyu would share more intelligence with them. If they refused, that was fine too. Li Ziyu would turn and leave without lingering in battle. Why not eliminate those who refused to cooperate like Lin Chuan did? The key was that Li Ziyu did not have the kind of restorative ability that Lin Chuan had. Fighting against the boss together was the priority right now, and fighting with strong candidates had a high chance of resulting in serious injuries to his spirit beast. Although he could ask Lin Chuan to heal, Li Ziyu was embarrassed to keep asking Lin Chuan repeatedly. Besides, Lin Chuan's healing fees were so exorbitant that even he could not afford several treatments. Speaking of which, Lin Chuan's title had already changed from Poisonous Nurseto Blackhearted Doctor, a name coined by many candidates. Many of the eliminated candidates who had good mentalities either passed the heartbroken phase or simply happy because their results met their expectations, were sharing their experiences on the forum and widely spreading the news of Lin Chuan's black-hearted practices. There was a lot of discussion on the forum, and Beastmasters from previous years were very jealous. Lin Chuan's healing fees were expensive, black-hearted, indeed, but he actually healed them. It was equivalent to giving candidates who should have been eliminated another chance to challenge themselves. Why did not they have such a battlefield healer in their years? If they had, maybe their results would have been better. Maybe they could have been admitted to better Beastmaster universities. Back to the point, back to the Secret Realm and Li Ziyu. For candidates with real strength, he would treat them with discretion, but for those whose spirit beasts were instantly defeated by his diving water wing, he shared Lin Chuan's view. If they were insta-killed, they were insta-killed. Get them eliminated. Such weaklings did not need to participate in the subsequent boss battle, it would just cause trouble. Because the previous hours had been late at night, even with night vision equipment, the effect of looking down was not as good as in the daytime. After 5 hours of hard work, dawn was breaking. Li Ziyu had finally found a total of 23 candidates willing to cooperate and face the boss together. As for the others, suffice it to say they were not worth mentioning. It was 6:00 outside. This was the gathering time agreed upon by Lin Chuan, Li Ziyu, and Chen Yulu. However, just as Li Ziyu was about to mount his mutated blue feather eagle to fly to the rendezvous point, the sky, which had just turned slightly bright, suddenly darkened. It was not a physical darkening. The sky color did not actually change much, but a darkening of the mind and vision, as if the whole world had been covered by a thin black veil. Terrifying low pressure engulfed the entire town. Unexplained panic and fear surged uncontrollably in the hearts of all the candidates who had not yet been eliminated. Lin Chuan was slightly better off since he was protected by Yinghua's healing aroma, the illusion attribute energy helping him shield a significant amount of the mental corruption from the demonic energy. The boss has arrived. Lin Chuan looked up, staring into the sky above the town center. A void vortex had appeared there and thin, phantom black mist was pouring out from it. The remaining terrifying puppets from every corner of the town were attracted, turning into streams of light that flew into the black mist vortex at an incredible speed. Gradually, a huge, terrifying puppet, fully 20 meters tall, materialized and formed from the vortex. It landed with a boom. With just one step, the giant terrifying puppet crushed a black stone-domed building. Roar, roar! The giant puppet let out a roar, imposing its pressure over the whole town. The ground trembled as invisible black mist and demonic energy spread and shrouded the entire town. All the candidates and their spirit beasts felt the tension in their hearts, their bodies stiffening as uncontrollable fear welled up from the depths of their souls. Third rank. Definitely third rank. As soon as the giant horror puppet appeared, it seemed to come with a built-in targeting system, easily discovering the few candidates and their spirit beasts hiding nearby. With one kick, it smashed a black stone house, sending the candidate and their spirit beast flying along with it. The candidate's life shield shattered instantly, and they were teleported out of the secret realm in a burst of chaotic light. One candidate thought they were clever, digging a hole to hide in and covering it with a wooden board. If it were anyone else, they probably would not have been found. However, the giant horror puppet seemed to have X-ray vision, instantly locking onto that wooden board pit. It opened its massive mouth and spewed out a beam of black-red energy, striking the pit directly and instantly crushing the candidate's life shield along with their spirit beast, eliminating them. Just like that, the giant horror puppet rampaged through the entire town like a disaster monster. The candidates realized they could not hide or run, so they could only scatter in a panic like headless flies trying to stall for time. Fortunately, there are still over 400 candidates left in the secret realm. For the time being, the giant horror puppet has not reached Lin Chuan and the others, who are at a relatively greater distance. Lin Chuan arrived at the assembly point as previously agreed. Right now, besides Chen Yulu, there are over a dozen candidates, some familiar and some not, all invited by Lin Chuan, Chen Yulu, or Li Zeu to join forces against the boss and plan a strategy. Half a minute later, Li Zeu descended from the sky riding his blue-feathered eagle. There are still about a dozen candidates who agreed to the team-up but are not here yet. They were likely caught in the giant horror puppet's hunting range and are still fleeing, or they might have unfortunately met their end and been eliminated. However, the main fighting force has already gathered, and there is no time to wait for those others. The temporary battle meeting begins now. The meeting's host is naturally Chen Yulu. Everyone present already knows about her status as a top student, so no one is brainless enough to try and seize command just to show off. If anyone were to cause trouble by grabbing command, the others would not mind working together to eliminate them early. I want to start by apologizing to everyone here. Chen Yulu looked around the circle and bowed her head in admission of fault. According to my original estimation, the boss was supposed to appear at 10:00 this morning, which is the 24th hour of the Secret Realm assessment. But it appeared ahead of schedule. Chen Yulu apologized sincerely. By her right foot, her contracted spirit pet Round Mouse, a round and cute spirit beast, followed along. Mimicking its owner, it folded its little hands and kept bowing to those around them while chirping. The candidates who have managed to last until now, while perhaps not as knowledgeable as Chen Yulu, are still top-tier students and are certainly not lacking in intelligence. They understand the situation. Chen Yulu's miscalculation was not her fault. Ultimately, control of this secret realm assessment and the assessment space itself lies with the examiners behind the scenes. The current situation is likely because the examiners decided the time was right and released the boss early. The early arrival of the boss meant we could not gather more combat power in time. If we could have gathered 50 candidates, each with an average of 2 contracted spirit beasts, even if it were a third-rank demon attribute monster, we could have swarmed it like ants against an elephant, using our numerical advantage and sensible tactical arrangement to defeat it. What a shame. Chen Yulu sighed. Then she straightened her posture, her expression no longer apologetic or dejected, and said, "However, its early appearance also brings good news and an advantage for us. It has not accumulated enough fear and other negative emotions to fully awaken, so it should be in a weakened state right now with its combat power far below expectations. Chen Yulu said. Actually, it was not the timing itself that prevented the boss from absorbing enough fear energy. Or rather, the timing was only a small part of the reason. The real reason is that Lin Chuan slaughtered the horror puppet's subconsciousness entities too ruthlessly, using baseball bats, bomb fruits, and carpet bombing, sweeping from the east side of town to the west. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu kept chasing and eliminating those candidates who were mentally unstable or lacked sufficient strength, cutting off the biggest source of fear and other negative emotions. Under this double weakening effect, the Gestalt-type boss was struggling to absorb fear energy through its weak subconsciousness entities. In fact, it was losing more energy to create those entities than it was absorbing from the fear they generated. That was why Shi Quanchen, the chief examiner behind the scenes, decided to release the boss early. Otherwise, if things continued like this, and Lin Chuan kept killing from the west to the north, then to the south, going in a cross-pattern sweep. By the time it was supposed to awaken at 10:0, the boss would have been even more incredibly weakened. At that point, its actual combat power probably would not even be third rank. At most, only about second rank level 8 or 9. Then, with its combat power sharply reduced, the number of candidates it could eliminate would be very limited. Perhaps, under original conditions, it would have been able to eliminate 457 candidates, leaving only about 100, which is the average performance from previous years. Every time, only about 100 candidates can last until the 48-hour mark in the trial space without being eliminated. But after being drastically weakened, it would likely only eliminate 100, leaving over 300 remaining. Allowing candidates who should have been eliminated in this round to survive, perhaps even until the final 48 hours. Lin Chuan had already helped many candidates who should have been eliminated through his black market medical services, allowing them to gain scores far above their actual ability. If the boss were weakened further, it would be like giving another pass to those who should have been eliminated, which would just be unjustifiable. Letting candidates who do not have the strength reach stages they do not deserve is not necessarily a good thing. A life that should have been smooth and safe suddenly facing risks because they reached a higher stage only to fall halfway due to lack of strength, that happens all too often. For the individuals, perhaps they have no regrets. But for the Xingyan Federation, this is a massive waste of resources and talent. If these people were placed in roles matching their true strength, they could shine brighter and contribute more to the country. According to my observations, this boss, let us call it the horror puppet giant, should be level 1 of the 3rd rank. I cannot determine its specific bloodline rank, but it is at least commander level. Furthermore, it can use its demon attribute power to pinpoint the locations of candidates and spirit beasts that are emitting negative emotions like anxiety and fear. So do not think about hiding, it is simply impossible. As long as we are in this secret realm, it will find us sooner or later. Of course, we might get lucky and be fast enough not to be caught before the 48-hour limit passes, but who wants to gamble on that kind of luck? In its eyes, we candidates and spirit beasts seem to be emitting a sweet scent at all times. We cannot fight it as individuals. Once it consciously gathers its demon attribute energy and locks onto someone or a spirit beast, that person or spirit beast suffers intense mental corruption, ranging from stiffening up and being unable to move to a drastic drop in combat power, or even going mad and losing control. To fight it, we must gather more candidates and not confront it head-on. We must constantly pull it from multiple sides and set traps to contain it, ensuring it cannot focus its attention on any one person or beast. Therefore, my plan begins with battle preparations. We will all be divided into 3 teams according to our specialized skills. Team 1, led by Li Ziyu, will consist of candidates skilled in speed and mobility, especially those with flight capabilities. You will attack it, attract its attention, and temporarily lure it away to buy time for Teams 2 and 3. Team 2, led by Lin Chuan, will include candidates with the ability to alter the terrain. Your goal is to find a suitable location, dig a huge pit, and fill it with toxic dust, venoms, and various high-temperature, freezing, or acidic damage skills to create a trap that deals effective, continuous damage. At this point, Chen Yulu paused and looked at Lin Chuan. Also, Lin Chuan, could you please act as the battlefield medic and provide treatment for any candidates in bad shape? And could you perhaps offer a discount on your fees? Chen Yulu said, blushing slightly. After Chen Yulu's previous reminder, Lin Chuan now had a clear idea and felt confident. What kind of answers are the examiners looking for? Treating this trial as a true disaster. What does the Xingyan Federation want spirit masters to do? Is it to haggle over personal gains in the face of a crisis, or to generously provide their strength? Lin Chuan's choice was, of course, the one that earns extra points. He nodded silently and said, "For those here now and those joining later who are willing to cooperate in fighting the boss, all treatment will be free during the battle. Outside of that, treatment fees will be discounted by 50% and payments in Xingyan coins will be accepted. If you do not have score beads or Xingyan coins, you can give me an IOU, a verbal one is fine. I believe that candidates who can make it this far will not have low achievements in the future, and I do not think they would default on such a debt or lose their integrity over it." Upon hearing this, everyone present broke into a smile. 50% off is a reasonable price. He is not a crooked doctor anymore. Plus, being able to pay in Xingyan coins is convenient, as few of them are short on money. As for those who really do not have the money or score beads, even if they give a verbal IOU, they would not dare default with so many people watching. If they did default, how would they ever make it in the future with so many witnesses? Seeing Lin Chuan's cooperative attitude, Chen Yulu was very grateful. He did not make things difficult for her, a commander who lacked real power. If Lin Chuan had not agreed to cooperate, it would have been hard for her to handle. Back to the topic, Chen Yulu continued. Team 3, led by me, will find and gather more candidates willing to team up. We need at least 40, preferably 50. Finally, we combine all 3 teams. Li Zeyu's group will lure the horror puppet giant into the trap set by Lin Chuan's group, and we will all focus our fire to suppress and ultimately defeat it. That is my complete strategy. Chen Yulu clenched her fist tightly to build momentum. The 18 candidates present, including Lin Chuan and Li Zeu, all stood in silent contemplation, calculating the feasibility of the plan. In the end, everyone agreed. The plan was barely comprehensive, but there was no time to prepare a better or more detailed one. Once the plan was set, grouping was done quickly. Li Zeu led 3 candidates with flying mounts and 2 with fast-moving ground mounts, forming a 6-person team, 1 responsible for pulling aggro and distracting the boss to buy time. Lin Chuan's team, along with 1 man and 2 women, total 4 people, formed the engineering trap squad. Chen Yulu took the remaining 8 candidates to form the persuasion squad, to force others into teaming up. If the candidates we encounter agree to help fight the boss, great. If not, we will just surround and eliminate them. That way, we will not have others causing trouble behind our backs or trying to swoop in for an easy win while we are working hard to fight the boss. Before heading out for the raid mission, Lin Chuan had Sakura and Gyugyu work together to cast a large-scale healing aroma, giving everyone present a group heal. These candidates must have gone through countless battles to make it this far without being eliminated. Their spirit beasts were all more or less injured, and even if they were not heavily hurt, their stamina was certainly depleted. The Beastmasters themselves were in the same boat. Not everyone was like Lin Chuan, possessing a self-healing ability that should not exist at the recruit stage, and the 3 spirit beast items allowed by the Secret Realm exam rules could not possibly last this long. Of course, this group heal was free of charge. It was Lin Chuan's personal benefit for this temporary team united against the boss. Outside the Secret Realm space, Qinghe City Beastmaster Association monitoring room. Watching Lin Chuan's performance, Shi Quanchen and Liang Lu both nodded slightly, expressing their approval. In fact, they had realized the truth long ago. They saw that, prompted by Chen Yulu, Lin Chuan had realized the true key to this Secret Realm exam and understood what it would take to achieve the highest possible score. Lin Chuan knew exactly what the examiners wanted to see and what kind of talent the Xingyan Federation needed. Shi Quanchen and Liang Lu both recognized that Lin Chuan was doing this intentionally. Intentionally for the examiners behind the scenes and for the Xingyan Federation to see. Some might think that acting like this is bad, that it is insincere and wrong. But in reality, it does not really matter. Whether it is sincere or just a performance. Sincerity is best. But even if it is a performance, it proves that Lin Chuan is outstanding and clever enough. If in the future, a city in the Xingyan Federation were to face a disaster, such as a true magic tide, a massive surge of magic attribute monsters attacking the city, and Lin Chuan happened to be there, his intelligence and competence would ensure he would not do something as foolish as abandoning his home for his own sake. Instead, he would contribute his strength to fight the disaster just as he is doing now. Because any smart beastmaster would realize the consequences of running away, they would be held accountable by the Xingyan Federation later. What natural disaster could compare to being judged by one of the three great human nations? Do not think you can cover it up with some excuse when the time comes. The Xingyan Federation possesses various top-tier secret treasures, and can even use mysterious rituals to trace back time and pull the truth from the river of history. And there are countless other secondary methods like lie detection, deduction, and divination. Unless a beastmaster reaches the emperor level, that is, above level 80 and has a spirit beast capable of concealing their destiny, they have no hope of deceiving the Xingyan Federation. The Xingyan Federation can easily determine whether a beastmaster fulfilled their duty when disaster struck, or if they acted as a deserter, abandoning their home for personal survival. Of course, ordinary civilian beastmasters and even average professional-level beastmasters would not know about these high-level, hidden powers and tools. And if one chooses to contribute their strength when disaster strikes, fulfilling their responsibility as a member of the Xingyan Federation. Regardless of the final outcome, as long as they truly contribute, even if they fail to save their home, the Xingyan Federation will not hold them accountable and will instead reward them. Secret Realm Space. Having received Lin Chuan's free group heal, everyone present was almost at full capacity. At the very least, their stamina had mostly recovered. With an excellent raid strategy formulated by a scholar-level team brain. With Lin Chuan, a logistics support unit with massive healing output. Plus, everyone here was an elite among this year's fresh graduates. Even if their combat power was not top tier, it was at least first class, or else they had their own unique specialties. They were all capable enough to make it into the top 16 of the King Cup. With all that, what kind of boss could they not take down by working together? Li Zeu led his team, Team 1, to set off first. 3 other candidates who owned flying spirit beasts and were skilled in aerial riding followed closely behind Li Zeu, mounting their beasts and riding the wind toward the terrifying puppet giant wreaking havoc in the town's center. The remaining 2 candidates with ground-based mount spirit beasts also climbed onto their mounts and followed quickly. Their task was heavier and more dangerous. After all, the puppet giant could not fly, and once they drew its aggro on the ground, if they did not handle it right, they could be insta-killed. Following that, Chen Yulu took her Team 3 to find other candidates and gather more combat power for their side. As for Lin Chuan, he took the remaining man and 2 women to find a suitable place to dig traps. Lin Chuan first asked the 3 of them if they had any recommendations for an environment suitable for digging pits and making traps. The 3 lowered their heads to think, then shook them, saying no. In short, during the 20 hours since they entered the trial space, the environment in the town areas they had explored was mostly the same. In the end, it was Lin Chuan who had traveled straight across the town from east to west and seen more regional environments, who made the final decision. The trap site would be in the eastern corner of the town, the very place where Lin Chuan had been cornered by Wang Xixian and his 2 companions earlier. That area was likely the slums of this unfamiliar, nameless foreign town. The terrain was complex with various low houses scattered in a winding, maze-like layout, easy to enter but difficult to exit. Once they started the boss fight, this kind of terrain could effectively restrict the movement of the massive boss, making it easier to lure it into the trap. The others in Team 2, specifically that boy. His name was Zheng Yu. He was a slightly chubby but still quite handsome little guy. He had 2 spirit beasts. He kept one hidden, and the one he kept outside was a rock-earth snake. Despite the snake in its name, it was actually an earthworm, or perhaps a hybrid between an earthworm and a snake. The rock-earth snake was Earth Attribute, Soldier Class High-Tier Lineage Level 17. The other 2 girls, named Yang Yue and Suru. Yang Yue was a short-haired sporty girl with healthy, wheat-colored skin dressed in sports shorts and a t-shirt. You could even see slight muscle definition on her arms and shoulders. Her personality was also quite extroverted and she loved to smile. Her spirit beast was a humanoid digging rabbit. The digging rabbit was Earth and Fighting dual attribute, General Class Low Tier Lineage, level 16. Suruhum, this girl was very ordinary. Ordinary appearance, ordinary figure, not too tall or short, not fat or thin, nothing remarkable. Her clothes were also plain, jeans and a t-shirt, not any big brand, just cheap store stuff. Her hairstyle was the most common medium-long length. She was completely a standard background character girl. If she were thrown into a crowd, you definitely would not be able to spot her. Suru was very quiet, and the spirit beast she had out was an earth-burrowing insect. The earth-burrowing insect was Earth attribute Soldier Class Medium Tier Lineage, and according to her, it was level 18. Yeah, in short, the spirit beasts these three brought out were all underground types that excelled at digging holes and setting traps. Lin Chuan wondered how he, such a sunny, cheerful, and handsome guy, ended up in such a shadow team, and even got assigned as the captain. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Although assigned as captain, Lin Chuan did not force them to coordinate or anything. After all, it was their first time teaming up, so there was no chemistry to speak of. Lin Chuan marked off a section for each of them, letting them dig their holes independently. Once they were mostly done, Lin Chuan had Gyugyu drop a bomb fruit into the middle, blowing out the dirt walls between their holes and connecting them into a massive pit at least 10 meters in radius and 30 meters deep. Bomb fruit, Lin Chuan, you sure kept this trump card hidden deep. Yang Yue gasped, shocked and impressed. Well, although Lin Chuan was no longer hiding this card, not every candidate had seen him use it and many still did not know. Yang Yue clearly was not very well informed. Thank goodness I did not try to mug you, otherwise I definitely would have been eliminated. Zheng Yu, the chubby guy next to them, patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. People who say things like that usually think the opposite. You must have been thinking about mugging Lin Chuan, right? Since he has so many score orbs, as a battlefield medic he probably has 5,000, maybe even 10,000. Yang Yue teased, joking around. She noticed Zheng Yu break into a cold sweat, his eyes darting to the side. Yang Yue fell silent. Could she have actually guessed right? This little fatty was up to no good. Lin Chuan just smiled nonchalantly. We are only cooperating temporarily. After we beat the boss, feel free to make a move on me if you want. Even if the three of you plan how to target me right in front of my face, that is fine too. Just do not regret it if things go south for you, and do not go posting on the forums to complain about me after you get eliminated. Hearing this, Zheng Yu shook his head quickly. No, if we choose to target you and we fail and get countered, that is just part of the game. Say, Lin Chuan, do you really not mind us discussing how to target you right here? So should we really start discussing it? Zheng Yu asked slyly, messing around a bit. Lin Chuan was speechless, finding this chubby guy a bit cheeky. Shrugging with indifference, Lin Chuan even took 2 steps aside to signal they could go ahead. Zheng Yu and Yang Yue were only joking. They were not capable of actually planning how to target Lin Chuan right in front of him. Even if they wanted to target him, they would do it behind his back. As for Suru, she had not participated in the banter at all. She just silently commanded her earth-burrowing insect to refine the pit, making the messy trap Lin Chuan had created with his bomb look more perfect, as if she were sculpting an art piece. I love a good workhorse who stays quiet but stays productive. Lin Chuan gave Suru a thumbs up in his heart. At the same time, Lin Chuan got to work, directing Sakura and Gyugyu to scatter wood fiber debris into the pit, using his vine armor shield skill to weave it into a grid that looked chaotic at first glance but followed an intricate pattern, ensuring the puppet giant would not be able to easily break free once it fell in. Following that, Lin Chuan had Sakura fill the pit with her now expert-level poison powder. The deep purple powder drifted down, coating every corner of the pit. Lin Chuan looked at the three of them. With his eyes, he asked if they had any ingredients they could add. Zheng Yu shook his head, indicating neither of his spirit beasts had any such shady skills. Yang Yue also shook her head. My other spirit beast, the Electrocat, has electromagnetic waves that can cause paralysis, but it is an immediate effect skill and cannot be set up in a trap to trigger later like your Hu Yi's poison powder. At this moment, Suru stood out. Quietly, Suru released her second spirit beast, a moth with a huge purple crest and a translucent, pitch-black crystal body standing about 2 meters tall. Instantly, everyone Lin Chuan, Zheng Yu, and Yang Yue was stunned. Purple-crested crystal moth. General class high-tier lineage. Poison attribute. Crucially, the aura it exuded was almost equal to Li Zeyu's mutated blue-feathered eagle. In other words, this was a Tier 2 spirit beast. Su Ru commanded the moth, unleashing a barrage of skills: thread-spitting, venom, poison powder, strong stomach acid, and poisonous needles, all dumped into the big pit. Good lord, the proficiency of every single skill was at the proficient level. Even the strong stomach acid had reached the master level. Even the expert-level vine armor shield grid woven by Gyugyu and Sakura showed signs of acid corrosion. This Su Ru was clearly the type of old silver coin who had spent the 3-month training period laying low, never showing her face in minor cups or revealing her true strength, only popping out at the final moment of the Secret Realm exam. And this old silver coin was an underground system specialist too, skilled at digging pits, poisoning, and firing needles from the shadows. Yang Yue, who had just been joking with Su Ru about her plain clothes and suggesting she should dress better, was stunned. At that moment, Yang Yue silently took 2 steps back, keeping her distance from Su Ru. Yang Yue was anxious. She had just been chatting and laughing with such a shady expert. Would she be buried alive in a pit or poisoned to death? The chubby teenager Zheng Yu and the athletic girl Yang Yue were both feeling quite intimidated by Su Ru at this moment. They were not afraid of someone like Li Zeu, who would just crush you head-on. Lin Chuan's combination of healing shields, poison, and the explosive burst of his bomb fruit might be annoying, but at least you know exactly how you lost. But someone like Su Ru is a master of the underworld style. Digging pits, setting traps, secretly shooting poison needles, all hidden behind her low presence, harmless, girl-next-door appearance. As an opponent, you might not even know how you were defeated or how you died. Well, if you ask Zheng Yu and Yang Yue to choose, they would rather be crushed by Li Zeu head-on than be tortured repeatedly by Lin Chuan. And they had rather be tortured by Lin Chuan and sent packing by a bomb fruit than face Su Ru and be quietly poisoned to death. Lin Chuan, for his part, was feeling quite curious. Su Ru had been playing it safe for 3 months, avoiding the amateur cup and keeping a low profile the whole time. Why stop hiding now, instead of waiting until everyone worked together to bring down the boss and turned on each other before revealing this Tier 2 spirit beast, the purple-crowned black crystal moth? This pit trap was already more than enough. Even without the extra ingredients, it would not have mattered much. Adding them was just icing on the cake. Sensing Lin Chuan's curious gaze, she seemed to know exactly what was on his mind. In a very calm tone, Su Ru asked Lin Chuan back, "Why did you give everyone free recovery earlier?" The moment Su Ru said those words, Lin Chuan understood. Indeed, he could have chosen not to provide free healing to everyone, yet he did it anyway. Chen Yulu is not the only smart person, and neither is he. There are others who can figure out the best approach and understand what the examiners want to see. True, Su Ru could have kept playing it safe and hidden her hand to shock everyone later. But she chose to reveal it now. Su Ru is doing this for the examiners behind the scenes. She wants to show that when faced with a disaster, she will not hoard her strength for personal gain. She will only conserve it once it is clear the crisis can be safely averted. She will fulfill her responsibilities. Clearly, just like Lin Chuan before, she is putting on a show for the examiners, grinding for hidden points. Is that everything? Lin Chuan asked curiously. Zheng Yu and Yang Yue had absolutely no idea what Lin Chuan was talking about. Everything, what everything? The conversation felt totally disconnected from the previous topic, leaving them both confused. What about you, is that everything? Su Ru chuckled and retorted. Fine. Lin Chuan understood. Although he had revealed the bomb fruit, he had kept Sakura's assistance hidden. All the candidates who saw it had been instantly defeated and eliminated. And besides Sakura's help, he still had another, deeper, and more powerful trump card that he had not revealed yet. And Su Ru's point was clearly that the moth she revealed was not her full strength either. Interesting. Lin Chuan smiled, looking forward to what was next. Just as Gyugyuo and Sakura competed and pushed each other, allowing them to endure grueling training, withstand the inhuman torture of advanced nutritional supplements, and suffer and recover repeatedly in the automatic sparring machine to achieve near-limit growth efficiency. The same principle applies to beast tamers. Fighting weaklings will not help you identify flaws or grow, even if you win. Only by competing with strong opponents who are on your level can you find your weaknesses and make further progress. In Lin Chuan's view, Su Ru would be a more formidable and challenging opponent than Li Zeu. I do not like owing people favors. Here is a tip: consider it compensation for the healing you gave me earlier. If you can, try to suppress your Beast Tamer rank. Do not break through to the first tier until you have officially entered a top-tier beast taming university. If you cannot get into a top university and cannot jump out of this small pond and only make it into a first-rate university, then just pretend I never said anything. Su Ru said. Though that is what she said, she knew that with the score beads Lin Chuan had earned as a battlefield medic, he likely had over 10,000. As long as he could hold on to them, getting into a top university was a sure thing. Even a spot at one of the 8 major institutions was highly possible. Lin Chuan was likely the highest-scoring examinee remaining in the secret realm. This score included survival points, extra points from score beads, and hidden points for teamwork contribution. At the same time, Su Ru glanced at Zheng Yu and Yang Yue nearby. Although her words were meant for Lin Chuan, they had heard them too. But it did not matter. Their level was not high enough to get into a top university anyway, so this tip was useless to them. Even if they could make it, it was impossible for them to break through to the first tier before then, so there was no need to worry about that issue. It was just Lin Chuan whose progress might exceed expectations, so he needed a heads up. Lin Chuan was slightly stunned. Suppress my Beast Tamer rank and not break through to the first tier before entering a top university. Why? He did not understand right away, but he did not push for more details. He would find out once he got into a top university or even one of the 8 major institutions. As payment for the medical services, Su Ru had already paid more than enough, far exceeding expectations. At this moment, Lin Chuan had a guess about Su Ru's background. She must be the descendant of some dojo school or a certified disciple of some elite professional beast master. Otherwise, she would not have such knowledge. Nor would she have spent 3 months in seclusion without participating in any minor cups, only to emerge just now. If she were just an ordinary person, the money and resources required to raise a spirit beast alone would have held her back. You have to consider that Li Zeu, backed by a huge corporation like Blue Feather Aviation and known as the Little Prince of King's City, only just barely managed to raise a Tier 2 mutated Blue Feather Eagle in 3 months. And he, Lin Chuan, only managed to push his 2 little ones to level 19 by relying on his cheat system point allocations, raising their basic skills to expert level, and utilizing the spirit wood heart cultivation buff. Others like Zheng Yu and Yang Yue, whose initial spirit beasts were levels 17 and 16, were at a normal and reasonable level. Yet Su Ru, unknown until now, produced a Tier 2 spirit beast. Her background is clearly extraordinary. Thank you. Lin Chuan thanked her and added, You do not like owing favors, and neither do I. Your tip is very useful to me. Consider the medical fees more than covered. During the remaining time of this exam, if you need it, I can heal you 1 more time to restore one of your spirit beasts to full condition. Su Ru fell silent and gave a slight nod. Afterward, she stopped talking, returning to her quiet, low-presence self and continued to pour various poison powders, venoms, strong stomach acids, and needle skills into the huge trap pit. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, 8:30 a.m. outside time. A clear eagle cry echoed across the sky as the young man rode the wind on his eagle. He did not land. The mutated blue feather eagle hovered 5 meters above the ground. Counting you 4 and my team, Chen Yulu has gathered 43 examinees willing to fight the boss. However, 3 were unfortunately hit by the terror puppet giant and eliminated, so exactly 40 remain now. According to the plan, everyone will encircle and converge here in 10 minutes. How is the trap coming along? Li Zeu asked Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan pointed to the pit in front, motioning for him to see for himself. Li Zeu flew his eagle another 10 meters forward and looked down into the massive pit, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. The ground was covered with a thin layer of vine mesh. If one did not look carefully, it was easy to miss. But looking closely, one could see a massive trap hole between the gaps of the vine mesh, with a radius of 10 meters and a depth of 30 meters. As for what was inside the pit, It was filled with dense vine branches, and the branches were covered with sticky insect silk. The walls of the pit, the vines, and the bottom were all coated with glittering toxic powders, venoms, and strong acids emitting corrosive black smoke. Li Zeyu's eyelids twitched violently. One could only imagine the torture one would suffer if they fell into such a trap. Forget a Tier 3 monster, even a Tier 4 would probably have a rough time. Li Zeyu instinctively squeezed his legs and gripped the handle of the riding gear on the eagle's back to avoid accidentally falling in. Well, great, then I will start luring the boss this way. With a gulp, Li Zeyu looked away, still shaken, and said. Immediately, Li Zeyu took off into the sky on his mutated blue feather eagle. Off to lure the terror puppet giant over. Taking the opportunity, the four of them hid in their positions to avoid blocking the giant's path and accidentally drawing its aggression, risking instant elimination. 10 minutes later. Thump, 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 the ground shook and dust billowed. A terrifying, heavy pressure instantly blanketed the eastern area of the town. Everyone felt an uncontrollable sense of panic and dread. Li Zeyu flew ahead, while two other examinees on flying spirit beasts provided support from the sides. Roar! The sound of the terror puppet giant arrived before the creature itself, rumbling through the air. At that moment, everyone and every spirit beast in the area, including Lin Chuan and his Gyugyu and Sakura, felt their bodies stiffen. The efficiency of their energy circulation dropped, and their combat power was slashed by more than 30%. This was the power of the demon attribute, pure negative mental energy, capable of polluting the spirit and will. It is here, Lin Chuan said in a deep voice. The next moment, a terror puppet giant over 20 meters tall crawled along on all fours at an astonishing speed, chasing Li Zeyu, who was flying at a low altitude. Li Zeyu steered the mutated blue feather eagle directly over the massive pit Lin Chuan and the others had dug. The terror puppet giant did not look at the ground at all, giving chase straight ahead. And inevitably, as soon as the terror puppet giant stepped onto the vine-covered surface, the vines snapped, and it tumbled straight into the pit. A loud thud indicated the giant had hit the bottom. The toxic powders, venoms, poison needles, and acids in the trap took effect immediately, piling on every possible debuff. Roar! The terror puppet giant let out a roar of extreme pain and fury. The moment it fell, it tried to climb out. However, the vines inside were not the thin, brittle ones used for camouflage. They were woven using Gyugyu and Sakura's expert-level vine armor shield with maximum effort. Their hardness, toughness, and density were no less than steel alloys. The tangled vines trapped the puppet giant tightly. The more it struggled, the tighter it was bound. And the sticky insect silk, secreted by Su Ru's purple-crowned black crystal moth, held it fast. Toxic powder, venom, needles, and acid continued to deal continuous damage. The terrifying puppet giant fell into the trap pit, became snagged by vines, stuck in sticky insect silk, and was continuously damaged by a barrage of debuffs. For a moment, it could only fly into a powerless rage, unable to break free. Seizing this opportunity, the 40-man strike team, which had been lying in wait around the pit, all rushed out at the command of team leader Chen Yulu. The 40-member team was divided into 10 squads, with 4 people in each. They then took their positions around the edge of the giant trap, keeping their distance from one another. Squads 1 and 6, use your skills, Chen Yulu ordered. She led Squad 1 herself. Squad 1 and Squad 6 were positioned directly opposite each other across the pit, and both sides simultaneously unleashed their ranged skills into the trap. Chen Yulu's other beast, a bouncy pig, fired a water jet into the pit. It hit the puppet giant squarely on the forehead, dealing negligible damage, but it succeeded in drawing the monster's aggro, causing its massive, grotesque head to turn instantly towards Squad 1. Dark, misty energy converged, and a beam of magic light prepared to fire directly at Squad 1. If that attack hit, the life shields of Chen Yulu and her 3 teammates would be shattered instantly, eliminating them from the match. However, before the puppet giant could release its beam, Squad 6's attack struck precisely on the back of its head. It was also chip damage, but it successfully pulled the puppet giant's aggro away. The magic beam was intercepted, and the dark misty energy that had just gathered dissipated. Since it was a puppet, its head clicked and swiveled 180 degrees. Its giant black hole eyes stared straight at Squad 6 as if to say, "I have marked you, you are dead." However, Chen Yulu would never give it such a chance. Squads 2 and 7, use your skills. Chen Yulu ordered immediately. Lin Chuan was assigned to Squad 7. When his turn came, he had Gyugyu throw a bomb fruit into the pit. Boom, a verdant light blossomed on the back left side of the puppet giant's head. This time, the damage was more than just a scratch. Even the Tier 3 puppet giant let out an angry roar, and dark, misty magic energy once again surged in all directions. Everyone and every beast surrounding the pit involuntarily took 2 steps back. Panic and fear surfaced uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. However, those chosen by Chen Yulu for the strike team were the elite among this year's graduates. They were all top-tier players capable of reaching the top 16 of the King Kong King Cup. Their mental fortitude was not necessarily perfect, but they could withstand this level of pressure. The candidates used various methods. Some took deep breaths, some gave themselves mental pep talks, and the more aggressive ones even slapped their own faces to steady their minds and jump back into the fight. Lin Chuan, please step back. Your bomb fruit deals too much damage, which makes it easy to lose aggro. Just stay in the back and provide support and healing. Chen Yulu said, frowning. Lin Chuan felt awkward, much like a student being sent to stand in the hallway by their teacher. He wanted to suggest that Gyugyu could throw mini-bombs with less power. But in the end, he did not say a word. Because this was not a classroom. In class, if you goof off, you can explain yourself to the teacher, but this was not the time for explanations. The raiding party was at a critical moment, and there was no room for error. If he tried to explain, he might distract Chen Yulu from her commands, leading to aggro loss and potentially causing the entire assault team to wipe. Right now, following the team leader's orders was the most important thing. So Lin Chuan stepped back. He was not alone, though, as within half a minute someone else joined him. Li Ziyu had also been benched. Whether it was his mutated blue-feathered eagle or his now level 16 Nether Thunder bat with its commander-level inferior bloodline, the power of their skills was simply too high, making it extremely easy to pull aggro away. The two shared a smile and shrugged helplessly. Dealing too much damage, are they to blame for that? The puppet giant had no intelligence, or rather, its intelligence was extremely low. This was the foundation of Chen Yulu's strategy. Otherwise, if it possessed the intelligence of a normal human or even a standard soldier-tier beast like Gyugyu the Cherry Blossom, this raid strategy, which treats it like a fixed boss in an online game, would never work. But in this world, there are no ifs. The puppet giant was just plain stupid. Chen Yulu had seized upon this weakness and exploited it ruthlessly. The raid strategy was undoubtedly very successful. As long as they persisted, barring any accidents, the Tier 3 puppet giant would be completely defeated in 20 minutes under the weight of the debuffs and constant chip damage from ranged skills. However, Lady Luck loves to play tricks. And an accident did in fact happen. It seemed that once its health dropped to a certain threshold, much like a raid boss in a game, the puppet giant triggered its second phase. After letting out a sudden, furious roar, its body rapidly disassembled, breaking down into individual puppets like the ones seen before, mostly human-sized ones, with some 5-meter-tall puppets capable of casting skills among them. A tide of puppets, dense and swarming, climbed over one another and scrambled out of the trap pit. Chen Yulu's expression turned grim. The worst-case scenario had arrived. However, she was not overly panicked. She had already anticipated this since she deduced that the puppet giant was a Gestalt-type monster. The reason Chen Yulu split the 40-person raid team into 10 squads, aside from rotating aggro, was primarily to prevent exactly this kind of situation. Squads, follow your captains, listen to their orders, and fight your own battles. Remember, you must not be afraid. Hold on to your resolve, do not give in to fear. This boss's fragmented form has the ability to absorb the energy of our negative emotions like fear. If it absorbs enough, all our previous damage will be for nothing, and it will become even stronger. Lin Chuan, please use your area of effect healing skills to hold the line for everyone. If we survive this wave, we win. Even though she said that, Chen Yulu herself found it hard to keep her own emotions in check. The magic attribute was an anomaly even among higher-tier elements. It was a pure negative mental attribute. Without corresponding illusion attribute energy to resist, it was simply too difficult for a group of beast masters under level 10 and tier 1, along with a group of beasts mostly under tier 2, to handle. Lin Chuan followed Chen Yulu's command and had Gyugyuo and Yinghua both use healing aroma. If there were fewer people, the illusion energy accompanying Yinghua's healing aroma could have helped block some of the magic attribute's spiritual pollution. But with so many people and beasts, Yinghua's current illusion skills, barely a drop in the ocean, could not cover everyone, barely even managing to protect herself. With Lin Chuan acting as the main healer, the team barely held the line, but the situation remained deadlocked. Seeing this, Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The 40-man team would likely end up with fewer than 10 survivors. If this were reality, facing a true catastrophe, the cost would be far too tragic. If such a real-life disaster occurred, it would be unforgivable to withhold a hidden trump card that could turn the tide, leading to the deaths of comrades. This is a great spot to rack up points. Well then, let him turn the tide and save the day. 3 minutes, give me 3 minutes, I have a way to fix this. Lin Chuan shouted in a low, firm voice. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, everyone felt a sudden jolt of spirit. Li Zeu and Su Ru could not help but look at Lin Chuan. Even they were powerless in this situation and could only fight head-on. What could Lin Chuan possibly do? Still, they trusted that Lin Chuan would not talk nonsense at a time like this. It is only 3 minutes, they would hold out for him. Li Zeu sent his Nether Thunder Bat to protect Lin Chuan. The Nether Thunder Bat rushed to Lin Chuan, its wings flapping, and a black mist of dark thunder cleared the surrounding puppets. Su Ru's purple-crowned black crystal moth joined in as well. Using silk and venom, it wove a wall of threads to cordon off an empty zone behind Lin Chuan. Finally, Lin Chuan's own beast, Gyugyuo, stepped up. Gyugyuo used the mother-child bomb fruit to clear the last area of puppets. The Nether Thunder Bat, the purple-crowned black crystal moth, and Gyugyuo formed a triangle surrounding Lin Chuan and Yinghua to isolate a perfectly safe zone. No puppet could get near to interfere. Lin Chuan took a small, transparent bottle from his beast space, inside of which a cyan cyclone swirled. Yinghua, Lin Chuan called softly. Yinghua, already prepared, stood at the ready. She balled her little chubby hand into a fist and nodded firmly. Seeing this, Lin Chuan opened the bottle, and the cyan cyclone immediately surged out. The Secret Realm assessment allowed candidates to bring 3 beast tools. Most others brought potions. Lin Chuan, however, had chosen to bring the Spring Wind, Spring Mud, and Spring Dew, the 3 key activation items for the Spring Blossom ritual. All other nutritional supplements and ritual materials had been absorbed by Yinghua before they even entered the Secret Realm. The transparent bottle in Lin Chuan's hand was a special tool called the Wind Catcher Bottle. Inside it was stored the essence of Spring Wind, harvested from a unique secret realm in the Star Rock Federation called the Valley of Spring. Whoosh! A soft breeze, both cool and warm like the turn of the seasons, swept across everyone's cheeks like a gentle touch. Vitality bloomed, and fresh green grass sprouted from the earth around Yinghua. Lin Chuan then retrieved the Spring Mud and Spring Dew, also collected from the Valley of Spring. He scattered the Spring Mud over Yinghua. He dripped the Spring Dew onto the pink flower atop her head. With the 3 key items used, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and shouted. Yinghua used Rooting, Growth, and Flower Petal Dance. Grow, Bloom, Blossom. Flower of Spring. Lin Chuan was not a melodramatic teenager. But the Spring Blossom ritual required the Beast Master to use words or other means to guide the beast into the mindset of breakthrough and blossoming. So he just had to embrace the melodrama. Even though it felt cringy, the overall feeling was actually pretty good. Following Lin Chuan's verbal guidance, Yinghua began by using rooting. Root-like tendrils made of wood attribute energy took hold of the spring mud Lin Chuan had scattered, coiling around her until she was completely encased in a giant seed that glowed with a jade-like light. Growth converts nutrients, water, and energy into base attributes, providing a small boost to all stats. Now, under the effect of the growth skill, the green glowing seed vibrated like a heartbeat, pulsing wood attribute energy outward. Gradually, a hazy, pink-white mist began to permeate the air, the energy of the illusion attribute. Flower Petal Dance is a buff skill that temporarily increases energy damage. At this moment, it became the final push for her sublimation and breakthrough. A whirlwind of energy-formed petals surrounded the pulsing, green light seed. The cyclone rose and swirled. Amidst a dazzling, life-filled eruption of green light, the petals scattered in all directions. A young, graceful figure slowly emerged from the light and dancing petals. Standing 1.2 meters tall, she resembled a human child of 6 or 7 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, wrapped in layers of green leaves as if wearing a green princess dress. Her emerald eyes were clear and ethereal. Her mouth was no longer a simple black line, but cute, soft, pale cyan-white lips. 2 pink flowers slowly bloomed on either side of her forehead, fragrant and beautiful. Flora Sprite. Evolution through the spring blossom ritual was a success. Through their contract, Lin Chuan felt Yinghua's bloodline rank rise from mid-tier soldier to high-tier commander. A typical Flora Sprite has a mid-tier commander bloodline, but if nurtured perfectly during the flower leaf phase, it can reach high tier upon evolution. Yinghua had clearly received near-perfect care. Simultaneously, Yinghua's level, which had been capped by her bloodline, shot up from 19 to 20. Tier 2. Achieved. Leveling up, evolving, and breaking through, the combined energy feedback pushed Lin Chuan's own beast master level from 7 to 9 in an instant. He was just one step away from Tier 1. However, that was not the main point right now. Dancing in the petals, Yinghua, now a Flora Sprite, rode the spring breeze and descended gracefully into the battlefield, landing right among the countless puppets. None of the puppets attacked her, because they had all fallen into an illusion. The pink-white illusion energy mist swirled around Yinghua. Bewitching fragrance. At that moment, all eyes were on her. The entire battlefield fell dead silent. Under normal circumstances, a Flowey will naturally evolve into a Floraling when it reaches level 20 and advances to the second tier. However, there are methods to make a Flowey evolve into a Floraling before it reaches the second tier. Of course, it must be a spirit beast that has reached level 19 and is already near the evolutionary threshold to undergo an early evolution through a special ritual. If it is level 18 or even 17, the ritual will not work. Forcing the evolution, even if successful, would result in a lower bloodline tier for the spirit beast. Taking a Floraling as an example, they are typically of the general tier, intermediate grade. If a Flowey has not reached the critical level of 19 before being forced to evolve, its bloodline might end up being only general tier, low grade. This kind of information belongs to the classified knowledge of the Beast Tamer Association and requires Beast Tamer points to access. Some even more precious and advanced knowledge requires a professional beast tamer status to purchase. As a common spirit beast, the knowledge for the early evolution of a Flowey known as the Spring Flower Ritual is clearly not among that highly precious and advanced information, so it does not require professional status. Even so, Lin Chuan spent a fortune. Of the 10 million prize money from the little clear cup, nearly 6 million went into the Spring Flower Ritual. This is the biggest trump card Lin Chuan prepared for this secret realm assessment. Is it worth it? He could have waited just one more month for both Gyugyu and Sakura to evolve naturally. It is like spending 6 million on a 1-month early access ticket for evolution. Before this, Lin Chuan actually had some doubts and felt it might not be worth it. Because even without the evolution, the level 19 Gyugyu and Sakura, with an expert-level bomb fruit and common-level assistance, and adding buffs like growth and flowy dance, already had a test dummy damage output of 2713. That is the damage of an explosive offensive spirit beast at the second tier, level 5. As long as he seized the moment of their dive, he could completely take down Li Zeyu's second tier, level 1 mutant blue feather eagle. Su Ru's purple-crowned black crystal moth is slower than the mutant blue feather eagle, so that would be even easier. However, now that he has witnessed Sakura's evolution, Lin Chuan feels it was worth it. Not only worth it, but a massive profit. An ordinary Flowey, when evolving into a Floraling, gains an illusion attribute but usually cannot learn Rosemary Illusion. Later on, learning illusion attribute skills depends on the beast tamer investing a lot of resources and, more importantly, having access to skill manuals. Whether a beast tamer gets into a top university or joins a school of martial arts, they have to choose a path, otherwise they will not achieve anything in the illusion attribute. However, Sakura is different. It showed talent for the illusion attribute back when it was a Flowey, and now that it has evolved into a floraling, that illusion talent has completely unfolded. That is why Lin Chuan chose Sakura for early evolution instead of Gyugyuo. Early evolution for Sakura allows it to realize and manifest its illusion talent, while Gyugyuo would just get a general increase in stats and slightly more powerful bomb fruit damage. That difference in damage can easily be made up for by Sakura's assistance. Now it has been proven that Lin Chuan's choice was correct. While evolving, Sakura realized its high-level illusion talent, learned the Rosemary illusion skill, and its skill proficiency started at the common level rather than the introductory level. At this moment, it has even used this newly learned skill to block all the magic attribute mental corruption from the horror puppets. In the eyes of all the candidates in the strike team and their spirit beasts, the surrounding environment seemed to have a filter added. The dimly lit, nameless town of a foreign land, which was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, turned into a scene of lush nature with birds singing and flowers blooming. Grass poked through the soil and flowers bloomed along the roads. Even those horror puppets sprouted bright flowers, and many had tiny white flowers stubbornly growing from their heads, swaying in the wind. This made the once fearsome and grotesque terror puppets look instantly ridiculous, funny, and ugly cute. It was as if a horror game had suddenly been patched for kids. Bloody scenes were turned into healthy tomato juice, the menacing monsters chasing you were given funny cartoon skins, and the dripping cleavers swung at you became tasty chicken legs. In this way, the power of the magic attribute was isolated by the illusion power, filtered out, and most of the mental corruption was blocked. Before this, the magic attribute mental corruption of the horror puppets had left all the candidates and their spirit beasts stiff, and their combat effectiveness reduced by at least 30%. But now everyone and every beast felt refreshed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Although there was still a lingering feeling of unease, their breathing became smooth, their bodies were no longer stiff, and the energy flow within their spirit beasts was completely unhindered. Combat effectiveness fully restored. Instantly, the stalemate, or rather the slightly disadvantaged state of the strike team, was completely reversed. Once the horror puppets lost their ability to inflict mental corruption, they became stiff and unable to use skills, making them no match for the candidate's spirit beasts. The 5-meter-tall puppets capable of using skills were quickly targeted and divided up by big shots like Li Zeu and Su Ru, or other strong members, leaving no scraps for the average candidates. As for Lin Chuan, he naturally would not stay idle. He was waiting for an opportunity. Even without Chen Yulu's warning, Lin Chuan knew that once these horror puppets were defeated to a certain extent, they would inevitably combine again to become that giant puppet monster, as it was their true core. He had already fulfilled his contribution to the team, far exceeding expectations. As long as the examiners behind the scenes were not blind, Lin Chuan's contribution score in this operation would definitely be the highest, far surpassing the team leader, Chen Yulu. Next, he was going to take the boss's final blow. Well, the final blow to the boss rightfully belonged to the one with the highest contribution, himself. However, the others in the strike team certainly would not agree. After all, this was not a standard team game where you could amicably negotiate loot distribution. This is a secret realm assessment, a vital test affecting their future lives. No one would give up the boss's final blow if they could help it. And so, Lin Chuan had to use his own methods to seize the final blow that rightly belonged to him. The truth was just as Lin Chuan had predicted. When 70 of the horror puppets were destroyed, a mass of dark, thin mist formed in midair, and the wood debris scattered all over the ground was sucked into it. The next moment, the horror puppet giant reappeared. However, its aura was extremely weak and it could not even stand steadily. As soon as it hit the ground, it stumbled twice and fell backward into the trap pit again. Roar, roar, roar. The horror puppet giant let out a final, futile roar of rage. The magic attribute energy spread out one last time, sweeping through the area, yet it was easily blocked by the Rosemary illusion barrier Sakura released, and no one was affected. In this instant, whether it was Li Zeu, Su Ru, or any other capable candidate, they all ordered their spirit beasts to launch their strongest attacks, determined to secure the final blow. However, Lin Chuan had been waiting for this moment, and he was the first to act. He imbued Sakura with his spirit wood heart talent, activating the ability to amplify the effects of illusion attribute skills. With a flash in his eyes, Lin Chuan barked an order. Rosemary illusion. It was a concise skill command. Yet the rapport between Lin Chuan and his beasts meant they instinctively understood the meaning behind his simple command. Previously, the Rosemary illusion was mainly used to add a filter and isolate the mental corruption caused by the giant puppet's magic power. But now, the Rosemary illusion Sakura released this time was proactively cast on all the candidates and their spirit beasts he was supposedly protecting. Rosemary illusion, though it includes the word scent, is not an illusion caused by smell, but one created by illusion attribute energy, a sensory hallucination derived from sight, smell, and touch. Caught off guard, in an instant, the minds of everyone and every beast, except for Lin Chuan and Gyugyuo, became dazed. They felt as if they were in the middle of a boundless natural landscape. With grass growing, a sea of flowers blooming, and birds and butterflies flying, everything was dreamlike and fairyland-esque. Everyone was unconsciously lost in it, becoming dazed and sluggish. At this moment, Gyugyuo leaped up. The 65-centimeter-tall Gyugyuo was picked up by the now 1.2-meter-tall Sakura and held high above its head. Resist. Pure, complete second-tier wood attribute energy overflowed from Sakura's body, surging madly into Gyugyuo. Lin Chuan also imbued Gyugyuo with his spirit wood heart, boosting the effects of its wood attribute skills. Gyugyuo felt its whole body bloating with pain. The second-tier energy was still a bit hard for its first-tier body to handle. Fortunately, Gyugyuo's base defense stat had been maxed out, nurtured to its racial limit. At the same time, Sakura sensed Gyugyuo's distress and immediately reduced the power of the energy transfer, dropping from 100 to about 60%. This way, Gyugyuo was able to absorb all the second-tier wood energy, and combined with Lin Chuan's spirit wood heart, the energy became even more refined and pure. Focusing all its mind, body, and spirit, it gathered, compressed, and transformed all that second-tier wood energy into a bomb fruit. An expert-level bomb fruit. A peach-shaped energy ball 2 meters in diameter, radiating a brilliant emerald light like a small sun, was raised high by Gyugyuo and thrown into the trap pit. For a moment of hesitation, time seemed to stand still. The next instant, earth and stone flew as the ground shook. Endless wood attribute energy erupted from the trap pit like a volcanic eruption. An emerald column of energy shot into the sky. The massive tremor woke up the 2 second-tier spirit beasts that had landed. The mutant blue feather eagle and the purple-crowned black crystal moth were the first to break free from the Rosemary illusion. Unsure of what was happening, they returned to their masters' sides. They made anxious cries and kept nudging their masters. Through their efforts, Li Zeu and Su Ru eventually woke up from their hallucinations. Feeling dizzy, both held their heads. However, they quickly regained their senses. Looking ahead, the trap pit had been completely destroyed. The poison powder, venom, acid, and poison needles inside had all been flushed clean by the overwhelming wood energy. Inside the trap pit, there was only chaos, scattered wood debris, and a total of 5 golden score orbs along with a pile of purple and red ones lying there. Looking around, everyone else was still in a hallucination. Only Lin Chuan and his 2 spirit beasts, well, one had evolved, were completely gone. Neither Li Zeu nor Su Ru were fools. They immediately figured out what happened. At the moment of delivering the final blow to the boss, Lin Chuan had backstabbed everyone in the strike team. However, can you blame him? If they had Lin Chuan's capability, they would have done the same to enjoy the loot alone. What? The reward for defeating the boss. Taking down the boss and being spared from being hunted and eliminated, ensuring a stable survival for the rest of the assessment. That is the biggest reward. Besides, it was agreed from the start that after the boss was defeated, everyone would compete as they pleased. The point is, Lin Chuan did not just take the final blow, he ran off. So what now? Chase Lin Chuan. How could they? No one can withstand the illusion of Lin Chuan's floraling at this stage. Combined with the other Floey's bomb fruit, anyone who faced them alone would be dead meat. Unless they formed another 40-man team to crusade against Lin Chuan. Otherwise, any team smaller than 10 would just be eliminated. If they fall into the illusion, they will not even be able to run. Also, Lin Chuan did not take all the loot. He left 5 golden score orbs, and a small pile of purple and red ones totaling about 8,000 points. 5 golden score orbs. Almost simultaneously, Li Zeu and Su Ru took action. They ordered their beasts to clear the area, eliminating other candidates while they were still trapped in the hallucination. At the same time, Li Zeu's underworld bat and Su Ru's tunneling worm scrambled for the golden score orbs in the pit. The underworld bat was faster, grabbing 3 golden score orbs. Su Ru's tunneling worm had the advantage here, as the bat only had small claws and its mouth to grab things. Able to tunnel, the worm simply opened a small hole under the score orbs, letting them fall in, and snatched 2 golden ones plus a portion of the purple and red ones, for a total of around 1,600 points, slightly more than Li Zeu's 1,500. Li Zeu clicked his tongue in annoyance, while Su Ru just smiled. The two locked eyes. And then, just like Lin Chuan, they each picked a direction and quickly retreated from the scene. About 2 minutes later, the other lucky candidates who were not spotted and eliminated by the beasts finally woke up from the illusion. Seeing everything before them with Lin Chuan, Li Zeu, and Su Ru nowhere to be found, everyone finally realized what had happened. In the pit, there was only a small pile of purple and red orbs left, barely enough for everyone there to get 100 points each. The big sheep ran away. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, feeling extremely bitter. In fact, the chubby Zhang Yu and several other candidates had secretly plotted for a long time. They were waiting for the moment the boss was defeated to surround the big shots while they were distracted. If one could not defeat them, a group certainly could. Defeat the big shots, grab the score orbs, especially that big fat sheep Lin Chuan. Everyone would have a bright future. Would not that be beautiful? Who knew that before they could even surround and backstab the big shots, they were backstabbed first? Qinghe City Beastmaster Association, monitoring room. Watching the 3D screen as the terrifying puppet giant was blasted into fly ash by Lin Chuan's super-enhanced bomb fruit, Shi Quanchen and Liang Lu both broke into smiles. Especially Shi Quanchen. Liang Lu is the type with a relatively refined and reserved personality, while Shi Quanchen is much more bold and unrestrained. Slapping his palms in laughter, Shi Quanchen was exceptionally happy. It has been a long time since Qinghe City saw a boss monster in the Secret Realm assessment get defeated and killed. Never mind Qinghe City, even in other districts or provincial capitals, it is extremely rare for fresh examinees to defeat the final boss of a secret realm. Every year across the entire Xingyan Federation. Among all cities including provincial capitals, there are a total of 526 secret realm testing sites, and I would guess only about 3 or 4 sites manage to defeat the final boss, and those are basically the provincial capital sites. Usually, the clever examinees form multiple teams to confront the boss, coordinating with each other. One team pulls aggro for a while, another team tanks the damage, dragging out the survival time. The last time Qinghe City recorded a final boss kill was 50 years ago, and that was purely by luck. If they tried it again, it probably would not work. But this year's Lin Chuan and his group defeated the boss with proper planning, organization, and perfect coordination. Even if they did it again or even 10 more times, they could still pull it off. In other words, this year, just based on this secret realm assessment stage, Qinghe City will likely rank among the very best in the country. And considering the overall performance including the first half of the enrollment exams, even if they cannot break into the top 10, the top 20 is very secure. Shi Quanchen, and all the staff of the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association will receive political accolades from the Xingyan Federation, and he personally can go visit old friends in neighboring cities to show off and gloat a little. Wait, is there any issue with killing the boss? Some test sites use powerful spirit beasts as bosses, and in those cases killing is prohibited. There are protective measures for those spirit beast bosses. They can be defeated, but once life is at risk, an automatic protection program is triggered. However, for sites that use monsters, especially those with almost no intelligence and high danger to humans like the terrifying puppet giant in this Qinghe City exam, there is absolutely no problem with killing them. In fact, the examiners behind the scenes actually encourage the candidates to do so. After all, as Beastmasters, especially those capable of entering top-tier Beastmaster universities, they are destined to step out of their comfort zones and onto a path that is both brighter and more dangerous. Sooner or later, they must face monsters and demon beasts outside human territory that harbor malice, hostility, or even feed on humans. If you do not kill them, you will be killed and eaten by them. There is no room for sentimental weakness. At the same time, for certain severely criminal beastmasters and anti-human cults that worship evil monsters, one must be able to strike hard and execute them along with their spirit beasts. Secret Realm Space. Lin Chuan suddenly felt a bit melancholy. He found that the Secret Realm trial, which had been full of challenges and dangers before, had suddenly become boring. After Sakura evolved into a spirit blossom, her illusion talent unfolded completely, combined with her level 2 status and numerous expert-level skills. Nowadays, in this Secret Realm assessment space, no examinee or their spirit beast can withstand Sakura's Rosemary illusion. After all, they are all novice beastmasters under level 10 who have not done any training or cultivation for illusion resistance. Their resistance is basically zero. It works every time, much like resistance to soul pollution from demonic energy. Almost no one can handle it, and they all end up with reduced combat effectiveness. Even Li Zeu and Su Ru are the same. Even their level 2 spirit beasts, the mutant blue-feathered hawk and the purple-crowned black crystal moth, would be incapacitated by illusions for at least 10 seconds when facing Sakura's Rosemary illusion, unless there was intense outside noise or vibration to break the illusion early, just like before. And these 10 seconds are enough for Gyugyo to fire a Super Gold Supreme Enhanced Expert-Level Bomb Fruit, assisted by Expert-Level Growth, Expert-Level Flower Leaf Dance, and a second-level Spirit Wood Heart. Or they could even use an even simpler and more direct operation, bypass the spirit beasts and attack the beastmasters themselves. No candidate can withstand that hit. Never mind the version assisted by the evolved Sakura. Even without her, the bomb fruit used by Gyugyo alone packs a punch that no candidate can survive. And so, Lin Chuan felt melancholy. He had absolutely no opponents left. Before, he had wanted to have a good fight with Su Ru, but now he had no interest at all. It was not challenging in the slightest. All he had to do was let Sakura spread her Rosemary illusion all around, and Su Ru would not even have a chance to pull her dark-style tactics or sneak an attack from behind. As for the score beads, Lin Chuan looked at his small bag of score beads, which was packed to the brim, almost filling the entire small space inside the pouch. It was not just the medical fees he earned from acting as a combat medic. There was also the pile of score beads that dropped after killing the boss. Well, those 5 golden score beads and the small pile of purple and red ones were the scraps Lin Chuan left behind for Li Zeu, Su Ru, and the other examinees in the assault team. Lin Chuan also had a bit of a mischievous streak. He was essentially fanning the flames. He had purposely left those score orbs behind, hoping the other examinees would start fighting over them, maybe even break out into a real brawl. However, it was a pity they did not end up fighting each other. Li Zeu and Su Ru, with a tacit understanding, split the 5 golden score orbs through a small competition, leaving not a single gold orb for the other examinees in the assault group, only the purple and red ones. The beads dropped by the puppet giant were certainly more than just those. The real meat of the reward was snatched away by Lin Chuan himself, a full 17 golden score beads plus a huge pile of purple and red ones. Lin Chuan did not even bother counting. His small bag of score beads held at least 30,000 points. With this score, Lin Chuan could not imagine anyone ever surpassing him. He cannot lose. How could he possibly lose? Unless someone could come and beat him to steal them, but who could do that? Unless they formed a crusade group of a dozen people to gang up on him. However, he is not a mindless monster like the puppet giant. If he gets ganged up on, cannot he run away? Cannot he pick them off one by one using illusions from the shadows? How could there be a beastmaster as excellent, handsome, and powerful as him? Lin Chuan gently patted the head of the evolved Sakura, who looked like a spirit blossom. Sakura's current appearance was like a 6 or 7-year-old human girl, cute, beautiful, and absolutely adorable. For a brief moment, Lin Chuan felt the loneliness of being invincible, having had a little moment of secret, unheard-of gloating. In this secret realm space, in this small, nameless town in a foreign land, there was a tower in the center. Luckily, this tower had not been destroyed by the puppet giant. It should be noted that the puppet giant had descended near here. Many of the surrounding buildings had been flattened by it, and the ground was pitted and broken from its magic beams. Yet this tower remained completely unscathed. There were 13 hours left until the secret realm assessment ended. Lin Chuan arrived at the top of the tower in the center of the town. He was waiting for that one person or those few winners to climb this tower and challenge him, the great demon king. Right now, Lin Chuan was sitting on a rattan rocking chair, rocking gently, eating snacks, drinking a beverage, and overlooking the battle beneath the tower. Li Ziyu, Su Ru, and two others, a boy and a girl whose names Lin Chuan did not even know, were in the middle of a conflict. This boy and girl were like Su Ru, hidden until now, waiting to make their move. Both possessed a level 2 spirit beast. The boy had a Shadow-Bake Nico. It was an elegant and mysterious feline spirit beast, entirely black, about 80 centimeters long with 2 tails, and a black diamond-shaped gem in the center of its forehead. Dark Element, Superior General Grade Bloodline, specialized in agility and energy attacks. The girl had a flame-ground lizard. It was a massive lizard 2 meters long, crawling on the ground. On its back were 2 rows, 6 black holes that looked like gas stove burners. When it was agitated or fighting, flames would spew out of those holes. Earth and Fire Dual Elements, Superior General Grade Bloodline, specialized in defense and energy, and even possessed a trace of dragon blood, a sub-dragon spirit beast. The 4 of them were locked in a chaotic battle. Perhaps it was because they had cooperated while fighting the boss earlier. Although Li Ziyu and Su Ru were also competitors, they did not attack each other. They both tacitly focused on the other 2, wanting to eliminate them first. The battle intensified. Li Ziyu had suppressed the boy, and the balance of victory was gradually tilting in his favor. Su Ru, on the other hand, was growing weaker. After all, she was a tactical player and her direct combat skills were slightly lacking. Her purple-crowned black crystal moth had been defeated by the girl's flame-ground lizard. The 2 seemed to know each other. The girl, named Han Kiki, looked at Su Ru with some confusion. "This is not like you. Why are you fighting me head-on today? Do not you love digging pits, setting traps, and using poison needles behind people's backs?" Han Kiki wondered. She was a competitor with Su Ru, though not necessarily an enemy. The issue was that their respective association-certified mentors were bitter rivals who had apparently once been love interests, though both ended up as losers in the end. Even though both were losers, they did not empathize or forgive each other, continuing their rivalry instead. The rivalry between the 2 teachers had passed down to their 2 students. Su Ru chuckled. "Since you know my style, then take a guess. Why would I fight you head-on today?" Although she told Han Kiki to guess, Su Ru did not give her time to think. "Lin Chuan, I know you're watching. The full recovery treatment you promised me, give it to me now." Su Ru shouted, looking toward the top of the tower. Han Kiki looked over too, but she did not see anyone. Han Kiki, of course, could not see Lin Chuan. Because Lin Chuan had Sakura set up an illusion in the vicinity. It was not the Rosemary illusion skill, but rather a basic application of illusion energy to deceive vision. If someone walked close, they might find anomalies and see through it. However, from a distance with human eyes that had not reached level 10, it was impossible to see through. Why did Su Ru know? Because her purple-crowned black crystal moth's favorite treat was the fruit of a flower leaf. Just now, before the battle began, the purple-crowned black crystal moth told Su Ru through their contract that it smelled the scent of the flower leaf fruit wafting down from the top of the tower. It was the fruit of Lin Chuan's flower leaf Gyugyo. Just as Han Kiki was feeling confused the next moment, a peach the size of a human head descended from the sky, dropping directly onto the purple-crowned black crystal moth, which had lost its ability to fight. Sweet fruit. A sweet fruit with assisted enhancement. A rich, fragrant, pinkish-white light enveloped the purple-crowned black crystal moth. In just 3 seconds, the moth, which was previously covered in injuries and unable to fight, was fully revived on the spot. Su Ru smiled and looked at Han Kiki, whose face was turning dark. "Student Han, do you know now why I fought you head-on?" "Lin Chuan, I want treatment too. I will give you 1,000 score beads." Han Kiki shouted at the top of the tower. However, Lin Chuan gave no response. Zhu Ru's smile was subtle, non-committal. Not to mention the important hint she had given Lin Chuan before the exam not to break through to level 1 before entering university. Although Lin Chuan had paid her back handsomely, settling the score, the relationship was not deep, but it was enough for Lin Chuan to stand on her side and not help Han Kiki. Lin Chuan might be a shady doctor, but he was not someone who only cared about money and ignored connections entirely. Besides, how many score beads did Lin Chuan have right now? Probably at least 30,000. Would he really be short of those 1,000 score beads of yours? If you had shouted 10 million Xingyan currency, he might have tossed down a sweet fruit on the spot. Zhu Ru was not about to give Han Kiki any pointers. She immediately ordered the fully recovered purple-crowned black crystal moth to attack Han Kiki's flame-ground lizard. She herself grabbed a dagger and with the coordination of her other spirit beast, the burrowing worm, launched an attack on Han Kiki. It was clear that Zhu Ru had specially trained in dagger combat. Every move was lethal. She gave Han Kiki no room to breathe. In less than half a minute, the outcome was clear. The fully restored purple-crowned black crystal moth successfully defeated the semi-crippled flame-ground lizard. Zhu Ru used her dagger to manually slash open Han Kiki's life shield, eliminating her from the exam. Time passed quietly. There was only 1 hour left until the secret realm assessment ended. At this moment, 135 candidates were still holding on in the secret realm, not yet eliminated. Most of these 135 people were hiding in various easy-to-defend and hard-to-attack corners of the small town, avoiding conflict with others, guarding their score beads, and quietly waiting for the assessment to conclude. However, there were 2 people who did not choose to hide. Li Ziyu was circling high in the sky on his mutated blue-feathered hawk. With a sharp, combative eagle cry, he flew toward the top of the 100-meter-tall tower in the center of the nameless foreign town. Zhu Ru had rested for a long time, and after restoring her 2 spirit beasts' stamina, she also arrived at the base of the tower. Confirming that Lin Chuan was still up there, she climbed the stairs step by step to reach the top. Almost at the same time, Li Ziyu and Zhu Ru arrived at the top of the tower. It was not a very spacious area, only about half the size of a football field, similar to the arena for the Junior Baby Cup. Up front, near the edge of the rooftop, Lin Chuan sat leisurely on a rattan rocking chair, gazing at the unique scenery of this nameless foreign town. He was drinking a beverage and eating snacks. Enjoying having Yinghua, who looked like a little girl now, massaging his shoulders behind him. Lin Chuan held Guoguo, who was still in her flower leaf form, stroking her gently as if she were a cat. Absolute bliss. Lin Chuan remained on the rattan rocking chair. He did not get up, having already noticed the arrival of Li Ziyu and Zhu Ru. After all, there was a small phantom attribute visual deception barrier set up by Yinghua around them, and once someone entered, Yinghua would be the first to know. After evolving into a flower spirit, Yinghua had not only improved in attributes, rank, and species lineage, but her intelligence had also increased significantly. It was as if she had suddenly gained enlightenment. Yinghua's intelligence had grown from an infant state to about that of a 10-year-old human child. She could understand most things, though her behavior was still somewhat childish. Due to the boost in Yinghua's intelligence, her tacit understanding with Lin Chuan through their contract had also improved significantly. While not yet at the level of total mental synchronization, Lin Chuan and Yinghua could communicate silently. A few glances and actions combined with the contract were enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Still lying on the rattan chair, Lin Chuan took a sip of his drink, ruffled Guoguo, and sighed lightly to the 2 people walking toward him. You should not have come. There is only 1 hour left until the assessment ends. Once you are defeated by me now, you will lose some of your survival points. Why not hide in an easy-to-defend spot like the other candidates, wait for the time to run out and get full survival points? Lin Chuan asked, although he was also looking forward to someone challenging him. However, boring battles were meaningless, especially since he already knew most of Li Ziyu and Zhu Ru's trump cards and had already planned countermeasures, so there was nothing to look forward to. I am confident in my own assessment scores, you do not need to worry about that. Li Ziyu said, then suddenly retorted. Back at the small clear sky cup, you let me win on purpose, did not you? Lin Chuan stayed silent, not answering. His attitude remained natural and relaxed. When I fought you back then, I could faintly feel that your flower leaf named Gyugyua wanted to use some skill on me several times, but you stopped her. Now it seems the skill she wanted to use was probably the bomb fruit. If you had let her use the bomb fruit back then, there is no doubt that I would have been the one to lose. And even at the end of the match when the sun was setting, your two flower leaves still seemed to have the energy to continue fighting. You were the one who actively gave up and made them stop resisting, which is why you lost to me. I can understand why you wanted to hide your trump cards before. But my self-esteem does not allow me to accept a victory that feels like charity. I, Li Zeu, have always been the one handing out favors to others. When did it become my turn to receive charity from someone else? Li Zeu's hawk-like eyes stared fixedly at Lin Chuan. That is the reason I came here. Let us battle again. This time I want you to go all out. I want to know exactly how big the gap between us really is. In silence, Lin Chuan slowly rose from the rattan chair, set Gyugyua down, and Yinghua followed closely by his side. Lin Chuan turned to look at Li Zeu. This rich kid has a bit too much pride, but he is not exactly unlikable. Then Lin Chuan looked at Su Ru next to him. Li Zeu's reason for challenging him was understandable, but what about her? Su Ru parted her lips and said, "My teacher told me, as a beastmaster you cannot always hesitate. You must have the faith to challenge the strong and put it into action, especially when circumstances allow. If you do not fight just because you might lose, what kind of beastmaster are you?" Alright, that reason is reasonable enough, and it sounds pretty inspiring. And so Lin Chuan dropped his leisurely posture, and his expression grew serious. Rosemary Phantom Fragrance. Without a hint of politeness, Lin Chuan acted immediately. Yinghua stepped forward, releasing a pink-white phantom attribute mist that spread out, instantly filling the entire rooftop. No matter how good or heroic their words were, if they wanted to challenge him, they had to survive the Rosemary Phantom Fragrance first. If they could not even pass that and got forcibly hallucinated for 10 or 20 seconds, Lin Chuan would not even bother to fight. Lin Chuan watched the two curiously. He wanted to see how they would deal with Yinghua's move, since Beastmasters below rank 1 have not undergone any training in phantom resistance. Li Zeu immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed his left arm hard. At the same time, his two spirit beasts, the mutated blue-feathered hawk and the dark thunder bat, attacked each other. The hawk pecked the bat's head until it bled, and the bat used its fangs to bite into the hawk's neck. Dizzy, Li Zeu managed to resist the illusion with sheer, continuous, agonizing pain. As for Su Ru, she immediately took out a small bottle and drank the purple-black liquid inside. That was not an anti-illusion potion. It was slightly diluted poison. Su Ru's face visibly turned dark. By torturing her nerves with toxins, the pain she was suffering right now was even more intense than Li Zeu's. If this battle lasted for half an hour, Su Ru might be in mortal danger. Her two spirit beasts, the purple-crowned black crystal moth and the burrowing worm, had also already poisoned themselves. Because the moth had high poison resistance, it could endure more than others, so it also stuck many poison needles into its own body to physically increase the pain. Well, even Lin Chuan had to admire the ruthlessness of these two, using such methods to power through the fragrance. Seeing this and feeling their will, Lin Chuan's own fighting spirit was completely ignited. These two were qualified to challenge him. Such opponents were worth fighting. Very well, since your resolve is so firm, I should use my full strength to face you. That is the respect you deserve. Who is going first? Lin Chuan asked. Li Zeu and Su Ru looked at each other and launched an attack on Lin Chuan simultaneously. Clearly it was 2-on-1. Lin Chuan's eyelid twitched. After all that talk about challenging the strong and fighting him again, they were still teaming up on him. Li Zeu, no choice. Lin Chuan, you are too strong. I am no match alone, so bringing a helper is logical, right? Think of it as me hiring Su Ru as a bodyguard with a high price. It is totally reasonable for a young master like me to bring a bodyguard to a fight. Su Ru, my teacher told me anything goes in a wild battle. If you can team up or have the numbers advantage, you never fight alone. For a moment Lin Chuan was speechless. They had a point. Fine. It is just 1-on-2. As long as it is not 1-on-10, it is no big deal. Yinghua Vine Armor Shield, assist. Gyugyua Wood Spirit Shield. Now that Yinghua was a flower spirit, her arms and legs were no longer chubby like the flower leaf form, but slender, long, and elegant. With a raise of her left hand, wood shavings flew out, took root, and vines surged crazily, forming a dense defensive shield wall in just 2 breaths. At the same time, Yinghua pressed her right hand on Gyugyu's head. Resist. Rank 2 would attribute energy poured into Gyugyu's body. Gyugyu raised her little hands, and a bright green energy shield expanded. An expert-level wood spirit shield, powered by higher-level rank 2 wood energy, was essentially as strong as if it were cast by Yinghua herself. In fact, with the assist skill effect, although Gyugyu had not evolved yet, she could use Yinghua's energy, which was almost as if she had already evolved. Lin Chuan effectively had 2 rank 2 spirit beasts. In just that instant, Lin Chuan had put up double physical and energy shields. Li Zeu and Su Ru felt a chill down their spines. They thought it was disgusting and abnormal. They had not even started attacking, yet Lin Chuan had already set up his defenses. The speed was terrifying. But they were already here. They had stabbed themselves, drunk the poison, and pushed through the hardest illusion. Could they really just retreat and quit now? Li Zeu applied his Beastmaster talent, Speed Boost, to both his hawk and his bat. The hawk soared into the air, circled twice, reached its peak speed, and dove toward the shield wall like a purple-blue flash while simultaneously activating its proficient-level water wings. The bat surged with electric energy, turning into a bolt of golden lightning that zigzagged around the shield wall and charged right in. Su Ru's Beastmaster talent was Bug King, which helped with the cultivation efficiency of bug-type beasts but was not really useful in combat. However, her moth had a trump card. Pressure Point. The moth used its muscles to absorb the poison needles that had been stuck into its body. Instantly, the moth went berserk. With all stats except defense boosted, it sprayed poison, needles, and strong stomach acid at the shield wall incessantly. And her other spirit beast, the burrowing worm. Well, both of Li Zeu's beasts and her moth were essentially decoys. The burrowing worm was the pair's real killing blow. They were on the tower roof, which was built from the town's specialty black stone. The rock layer was not thick or very sturdy. As long as they dug until the roof collapsed, Lin Chuan's shield array would be broken. That would be their opening. The worm slipped from the shadows behind Su Ru into the floor and started digging furiously toward Lin Chuan, aiming to cave in the platform beneath him. However, just as it was about to reach the shield array area, the worm could not move, it could not dig. Only then did the worm realize it was tangled in thick, dense vine threads. Lin Chuan gave a disdainful chuckle. While he was teaming up with Su Ru to dig traps earlier, he had been thinking what to watch out for when fighting an expert at digging holes and poisoning. This situation was exactly as he had predicted. When Yinghua cast the vine armor shield, Lin Chuan had used their mental link to have her sneak vines into the floorboards. Clearly, Lin Chuan's command was perfect. He had blocked Su Ru's underground ambush completely. Now, unless the worm collapsed the entire foundation of the tower, it would not be able to just collapse the roof. The worm was trapped. With Yinghua's rank 2 energy and the expert-level vine armor, the vines were tougher than steel alloys, not something a creature not specialized in strength could break free from. The worm was no longer a threat, and Lin Chuan ignored it. Lin Chuan shifted his focus to the hawk that was furiously attacking the shield array. Back at the small clear sky cup, it had taken both Gyugyu and Yinghua working together to barely withstand the hawk's water wings. The reasons were: first, it was their first time working in a real battle, and they were distracted by him, their master. Second, there was a gap between Gyugyu and Yinghua's lineage and the hawks. That is why it happened that way. But now, Yinghua held off the rank 2 hawk all by herself, because her lineage level had caught up. They were both superior general level now, no reason to fear. With the increase in intelligence from evolution, Yinghua was steadier and would not panic easily. And finally, Yinghua's vine armor shield was at the expert level thanks to Lin Chuan's upgrades. The hawk's water wings were only at the proficient level. How could it break through? On the other side, Gyugyu's wood spirit shield, assisted by Yinghua, successfully blocked the bat's electricity, keeping it out, and then fired back with a carpet bombing of child bombs, blasting the bat away. Su Ru's moth, even while berserk, mostly dealt debuff damage, poison, and acid. If it could not hit the target directly, its power was much lower than physical attacks. It could not compare to the hawk's water wings and was just scratching the surface of the shield. The shield and heal setup was complete. Li Xiaoyu and Su Ru's attacks were basically ineffective. Now it was his turn. Growth Flower Leaf Dance. Gyugyu and Yinghua buffed themselves. The former temporarily increased all stats, the latter boosted energy damage skills. Lin Chuan also added the heart of the spirit wood to them. Yinghua funneled the maximum amount of wood energy Gyugyu could handle into her. Gathering all her energy, Gyugyu condensed a huge, emerald peach-shaped energy ball glowing like a little sun, just like the one she used to take down the giant wooden puppet. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyu's lips trembled, his expression complex, and he said, "Damn, seriously, does the gap have to be this big?" Su Ru's face, already purple-black from the poison, had an equally incredible expression with a hint of instinctive dread. She stared at Lin Chuan and spat out 3 words. Great Demon King. Li Xiaoyu and Su Ru were eliminated. They were eliminated with only 50 minutes left before the Secret Realm assessment ended. Su Ru had not participated in any minor leagues before, so hardly anyone knew about her. Even the few candidates who knew her situation were not the type to blab about it on online forums. It was the same now, even after being teleported out, few people around her paid any attention. Coupled with her low-profile clothing and demeanor, she easily blended into the crowd, handed her identification tag and the small bag of score beads to the staff, and left the Beast Master Association after registration. Compared to Su Ru, Li Xiaoyu's situation was quite different. He was a well-known figure in King's City, and his personality was one that loved to show off. Wherever there was a chance to posture, he was there, and wherever there was gossip, he would appear. He was known as the Little Crown Prince of King's City. Everyone assumed Li Xiaoyu would only be teleported out once the assessment ended, and there was a high probability he would be this year's top scorer in the Qinghe City entrance examination. But who would have thought Li Xiaoyu came out ahead of schedule? This meant he had been defeated by someone. Who defeated Li Xiaoyu? Or was he targeted and swarmed by a group? Yeah, that is a much more likely scenario. The front plaza of the King City Beast Master Association. The teleportation exit for the Secret Realm assessment. At this moment, many media reporters and streamers had gathered here, with cameras set up to cover every possible angle. Originally, these reporters were waiting for the assessment to end to interview the final remaining candidates, especially the recognized strongest one, who would likely be this year's top scorer. Unexpectedly, the reporters and streamers were shocked. Look, what did they get? They waited for a juicy piece of gossip. The little prince of King's City, Li Xiaoyu, had been defeated and eliminated early. The reporters and streamers swarmed Li Xiaoyu on the spot, microphones thrust right into his face. Questions fired like a rapid-fire cannon, demanding him to say something. Li Xiaoyu was still stunned from the explosion of that Super Golden Supreme Enhanced Fruit Bomb, which felt like a small sun. It was not until the reporter's microphones hit his face that he finally came to his senses. With an extremely complex expression, he hesitated, his lips moving, and finally Li Xiaoyu let out a long sigh. Without hiding anything, Li Xiaoyu admitted. It was Lin Chuan. He was the one who defeated and eliminated me. I lost this time and I accept the defeat wholeheartedly. However, in the future, I will definitely win it back. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyu clenched his left fist and started to raise his arm as if to make a vow. The next moment, he winced in pain and drew in a sharp breath. On his left arm was the wound he had inflicted upon himself with a dagger earlier to forcefully resist Sakura's rosemary illusion fragrance. The reporters and streamers clearly noticed his injury. A few asked with concern, but most were only interested in how he was eliminated and exactly what happened in his battle with Lin Chuan. Li Xiaoyu shook his head slightly, not intending to offer further explanation. I know what you reporters care about most. This year's top scorer in King City will undoubtedly be Lin Chuan. That is all I can say. For anything else you want to know, just wait for the Beast Master Association to hold their press conference, or wait for the highlight reel of the Secret Realm trial to be released. After saying that, he ignored the barrage of questions from the reporters and streamers. With the help of the association staff, Li Xiaoyu escaped the circle of reporters and streamers. After receiving simple treatment for the self-inflicted knife wound on his arm from the resident doctor, Li Ziyu left the Beast Master Association and went home with the people sent by the Lan Yu shuttle service. He had to wait for the results to be announced and fill out his application based on his score. Although he was eliminated in the last 50 minutes, resulting in a deduction of survival points, he was eliminated at the very end, so the deduction should not be too heavy. If the total for survival points was 100, Li Ziyu estimated he would get a 99, so he was not worried. He had collected fewer point orbs than only Lin Chuan, no one else could compare to him. With the advantage of flight, he had hunted down countless candidates during this trial. More importantly, in the operation to take down the boss, he was one of the key players. Especially in the early stages, he led Team 1 to stall the boss for 2 solid hours, buying time for Lin Chuan and Su Ru to set up traps, and for Chen Yulu to recruit enough members for the assault group. Li Ziyu felt that with the extra points from the beads and the hidden points for defeating the boss, his comprehensive score should be just below Lin Chuan's. In short, the top spot is definitely Lin Chuan's. And he, Li Ziyu, would likely be the second, with a small chance of being the third. He had a good shot at the 8 top universities. 50 minutes passed quickly. The electronic chimes signaling the end of the Secret Realm trial sounded. Accompanied by rays of dark teleportation light, all the candidates who persevered until the end appeared one by one. A total of 133 candidates made it to the end. Lin Chuan was among them. Just as a sharp-eyed reporter spotted Lin Chuan and was about to rush up to shove a microphone in his face for an interview. Suddenly, the reporter's eyes blurred. When they looked back at Lin Chuan's spot, he was already gone. Only the other 132 candidates remained. He had anticipated being interviewed. But Lin Chuan really did not expect such a massive setup and that they would come directly for him, ignoring the other 132 candidates. If he were swarmed, he'd probably be stuck for 3 or 4 hours. Having fought for 48 hours in the trial space, although the latter part was just slacking off and watching the scenery, he had remained vigilant throughout. Watching out for being targeted by a dozen candidates was why Lin Chuan chose the central tower as his final hideout. Aside from Li Ziyu's flight, there was only one staircase to get up. If a dozen people really came for him, he could just hold the stairs. If all else failed, a single bomb fruit would destroy the staircase and end the matter. Anyway, leaving that aside, all Lin Chuan wanted now was to go home and sleep. As for the interviews, the Qinghe City Beast Master Association could arrange them. Lin Chuan was very self-aware. He was certainly the top scorer for the Qinghe City area this year. As the top scorer, it was mandatory to accept interviews and share cultivation tips with the 15-year-old graduates and younger kids. Of course, it would just be empty talk. Things like being careful and serious with beast companions or sharing hardships with them. Real cultivation secrets would not be passed on so easily. Using Sakura's illusion-based visual trickery, Lin Chuan escaped the swarm of reporters, handed his number 1074 tag and his near-full bag of beads to the staff, and after completing registration, he returned to the small villa he had rented. This was a private residential area under the jurisdiction of the Beast Master Association, so reporters could not intrude even if they knew where he lived. Back in the room, he took a shower, changed his clothes, set his wrist-mounted Beast device's phone function to auto-reply to any calls with "resting now, will contact later," and fell straight to sleep. Yu-Gi-Oh and Sakura. Possessing a master-level sleeping skill, they could sleep with their eyes open. Whenever there was no combat in the Secret Realm, they would often sleep and rest. Now they were full of energy and did not rest along with Lin Chuan. Yu-Gi-Oh hopped around Sakura, chirping loudly. In the trial space, as Lin Chuan's bodyguard, Yu-Gi-Oh had to remain vigilant and could not act out. But now there was no problem. Yu-Gi-Oh looked at Sakura, who had evolved into a floral spirit. She was humanoid, slender, and elegant, a mix of cute, beautiful, and graceful. That was fine. The problem was the height. Before, it was about 5 centimeters taller than Sakura. However, Sakura's 1.2-meter height was now almost twice its own. Yu-Gi-Oh's small black bean eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. If it were before, Sakura would definitely have flaunted it in front of Yu-Gi-Oh. But now, having evolved into a floral spirit, its intelligence had greatly increased, completely overwhelming Gyugyuo. Seeing Gyugyuo's childish behavior, Sakura found it funny and endearing with an indescribable sense of intimacy. From their time at the Lin family farm, where it had organized other leaflings into fights to compete for the chance to be Lin Chuan's starter, to being contracted together. It and Gyugyuo had been competing for 3 months. They had fought over catching balls in a machine designed for automatic punishment, competing to get bruised. They had worked their hardest together. Gyugyuo cultivated the bomb fruit while it desperately used aromatic therapy. They had a daily sparring match, and even though it was mostly dominated by Gyugyuo, Sakura had kept a mental tally of every grudge. At this moment, with higher intelligence and further maturity, Sakura felt it should have the demeanor of a truly elegant young lady. It forgave all of Gyugyuo's previous competition and offenses, even tearing up its mental grudge book. Suddenly, Sakura gained an indescribable epiphany regarding the skill assistance. It thought if it were Gyugyuo, it would not mind giving it all its power to use. In that very moment, Sakura's assistance skill, which had been stuck at ordinary level for a month, broke through to the proficient level. Like a truly elegant young lady, Sakura petted Gyugyuo's head. And Gyugyuo actually did not resist. Because it was also stunned, though it did not understand why, it could clearly feel that Sakura seemed to have changed. Sakura picked up Gyugyuo, brought it to the small villa balcony, and replanted it into Gyugyuo's exclusive flower pot. As for Sakura, well, its old flower pot was too small, and now that it was humanoid, Sakura instinctively felt flower pots were not suitable. It simply sat on the edge of the balcony, enjoying the sunshine and humming a lullaby. Yes, expert-level grass whistle. The beautiful, soft sound echoed and drifted into the room, making Lin Chuan's sleep even more peaceful and sweet, giving him the sleep quality of a baby. At the same time, pink-white illusion energy quietly dispersed around Sakura. This energy seemed to resonate with its singing, causing subtle changes as if some new skill were brewing. If someone were to enter at this moment, they would fall into an illusion and see flowers growing, butterflies dancing, and mysterious green glowing particles floating around. A floral spirit and a leafling singing gently in a sea of flowers. The scene was harmonious and beautiful, like a fairyland. Just as Lin Chuan went to sleep in his room, the outside world had gone crazy. The Beast Master Association edited the exciting, privacy-free battle clips from the Secret Realm and made a highlight reel of this year's graduate Beast Masters. Among those clips, the most exciting and eye-catching one, without a doubt, was the moment Lin Chuan's leafling, named Sakura, evolved into a floral spirit during the critical battle against the boss. The process of the spring bloom ritual was cut, leaving only the dreamy, beautiful scene of Sakura evolving into a floral spirit. The petite figure emerging from the endless swirling green light and the sky full of energy petals. A beast companion that was elegant, gentle, beautiful, and powerful. It fulfilled the high-level illusion talent hinted at during its leafling stage. As soon as it evolved, it grasped the rosemary illusion fragrance, which normal floral spirits could rarely master, turning the tide and blocking the boss's mental pollution for the entire assault team, securing the victory. Finally, it was the same floral spirit. Using the assistance skill, it channeled its wood energy to Lin Chuan's other leafling, named Gyugyuo. The two beasts combined to condense a bomb fruit like a small sun, blasting the third-rank demon attribute monster into smithereens. Floral spirit. How could there be such a cute, beautiful, elegant, aesthetic, adorable, and invincibly powerful beast companion? For a time, a craze for leaflings and floral spirits swept across Qinghe City. The Lin family farm's doorstep was almost trampled flat. Qinghe City. A beast supply shop on the street. Su Zioking stared at the computer screen with shining eyes, watching the highlight reel of this year's assessment, watching Lin Chuan's leafling evolve into a floral spirit. Watching the floral spirit turn the tide, obsession showed in the young girl's eyes. Beside her, her father was stroking that old 30-point test paper of Su Zioking's, looking at the exquisite signature Lin Chuan in it. Su's father muttered, "We have made it this time, we have really made it." Lin Chuan slept for a full day. Not just 12 hours but 24 hours straight. After finishing the Secret Realm assessment and returning to his villa apartment around 11 p.m., he went to sleep and did not wake up until 11:30 am the next day. This deep sleep replenished not only the fatigue from 48 hours of grueling combat in the Secret Realm, but also the exhaustion accumulated over the past 3 months of continuous, frantic, and intensive training since his graduation and awakening. Lin Chuan felt satisfied with this rest. He felt completely refreshed, and even the world outside his window looked brighter and clearer than usual. In the small back garden, Gyugyuo and Yinghua were playing together. Gyugyuo was running circles around Yinghua, hopping and jumping excitedly, seemingly chasing something. However, there was nothing in front of it but empty air. After watching for a while, Lin Chuan realized that Yinghua must be using illusions to play with Gyugyuo. Perhaps in Gyugyuo's eyes, there was a swarm of tiny fluttering butterflies, or maybe fireflies, or even little stars from the sky. The entrance assessment was finally over. There was no need for such rushed, exhausting training anymore. He should take some time to relax. Leaning against the windowsill, watching the two little ones play happily while breathing in the slightly warm yet refreshing air of early autumn, Lin Chuan savored this moment of peace. Noticing that Lin Chuan had woken up, Yinghua let out a joyful chirp, the sound much softer than before. It trotted over. As if presenting a treasure, Yinghua held up a fruit in its slender, jade-like hands and offered it to Lin Chuan. Well, Lin Chuan had seen it with his own eyes. This fruit had just been picked off Gyugyuo's head by Yinghua. "Where is yours?" Lin Chuan asked curiously. Yinghua tilted its head slightly. Under the pink flowers on either side of Yinghua's head, there were 3 pinkish-white fruits, each the size of a little finger and shaped like a bell, clearly not yet ripe. "Ying yang." Yinghua let out another soft, adorable sound. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then broke into a look of pleasant surprise, realizing he had subconsciously understood Yinghua's words. Yinghua said that during its evolution, it had consumed almost all the nutrients stored in its body, so it would not be able to produce fruit for a while. He would have to wait at least 2 more months. It is all right, I will just eat Gyugyu's then." As he said that, Lin Chuan took a bite of the fruit Yinghua had given him. It was crunchy and refreshing, tasting like a regular apple. This was because during the final sprint before the Secret Realm trial, Lin Chuan had focused his energy on accumulating combat experience and practicing coordination between beast tamers and spirit beasts, so he had basically stopped using the ineffective primary plant fiber paste. Therefore, Gyugyuo's fruit had gradually returned to the refreshing flavor of a natural fruit. After eating one of Gyugyuo's fruits, he had enough nutrition for the day and did not need to eat anything else. Just then, the virtual window on the beast-taming space device on Lin Chuan's wrist popped up. My goodness, over 99 unread messages. Lin Chuan gave an awkward laugh. He had almost forgotten about that, and now many people must be trying to reach him in a hurry. He gave Yinghua some instructions to look after Gyugyuo, and not to bully Gyugyuo too much just because of its evolution. Yinghua responded, indicating that it absolutely was not bullying Gyugyuo. Their relationship was great, and Gyugyuo even called it Big Sister Yinghua. Though a bit puzzled, Lin Chuan did not overthink it and returned to his room. He started checking his messages, mostly from family and friends, but also some messages from media reporters and the official Beast Taming Association. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had set up an automatic reply before going to sleep yesterday. Otherwise, people might have already shown up at his door by now. Lin Chuan started by opening his family's messages. From his dad, Lin Zudong, his mom, Su Zaya Oxia, his older brother, Lin Linyi, and even his second sister, Lin Linger, who was busy filming a minor web series about spirit beasts, had sent a message. Full of praise, calling him their son, their brother, saying he had the aura of a great emperor. It made Lin Chuan grin from ear to ear, feeling a bit dizzy from all the flattery. Even through text, Lin Chuan could feel the genuine joy of his family. Oh, and there was one key piece of important news. According to Lin Zudong, yesterday, just as the Secret Realm assessment ended and the highlight reel of the candidates was released, the Lin family farm received a call from the Tianhang Town Beast Taming Association, confirming their special approval. The association would provide necessary technical support, and the Tianhang Town government would provide special funding to help upgrade the Lin family farm into the Tianhang Town Huyai breeding base, with official qualification to provide Huyai as starter spirit beasts to new tamers starting next year. With that, most of Lin Zudong's dream had come true. All that remained was for the association to finish the transformation and for him to run it well. Lin Family Farm, well, it could now be called the Tianhang Town Lin Family Huyai breeding base in advance. To celebrate the opening of the base and Lin Chuan's achievement as the Qinghe City champion of this year's entrance assessment, there would be a week-long celebration. Lin Zudong asked Lin Chuan to come back and attend if he had time, just to show his face. That was the gist of the messages from his family. Next were messages from reporters and the media. They were all much the same, hoping for exclusive interviews, with some even privately offering as much as 5 million Star Rock coins. Lin Chuan ignored these media requests. He would wait for the Qinghe City Beast Taming Association to handle them later. Then there were messages from his classmates and friends like Tan Yan, Sun Yinian, and Ping Kai. Even Li Zheyu had sent his congratulations for his city champion title. Lin Chuan replied to them one by one, keeping it simple yet polite. Finally, there was the official message from the Qinghe City Beast Taming Association. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Chuan, a fresh graduate of Class 7, Grade 3, from the first Beast Taming Middle School, Tianhang Town, Qinghe City. You have been awarded the title of City Champion for the New Era 2028 Entrance Assessment in the Qinghe City region, under the Star Rock Federation's Tianhe Prefecture. Total score 1,000 points. Beast Tamer Fundamentals First Half 200 points. Secret Realm Trial Second Half 500 base survival points, 300 bonus points. Reward for the City Champion, Mr. Lin Chuan. 30 million Star Rock coins, 3,000 Beast Taming Association points, and 1,000 Star Rock Federation contribution points. The rewards have been transferred to your account in real time. Please check your account. If there are any discrepancies, please contact the Qinghe City Beast Taming Association immediately. After reading this message, Lin Chuan's breath hitched. 30 million Star Rock coins, 3,000 association points. More importantly, Star Rock Federation contribution points. These are only granted for significant contributions to the Federation, such as stopping beast disasters or capturing dangerous criminal tamers. These are far more precious and important than standard association points. They can be used not only to exchange for resources, but also to access various special privileges. Well, never mind for now, there is not really any place to spend this money or these points at the moment. He could think about that slowly after entering university. Looking at his total score for the assessment again. 1,000 points, a perfect score. The 200 points from the first half and the 500 survival points from the second half go without saying. The extra points come from the total score of the score orbs. Total score from score orbs. First place gets 300 points. Second place gets 280 points. And so on down to 10th place, which gets 120 points. Places 11 to 100 get 100 points. For those beyond that, if the total number of score orbs is over 500, they get 50 points. Over 300, 20 points. Over 100, 10 points. Below 100, no points. There were also hidden points for team cooperation in boss fights. However, these hidden points are not explicitly listed. They only appear in the confidential files of individual beast tamers. Now that the scores were out, it was time to apply for schools. The deadline for applications was 1 week. Lin Chuan was not in a hurry. For regular beast taming universities, including top-tier ones, candidates have to apply themselves based on their specific scores. However, the 8 grade academies are different. Candidates cannot actively apply for the 8 grade academies. They must wait for the academies to issue admission letters. This usually happens within 3 days of the end of the Secret Realm assessment. If a candidate does not receive an admission letter from any of the 8 grade academies within 3 days, they then proceed to apply for other universities. Conversely, if they receive an admission letter, there is no need to apply anywhere else. What if you get an admission letter from one of the 8 grade academies but reject it? To choose another top-tier university instead? Well, no one that brainless has ever existed yet. Each of the 8 great academies has its own focus and specialties. Some specialize in elite training. Some specialize in skill research and possess many rare, unique secret manuals. Some have specific research on certain attributes. Some have extra breeding techniques for certain spirit beast races. There are also academies that specialize in training large-scale tactical beast tamers. This does not mean the 8 are only good at those things, those are just their strongest aspects. Even in their weakest areas, they are far superior to other top-tier universities, or rather, they are simply in a completely different league. In terms of resources alone, other universities simply cannot compare. If you look at the distribution of the Star Rock Federation's educational resources, the 8 great academies receive at least 40% annually, while the remaining 60% is shared among the tens of thousands of other beast-taming universities. Spirit beasts with monarch or even king-level bloodlines, which are impossible to find elsewhere, are relatively easy to obtain contracts for in the 8 great academies provided you have enough internal credits. Whether you can successfully bind them still depends on the individual tamer. Anyway, no need to rush to apply. Just wait quietly for 3 days to see if any of the 8 great academies send an admission letter. For now, Lin Chuan began organizing his gains from this secret realm assessment. The score orbs had already been handed over. But the money he earned as a back alley doctor was his to keep. After clearing the odd numbers, it came out to a full 22 million Star Rock coins. Combined with the 30 million champion reward, Lin Chuan's account now held 52 million Star Rock coins. Some professional tamers would not even be that wealthy. Lin Chuan smacked his lips. Such a figure was something he had not even dared to imagine before. How many matches would he have had to win to get this much? Guo and Yinghua would not have to worry about resources until they reached the 3rd rank. With everything organized, Lin Chuan began to think about his future plans. First, of course, was to wait for 3 days to see if he could receive an admission letter from one of the 8. Well, he was not worried at all. There was a 99.9% chance he would. King City is ranked in the upper middle nationwide, and every year's champion receives letters from one or more of the 8 great academies, unless the champion has major moral character issues, so he was essentially a lock. Then there was his Beast Tamer rank. According to Su Ru's advice, it was better to suppress his rank for now and only break through to the 1st rank after entering university. There must be some reasoning behind this. Perhaps there were some special breakthrough techniques or other inherited knowledge. He would wait until he entered one of the 8 great academies to find out. In any case, Lin Chuan was a good listener, no need to rush. And once he reached the 1st rank, he could try out the effect of his cheat skill, the reincarnation of rebirth. It was time to perform a reincarnation for Yinghua. By then, Guo would evolve into a flower spirit. Having one Huai and one flower spirit by his side, those unfamiliar with him should not be able to see through the truth. He could hide the secret for a while. Finally, an expectant look appeared on Lin Chuan's face. It was also time to contract his next, or rather his next 2 spirit beasts. A scholar beast was essential. From his encounter with Chen Yulu, he had realized the weakness of his own lack of knowledge. In the face of unknown situations and unknown spirit beasts, his lack of knowledge made it impossible to understand what was going on. This was really deadly. This time in the secret realm, if he had not met Chen Yulu. If he were unlucky enough to run into the terrifying wood puppet giant that had just awakened, even if Yinghua evolved into a flower spirit and even if Guo evolved, they would not be a match and he would likely have been eliminated. In that case, the city champion title would not have been his. This was not a question of whether he worked hard enough. Some things, if you cannot do them, you just cannot. So a portable encyclopedia and little advisor is a must. Secondly, Lin Chuan felt he was also missing a spirit beast that could be used as a flying mount. Li Zeyu's ability to ignore terrain, fly around, and move rapidly. Whether for escaping or chasing, the mobility was maxed out. Lin Chuan had been jealous of that for a long time. A flying mount was something he had to get. Lin Chuan thought he would have to wait 3 days before receiving an admission notice from one of the 8 major academies. To his surprise, he had only just finished sorting through his unread messages. A new notification popped up. He tapped it casually and then Lin Chuan froze. It was not spam, but a legitimate admission notice from one of the 8 major academies, complete with a verification code from the Star Rock federal government that could be checked online at any time. It was from the 3rd Academy, an official admission text. Well, that was not the only one. Following the 3rd Academy's message, another one arrived, this one from the 6th Academy. Lin Chuan was genuinely stunned. He fell into deep thought. These admission texts were arriving way too fast, and why did 2 come at once? Soon, Lin Chuan figured it out and realized the situation. Right, he had slept for a full 24 hours. Counting from the end of the Secret Realm assessment yesterday afternoon when the scores were released. It was indeed effectively the next day now. And his score, a perfect 1,000, was absolutely top tier, even compared to other cities or the provincial capital. When the 8 major academies select students, they naturally start from the top down, picking the most outstanding candidates first. So, in order, it was only natural that they would quickly notice him, check his Beastmaster file, verify the footage from the Secret Realm assessment, and confirm he met the admission criteria and had a clean moral record, leading them to send the admission notifications immediately. The 3rd Academy and the 6th Academy. The official names of the 8 major academies were simple and straightforward, ranging from the 1st Academy to the 8th Academy. These numbers did not necessarily represent the actual strength ranking of the schools, they were simply for sequential identification. Of course, each of the 8 academies had its own alias. For instance, the 3rd Academy was also known as the Benevolent Heart Academy, which was the best school for training support healing type Beastmasters. It seemed his actions as a rogue medic during the Secret Realm assessment, using expert-level healing aroma and proficient-level sweet fruits, had caught their attention. Truly powerful support healing Beastmasters could often sustain the logistics of an entire legion on their own. Moreover, support healing Beastmasters were always surrounded by all sorts of loyal, fawning protectors. If anyone dared to offend a support healer, they might not even get a chance to be angry or make a move before those fawning friends jumped in to beat them up. Undoubtedly, this was a path with a bright and infinite future. Now about the other academy that sent an invitation. The 6th Academy, also known as the Silver Mountain Academy. Its name came from the mountain range it was built upon. The mountain was made entirely of silver, though not just ordinary metal silver. It was because a legendary silver dragon had fallen there and its dragon blood had soaked into the mountain, transforming what was once ordinary dirt and rock into a silver mountain range with extraordinary dragon spiritual energy. The 6th Academy did not have one specific specialty, but it excelled in all-around balance. Compared to other academies, it might only lag behind in their specific fields of expertise. For example, it was not as good at training support healers as the 3rd Academy, but in every other aspect it was generally a step ahead. So should he choose the 3rd Academy or the 6th Academy? If he decided to follow the support healing route, then without a doubt, it would be the 3rd Academy. But if he wanted to develop in other directions, then the 6th Academy was the choice. He did not hesitate for long. Lin Chuan quickly made up his mind. Although he had started out as a healer tank poison specialist, he did not want to be locked into that path forever. Support healing was great, but he always had the heart of a damage dealer. After all, as good as it sounded under equal conditions, the direct combat power of a support healing Beastmaster just could not compare to a standard Beastmaster. If he were to encounter a major disaster or crisis, a support healing specialist would be helpless without the protection of other beast tamers. Therefore, he would rather follow the path of a standard Beastmaster while practicing support healing on the side. For others, this might be unrealistic due to limited energy, but with his Samsara cheat, it should not be a problem. He could just spend points to level up all his support healing skills to master level. Decision made, the 6th Academy it is. With his decision made, Lin Chuan immediately replied to the 6th Academy's message to confirm. Immediately after, he also replied to the 3rd Academy with an apology, informing them that he had chosen the 6th Academy. Soon Lin Chuan received responses from both. The 6th Academy congratulated him on his admission and reminded him to report to the campus within a month. The 3rd Academy expressed their regret but still offered congratulations, wishing him a bright future at the 6th Academy. Until this moment, the moment he received the admission confirmation from the 6th Academy, Lin Chuan felt truly and completely relaxed. Lying spread-eagled on his bed, Lin Chuan could not stop himself from grinning like a fool. 3 months of hard work had not been in vain. He had achieved the first major goal of his life. Right at this moment, an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within his chest. Though he considered himself grown up, Lin Chuan was, in fact, only 16 years old. He could no longer contain himself. He rolled out of bed and without even putting on his shoes, started running wildly around the small courtyard, cheering incessantly like a monkey. His inner mischievous kid was on full display. Finally, Lin Chuan jumped into the pool with a splash, floating on his back and laughing out loud. Guo Guo and Yinghuo were stunned, seeing this side of their master for the very first time. However, through their bond, they could feel the joy surging from Lin Chuan like a rushing river. Seeing Lin Chuan so happy, they became happy too, letting out joyful chirps and squeaks. Time slipped by quietly. It was not until 3 p.m. that Lin Chuan finally composed himself. Right, time to call the family and share the good news one by one. Start with the old man. After hearing that Lin Chuan had received the text message of acceptance from the 6th Academy and had already confirmed his enrollment, Lin Zudong burst into loud laughter on the other end of the line. His joy was no less than Lin Chuan's. His mother Su Zia Oxia, eldest brother Lin Linyi, and second sister Lin Linger reacted the same way. Their happiness matched his own. Needless to say, the old man, along with Mom, my brother, and my sister, all insisted that they would make it home within a week to celebrate together as a family. Lin Chuan also mentioned that once he finished the mandatory interviews and activities for top scorers arranged by the Beast Tamer Association here in King's City, he would return to Tiansheng Town immediately, and after the celebration, he would head off to the 6th Academy. Now that the family knows, what about everyone else? Well, no need to notify them for now. If any reporters ask during the interviews at the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association, I will just mention it then. So what should I do now? There's still quite a bit of time left today. Should I just kick back and relax? Although I really want to just veg out right now, the excitement surging through my blood makes it impossible to just lie down. Alright, let us take advantage of this energy and get one thing done first. It is not a troublesome task. He just needs to go to the Beastmaster Association to submit an application. An application to form a contract with a book spirit. As mentioned before, book spirits are spirit beasts born from human civilization, gaining sentience within books. Because of this, from the moment they are born, book spirits possess intelligence comparable to that of an adult. They are naturally born with inferior bloodlines and their combat strength is basically negligible, but they have an instinctive talent for managing books and preserving knowledge. Thus, as soon as they are born, book spirits often seek out the nearest Beastmaster Association to join the Star Rock Federation. From then on, they have a secure job, typically assigned to work in large libraries or secret archive management rooms. In short, wild book spirits basically do not exist. They are all under the jurisdiction of various national organizations and powers. Therefore, if an individual wants to form a contract with one, they must apply through these organizations. As a member of the Star Rock Federation, if Lin Chuan wants to contract one, he naturally has to submit his application to the Federation's Beastmaster Association. After changing his clothes, Lin Chuan returned the 2 little ones into his beast space. He has got the money now, so even though it is not far, he still called a blue feather air taxi to fly there directly. Arriving at the King City Beastmaster Association just as expected, the moment Lin Chuan landed and stepped out of the spiritual beast airport, he was met with stares from everyone. Fortunately, this is the Beastmaster Association where staff members are always patrolling, so no one would dare to do anything outrageous. When they saw Lin Chuan walking quickly with a look that suggested he had urgent business and did not want to chat, they voluntarily backed off. Knowing his way around, Lin Chuan found the service room for exchanging important resources and items. Yes, it was not the usual counters in the mission service area, but a dedicated private cubicle. After all, this involves exchanging important resources and items, so discretion is necessary. It is not suitable for public view, better safe than sorry. The staff member in the service room was an ordinary-looking man about 30 years old, whose name tag read Yan Feng. Seeing that it was Lin Chuan, this year's city top scholar, Yan Feng's attitude immediately shifted from casual to professional and attentive, becoming quite enthusiastic. Although his attitude became positive and enthusiastic, Yan Feng just showed a bit more of a smile and did not make any inappropriate gestures like asking for an autograph. He maintained the professional conduct expected of a white-collar staff member at the Beastmaster Association at all times. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin Chuan. How can I assist you today? What resources are you looking to exchange? Yan Feng asked in a formulaic manner. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and put forward his request to apply for a book spirit. Understanding the situation, Yan Feng immediately began the registration process for Lin Chuan and asked him a few relevant questions. Mr. Lin Chuan, do you have any specific requirements for the book spirit you wish to bond with? Well, since book spirits possess human intelligence from the moment they are born, they tend to develop certain personality traits as they mingle in human society. Especially due to the influence of internet culture, some book spirits might even have some unusual hobbies. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. He really had not been aware of that. Fair enough, that makes sense. Even ordinary spirit beasts have personality traits. For example, Sakura loves the elegant lady aesthetic and is working hard to become a graceful young lady, while Gyugyu is more lively and restless, or, as Sakura would put it, a typical energetic troublemaker. So it is easy to understand why book spirits, which possess human intelligence from the start, would have such distinct personality tendencies. Well, no major requirements. Basically just a normal personality will do. As long as they are not a problem child, that is fine. Lin Chuan figured he already had enough of a handful with the troublemakers at home. For a book spirit, he wanted someone steady who would not cause trouble. And also, try to make it studious and knowledgeable. In terms of sheer knowledge accumulation, it should at least be at the level of a university professor. Finally, it must have perseverance and the ability to endure hardship. I plan to train the book spirit as a combat pet to some extent, helping them master certain skills so they can assist me better. With that, Lin Chuan finished stating his requirements. Yan Feng said nothing. Maintaining his professional integrity, he did not ask what he should not or show curiosity where it did not belong, simply recording Lin Chuan's requirements. Soon, the staff member compiled the book spirit contract application file according to Lin Chuan's requirements and let him review it. Lin Chuan read it over twice and confirmed there were no issues. Then, Mr. Lin Chuan, please pay 2,000 points of Beastmaster Association credits and 500 points of Xingyan Federation contribution value. If the contract is successful later, these points and contribution values will be consumed. If the contract fails and no book immortal meeting your criteria is willing to bind with you, then 90% of these points and contributions will be refunded to you. Yan Feng stated. Lin Chuan nodded, as he was already aware of the situation, and immediately handed over his Beastmaster ID card. Taking the ID card, Yan Feng began to process the request. At the same time, Yan Feng suggested that he should prepare a very handsome recent photo. Because book spirits are extremely obsessed with appearances, unless one possesses the charisma of a heavenly king, a book spirit will not agree to a contract if the candidate does not look good. Lin Chuan suggested using a highlight reel from this year's Qinghe City Secret Realm assessment, which featured shots of him looking incredibly sharp, claiming it would be better than any photo. Yan Feng nodded and noted Lin Chuan's request, adding that a specialized technician would help edit the most striking video clips later. Once everything was finished, Yan Feng submitted the application file for Lin Chuan. Stardew Mansion, Great Library of the Stars. A delicate little figure, about 13 centimeters tall, even smaller than a palm, appeared on top of a cookbook floating in midair. Clearly this was a book sprite. She wore a simple, grayish-white Western-style dress, had wavy dark brown shoulder-length hair tied back with black ribbons, and sported a pair of large, round glasses. She radiated the aura of an adorable, literature-loving girl. At that moment, this literary and adorable book sprite was struggling to carry a book larger than herself in both arms, floating with effort as she huffed and puffed to shove it back into its place on the shelf. Little glutton, there is a new Beastmaster applying to contract with us. On the other side, another book spirit, A slightly larger one at 16 centimeters tall, dressed in white palace robes with the air of an innocent fairy, was floating above a novel magazine. She was staring at a specialized mini-computer, viewing the recruitment file posted on the Beastmaster Association's internal portal for book spirits. The book spirit in the white palace robe was named Shu Lily, a name she had chosen for herself, though in the Beastmaster Association's records she was classified as Book Spirit 5178. Shu Lily seemed like a playful prankster who loved teasing her peers. She called out deliberately to the little book spirit busy organizing the shelves. "He is so handsome, a bright and sunny little hottie. He is exactly your type. Do you want to come and take a look?" The little book spirit called Little Foodie, possessing that bookish, innocent look, tilted her head with a flicker of interest. Her large round glasses slid down and she hurriedly pushed them back up, though she still did not go over. Senior Lily, wait a moment. I will check later. I need to finish organizing the shelves and complete today's work first." The little book fairy replied weakly. At the same time, she whispered to herself in her heart. Although she did want to find a beastmaster, a handsome face alone was not enough to tempt her. The tamer she wanted had to have the makings of a heavenly king, someone who could take her to the stage of the national championship and let her get a close-up shot in the spotlight. Better yet, the best of the best. A beast master who is willing to invest resources in her and train her as a battle pet. She knows her bloodline potential is very low, just average for a book spirit at the low-tier soldier rank. Her normal combat power was not even as good as a human child who had not awakened their taming talent. But she has a heart that other book spirits who only want to be encyclopedias or logistics assistants do not have, a burning desire to fight and be the main damage dealer. Who says a book spirit cannot be the main damage dealer? Wow, it turns out he is a city top scholar, and he has already been confirmed for admission to the Silver Mountain Academy of the 6th University. Lily the Tome Spirit continued to shout in that very exaggerated tone. Suddenly the little book spirit paused, its hands clutching the book. What? He actually requires his book spirit to have a tenacious will and wants to raise it specifically for combat. What is this? Does he not know that our book spirit race are all weaklings who cannot even trust a chicken? Does he want us to get on the battlefield and be beaten and embarrassed by other spirit beasts? What a sick sense of humor. Knowing exactly what this junior who had only been born for 2 years was thinking, Lily the book spirit continued to pretend to be dissatisfied and grumbled. Forget it, let us filter this one out, I do not like it. You must not like it either, right? I will help you reject him too. Saying that, Lily reached out to operate the screen. Upon hearing this, the little book fairy immediately dropped the book it was holding. With a burst of speed, she darted to the computer and shoved Lily away from the mini console. Looking at Lin Chuan's profile on the screen, the close-up video showing a sunny and handsome young man along with his various requirements for a book spirit. The little book spirit realized it was the perfect fit for Lin Chuan's requirements. At the same time, Lin Chuan was also a perfect match for what it was looking for. Suddenly, it had an instinctive hunch that he was the one. The beast tamer it had been waiting for all this time. Logging into its own book fairy account, it pressed the confirmation button to agree to the contract firmly. Late night 11 o'clock. A secret little room deep inside the Skystar Grand Library. The room is very small, only about 10 square meters. One half is filled with various toys and figures, while the other half has small bookshelves packed with all kinds of books with snacks like potato chips and jelly scattered about. Judging by the room's layout and the 2 distinct styles of daily items, this should be a double room. That is indeed the case. Inside the room there are 2 small glass display cases shaped like beds. On each of these bed-shaped cases lies a book, treated like a precious treasure. One is a cooking magazine, and the other is a novel magazine. From within the novel magazine with the white cover, a faint snoring sound like someone sleeping can be heard. The cooking magazine, however, is restless, as if being toyed with by an invisible hand. It flips from front to back every now and then, twists like it is being wrung out, and occasionally snaps open on its own, its pages rustling and fluttering back and forth. After tossing and turning for a while, the cooking magazine suddenly stops and lays completely flat. Amidst a wisp of white mist, a delicate, palm-sized figure wearing white cartoon pajamas gradually emerges from the open cooking magazine. Because she was born from a cooking magazine and loves delicious food, she was nicknamed Little Foodie. Little Foodie is just a nickname. Her real name is Wanwen Shu Wanwen. Right now, Wanwen is sitting W-style on her own book, not wearing her big round glasses, her dark brown hair a complete mess. Cannot sleep. Cannot sleep at all. Even though she already clicked the confirmation button on the Beast Tamer Association's Book Immortal exclusive page to agree to the contract and link up with Lin Chuan. But across the entire Star Rock Federation, while book immortals are not exactly common, compared to ordinary spirit beast races numbering in the millions or hundreds of millions, they are definitely rare. However, they are not exactly scarce either. According to the internal website, there are over 50,000 registered book immortals. There must be plenty of other book immortals who meet Lin Chuan's requirements and are willing to sign with him. After all, Lin Chuan's conditions are truly excellent. He is young, handsome, and even got accepted into the 6th Academy. So what if Lin Chuan does not like her, Little Foodie Wanwen, and chooses another book immortal instead? Wanwen is panicking. Though anxious, she cannot sleep or rest. She does not know what to do. Just then, the novel magazine in the other bed-shaped case opens naturally, its pages rustling and flipping before finally settling. Accompanied by a swirling white mist, Lily in her white dress pajamas emerges, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She lets out a huge yawn and with a look of resentment, gazes gloomily at the disheveled Little Foodie who had been tossing and turning, and says, "If you are afraid of missing out, then take the initiative." At those words, Wanwen freezes. Lily yawns again, her attitude still casual and natural as she continues. "Even if you get rejected, it is better than regretting that you missed your chance later. Beast tamers pursue spirit beasts with high bloodline ranks, dragons, phoenixes, Killin, so many tamers fight tooth and nail just to sign them. So why should not a spirit beast proactively pursue a beast tamer she fancies?" As she speaks, Lily gradually wakes up, her voice growing more empowered. "We are book immortals, spirit beasts born from human civilization. We are special. We possess intelligence equal to that of humans from the moment we are born. As a result, we are smarter than other spirit beasts, but because of that, our emotions are also more complex. Human civilization's rules, laws, and even concepts of propriety and shame constrain us. But Wanwen, do not forget, we are still spirit beasts after all. Spirit beasts rely on human beast tamers. Do not resist the instinct to pursue a powerful tamer you admire. Go on, take the initiative." No beast tamer could resist the proactive pursuit of a book immortal who is beautiful and cute, gentle and obedient, loves to learn, has a wealth of knowledge, a firm will, is willing to endure hardship, does not surrender to low bloodlines, and even works hard to earn money for nutrient supplements just to train her skills and grow stronger. With Lily's words, Wanwen's eyes glow brighter and brighter. By the time Lily finishes, she is completely invigorated. The anxious and helpless expression fades, leaving only resolve on her little face. Standing up from her sitting position, amidst a wisp of white mist, Wanwen's messy appearance instantly becomes neat and sharp. Her cartoon pajamas transform into her daytime simple-style dress. Her big round glasses reappear on her nose, worn perfectly straight, and she looks radiant. Decided. Take the initiative. Agreeing to a contract on the website is just an expression of intent. Many more steps are needed to officially finalize it. So she will take the initiative. She will go offline, find Lin Chuan in person, and sign the Spirit Beast contract. That way, other book immortals will not stand a chance. Immediately, Wanwen casts a pitiful, pleading look at Lily. Lily, the book immortal, has lived in human society for over 50 years. As for this Sky Star Grand Library, dozens of human librarians have come and gone, but Lily has remained constant. Although her job is officially just an ordinary book sorter, in fact, those in the know understand that Lily is the true owner of the library. I know, I will help you, just do not give me those puppy dog eyes." And so, with Lily's help, Wanwen packs herself into an express mail parcel. After all, HER Chinese letter true form is just a book, so it is easy to pack. Then, using her authority at the Sky Star Grand Library, Lily bypasses the cumbersome procedures and helps request the Star Rock Federation's official express rush delivery service. An hour later, in the dead of night, the courier arrives through the night. And just like that, Lily sends Wanwen off. Recipient, Lin Chuan Lin Family Farm, Tian Shang Town, Clear River City, Heaven River Prefecture. Stardew Prefecture is quite far from Clear River City in Heaven River Prefecture, where Lin Chuan is. One is at the extreme north of the Star Rock Federation, the other at the extreme east. Even with the Federation's official express, it took a full 4 days to deliver. Right now, Lin Chuan has just finished the city champion interview and other official events arranged by the Clear River City Beast Tamer Association, and has returned to the Lin Family Farm in Tian Shang Town. Well, it cannot be called Lin Family Farm anymore. It should be called the Lin Family Flower Leaf Breeding Base. Although the internal facilities are far from complete, the sign at the entrance has already been changed. Lin Chuan had just returned and had not even said a few words to his family when he received an official Star Rock Federation Express Rush package. Thinking it was the physical admission letter from the 6th Academy, Lin Chuan opened it in front of his family. However, inside the tight packaging, it was not the admission letter from the 6th Academy, but a cooking magazine. 108 basic home-style dishes, learn to cook. What is going on? Not only Lin Chuan, but even Lin Zudong, mom Su Zaya Oxia, older brother Lin Linny, and older sister Lin Linger nearby are stunned. Brother, are you switching careers to become a chef? Or is there a girl you like, preparing to master cooking to conquer her stomach? Lin Linger giggles and teases. Older sister Lin Linger, a standard, beautiful, youthful girl. As an aspiring idol, she walks the path of a pure white moonlight style. With eyes like stars, skin whiter than snow, hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a plain white lace dress, white socks, and simple flat shoes. This image is bound to bewitch countless teenage boys. In terms of personality, Lin Linger is very lively and a bit mischievous. Lin Chuan's bare element is largely learned from her. No, it is not like that, stop talking nonsense. Lin Chuan shakes his head repeatedly, denying 3 times in a row, and then uses a grand shift techniqueto change the subject to his big brother Lin Linny, saying, besides, it is older brother who needs to practice cooking. Big brother Lin Linny is like a bigger version of Lin Chuan, 180 cm tall and sturdily built. Compared to Lin Chuan and Lin Linger's liveliness, his personality is more stable, a result of his experience organizing wilderness adventure teams over the past few years, though he does not lack humor. Teased by his little brother, Lin Linny laughs twice and brushes it off. I am practicing. Everyone laughs out loud, the atmosphere incredibly cheerful. And in this happy atmosphere, the cooking magazine in Lin Chuan's hand suddenly floats up, flips its pages automatically, and with a wisp of white mist, a palm-sized figure in a simple dress, dark brown wavy shoulder-length hair tied with a black ribbon, wearing big round glasses, appears on the book. This scene stuns everyone present. Mom Su Zaya Oxia, a middle-aged woman who still retains her charm and has spirited short hair, widens her eyes and exclaims, "Book immortal." It seems that due to the rush delivery and the bumpy journey, Wanwen is still a bit dizzy. Her big round glasses are crooked and she subconsciously adjusts them. Hearing Su Zaya Oxia's exclamation, Wanwen shakes her little head for a while until her consciousness finally clears. Realizing she is being watched by a group of people, the introverted and timid Wanwen reflexively hides her head, quickly turning into a wisp of white smoke and diving back into the book. The cooking magazine closes and falls back into Lin Chuan's hand, silent, appearing truly like an ordinary cooking magazine with nothing unusual from the surface. At this point, Lin Chuan collects himself and explains his application to the Beast Tamer Association for a Book Immortal contract. A Book Immortal, not bad. With a Book Immortal's help, your path as a Beast Tamer will be much easier, Lin Chuan. Yes, everyone, let us go and give Lin Chuan and this shy Book Immortal lady some space to interact. Su Zaya Oxia nods in approval. Then she herds the curious Lin Zudong, Lin Linny, and Lin Linger out of the room and leaves herself. The room is left with only Lin Chuan and the cooking magazine in his hand. Realizing no one else is around, the cooking magazine floats up again. The pages rustle, and Wanwen emerges once more. Hiding behind an upright page, she peeks out with half her little head, carefully checking her surroundings to be absolutely sure no one else is hiding there, before finally relaxing, patting her chest and letting the page down. Seeing this reaction, Lin Chuan cannot help but smile. Hearing Lin Chuan's soft laugh, Wanwen gets nervous all over again. Because this person in front of her is the very beast tamer she has been thinking about day and night. Nervous and shy, Wanwen does not know how to greet him. She awkwardly raises her hands and lowers them, raises them again, and finally, grasping the corners of her dress, looks down, her little face turning bright red. Hello. She is so nervous she is stuttering. I am a book immortal Wan Shu Wanwen. Lin Chuan suppresses a laugh, nods slightly and says soothingly, "Do not be nervous, do not worry, just speak slowly." She has come this far, she cannot back down. Wanwen clenches her fists, encouraging herself, and after several deep breaths, finally stabilizes her emotions. With a formal and dignified attitude, Wanwen sits properly on her book in front of Lin Chuan. "Hello, I am the book immortal Shu Wanwen. Master can also call me by my nickname Little Foodie. Master, you applied to the Beast Tamer Association to contract a book immortal. And I, Wanwen, have come for that reason, to enter into a spirit beast contract with you, Master, and become your spirit beast." Lin Chuan nods slightly. It is about what he expected. However, it is still a bit strange. According to the association's process, should not there be an online video interview after determining mutual interest? Only after confirming via video would the book immortal be sent to the beast tamer to contract. Why was she sent directly? Lin Chuan is still wondering when he hears Wanwen speaking in a fast, nervous tone, spilling out her qualifications. "Master, I have passed the level 10 basic spirit beast knowledge exam, equivalent to the knowledge accumulation of a professional spirit beast research professor. As long as it is a spirit beast from the Star Rock Federation, I know them all and I recognize those from other countries as well, unless they are extremely rare. I also know advanced spirit beast and monster attribute biology. Any unknown monster, I can deduce its attributes and species at a single glance. Besides that, I have studied accounting, management, basic medicine, geography, astronomy, and many other subjects. I also know the local languages and texts of the 3 major human nations and 13 other medium-sized countries and organizations. I have passed certificates for all of these. You can check the association's database. And I also have a side job as a web novel writer, writing on Big Tomato. I have earned a lot of money which I can hand over to Master for safekeeping. And I have a lot of perseverance. I can absolutely handle warpet-oriented training. So Master, please contract with me." Wanwen looks at Lin Chuan with pleading, teary eyes. Until this moment. Hearing Wanwen's nervous, rambling self-introduction, eager to share all her merits for fear he would not choose her. Lin Chuan vaguely guesses what happened. "You ran away here in secret?" Lin Chuan asks. Wanwen freezes, sitting upright, but hangs her head in silence, only daring to peek at Lin Chuan from the corner of her eyes. Realizing Lin Chuan is not angry, she nods weakly. "Lin Chuan, why?" "Well, I felt that Master was the most suitable beast tamer for me, but I might not be your only choice." Closing her eyes and gathering her courage, Wanwen admits it with a sense of resignation. "I just do not want to miss out on you, Master." Hearing this, Lin Chuan feels a subtle mix of joy and emotion, along with a sense of indescribable pride. Never did he expect that he, Lin Chuan, would be followed thousands of miles away by a spirit beast, a book immortal, no less, desperate to be his companion. Unbelievable, his charisma as a beast tamer is so great, he really is something else. There is a saying on Earth, it is better to find someone who loves you than to find someone you love as a partner. Lin Chuan had not actually made up his mind yet. The association provided many book immortals willing to contract with him. Recalling carefully, he had seen Shu Wanwen's profile. She was one of his potential candidates. She was not his top pick, as there were others with mid-tier soldier class bloodlines and even one with a rare high-tier soldier class bloodline. However, his main purpose for a book immortal is to act as an external brain and a portable encyclopedia. Bloodline rank and combat power are not his first priority. Furthermore, if his reincarnation talent works on book immortals and helps upgrade their bloodlines, then their current level does not matter. Lower is actually better as it consumes less for the reincarnation process. Finally, he seems to have quite a connection with this one. The night he won the Flower Leaf Cup and was rewarding himself with some rest. While scrolling videos and reading novels on the Big Tomato website, he saw a short web novel titled Book Like Smoke, and its author's pen name was Wanwen. So the Spirit Beast author on the Big Tomato website who writes Book Like Smoke under the pen name Wanwen, is that you? Do you also write racy content? Lin Chuan asks with a smile. Wanwen panics immediately, shaking her head vigorously. No, I am not the one who writes that. That Spirit Beast author pen name Wanwen is indeed me, and Book Like Smokey's indeed a web novel I wrote following current tropes, but I am just a simple writer, I do not get involved with the rest. The comment section is managed by a senior book immortal. I do not write anything racy, master, you have to believe me. She seems so afraid of being misunderstood as a dirty old driver that she explains frantically, her panicked expression clearly genuine. Lin Chuan does not really care about that side of things. As long as it is not extreme or problematic, it is all normal. Well, if she is not a dirty driver, even better. There is already a connection, and she has been so proactive, traveling thousands of miles for his sake. Compared to other options that are not much better, even if her bloodline rank is a bit lower, her sincerity and attitude are worth 100 times more. So is there any need to consider further? Lin Chuan smiles and reaches out his hand. Realizing the situation, Wanwen is overjoyed, trembling with excitement, wishing she could jump up and cheer. Just like Lily said, only by taking the initiative. Can you win? Win, I have won it all. Could any other book immortal do this? This time, Wanwen barely controls her emotions, not actually jumping up to cheer. She carefully controls HER Chinese letter cooking magazine and gently lands it in Lin Chuan's hand. Please take care of me, master. Wanwen quickly adjusts her slightly crooked round glasses, her nervous little hands folded in front of her stomach like a maid secretary, and bows to Lin Chuan with perfect etiquette. I should be the one saying that. As a beast tamer, I still have many shortcomings and really need your help. Please take care of me too, Wanwen. The contract orb was something Lin Chuan had prepared long ago. The book spirits are born with wisdom no less than that of humans, which makes their thoughts and emotions much more complex, unlike Gyugyuo and Sakura, who were much simpler when they first met. Therefore, Lin Chuan asked Wanwen once again, with the utmost seriousness. Are you truly willing to form a contract with me? Do not do this on a whim, or else you will have nowhere to cry when you end up regretting it. Moreover, Lin Chuan tactfully reminded Wanwen that from now on she would not just be an encyclopedia, a little advisor, or a logistics secretary, but would also undergo rigorous training as a battle pet, which would be extremely tough, more than what ordinary spirit beasts could endure. Gyugyuo and Sakura started training from a young age, and by now it has become such a deep-rooted habit that they feel restless if they skip a day. Even during these few days of holidays, they still maintain a minimum level of training and warm-ups every day. As for Wanwen the book spirit, a spirit beast born with human intelligence and vast knowledge, it was quite possible she would not be able to handle such grueling training. Master, training as a battle pet is exactly what I want, and it is the biggest reason why I am willing to follow you. Wanwen answered with great determination and resolve. Hearing this, Lin Chuan gazed at Wanwen. At that moment, Wanwen also summoned her courage, clenched her little fists, lifted her small head, and met Lin Chuan's gaze with firm eyes. If that is the case, then. As he spoke, Lin Chuan applied a bit of pressure and crushed the contract orb in his palm. The scene was just like it had been when he formed contracts with Gyugyuo and Sakura back then. With the shattering of the contract orb, a small, circular, silver-white transparent array appeared in Lin Chuan's palm, slowly rotating. All Lin Chuan had to do next was press this small circular array onto Wanwen. However, before Lin Chuan could even place the contract array on her, Wanwen controlled her original book form to float over and voluntarily pressed her small hand onto the array. The array suddenly spun at high speed, turning into a stream of light that traced along Wanwen's petite body and submerged into her book form. The contract array expanded and burst within Wanwen's book. Wrestle. Wanwen's original book, the cooking magazine, flipped rapidly as spiritual light patterns spread across its cover, spine, and even every single page. Meanwhile, her dainty, materialized form glowed brilliantly. After 2 breaths, everything returned to calm, the light patterns faded, and Wanwen's manifested body stopped glowing. The energy of the contract ritual had been completely absorbed by Wanwen. With this, the contract was complete. Lin Chuan could feel it. A tremor originating from the depths of his soul. A connection more profound, more mysterious, and more significant than blood had been established between him and Wanwen. Wanwen the book spirit had officially become Lin Chuan's contracted spirit beast. From this moment on, Lin Chuan as a beast master and Wanwen the book spirit as his contracted beast shared the same fate. After contracting Wanwen, he still had to report it to the Beast Master Association. After all, Wanwen had snuck over via an urgent courier overnight, skipping many standard procedures. While not exactly a violation, this situation still required notification. Setting off immediately, Lin Chuan took Wanwen to the Tiansheng Town Beast Master Association to explain the situation to the relevant staff. At the same time, Lin Chuan registered Wanwen's files, giving her an official status, and updated his own Beast Master information. In terms of federal regulations, he made Wanwen officially his spirit beast. That night, under the arrangement and guidance of their beast master, Lin Chuan, Gyugyuo, and Sakura, the initial spirit beasts had their formal first meeting with the newcomer, Wanwen the book spirit. Gyugyuo stared curiously at the petite little person floating above the book. What is this? Is it a shrunken version of a human? Then can the master shrink too? Gyugyuo curiously turned to look at Lin Chuan, chirping and babbling. If Gyugyuo evolved and its intelligence grew to the same level as Sakura's, Lin Chuan might be able to instinctively understand what it said. It was not quite there yet, but with Sakura there to translate the chirps, Lin Chuan understood Gyugyuo's question in time. He shook his head repeatedly. No, impossible, I cannot do that. And besides, Wanwen is a spirit beast just like you. Gyugyuo's way of thinking was still relatively immature. Sakura's intelligence was much higher. Although it was only equivalent to a 10-year-old human child's, Sakura could already grasp the situation at hand. Ying yang yang. Sakura waved its little arm, greeting Wanwen in a friendly manner. Being a spirit beast herself, Wanwen naturally understood Sakura's chirps, and she could even understand Gyugyuo's babbles. Excellent, absolutely wonderful. This was yet another irreplaceable advantage. With Wanwen the book spirit, he would be able to communicate with other spirit beasts and even monsters without any barriers in the future. This ability is extremely useful in the wild. If one encounters intelligent spirit beasts or monsters, many unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. Back to the point, Sakura had just greeted Wanwen and complimented her, saying she looked cute and beautiful. Thank you. When facing humans, especially when being surrounded and watched, Wanwen would feel nervous and scared. But facing spirit beasts, although she still felt a little bit reserved, she was clearly much more relaxed and natural. Her manners were perfect. Wanwen thanked Sakura very earnestly and returned the compliment. Sakura, that is a very beautiful name, and you are also very beautiful and cute. Just like an elegant young lady. Whether she had prepared it beforehand or not, Wanwen's compliment hit the mark perfectly. The phrase elegant young lady instantly won Sakura's heart. Sakura immediately plucked a fruit from Gyugyuo's head and gave it to Wanwen. Just as Wanwen was hesitating whether to accept it or not, she saw Gyugyuo jump up. This was not the first time Sakura had stolen its fruit again. Gyugyuo began to stomp its feet, screaming and babbling, and hopped up to tackle Sakura. However, Sakura easily blocked it with one hand pressed against Gyugyuo's head. Sakura used her other hand to place the fruit in Wanwen's palm, chirping to indicate it was no problem and that Gyugyuo would not mind. Immediately after, Sakura and Gyugyuo began to spar. They had not had their training session yet today. Watching this scene, Wanwen covered her mouth and giggled. What a harmonious and loving interaction. Just like sisters, like the way she and Lily the book spirit were. No, it should be even closer than that. Being a book spirit, she benefited from wisdom but was also limited by it. Although she was close with Lily, they were ultimately influenced by human culture and often maintained a certain social distance, while Gyugyuo and Sakura were more representative of the purity of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Wanwen also felt a weight lift off her heart. The interactions between spirit beasts have always been the most troublesome issue for beast masters. Even at the 8 major academies, spirit-beast psychology and spirit-beast relationship studies were very important courses. Before this, Wanwen had been a little worried. Would Lin Chuan's existing spirit beasts be resistant to her joining? Although rare, there are indeed some individual spirit beasts with extremely strong possessiveness. Whenever a beast master contracts a new beast, they feel that the master's affection is being divided, leading them to act out in anger, often requiring the master to spend a long time soothing them. And even if their emotions are soothed, these highly possessive spirit beasts would not get along well with the new addition in the short term. Often appearing normal in front of the beast master, they would secretly exclude the newcomer behind their backs, let alone achieving any synergy in battle. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's 2 spirit beasts showed absolutely no signs of this. There was no resistance or dislike toward her, Wanwen the book spirit. Even Guo, whose intelligence was still relatively lacking, only felt curiosity toward her. That makes sense too. Wanwen adjusted her large round glasses and muttered to herself, recalling knowledge about the flower leaf and flower spirit species. The flower leaf species and its evolutionary lineage are inherently gentle, friendly, and highly inclusive spirit beasts. Interactions between spirit beasts. It is not just an issue between the beasts themselves. The key lies in the guidance and coordination provided by the beast master. Otherwise, no matter how kind, gentle, or inclusive they are, over time, contradictions will arise due to race, lifestyle habits, and many other reasons. If they are not handled and mediated in time, that would be the beast master's negligence. Lin Chuan did not just leave Wanwen to mingle with Guo and Sakura on her own. He took the initiative to participate. Wanwen just joined the group today, so she needs an opportunity to shine. So how should she shine? Knowledge, of course. Too complex knowledge would be lost on Guo, and even Sakura might not fully grasp it. But since Wanwen works as a part-time web novel author on the Big Tomato website, she must be great at telling stories. Whether it is Guo or Sakura, whose intelligence has grown significantly, they both love hearing all kinds of stories. As long as Wanwen tells a few interesting stories, she will quickly win Guo and Sakura's admiration and affection. That is decided. Tonight we are holding a storytelling session. Lin Chuan decided to start things off himself, directly adapting and telling a very famous fairy tale from his previous life. Thumbelina. This fit their situation perfectly. After all, Wanwen the book spirit is also petite and dainty, much like Thumbelina. Wanwen naturally understood Lin Chuan's intention that he was helping her integrate into the group. She was extremely happy from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, Wanwen loved this story very, very much. This fairy tale seemed tailor-made for the book spirit species. When Lin Chuan finished telling the story, Wanwen's eyes shimmered like stars. She really loved this story. She decided that she would treat this tale as the most important and precious piece of knowledge, engraving it deeply into the very core of her consciousness. This was a fairy tale her beast master Lin Chuan had composed for her. She would be just like Thumbelina in the story, strong, brave, and fearless in the face of hardship. Originally, Wanwen had been a little worried that Lin Chuan might not be as good as she had imagined, and that her rushing over here had been quite irrational. But now Wanwen was certain. Her running away, her following him across thousands of miles, was the right decision. She had found the most suitable, the best, the #1 beast master in the world. Sakura and Guo, the 2 little ones, were already teary-eyed. Originally, they had only been moderately welcoming toward Wanwen. But now, they were super-duper welcoming and fond of her. Thumbelina. Wanwen the book spirit, so small and dainty, is not she Thumbelina? Sakura could not help but release her illusion skill. The surrounding scene transformed into a beautiful, fragrant, and boundless sea of flowers. Butterfly spirit beasts fluttered, and green fluorescent mist drifted about. A gentle breeze blew, and one could even smell the faint, sweet scent of flowers. Amidst the sea of flowers, Lin Chuan, the flower spirit Sakura, and the hopping flower leaf Guo. Lin Chuan reached out a hand toward her, and Sakura and Guo gathered around. Welcome to the team, Wanwen. With Lin Chuan opening the floor with the fairy tale Thumbelina, the atmosphere of the storytelling session really picked up. Wanwen certainly was not about to waste such a golden opportunity, so she began to tell stories as well. Book spirits lack human inspiration and creativity. They cannot innovate or generate new knowledge based on what they already know. However, book spirits possess an almost photographic memory. Wanwen had committed a vast number of fairy tales, essays, and short stories to her memory. In order to earn some pocket money for her training by writing web novels, she had even memorized all sorts of popular web novel tropes and templates. All she had to do was swap out the names of the protagonists and supporting characters, change the setting and time of the story, plug them into a template, and do a little minor editing. And just like that, you have got a fresh, exciting short story. Wanwen kept at it for a full 6 hours, speaking from 9:00 p.m. all the way until 3:00 a.m. Fortunately, Lin Chuan stopped her. Otherwise, she could have kept going, given the sheer volume of stories she had memorized and the stories she could whip up on the fly using those templates. She could have gone on for 10 days or even half a month without breaking a sweat. Well, okay, Wanwen's physical stamina could not keep up. With her low-tier soldier-grade bloodline and current physical stamina sitting at only level 3, telling stories like that would have left her dizzy and exhausted in a matter of days. After this storytelling session, Guo and Yinghua had completely accepted and genuinely grown fond of their new companion, Wanwen the book spirit. Whenever they had spare time, they would pester Wanwen to tell them more stories. Guo in particular had a real soft spot for exciting stories and had practically become Wanwen's little sidekick. Learning that Wanwen loved trying different foods, Guo immediately pulled out some of its prized, delicious, nutrient-rich soil to share. Naturally, Wanwen thanked it 3 times over and politely declined. Wanwen explained that she was not a plant-type spirit beast and could not eat soil. She preferred human snacks like potato chips, cakes, and jelly. Guo tilted its head, not quite understanding for a moment. Yinghua, however, caught on quickly, immediately digging into its beast taming space and pulling out a thick red envelope containing 20,000 star rock coins, handing it to Wanwen and telling her to buy whatever she wanted to eat. Come to think of it, Guo and Yinghua had now accumulated 200,000 star rock coins in their red envelopes. Lin Chuan was not short on pocket money anymore and had stopped safekeeping their envelopes, returning them all so they could manage their own wealth. As spirit beasts, Guo and Yinghua could already be considered quite well off. At least far wealthier than Wanwen. Previously, when Wanwen worked part-time as a web novelist, she would laboriously type in her spare time to earn only 4,000 to 5,000 star rock coins a month. And to this day, she had only saved less than 60,000, while Guo and Yinghua just pulled out 20,000 without a second thought. Wanwen wanted to refuse, but she lacked the physical strength to resist. In the end, Yinghua forcefully shoved the red envelope into the pages of her main body, the cooking magazine. Guo, realizing what was happening, also took a large red envelope from its own stash and tucked it into the pages of Wanwen's book. Is this and what it feels like to be supported by little rich girls? At the same time, since the money in Guo and Yinghua's red envelopes had originally come from Lin Chuan, it was effectively being indirectly supported by a sunny, handsome CEO-type figure. At this moment, Wanwen's affection for Yinghua, Guo, and Lin Chuan skyrocketed like a rocket. If this were some kind of dating game where you could see the affection meter, then, at this very moment, you would see the hearts representing Wanwen's favorability appearing above its head. They instantly shot up from 3 hearts of friendliness to 8 hearts of deep infatuation. There were only 2 days left in the week-long celebration at the Lin family flower leaf breeding base. After these 2 days, Lin Chuan planned to set off and report to the 6th Academy. Although the Academy's notice said there was a 1-month grace period, with nearly 20 days still remaining, Lin Chuan could not wait any longer. Because Guo's level was becoming difficult to suppress. For the past few days, Lin Chuan had not even dared to let Guo train or even sunbathe. If it reflexively triggered photosynthesis and accidentally hit level 20, breaking through to rank 2 and evolving into a flower spirit, that would be a disaster. At that point, just like when Yinghua evolved, the level up, the breakthrough, the evolution, and the massive wave of energy feedback would instantly push his beast tamer level from 9 to 10, forcing him into a breakthrough to rank 1. To suppress Guo's level, Lin Chuan had been telling it for the past 2 days how much he really wanted to eat the fruit it produced. So Gyugyuo had been pouring all its nutrients and energy into producing fruit. That was the only way he managed to barely keep its progress in check. Because of this, Gyugyuo's head was recently covered in fruit, which Yinghua would constantly sneak and pick to give away as favors. With Gyugyuo not training, Yinghua had to stop and laze around too. He could not trigger Gyugyuo's competitive spirit, otherwise it would start secretly overworking itself. So, Lin Chuan could only focus his attention on Wanwen. Having lived with the book spirit Wanwen for 5 days now, Lin Chuan had a pretty good grasp of what she was like. Shy, introverted, quiet, delicate, gentle, obedient, polite, and occasionally a bit airheaded, a textbook literary geek girl personality. However, sometimes she could be very stubborn and determined. For instance, 3 days ago, Lin Chuan asked her to memorize some of the old man's research on flower leaves. Lin Chuan thought a preliminary understanding would be fine, just learning the basics to help him take care of Gyugyuo and Yinghua in the future, like mixing daily nutrient soil or solutions. However, Wanwen dove headfirst into the mountain of documents piled up across 2 rooms. Even when Lin Chuan tried to persuade her multiple times, he could not get her to stop. She pulled 2 all-nighters, a total of 48 hours, and forcibly memorized about 10 years worth of Lin Zudong's 30 years of research, basically all the data that might be useful to Lin Chuan. When she finished, Wanwen passed out on the spot. Yinghua and Gyugyuo had to provide emergency treatment, using their fragrance and sweet fruit skills repeatedly, and even then she needed half a day of rest to recover her spirits. Wanwen's stubbornness left Lin Chuan feeling helpless. This was the downside of having high intelligence but a rigid, inflexible mindset. Once she made up her mind about something, 10 dragons could not pull her back. Anyway, let us leave that aside for now. It was finally time for Wanwen to learn a few truths. Wanwen, ignoring the bloodline quality issue for a moment, can you tell me about the characteristics of book spirits? For example, what type of spirit beast are you, logistics support or something else? And also, what is the book spirit's most proficient combat style, or perhaps, what is your own? Lin Chuan asked. Lin Chuan only knew book spirits as encyclopedia-like repositories of knowledge and versatile assistants. He knew very little about their combat style. Is he testing her? Or is he preparing to start training me as a battle pet? Either way, she had to take it seriously. This was her chance to show what she could do. Wanwen looked serious, her small fist gripping the hem of her dress, revealing her nervousness. Closing her eyes, she quickly located the relevant information in her internal knowledge database. Skipping over the memory aspect, which everyone knew, she began to introduce the other aspects of her species. Book spirits have the primary immortal attribute and a secondary illusion attribute. Book spirit's combat revolves around this immortal attribute. The immortal attribute is also known as the natural attribute or the universal attribute. It can simulate the skills of most other natural attributes, including the basic 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as higher-order attributes like wind, lightning, light, and dark. Using the immortal attribute to mimic other natural element skills is known as immortal arts. For example, the water attribute water gun skill, when performed with immortal attribute energy, becomes immortal art, water gun. Ordinary attribute energy comes from the spirit core of a beast or monster, while immortal arts use immortal energy as a catalyst to channel and condense energy from the natural environment into a skill. Therefore, the power of an immortal art is heavily influenced by the surrounding environment. On the open sea, the effect of an immortal art, water gun, would be far greater. Rank 1 immortal energy could even output the power of a rank 2 or 3 natural attribute skill. In a desert, however, the skill might fail completely. Of course, there are also skills that are purely immortal attribute. Those are known as immortal techniques. These techniques often have incredible effects such as divination, prophecy, luck blessings, curses, and so on. Having said all that in one breath, Wanwen paused to rest before continuing. Book spirits are spirit beasts that use these arts and techniques as the core of their combat, making them energy burst type spirit beasts. A book spirit's actual combat effectiveness, excluding bloodline limitations, is determined by the variety of immortal arts they have mastered. The more types of arts mastered, the more attributes, and the higher the proficiency, the stronger the book's spirit. With a sufficient variety of attributes combined with their vast theoretical knowledge, a book's spirit can adapt to any environment, analyze factors like the terrain, and use that knowledge to formulate the simplest yet most targeted tactical plan to perfectly counter their opponent. That above all is the combat style of a book's spirit. A magic nuker, good grief, they are pure glass cannons. And a counter-all magic style to boot. As long as I know enough spells, I will always have one in my arsenal to suit you. So Wanwen, what skills or immortal arts have you mastered? Full of anticipation, Lin Chuan asked curiously. Earlier, when introducing herself, she mentioned she had been cultivating herself, using the money from her web novels to purchase resources for skills. Wanwen blushed in embarrassment, her hands fiddling with her dress. "Well, my bloodline is too low, and I do not have enough energy. In the nearly 2 years since I was born, I have only mastered one skill. Fire attribute smoke skill, immortal art smoke." As she said that, Wanwen performed it for Lin Chuan. She pointed her small hand into the empty air, and a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared, wrapping around her and making her form appear indistinct. Unfortunately, Wanwen's physical size was too small. The smoke was only about the size of a fist. Lin Chuan puffed a breath of air, and it scattered. Wanwen tried again, using all the strength she could muster, pulling every bit of her immortal energy to produce a cloud of smoke that covered half of Lin Chuan's body, which he scattered again with a wave of his hand. This one, it is just an entry-level version, using immortal energy for the smoke skill. Wanwen whispered, fearing that Lin Chuan would be disappointed in her. Indeed, Lin Chuan felt a little disappointed. He had thought she might be the kind of genius she wrote about in her novels, held back only by a low-level bloodline yet full of profound insights, who, upon rebirth and reshaping of her bloodline, would soar to the top. But that was to be expected, was not it? And it was not a big deal. She might not be a natural genius, but he, Lin Chuan, could turn her into one. "Wanwen, I am going to let you in on a secret about my ability as a beast tamer," Lin Chuan said seriously. "It is hard to explain, so you will have to see for yourself." Wanwen had not even had a chance to nod. Lin Chuan took out a small accessory made from low-level spirit beast material, a pendant made from an unknown beast's tooth, judging by the markings, likely the incisor of a flaming rabbit. Confused, she wondered if this was a gift for her. While she watched, bewildered, Lin Chuan activated his samsara inheritance. Now that his beast tamer level had reached 9, nearing 10, his mental power was more than 3 times what it had been a month and a half ago during the little clearing cup. Inheriting a low-level skill was easy for him now. He could do it at least 3 times a day, or 5 if he pushed his limits. Black and white energy wove through his arm and into the pendant. In an instant, the pendant began to glow with a warm red light. What on earth? Before Wanwen could react, Lin Chuan placed the pendant onto her main book body. The warm red light erupted. Her book and her manifested physical form were engulfed in the red glow. Wanwen's consciousness descended into chaos, as if she were in a lucid daydream. In a trance, she felt as if she had become a flaming rabbit, a fire-breathing beast with red fur and ears burning with flame. She experienced a life born in the wilderness, spending every day foraging and dodging danger for 10 years, before eventually being hunted by a bird-type monster. 5 minutes later, Wanwen came to. Dazed, her round glasses tilted, she stood there in a stupor. Lin Chuan waved his hand in front of her face. The slight breeze ruffled her hair, snapping her out of it. Master. Why you?" Too nervous, she began to stutter again. Lin Chuan just smiled at her, lips pressed together in silence. Wanwen took a deep breath. Closing her eyes, she dove into her internal knowledge database. There, indelibly etched, was the full knowledge of a skill. Little fireball. Wanwen reflexively activated it. A wisp of silver-white transparent energy emerged from her hand, drawing in the surrounding natural energy to slowly condense into a miniature fireball, 3 centimeters in diameter. Though it was far too tiny to deal any real damage, maybe just enough to light a cigarette. It was undoubtedly entry-level immortal art, Little Fireball. "Master you." She let the fire vanish and stared at Lin Chuan, completely unable to believe it. Lin Chuan put a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and smiled. "This is Skill Master, one of my beast taming talents." "A Skill Master." Wanwen stuttered. She wanted to say that Skill Master should not be this absurdly powerful. Skill Master is meant to increase a spirit beast's comprehension. You would still have to practice, you would just learn it faster, maybe in 3 tries instead of 10. But what Lin Chuan just did, it was an instant statad and instant unlock. This is not a talent, this is a total cheat code. However, her intellect forced her to swallow those words. With an extremely solemn expression, Wanwen nodded slowly and firmly. Yes, it is Skill Master. Master your beast taming talent, Skill Master is incredible. After her exclamation, she suddenly became shy and awkward again, as if she wanted to say something but was afraid to. While Lin Chuan looked on in confusion, Wanwen knelt on her book, sitting back on her heels. Tilting her head 45 degrees, she looked up at Lin Chuan with pathetic, puppy-like eyes as if she had been abandoned. Both her small hands tugged at his sleeve, swaying it gently. Master Wanwen once more. Please Master is the best. He had thought she was just a dorky literary geek, not expecting her to be capable of acting like this. A certain unknown book spirit in palace attire would have given her a thumbs up. Clearly, she had been training this. With that soft, weak, adorable voice, those pleading eyes, and the gentle tugging of his sleeve. This level of coquetry must be expert grade. Deadly. In this situation, what man could possibly hold his ground? When Lin Chuan previously bought spirit beast materials with inheritance skills, he mostly chose materials that Guo and Ying Hua could use to save money. However, if he came across inheritance materials for other elemental skills, as long as they were not too expensive, like under 1,000 star rock coins, or slightly more expensive but under 10,000 with rare and powerful skills, Lin Chuan would buy them all the same. Nowadays, his beast taming space is stocked with many inheritance materials in the storage unit specifically for them. The wood attribute materials have basically all been used by Guo and Ying Hua. As for the other 4 basic elemental attributes, he has quite a lot, with about 20 pieces for each on average. Fire attribute materials are especially abundant, with nearly 30 pieces. There is even an advanced skill among them, Fire Barrier, a skill that combines both offense and defense. He could not resist Wanwen's expert-level wheedling. Lin Chuan took out 2 more inheritance materials, a water-type water gun and an earth-type flying stone, and passed the skills on to Wanwen. After that, it was time to stop. Counting the fireball from earlier, he had already performed 3 skill inheritances, all of which were new skills learned from scratch, costing more mental energy than simply boosting proficiency. At the moment, the Lin family flower leaf breeding base is in the middle of a week-long grand festival, with the family reunited and everyone having a great time. He could not go all out like he had for the past 3 months. Lin Chuan needed to save some mental energy to spend the remaining 2 days of the festival with his family, today included. Wanwen actually was not greedy, it was just overly excited and impatient earlier. After all, it had spent 2 years just to reach beginner level in a measly smoke skill, but now, thanks to Lin Chuan's beast taming talent, it mastered Fireball in less than 10 minutes. How could it not be excited? Having learned water, fire, and earth basic skills today, Wanwen was already very satisfied. Among the book's spirit clan, its performance could even be considered genius. Just like Ru Yan in those short, satisfying stories it writes based on templates, this is the bearing of a peerless female emperor. At least, the senior book spirit Lily, who has already lived for 50 years and possesses a mid-soldier rank bloodline, only knows 3 fairy arts to this day, though that is also because Lily prefers to slack off and rarely practices. Smoke, flash, and water bubble. Smoke was the one Lily taught it. And now Wanwen the book spirit has already mastered 4 fairy arts. It is a pity its bloodline rank is too low, only a low soldier rank, even if it were cultivated as a battle pet and invested with all kinds of precious resources. Its ultimate limit would probably be around level 15, with almost no possibility of breaking through to the 2nd tier. So no matter how many fairy arts it masters, it would not be able to unleash their power at that level. Thinking of this, Wanwen's mood plummeted. Even without contract perception, Lin Chuan could tell exactly what Wanwen was thinking just by looking at its crestfallen little cat face. Poking Wanwen's cheek with his finger, Lin Chuan smiled softly. Do not worry, I will take care of your bloodline rank issue. Lin Chuan was not sure if his beast-taming talent, reincarnation, would work on a spirit beast born from essence like a book spirit. However, even if it did not work, it was not a huge problem. After all, it is known that a certain item, the Phoenix Clan's Nirvana Fire, can help any spirit beast, including book spirits, to reshape their bloodline. Lin Chuan felt quite confident about his own future. With his cheat, while he would not dare claim Emperor level, reaching Heavenly King level should be fairly certain. Perhaps in less than 10 years he would become a Heavenly King. By then, he would have the standing to negotiate and trade with the Phoenix Clan, and he could obtain a cluster of Nirvana Fire to help Wan Wan reshape its bloodline and break its limits. Of course, Lin Chuan still preferred for his reincarnation talent to work on Wan Wan. The reincarnation inheritance had not failed him yet, so reincarnation itself should be fine too, otherwise, as a premium forever pay cheat, it would be a bit too embarrassing. Lin Chuan's consolation was very effective. With its intelligence, Wan Wan quickly realized that as long as Lin Chuan, who possessed the special skill Master Beast taming talent, did not die young or encounter any accidents, then reaching the Heavenly King level would not be difficult for him, and by then he would have the capability to help it reshape its bloodline and break its shackles. Before that, all it needed to do was assist Lin Chuan well, acting as his encyclopedia, his little advisor, and his full-time logistical secretary. And maybe occasionally sponge off some skill inheritances. It would be best to learn all the nature-based spells, including the basic 5 elements and the advanced wind, thunder, light, and dark ones. Fill that skill list to the brim. Then, the day it reshaped its bloodline and broke its shackles would be the day Wan Wan soared to the sky. The dejection vanished. All that remained on Wan Wan's little face was anticipation, excitement, and endless drive. Starting today, Wan Wan the book spirit would work twice as hard, no, super duper extra hard. It had to learn more knowledge to assist its master, just like the 30 years of flower leaf research conducted by the master's father. At the same time, it also needed to set aside more time for training. Even if inheritance skills allowed it to learn instantly, how to actually use them depended on itself. How to perfectly combine skills with the vast knowledge it possessed. For instance, in windy weather, should it throw a fireball with the wind or against it, the angle, the force, and how to deal the most damage with the least energy, all of that mattered. It could not let down Lin Chuan's cultivation and expectations. Otherwise, it would not feel secure about these skills learned through a cheat. If it says practice, it practices. If it says go all out, it goes all out. Wan Wan practiced the 3 skills it just learned on the spot, as well as the smoke skill it already mastered. Fairy Art Small Fireball. Fairy Art Water Gun. Fairy Art Flying Stone. Fairy Art Smoke. Suddenly, thumb-sized fireballs, water guns not much thicker than chopsticks, and fingernail-sized pebbles were flying everywhere. Wan Wan was having the time of its life. A pebble landed on the back of Gyu Gyu's head, causing Gyu Gyu to scratch its head in confusion. Is it raining? 5 minutes later, Wan Wan, who was practicing, suddenly stiffened, then its eyes rolled back and it collapsed backward. Its small, delicate figure dissipated into smoke, and IT's Chinese letter true form book landed on the ground with a thud, even dropping 2 red envelopes. With a low soldier rank bloodline and being only at level 3, Wan Wan had very little energy in its body. Not to mention, compared to Gyu Gyu or Ying Hua, it was far inferior even to Lin Chuan, who was a human. In terms of pure energy, Lin Chuan, now at level 9, had dozens of times more than Wan Wan. And now, it was clear that Wan Wan had accidentally used too much energy, going all out to the point of actually burning out. It was not a big problem, it just needed to lie flat and rest for 2 days. Just like that, Wan Wan lay flat and went into a small state of social withdrawal for 2 days. Meanwhile, the week-long celebration for the opening of the Lin family flower leaf breeding base and Lin Chuan's success as the city's top scholar came to an end. The eldest brother, Lin Linyi, did not manage to escape. He was caught by the old man and his mother and began his hellish path of blind dates. The second sister, Lin Linger, rushed off in a hurry because her low-budget spirit beast web drama was not finished yet. She had only managed to get the week off by calling in many favors and signing a series of unfair terms with her best friend. As for Lin Chuan, after finishing his preparations, he officially embarked on the journey to the 6th Academy, taking Guo Guo, Ying Hua, and Wan Wan along with him. The Star Rock Federation's administrative divisions, province, city, town, township, are different. They are different from Earth in his previous life. In his previous life on Earth, excluding a small number of special cases, the administrative levels were inclusive. A province contained multiple cities, and cities contained towns and townships. But on Blue Star, the administrative divisions of the Star Rock Federation are more like tribal arrangements. The province is a large tribe, the city is a medium tribe, the town is a small tribe, and the township is a mini tribe, with various tribes scattered throughout the country like stars in the sky. They are not inclusive, but rather independent, hierarchical relations. The 6th Academy, located in Wanshan Province in the northwest of the Star Rock Federation. Wanshan Province, as the name implies, consists entirely of towering mountains and deep forests, with many dangerous areas where ordinary humans cannot set foot. Logically, the nationally renowned 6th Academy should be situated in some prosperous city. However, that is not the case. The 6th Academy is located in the deepest part of the Wanshan mountain ranges, within the most unique and dangerous Silver Mountains. In fact, it is not just the 6th Academy. All 8 major academies of the Star Rock Federation are established in inaccessible areas that are essentially forbidden zones, places ordinary humans absolutely cannot enter without the protection of professional beast tamers. This is because the 8 academies are not just schools, but fortifications guarding dangerous areas, representing the bulwarks of human civilization. Taking a flight protected by spirit beasts, it took Lin Chuan 2 days to reach Wanshan Province, one of the 24 provincial capitals of the Star Rock Federation. This is a capital city 100 times larger than Qinghe City. Even for a simple sightseeing trip, walking around the entire city at an average human pace would take at least 2 months. Wanshan Province, although it also has modern skyscrapers. However, the overall colors, layout, and most importantly, the city landmarks, giant, intact monster skeletons, are centered in some plazas. Those skeletons include dragon types, colossal beasts, and even pure metal frames, each radiating a terrifying aura. They were at least 4th-tier monsters during their lives. All these things give Wanshan Province a completely different style. By comparison, Qinghe City and even its superior Tianhe Province seem like gentle, delicate girls. While Wanshan Province is like a burly man, a fierce, unrivaled warrior, giving off a naturally rough and savage vibe. Lin Chuan had just landed and had not really explored the giant city of Wanshan yet, when he received a call from a liaison of the 6th Academy. Clearly, his itinerary and situation were already being monitored by the Academy. Some people might hate being watched like this, but Lin Chuan thought it was alright. As long as they did not dig too deep into his secrets, moderate attention could give him a sense of security. It also gave him the good feeling that the 6th Academy truly valued him. Not long after, a guide from the 6th Academy specifically responsible for receiving new students arrived. She was a woman with a tall, large frame, at least 2.2 meters tall. However, her face was delicate and perfect, her skin a healthy wheat color, and she wore her hair in a sharp, single ponytail. Her arm muscles were well defined. Despite her large stature, she had perfect golden proportions. In short, with a beauty score of at least 90, she was a giant, beautiful girl. Riding a 6-winged dragon, a spirit beast of the sub-dragon race with a mid-king rank bloodline and a body length of over 20 meters, the giant beauty slowly descended beside Lin Chuan. "Are you junior student Lin Chuan?" Despite her imposing height, the woman's voice was not coarse, rather it was very gentle as she asked. "Yes, I am Lin Chuan from Tiansheng Town, Qinghe City, Tianhe Province. Beast Tamer ID, TH 1,025,871,345. Lin Chuan nodded and replied politely. "My name is Liu Wenru, I am your senior in my 3rd year." "Alright, no problem, Lin Chuan, come on up." Confirming the details, Liu Wenru said, patting the 6-winged dragon she was riding. The 6-winged dragon gave a low roar and slowly lowered its body to make it easier for Lin Chuan to climb on. Lin Chuan felt a bit of trepidation. The aura radiating from this dragon was far more powerful than the terrifying wooden puppet giant from the entrance exam. It was clearly on a completely different level, at least a fourth-tier spirit beast. Do not be afraid, Xiao Liu looks fierce, but it is actually very gentle. Liu Wenru said softly. The six-winged dragon's eyeballs rolled over, squinting at Lin Chuan, a fierce look in its eyes. That single glance left Lin Chuan stiff, feeling even more intense than the demonic mental corruption of the wooden puppet giant. Lin Chuan groaned internally, so much for gentle. Thud. Just then, Liu Wenru skillfully pulled a giant mace from her beast taming space and slammed it heavily onto the six-winged dragon's head. While repeatedly smashing it with force, she yelled, "Did not you hear me say be gentle? You scared the junior student." The previously gentle Liu Wenru had instantly transformed into a mother dragon. The six-winged dragon known as Xiao Liu let out a whimper, making small, mournful sounds like a puppy from its throat. Suddenly, those fierce eyes actually revealed a watery, gently expression, feeling as wronged as a 10,000-pound baby. Thud. The final heavy blow sent blood splattering, staining half of her face. With half her face covered in blood, Liu Wenru turned back and smiled gently at Lin Chuan. "See, I told you Xiao Liu is very well-behaved and gentle. Do not worry, junior student, come on up." Speechless, Lin Chuan did not know how to describe it. Well, whether the dragon was well-behaved or gentle, he could not say, but this gentle senior was clearly not a character to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he leaped up onto the back of the six-winged dragon. Liu Wenru wiped the blood off her face as if nothing had happened and patted the dragon beneath her. 3 pairs of massive, fleshy wings unfurled and beat violently. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the six-winged dragon shot into the sky and flew at high speed toward the endless mountains. The speed was faster than Li Zai's mutant blue-feathered eagle by who knows how much. Yet on the dragon's back, they could not feel the wind at all because the dragon had silently activated an energy shield skill. Crossing 1,000 mountains and flying over 10,000 waters. After 5 hours of high-speed flight, finally, on the distant horizon, a range of mountains glowing like silver slowly appeared. It was just at dusk. Under the glow of the setting sun, the entire silver mountain range glittered. Smoke rose slowly, and one could vaguely see phantom dragon silhouettes drifting and floating within. The six-winged dragon circled in the sky on the outskirts of the silver mountains, refraining from entering its airspace. The entire Silver Mountain range emanated a faint, draconic aura, as if an invisible, terrifying presence was watching everything from some unknown dimension. Lin Chuan felt a primal sense of dread, his hair standing on end. Guided by Liu Wenru, the six-winged dragon landed at the foot of the Silver Mountains. She jumped off the dragon first, and Lin Chuan followed. Immediately after, she retracted the six-winged dragon into the bracelet beast-taming space device on her left wrist. "Senior, are we here?" Lin Chuan asked curiously. However, as he looked forward, there were no buildings within the Silver Mountains nor any sign of an academy. There was only that intangible, terrifying aura, as if something might suddenly fly out from within. Liu Wenru nodded slightly and said, "We are here, Junior. You brought your admission notice, right? If you have it, take it out. If not, it does not matter, just come in with me." The physical admission notice for the 6th Academy had arrived the day after Wanwen had sent it via express delivery, so Lin Chuan naturally had it with him. Following her instructions, Lin Chuan took it out of his beast-taming space and released Wanwen as well. Although he did not know what was about to happen, it certainly would not be ordinary. Perhaps there would be some novel scenery. Having Wanwen record, it was never a bad thing. Even if it did not serve a specific purpose, it would be good to broaden their horizons. Seeing Lin Chuan's book Immortal, Liu Wenru showed slight interest but did not say anything. Book Immortals were very rare elsewhere, and beast tamers capable of contracting one were few and far between. But within the 8 great academies, they could still be found. For starters, the libraries of the 8 great academies employed Book Immortals as archivists. There were also students who contracted them as encyclopedic little advisors and full-time secretaries. It is just that the ratio remained low. After all, to contract a Book Immortal, you needed not only exceptional talent and excellent grades, but most importantly, you needed luck and fate. Liu Wenru was not doing too poorly, right? She was considered a prodigy and was not bad-looking either. But when she applied to contract a book immortal the year before, she was told she was too tall and burly, more manly than most men, and according to her file, not gentle at all and super violent, which scared the book immortals. Liu Wenru was annoyed. Why was not there a book immortal with unique tastes who happened to like her type of heavy-duty vehicle? In short, at the time, not a single book immortal suitable for contracting was willing to sign a contract with her. Well, Liu Wenru was either pretending not to know or was genuinely oblivious to the real reason why book immortals would not contract with her. It was not because of her height, but because of her gentleness. Which book immortal would dare contract with a tamer who pulls out a spiked club to smash spirit beasts at any moment? Liu Wenru was only suited for contracting spirit beasts that were thick-skinned and massive. Just as Liu Wenru was focusing on Wanwen, Lin Chuan's physical admission notice for the 6th Academy seemed to sense something. It automatically levitated and flew into midair. Mysterious runes emerged continuously from the notice, dancing in the air like fireflies. They connected end-to-end, interweaving to form a glowing white transparent circular rune array that rotated slowly. Through the transparent array, Lin Chuan saw another silver mountain range. Countless buildings were nestled upon the continuous mountain ranges. There were modern high-rises, ancient palace-style architectures, and even floating islands suspended in midair, along with a silver river hanging in the void, flowing around the entire silver mountain range like a fairy's silk ribbon. The array rotated slowly, and a twisted void wormhole quietly opened. Beside him, Liu Wenru explained, "The space of this silver mountain range has been folded. It is similar in principle to beast taming space, but not identical. Beast taming space is a small space independent of the real world, while this folded space still belongs to reality. It is like folding a piece of paper in half to create 2 layers, 2 worlds, a surface and an inner one. The surface world is the silver mountain range you saw just now. Aside from the unusable residues and pollution left behind after the catastrophe of the silver dragon's death, there is nothing there but danger and terror. And the inner world." As she spoke, Liu Wenru walked up to the void wormhole opened by Lin Chuan's admission notice. Like a greeter at a shopping mall, Liu Wenru bowed slightly to Lin Chuan with a gentle smile and gestured for him to enter. "Congratulations on your enrollment. Welcome, Junior Lin Chuan, to the Starstone Federal National 6th Academy, the Silver Mountain Academy." Wanwen memorized the wondrous scene before her, every single detail. She floated by Lin Chuan's side as he stepped through the wormhole, followed closely by Liu Wenru. After the 2 people and the spirit beast passed through, the transport wormhole naturally collapsed and vanished, transforming back into the admission letter and flying back into Lin Chuan's hand. The view of the inner world that Lin Chuan had seen earlier through the transparent circular array was far from complete. But now, having truly crossed the wormhole and entered the inner world of Silver Mountain where the 6th Academy is located, Lin Chuan was genuinely stunned. High up in the sky, a great sun and a bright moon, hanging there at the same time. A scene of the sun and moon shining together. This sun and moon are actually realistic projections created with precious artifacts, and they can be adjusted at any time. Liu Wenru continued to act as his guide. The Academy can make it day or night whenever they want, or even create extreme weather conditions to facilitate the nurturing of specific spirit beasts or to handle unexpected situations. Lin Chuan opened his mouth to speak but found no words. He could not find any adjectives to express his shock, so he remained silent. This is the 6th Academy, one of the 8 great academies. They not only fold space but can even project suns and moons, adjusting them at will to breed spirit beasts and handle unexpected situations. Can any other top academy do this? It is no wonder the 8 great academies are in a league of their own in the Xingyan Federation, and are simply on a completely different level from other beast-taming universities. With a gap like this, what is there even to compare? Lin Chuan shifted his gaze again, fixing it upon the silver river in the void, which wound around the silver mountains of this inner world like a fairy's colorful ribbon. The river of silver is formed from the essence of the dragon blood of the calamity silver dragon, and it contains extraordinary matter and energy. Junior Lin Chuan, when your spirit beast reaches the 4th tier in the future, you can apply to the academy to swim and cleanse yourself in it, which can improve your spirit beast's bloodline quality. If it is a sub-dragon type beast, it might even further purify its bloodline and potentially evolve into a true dragon. Every student gets one free use for a single spirit beast. That is a benefit provided by the Academy. If you want to purify a second or even more spirit beasts, you will have to spend Academy credits. At this point, Liu Wenru paused, hesitating whether to continue explaining, as the situation regarding academic credits was too complex and bothersome to detail. However, seeing the look of curiosity on Lin Chuan's face, she decided to explain it briefly after all. Credits are the internal currency used within the Academy. Many precious resources and types of knowledge that are unavailable even to the outside world or the Beastmaster Association require academic credits to redeem. The Academy automatically issues 1 credit to every student at midnight each day. Of course, this 1 point per day is barely enough to cover basic daily expenses, let alone trade for high-level knowledge or rare skill manuals. Therefore, the Academy often issues tasks to students so they can earn extra credits. Well, I will not go into the details of earning credits for now. It is quite complicated, difficult to some, simple to others. In short, there are many ways to earn them. Just like what I am doing now, bringing you here from Wanshan Prefecture, guiding you into the inner world of the Silver Mountains and explaining the basics to you. I accepted this student orientation task, which grants me 10 credits. You will understand how credits work once you have lived and studied here for a little while, Junior. For now, I will take you to get your student ID, and then I will take you to your living quarters. With that, Liu Wenru summoned her 6-winged dragon again, carrying Lin Chuan toward the modern complex of buildings inside the Silver Mountain inner world. First, they landed in an academic district laid out like a business park. It not only houses the 6th Academy's administrative office and mission building, but Lin Chuan even noticed contact points for the Beastmaster Association and the federal government. Without taking Lin Chuan on a tour, Liu Wenru led him straight to the Academic Affairs office to handle his enrollment registration. Lin Chuan received a student ID made of an unknown material. It was a very ordinary-looking card, yet the words printed on it, National 6th Academy of the Star Rock Federation, were far from ordinary. No matter where you go, this ID carries significant meaning and grants access to many special privileges. At the same time, this ID also serves as a pass to the inner world of the Silver Mountains, allowing you free access. It also comes with 30 reserve credits, a welfare package provided by the Academy for new students. These 30 credits cannot be traded to others and must be used by the student themselves. Once the registration was done, Liu Wenru led Lin Chuan directly to his living quarters. The residence was not located in the administrative zone. Liu Wenru flew her 6-winged dragon for a full 10 minutes, a distance equivalent to half of King City, before landing in a valley plain between the mountains, right in front of a super luxurious manor covering at least 100,000 square meters. Do not doubt the quality of life here, Junior. The Academy's basic living perks are absolutely top tier. Every student is allocated a manor like this. Inside the estate, you will find all sorts of basic training facilities and equipment, which are even more advanced and comprehensive than those at the Beastmaster Association in the provincial capital. Actually, this is just the entry-level residence. There are also intermediate and high-level residences. As she spoke, Liu Wenru pointed toward the ancient-style palaces looming in the mist deep within the distant mountains. Those are the intermediate ones. Each student there gets their own mountain. Usually, the more outstanding sophomores or juniors live there. Then Liu Wenru pointed upward into the void. Floating islands drifted along a river of silver, appearing as if encased in transparent bubbles, filled with surreal and fantastical sights. Those are premium. That is where the elite juniors and the seniors live. Lin Chuan. Please forgive his lack of exposure. He had never even imagined such a situation. Seemingly satisfied with Lin Chuan's speechless shock, Liu Wenru smiled. She had not reacted any better when she first enrolled. Back then, her eyes had nearly popped out of her head. In short, Junior, just know that the 8 major academies enjoy the absolute top-tier educational resources of the Xingyan Federation. As long as you have the ability, the Academy can provide you with any spirit beast item you can imagine, or any spirit beast suitable for a contract. As she spoke, Liu Wenru looked at Wanwen, the spirit of the book, who was floating beside Lin Chuan with wide eyes, her brain completely short-circuited by the sheer scale of what she was seeing within the Sixth Academy. Take the Nirvana fire, for example. She helped Lin Chuan check into the manor numbered 7093 and guided him through the permissions for activating all the various facilities and equipment. The interior of this estate is strictly private and confidential. No matter what kind of cultivation you conduct inside, no one else will know about it unless you permit them. The Sixth Academy has used special, precious items to encode this into the very roots of this space's reality, making it impossible to peer into even with methods like divination. Liu Wenru said. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, feeling as though Liu Wenru was implying something. Could it be that his situation had been discovered? Was his cheat exposed? Knowing what Lin Chuan was thinking, Liu Wenru chuckled and shook her head. Every student who makes it into the top 8 academies is an exceptional genius who stood out from thousands of others. Which one of them does not have a few secrets? Who does not have their own luck or special opportunities? If we were constantly snooping into everyone's secrets and fortunes, how could the Academy or even the entire Xingyan Federation remain stable? You have to remember, this is a world where transcendent power can reach the heavens. What if a child of destiny from those novels actually appears? If you spy on their secrets and steal their fortune before they have grown up, what will you do once they eventually do? You might kill one, but can you keep killing them forever? From a mathematical perspective, as long as something is possible, no matter how small the probability, it will eventually happen given enough time. It is much better to provide good confidentiality and avoid provoking them. That way, even if a child of destiny does emerge once they grow up, they will remember this kindness and remain friendly toward the country. Hearing this, Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, so he had not been discovered after all. At the same time, Lin Chuan also agreed with this approach by the Sixth Academy, or rather, the Xingyan Federation. It was as if they had completely mastered the nuances of human nature. It is no wonder that the Star Rock Federation is one of the 3 great human powers. With a mindset like this, it would be impossible for this country not to become stronger and flourish. After finishing her explanation of the absolute confidentiality mechanism, Liu Wenru continued her introduction. Inside the academy, aside from the students, professors, and a small number of liaison staff specially dispatched by the Federation and the Beast Tamer Association, there are no other humans. We have various spirit beast species here that serve the students as attendants. Camel deer, gardener chickens, leaf bunnies, baby dragons, skyfeather birds, spring breeze sparrows, and so on. Junior, if you have any daily needs such as cleaning, moving things, or helping to wash and feed large spirit beasts, you can call on these servant beasts to help. It is free of charge, but please do not overwork or exploit them. At this moment, Lin Chuan released Guoguo and Yinghua. The 2 little ones ran into the manor's massive garden and started playing happily. It seemed like some spirit beasts were startled by their sudden intrusion into the garden and fled in a panic. It was a plump, yellow chicken-type spirit beast with short arms and legs wearing a straw hat. It must have been the gardener chicken that Liu Wenru mentioned. Do not worry, he is the new master of this manor, and those 2 from earlier, Hu Yingling and Huiling, are his contracted spirit beasts. Liu Wenru calmed down the startled gardener chicken. Lin Chuan also apologized to it. The gardener chicken waved its wings to show it was nothing, then ran over, bowed to Lin Chuan, and chirped away. Lin Chuan could not understand it, but Wanwen was nearby and immediately translated. Master, it says that it has been working here for a long time. This garden is maintained by it and its friends. It hopes that you will continue to hire them to keep working here. It also mentioned that if you have any herbs or plants that need growing, they can help with that too. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, and without feeling awkward, he started giving orders right away. In that case, can you help Guoguo and Yinghua, the 2 that just startled you, Hu Yelai and Huilingaling, build a small house in the garden? They really like the environment here. The gardener chicken nodded slightly, indicating it could be done. They are, after all, the gardener chickens of the Sixth Academy, knowledgeable and skilled in all sorts of daily tasks, including but not limited to gardening and construction. They are nothing like those useless chickens outside. Wanwen continued to translate, and Lin Chuan almost laughed out loud. Everything in the 6th Academy is so bizarre, unique, and extraordinary. You can discuss the specific design of the cottage with Guo and Yinghua. Upon receiving the order, the gardener chicken bowed to Lin Chuan. Immediately after, it jumped up and let out a loud crowing sound. In no time, a flock of gardener chickens emerged from every corner of the garden. After a brief exchange, they approached Guo and Yinghua to ask for the details. Then, they found a perfect spot in the corner of the garden and began to build the garden cottage. The gardener chickens began building a garden shed for Guo and Sakura. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan followed Liu Wenru into the manor's main house. Although control of the manor's various instruments and equipment had been handed over to Lin Chuan, he was not very familiar with them yet and needed Liu Wenru to give him some guidance. Once in the living room, Liu Wenru unceremoniously began snacking on the various fruits and snacks already laid out on the table. While eating, she continued to educate Lin Chuan about the situation at the 6th Academy. The 6th Academy, well, I should say the teaching model of all 8 great academies might have different details, but the general direction is the same, and it is not like the other beast-taming universities you are familiar with, Junior. Lin Chuan cooperatively cast a look of confusion her way. Junior, how do you think real geniuses should be educated and nurtured? Instead of answering directly, Liu Wenru asked Lin Chuan in return. Lin Chuan gently rubbed his chin, pondered for 2 seconds, and then used an idiom from his previous life to answer. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Teach in accordance with aptitude. Liu Wenru's eyes lit up. She felt that Lin Chuan's word choice was truly excellent and perfectly aligned with the reality of the 8 great academies. She had not expected this seemingly small and slim junior to be quite cultured. That is exactly it, teaching in accordance with aptitude. The students who can be admitted to the 8 great academies are undoubtedly 1 in 1,000 geniuses. They are basically either the top 3 in their regional entrance exams or students who possess special talents in certain areas far beyond others. Speaking of this, Liu Wenru seemed a bit proud and smug. The corners of her mouth lifted as she said, "Geniuses like us are destined not to undergo the kind of fixed education seen in those ordinary beast-taming universities. Fixed courses, fixed mentors, fixed classrooms. That model is only suitable for ordinary beast tamers who lack self-discipline and independent learning skills, and who easily lose their way without a mentor's guidance. To us, such fixed education only restrains our growth." Yes, all 8 academies are like this, placing the initiative for learning and growth entirely in the hands of the students. The academy only sets academic tasks that each student must complete every year and every semester, tailored to the individual. During this time, how to study, how to allocate time, how to raise spirit beasts, and what resources or help are needed, all of this is arranged by the students themselves. When they want to study, what knowledge to learn, such as spirit beast psychology, mythological archaeology, species development, or evolutionary research, are all determined by the students. The academy holds scheduled courses regularly. Students just need to check the internal website, find the class they want to take, and show up without needing to notify anyone. If you attend a lecture and decide it is not right for you, it is perfectly fine not to come to the next one. Likewise, what spirit beasts to nurture and what skills to teach them are also matters for the students to arrange and allocate time for. As for the annual or semester academic tasks, the academy sets them based on each student's actual situation and aptitude. For example, in my sophomore year, the annual academic task set by the academy was to master 3 subjects of my choice, pass the corresponding professional exams, reach at least level 25 as a beast tamer, own at least 5 spirit beasts above level 30, and finally, pass the Beast Tamer Association's assessment to become a professional beast tamer. Once the goal is reached, you successfully level up from your sophomore to junior year. If you do not complete them, Liu Wenru smiled meaningfully. There is no such thing as repeating a grade in the 8 great academies, only graduation. If you enjoy the top-tier educational resources but cannot even complete the slightly challenging academic tasks, you do not deserve to continue enjoying those resources. You graduate and find your own way, whether joining a dojo or transferring to another beast-taming university. Those other institutions are still quite willing to accept students who have left the 8 great academies halfway. Of course, the academy does not completely ignore its students and let them grow wildly on their own. Whenever students have any questions or difficulties in their studies, they can ask the mentors or senior students in the academy. Even when a student feels lost or unsure about what to do or how to continue improving, they can seek guidance and advice from the academy. The academy will assign suitable counselors based on the student's specific situation and provide appropriate advice. Whether to follow that advice completely, make slight adjustments based on it to better suit oneself, or ignore the advice entirely, the initiative remains with the student. With that, Liu Wenru finished. She was in no rush, continuing to leisurely eat her fruit and snacks, occasionally glancing at Lin Chuan, quietly waiting for him to organize his thoughts. She was admitted to the 6th Academy the year before last. Back then, she was also very unaccustomed to the Academy's teaching model at first. It took her 2 months to break free from the shackles of her habit for fixed education, adapt to this completely autonomous approach, and then begin to grow rapidly by leaps and bounds. Lin Chuan bowed his head in deep thought. How should I put it, the teaching style of the 8 great academies? Teaching in accordance with aptitude is correct, but it is also far too free. The initiative for learning is placed entirely in the students' hands. Are not they afraid students will go down the wrong path? Alright, after thinking it over carefully, Lin Chuan understood. With the terrifying teaching resources of the 8 great academies, they allow students to go down the wrong path. Or rather, they encourage students to actively explore new paths, develop new ways of nurturing, and create amazing new skills. After all, many inspirations, unique nurturing methods, and unconventional but incredibly powerful skills initially started from going down the wrong path. If a student does not follow the beaten path and fails once or even twice is not a big problem. With the 6th Academy's massive resources, they can quickly make up for it. However, failing 3 or 4 times in a row without learning a single lesson, that would be inexcusable. If they fail to complete their semester tasks and are forced to graduate, they cannot blame anyone else. This kind of educational model, it only makes the strong stronger. As for the weak, there is no air for them to breathe here. Fail the academic task once, and you are kicked out directly. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, and opening them again, Lin Chuan had already organized his thoughts. He already had some ideas, expectations, and mental preparation for his future studies at the 6th Academy. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt a bit curious and expectant. I wonder what kind of annual academic task the 6th Academy will set for me and my freshman year. This small curiosity was quickly set aside by Lin Chuan. It was better to focus on reality and keep his feet on the ground. Lin Chuan looked up at Liu Wenru. Since you allow students to ask mentors or seniors for advice, then, Senior Wenru, may I ask you for some now? Liu Wenru was stunned for a moment, then smiled. She had not expected Lin Chuan to immediately put into practice what she had just said about the academy's teaching model. That was a good sign. Nodding slightly, Liu Wenru said, You may, but I will decide whether or not to answer based on the situation. If you ask about specific knowledge, things related to spirit beast nurturing, or techniques for practicing special skills, I will have to charge you academic credits. Considering you just enrolled and only have 30 credits in reserve with no tradable regular credits, I can allow you to sign an IOU. But if it is just common knowledge about the academy, then no credits are needed. I will tell you directly. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. He did not know which category his question fell into. However, even if he had to pay credits or sign an IOU, it was fine. Being able to enter the right rhythm of growth more quickly was more important than anything else. Senior Wenru, in your opinion, what should a freshman like me do right now? Lin Chuan asked. Liu Wenru pondered for a moment. This question does not count as specialized knowledge. It is common sense, so I will tell you directly. As a freshman coming from a commoner background and not from a beast-taming family, what you need to do most right now is to fill in the gaps in your basic knowledge. In the outside world, much of this knowledge is considered high-level confidential information, which only professional beast tamers can redeem through spending points and contributions. But here at the 6th Academy, this information is considered basic knowledge and can be obtained for free. You must catch up on these fundamentals first. For instance, the techniques for condensing a spirit core when promoting to rank 1, where the spirit core should be condensed, and the attributes of the spirit core, these have a huge impact on your later use of beast taming talents and your choice of spirit beasts. It directly influences your beast tamer leveling efficiency and your own extraordinary abilities. Another example is spirit beast skills. The skills you know, like photosynthesis, water tornado, or beam cannon, that spirit beasts can learn naturally or master with little practice, are actually just basic skills. Above that, there are combo techniques, secret arts, and so on. Also, the career paths for beast tamers, the specialization into mechanist, cursist, healer, etc., as well as various unorthodox methods. These are all common knowledge that beast taming family disciples learn from childhood. You have to fill these gaps so that you can better plan your own path later, know how to study and improve, and eventually catch up to or even surpass those family-born beast tamers. Of course, mentors will hold specific classes for this basic knowledge, and you can choose to attend them then. However, since you have contracted the Scholar of Books, I suggest you take your Scholar of Books to the Academy's Library Number 1, spend 1 credit and read for 3 hours. Let your Scholar of Books forcibly memorize all the content of the books regarding basic knowledge. That way, you will not need to attend classes on basics later, and you can go directly to take other courses, staying a step ahead of others. After all, mentors only cover a portion of the material. They cannot possibly explain every single aspect of the basics. You can just have your Scholar of Books teach you. It can teach you whatever it sees, anywhere, at any time. Learning in daily life and living in your learning is the most efficient way to study. Lin Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. Basic knowledge, rank 1 promotion, spirit beast skills, and paths for beast tamer development. Sure enough, there are special techniques for condensing a spirit core when promoting to rank 1, and these are high-level secrets. Fortunately, Su Ru warned him. Otherwise, if he had not suppressed his level and had broken through to rank 1 to condense his spirit core before entering the academy, it might have caused irreversible consequences for his future path. Lin Chuan expressed his thanks to Liu Wenru once again. Liu Wenru waved her hand. "No need to thank me so much. I only explained it so thoroughly because I took the task of welcoming freshmen. This is part of my mission." That is how she put it. And that is indeed the logic of it. But if he did not show any gesture of gratitude, it would be a bit impolite and show a lack of social grace. Just giving money or similar things would not be appropriate, and Liu Wenru probably did not lack Star Rock coins. Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then called Gyugyu in from the garden. He plucked all the fruits from Gyugyu's head, 5 in total, and gifted them all to Liu Wenru. The flower-leaf fruit really is not something very precious to Liu Wenru. However, these were fruits borne by Lin Chuan's own spirit beast, which fits the saying that a small gift can carry deep meaning. Liu Wenru was quite happy to accept this parting gift, which made the time she spent explaining things to Lin Chuan worth it. The basic situation of the 6th Academy had been relayed to Lin Chuan. There were still other minor rules and matters that Lin Chuan would have to explore and discover for himself. At this point, Liu Wenru had effectively completed her mission of welcoming the freshmen. With nothing else to do, Liu Wenru took her leave. She rode her 6-winged flying dragon, which shot into the sky and headed toward the palace buildings in the distant Silver Mountains. Presumably, her residence was located among those palaces on one of those peaks or within one of those mountain ranges. On Lin Chuan's side, after settling his luggage and resting a little, he took Wanwen and could not wait to head to Library Number 1, just as Liu Wenru had suggested, to fill in the gaps regarding those so-called basics. Lin Chuan really wanted to see what these so-called basics were all about. The entire Silver Mountain Range in the spirit world is the campus for the 6th Academy. Its actual footprint is about the size of a prefecture-level city, so students have to rely on Mount Spirits to get around for things like going to class or attending training sessions. Otherwise, you would not necessarily reach your destination in a whole day just by walking on your own 2 feet. Lin Chuan does not have a flying spirit pet. Although he has plans to contract one, he has not found a suitable one yet, and you cannot just pick one up off the side of the road, right? Now that he has been admitted to the 6th Academy, he has to get a decent one. The bloodline rank should be at least commander level, preferably a lord level 6-winged dragon like Senior Liu Wenru's. Do not you think? That thing is super cool and incredibly imposing. Well, while Lin Chuan does not have his own mount, the 6th Academy has plenty of servant spirits, including those that provide passenger transport services. For shorter trips, you can choose a ground mount like the camel moose. For longer distances, you go with a flying mount, the skywing bird. Lin Chuan left Gyugyuo and Sakura behind to guard the house. After all, he was just heading to library number 1 to brush up on some basics, and even if he brought them, they could not read and would just be stuck inside his beast-taming space. As for any danger, if there is any danger that could happen within the 6th Academy's campus, Gyugyuo and Sakura would not be able to protect him even if they were right by his side. In short, Lin Chuan only brought Wanwen along for this trip. On the roof of the manor's main building. This is a landing pad for spirit beasts. Using the phone function on his wrist-mounted beast-taming device, Lin Chuan accessed the Academy's internal network, went to the public mount page and tapped the button to summon a mount. It did not take long, just about 2 minutes. Far off in the sky, a swan-like spirit beast with a 6-meter wingspan, snow-white and fluffy like a cotton cloud, flew rapidly toward him. Lin Chuan recognized the spirit, but Wanwen gave him a more detailed rundown nonetheless. The skywing bird, also known as the sky sound bird or the sky dance bird. Pure wind element, a high-level general rank spirit beast. It does not have any specific combat specialization. It is a balance-type spirit that can fight and provide support. It possesses a racial skill called celestial melody dance, a unique skill that combines song and dance. It simultaneously confuses the enemy's mind and temporarily boosts all of its own attributes. Skywing birds have immense artistic talent. Every one of them could be considered a natural-born artist. Furthermore, they are inherently germophobic. If you get its feathers dirty, it will be extremely angry. Lin Chuan was satisfied. It is great to have an encyclopedia by your side. You can get detailed info on anything instantly. Unfortunately, his level of intimacy and tacit understanding with Wanwen is not that high yet. After all, they had only been contracted for less than half a month. Otherwise, they could skip verbal communication and have the info sent directly into his brain through the contract. The skywing bird is a natural germaphobe. Lin Chuan checked himself from head to toe. His clothes and pants were fine and his hands were clean. As for his shoes, alright, Lin Chuan immediately pulled a fresh pair of shoes from his beast-taming space to change into, and even put on plastic shoe covers. With a light singing chirp, as if humming a soft melody. A breeze carried illusory, snow-white feathers that fluttered down as the skywing bird slowly landed in front of Lin Chuan. The moment it landed, the skywing bird saw the shoe covers on Lin Chuan's feet and let out a soft, joyful warble, looking very pleased. The skywing bird lowered its body slightly to make it easier for Lin Chuan to mount. Putting Wanwen back into the beast-taming space, Lin Chuan hopped up onto the bird's back, sat in the white saddle and gripped the handles. Hi. Lin Chuan wondered back when he rode the blue-feathered eagle in King's City, there were seatbelts and safety ropes, so why did not the skywing bird have any? Just as he was puzzled, the skywing bird suddenly spread its wings, lifted its neck, and sang a high-pitched melody. Illusory white feathers drifted from the sky, swaying and floating around Lin Chuan like stars orbiting the moon. The sky feather bird soared into the sky, flying at an incredible speed. Not as fast as Liu Wenru's six-winged dragon, but about on par with Li Ziyu's second-tier mutant blue-feathered eagle. However, even at such high speeds, Lin Chuan could not feel a single gust of wind. Surrounded by those illusory white feathers, he felt nothing but comfort and warmth. It was as steady as it could possibly be. This is the wind feather shield. 15 minutes later, Lin Chuan arrived at library number 1. It was a library built against a mountain, with its main body hidden in the mountain valley. Nothing particularly special, just massive and majestic. The library is open 24 hours a day with no guards. There is just a card reader at the entrance. Lin Chuan swiped his newly issued student ID, and the library doors opened automatically. He stepped inside. Lin Chuan saw quite a few students in the reading area studying. He could not tell if they were seniors or freshmen like him. That is the one bad thing about the 6th Academy. They do not issue standard uniforms, so it is impossible to tell juniors from seniors just by looking. Well, actually, if you look closely, you can tell a little bit. The aura of freshmen is completely different from that of upperclassmen. Freshmen are more green, while seniors are more composed. At this point in the term, freshmen have not usually reached first tier yet and do not have a strong aura, whereas seniors are basically all around second tier. their life essence already having entered the extraordinary. Lin Chuan did not pay too much attention to the students' reading. It would be impolite. Likewise, although the students reading all sensed someone entering the library, none of them looked up to notice Lin Chuan. Each one was completely absorbed in their studies. At that moment, a book immortal flew over. It was not Wanwen. Lin Chuan had just let her out of the beast-taming space, and she was standing on her original book, floating beside him. The book immortal that flew over now was an employee of Library Number 1. It seemed to be a book immortal born from a geography textbook. She was wearing a white-collar work uniform and had the air of an office lady. Approaching Lin Chuan, the book immortal looked at Wanwen with a calm, indifferent gaze, not paying any extra attention to her fellow species, and then bowed politely to Lin Chuan to ask. "Hello, I am Book Immortal 1933, one of the librarians here. May I ask, student, are you looking to read books here, or are you checking them out?" 1933. What a strange name. Lin Chuan was puzzled but did not show it. He would just find a chance to ask Wanwen later. Nodding, Lin Chuan replied, "I will read here, books on basic knowledge." 1933 replied, "Books on basic knowledge do not require an additional checkout fee. However, reading in the library costs 1 credit per 3 hours. Lin Chuan then arranged 3 hours of reading time for me. 1933 performed some operations on a machine nearby, deducted 1 credit from Lin Chuan's reserve, and then led him to a separate cubicle. This was not something Lin Chuan asked for, but a judgment made by 1933. Lin Chuan brought a book immortal with him. Because of this, 1933 figured that Lin Chuan was not here to read books but to extract them. Lin Chuan's reading pace would be very fast, and it might make some noise that would affect other students in the library. 1933 asked Lin Chuan to wait in the cubicle for a moment while it went to retrieve the relevant books. As soon as 1933 left, Lin Chuan turned his gaze to Wanwen. Knowing what Lin Chuan wanted to ask, Wanwen answered directly. Book immortals do not usually tell their real names to strangers they meet for the first time. Especially while working, book immortals basically always use their employee ID as their name. Master, when the Beast Tamer Association had me working at the Stardew Prefecture Sky Library, it was the same thing. I used my ID number, which was 1335. It should be deregistered by now. Also, about that book immortal 1933 just now. Wanwen paused, pondered for a moment, and continued. Senior 1933 is likely a book immortal that has lived in human society for a long time and has memorized many secret pieces of knowledge. Otherwise, it would not have been assigned to work in the 6th Academy's library. Seniors like this are usually not allowed to be contracted by beast tamers unless there are special circumstances, and they themselves do not usually want to be contracted. Usually, only book immortals like me, who have only been born for a year or two and have not mastered any secret knowledge, are allowed to be contracted by beast tamers. After Wanwen finished, Lin Chuan stroked his chin and thought. That makes sense. If a book immortal has memorized many secrets, it would be inconvenient to let it be contracted by a beast tamer, because would not the tamer immediately gain all that knowledge upon forming the contract? 3 minutes later, book immortal 1933 returned with a group of gardener chickens. Each chicken was carrying 2 or 3 thick volumes on its head. Lin Chuan scanned them and saw several titles. Principles of Spirit Core Construction. Strange Techniques and Miracles. On the Birth and Development of Emerging Beast Tamer Branches, The Mechanist. An Introduction to Spirit Core Attributes. The 2 Paths of Beast Tamers. 1933 directed the gardener chickens to stack these books on the floor in front of Wanwen. Then it took 1 book and handed it to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan took it and looked at the cover. Brief overview of freshman basic knowledge. It seems 1933 clearly was not encountering a beast tamer and book immortal combo like his for the first time. Show the student the syllabus, give the book immortal the detailed content. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lin Chuan thanked 1933, and Wanwen bowed politely to the senior as well. 1933 did not refuse the gratitude, just nodded slightly. After 3 hours, a gardener chicken will come to remind you. If you want to extend your reading time, just tell it. When you are ready to leave, just go to the registration counter to settle the credits. If you do not need to extend the time, just leave directly. No need to tidy up the books, I will take care of them later. Then I wish you a pleasant reading session. After saying this, 1933 bowed and floated away. With 1933 gone, only Lin Chuan and Wanwen remained in the cubicle. Without further ado, they dove straight into the reading. Lin Chuan began carefully browsing the brief overview of freshman basic knowledge. Meanwhile, Wanwen dove into the pile of detailed books, reading 10 lines at a glance, turning pages as fast as the wind, whoosh, 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 non-stop. In just 3 minutes, she had finished reading a book from cover to cover, forcefully memorizing all its contents, then flew to the next book and lifted the cover with both hands. Lin Chuan did not cherry-pick. He did not look for info on advancing to first tier as a beast tamer first, but read through in order. First was the classification of spirit beast skills. Skills are divided into basic skills, combo skills, secret techniques, marvel techniques, and the legendary divine skills. Basic skills are those that spirit beasts are born with or can learn through simple practice. Including Gyugyuo's bomb fruit and Sakura's mystic fragrance, they are actually considered basic skills. Combo skills involve using 2 or more skills in combination. For example, the Vine Shield and the Wood Spirit Shield. The Wood Spirit Shield originally could not be cast on others. But if you develop it deeply and combine it with the Vine Shield, attaching the Wood Spirit Shield to the physical vines of the Vine Shield, then you can achieve the effect of buffing others and even create items like amulets. The automatic shield in the previous Little Clear Cup competition was made using a similar principle. Secret techniques involve using certain methods to fuse multiple skills or even skills of different elements completely into a new skill. Combo skills can be cast by a single spirit beast, but secret techniques often cannot. They require multiple spirit beasts, different elements, or even different species and different skills, under the guidance of a beast tamer's special talent and subjective control, to form something more powerful and mysterious, with effects capable of easily moving mountains and filling seas. Marvel techniques, also known as miracles. These are actually secret techniques pushed to the absolute limit. These extreme state techniques often display effects that can be called miraculous. For example, resurrection from the dead, rebirth from a drop of blood, spatial shattering, time reversal, etc. And finally, divine skills. This basic knowledge book did not have much description. Only one sentence. That is the shore at the end of the beast tamer's path, a road that no beast tamer has yet been able to tread. Are there really such classifications for spirit beast skills? Basic skills, combo skills, secret techniques, exotic skills, and divine skills. Is this, so to speak, the basic knowledge? It turns out that the bomb fruit and bewitching fragrance he had always been proud of were merely basic skills. For a moment, Lin Chuan felt a complex mix of emotions, like a frog in a well that had suddenly jumped out to see the real sky, filled with a sense of embarrassment and shame. Before this, he had actually been getting a bit carried away because of just 2 basic skills. At the same time, everything suddenly became clear to Lin Chuan. Is this the true landscape of the extraordinary path of beast taming that lies ahead? Combo skills that combine multiple individual skills. Secret techniques where multiple spirit beasts working in coordination with a beast tamer can move mountains and fill seas. And the miraculous exotic skills. It is truly fascinating and something to look forward to. Lin Chuan quickly finished reading the basic knowledge about spirit beast skills. He continued reading on. Following that was the basic knowledge about beast tamers. The opening chapter focused on what Lin Chuan was most concerned about at the moment. Knowledge about a beast tamer advancing to rank 1 and condensing a spirit core. First, the specific location for a beast tamer to condense their spirit core. Generally speaking, provided there are no special accidents. That is to say, if a beast tamer does not perform any special operations, raises their spirit beasts normally, receives energy feedback step by step, and finally breaks through to rank 1 and naturally condenses a spirit core. If the tamer has no special innate abilities, the spirit core will usually naturally form in the Danshan area slightly below the navel. However, this world is often full of surprises. In the history of beast taming civilization, it has frequently occurred that a beast tamer's spirit core is not in the Danshan below the navel, but at the solar plexus or, in very rare cases, the center of the forehead. Later, through long-term research and exploration by top-tier beast tamers and scientific experts, it was finally discovered. The human body actually possesses 3 dantians, divided into upper, middle, and lower. The upper dantian is located at the center of the forehead. The middle dantian is located at the solar plexus between the chest. The lower dantian is slightly below the navel. All 3 dantians can actually condense a spirit core. Of course, one can only choose one location to condense a single spirit core. At least as far as the development of beast taming civilization goes, no beast tamer has ever been able to condense 2 or even 3 spirit cores. Those who tried basically died from energy conflicts. Back to the main topic. The human body has 3 positions where a spirit core can be condensed. Depending on the location of condensation, the overall effect is roughly the same, but there are many differences in the details. The lower, middle, and upper dantians correspond to the 3 attributes of essence, energy, and spirit. If you condense the spirit core in the lower dantian, then as the beast tamer improves, the growth potential of their essence will be higher. Essence includes a series of physical body attributes such as physique, strength, and endurance. If a beast tamer's innate ability is stamina-consuming, and their contracted spirit beasts are inclined toward physical combat, then condensing the spirit core in the lower dantian is the best choice. And if you condense the spirit core in the middle dantian, the beast tamer's energy, in other words, the growth potential regarding energy, will be higher. Compared to beast tamers who condense their cores in other locations, those who condense it in the middle dantian can store more energy in their bodies and compress it with greater intensity, eventually reaching levels like rank 1, level 11, or rank 1, level 12. Higher quality and quantity of energy allow the beast tamer to cast some minor spells derived from spirit beast skills, though of course, they cannot be compared to the skills of the spirit beasts themselves. At the same time, it makes it easier for the beast tamer to manifest extraordinary abilities, such as hovering in the air without relying on a flying mount. Finally, if you condense the spirit core in the upper dantian, then the beast tamer's spirit will grow efficiently. Spirit refers to the mind, extending to the soul and consciousness. If a beast tamer's innate ability consumes mental power to use, and their contracted spirit beasts lean towards mental attributes such as illusion types, then condensing the spirit core in the upper dantian is a good choice. At the same time, a beast tamer with a spirit core in the upper dantian will find it easier to achieve mental synchronization and unity with their spirit beast. The above is the knowledge regarding the location of spirit core condensation. Lin Chuan fell silent and paused his reading to ponder. He had not expected that the human body had 3 positions for condensing a spirit core. He had known nothing about this before. With 3 dantians, where should he choose to condense his core? He did not make a decision yet because he had not finished this section of basic knowledge. He decided to continue reading and think about it afterwards. Next is the knowledge about spirit core attributes. Just as spirit beasts have various attributes, the spirit cores condensed by human beast tamers also have attributes. Spirit beasts may possess multiple attributes, one primary and others secondary. Some powerful species, like the dragon race, even exhibit a configuration of one primary attribute and multiple secondary ones. For instance, the silver dragon of the Silver Mountains, where the 6th Academy was built, had an attribute configuration of primary dragon with secondary gold, illusion, light, and wind. However, humans cannot do this. Human beast tamers can only choose one attribute to condense a single attribute spirit core. If a beast tamer does nothing and naturally condenses a spirit core while breaking through to rank 1, the core's attribute is basically related to the spirit beast that provided energy feedback during the tamer's growth stage, helping them reach rank 1. For example, for him, Lin Chuan, the energy that helped him level up from 1 to 9 was all wood attribute energy provided by Gyugyu and Yinghua. Therefore, if he did nothing and broke through to rank 1, the spirit core condensed would inevitably be a wood attribute core. However, if one performs some special operations, such as using precious resources, energy conversion rituals, specific environments, or spirit beast coordination, a beast tamer can autonomously choose to condense a core of a different attribute. The attribute of a beast tamer's spirit core. It is important, very important, crucially important. even more important than the location of the spirit core. It concerns the beast tamer's future path, whether it will be more difficult or easier, and affects major directions such as which spirit beast species are most suitable to contract. Most importantly, it concerns learning secret techniques left by predecessors and developing one's own exclusive secret techniques. Some powerful secret techniques require the beast tamer to have a specific attribute spirit core to learn them. These are the basics regarding a beast tamer advancing to rank 1. To summarize, there are 2 points. First is the location of the spirit core. Second is the attribute of the spirit core. Some might wonder, why is not such basic knowledge widely spread, like being taught in ordinary beast taming middle schools? Why is it shelved and only freely provided when reaching the 8 top academies? The reason is simple: for stability. For beast tamers who are not excellent enough, those who could not even get into top-tier academies, let alone the Big 8, knowing this basic knowledge would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Whether choosing the location or the attribute, it is not something you can just do once you know about it. It requires consuming massive resources. With the capabilities of an average beast tamer, they would not be able to obtain these resources, and if they forced it, they might resort to criminal paths, leading to social instability, something the Star Rock Federation does not allow. Such resources are only reserved for limited genius elites. Lin Chuan finished reading the basic knowledge on rank 1 advancement and spirit core condensation. He put the book down temporarily to think more deeply. Right now, if he did nothing and broke through directly, his spirit core would likely condense in the lower Danshan as a wood attribute core. If his only beast taming talent were Heart of the Spirit Wood, and his plan was to develop along the wood attribute path, contracting wood attribute spirit beasts, then a natural breakthrough would be the optimal choice. But the reality is that he has more than just the Heart of the Spirit Wood, and in fact, that talent is not the most critical. His true core, his ultimate trump card, is reincarnation. That beast taming talent that functions like an ultimate VIP cheat. However, unlike Heart of the Spirit Wood, which consumes stamina, the reincarnation talent consumes mental power. Using reincarnation as the core to nurture spirit beasts and develop his path as a beast tamer. The reincarnation inheritance alone was almost too much for his mental power to handle at the start. That he can easily handle it now is due to his increasing level as a beast tamer and the fact that he was only inheriting low-level basic skills. If he were to try and inherit a combo skill or secret technique, he would probably burn out his mental power instantly. Speaking of which, that immortal spirit flower from his newcomer gift package, he previously thought it was a high-level skill book containing multiple skills. Now it seems that was not the case, it was a combo skill. A combo skill composed of bewitching fragrance, healing aroma, and sweet scent. He still cannot judge the exact effect as he has not seen it before, unlike the bomb fruit, where he could look up various skill videos online. Furthermore, looking at the other effect of his talent, reincarnation of rebirth. Even though he has not tried it yet, Lin Chuan is self-aware enough to know that the mental consumption will surely be terrifying, likely more than 10 times that of a basic inheritance. So, to make better use of this cheat, and to avoid burning out his mind and becoming a complete idiot when using it, he must choose to condense his spirit core in the upper Danshan to boost his spirit attribute. As for the attribute of the spirit core, Lin Chuan pondered for a while. Superior attributes are often more powerful than inferior ones. This holds true for spirit beasts, and the same goes for a beast tamer's spirit core. However, inferior attribute cores are not necessarily inferior in all respects. Inferior attributes are easier to contain, while superior attributes place much higher demands on the beast tamer. For example, to condense a demonic attribute spirit core, a tamer needs an inhuman will, as they must constantly endure all kinds of negative emotions. Without a good way to manage these emotions and cultivate their state of mind, it is bound to lead to a twisted personality, potentially turning them into a vicious criminal who only knows how to destroy and spread fear. In short, heavy is the head that wears the crown. If a beast tamer's personal quality is not enough, they should not force themselves to condense a superior attribute spirit core. At the same time, inferior attributes have advantages that superior ones lack. For example, a wood attribute core might not be as combat effective as superior ones, but it allows the beast tamer to live longer and age more slowly. That is the greatest advantage of the wood attribute. So should he choose the wood attribute? Be a long-lived survivor. Or something else? Lin Chuan could not decide at the moment, but there was no rush. Before, he might have been scratching his head, unable to find an answer. But now he has his portable encyclopedia Wanwen. Once Wanwen finishes reading that pile of basic knowledge and memorizes everything, he would ask for Wanwen's opinion. He might even have Wanwen create an event model to run simulations, using massive amounts of knowledge to stack up a result. Finally, Lin Chuan would make his decision by referencing that outcome. After finishing the basic knowledge on rank 1 advancement, Lin Chuan continued reading. He forgot the time and ignored everything around him, completely immersed in reading. Time passed quietly. 3 hours later, a gardener chicken entered the booth, gently patted Lin Chuan's leg and roused him from his deep reading. Lin Chuan had not finished the brief overview of basic knowledge for newcomers. He had read about a quarter of it. However, Lin Chuan did not intend to extend his reading time, because Wanwen was now acting as if it had drunk fake liquor or been hit by Yinghua's illusion. It was dizzy and floating unsteadily, forcing Lin Chuan to hold the main book with one hand while using a finger of the other for Wanwen to hold onto. That was not the key point. The key was that Wanwen had just pushed its will to the limit. It had flipped through all the basic knowledge books and forcibly memorized the contents. Brief overview of basic knowledge for newcomers. In reality, it was just the table of contents and outline for all the knowledge Wanwen had just memorized. Since the detailed knowledge had been memorized, not having the table of contents and outline was fine. Because Wanwen, as a spirit of the books, was the best table of contents and outline itself. While it could not create new knowledge from existing info, classifying and organizing existing knowledge was what a spirit of the books was best at. It was an innate instinct. He did not put Wanwen back into the beast space because of its current state. With Yinghua absent, if he put it in there, it would not be able to take care of itself and might bump into things and end up hurting itself. Lin Chuan closed Wanwen's main book, put it in his pocket, and left the number 1 library. Unless there were special circumstances, such as doing experiments or nurturing special spirit beasts, the Academy would not randomly adjust the sun and moon projections in the world inside to change the astronomical phenomena. Generally, it was synchronized with the actual time in the outside world. At this moment, the sun's projection was fading and becoming ethereal, while the moon's projection was becoming real and solid. It was nearing 9:30 in the deep night. Before the deep night completely set in, Lin Chuan called a skyfeather bird to return to the manor. The night is deep and it is completely dark outside. Lin Chuan returns to the manor. He does not rush to stay up late working. Even if he wanted to grind, he could not. After all, Wanwen is still unconscious and he needs her advice for his future path. Lin Chuan first checks on Gyugyo and Yinghua. The garden huts are finished and Gyugyo and Yinghua are living in their respective little homes quite happily and contentedly. Seeing that they both look ready to rest, Lin Chuan's last remaining worries fade away and they begin to drift off to sleep. As for Lin Chuan, after checking on them, he goes to wash up and head to bed. He needs a good rest to recharge his energy for what lies ahead, breaking through to Tier 1 as a Beastmaster and condensing his spirit core. The past few days have been quite draining. First, there was the 2-day flight from King City to Wanshan Prefecture. Then, right after landing, without much rest, he was picked up by Liu Wenru and taken to the 6th Academy in the inner world of the Silver Mountains. Finally, there was the 3-hour intensive crash course on basic knowledge he just finished. Although it was not physically exhausting, the constant running around took its toll on his mental stamina. In short, sleep is the best medicine. After washing up, Lin Chuan rolls into bed. He sleeps soundly through the night. The next day at 6:00 a.m., with the sky just starting to brighten, Lin Chuan gets up. He has shifted from the vacation mode following the advancement exams back to his normal routine of training and nurturing. First, he checks on his 3 spirit beasts. Gyugyo and Yinghua woke up early too. After 3 months of high-intensity training, they have formed a habit. even without Lin Chuan's urging, well, unless he deliberately stops them, like when he forbade Gyugyuo from training or sunbathing the past few days, the two little ones will start their own routines. Starting with warm-ups, then the third set of the flower leaf calisthenics, followed by sparring, and finally, practicing their individual skills. Speaking of which, that third set of the flower leaf calisthenics, Lin Chuan felt helpless. The old man only had a soft spot for Flabébé and did not feel much for the clearly more humanoid Float. He had not developed any calisthenics tailored for Float, nor was he willing to invest the effort to research one. So for now, she is out of luck. Fortunately, the effect of the flower leaf calisthenics is mainly for warming up, promoting balance, and maintaining peak health. It does not provide any irreplaceable, extraordinary boost to cultivation. As long as their nutrition is on point and their foundation skills, rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, are maxed out, the results are actually just as good, if not better. The same applies to the flower spirit. In short, there is no way to develop exclusive exercises for the flower spirit right now. He will just have to research and develop them slowly later. He believes the 6th Academy must have relevant knowledge. When the time comes, he will attend lectures and together with Wanwen and the old guy's 30 years of research data on the flower leaf, try to develop fitness exercises for the flower spirit. Consider it a warm-up for eventually developing his own exclusive secret techniques. Gyugyu and Yinghua. They are performing the third set of the flower leaf calisthenics under the slowly rising dawn light. Lin Chuan does not join in. He used to participate mainly to lead by example and supervise the two of them, but now that they have formed the habit of self-discipline, it is unnecessary. He has more suitable training methods for humans, and besides, he has other important things to do right now. Looking at Wanwen. Yesterday, Wanwen pushed itself to the limit, forcibly memorizing that whole pile of books on basic knowledge. At that time, Wanwen looked as if she had drunk tainted alcohol or been hit by an illusion spell, feeling dizzy and completely muddled. But now Wanwen has fully recovered. At this moment, Wanwen is sitting by the windowsill, perfectly still, lost in thought as she watches Gyugyu and Sakura in the garden outside, bathing in the morning sun while doing the third set of Huyai calisthenics. She would even sway her head left and right to the rhythm of their routine, looking incredibly cute and dazed. Lin Chuan waved his hand in front of her, and she suddenly snapped back to reality. Whoosh! Wanwen's face turned beet red, and she was incredibly shy. Did Lin Chuan see her looking all dazed and bobbing her head just now? Master Wu, well, I was just processing the knowledge I memorized yesterday. After fumbling with her words for a long time, Wanwen finally came up with an excuse to weakly defend herself. Better to let it slide. There was no need to expose the truth about how adorable she looked just now to a shy Wanwen. Otherwise, she might not be able to lift her head for a long time. Lin Chuan was thinking of installing a camera here in the future. He could record Gyugyu and Sakura doing their exercises and capture Wanwen's dazed look to enjoy in private. Appreciating the adorable side of his contracted spirit beasts and creating a growth photo album, or rather a collection of their embarrassing moments for each of them. This is something every beast tamer should be doing. It is definitely not just some weird hobby of his. Lin Chuan put on a look of sudden realization. I see, so that is how it is. Thank you for your hard work, Wanwen. You had to memorize the research data on the flower leaves before, and now you have to take in all that knowledge at once. Organizing it all must not have been easy. Seeing that Lin Chuan seemed to have truly fallen for her little ruse and had not noticed how silly and dazed she looked just a moment ago, Wanwen let out a sigh of relief. It immediately straightened its expression and shook its head very earnestly. It is not hard at all. Even if it were, I would still do it. This is what Wanwen should do. Otherwise, I would be letting down the master for all the effort you have put into nurturing me. Speaking of training, Wanwen's eyes brimmed with genuine joy and gratitude. Over these past few days, Lin Chuan had passed on all sorts of basic elemental skills to it, and now its spell list had a full 13 skills. In particular, the small fireball and water gun skills have reached the mastery level, hitting the upper limit of her bloodline quality. This is a situation she never dared to dream of before. Now, excluding those legendary book spirits who followed heavenly kings and had their bloodlines refined by the nirvana flame to break past their limits and soar to the top, Wanwen can confidently say that it is currently the most, well, at least in the top 10 among all book spirits in terms of strength. Moreover, Lin Chuan's investment in it went far beyond just skills. Lin Chuan did not hold back at all when it came to raising her as a battle pet. Originally, Wanwen thought Lin Chuan would just buy it some ordinary training resources, since its bloodline quality was poor and common items would suffice. To its surprise, Lin Chuan bought it a box of white jade cream. White jade cream is the top-tier immortal attribute resource among low-grade cultivation products. It is a nutritional supplement specially crafted for fairy-type spirit beasts, made from extracts of various precious spirit plants and special white jade mineral essence through a complex process. The way to use it is to cut off a small piece and ignite it, much like incense. When burning, the white jade cream releases a cloud of scented smoke known as immortal aura. This celestial aura contains various highly pure natural attribute energies that are easy to absorb, along with mysterious nutrients that aid the growth of celestial attribute spirit beasts. Just this single box of white jade cream cost Lin Chuan 10 million Star Rock coins. All because it glanced at an advertisement for it. Without even blinking, Lin Chuan took it and bought this piece of training nourishment that it had only ever dared to dream about. Of course, Lin Chuan was not just favoring it, he was treating everyone fairly and had bought top-tier resources for Guoguo and Yinghua as well. Even with this box of white jade cream, it has yet to absorb and refine even 1/10 of it. Yet it has already jumped from level 3 to level 9. The leveling speed is simply absurd, especially considering it only has a low-grade soldier rank bloodline. Now Wanwen feels nothing but affection, reverence, and boundless gratitude toward its beast master, Lin Chuan. A warrior will die for the one who truly understands them. For its master, Lin Chuan, what does a little exhaustion, a little hardship, or forcing itself to memorize knowledge matter? She, the book spirit Wanwen, is willing to go through fire and water for her beastmaster, Lin Chuan. Guoguo and Yinghua finished the third set of huge eye radio calisthenics. Wanwen had also finished categorizing and organizing the knowledge she had forced herself to memorize yesterday. Lin Chuan let Guoguo and Yinghua practice freely. He pulled over a small stool and a small table, sitting down properly in front of Wanwen like a grade school student ready for a lesson. Little teacher Wanwen, please begin the class. Lin Chuan teased, acting playful. Wanwen was so anxious that steam started to rise from her head, and she waved her hands like a rattle drum. No, that is not allowed. How could I possibly be my master's teacher? Lin Chuan chuckled, not minding at all. He knew his biggest weakness, a lack of accumulated knowledge. Although he had Wanwen as his external brain, his encyclopedia, his little strategist, he could not rely on her entirely. You cannot just throw away your own brain because you have a book spirit, stop studying and rely on her to tell you everything. If you really lose your mind and become a beastmaster without your own ideas or decisions, you will not go far. As a beastmaster, he still had to constantly enrich and improve himself. Through constant learning and accumulation, his own cognition, vision, mindset, and way of thinking would all elevate. Wanwen, while lacking the inspiration and creativity of human genius, had undeniable capabilities in memorizing and organizing knowledge. She was more than enough to be his personal little teacher for this stage. Lin Chuan stopped the playful teasing. Enough joking around. Wanwen, based on the knowledge you memorized yesterday, help me analyze what attribute spirit core I should condense and what kind of beastmaster path I should take in the future. Seeing him stop calling her little teacher, Wanwen breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's question, she immediately shifted into her, well, little teacher, state. Based on the knowledge I recorded yesterday and master's skill master beastmaster talent that consumes mental power, I suggest that when you promote to rank 1 master, you condense an illusion attribute spirit core in the upper Danshan. Without any habit of speaking in riddles, Wanwen gave Lin Chuan the conclusion directly. Then she began to analyze and explain it to him. Wanwen held a piece of chalk as thick as her own thigh in her hands and controlled her main body, the book, to float to the small blackboard in front of Lin Chuan, beginning to write. First were a few numbers, the values Lin Chuan had previously quantified for his mental power. Then, a set of formulas, the formula for the growth rate influenced by the interaction of a Beastmaster's various attributes, mental power, constitution, and energy. This formula was not perfectly accurate. After all, everyone's situation was different, but it represented the average, normal level for all Beastmasters. As she wrote, Wanwen explained, "Previously, Master, you performed an initial quantitative analysis of your own mental energy. Wanwen will use your data to build a model for subsequent reasoning and analysis. Given your current mental energy levels, Master, you can handle a limit of 5 inheritances per day." Teacher Wanwen started the lesson. Lin Chuan listened intently, flashes of thought passing through his eyes from time to time. The illusion attribute is inherently a pure mental attribute, and it is concentrated at the upper Danshan position. Your mental power growth rate, Master, will be at least 10 times the average. Moreover, looking at your current contracted spirit beasts, Sakura is clearly developing as primary illusion and secondary wood, while Gyugyuo, after evolving, will most likely be primary wood and secondary illusion. And I, the spirit of the book, am primary immortal and secondary illusion. The illusion attribute is the common thread connecting the three of us, me, Gyugyuo, and Yinghua. By condensing an illusion attribute spirit core, it would be best if your future contracted spirit beasts also possess the illusion attribute, whether it be their primary or secondary type. This way, it will be much easier and more convenient for you to learn secret techniques or even develop your own exclusive skills. Moreover, the potential for the illusion attribute is very high. It is no less capable than immortal, demon, or dragon attributes. Turning the void into reality, making the real vanish into thin air, and even creating objects out of nothing. These are all heights that the illusion attribute can reach. Besides, the illusion attribute also provides the strongest survival capabilities, allowing you to extricate yourself from dangerous situations much more easily. There are 2 paths for a Beastmaster's development. The first is based on lineage inheritance, where a Beastmaster continuously nurtures spirit beasts of the same element to accumulate extraordinary factors and enhance the rank of their own beast-taming talent. Beastmasters who follow this path find it easier to cultivate their spirit beasts and level up. The other path focuses on skill training. These Beastmasters often bond with beasts of various attributes and races to create combinations or even develop secret or unique techniques. For example, bonding with beasts covering all 5 elements to develop a great 5 elements technique. Although Beastmasters who follow this path advance in level more slowly, their combat power is far more formidable. Beyond the 8 major academies, the top forces in the Xingyan Federation include 5 great clans and 3 major sects. The 5 great clans follow the path of bloodline inheritance, accumulating transcendent factors through the generations, which is why they are born with Tier 5 or even Tier 6 beast-taming talents. As for the 3 major sects, they follow the path of skill cultivation. Every sect possesses a non-exclusive, highly applicable legendary art that can be learned and passed down. Human civilization is developing, and the Beastmaster civilization is also moving forward. Following only one path is viable, but you will never catch up to the 5 great families or the 3 major sects. After all, they have been walking their respective paths for thousands of years, building upon the foundations laid by countless generations of elite Beastmasters. In this day and age, commoner Beastmasters usually pursue both paths simultaneously, which is the only way they have a fighting chance to keep up with those from the noble families and sects. The way to take both paths is to use the Beastmaster's Spirit Core attribute as the primary attribute, serving as the foundation, and contract spirit beasts that all share this primary attribute, while incorporating as many other attributes as possible to act as branches. The main attribute accumulates extraordinary factors to enhance one's beast-taming talent. More secondary attributes mean more combinations and more possibilities, which helps in learning and developing secret techniques to improve actual combat effectiveness.